I thought passing the college upgrade exam would allow me and my girlfriend to end our long-distance relationship. Little did anyone know she had already been working part-time as a technician at the club. Faced with betrayal, I decisively tore up the admission letter, accidentally activating the SSS-level male model system. Starting off with the most understanding of women's hearts, mind-reading ability. The moment I saw through my girlfriend's lie, I resolutely stepped into the male modeling industry. During the interview, with my associate degree and the experience of abandoning college upgrade, I wildly shocked the domineering female manager. System experience skyrocketed. Able to drink endlessly without getting drunk and always standing strong. A series of divine skills bestowed upon me. I am destined to become a legend in the nightlife scene. However, at the final moment of the interview, the manager's right hand suddenly went straight for my vital spots. Was this workplace sexual harassment? Or an unconventional job trial? My career as a male model began with unknown challenges from the very start. Chapter 1. She works as a technician, I work as a male model. Lin Feng didn't seem to have any other merits except being handsome. One could say he was practically born to be a male model. But at least, at this very moment, he was still a college student who believed in love. He still didn't know that his girlfriend had chosen to work part-time while studying, becoming a part-time club technician. On the park bench, Lin Feng shared the good news with his girlfriend. Wanrou, I got into the undergraduate program. Look, my admission letter, I'd been accepted to your university. Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement. Lin Feng and Jiang Wanrou had developed feelings for each other during high school. After the college entrance exams, Jiang Wanrou was admitted to Yunzhou University of Science and Technology as an undergraduate. However, Lin Feng failed the exams and could only attend a junior college. At graduation, Lin Feng solemnly made a 3-year promise to Jiang Wanrou. Wanrou, wait for me. Give me 3 years, I will definitely pass the college to university entrance exam and go to your university to further my studies with you. At this very moment, 3 years have passed, and Lin Feng has done it. He proudly showed his girlfriend the admission letter for the undergraduate degree advancement program from Yunzhou University of Science and Technology. Wanrou, from now on, we can finally end our long-distance relationship. We'll eat at the same cafeteria every day, study together, visit the library together, and live the life we've always wanted to share. Lin Feng gazed at Jiang Wanrou with hopeful eyes, eagerly anticipating his lover's passionate response. Yet, far from showing joy, Jiang Wanrou's eyes welled up with tears. Lin Feng hurriedly used a tissue to wipe Jiang Wanrou's tears. Wanrou, are these tears of emotion? Don't worry, from now on, we can be together every day. Jiang Wanrou's tears wouldn't stop as she kept muttering to herself. Lin Feng, thank you, but I don't deserve you, sob. Lin Feng moved closer, gently patting Wanrou's shoulder while comforting her tenderly. Wanrou, why would you say that? You're the top student while I'm at the bottom of the class. If anyone's undeserving here, it's me. Don't overthink it, sweetheart. Jiang Wanrou continued shaking her head and crying incessantly. No. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I've wronged you. Woo woo. Lin Feng's hand resting on Wanrou's shoulder recoiled as if shocked by electricity. He knew that when a girl suddenly utters the words I'm sorry, it often carries unusual significance. An ominous premonition faintly stirred in Lin Feng's heart. No way, she couldn't be cheating on me. Countless plots from novels and short dramas flooded Lin Feng's mind. Far too many, a man enduring countless hardships to fulfill a promise, only to stand before his beloved woman and find her affections have shifted, turning his sacrifices into a mockery. Such stories were indeed all too common. Lin Feng bit his lip and tentatively asked. Wanrou, don't blame me for being suspicious, but tell me the truth, did you cheat on me? Jiang Wanrou's eyes, nearly swollen from crying, looked utterly innocent. With teary eyes, she looked at Lin Feng and firmly replied, Lin Feng, I didn't. I truly didn't cheat, my feelings haven't changed. Believe me. Hearing her say this, Lin Feng's heart settled halfway. He breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Wanrou into his arms again. It's okay, Wanrou, don't be like this. As long as it's not a matter of principle, we can always understand each other. I believe in you. Then, why did you say you're sorry to me? Wanrou said tremblingly, I worked part-time to pay for my studies. Work-study program? Lin Feng was utterly confused. Work-study program? That's a good thing. Woo-woo. Jiang Wanrou completely broke down. It's a club. Lin Feng, I was doing work-study as a club masseuse. Can you accept that? Woo-woo. Lin Feng was so startled he jumped back half a foot. What did you say? Where are you? You're working part-time at a club? Lin Feng stared at Jiang Wanrou in horror, his eyes filled with unfamiliarity toward her. Lin Feng, I had no choice. I really had no choice. Jiang Wanrou launched into her tale of hardship. Lin Feng, my dad and brother's company went bankrupt, leaving us with so much debt we've become credit defaulters. I don't have money for tuition or living expenses anymore. And my brother was about to get married, but now we can't afford the bride price, the wedding can't even happen. My mom also has breast cancer, and we don't have money for her chemotherapy. So I had to take on part-time work. But earning a little isn't enough, I need to make more. But, what can I do? I'm a woman, no strength, no talent, no connections. How can I make more money? I had no choice, Lin Feng. I really, truly had no choice. Jiang Wanrou spoke with such grief and emotion that her words seemed to drip with blood and tears. Listening to this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Yes, the moment Jiang Wanrou confessed that she had been working part-time as a technician at the club, Lin Feng's feelings toward her had already changed. However, this doesn't mean Lin Feng no longer has feelings for her, perhaps his emotions have transformed. After listening to Jiang Wanrou's confession, Lin Feng's past love might have transformed into friendship, or even carried a faint trace of kinship. Lin Feng moved closer to Jiang Wanrou again and whispered softly. Wanrou, it's true, you've really had it tough. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Wanrou felt that Lin Feng might understand her. Lin Feng, you won't look down on me, right? You wouldn't despise me, would you? I'm that kind of green card technician, only doing proper projects on the first floor. I never go to the private rooms on the second floor, please believe me. We can still be together, right? Lin Feng, Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Wanrou, noticing his hesitation, quickly added. I'd never look down on you. Lin Feng, even if you have to work part-time as a male model to pay for your studies, as long as it's a legitimate service, I'd never look down on you. Lin Feng, holy shit you. Lin Feng, who was visibly furious and on the verge of speaking, suddenly heard a crisp ding sound in his mind. Subsequently, a notification began to play in his mind. Ding, keyword male model triggered. Host, do you wish to bind the super male model system? Lin Feng exclaimed inwardly. Incredible, am I really about to get a system too? A cheat-powered life, soaring from this moment on. Lin Feng suppressed his wild excitement with great effort. Given that the system's name was somewhat unconventional, he needed to understand more details about it. In his mind, he asked the system. Hey, system boss, are you the kind of system from novels that, once bound, lets you cheat your way to the peak of life? The system replied, yes. This is a huge win. So, system boss, what are the conditions for binding with you? The system replied, as a male model, as long as the host maintains this identity, the system can be permanently bound to the host and continuously upgraded. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. This is really forcing me into the game. However, as someone who had read too many mind-bending novels, Lin Feng simply couldn't resist the allure of the system. Even if I become a male model, it would still be an absolute win if I could trade it for systems like Ultimate Tycoon, Omniscient, or Divine Healer. So, Lin Feng made a snap decision. Damn it, come on. Lin Feng, alright, system, please bind with me. System, Lin Feng, a male model for a day, a male model for life, are you really sure about this? Lin Feng, come on, enough talk. With looks like mine, I was born to be a male model. If I don't do it, who should? System, confirmed, host identified. System binding in progress. A moment. System binding complete. It feels amazing, Lin Feng secretly exclaimed with delight. After the system bound with him, his entire being felt refreshed and invigorated. Hurry up and show me what kind of system I have. What Lin Feng anticipated the most was undoubtedly a tycoon-style system, the kind where he could sign in daily and receive billions in wealth. System, very well, the system will now reward the host with a beginner's gift pack. Alright, hurry up. Lin Feng rubbed his hands in anticipation. System, beginner's gift pack. The system rewards the host with 5 male model skills: alcohol immunity, indomitable stamina, karaoke king, club dance king, and massage prince. Lin Feng. Chapter 2, The Man Who Understands Women Best. Unfazed by 1,000 cups, karaoke king, disco dance monarch, massage oil prince. What the hell is this? Lin Feng lashed out at the system directly. What the hell is this? Aren't systems supposed to give money or superpowers for checking in? What the fuck do I need this useless crap for? System, these skills better align with your male model identity. Moreover, as your work experience grows and your female clientele increases, you can collect favorability points and shock value to continuously level up, unlocking new skills. Oh, so it's growth-oriented. Lin Feng finally managed to calm his emotions a little. At this moment, the system brought another pleasant surprise. The newbie gift pack not only grants 5 common skills for male models, but also awards the host 1 golden legendary tier skill. Wow! A legendary gold drop. The system's being generous. Lin Feng couldn't contain his joy. Quick, what skill is it? The system, host has received the legendary gold tier skill, Understanding Women's Hearts. Understanding Women's Hearts. Excuse me, but what's the goddamn use of this? System, this is a mind-reading ability that can be used on women, allowing the host to know what women are thinking. Ah, I see. Lin Feng nodded. Sounds like superpowers, things are starting to look up. At this moment, Lin Feng was filled with hope. Hey, at this moment, Jiang Wanrou nudged Lin Feng, who was still in a daze. Lin Feng, what's wrong? Did I scare you? Only then did Lin Feng snap out of his conversation with the system. Although his exchange with the system had felt lengthy, in reality, it had only been a momentary lapse. Lin Feng gazed at Jiang Wanrou's face, his heart filled with curiosity. The one who understands women best. Incredible. I'll try it right now. So, Lin Feng directly focused his attention on Jiang Wanrou's broad face to activate his ability. Most understood women's hearts, whoosh. After activating the skill, most understood women's hearts, takes effect. Lin Feng can directly read Jiang Wanrou's thoughts. Transparent text begins to emerge above Jiang Wanrou's head. This is Jiang Wanrou's inner monologue. Above her head, the following words distinctly appeared. Lin Feng, you're so handsome, I can't bear to let you go. Please don't dislike me, don't leave me, okay? Holy crap, it really can read women's minds. Lin Feng's heart surged with wild joy. After all, this was his first time experiencing superpowers. Moreover, Jiang Wanrou's inner thoughts perfectly matched her current sorrowful expression and affectionate gaze. Lin Feng wanted to test it further, so he said to Jiang Wanrou, Wanrou, I need to ask you something, and you must tell me the truth. Alright. Jiang Wanrou nodded solemnly, meeting Lin Feng's gaze earnestly. Wanrou, are you really a green badge technician? Have you truly only worked on the first floor and never serviced the private rooms upstairs? Silence. Wanrou fell into a momentary silence. Seizing this moment of silence, Lin Feng quickly continued focusing on her large forehead, activating his mind-reading ability. However, this time, her forehead clearly displayed her inner thoughts, so vivid and so brutal. The second floor, which technician hasn't been to the second floor? Sometimes, the clients just offer too much, it's impossible to resist. After the brief silence, Wanrou had already composed her words. Lin Feng, I have my own principles. I would never do anything that involves selling my body. You should trust my character. She said it with such seriousness, not even blinking her eyes. Lin Feng was deeply shaken. This was the first time in his life he had so vividly realized what it meant to say one thing and mean another. However, Lin Feng, who had already gained superpowers, no longer concerned himself with the right and wrong of ordinary people. Instead, he felt more pity for them. So, he didn't expose Jiang Wanrou's lie but instead said softly, Alright, Wanrou, I believe you. But whether you go to the private room on the second floor or not, make sure to take protective measures. Avoid any high-risk behavior. These words were Lin Feng's sincere advice to her, and also his final act of kindness. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Jiang Wanrou felt mostly relieved. She thought Lin Feng had understood and forgiven her. You're hateful, I don't need that, and I'd never do such a thing. Jiang Wanrou never expected Lin Feng to be so magnanimous and broad-minded. She was grateful she hadn't misjudged him, and her love for Lin Feng grew even stronger because of this. She leaned her body comfortably against Lin Feng's shoulder and said softly, Lin Feng, when the new semester starts, I won't just be your girlfriend anymore, I'll also be your senior. As he spoke, a blissful smile spread across his face. However, Lin Feng gently pushed her forehead away and said with utmost solemnity, Wanrou, I'm not going to your school. I'm giving up on the college upgrade exam. With that, rip. Lin Feng slowly tore apart Yunzhou University of Science and Technology's admission letter. Ah! Wanrou couldn't help but cry out, Lin Feng, what are you doing? She tried to reach out and stop Lin Feng, but alas, he had already shredded the admission letter. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? You're not going for a bachelor's degree, what do you plan to do instead? I want to be a male model. Lin Feng calmly and candidly informed him. Jiang Wanrou. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Wanrou came to her senses. I know, Lin Feng, you're still angry with me, right? Everything I said earlier about you being a male model was just a joke. I'm sorry, but I wasn't joking. Lin Feng stood up from the bench. I figured it out too, a real man should pursue his ambitions without being confined to academic upgrades like junior college to bachelor's. A male model can still strive for greatness. With that, he bid Wanrou farewell. Wanrou, goodbye. Remember, always take good protective measures from now on. Having spoken, Lin Feng swiftly departed like a gust of wind, leaving Wanrou standing in disarray amidst the wind. Lin Feng was a man of action. Upon returning home, he immediately began searching online for job listings in Yunzhou City to see if there were any openings for male models. However, there don't seem to be any overt male model recruitment ads online, with only one rather suspicious job posting. Crimson Platform Bar now hiring alcohol sales representatives. Requirements: male, aged 18-35, good appearance, hygiene conscious, pleasant personality, skilled at providing emotional value. Base salary 5,000 plus alcohol commission plus customer tips plus performance bonuses plus, with no upper limit. Exceptional candidates will receive company-paid social insurance and housing fund. Contact manager Jiang at XXXXXXXXX. Lin Feng? Scarlet Platform. That's quite a suggestive nickname. The guy who came up with this name must at least have a bachelor's degree from a junior college. Is selling liquor the same damn thing as being a male escort? Skeptical, Lin Feng dialed the phone number directly to inquire. Hello, is this Manager Jiang? A clear female voice came through the phone receiver. Yes, it is. May I ask who's calling? Oh, I saw your job posting. Are beverage sales and male modeling the same position? I want to apply for the male modeling position. Faced with such a straightforward question, Manager Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, handsome, you've got it right. Welcome to come to the store for an interview. The location is on the second floor of Building B, Binjiang Tower. Alright, can I come over tomorrow? No problem, just come by before 6 p.m. Lin Feng arrived as promised. Chapter 3, Crimson Platform. The interview location was in the manager's office. When Lin Feng entered, he found several people already waiting ahead. After asking around, he learned they were all there for interviews. The young men waiting for their interviews were all handsome, neat, and well-built. Wow, the competition's pretty fierce here. Who would have thought the mold industry was this cutthroat? Since it was first come, first served, Lin Feng registered and then found a seat outside the office to wait for his interview. No sooner had he sat down than he glanced to his side and nearly jumped out of his skin. Sitting next to him was a scruffy, middle-aged man in his 50s who looked extremely tense and uncomfortable. Normally, only the interviewee would be this nervous. Curiosity got the better of Lin Feng, and he struck up a conversation. Uncle, hello, are you here for the interview? The man nodded. Lin Feng's worldview shattered instantly. Had male models become this diverse now? Was the Scarlet Stage Bar really this extravagant? Were the female patrons here this particular? Still reeling from the shock, Lin Feng pressed on. Uncle, at your age, do you even meet the requirements for being a male model? The uncle finally heard clearly and replied, Oh, young man, you've got it wrong. I'm not here for a male model audition. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly. No matter how fast the world changes, it couldn't be this mind-blowing. The uncle clarified, It's my son who's here for the male model interview. Holy crap. The worldview Lin Feng had just picked up was shattered into pieces on the floor once more. Today was truly eye-opening. I've seen parents waiting outside for their kids' college entrance exams, accompanying them to doctor's appointments, and sending them off to university, but I've never in my life seen parents tag along to a male model interview. Looks like the job market really isn't looking too bright. After all, the lure of social insurance and housing fund benefits is just too strong. Lin Feng was about to ask more questions when the manager's office door swung open. The middle-aged man hurriedly stood up to greet him. Apparently his son had just finished the interview. How did it go? How did it go? What was the result? The man asked anxiously, his desperate hope for his son's success evident. The son limped out of the office, his right hand clutching his groin. With obvious effort, he replied, The results aren't out yet. The manager told us to go home and wait for a call. Oh. The father's heart sank, only then noticing his son's unusual state. What's with that look? Why's your hand there? It's nothing. Dad, I just got a little hurt at work. Lin Feng's heart sank instantly upon hearing this. Good grief, how did an interview lead to a work injury? And one to the vital area, no less. Over an hour passed. A staff member approached and called out, Hey, handsome, it's your turn. Come on in. Lin Feng followed the staff member into the office, feeling somewhat uneasy. Once inside, Lin Feng was instructed to stand in the center of the office. He glanced around. Standing gracefully across from him was a professional woman in her early 30s. She wore a form-fitting skirt suit that accentuated her graceful figure, her delicate curves tempting one to reach out and touch them. This beauty must be Manager Jiang of the Crimson Stage Bar. Beside her stood a male head attendant, flanked by 2 bar security guards, all likely fresh off last night's shift, their eyes still bloodshot. At that moment, a staff member approached Manager Jiang to introduce. Sister Jiang, this is number 7, Lin Feng, 20 years old. Sister Jiang nodded, her seductive eyes beginning to appraise Lin Feng from head to toe. This was the crucial moment determining whether he could become a male model and whether the male model system would upgrade successfully. Lin Feng dared not slack off. He immediately activated his skill, understanding women best, and unleashed it relentlessly at Sister Jiang's forehead. Instantly, translucent text appeared above Sister Jiang's head. Wow, he's so handsome. Way better than those country bumpkins before. Understanding Sister Jiang's thoughts, Lin Feng felt much more at ease. He hadn't realized his looks were so perfectly suited for the male modeling market. However, Sister Jiang coldly remarked, He's just average. You should know our Scarlet platform has very high standards for boys' appearances. Lin Feng had already experienced women's double standards through Jiang Wanrou, so Sister Jiang's words didn't faze him. He calmly replied, Yes, Sister Jiang. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground. Precisely because Scarlet platform has such high standards and an excellent reputation, I've decided to come here to hone my skills. Giggle giggle giggle. Sister Jiang laughed lightly. Not bad, you're quite the smooth talker. Handsome, what's your educational background? Sister Jiang, I have an associate degree. Sister Jiang, the two security guards and the staff were stunned on the spot. System, shock value, plus 888. Sister John's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, a college degree? But, with such high qualifications, why are you applying to be a male model? The others in the room also eyed Lin Feng with puzzled looks. Lin Feng? College. Is a college degree that impressive? A satirical poem once circulated about their class. Senior 10, tigers descending the mountain. After the college entrance exam, everyone heads to junior college. His college degree had always been a target for ridicule, yet unexpectedly, in the male modeling world, it turned out to be a rare commodity among the highly educated. But then, Lin Feng came to terms with it. After all, different circles. Those working night jobs were mostly junior high or vocational school graduates, some even illiterate or migrant workers. So, as a college graduate, he absolutely stood out as the intellectual elite in that regard. This realization bolstered Lin Feng's confidence. Simultaneously, he sensed that whenever his subjects were shocked, his male model system gained experience points. Once the experience bar filled, the system would inevitably upgrade. With that, Lin Feng answered in a clear voice. Sis Jiang, I'm passionate about the service industry. To be honest, I even gave up my chance to transfer to a 4-year university to become a male model. Sis Jiang. Security guard. Sister Jiang and the security guard remained utterly stunned, while the system's shock value continued to skyrocket. Shock value, plus 88,888. Good. Giving up your associate degree to become a male model, that's ambition. Sister Jiang offered her immediate praise, now harboring an inexplicable admiration for the young man before her. With that, Sister Jiang walked straight toward Lin Feng. Closer and closer she came. As Sister Jiang drew nearer, Lin Feng could even catch the faint, subtle scent emanating from her body. When Sister Jiang finally stopped, her body was practically pressed against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng could even feel the gentle rise and fall of her chest. Sister Jiang gazed at Lin Feng up close, smiling seductively with eyes narrowed to slits. Lin Feng returned her smile politely, his expression clear and unguarded. Suddenly. In the blink of an eye. So fast. Jiang's right hand, hanging low, suddenly lunged forward, aiming straight for Lin Feng's vital spot. Chapter 4, Selling Skills, Not Herself. Without warning, Sister Jiang's right hand struck for the vital spot. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Just as Sister Jiang was about to succeed, Lin Feng had already seized her slender wrist with one hand. Sister Jiang, please restrain yourself. Sister Jiang's almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared into Lin Feng's gaze, her expression utterly incredulous. Unbelievable. Over the years, countless interviews. Not a single male model had ever evaded Sister Jiang's signature move, her delicate hand catching him from below. But today, this man before her had effortlessly defused her move. Unbelievable. How did you react so fast? Sister Jiang asked in bewilderment. His swift reaction stemmed from Lin Feng having already seen through her intent. Lin Feng had kept his, most understanding of women's hearts, skill active. As Sister Jiang approached him, he had already discerned every thought in her mind. This was understandable after all, he was interviewing male models. The interviewer needed to understand the model's tools of the trade first. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't tell her the truth, so he replied. Sister Jiang, I noticed a previous interviewee mentioned sustaining a workplace injury before leaving, so I'm being extra cautious. I didn't expect you to be so sharp. Sister Jiang's admiration for Lin Feng deepened. But suddenly, her tone shifted to a commanding one. Let go. This is part of the interview process. Anyone who comes to work at Feihong Station, I need to know their strengths and weaknesses. Lin Feng's lips curved upward as he replied. No need, Sister Jiang. Though I came to apply for a male model position, I'm afraid I sell my skills, not my body. Sister Jiang smiled faintly upon hearing this, then withdrew her hand. Well said, selling skills, not yourself. Then tell me, what skills do you have to offer? Lin Feng, beverage sales. Didn't your job posting specifically mention needing beverage salespeople? Oof. Sister Jiang chuckled softly. You're quite skilled at feigning ignorance. Liquor sales? Do you think liquor sales is that easy? First off, can you hold your liquor? Lin Feng smiled. Sis Jiang, drinking? No problem. I can down 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lin Feng wasn't exaggerating. The very first skill in the beginner's gift pack from the system was 1,000 cups without drunkenness. Ha! Sister Jiang burst into laughter, stepping back to appraise Lin Feng. Well, 1,000 cups without drunkenness indeed. Mark my words, never shoot your mouth off at the Scarlet stage again. You'll be held accountable. Otherwise, you won't walk out that door alive. As Sister Jiang finished speaking, the two security guards behind her narrowed their eyes coldly, glaring sideways at Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng remained unyielding. Sister Jiang, I didn't brag. I stand by every word I said. Fine. Seeing his reckless defiance, Sister Jiang showed no mercy. After all, she'd already slipped up once earlier. She wasn't about to lose face in front of her men again. She commanded in a clear voice, "Bring the liquor. Tsar Gold vodka. 6 bottles first." Tsar Gold vodka was considered a high-proof spirit in nightlife circles. Most people could barely handle 1 or 2 bottles. Sister Jiang's direct order for 6 bottles was clearly meant to put Lin Feng in a difficult position. The waiter moved swiftly, returning with 6 bottles of Tsar Gold in under 30 seconds. He placed them on the coffee table before Lin Feng. Sister Jiang wore a teasing smile as she drawled, "Well, handsome? Need me fetch some shot glasses? Or maybe some crispy rice crackers and peanuts to nibble with your booze?" The security guards and waitstaff in the room joined in the laughter, all waiting to see Lin Feng make a fool of himself. Lin Feng shrugged it off. "No need, Sister Jiang. I'm actually a bit thirsty. I'll drink straight from the bottle." He then signaled to the waiter, "Go ahead and open them all for me." Right away, the waiter replied promptly. Pop. 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 6 bottles of imported liquor popped open in unison. Without another word, Lin Feng grabbed a bottle and began drinking straight from it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of the liquor sliding down his throat was crisp and clear. Sister Jiang. Shock level, plus 5,555. Security guard. Shock level, plus 5,555. Waiter. Shock level, plus 5,555. He'd seen heavy drinkers before, witnessed people guzzle beer like that, but never anyone downing hard liquor like this. In less than half a minute, Lin Feng had polished off an entire bottle of Tsar Gold. After this experience, Lin Feng truly felt the power of the male model system. Holy crap, the 1,000 cups without drunkenness skill is absolutely insane. Downing that bottle of vodka felt easier than drinking water. Not only did he feel no hint of intoxication, but his stomach didn't even feel bloated. Most people would feel some reaction after drinking a bottle of water. Yet for Lin Feng, the moment that vodka entered his body, it vanished as if it had never been there. It didn't even pass through his stomach or bladder. Damn, that's incredible. His interest piqued, Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement. He promptly grabbed a second bottle of vodka and downed it in one gulp, 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 gulp. Sister Jiang. Security guard. Waiter. The trio remained utterly dumbfounded, their shock levels skyrocketing. Truly, they'd never witnessed anything like this before. As Lin Feng began to devour the 3rd bottle of vodka, Sister Jiang could barely contain her impatience. Hey, hey, hey. I mean, do you even know how to drink? Is this how you're supposed to drink? Lin Feng paused his heavy drinking and casually replied. It's fine, Sister Jiang, don't worry. This is just the beginning. With that, he downed the entire bottle in one go. Then, the 4th, 5th, and 6th bottles vanished like a whirlwind. The manager standing beside Sister Jiang couldn't hold back, blurting out, "Holy, that's impressive." This man had risen from an ordinary male model to a supervisor position not only because of his looks and skills but also because his drinking capacity was unmatched in the nightlife scene. One night in a private room, he took on 5 women single-handedly. Not only did he hold his own, but he knocked them all out cold. He then personally escorted each one back to their accommodations. That night cemented his fame at Crimson Stage and laid the foundation for his eventual promotion to head host. After all, being a head host meant not only managing the male models but also occasionally taking shots for weaker models who couldn't hold their liquor. Otherwise, if a female customer got carried away and started going wild, she might drink several weakling male models to death on the spot, forcing Scarlet Platform to shut down. Yet even he nearly wet himself facing Lin Feng's staggering drinking capacity. Truly impressive. Lin Feng's display left Sister Jiang in awe. But having been bested twice by Lin Feng today, she refused to accept defeat. She was determined to regain her pride. Well done, kid. You've got some skills. But aren't you the one who claims to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? 6 bottles? That's nowhere near enough. Waiter. Bring Budweiser. Bring 5 cases of Budweiser beer. Sister Jiang's intent was crystal clear. Even if your drinking capacity is unfathomable, your bladder's capacity is finite. Sister Jiang raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Lin Feng. Her gaze seemed to say, "Hey, kid, it's not too late to back down now." Chapter 5, I'm a male model and I'm proud. Lin Feng never turned down a challenge. When it came to alcohol, it not only didn't harm his liver or give him a headache, but it also didn't affect his bladder. 1,000 cups without drunkenness was downright abnormal. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Jiang. I won't hold back tonight. With that, Lin Feng grabbed a Budweiser and began his performance. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles. Lin Feng drank so fast that the waitstaff couldn't keep up with opening bottles. Before long, an entire case of Budweiser was wiped out. Without batting an eye, Lin Feng dove straight into the second case. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Their shock levels skyrocketed off the charts. After finishing the second case, Lin Feng moved on to the third. As he neared emptying it, he reached for the 4th case. Sister Jiang was utterly defeated. And the more Lin Feng drank, the more nervous she became. By this point, even this woman who'd seen it all was feeling uneasy deep down. This hotshot, is he even human? Stop. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand as it reached for the liquor cabinet, staring at him as she said slowly, word by word, "That's enough. You're hired." The security guard, assistant, manager, and waitstaff inside the room had been holding their breath in nervous anticipation. Hearing Sister Jiang call a halt, the taut strings in their hearts suddenly relaxed. Clap clap clap, the crowd couldn't help but burst into spontaneous applause. Lin Feng gave a polite smile and stood up straight. "Thank you for your consideration, Sister Jiang. I look forward to everyone's continued support." Amidst the applause, the system also sent a congratulatory message. "Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully leveling up." The sheer amount of shock value accumulated this time was off the charts, causing the system to jump 2 levels at once and reward Lin Feng with 2 new skills. System, congratulations on advancing 2 levels consecutively. Rewarding you with 2 skills, Manly Scent Within Reach and The Art of Blow Drying. The system also provided skill descriptions. Manly Scent Within Reach skill description: when the host is in close proximity to a beauty within 1 meter, the host emits an intense masculine scent that quickly intoxicates her. The Art of Blow Drying skill description: after bathing with a beauty, the host can use a hairdryer to style her hair. This skill smooths and softens her locks, creating a perfect hairstyle that radiates artistic charm and captivates all who see it. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless, inwardly ranting, "Damn it, system boss, these skills you're rewarding are flashy enough, but they all sound like effeminate skills no matter how you look at them." The system ignored Lin Feng's inner rant. Feeling helpless, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. "Hey, system boss, what about the golden legendary skill? Where's this golden legendary skill?" System, none. Not this time. Only after the host accumulates sufficient shock value and affinity will there be a chance to obtain rewards. With the system stating this, Lin Feng could do nothing about it. After all, golden legendary skills were superpowers as powerful as mind reading. They weren't something one could obtain lightly. He could only remind the system, "Fine, boss, I'll go along with you. Next time it's time for a golden legendary skill reward, remember to give me X-ray vision first." The system remained silent. Lin Feng successfully joined the company. The makeup and styling department issued him a work uniform. Lin Feng took the uniform and examined it carefully. Overalls, a white shirt, a black bow tie. "What the hell is this? I came here to be a male model, not a waiter, okay?" Lin Feng immediately protested, "Excuse me, ma'am, did you give me the wrong outfit? I'm here for the male model position, not the waiter role." The makeup artist, a woman, merely nodded with a smile, saying nothing more. Manager Jiang, standing nearby, offered a gentle explanation. "Lin Feng, she didn't give you the wrong outfit. Here, all male models start out as waiters. You don't mind that, do you? Women are drawn to strength." On the day of the interview, Lin Feng's good looks, quick wit, drinking tolerance, and courage had completely won her over. In fact, she'd developed an inexplicable affection for him despite being 11 years his senior. So even though she was now his superior, her tone carried an added layer of courtesy and warmth. Since the manager had made it clear, Lin Feng understood. He sighed in resignation and said, "Sis Jiang, no problem. Everyone else started this way, so I shouldn't expect special treatment. I'm perfectly happy to begin at the front lines." Sister Jiang listened with evident satisfaction, her cheeks flushing a rosy pink with delight. "Good for you, Lin Feng. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Then she remembered something and reminded him, "Oh, Lin Feng, your nickname around here will be Xiao Chang. Remember that." "Xiao Chang? What the hell is Xiao Chang?" Lin Feng was utterly baffled. Besides, that nickname Xiao Chang sounded way too pathetic, like some kind of submissive guy. Besides, the system rewards are meant for me, Lin Feng. If you keep calling me Xiao Chang all the time, what if the system gets confused and sends the rewards to Xiao Chang instead? Considering all this, Lin Feng flatly refused the nickname the company had assigned him. "Sis Jiang, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I, Lin Feng, stand by my name. I won't change it no matter where I work. I don't need a nickname, I'm Lin Feng." Sister Jiang, shock level, plus 555. Makeup artist, shock level, plus 555. Never before had anyone present witnessed a male model display such unwavering integrity. The entire room was profoundly shaken. Despite her shock, Sister Jiang persisted in reminding him. "Lin Feng, you really need to think this through carefully. After all, the nature of the male model position is somewhat unique. To a certain extent, it doesn't enjoy high social recognition, so you should be mindful about protecting your personal privacy." "No need." Lin Feng remained unwavering. "It's truly fine. I don't see being a male model as shameful. On the contrary, I believe male models deserve respect just like countless other service industry workers. We promote beverages legally and reasonably, driving social consumption. We provide emotional value to urban women, maintaining social stability. Therefore, I am Lin Feng, and Lin Feng is a male model. I am a male model, and I am proud." System experience points, plus 999,999. The super male model system seemed genuinely moved by Lin Feng's righteous and passionate declaration. This male model system had likely never encountered a host who valued it so deeply before. Thus, it began rapidly granting Lin Feng experience points. Sister Jiang and everyone present were utterly stunned. Shock value continuously soaring. Now, Sister Jiang's gaze toward Lin Feng was filled with nothing but admiration. Lin Feng, you're truly extraordinary. I've never met anyone like you before. Lin Feng gave a faint smile and patted his waiter's uniform. Sister Jiang, it's almost time. I'll go change into my uniform and get ready for work. Chapter 6, The Fragrance of a Man Close at Hand. Lin Feng's career as a male model at Crimson Station officially began. Though he could only start from the bottom as a frontline waiter, he found joy in feeling the system's experience points rise daily. At the same time, he grew more familiar with the overall environment and business model of Scarlet Platform Bar. Sparkling Platform Bar spanned 3 floors, ranking among Yunzhou City's premier high-end establishments. Targeting the urban female market, its interior boasted exceptionally lavish and distinctive decor. The first floor is divided into 3 distinct zones: the private booth area for individual guests, the dance floor, and the central stage. The first floor welcomed both female and male patrons. After all, not every woman who came to Scarlet Platform was looking for a male model. Some were there to flirt or to pick up wealthy men. The second floor consists entirely of private rooms, and male patrons are strictly prohibited from accessing this level. This ensures absolute privacy. Because, on the second floor and above, you can request male models. The second floor is further divided into 2 sections. The left area features mid-range private rooms known as the flower fields, primarily catering to middle-class women such as urban white-collar workers, small business owners' wives, and high-end female technicians. The right side features high-end private rooms called Dream Garden, offering more spacious, comfortable, private, and elegant settings. These cater primarily to wealthy women, lonely wives, greedy mistresses, and rich second-generation heiresses. The third floor is where things get truly spectacular. It's nothing short of heaven on earth for women. The private rooms are all luxury suites, complete with indoor sports courts, beauty salons, cafes, swimming pools, and spas. And the whole concept revolves around an exclusive sense of privilege. In other words, ordinary women with money alone won't get past the third floor. Only celebrities, socialites, renowned beauties, or influential older women possess the credentials to access the third floor. Because of this, Scarlet Platform's influence is legendary throughout the Jiangnan region. Even celebrities, socialites, beauties, and distinguished older women from the Dragon Nation's metropolis 150 kilometers away sometimes drive here for the experience. Lin Feng's current job involves wearing a bow tie, carrying a tray in one hand, and gliding like a dragon through the dim lights, pulsing music, and various booths, private rooms, and corridors of Scarlet Platform. Yet this evening, something felt off in the Whispering Forest private room on the second floor's Dream Garden section. Song Tao, the head attendant of the second floor private room area at Crimson Station, was a retired male model. No one knew his real name, everyone simply called him Brother Tao. He called out to Lin Feng, who was about to deliver a fruit platter into the secret Whisper Forest private room. Hey, Lin Feng, hold on. Wait before you go in. Got it, Brother Tao, Lin Feng replied, halting at the doorway. Song Tao continued to warn him, be careful when you go in. The guest is in a bad mood. Got it, Lin Feng replied, glancing into the private room. After all, reading the room was an essential skill for nightclub service staff. Inside the secret Whisper Forest private room, a stunning woman in a short jumpsuit sat with her legs crossed, leaning back against the leather sofa, looking thoroughly displeased. Standing opposite her, naturally, was a row of male models standing at attention. Bar manager Jiang Dai was smiling apologetically as she tried to calm her down. Yanbao, I truly apologize. Rui Yang genuinely has urgent matters to attend to back home, so he can't accompany you tonight. Please bear with us. Customers who frequented the Dream Garden section were already considered high-end clients. When issues arose here, manager Jiang Dai personally stepped in to resolve them. Ding Yuyan's face remained clouded with displeasure. She gave a sharp snort before retorting. Is that really the case, Manager Jiang? I'd wager he's off sightseeing with some other woman. How could that be? Jiang Dai protested urgently. Yanbao, you've got it all wrong. You've been so good to him, storing so much wine here. You're his top client, he'd never dare prioritize other customers over you. This time, it's genuinely an emergency at home. He had to rush back to handle it. Ding Yuyan tilted her head dismissively. There's a difference between women seeking pleasure at nightclubs and men looking for fun. Men crave novelty, wanting to switch partners every single time they come. If the girls at the club weren't fresh enough, they'd likely switch venues in a heartbeat. Women, however, were different. Once they set their sights on a male model, they'd go all out. Nothing short of exhausting him would satisfy them. This ties into the survival logic of males and females in nature. Male animals instinctively seek to spread their seed far and wide, maximizing the chances of passing on their genes. Females, however, carry maternal instincts. They prioritize securing sufficient resources for survival and ensuring the survival rate of their offspring. Therefore, they value security and tend to be more monogamous. These natural rules manifest in nightlife as distinct approaches to play among urban men and women. That's why Ding Yuyan felt her sense of security plummet when Rui Yang vanished. Her current discontent was actually a manifestation of her maternal anxiety. Jiang Dai, a retired nightclub princess, naturally didn't understand these dynamics. Unaware of Ding Yuyan's maternal anxiety, she tried to console her with typical nightclub chatter. Yan, calm down. Look, there are so many handsome guys here. As she spoke, she gestured toward a row of male models in the private room and began highlighting a few of them. This is Jun Xuan. He's from the same hometown as Rui Yang, so you two should have plenty to talk about. This is Beifeng. He's around your age and a very gentle guy. This is Ake, another warm-hearted guy, and he's especially skilled at massage. Jiang Dai introduced them enthusiastically, but Ding Yuyan merely watched coldly, as if even this entire row of male models attending to her wouldn't satisfy her. Seizing the pause in conversation, the head attendant Song Tao quickly signaled to Lin Feng. Quick, deliver the fruit platter now. Make it snappy. Got it. Lin Feng responded and entered the room, moving with light, agile steps to stand before Ding Yuyan. He bent down to place the fruit platter. What is that smell? Ding Yuyan snapped awake in an instant. She was struck by an intoxicating scent. She sat up straight at once, greedily inhaling while scanning the room left and right to find the source of the scent. Indeed, the scent she detected was none other than manly fragrance within reach. The passive skill Lin Feng acquired through the system, close-range male fragrance. The effect of manly scent within reach was this: when the host was within 1 meter of a beautiful woman, he would emit a unique, faintly intoxicating fragrance that could make her head spin and even lose herself. Of course, at that moment, Lin Feng didn't notice Ding Yuyan's expression. He simply followed the head waiter's instructions, quickly arranged the fruit platter, and then withdrew. Lin Feng worked swiftly. Soon, watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew melon, and other assorted fruits were arranged before Ding Yuyan. After completing his task, Lin Feng rose lightly, preparing to leave. But suddenly, Ding Yuyan grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Don't go. Chapter 7, First Time on the Job. Everyone present, including Lin Feng himself, was startled. Lin Feng hadn't realized his manly scent within reach had taken effect, so he was just as bewildered. But he remained composed as always. Alright, sis. What else can I do for you? But Ding Yuyan didn't respond. Instead, she pressed her nose against Lin Feng's sleeve. She took several deep sniffs with her delicate little nose, then exclaimed with delight. It's yours, the scent on your body. Lin Feng instantly tensed up. Damn it! What smell could it be? Did I accidentally pee on my sleeve in the bathroom just now? He quickly sniffed the other sleeve, but detected no unusual odor. Of course, he couldn't smell his own masculine scent either, only a beautiful woman could detect it. You smell so good, handsome guy. How can you smell this good? Ding Yuyan gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her beautiful eyes gazing up at him, already filled with a hint of longing. Everyone present, shock level, plus 66,666. The male models thought, Lin Feng smells good? How come we didn't know? Don't we smell good too? Lin Feng's intimate male scent was only detectable to women, so their confusion was understandable. In truth, Jiang Dai also counted among the beauties, but she maintained her leadership dignity and avoided close contact with Lin Feng, leaving her equally puzzled. After Ding Yuyan's remark, Jiang Dai cautiously edged closer to Lin Feng. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. It's so good. Hearing her say he smelled good, Lin Feng finally realized his manly scent within reach ability had kicked in. Relieved, he couldn't help but silently praise the system as awesome. Company policy forbade male models from standing and looking down at clients. So Lin Feng crouched down to meet Ding Yuyan's gaze at eye level and murmured softly. Thanks for the compliment, sis. Company policy requires us to shower daily and apply cologne. Humble Lin Feng didn't try to show off, instead, he gave the company a shout-out talk about maxing out his EQ. No, it has nothing to do with perfume. This scent is your natural body fragrance. It must be said, Ding Yuyan had decent taste in men. She recognized Lin Feng's scent at first sniff. Oh my gosh, you're so handsome. Ding Yuyan covered her mouth in delight. Due to the dim lighting in the private room, Ding Yuyan hadn't gotten a clear look at Lin Feng's face earlier. But now, as Lin Feng leaned down to meet her gaze, his youthful, handsome face, clear yet enigmatic, was suddenly right before her eyes, instantly piercing through Ding Yuyan's heart. Affection, plus 9,999 skyrocketed instantly. System experience points surged dramatically. Lin Feng felt the massive boost to experience points from the affection increase. Moreover, he sensed that in terms of experience gains, a beauty's affection level proved far more effective than shock value. This truly was a male model system. Collecting beauty's affection was paramount. Thus, Lin Feng grew even more energized. Thanks for the recognition, sis. It's an honor to meet your aesthetic standards. Wow. Ding Yuyan's heart raced wildly. Wow, you're so smooth with your words, oh my god. Ding Yuyan's affection level plus 99,999. At that moment, Ding Yuyan's feelings were confirmed. In her eyes, the male model Rui Yang she'd known before now seemed like a complete bumpkin compared to this waiter standing before her. Without hesitation, she turned to Jiang Dai and declared, "Manager Jiang, it's him. I want him tonight." Ding Yuyan's slender fingers pointed firmly at Lin Feng. Jiang Dai. All male models present. This. Jiang Dai looked troubled. Yen Bao, he just started. He's still in his probationary period and hasn't completed male model training yet. So he can only work as a waiter. I don't care. Ding Yuyan waved her hand to cut him off. Your internal affairs don't concern me. Anyway, I want him tonight. No one else will do. Turning to Lin Feng, she asked softly, "Handsome, would you be willing to accompany me tonight?" Though caught in the middle of this awkward situation, Lin Feng remained calm. "Sis, I'm thrilled to have your approval, but I'm new here. Sister Jiang has been looking out for me, and I need to listen to both of you." Killing two birds with one stone, Lin Feng's words not only avoided offending either party but struck both simultaneously. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 9,999. Jiang Dai, affection, plus 9,999. Ding Yuyan pursed her lips in satisfaction and said to Jiang Dai, "Say, Manager Jiang? This handsome guy is so considerate. If you don't let him accompany me today, you'll be deliberately ruining my mood." As she spoke, she shot Jiang Dai a sidelong glance that conveyed an expression that brooked no refusal. With matters having reached this point, Jiang Dai wasn't stubborn. After all, having played the game for so many years, she was quite adept at handling situations. Besides, Ding Yuyan was truly a rare and valuable client. In the first half of the year alone, this young socialite had deposited over 500,000 yuan worth of wine at Crimson Stage. It simply wouldn't be worth it to offend a cash cow over such a minor matter. Thus, Jiang Dai immediately responded. "Alright, Lin Feng. Since Sister Yin Yan thinks highly of you, you'd better make a good impression and not disappoint her." Lin Feng nodded. "Don't worry, Sister Jiang. Thank you both for your kindness." Ding Yuyan's heart blossomed with delight, her surprise so intense she almost threw her arms around Lin Feng right then and there. However, considering the crowd and the row of male models standing in punishment, she managed to suppress her impulse. Sister Jiang waved her hand, signaling the penalized male models to exit the room. As they exited, each one wore a sullen expression. After all, having a waiter snatch away their client was a bit embarrassing. As Sister Jiang was leaving, she offered one final reminder. "Yen Bao, Lin Feng is new here and hasn't had much training yet. His talent performance isn't up to par. Please bear with him." Ding Yuyan waved cheerfully, "No talent show, no talent show. I like him so much, why bother with a talent show? Manager Jiang, you go ahead and get back to work." "Alright, Yen Bao. Have fun." With that, Sister Jiang shot Lin Feng a meaningful look before closing the door behind her. With Jiang Dai gone, only Ding Yuyan and Lin Feng remained in the secret whisper forest. Ding Yuyan warmly invited Lin Feng to sit beside her. Her natural attraction drew her close to him without conscious effort. Lin Feng didn't mind at all. Though he addressed her as sister, Lin Feng estimated the woman to be no more than 27 or 28. Combined with her excellent care and attention to her appearance, the two of them walking down the street together wouldn't look out of place as a couple. Under the suggestive glow of the colored lights, Ding Yuyan's eyes shimmered as she parted her lips. "Lin Feng, right? How old are you?" Since they had just met, their conversation centered mainly on Lin Feng's basic information. Lin Feng smiled back, "Sis, I'm 20 this year." Ding Yuyan, "Oh, so young. How long have you been working?" "Sis, I just started last week." What did you do before this?" "Sis, I just graduated from college and started working here right after graduation." "Wow, you're a college graduate. Shame on me, shame on me. Just a college degree. What's wrong with a college degree? It's still a university education. What did you major in?" "Sis, I studied veterinary medicine." "Huh? What? What kind of craft?" "Sis, it's not a trade. It's veterinary medicine." Ding Yuyan. Chapter 8, Lin Feng, please slap me hard. Oh, veterinary medicine. Ha ha ha. Ding Yuyan was slightly taken aback. After all, Lin Feng's handsome look seemed somewhat at odds with his chosen profession. But contrast breeds curiosity, curiosity fuels mystery, and mystery deepens affection. Thus, the system's affection level continued to climb steadily. At the same time, Ding Yuyan grew even more interested in Lin Feng and wanted to learn more about him, so she continued asking. "Haha, I never would have guessed. You're so handsome, yet you're studying veterinary medicine? What do you even learn in that field? Like giving pet shots or something?" Though it was his first time working as an escort, Lin Feng found the experience rather pleasant. Sitting in a high-end private room, listening to music, sipping drinks, enjoying the air conditioning, chatting with a beautiful woman, he earned money while the system kept adding experience points. Male modeling? Damn, this job is pure heaven. So Lin Feng found himself more engaged in the conversation. That's right, Sister Yen. Giving pet shots is part of our training, but what I'm really good at is performing surgeries on animals. Wow, you're that skilled? When a woman likes someone, she finds everything about him impressive. She becomes curious about every detail. Then tell me, what kinds of surgeries do you perform? Sis, to be perfectly honest, what I'm best at is fan surgery. Ding Yuyan was baffled. Fan surgery? Exactly. Like neutering cats, castrating pigs, those are my specialties. Put. Ding Yuyan couldn't hold it in. The drink she'd been sipping shot out of her mouth. Then, giggle. Ding Yuyan was nearly in tears. Lin Feng thoughtfully pulled out a few tissues and handed them over, smiling apologetically. Sis Yen, sorry about that. I was just telling it like it is. Hope you don't mind the laugh. Oh my goodness, let me catch my breath, ha ha ha. Ding Yuyan wiped away her tears and the drink spilled at the corner of her mouth, trying to compose herself, but she still couldn't help bursting into laughter. Truthfully, it had been ages since she'd felt this happy. Her fondness for Lin Feng was one thing, but his words also made her feel the sincerity radiating from this young man. Affection for Lin Feng plus 99,999. With this fan technique joke, the ice between them completely melted, and their subsequent conversation flowed smoothly and pleasantly. Lin Feng's wit, humor, and sincerity gave Ding Yuyan an experience unlike any she'd ever had before. Ding Yuyan's affection level continued to skyrocket. Before they knew it, they had been chatting for over 2 hours. Though not an exceptionally long period, for Ding Yuyan, it represented an unprecedented level of intimate conversation. Consequently, at this very moment, she had already come to regard Lin Feng as someone incredibly close to her. In his presence, she shed her usual sisterly aura, instead nestling into his embrace like a little bird. Her voice trembled with emotion as she confessed, Lin Feng, I really like you. I'm starting to feel like I want to be with you. What should I do? Such words were difficult for Lin Feng to respond to casually, yet he couldn't pretend not to hear them either. His mind raced, and he asked, Sis Yen, if I may ask, are you married? Hearing this question, Ding Yuyan showed no sign of offense. Instead, a shadow of sadness crossed her face. My marriage, it's been such a failure. This called for caution. After all, they'd touched on a sensitive topic and it seemed Ding Yuyan was hiding something difficult to express. This wasn't something to casually address. Given the complexity of the situation, Lin Feng decisively activated his, most understanding of women's hearts, skill and began frantically eavesdropping on Ding Yuyan's inner thoughts. I'm so stupid. Why did I marry him? If I'd met this male model sooner, I would have run away with him. I don't care about social status matching, I don't care about family interests. I want to live my own life. I want the male model. Lin Feng. Indeed, one should never eavesdrop on thoughts unless absolutely necessary. Because it was absolutely explosive. Having heard her inner thoughts, Lin Feng responded with much greater composure. He spoke softly. Sis, you don't love him, right? At those words, Ding Yuyan's eyes lit up. The feeling of having her innermost thoughts voiced was strangely comforting. How did you know? You understand me so well. Now embodying the warm-hearted gentleman, Lin Feng gently stroked Ding Yuyan's hair with one hand as he comforted her. Sis, you've always been too considerate of others, too focused on your family's feelings. That's why you've always been putting yourself last. Her eyes welled up. Ding Yuyan was genuinely moved to tears. This hottie figured me out in no time. Unbelievable. High mountains meet flowing streams across the vast horizon. I've found my soulmate. Oh my gosh, Lin Feng, you're heaven sent to heal me. Lin Feng, you're truly my soulmate. I've never met anyone who understands me this well. After meeting her soulmate, Ding Yuyan's urge to express herself exploded. She blurted out everything, pouring out all the bitterness in her heart to Lin Feng. I never had any feelings for him. I only married him because my family forced me to. My family has connections in the government, while his family runs a major corporation. Our marriage was purely a strategic alliance. I'm just a pawn in their power play. Now that my father has retired and lost his influence, my husband has grown cold toward me. Worse still, he's cheating on me. I want a divorce, but both families are determined to save face and refuse to let me go. I feel like a caged bird trapped in a prison. Lin Feng, I feel so helpless. Wah. As she spoke, Ding Yuyan leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder and wept bitterly. Lin Feng listened, momentarily at a loss for words. He desperately wanted to ask, so are you two still sleeping together? But it felt inappropriate, so he could only silently pat Ding Yuyan's soft back to show his sympathy. After crying for a while, Ding Yuyan suddenly sat up straight, clasping one of Lin Feng's hands as she asked. Lin Feng, tell me, am I being stupid? Am I being stupid? Lin Feng gently reassured her, Sis, it's not your fault. Really, it's not. Things will get better. But Ding Yuyan seemed not to hear him at all, continuing to speak to herself. Lin Feng, tell me, am I being stupid? Am I being stupid? Lin Feng, no. Sis, you're a good person. Good people always get rewarded. Ding Yuyan completely ignored Lin Feng's words, continuing to talk to herself, repeating. Lin Feng, tell me, am I being stupid? Am I really being stupid? Lin Feng sensed something was off. What's going on? Why is this woman suddenly acting so weird? Why is she asking me over and over if she's stupid? Ding Yuyan kept asking incessantly, Lin Feng, tell me, am I really that stupid? Am I stupid? Tell me. Something's definitely off here. Lin Feng acted decisively, focusing his energy on Ding Yuyan's forehead. The ultimate woman reader. Reading her thoughts proved alarming. When Lin Feng glimpsed Ding Yuyan's inner voice, he shuddered in shock. Her inner voice declared. Lin Feng, please. Slap me. Slap me hard across the face. Wake me up. Please. Slap me awake. Slap me hard. Lin Feng. Chapter 9, Better to Obey Than Refuse. Wholly asking me to slap her? What the hell kind of kink is this? Are all the beauties who come looking for male models this twisted? Indeed, these young married women appear glamorous on the surface. But after marrying into wealthy families, they often lead incredibly stifling lives. Living long-term in such stifling environments can sometimes lead them to develop unusual fetishes. Take Ding Yuyan, for instance. She already showed clear masochistic tendencies. To put it bluntly, masochistic tendencies mean enjoying being abused like being slapped. Judging by her current state, Ding Yuyan likely isn't just mildly submissive. Demanding to be slapped hard across the face suggests she's probably leaning toward the extreme end of the spectrum. Of course, even though he heard Wang Yuyan's inner voice begging him to slap her face, Lin Feng couldn't act rashly just yet. He could only continue to comfort her. Sis Yan Yan, don't blame yourself. You're still young. The future holds endless possibilities. Because her desire for Lin Feng to slap her face was overwhelming, Ding Yuyan was now on the verge of madness. Lin Feng, I'm in agony. I truly want someone to slap me hard, to hit me. To slap me awake, to beat me into clarity. Lin Feng, tell me, am I being utterly foolish? Seeing her cling to him like this, Lin Feng's patience began to wear thin. Alright, sis. You're not stupid. You're not stupid. I'm the stupid one. Fine? Ding Yuyan wouldn't let it go. Lin Feng, I'm stupid. I'm the stupidest person in the world. Lin Feng, tell me why I'm so stupid. She spoke while choking back tears, shaking Lin Feng's arm the whole time. Damn it, his arm and shoulder were nearly numb from this silly woman shaking him. By now, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. But the woman only grew more animated, her hands digging into his shoulders as she shook him harder. Lin Feng, I'm so stupid. What should I do? Lin Feng didn't even want to look at her now, closing his eyes completely. Unexpectedly, the woman gradually transformed into a madwoman, shaking Lin Feng even harder. Lin Feng, I'm so foolish. Don't ignore me. Lin Feng, if you ignore me, how am I supposed to live? Lin Feng, I really don't want to live anymore. I'm so stupid, I don't want to live. I'm so stupid, so stupid. Smack. Finally, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. A resounding slap landed squarely on Ding Yuyan's snow-white cheek. Get out, you idiot. Besides the slap, Lin Feng treated her to a choice expletive. Ah. Ding Yuyan let out a moan of agony. Her right cheek flushed instantly, transforming her originally porcelain white face into a bright red canvas. After hitting and cursing her, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Was it a bit excessive to slap a customer so hard on her first day in the private room? However, when he looked at Ding Yuyan, he instantly felt she truly deserved it. Facing Lin Feng, her eyes tightly shut, cherry lips slightly parted, and breathing rapidly, she wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Lin Feng could clearly hear her inner voice. So good. Lin Feng, you slap me so well. Faster, keep going, keep slapping my face harder. Right side, quick, the right cheek, I want it on my right cheek too. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. But upon closer inspection, this thick-skinned face was red on the left and pale on the right, indeed a bit asymmetrical. Humans instinctively find asymmetry jarring and crave symmetry. Damn it, he really wanted to slap her right cheek. Ding Yuyan's inner voice kept screaming. Lin Feng, hurry up. Slap me. Slap me already. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. So good. So good. I deserve it. Smack. This time it was louder. Lin Feng couldn't hold back. He turned his hand and slapped her hard across the face again. You really deserve it. Oh my god, holy crap. Just as Lin Feng struck Ding Yuyan, a waiter entered carrying a freshly mixed cocktail. Witnessing this shocking scene firsthand, the waiter's jaw dropped in disbelief. Ever since Scarlet Stage opened, every private room had featured male models groveling at guests' feet. Who had ever seen a male model violently slap a female customer? The waiter was so stunned he could barely speak. Lin Feng, what are you doing? You? How dare you hit a customer? Lin Feng completely ignored the waiter. Because at that moment, he felt his system experience points skyrocketing. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 999. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 9,999. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 999,999. Holy, this XP is climbing way too fast. Lin Feng felt even more like slapping her now. He glanced at Ding Yuyan, who still wore that look of pure enjoyment. That satisfied expression seemed even more blissful than before. Damn it! Slap her. Why not slap her? If slapping her face hard makes the customer enjoy it and my experience points skyrocket, then what the hell am I waiting for? Lin Feng hesitated no longer. Smack! 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 He aimed at Ding Yuyan's greedy cheeks, unleashing a flurry of Foshan shadowless hand strikes, lashing out so furiously his hands blurred into afterimages. Holy Lin Feng, you're out of your mind. The waiter dropped his tray on the spot, lunging forward to grab Lin Feng's hand and try to stop him. Lin Feng countered with a sweeping move, sending the waiter crashing to the floor. He continued the relentless assault on Ding Yuyan's wide face. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 999. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 9,999. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 999,999. Holy, he's gone mad, absolutely ing mad. The waiter scrambled out of the private room in a panic, shouting down the hallway to the manager. Quick, quick, brother Tao, something's happened. Lin Feng hit someone. Lin Feng hit a customer. Lin Feng's gone nuts. This cry was no ordinary matter. Second floor manager Song Tao, wielding a leather baton, rushed headlong with his henchmen straight toward the secret whisper forest private room. Sung Tao kicked open the door to find Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to danger, still beating the customer. He roared on the spot. Damn it! Lin Feng, you dare hit Sister Yen? Have you had enough of living? With that, he swung his leather baton toward him. Ding Yuyan, you! Ding Yuyan, her face already beaten into a crimson mess, had been thoroughly enjoying the assault and was just getting into it when this bunch of idiots abruptly ruined her mood. Furious beyond measure, she snapped back at Song Tao. Who the let you in? Get the hell out of here! Stunned, completely stunned. Song Tao and his henchmen, who had been about to charge forward and beat up Lin Feng, froze in place. But, Sister Yen, Lin Feng, he's spanking you. You're the guest, we have to protect you. Get out. Bunch of idiots. I let Lin Feng hit me because I wanted to. What business is it of yours? Get out all of you. Or I'll make sure every last one of you loses your jobs. Turning to Lin Feng, Ding Yuyan pleaded. Quick Lin Feng, don't stop. Keep hitting me. Yes, Sister Yen. Lin Feng complied without hesitation. Smack! 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 SM. The loud smacks echoed through the room. Song Tao. The henchman. The group of idiots glanced around in confusion, utterly bewildered, and reluctantly slunk out of the private room. After leaving the private room, Song Tao was still utterly baffled. He called the waiter over and demanded. What the hell just happened? When Rui Yang was here, did this woman let him slap her too? The waiter was equally bewildered. Brother Tao, no way. Never happened. Rui Yang wouldn't dare touch her. He was nothing but a total bootlicker around her. He'd constantly say in the private room, Sis Yen, I'm just your stray dog. Song Tao scratched his head in astonishment. Weird. Damn weird. How the hell did that kid Lin Feng pull this off? Chapter 10, A Steal. 2 hours later. The private room at Secret Whisper Forest had fallen silent. The two must have worn themselves out. At this moment, not only Song Tao and his crew were waiting outside Secret Whisper Forest, but even manager Jiang Dai had come upon hearing the news. The idea of male models aggressively soliciting high-end clients in her own bar was terrifying. So she waited nervously at the door, ready to handle the aftermath. After a long while, Lin Feng emerged from the private room, his arm wrapped around Ding Yuyan's slender waist. Ding Yuyan's face had long been beaten to a pulp. She leaned weakly against Lin Feng's shoulder, her body visibly drained. Indeed, being a woman, enduring over 2 hours of beating and still holding on was no small feat. Though her face was swollen and red from the beating, it was clear she was happier than ever. Her cheeks glowed with a radiant, blissful glow. Jiang Dai hurried over, her heart pounding in her throat. Yen Bao, are you okay? How are you feeling? Ding Yuyan replied with a satisfied smile, fine. Absolutely fine. With Lin Feng treating me so well, how could I not be? Her eyes narrowed into seductive slits as she gazed at Lin Feng, unable to hide her affection. Ahem. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, managing only a strained reply. Anyway, no matter what, I'll listen to you, sister. This was clearly meant for Jiang Dai's ears, implying, this isn't my fault she asked for it, begging me to spank her. Alright. Hearing their exchange, Jiang Dai exhaled a long sigh of relief. At least nothing serious had happened. Ding Yuyan immediately declared. Manager Jiang, I want to store wine for Lin Feng. 1 million yuan worth of wine. 1 million yuan. Everyone was stunned. Shock level plus 999999. This single transaction shattered the previous record for a customer storing wine for a male model. Even Lin Feng himself was stunned. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 99,999. He'd been working here for over a week and knew exactly what it meant for a client to reserve a million yuan bottle for him. At Scarlet Platform, when a client reserves liquor for a male model, it means the client pays a premium to purchase the liquor and stores it under the selected model's name. The model receives a 25% commission. In other words, Lin Feng just made a whopping 250,000 yuan in one night alone. Holy crap! Is being a male model this lucrative? Lin Feng almost regretted going to vocational college. If he'd known he would have become a male model right after high school, he might have achieved financial freedom by now. At that moment, Lin Feng desperately wanted to shout. Who else? Who else wants me to pick? Though his hands were numb from all the tipping, this night truly hadn't been wasted. Not only did he rake in a whopping 250,000 yuan, the system had also directly upgraded to level 3. Reward skill, Whispering Murmurs. Whispering Charm skill description. Upon activation, the user's voice becomes more magnetic and captivating. When whispered into a woman's ear, it triggers a surge in her estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin levels. Lin Feng. Damn it, system, are you sure you're not some kind of aphrodisiac? But wait, there's more. System, given the host's off-the-charts, shock value, and affection, this time, the system randomly rewards the host with a golden legendary skill. Holy crap, golden legendary. A golden legendary this time. This is amazing. Lin Feng was ecstatic, filled with anticipation. System, the golden legendary skill awarded to the host this time is King of Kung Fu. The host will possess supreme martial arts skills, including but not limited to Leg of No Descendants, Pain-Enhancing Eagle Hand, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Millennium Kill. Holy crap, I'm truly unstoppable now. But system boss, what the heck is this Gatling hand? Having just closed $1 million deal today, Zhang Dai was naturally overjoyed. Thank you, Yen Bao, for your support of Lin Feng and Scarlet. We'll do even better and provide Yen Bao with more attentive service. Ding Yuyan was riding high and instructed Zhang Dai. Manager Jiang, I don't have any special requests. As long as Lin Feng is here, everything is negotiable. Absolutely. Rest assured, Yen Bao, Lin Feng will always be waiting for you at Crimson Stage. With that, Manager Jiang and the others dissolved into the neon lights and bustling crowds of Scarlet Stage, their laughter echoing through the night. She's hooked. Totally hooked. Ding Yuyan is seriously hooked. For over 10 consecutive days, Ding Yuyan would immerse herself in the Crimson Platform. Under the suggestive glow of the secret whisper forest, Lin Feng and Ding Yuyan chatted about everything under the sun, gesturing wildly as they discussed their dreams. With the boost from the Whispering Murmurs skill, Lin Feng could send Ding Yuyan straight to the peak of ecstasy just through his words alone. Once, when their emotions ran high, Ding Yuyan wrapped herself around Lin Feng and pleaded. Lin Feng, please be with me. I'll hire a lawyer to finalize my divorce immediately, and then we'll run away together. Trust me, the assets I'll get from the settlement will be enough for us to live several lifetimes. We'll find a picturesque city, have children, lots and lots of them, and live like a heavenly couple. Please, I'm begging you. Lin Feng was speechless. To upgrade the male model system, he had to grind experience here like crazy. Who the hell was going to have kids with her outside? So Lin Feng shook his head with a faint smile. Thanks, Sister Yen, but we're bound by contracts at the company. We can't just walk away. I know. It's fine, Lin Feng. I'll buy your freedom. As for the price, I'll negotiate with Manager Jiang. Don't worry. Think about it, even in the wicked old society, courtesans could buy their freedom. Now we live in a harmonious society. No one can stop us. Lin Feng still shook his head gently. Sis Yen, I completely understand your intentions. But you might not know about my dreams. Like you said, this is a society governed by law, where people and goods circulate freely. I am free too. So, the reason I chose to be a male model here is because I have a genuine, heartfelt passion for this industry. This time, it was Ding Yuyan who was speechless. In her mind, wasn't the ultimate goal of being a male model to hook up with a rich woman and live off her? How could anyone genuinely love this line of work? So, though utterly baffled, she could only say, Lin Feng, seriously, you're so unique. You're the most extraordinary person I've ever met. With Lin Feng by her side, Ding Yuyan reached the pinnacle of her lifetime and time again. Yet, one person had consequently fallen into the lowest point of his life. That person was none other than the male model Ding Yuyan had once favored Rui Yang. Yes, Rui Yang had returned. After accompanying the Ding Yuyan on her trip, he went back to work at the Scarlet Station. A woman's intuition is always so accurate. Yet what he never could have imagined was that while he had returned, Sister Yen had already moved on. He had believed he was still the apple of Sister Yen's eye, but in her eyes, he was now nothing more than a low-class guy. Though the place remained unchanged, the Scarlet Stage still pulsed with revelry and neon lights. Sister Yen remained as radiant and graceful as ever, her every glance captivating. Yet her allure no longer belonged to him. Even when they passed each other several times in the corridor, Sister Yen would only cling to Lin Feng, never once looking at him directly. Jealousy. Burning jealousy. Beyond the searing jealousy Rui Yang felt toward Lin Feng, a deep-seated hatred had also taken root. For Lin Feng had not only stolen his woman, but also his primary source of income. From then on, Sister Yan's wine was reserved solely for Lin Feng, not for him. How could he bear it? Amidst the vibrant hues of the crimson platform, every time Rui Yang saw Ding Yuyan and Lin Feng walking hand in hand, he would grit his teeth and curse. Lin Feng, just you wait. I'll make sure you don't die a peaceful death. Chapter 11, Male Model Workplace Bullying. Take him down. Brother Yang, we have to take him down. At the nighttime barbecue stall, Junchuan, a fellow villager of Rui Yang's, downed a pitcher of beer and spoke up first. Exactly. If he didn't ask for it, he wouldn't be in this mess. How dare Lin Feng mess with Brother Yang's client? We'll show him what a male model's fists can do. Rui Yang's other hometown buddy, Feng, was already itching for a fight. Wherever people gather, cliques form. These three guys were a small clique within the Scarlet stage. Rui Yang, Junchuan, and Feng, all hailing from Pingxiang County, had formed a male model alliance based on their shared hometown ties. Rui Yang arrived first and was slightly older, so Junchuan and Feng addressed him as Brother Yang. Moved by their loyalty, Rui Yang poured a mug of beer and declared solemnly, "Brothers, you've got my back. Honestly, if that waiter Lin Feng keeps ting on me, I won't last in this modeling scene. So, I'm counting on you guys here." With that, he stood up and raised his glass. "Yeah. No question, Yang Gu. We'll beat the out of him this time. Right. If he tries to act tough, we'll cripple his junk." The three men clinked glasses with fierce camaraderie and downed their drinks in one gulp. Equals. These male models couldn't hold back. Fueled by alcohol, they made their way to Lin Feng's dorm room door. Knock knock knock. Jun Chuan stepped forward to knock. Lin Feng, are you there? Sister Jiang needs to see you. Come out." "Oh, okay." Unaware of the deception, Lin Feng put on his coat and stepped outside. Jun Chuan led the way, with Lin Feng following behind. After turning a corner, Jun Chuan led Lin Feng to a spot without surveillance cameras. Lin Feng looked puzzled. "Jun Chuan, why did you bring me here?" Just then, another figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking Lin Feng's retreat. Lin Feng sensed it and turned to see Feng. Feng. Before he could finish, Feng shoved him forward. "What are you so cocky about?" "I'm asking you, what are you so cocky about?" Lin Feng was utterly confused. "What do you mean? What am I being cocky about? Hell, playing dumb now? Don't you know whose girl Sister Yen is? And you still had the nerve to hit on her." Jun Chuan glared at him menacingly. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally grasped the situation. He gave a resigned smile and replied, "What the hell are you talking about? How am I seducing her? She specifically came looking for me, okay? We're both male models. There's nothing weird about that, right? You're just asking for a beating." With that, Jun Chuan, fueled by alcohol, swung a punch straight at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng hadn't expected this guy to attack first and was caught off guard. But true to its reputation as a golden legendary reward from the system, the Kung Fu King skill activated spontaneously even without the host's mental preparation to proactively shield him. With a single move, Kung Fu King, Tai Chi energy conversion, it lifted Lin Feng's arm, caught the incoming fist with his palm, and effortlessly neutralized all the opponent's force. Lin Feng was stunned himself. Holy! No need to lift a finger, the system handles it all. Awesome. What the hell? Jun Chuan sensed something unusual. Damn, your reflexes are sharp. As he spoke, his left hand swung in with another left hook. This time, Lin Feng proactively unleashed Kung Fu King, Tai Chi energy transformation, effortlessly and with effortless grace neutralizing the force and twisting his wrist. Having failed twice, Jun Chuan was now furious and humiliated. He wildly swung his fists while spewing profanities, ing at #grasma by % at. Seeing Jun Chuan getting nowhere, Feng joined the fray. But Lin Feng effortlessly neutralized him too, absorbing the force of his punches. Ing at #%moron. At #you to hell. The two brothers were cut from the same cloth, flailing wildly while their mouths never stopped. This finally got under Lin Feng's skin. Yes, the Tai Chi deflection technique could effortlessly deflect their physical attacks, but it couldn't block these two weaklings' mental assaults. Hell. I'll kill you, you bastard. You your grandfather at. The two reckless fools kept spewing abuse. Enough is enough. Lin Feng, already possessing system-granted superpowers, had no desire to stoop to the level of these mortal fools. Yet, these two idiots' mouths were simply too provoking. Lin Feng launched his counterattack. With a single move, the Kung Fu King Dragon Claw, he instantly seized both men as easily as catching two chickens. Their hands were instantly twisted behind their backs and bound together. The pair froze in shock, their white faces pressed together, staring blankly at each other. Smack! 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 Before they could react, Lin Feng's Kung Fu King's Foshan shadowless hand struck their faces. Unlike when he struck Ding Yuyan, this time he unleashed full force on these two idiots. After a round of slaps, both were left with crooked mouths and eyes, blood and foam flying everywhere. Go ahead, keep cursing. You love cursing, don't you? I'll let you curse. Smack! 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 The second round of lashes followed immediately. This time it was even more brutal. His brow bone was split open, his nose was beaten bloody, and even his old teeth were shattered. Brother, spare me. Ooh, brother Feng, spare me. After 2 rounds of the Foshan shadowless hand technique, both men felt like they were being whipped to death and quickly begged for mercy. But just then, another fool burst out of the shadows. Lin Feng, I'll be damned. Lin Feng froze, lifting his gaze. In the pitch-black darkness, Rui Yang charged toward him, beer bottle in hand. Originally, Rui Yang had been waiting for his 2 henchmen to subdue Lin Feng before making his grand entrance. But alas, his 2 henchmen had already been beaten to a pulp. Now he had no choice but to leap out and fight Lin Feng to the death. The moment Lin Feng saw Rui Yang reveal himself, he realized it was jealousy-fueled hatred driving this confrontation. However, the gap in their abilities was simply too vast at this moment. Rui Yang charged forward with fierce momentum, only for Lin Feng to kick him flat on the ground with a single swift motion. Ow holy! Rui Yang let out a wail as he rolled to the wall. Lin Feng hadn't intended to kill any of them. After all, they were colleagues fighting side by side in the male modeling industry, people he saw every day. So Lin Feng's words still carried a hint of camaraderie. Hey, buddy, this is getting out of hand. Male models should support each other and grow together. Workplace bullying is just lame. Rui Yang clutched his stomach, eyes blazing, glaring at Lin Feng as he spat out angrily. You stole my woman, cut off my income stream, and you talk about mutual support? My ass. Lin Feng looked helpless. You can't blame me for this. The client specifically requested me. I had no right to refuse the job. Besides, if I took your client, you should be reflecting on yourself. Figure out where you're lacking, work on improving your skills, boost your appeal, catch up, and develop better clientele. Why would you retaliate against a colleague? Alright. Let's just drop this. I won't mention it to Sister Jiang. Go home and reflect on your mistakes. Consider this settled. Reflect my ass. Not only did Rui Yang ignore Lin Feng's earnest advice, but she hurled the broken half of the wine bottle at his face. With a sharp whistling sound, the shard streaked toward Lin Feng's face. The throw was fast, precise, and vicious, carrying Rui Yang's murderous intent. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the Kung Fu master skill to rely on. He ducked his head just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. But the icy chill of the shards grazing his face sent a chill through Lin Feng's heart. You almost ruined my looks, you know? The consequences would be severe. Rui Yang was finished. Lin Feng released the 2 weaklings in his grasp. They collapsed to the ground like 2 piles of sludge. Lin Feng slowly approached Rui Yang, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on Rui Yang's crotch. Rui Yang shuddered at the icy glare in Lin Feng's eyes, curling up against the wall as he stammered. Don't come any closer. What are you looking at my crotch for? Chapter 12, The Wild Dog Below the Waist. Lin Feng approached Rui Yang, who was cowering in the corner, and came to a halt. Having been kicked in the stomach, Rui Yang was too weak to resist after throwing the bottle. Still clutching his painfully aching abdomen, he trembled as he asked. WH, what do you want? WH, why were you staring at my crotch just now? Lin Feng replied coldly, why do you think I was staring at your crotch? I was staring at what's in your crotch because I don't want it anymore. With that, Lin Feng aimed at Rui Yang's crotch and unleashed a barrage of kicks with his Kung Fu King sterilizing leg technique. Thud, 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 thud. The system's Kung Fu King descendant severing leg skill was highly proficient, raining down blows that savagely battered Rui Yang's crotch. Ow. Rui Yang's agonized screams pierced the night sky. His 2 henchmen watched from the sidelines, clutching their crotches tightly, already scared out of their wits. Thud. 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 Lin Feng, whose face was nearly disfigured, could not forgive Rui Yang. The relentless barrage of the descendant's severing leg continued unabated. Yet Lin Feng maintained his composure at all times. So even as he meted out brutal punishment, he held back. This move, the leg-shattering kick, wasn't delivered with full lethal force. Moreover, the angle of the strikes was carefully calculated. The angles of his strikes ensured Rui Yang felt excruciating pain in his vital parts while guaranteeing he wouldn't suffer irreversible damage. After all, as a male model himself, Lin Feng understood that ordinary male models relied on that very organ to make a living. Destroying it would be like smashing his livelihood. So, when mercy is possible, show mercy. Yet Rui Yang felt excruciating pain, teetering on the brink of impotence. He was terrified. He was genuinely terrified. If he were to lose his manhood, he would be forced to leave the male modeling industry and resort to manual labor in society. The overwhelming pain and terror stripped away all pretense, revealing Rui Yang's true nature. Ow, Dad. Dad. Please, don't hit your son anymore. I know I was wrong, Dad. My dear father. Lin Feng, overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events, was momentarily at a loss. He never imagined that Rui Yang, who had been snarling and acting so arrogant just moments ago, would suddenly acknowledge him as his father. Seeing his father stop, Rui Yang quickly suppressed the excruciating pain, immediately kneeling on the ground and banging his head frantically against the floor. Thank you, father. Thank you for teaching your son. You taught me well. Thank you for teaching your son. Your son knows he was wrong. Lin Feng had truly never encountered anyone like this before. This was the true nature of someone like Rui Yang. Bullying the weak while cowering before the strong, all bark and no bite. When facing the weak, he was arrogant and tyrannical, lording it over others. Yet before the strong, they grovel shamelessly, with no dignity or limits. Father. Dearest father. Your son knows he's wrong. Your son truly dares not do it again. Rui Yang kept kowtowing and crying out for his father. Even his two henchmen standing nearby found the repeated cries of father chilling. They thought to themselves, we must be blind as hell to have taken such a piece of trash as our leader. Lin Feng felt nauseated by the sound and cut him off. Shut up. Stop that nonsense. Who the hell is your father? How could I possibly have sired such a piece of like you? Ah yes, I am a piece of. I'm a pure piece of. Still kneeling on the ground, Rui Yang quickly added, tail wagging like a beggar's, Lin Feng, you're right. I'm a piece of. I'm pure. From now on, I'm your dog. I'm your stray mutt. Bite whoever you tell me to bite. Lin Feng was speechless. Not only speechless, but utterly helpless against someone with such no limits. Such a bottomless pit of shamelessness was, if anything, a rare breed. So, Lin Feng found this guy rather novel to watch. Lin Feng, I'm your dog, your obedient dog, a wild dog beneath your crotch. Enough. This was getting completely out of hand. Lin Feng quickly cut him off. Alright, I won't hit you anymore. You don't need to degrade yourself like this. Thank you, father. Thank you, master. Thank you, my father. Thank you, master. Rui Yang kept bowing his head repeatedly. For some reason, watching Rui Yang's relentless kowtowing, Lin Feng felt a twinge of pity. He felt a bit sorry for this male model who'd lost his client. Indeed, whether it was fair or not, whether he meant it or not, the fact remained, his appearance had cost Rui Yang a major client, cutting off a primary source of income. On this point, even though Lin Feng himself hadn't done anything wrong, he still felt a twinge of guilt toward Rui Yang. Seeing Rui Yang still persistently kowtowing to him in apology, Lin Feng finally said, Enough. It's over now. Get up. Thank you, father. Rui Yang struggled to his feet, his face streaked with tears and snot. Stop calling me father. We're colleagues at the same company. What would people think if word got out? Just call me Lin Feng. Alright. Seeing his pitiful state, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy and said, Honestly, I get where you're coming from. After all, Sister Yen was your big client. Here's what we'll do, the next time she comes in, I'll take the day off. I'll give you a chance to spend time with her. See if you can win her back. How does that sound? Rui Yang, shock value, plus 99,999. Junchuan, shock value, plus 99,999. Xiafeng, shock value, plus 99,999. Holy crap, how could there be such selfless male models in this world? The three of them had been in the male modeling business for quite some time. To snatch clients, male models often resorted to any means necessary. But never before has anyone shown such magnanimity taking a client they'd secured and then giving them back. Lin Feng, are you a saint? In the eyes of these three male models from Pingshan, Lin Feng now radiated not just the brilliance of humanity, but the radiance of divinity itself. Rui Yang asked in disbelief, Father, oh no, Lin Feng, are you serious? Lin Feng smiled lightly. What's the big deal? I've always said that even though we male models compete with each other, we're all eating from the same pot. We should support each other and grow together. Rui Yang was overcome with gratitude. Lin Feng, truly, you've been so kind to me, more so than my own parents ever were. His words might have been true. Generally speaking, those who became male models often came from broken families. Alright. We're all men here. Crying and whining is no fun. Lin Feng pulled out a tissue and handed it to Rui Yang. Jun Chuan and Xue Feng gathered around too. By now, the two brothers' admiration for Lin Feng was as boundless as a raging river, utterly profound. It wasn't just because of his exceptional skills, but also his broad-mindedness. Logically speaking, Lin Feng was younger than them, but at this moment, both were already calling him Brother Feng. Wow, Brother Feng, your perspective is truly vast. Brother Feng, you're so magnanimous, you've got the heart of a king. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. We're all brothers now. While expressing his gratitude, Rui Yang couldn't help but voice his concerns. Brother Feng, to be honest, even if you gave Sister Yen to me now, I wouldn't have the confidence to win her over. After all, bro, you're so handsome, so capable, and so magnanimous I can't hold a candle to you. Even if you gave me this chance, she probably wouldn't look at me twice. But Lin Feng waved his hand again, reassuring him. Relax, relax, bro. You're overcomplicating things. Women are actually pretty simple, easy to handle. It seemed Lin Feng was about to impart some exclusive wisdom. The three male models perked up their ears, ready to receive his guidance. Rui Yang, brother Feng, what do you suggest to handle her? Lin Feng paused before saying, it's simple, hit her. She's asking for it. Hit her hard. Chapter 13, Old Acquaintance. Hit? Hit her hard? The three male models listened in disbelief. Rui Yang, brother Feng, you're not joking, right? She's a client. How could I possibly hit her? Lin Feng explained, seriously, no big deal. Just hit her. This woman has masochistic tendencies. The harder you hit, the more she comes. Holy, she can climax from being hit? The three male models exchanged stunned glances. Seriously, she really deserves it. Ask Tao or Yen if you don't believe me. The first night she came to me, I slapped her hard across the face. She loved it. Tao and the others saw it all. Holy. Brother Feng, you're insane. Bro Feng, you're something else. Bro Feng, you're a beast. Facing the three guys sucking up to him, Lin Feng humbly said, it's really no big deal. Rui Yang, you're doing great. We're all in this together to make money, no problem. Got it, brother Feng. Rui Yang, convinced he'd grasped the essence of it all, now felt confident. Thanks for giving me this chance, brother Feng. Thanks for teaching me how to be a male model. Lin Feng, bro, no need to thank me. Wishing you instant success. Equals. Lin Feng always kept his word. When he saw Ding Yuyan come to the fiery red stage to find him again, Lin Feng made an excuse to slip away. Unable to find him, Ding Yuyan called. Honey, aren't you at the bar? I couldn't find you. Oh, Yen, I'm a bit tied up today. Why don't you have one of the other male models keep you company for now? Not feeling well? What's wrong? Actually, I've been having diarrhea today. I feel really weak. Pff, Ding Yuyan giggled. What's wrong with you? Did you get food poisoning? It's okay, I'll sit here and wait for you. No need, Sister Yin. I'm really tired today, reeking of poop. I doubt I can work. You go ahead and have fun. Giggle. When Lin Feng said he reeked of poop, Ding Yuyan didn't find it disgusting at all. Instead, she felt an unexpected closeness to him, her smile stretching wide. I don't care. I don't care if it's poop smell, pee smell, or fart smell as long as it's your smell, I love it all. Hurry over after you're done and let me snuggle up to you. Lin Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected doing a good deed to be this difficult. He could only patiently continue explaining. Sis Yen, really, I've been feeling exhausted lately and my stomach's been bothering me. I genuinely need some rest. I hope you understand. Hearing this, Ding Yuyan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured him. Alright, honey. Your health comes first. I won't bother you today. Get some rest and I'll come see you later, okay? Alright, Sister Yen. Thank you. See you next time. After hanging up, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like I won't be seeing my husband today, Ding Yuyan thought, her spirits dampened. After lingering for a moment, she too prepared to leave. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Hi, Sister Yen. Ding Yuyan turned at the sound and looked back. Holy crap? Wasn't that her old flame? Rui Yang had gone to great lengths to impress Ding Yuyan tonight. He stood before her in a crisp white suit, looking every inch the dashing gentleman. His hair was thick and glossy, slicked back with what looked like 5 pounds of hair gel. A rose-red ribbon adorned his chest, adding a hint of suggestiveness. But no matter how much he dressed up, compared to Lin Feng, he was still a total country bumpkin. But Lin Feng wasn't around tonight. So, looking at this country bumpkin, Ding Yuyan found herself feeling a little stirred. After all, he was an old flame, and certain qualities still drew her in. Besides, she had neglected this old flame for so long that, truthfully, Ding Yuyan felt a bit guilty inside. Thus, tonight, Ding Yuyan's gaze softened considerably as she addressed him. Rui Yang, what a coincidence. Aren't you entertaining clients tonight? She didn't want to make the atmosphere heavy, so she started by talking about work. No, Sister Yen. Truthfully, I've been feeling off lately, so I haven't taken on many jobs. Rui Yang gazed at Ding Yuyan with eyes brimming with emotion, looking every bit like a wronged young wife. Ding Yuyan could sense the subtext in his words. Feeling a satisfying sense of control over this male model, she feigned ignorance and asked. Really? Why's that? Ahem. Rui Yang lowered his head slightly and said with feigned sincerity, Sis Yen, you know how much you mean to me. Sometimes, I just can't bring myself to go out with others. This was exactly what Ding Yuyan had been waiting to hear. Women crave feeling valued, and Rui Yang's words satisfied her vanity to a great extent. What Rui Yang said was indeed very tactful. From start to finish, he didn't utter a single word of complaint about Ding Yuyan being fickle, instead attributing the cause entirely to his own state of mind. Why had this country bumpkin suddenly become so eloquent? Of course, it was all thanks to the script his father, Lin Feng, had prepared for him. Flattered by Rui Yang's words, Ding Yuyan felt warm inside. She now found him much more agreeable. Moreover, with Lin Feng absent tonight and her period approaching, her mood was heightened. Soon, she felt an urge to get cozy with this country bumpkin before her. Alright, stop overthinking it. Look at you, you've been working here for so long, and you still can't figure this out? He. Saying this, Ding Yuyan stepped forward, slipped her arm through Rui Yang's, and began lightly caressing it. A wave of warmth washed over Rui Yang, his blood rushing to his head. It had been a very long time since this woman had shown him such affection. Ding Yuyan's sudden display of affection made him feel a happiness he hadn't experienced in ages. Besides, he was a softie to begin with. Ding Yuyan's manipulation had him so touched he was nearly in tears. Ding Yuyan felt an even greater thrill of conquest. Oh dear, there, my darling. Don't cry. You're still my darling. Come on, let's go to the private room right now. Sincerity can move mountains. Success. I finally got back on Sister Yan's stage. Rui Yang suppressed his joy and said gratefully, Thank you for looking out for me, Sister Yan. The two entered the private room arm in arm, still at Secret Whisper Forest. After taking their seats, wine, fruit platters, and snacks were all brought in, and they began chatting. Once inside the private room, they could speak freely. Ding Yuyan cut straight to the point. Rui Yang, tell me honestly, where did you go 2 weeks ago when you didn't show up for work? It seemed this woman held a grudge. She had never forgotten Rui Yang's unexplained disappearance for days. Sis Yan, really, I went back to my hometown to take care of some business. Rui Yang dared not reveal the truth about his trip with that certain flirt, as that would confirm Ding Yuyan's suspicions exactly. To convince Sister Yan, Rui Yang added, I went back because my uncle passed away. Rui Yang was that kind of person with no scruples to keep his guest, he'd curse his own uncle to death. In reality, Rui Yang's uncle was still out herding sheep on the mountain every day. Oh. I see. Ding Yuyan still didn't know Rui Yang well enough. She couldn't have imagined he'd stoop so low. Hearing this, she actually started to believe him. Respect the deceased, Rui Yang. You must take care not to grieve too deeply. Rui Yang replied sincerely. Sis Yan, honestly, even when I went back home for the funeral, I was thinking of you. That's why I didn't go to my uncle's grave on the 7th day. I rushed back to work so I could see you sooner. Ding Yuyan. Chapter 14, The situation escalates. Rui Yang's reason for skipping his uncle's 7th-day memorial was to win Ding Yuyan's favor. But to Ding Yuyan, it sounded utterly disgusting. She thought, are you even human? Your uncle dies, you skip his grave to fool around with me? What kind of scum are you, using the dead to disgust me? After this exchange, Ding Yuyan completely lost all interest in flirting with Rui Yang. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins after all. My husband Lin Feng is so much better. So kind and sincere, so understanding, so young and handsome, so wise and witty. Ah, husband, I miss you so much. Now, Ding Yuyan's mind was completely occupied with Lin Feng, utterly disengaged from Rui Yang. It had been over 10 minutes, and Ding Yuyan couldn't even be bothered to speak to Rui Yang, just mindlessly cracking sunflower seeds. She'd already decided she'd wait a little longer, then find an excuse to leave. She really didn't want to spend any more time with this country bumpkin. At first, Rui Yang tried to strike up conversations to liven things up. But after several attempts, Ding Yuyan only responded with a faint, cold laugh, offering no further reply. Running out of ideas, Rui Yang decided it was time to pull out his secret weapon. The one Lin Feng had taught him a good slap. This woman really deserved a slap. So Rui Yang said, Sis Yan, wanna play a game? Ding Yuyan also found sitting there awkward and boring, so she agreed. Sure, what game? You tell me. Let's play Lyric Chain. It's simple. If you can't continue or mess up, you take a penalty, okay? Alright. Let's start. Rui Yang cleared his throat, picked up the microphone from the coffee table, and began singing. You sold my heart aches so. Ding Yuyan continued, the pain just won't stop, my tears won't stop flowing. Rui Yang continued, the kiss in the parking lot still feels warm, but it was in someone else's car. Ding Yuyan continued, this bustling city can't hold my foolish love. Rui Yang sang, waiting foolishly, hoping bitterly, yet you became someone else's bride. Ding Yuyan, damn it all. Ah, Sister Yan, you lose. Rui Yang gloated triumphantly, there's no such lyric as one sheep pie. Ding Yuyan accepted defeat gracefully, fine, I lost. Name your punishment. As for the punishment, Rui Yang had already planned it out, so he simply said. Sis Yan, close your eyes. Alright. Without hesitation, Ding Yuyan closed her eyes, facing Rui Yang. Gazing at Ding Yuyan's peach blossom-like complexion, Rui Yang slowly raised his large hand. Truthfully, Rui Yang felt quite uneasy at that moment. But at that moment, Lin Feng's words began echoing relentlessly in his mind. Just hit her. She deserves it. Hit her hard. She's a masochist, she comes from being hit. The harder you hit her, the more she comes. Damn it. Hit the. Rui Yang steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and delivered a resounding slap straight across Ding Yuyan's face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed. Ah! A piercing scream. Originally, Ding Yuyan had her eyes closed, completely unprepared. Suddenly, a massive slap came crashing down from above like a tidal wave, knocking her completely off balance. Me! Ow, ow, oh my god. Ding Yuyan clutched her swollen right cheek, moaning in agony. That clumsy Rui Yang, with his mind fixated on Lin Feng's order to hit hard, completely lost control of his strength, knocking Ding Yuyan completely out cold. Hell, are you out of your mind? Little did she know, Rui Yang had been brainwashed by Lin Feng. He leaned in and asked Ding Yuyan. How's that, sis Yen? Feeling good? You! How the hell could I feel good? Ding Yuyan exploded in rage. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare hit me? You're asking for it. Ding Yuyan regained her composure, sat up straight, raised her slender wrist, and smacked Rui Yang square across the face with a loud smack. Ow, you bastard. Caught off guard, Rui Yang took the blow. But strangely, his reaction was damn, that felt good. Damn it, getting slapped by a beauty really felt amazing. Damn. Lin Feng is a badass. No wonder Lin Feng said it gets more pleasurable the more you spank. Since I haven't satisfied Sister Yen yet, looks like I'll have to keep slapping. Bolstered by newfound confidence, Rui Yang sat up straight, raised his large hand, and aimed it squarely at Ding Yuyan's left cheek. Smack. Another fierce slap. This time with even more force. Ding Yuyan's face contorted in pain, her scream growing louder. What's more, this time her nose was split open by Rui Yang's clumsy blow. Blood began gurgling out of her nostrils. Yet Rui Yang, oblivious to the danger, leaned in and asked. Sis Yen, feeling good? About to climax? Ding Yuyan wiped her face and saw blood. She instantly snapped. Murder. Murder! Ding Yuyan screamed, bolting out the door and running out of the private room. As she sprinted down the hallway, she wailed. Help! Someone help! Murder! Murder! This has really blown up into a huge mess. 10 minutes later, Rui Yang was bound and gagged, escorted by Songto and security guards to the manager's office. At that moment, Jiang Dai was desperately trying to calm Ding Yuyan's emotions. Yen, it's all our fault. We failed at risk management. Yen, rest assured, we'll give you a proper explanation. We'll deal with Rui Yang severely. Come on, Yen, you decide how to handle him. At that moment, Ding Yuyan had 2 wadding of tissue stuffed into her nostrils to stop the bleeding, her makeup completely smeared from crying. I want him dead. Kill him. What kind of scum is he, daring to hit me? Wah! Jiang Dai glared at Rui Yang and snapped, Rui Yang, what kind of madness has possessed you to hit Yanbao? Explain yourself. Why did you hit her? Rui Yang now looked defeated, his mind still reeling. How had things turned out so differently from what he'd expected? He could only stammer timidly. I heard Lin Feng hit Sister Yen too. She said it felt good, so I just copied him. Put. Before Rui Yang could finish, Ding Yuyan cut him off with a sharp rebuke. Off, what kind of piece of are you? Lin Feng is my husband. No matter how he touches me or hits me, I enjoy it. Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a mad dog. You don't deserve to lay a finger on me, you bastard. Ding Yuyan grew angrier by the second, charging straight at Rui Yang. She slapped him hard across the face, stomped on him with her high heels, and beat him until he howled in pain. Jiang Dai saw that things were about to get out of hand and rushed forward to intervene. Yen, calm down. Take it easy. Calm my ass. Ding Yuyan grew angrier with each blow, shouting furiously, hurry up. Kill him now. Or else I'll call the police. The police. Nightclub workers fear nothing more than alerting the police. Once the cops show up, they'll clear the place out and check the surveillance footage. Not to mention how clearing the place hurts business, but just think about those nightclub surveillance tapes. If the cops saw them, it'd be a disaster. So Jiang Dai hurriedly tried to placate her. No, Yanbao, let's sit down and talk this through properly. I promise, whatever compensation you want is fine as long as it's within the company's means. I don't want compensation. I've got money to burn. I want him dead, or else I'll send him to jail. No negotiation. Ding Yuyan was determined to destroy Rui Yang. Seeing this, Jiang Dai's heart was in her throat. But as a manager, her wits were sharp enough. She knew there was only one person who could resolve this situation now. She motioned Song Tao over and whispered urgently. Quick, go get Lin Feng here. Chapter 15, Surprise. Following Jiang Dai's instructions, head waiter Song Tao rushed to the entrance and called Lin Feng. Hey, Lin Feng, what's up? Hurry, there's trouble at the bar. Sister Jiang wants you to come handle it immediately. Lin Feng had been lounging in his dorm room, enjoying the air conditioning and playing video games. Answering the call, he asked. What's up, Tao? Rui Yang, that idiot Rui Yang hit Sister Yen. He broke her nose and beat her face to a pulp. Lin Feng. This was genuinely unexpected for Lin Feng. He hadn't imagined the clumsy oaf Rui Yang could pack such a punch. This was serious business. Lin Feng wasted no time, threw on his jacket and rushed straight to the Crimson Station. Inside the bar, Jiang Dai and the others had separated Rui Yang and Ding Yuyan to prevent Ding from continuing the assault. Ding remained in the manager's office, while Rui Yang was locked in an empty private room. Lin Feng arrived and immediately sought out Rui Yang to get the details. "Hey, bro, what happened? How did things get so out of hand?" Rui Yang looked like he could cry. "Brother Feng, I don't know why either. I did exactly what you said. I slapped her hard, really hard. But after just 2 slaps, she started screaming murder. Murder." Rui Yang recounted the entire incident to Lin Feng in detail. Lin Feng was speechless. "Bro, you're way too impatient. Even slapping someone requires timing, okay? Wait until she's in the zone, the mood is right, and she's all flustered, then go for it. Damn it, you just went in cold, caught her off guard, and smacked her nose bloody. You're a real piece of work." After Lin Feng laid it out like that, Rui Yang finally grasped the problem. "Brother Feng, you're right. I was stupid. But bro, what do we do now? This woman wants to kill me and she's calling the cops." Lin Feng thought it over. He couldn't just walk away from this. After all, slapping Ding Yuyan across the face was something he'd taught him to do. A man should take responsibility for his actions. With that thought, Lin Feng patted Rui Yang on the shoulder and reassured him. "It's okay, bro. With me here, no one can kill you. Don't worry about her calling the cops, I'll handle it." 2 hot tears streamed down Rui Yang's cheeks as he tried to kneel again. Lin Feng grabbed him firmly. "Cut the crap. Act like a man." "All right." Rui Yang kept thanking him. "Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. From now on, I'll be your loyal dog. You're like my own dad." "Off. If you're my dog and I'm your dad, what the hell does that make me?" After cursing him out, Lin Feng strode straight toward the manager's office. He was going to deal with Ding Yuyan. As he pushed open the office door, every pair of eyes in the room instantly locked onto Lin Feng. Jiang Dai hurriedly said, "Quick Lin Feng, come over here. Your sister Yin Yan's been wronged. Come comfort her." Lin Feng played along. "Oh my, sister Yin Yan, what happened? Oh dear, what's wrong with your face? It looks like peach blossoms have bloomed all over. Get lost, you devil. It's all your fault." Truthfully, the moment Ding Yuyan saw Lin Feng, her mood had already brightened considerably. But this time, she had been humiliated too badly. Her anger hadn't completely subsided yet, so she couldn't help but scold Lin Feng a few times. "It's all your fault. You had to go and act like a jerk, getting me into this mess with that idiot. Wah!" As she spoke, Ding Yuyan felt overwhelmed by sorrow once more. Wiping her eyes with a tissue, she began to sob softly. "Alright, sis Yan, it's all my fault, all my fault." Lin Feng apologized as he sat beside Ding Yuyan, wrapping his long arms around her and pulling her close to his chest. He spoke softly, "It's all my fault for going to the bathroom without taking you with me." "Put." Ding Yuyan, who had been crying in distress, suddenly burst out laughing at Lin Feng's words. You. Caught between overwhelming hurt and absurd laughter, Ding Yuyan found herself unable to decide whether to cry or laugh. Her emotions were stuck in a state of helpless amusement, leaving her utterly flustered. "You're so annoying," she declared, punching his chest repeatedly with her fists while nestled in his embrace. Jiang Dai, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh too. Seeing Ding Yuyan's mixed emotions of sorrow and joy as she clung to Lin Feng, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Yes, in this moment, how she wished she wasn't Lin Feng's superior, but a guest at the Crimson Stage, held tenderly in his arms. Seeing the moment was right, Lin Feng stroked Ding Yuyan's hair and said, "Sis Yan, do me a favor and let this matter drop, okay?" Jiang Dai and Song Tao were tense too, watching Ding Yuyan expectantly, hoping for her affirmative response. However, Ding Yuyan's expression darkened instantly as she coldly declared, "No way. I can't just let that jerk hit me for nothing. No, I've never been treated this unfairly in my whole life. I'm going to kill him. If I can't kill him, I'll make sure he ends up in jail." Lin Feng continued pleading, "Sis Yan, just let it go. Rui Yang isn't a bad guy. I talked to him earlier, he had no ill intent. He just wanted to spice things up a bit to make you happy. Enough, it won't change a thing." It seemed Ding Yuyan's mind was made up. His excitement. "Lin Feng, it's not that I won't give you face, but today, no matter who comes, I'm going to get him." Seeing Ding Yuyan's resolute expression, Jiang Dai and Song Tao both felt somewhat deflated. They'd thought Lin Feng's charm would soften her resolve. Little did they know she was a fiery little mare not easily tamed by just anyone. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew words alone wouldn't sway her today. He had to pull out his trump card. After a brief pause, Lin Feng spoke. "How about this, Sister Yin? As compensation, I'll give you a surprise today. If you're satisfied, would you consider letting Rui Yang off?" "A surprise? Lin Feng wants to give me a surprise." The moment she heard Lin Feng was going to surprise her, Ding Yuyan's love-struck heart couldn't help but flutter with excitement. Her mind began to wander, imagining what kind of surprise Lin Feng might have in store for her. Could it be that Lin Feng would agree to be my sugar daddy? Countless times, Ding Yuyan begged Lin Feng to run away with her to a beautiful city where spring lasts all year, to have many, many children. Yet Lin Feng always refused her, citing his passion for his career as a male model. She had settled for the next best thing to truly possess Lin Feng once. In the dead of night, lying on the soft, large bed, Ding Yuyan would toss and turn endlessly, squeezing herself tightly in self-pleasure until the sheets were crumpled and tangled, fantasizing about something happening between them. Yet whenever she hinted at it, Lin Feng remained unmoved, radiating an aura of complete self-restraint. But the more he resisted, the more Ding Yuyan craved him. Could it be that this time, Lin Feng would agree? Please, Lin Feng, say yes. Let me have you just once. Just once. I don't expect to run away with you to the ends of the earth, nor do I expect eternal love. Truly, I only ask that you let me have you once. Just once. Chapter 16, Dreamlike Radiance. Hearing that Lin Feng had a surprise for her, Ding Yuyan's heart blossomed with joy. She eagerly asked. What surprise? Lin Feng, what surprise are you giving me? Jiang Dai and Song Tao in the room were equally curious, both staring intently at Lin Feng. Slowly, Lin Feng pulled an object from behind his back. Sis Yen Yen, look, what is this? Ding Yuyan stared intently. Lin Feng, what is this? It looks like a whip. Jiang Dai and Song Tao also looked closely. It was indeed a whip, a leather one at that. Exactly. Lin Feng affirmed. Sis Yen, this is a little leather whip, it's the surprise I prepared for you. Everyone present was a bit baffled. This is the surprise? What kind of surprise is this? Ding Yuyan was baffled. Lin Feng revealed the answer. Sis Yen, tonight I won't be spanking you with my big hand anymore. I'll use this little whip in my hand instead. I'll whip you like a spinning top. Wah! Ding Yuyan was thrilled, her voice even getting a bit squeaky. Wow, Lin Feng, you're so creative. Are you really going to whip me hard with this tonight? Lin Feng answered earnestly, Sis Yen, it's true. Absolutely true. Tonight, I will whip you. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Dai and Song Tao wiped cold sweat from their brows. Lin Feng, you really are something else. You'll pull off any stunt. No. Lin Feng, I don't want to wait. Can we do it right now? Ding Yuyan was already bursting with anticipation. Alright, Sister Yen. Lin Feng turned to Song Tao. Brother Tao, is the Secret Whisper Forest private room available now? No guests? Song Tao quickly replied, no problem at all. It's ready anytime. Great. Sister Yen, let's head to the private room now. Yes, Lin Feng, let's go. Sis Yen tugged Lin Feng toward the private room. Wait, Sister Yen. It's just Rui Yang. Let's cut him some slack. Don't take it personally, okay? Lin Feng hadn't forgotten the main business. Alright. Lin Feng, you've surprised me so much, I'll do whatever you want. Ding Yuyan was completely swept away. In her intoxicated state, she was ready to grant Lin Feng any request. Great. Thanks, Sister Yen. Let's go right now, time to start drawing. The two of them skipped excitedly toward the private room. Then, they shut the private room door tightly. Then, shrieks of blissful agony echoed from the Secret Whisper Forest private room. Lin Feng spent night after night spinning Ding Yuyan's top, amassing vast amounts of her affection points. On average, his affection points would break 100,000 every single night. His experience points skyrocketed. However, Ding Yuyan wasn't made of iron. After 5 consecutive days of spinning, she couldn't take it anymore. Spun to the point of being bedridden, she began resting at home on Lin Feng's suggestion. On the days Ding Yuyan was absent, Lin Feng carried out his waiter duties as usual, demonstrating exceptional professionalism. After work that day, Jiang Dai suddenly gathered all staff for a meeting to announce an important matter. All bar staff gathered in the dance area on the first floor, awaiting Jiang Dai's instructions. Standing on the central stage, Jiang Dai addressed the group. Everyone, tomorrow at work, I want you all to be on your toes. Tomorrow, the third floor will activate the Dreamy Glow private room. Dreamy Glow. The entire staff was stunned. Holy crap. They're really opening Dreamy Glow tomorrow? That means a big shot is coming. Who could it be this time? We're in for another busy shift. Busy is busy, but serving in the Dreamy Glow private room means triple pay, and tips go through the roof. The real perk is getting to see VIPs. Guess who last visited Dreamlight? Holy crap, I heard it was the heiress of the Qin family from Shanghai. Damn, who could it be this time? Anyone who books the Dreamy Glow private room is either loaded or high ranking. Indeed, as they said, Dream Glow was the most luxurious private room in the entire Crimson Stage Bar. The most exclusive private room hosts only the most distinguished guests. The third floor housed only 3 luxury private rooms, and these exclusive spaces weren't accessible to just anyone with money. Only celebrities, socialites, beauties, or influential matrons qualify. And Dreamy Glow is the pinnacle of luxury. The absolute top tier. It only opens its doors once or twice a month on average. Each time it opens, it guarantees dazzling splendor, extravagant revelry, and a sensation that echoes throughout the city. To ensure tomorrow's flawless execution, Jiang Dai sat firmly in command, dispatching her forces. All personnel, report 1 hour early tomorrow afternoon. Everyone must be in position by 3 p.m. sharp. Security department, reinforce third floor security tomorrow. No one without a card is permitted upstairs. Any male guest caught sneaking up there will be beaten to a pulp. Also, no staff on the third floor tomorrow night may bring phones. Absolutely no photography or recording. Not a word to outsiders. Leak a guest's privacy? You know the consequences. Security department supervisor, yes, Sister Jiang. Rest assured. Jiang Dai wasn't exaggerating about this. Scarlet Station's protection of high-end client privacy was ironclad. Rumor had it that a staff member who once disclosed third-floor details ended up crippled. Absolute confidentiality is one of Scarlet Stage's core competitive advantages. Sister Jiang, Songtao, Zhengping, as the male model supervisors, select 12 Prince male models tomorrow for private room service. This client has brought numerous female friends. Before entering, these models must abstain from smoking and drinking all day. This must be strictly enforced. Yes. Rest assured, Sister Jiang. Songtao and Zhengping replied in unison. Sister Jiang added another instruction. Songtao, tomorrow at noon, you'll need to make a trip to Magic City and bring Hua Qing to the club. The entire room was stunned. Holy. Brother Hua Qing? Brother Hua Qing is coming? Damn. This client is seriously high profile. Brother Hua Qing from headquarters is personally coming to entertain them. I remember Brother Hua Qing came last year. This is the first time this year. We're in for a real treat this time. Not only will we see the VIP guests of Dreamy Glow, but we'll also meet the legendary Brother Hua Qing. Brother Hua Qing? Who's Brother Hua Qing? Lin Feng was a bit confused, but luckily his loyal sidekick Rui Yang was standing right beside him. He casually asked, Rui Yang, who is this Brother Hua Qing? Is he really that big of a deal? Rui Yang respectfully replied, Brother Feng, you've only been here a short time, so you might not know. Brother Hua Qing is one of the 4 great male models of Jiangnan. He's also the star performer at the headquarters in the Magic City. The Crimson Stage Bar was one of the establishments under the Hanyi Group, which operated 5 major male model bars across the Jiangnan region. 2 are in the Magic City, 1 in Yunzhou, 1 in Jiangzhou, and 1 in Suzhou. The Magic City's Tonight's Starry Eyes bar serves as the headquarters for all 5 male model bars. Whenever major events occur, the top male models from all 5 bars can be shared and rotated. As the star performer of tonight's Starlight, Hua Qing's appearance at Crimson Stage undoubtedly underscores the distinguished status of tomorrow's female guest. Jiang Dai methodically issued instructions to each department, which responded with eager compliance and fierce determination. Jiang Dai, seeing everyone so motivated puts my mind at ease. Get a good night's rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll all be sharp and ready to give it our all. Alright, meeting adjourned. Amid murmurs of discussion, the crowd gradually dispersed. Finally, Songtao leaned close to Jiang Dai and asked, Sis Jiang, about tomorrow what should we do with Lin Feng? Should we let him go up? Song Tao was observant. He could tell Jiang Dai valued Lin Feng highly, so he asked on his behalf. Jiang Dai folded her arms, paused briefly, then said, let him go up and experience it. He'll learn faster by training in big events. Alright. Song Tao pressed for details. Sis Jiang, which team should Lin Feng join tomorrow night? The male models or the service crew? Jiang Dai considered for a moment before replying, the male model group won't work. He doesn't have any singing or dancing skills yet, he only knows how to spin tops. He should start with the service team for now. Song Tao acknowledged the order. Got it, Sister Jiang. I'll make the arrangements. Chapter 17, Celebrity Party. The next day, the entire crew reported for duty. Preparations proceeded smoothly and efficiently. At 9:30 p.m., a black limousine and 2 black minivans pulled into the small rear parking lot. The occupants then slipped quietly through the bar's back door, boarding the VIP elevator bound for the 3rd floor. Welcome. Jiang Dai personally led a team of service staff waiting at the elevator entrance. As the guests entered, the entire staff bowed in unison to welcome them. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the group visibly relaxed. They surrounded a young woman with flowing hair, clad in a trench coat, and wearing a mask and sunglasses. Laughing and chatting, they followed the staff straight to the Dreamy Glow private room. As they walked, they chatted and laughed. Not bad. I didn't expect this Yunzhou location to be so well appointed. It's every bit as good as Starlight. Of course. Actually, this place and Starlight are part of the same group. But this Yunzhou location is brand new, so all the facilities are top-notch. Oh, we should come here more often. We have too many acquaintances in the Magic City, and this place is more discreet. Plus, it's not far from the Magic City. Yeah, I wonder how the male models are here. Is the service good? Ha ha. You'll find out soon enough. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the group arrived at Dreamy Glow. Songtao led a dozen prince-like male models in bowing to the girls. Greetings, distinguished ladies. It's our honor to serve you. Yay! The group swarmed around the girl in sunglasses at the center, kicking off the celebration. Chun Chun, happy birthday! The crowd of men and women kicked off the birthday party. The DJ in the private room aptly played upbeat music and switched the lights to a dazzling display. Thank you, my darlings, thank you, my treasures. Surrounded by her admirers in this intimate space, Chun Chun completely let her guard down. She shed her trench coat and tossed it to her assistant, then removed her sunglasses and mask one by one. Swaying to the pulsing beat, she began to move gracefully amidst the adoring crowd. Only then did everyone present recognize tonight's honored guest, none other than Xiao Yichuan, the music industry's red-hot rising star. Male models and waitstaff alike gaped in astonishment. Some couldn't help but whisper. Holy crap, it's her, Xiao Yichuan. Holy crap, she's here to see a male model. Yeah, she usually plays the innocent, pure girl persona. Who knew she could be so wild? Holy crap. No wonder Sister Jiang was so strict this time, confiscating everyone's phones. I heard even Brother Tao couldn't bring his. Lin Feng spotted Xiao Yichuan too, and he was somewhat surprised. It seems celebrities truly had one face in public and another behind closed doors. In public, she's the flawless diva in the making, but behind closed doors, she's actually hooking up with male models. Amidst pulsing music and hazy lights, Hua Qing emerged from the shadows, gliding toward Xiao Yichuan with light, graceful steps. Xiao Yichuan's girlfriends spotted Hua Chang's approach and erupted in screams. Wah bro Hua Chang. Bro Hua Chang. Bro Hua Chang. It seemed brother Hua Chang was no ordinary sensation in Shanghai's nightlife scene. Xiao Yichuan's heart blossomed with joy upon seeing Hua Chang arrive at her birthday celebration. Amidst the stares, screams, and applause of the crowd, the two immediately launched into a passionate dance right there in the middle of the private room's dance floor. Once the party started, the atmosphere remained at a fever pitch. Fine wine, delicious food, beautiful women, handsome men. The entire private room was filled with the intoxicating scent of hormones. Music, dancing, games, and dazzling lights, the entire room was a hedonistic revelry. Xiao Yichuan was hosted by Hua Chang, and the two remained front and center in the VIP room. It was clear that with Hua Chang by her side, Xiao Yichuan was thoroughly enjoying herself, one moment drinking heartily, the next singing softly and dancing gracefully, then swaying like a flower in the breeze. Hua Qing truly lived up to his reputation as one of the four great male models of Jiangnan and the pillar of the Shanghai headquarters. Not only was he top tier in looks and physique, but he was also a talented singer and dancer. His vocal skills and dance moves were no less impressive than those of Ji Koan, who had trained for 2.5 years. Thus, Hua Chang remained Xiao Yichuan's constant companion throughout the evening, never replaced by another. The girlfriends who came with Xiao Yichuan also each found male models to their liking, reveling freely in every corner of the private room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, as part of the service team, focused solely on his duties. He moved swiftly in and out, following the head waiter's instructions to deliver drinks and cigarettes, serve snacks and fruit, replace consumables, and clear away clutter, executing each task with precision. Soon, the party had been going for over 3 hours, and everyone was at their most excited. Xiao Yichuan, feeling the energy, stood up, grabbed the mic, and cheerfully announced. Thank you, everyone. I'm so happy. Come on everyone, let's sing a song together, you're the most important. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The band in the private room seamlessly launched into the instrumental track for You're the Most Important. In this parallel world, You Are the Most Important was a hugely popular song that nearly everyone knew, akin to the classic hit on Blue Star, Friends Walk Together Through Life, Those Days Will Never Return. The music began to play. Xiao Yichuan sang the first line. After traveling long roads, stopping at countless streets. With weariness and scenery, yet always searching. It must be said, Xiao Yichuan's vocal prowess is absolutely top tier. It's no wonder she's been internally designated as a future diva. The crowd erupted in applause, and the band thoughtfully paused their playing, letting her bask in the adulation. Xiao Yichuan beamed with delight, promptly passing the mic to Hua Qing beside her. He sang the second line as the band resumed their performance. Hua Qing sang the second line. Thought I was strong enough to weather the storm alone. Until you appeared, my luggage finally filled with reliance. The entire venue erupted in cheers once more. Hua Cheng smoothly passed the mic downward, handing it to one of Xiao Yichuan's close friends. Friend A, we shared the dawn's first light and talked through the night's loneliness. Best friend A passed the mic to male model A. Male model A, your words are few, yet they always land at the moment I need them most. After male model A finished singing, the microphone was passed down in turn. The entire private room was enveloped in warm melodies, creating a deeply heartwarming atmosphere. Best friend B, time is like sand in the wind, blurring some marks. Male model B, but certain presences remain landmarks time cannot erase. The microphone passed from one to the next. But suddenly, one of the girlfriends made a mistake. Instead of passing it to her male model, she handed it to Lin Feng, who was cleaning the counter nearby. Caught off guard, Lin Feng instinctively caught the object as it came toward him. When he realized it was a microphone, he froze in shock. The crowd also noticed the mic hadn't reached the male model but had instead been passed to a waiter. The room fell silent. The band leader also stopped playing. As the star of the party, Xiao Yichuan also spotted Lin Feng holding the microphone. Though separated by several people, Lin Feng's refined features and upright posture still caught her eye. So she immediately said, "Come on, handsome, keep singing." Chapter 18, King of Karaoke. Seeing the hostess speak up, coupled with Lin Feng's handsome and approachable looks, the group of girlfriends and male models chimed in, hyping up the atmosphere. "Sing, handsome. Sing, handsome. Don't be shy, handsome." The band began playing the intro. As the intro neared its end and the chorus was about to kick in, the crowd started clapping and cheering. "Handsome guy, give us one. Handsome guy, give us one. Handsome guy, give us one." Given the scene, it would have been a real downer if Lin Feng didn't sing. So, he graciously clapped back at the group of girls and male models, then gently lifted the microphone. "You're the most important, steadfast as mountains shining brighter than starlight. A gentle guardian, melting my frozen island of solitude. Xiao Yichuan, shock value, plus 9999999. Hua Cheng, shock level, plus 9999999. Bestie A, shock level, plus 9999999. Male model A, shock level, plus 9999999. Best friend B, shock level, plus 9999999. Male model B, shock level, plus 9999999. Band instructors, shock level, plus 9999999. The entire room and screen were filled with 9999999. Lin Feng suddenly felt the Yi male model system gaining experience points at an unprecedented rate. Damn awesome. The Karaoke King skill is incredible. Absolutely insane. Empowered by the King of Karaoke skill, Lin Feng's effortless vocal delivery transformed into celestial music unlike anything the audience had ever heard. Not only did it instantly outshine every professional singer who'd trained at Berklee College, but the artistic enjoyment it delivered completely surpassed even the legendary singing gods and goddesses long celebrated in this world. Lin Feng's voice caressed hearts like a gentle breeze, flowed through throats like icy springs, and gently knocked on souls like celestial echoes. It conquered everyone's eardrums not just through auditory sensation, but also delivered immense psychological enjoyment to the audience. Everyone instantly felt as if Lin Feng had brought them to a climax. After singing this line, Lin Feng instinctively passed the microphone down, offering it to his close friend Yi. "Don't pass it." Xiao Yichuan interrupted urgently, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. "Sing. Keep singing." Lin Feng hesitated slightly, feeling it might be a bit tacky to hog the mic. He glanced around. But everyone in the private room was staring at him just like Xiao Yichuan, as if their very souls had been stolen by Lin Feng. As the accompaniment resumed, Lin Feng had no choice but to continue. "When the world turns upside down and promises howl in the wind. It's your outstretched hand that firmly catches every time I stumble. You matter more than breathing, more natural than breathing, earlier than my heartbeat. You are the spectrum of life, without you it would instantly fade to gray. Watching clouds gather and scatter, hearts change so unpredictably. Only you remain here, quietly by my side, as reliable as the earth itself. You are the most important." As the song ended, the entire audience erupted. The entire private room was once again flooded with shock value plus 9999999. Not only did every man and woman reach a physical climax, but through Lin Feng's interpretation, the song "You Are the Most Important" was elevated to new heights, its emotional impact reaching its peak. It sang of the warmth and radiance of friendship, and captured the moving beauty of love. It moved everyone to tears. After a long moment, Xiao Yichuan, the most discerning listener, was the first to recover. Clap 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 clap. She led the applause with overwhelming emotion. Soon, the entire private room erupted in thunderous applause. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt deeply grateful. He truly was grateful. Once this wave of shock points was collected, the mission would conclude. At settlement, he was certain to unlock a golden legendary skill. Thank you all, thank you all. Hope you're having a great time tonight. With that, Lin Feng set down the microphone and returned to his duties clearing the countertop. Slow down, slow down. Xiao Yichuan couldn't bear to see the singing god doing dirty, exhausting work anymore. No, no, no. Forget about that. Come on, hurry up and join us. Xiao Yichuan was so excited she could barely get her words out. She was genuinely overwhelmed. Because, as one of the top vocalists among the younger generation, she understood deeply. Setting aside his infectious stage presence, from any professional standpoint, Lin Feng was nothing short of perfection. Tone quality, SSSS+. Pitch accuracy, SSSS+. High, mid, and low range, SSSS+. Falsetto, SSSS+. Mixed voice, SSSS+. Resonance, SSSS+. Functionality, SSSS+. Singing pitch, SSSS+. Everything is SSSS+. Across the entire world, there exists no singer so comprehensively gifted. As fellow singers, Xiao Yichuan felt not a shred of envy or jealousy toward Lin Feng. because Lin Feng's level was already on a different plane entirely. Now, Xiao Yichuan could only look up to Lin Feng with boundless admiration. By comparison, Hua Chang, one of the 4 great male models of Jiangnan, sounded like a donkey braying. When Xiao Yichuan invited him to join the party, Lin Feng still hadn't put down his mop. Sis, that probably violates bar policy. I'm not a full-fledged male model yet, still in my probationary period. Right now, I'm only authorized for service duties. Giggle giggle giggle. Xiao Yichuan couldn't help bursting into laughter. Good heavens! You're so talented, yet you're working as a waiter here? What a waste of talent. Come on, today this place is my turf, my rules. With the hostess speaking so decisively, Lin Feng had no choice but to temporarily set aside his rag. Xiao Yichuan was now thoroughly intrigued by Lin Feng. She stepped closer and asked, "Hey, handsome, what's your name? Where did you learn to sing like that? Seriously amazing?" It wasn't just Xiao Yichuan, every single person present was stunned by Lin Feng's vocal prowess. Hua Chang, one of the 4 great male models of Jiangnan, now looked at this handsome bastard Lin Feng and felt a pang of self-consciousness for the first time in his life. Xiao Yichuan's girlfriends were completely mesmerized by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's fellow male models were utterly speechless. They'd assumed Lin Feng was just a womanizer, but who knew he was secretly so talented? One song, and he blew everyone away. So when Xiao Yichuan asked Lin Feng a question, everyone's attention immediately turned to him. They were all incredibly eager to learn more about this mysterious hottie. "Oh, sis, my name is Lin Feng. Honestly, I've never studied singing or music, I just sing whatever comes to mind." Lin Feng answered honestly. The entire crowd erupted in a tidal wave of shock. "What, you've never studied singing?" Xiao Yichuan couldn't believe it. "You've never studied singing? Then what did you study?" "Ahem, I studied veterinary medicine in school." The entire venue was stunned once again. A veterinarian just blew away the music scene. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yichuan found Lin Feng even more intriguing. Honestly, she wanted to hear him sing more, so she asked, "Lin Feng, could you sing for us again? What songs do you usually enjoy singing?" Everyone waited eagerly for Lin Feng to perform again. Lin Feng sensed this was the perfect moment to boost Xiao Yichuan's affection level. Without hesitation, he declared, "Sis Chun, I love listening to your songs all the time, and I love singing them too." "Ah? Really?" Xiao Yichuan was genuinely flattered to hear Lin Feng admired her music. Affection plus 999,999. Chapter 19, The World is Beautiful Because of Male Models. Xiao Yichuan was overjoyed and immediately asked, "So which of my songs do you love listening to and singing?" Lin Feng replied without hesitation, "So many. Thorn Moonlight, Summer Sparkling Water, Blue Tiles, Red Walls, Tree Hole Diary, Filter Failure Diary, Glass Sea Love Letter. I love singing all of them." "What love letter from the glass sea? You know how to sing Love Letter from the Glass Sea? Unbelievable." Xiao Yichuan couldn't believe it. Shock level plus 6666. Because Love Letter from the Glass Sea was a brand new song, as new as it could possibly be. It hadn't been officially released yet. Xiao Yichuan had only performed it once at a small fan meetup. Yet Lin Feng claimed he loved singing Love Letter from the Glass Sea. Just how much does this hottie pay attention to me? How much does he like me? No wonder she was stunned. After all, the male model system was truly top tier. It turns out the Karaoke King skill rewarded to Lin Feng by the male model system not only granted him unparalleled vocal prowess but also loaded his brain with the entire global music library. In other words, every song on this planet was instantly accessible for him to perform. And the library updates in real time. So even the newest songs would be added to his library the moment they existed. Yes, Sister Chun, I absolutely adore Love Letter in the Glass Sea. I believe this song is an outstanding piece, and I'm certain it will become a huge hit. Would you sing it for me? Xiao Yichuan tilted her head, smiling sweetly, clearly intoxicated by the handsome man's praise. Sure, no problem. Wha? The crowd erupted in screams. Hearing Lin Feng sing live was a rare and precious treat. Since Love Letter to the Glass Sea was an unreleased track, the band members didn't have sheet music and could only accompany him with universal chords. Even so, the moment Lin Feng opened his mouth, the entire world fell silent. The evening breeze licks the oil stains left by grilled squid. Green algae on the iron hull scuffs my skirt hem. You tied a cicada with fishing line, flying a miniature kite. The moment the line snapped, it plunged into the ink blue sea for a starlit bath. As Lin Feng sang, everyone present seemed to tumble from the private room into a summer night in a coastal town of the 90s. A warm amber river emerged in their memories, accompanied by the refreshing evening breeze, gently licking all the unhealed burns in their recollections. This vividly evocative verse, rendered by Lin Feng with such warmth and melody, even brought tears to the eyes of the original singer, Xiao Yichuan. Indeed, the gap was staggering. She herself felt profoundly that compared to Lin Feng's performance, her own singing sounded like utter crap. Xiao Yichuan, affection level, plus 9999999. Lin Feng's performance reached the chorus. Soda bottles float in the shallow bay like fluorescent beacons. We chased sand crabs, toppling entire seaweed racks. Pearl farmers' curses dissolved into the night. You slipped me a misshapen pearl like the moon. Lin Feng was singing, yet what poured from his throat seemed not merely notes, but a living moonlit beach. Each trill churned with the scent of churning seawater, and the briny sweetness of seaweed leaves every tremolo rippled like the layered growth of pearls. This was no mere singing, it was pure sonic magic. By the song's end, everyone was utterly immersed in profound artistic rapture, unable to emerge for ages. We couldn't get enough. We simply couldn't get enough. Whether it was Xiao Yichuan, her best friend, or the male model colleagues present, they all demanded in unison that Lin Feng not stop, but keep singing. With no choice, Lin Feng delivered one hit after another: Treehole Diary, Thorn Moonlight, Summer Sparkling Water, Blue Tiles, Red Walls. He sang every single one of Xiao Yichuan's hit songs. Xiao Yichuan's birthday party had transformed into a full-fledged Lin Feng concert. After 8 songs in a row, everyone was utterly captivated. Xiao Yichuan, whose emotions were in turmoil, remained unable to calm down for a long time. Thanks to Lin Feng's presence, tonight's birthday party had become a feast for the soul. It's getting late. Everyone should rest now. Lin Feng, stay behind, I want to talk to you privately. Xiao Yichuan was about to give Lin Feng his own special stage. Everyone sensibly took their leave. Dreamy glow, only Xiao Yichuan and Lin Feng remained in the private room. After everyone had left, Xiao Yichuan moved closer and sat down beside Lin Feng. The proximity allowed the intoxicating scent of close-up man fragrance emanating from Lin Feng to take full effect. Already captivated by Lin Feng's talent and looks, Xiao Yichuan's cheeks flushed pink upon catching the scent of his close-up man fragrance. Lin Feng, you're truly incredible. Honestly, you're the best singer I've ever heard. Lin Feng smiled modestly. Sister Chun, you flatter me. We're all amateurs. You're the professional top-tier singer. Tonight, I was really just showing off in front of the experts. No. It's talent, pure, innate talent. Lin Feng, this proves you possess unparalleled singing talent. You're here, working as a male model here is such a waste. At this thought, Xiao Yichuan couldn't help but fantasize about staying close to Lin Feng long term. She continued. Why don't I introduce you to our music company? With your talent and our professional team's guidance, Lin Feng, you're bound to become a huge star. There was another reason Xiao Yichuan didn't voice aloud. That was the chance to work alongside him at the same company, where opportunities for interaction would naturally multiply. Then, she could find the right moment to offer herself to Lin Feng. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Chun. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng replied earnestly and solemnly, but Sister Chun, I don't have any plans to become a singer right now. Why not? Because I love the male modeling industry, and I hope to shine and make my mark in this field forever. Male model, system experience points plus 999,999. Lin Feng had grown quite familiar with the male model system. As long as he acknowledged the male model industry at the right moments, expanding its influence and social recognition, the system would surge with experience points. Seems like this male model system is pretty self-obsessed. But while the experience points soared, Xiao Yichuan was utterly dumbfounded. What, you love the male modeling industry? Xiao Yichuan felt her world shatter. Didn't you become a male model out of necessity? No, Sister Chun. After graduating, I decisively gave up my chance to transfer to a bachelor's program and threw myself wholeheartedly into the male modeling industry. I found true fulfillment and self-worth here. Xiao Yichuan felt like crying. What kind of twisted worldview was this? But this line of work it's borderline, right? You're so talented, so handsome, so wholesome, couldn't you find a proper job? Lin Feng shook his head. You misunderstand, Sister Chun. I don't think male modeling should be considered a borderline industry at all. On the contrary, it should be a thriving new industry. This world become a better place because of male models. The male model system seemed moved by Lin Feng's words, its experience points exploding with a plus 999,999 surge. Chapter 20, Expand and Strengthen, Create Brilliance Together. The world will be better because of male models. What a powerful declaration. Xiao Yichuan was impressed but confused. Lin Feng, you speak so eloquently. But I still don't quite get it. Lin Feng patiently explained. Sis Chun, in nature, both men and women deeply crave companionship from the opposite sex. Would you agree? Xiao Yichuan nodded vigorously. Otherwise, she wouldn't have driven 150 kilometers all the way from Shanghai to Yunzhou just to find a male model. Well, although both men and women crave companionship from the opposite sex, modern society is unfair to women. Because men can go to bars, clubs, bathhouses, and easily satisfy their desire for female companionship. However, women face significant challenges. Bound by traditional social norms, their need for companionship from the opposite sex is often disregarded. Venues featuring male models are scarce, leaving countless women enduring prolonged emotional suppression. This situation is detrimental to social stability and national development. Therefore, we must vigorously develop the male model industry to fulfill the long-awaited emotional companionship that women crave. Lin Feng's words sounded so reasonable and profoundly resonant. Now, Xiao Yichuan was not only captivated by Lin Feng's looks and talent, but also deeply impressed by his profound understanding of society as a whole. Lin Feng, truly, you've said it so well. If only the whole society thought like you, how happy we women would be. Xiao Yichuan added, but the prejudices in this society run so deep. Honestly, sometimes when I come to bars like this, I can't help but feel a bit embarrassed deep down. At this moment, Xiao Yichuan had completely opened her heart to Lin Feng, sharing her most private thoughts with him. After speaking, Xiao Yichuan leaned her body gently against Lin Feng, resting her head lightly on his shoulder. Seeing Xiao Yichuan had completely let down her guard, Lin Feng gently wrapped his arm around hers and whispered soothingly. Don't think that way, Chun. Coming to see male models doesn't make you a Xiao Yichuan. Sis Chun, it actually shows you're forward-thinking, open-minded, and setting trends for the times. Sis Chun, I'll always be here, fully committed to this passionate male modeling career. You're always welcome to visit. Xiao Yichuan was moved once more, replying emotionally, alright. Lin Feng, I promise I will. I'll definitely visit you often because you've become my anchor. We've agreed you can't forget me either. You have to wait for me. Alright, Sister Chun. I'll be waiting for your visit anytime. The boisterous night concluded perfectly. Lin Feng had arrived at his moment of massive payoff. System, ding. Congratulations on accumulating massive amounts of shock value plus affection plus system reward experience. This upgrade will grant you generous rewards for your qualities. Lin Feng was already impatient. Hurry up. System boss, cut the crap. System, first reward, host upgrades the skill, Spring Breeze Smile. Skill description: when the host uses this skill to smile at a beauty, it generates extraordinary charm. The beauty will feel as if bathed in a spring breeze, producing large amounts of estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin. This causes her to rapidly become infatuated with the host, even to the point of obsession. Lin Feng, enough. System boss, skip the explanation for this sissy skill and just give me the next reward. System, understood. The second reward for the host is a silver legendary skill. Lin Feng, holy crap, there's even a silver legend here? System, the rewarded silver legendary skill is composer. Skill description: this skill absorbs 100 classic songs from Blue Star, including Love Like Tidal Waves, Around Winter, The Price of Love, I Love You, China, Kiss Goodbye, and more. It will fully imprint them onto the host for instant access. What kind of songs are these? Are they really that awesome? Living in this parallel world, Lin Feng had never heard these timeless classics from Blue Star. He selected Around Winter from his own music library to give it a listen. Instantly, a melody began playing in his mind. Gently, I'll leave you behind, please wipe the tears from your eyes in the long nights ahead, in the days to come my dear, don't cry for me. In the days without you, I'll cherish myself more in the years without me, take care of yourself. Holy, this is amazing. This is amazing. This is what a real song should be. What the hell is You're the Most Important compared to this? Compared to these classics, the songs from his own world were utter garbage. What's more, my mind is already packed with hundreds of Blue Star classics. Just pulling out a few would be enough to dominate the music scene in this world. Who would have thought the Silver Legend skill was this insane too? At this moment, Lin Feng was already bursting with impatience. Hurry up. System boss, what about the Golden Legend? Is there a Golden Legend skill this time? System, yes. Absolutely. Given the host's active promotion of the male model spirit, strong identification with the male model industry, and dedication to expanding its influence, this system will grant the host an additional Golden Legend skill as a reward. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng beamed with delight. System boss, you're so generous. Rest assured, with me here, I'll definitely elevate the male model industry to unprecedented heights. System, thank you for your efforts, host. This system also emphasizes that expanding the male modeling industry effectively gains system experience. For instance, actions like increasing male model social recognition, growing the male model industry, opening male model bars, and expanding the male model commercial footprint can all accumulate massive experience points for the host. Lin Feng brimmed with ambition and confidence. Rest assured, boss, I'll give it my all. I'll make the male modeling industry famous nationwide and take it global. Alright, stop teasing me, hurry up and reward me with that Golden Legendary skill. System, no problem. The Golden Legendary skill awarded to the host this time is the skill the host has long dreamed of: X-ray vision, unrestricted view. Holy crap. Lin Feng screamed in excitement. Tears welling in his eyes, he declared, holy crap system boss, you just get me. System, you're welcome. You deserve it. Keep up the great work, host. Together, we'll make the male model industry bigger and stronger. Lin Feng, no problem. It's definitely possible. In the near future, male models will be everywhere. System, excellent. Awaiting your good news. With that, the system faded away from his consciousness. After this upgrade, Lin Feng gained even clearer direction for his endeavors. It seemed that from now on, besides accompanying beauties, learning skills, and collecting shot points and affection, he must also focus on expanding the male model industry. He would open male model bars throughout Yunzhou, across the magic capital, throughout the imperial capital, and all over the entire dragon nation. Though he would undoubtedly face resistance and confront societal prejudice alone. But Lin Feng felt no fear. For the system upgrade, for social harmony, and for all the long oppressed women across the dragon nation. Lin Feng, charge onward. Chapter 21, Don't Pull Off Anything Big. In recognition of Lin Feng's outstanding achievements in spinning women like tops and conquering pop stars, Jiang Dai, representing the Crimson Stage Bar, granted Lin Feng an exceptional promotion. He was promoted ahead of schedule to Prince Male Model. At Crimson Stage Bar, he shattered the record for the fastest promotion from ordinary waiter to Prince Male Model. Lin Feng was deeply grateful for Jiang Dai's support. Jiang Dai continued to treat him well. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Jiang Dai now lacked that air of mystery. All thanks to that damn X-ray vision, skills, complete transparency, ability. Everything was progressing smoothly until one day, a stranger Lin Feng had never seen before arrived at Scarlet Platform. That day, a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, sporting a crew cut, and built like a tank, stormed into Crimson Station. Good day, Mr. Hua. Wherever he went, the bar staff bowed respectfully to greet him. Lin Feng didn't recognize him and asked his son, Rui Yang, "Hey, who is this guy?" Rui Yang answered without hesitation, "Brother Feng, you haven't met him? He's Sister John's boss." What the hell? Isn't Sister John the manager of this bar? How could he be her superior? Rui Yang proceeded to explain in detail. Brother Feng, you don't know this, but our bar is part of the Magic City Hanyi Group. The Hanyi Group has more than just us in Yunzhou. They also own Shankai, clubs, casinos, arcades, and several other venues. This Mr. Hua is the chairman's third son and also the regional manager for Hanyi Group in Yunzhou. All these entertainment venues in Yunzhou answer to him. Oh, I see. Lin Feng understood. After grasping the situation, Lin Feng began silently calculating in his mind. Damn it, if I had the authority of a regional manager, I'd turn every single one of these places in Yunzhou into male model bars. The system would probably reward me with 100 billion experience points. Mr. Hua, whose full name is Hua Xiangqiao, is 39 years old and the third son of Hanyi Group's chairman, Huating Wang. His expression was somewhat stern as he arrived at Scarlet Stage today. In the manager's office, Jiang Dai deftly took Hua Xiangqiao's trench coat and hung it on a rack. Brother Hua, what's up? Such a sudden visit, is something wrong? Hua Xiangqiao plopped into the executive chair, lit a cigar, and snapped irritably. Damn it! The chief of the Dongqing District Police Station has been replaced. Jiang Dai was startled too. What? A new chief? Old Ma quit? Who replaced him? Hua Xiangqiao snapped, damn it! Old Ma got busted for being a fool. They replaced him with a woman. Heard she doesn't do much else but sweep springs. Jiang Dai. For nightlife establishments, a change in district police chief was indeed a major event. The nightclub's ability to operate normally depended heavily on the tacit approval of the local police station. A delicate understanding often develops between nightclubs and police stations. Namely, the nightclub doesn't overstep, and the station doesn't crack down too hard. However, this tacit understanding is far from stable, largely dependent on the closeness of the relationship between the decision-makers on both sides. In the past, under Old Ma's leadership at the Dongqing District Police Station, nightclubs under the Han Night Group operated quite comfortably. Because Hua Xiangqiao had taken good care of Lao Ma, who was also quite familiar with Jiang Dai. Thus, nightclubs like Scarlet Stage, representing the Hanyi nightlife circuit, rarely faced surprise police raids. Even when routine inspections did occur, they would be announced in advance. Thus, under Old Ma's management, venues like Scarlet Platform enjoyed a period of relative peace and prosperity, raking in substantial profits. But this time, Old Ma truly stumbled. He mishandled his relationship with his mistress, who reported him to the Internal Affairs Bureau with ironclad evidence of corruption. He was immediately dismissed and placed under investigation. And the newly assigned female warden? None other than Qin Yang. This young female chief, barely in her early 30s, was poised and decisive. Thanks to her meritorious service, she rose quickly through the ranks and had previously served as chief in Lianzheng district. True to what Hua Xiangqiao said, this female chief despised the adult entertainment industry above all else. She swept away every brothel she encountered, leaving no trace behind. To open nightclubs in major cities like Yunzhou and the Magic City, the executives of Hanyi Group must have connections reaching high places. They swiftly learned of Chief Qin Yang's appointment and understood her crackdown-focused governance style. Consequently, they immediately stationed Hua Xiangqiao in the Eastern District to handle Qin Yang, ensuring the stable operation of nightclubs like Crimson Stage. Jiang Dai, a seasoned nightclub veteran who'd weathered countless crackdowns, remained unflappable. Brother Hua, have you met the new chief yet? Exchanged greetings? Hua Xiangqiao crushed his cigarette but fiercely. That really knows how to put on airs. I sent word through connections multiple times, trying to arrange a meeting. Who knew she'd be so stubborn, refusing to give me the time of day? She's got no clue, acting like she's the only dish on the menu. Then, what should we do? Hua Xiangqiao instructed, don't panic. Listen up. Tell all the male models to keep a low profile for the time being. No big events in any private rooms. Got it, brother Hua. We've got nothing to hide. She can't do a damn thing to us. As he spoke, Hua Xiangqiao approached Zhang Dai, his expression growing suggestive. Little Dai, don't worry. I'll be staying here for the time being. If anything happens, I'll handle it. I won't let you suffer any injustice. With that, he wrapped his large arm around her slender waist. Thank you, brother Hua. Zhang Dai visibly flustered, yet dared not resist in the slightest. Alright, stop worrying about troublesome things. After all these days, did you miss me? Brother Hua, don't, this is the office. Oh, alright. Let's find somewhere else. Brother Hua. Let's go. Equals. They're here, the cops are here. 3 patrol cars. The perimeter security guard urgently radioed into the Scarlet platform interior. Yes, what was bound to happen finally arrived. Tonight, Chief Qin Yang personally led the team, personally storming Crimson platform. Tonight's objective was clear, a full-scale raid. After parking, 3 vehicles full of officers swarmed in, sending the entire Scarlet platform into utter chaos. At that moment, Lin Feng was inside the secret speech forest, whipping Ding Yuyan like a spinning top. Suddenly, a waiter burst in first. Lin Feng, stop around. The cops are here to crack down on illegal activities. Lin Feng, in the thick of it, off. Spinning a top isn't illegal. What the hell are we scared of cops for? Lin Feng couldn't bear to lose the experience points. Ding Yuyan's affection level was still skyrocketing. A few more spins and she'd level up. Ding Yuyan was thoroughly enjoying herself too, and was thoroughly annoyed by the waiter. She snapped, get lost. Lin Feng and I are true love. We have love. Whatever we do is legal. Not even the King of Heaven can tell us what to do. Waiter. Just then, Jiang Dai barged in. Yen, no way. It's a special time, show some understanding. Then, Jiang Dai quickly pulled Lin Feng aside and said, Quick Lin Feng, don't stay in the private room. Go to the manager's office, Mr. Hua has arrangements. Chapter 22, Testing the Female Warden. Inside the crimson-hued station, Qin Yang sat firmly at the center of the police officers. Dressed in a sleek black uniform with her hair cut short and sharp, she radiated a commanding presence. All units, attention. Cracking down on illegal activities is our sacred duty. Search every private room and every corner thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned in rooting out these dens of iniquity. Restore Dongqing district to its pristine state. Move out. Yes, sir. At the command, officers dispersed in all directions, rushing toward the booths and private rooms. The hostesses, young women, and male models trembled in fear. After the officers dispersed, Hua Xiangqiao hurried over to Qin Yang with a forced smile. Oh my, Chief Qin, you're too kind. We operate entirely within the law. Cracking down on illegal activities, harboring filth, none of that applies here. We're honored by your visit to guide our work. Welcome. As he spoke, Hua Xiangqiao habitually reached into his pocket for a cigarette, preparing to offer it. But then it hit him this was a female chief. He quickly stashed the pack away. That's best. Qin Yang's expression was cold and stern, radiating righteous indignation. Indeed, for some reason, Qin Yang always seemed particularly energized whenever she went out on raids. Qin Yang shot a cold stare at Hua Xiangqiao and said, You're the manager here, right? You claim this is a legitimate business, but the police have received numerous reports alleging illegal activities like prostitution and paid companionship. It's all a misunderstanding, nothing but misunderstandings. Hua Xiangqiao hurriedly explained, Chief Qin, I am Hua Xiangqiao. You know better than anyone that those reports are nothing but slander from competitors. Chief Qin, as you can see, our primary clientele consists of women, not those male perverts. This is simply a place for women to socialize and unwind. Why would any sane person report us? It's all slander from competitors. Poof. Qin Yang gave a cold laugh. What about female clients? Don't they have husbands? Don't they have partners? If they see their wives or girlfriends frequenting illegal places daily to fool around with male models, destroying their families, wouldn't they report us? Hua Xiangqiao hadn't expected the female director's reasoning to be so unconventional. No such thing exists, Director Qin. We don't have those issues here. How about this? Let's discuss this in detail in my office. I'll give you a thorough briefing on the bar's business model, and then we can clear up any misunderstandings. Qin Yang shot him a dismissive glance. Hua Xiangqiao hurriedly led the way. Chief Qin, please. Once seated in the manager's office, Jiang Dai promptly and attentively poured water and brewed tea for Qin Yang. Director Qin, thank you for your hard work. We appreciate your visit to Fiery Red for inspection and guidance. Qin Yang shot Jiang Dai a sidelong glance, her expression as cold as ice. She seemed to harbor an indelible hostility toward women in the nightlife industry. Seeing this, Jiang Dai felt a chill in her heart. After pouring the tea, she quickly stepped aside. Xiangqiao wasted no time in taking action. "Oh, Director Qin. I've heard about your appointment and have been meaning to pay my respects for quite some time. But you've been so busy, we never managed to meet. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll continue to guide and support us." With that, Xiangqiao presented a handbag. The zipper was open, revealing 10 leather envelopes inside. No need to say more, it was clearly 100,000 yuan as a meeting gift. Qin Yang caught sight of the money inside and instantly understood Xiangqiao's intent. She snorted coldly. "Mr. Hua, you're confessing without being asked, aren't you? You claim you have nothing to hide, so why resort to this?" "Ah. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Xiangqiao reacted quickly. "Director Qin, the safe operation of our bar relies on your protection. So, expressing gratitude is only natural. Cut the crap. I came to your office to hear about your business model, not to collude with you. If you have nothing to say, I'll be leaving to enforce the law." With that, Qin Yang stood up and started walking toward the door. "Wait, Chief Qin, I'll report. I'll report." Xiangqiao scrambled to his feet, stopping Qin Yang in his tracks. "Then get on with it." Xiangqiao's mind raced. He steeled himself and made up his mind. "Damn it. This woman is tough to deal with, I'll have to pull out my trump card. All right. Director Qin, please sit down." With that, he clapped his hands twice. "Everyone, come out." As soon as Xiangqiao finished speaking, a row of handsome, perfectly straight male models emerged from the manager's office cubicle, marching in with impeccable, synchronized steps. "That's right, Lin Feng is already a top male model, so he's included here too. You, what the hell are you doing?" Watching a line of sleek, handsome men slowly enter the room, Qin Yang felt a bit flustered. She genuinely couldn't fathom what Xiangqiao was up to. Xiangqiao grinned broadly. "Director Qin, I'm here to brief you on our bar's business model. But I figured just talking about it would be tedious for you. Why not let you experience our services firsthand?" Qin Yang. Even Lin Feng was stunned by this remark. "Talent, Brother Hua. Having the police station chief experience male model services? You're bloody brilliant. You what the hell are you doing? Get out. All of you, get out." Though Qin Yang was a female chief, she was still a woman, a 30-something unmarried woman at that. Seeing a line of prince-level male models suddenly flood into the room left her momentarily flustered. Chief Qin, please don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand." Xiangqiao hurriedly explained. "Chief Qin, I truly mean no offense. I just wanted to show you our services exactly as they are. There's absolutely no flesh trade or paid companionship involved. These young men are all beverage sales staff. Our company strictly prohibits them from accepting tips. Director Qin, with the current economic downturn, these young men face employment challenges and our business struggles too. To foster a better business environment and harmonious government-business relations, please give us a chance, experience it, understand it." It must be said, Xiangqiao was quite skilled. His words were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. After hearing this, Qin Yang realized that refusing to give face now would be deliberately making things difficult for small and medium-sized enterprises. Even Lin Feng, upon hearing this, found himself looking at this seemingly rough and ready middle-aged man with newfound respect. Swayed by Xiangqiao's persuasion, Qin Yang hesitated slightly. For the moment, she could only sit on the sofa, scanning the row of male models before her. Seeing this, Xiangqiao promptly issued instructions to the models. "Director Qin is here to guide our work. Everyone, perk up. No drooping eyes or sullen faces, smile and serve." The models immediately straightened their posture and put on cheerful smiles. Lin Feng was very professional as a male model. He followed the instructions and wore a smile. Qin Yang scanned each model in turn with her eyes, but her mind was already calculating her next move. Suddenly, a face caught her eye, completely disrupting her thoughts. "Wow, so handsome. This guy is seriously gorgeous." Chapter 23, Male Model or Charlatan? The moment Qin Yang's gaze swept over Lin Feng's face, her body began flooding with estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin. Because Xiangqiao instructed the male models to maintain a smile, and Lin Feng complied. However, whenever Lin Feng smiled at a beautiful woman, his skill, Spring Breeze Smile, would activate. The effect of Spring Breeze Smile caused beautiful women to secrete large amounts of estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin. Lin Feng was already a handsome guy, and with the added effect of Spring Breeze Smile, it was no wonder Qin Yang's body was flooding with estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin. With her surge of hormones, Qin Yang's heart fluttered wildly. Her gaze locked onto Lin Feng's face, refusing to move. Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai noticed this too, sensing an opening. Although Qin Yang was already swept up in the moment, her position as the director meant she couldn't simply take Lin Feng into a private room right then. Yet Lin Feng's gravitational pull on her was simply too strong, and the lethal charm of Spring Breeze Smile was overwhelming. She simply couldn't bring herself to ignore him. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly rose from the sofa, walked toward a row of male models, and came to a stop in front of Lin Feng. "Are you a male model too?" Xin Yang suppressed the fluttering in her chest, feigning composure as she asked. Reporting to the boss, I am a male model. Lin Feng answered in a resonant voice, magnetic and sunny. Xin Yang wanted to laugh, but she couldn't afford to lose her composure. Suppressing her amusement, she pressed on. You look so young, barely 20. With such youth, why choose modeling over other opportunities? Reporting to the boss, serving the people. Lin Feng answered with unwavering conviction. Put. This time, Xin Yang couldn't hold it in. Her snow-white cheeks flushed a peachy pink from stifling her laughter. Ha, het, cough cough, you speak properly. Yes. Serving the people means serving Director Qin above all. Director Qin, you've shed blood, sacrificed flesh, and endured injuries to protect the lives and property of our citizens. You are a hero of the people, and we must serve such heroes with utmost dedication. Xin Yang's expression shifted. How do you know I've been injured? Lin Feng knew Xin Yang had come to the bar to raid it and he meant business. If the Scarlet stage got busted, where would he level up? Therefore, he must protect Scarlet platform and take down Xin Yang. Thus, Lin Feng replied on the spot, Sir, that bullet wound on your body is your indelible badge of honor. Xin Yang's shock value plus 999,999. The others present couldn't comprehend what Lin Feng was saying. What gunshot wound? What kind of gunshot wound? Of course they didn't know they lacked the X-ray vision, see through everything, ability. No wonder. Ever since acquiring the system awarded X-ray vision, see through everything, skill, Lin Feng would unconsciously activate it whenever he saw a beauty. Thus, even though Xin Yang was clad in a smart police uniform, to Lin Feng's eyes, she was completely exposed. The bullet wound on Xin Yang's body was also scanned and analyzed by the X-ray vision, see through everything, skill. Lin Feng instantly seized upon this detail, making it the key point in his plan to win Xin Yang over. Yet Xin Yang could never have imagined that Lin Feng had seen everything about her. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in utter astonishment as she demanded. What did you say? You? How did you know I have a gunshot wound? Sir, not only do I know you have a gunshot wound, but I also know exactly where it is. The entire room was stunned. Had Lin Feng lost his mind? Flirting with the female warden here. Xin Yang already thought this handsome jerk was a bit off, but the idea that he knew the exact location of her gunshot wound? Xin Yang absolutely refused to believe it. Oh? Well then, tell me where my gunshot wound is. Lin Feng fell silent, silently raising his hand to point near Xin Yang's left bicep. Chief, here. Does it still hurt during rainy weather? Xin Yang's shock level plus 999,999. It was absolutely true. The spot Lin Feng pointed to was precisely where Xin Yang had been shot, not a hair off. Suddenly, every hair on Xin Yang's body stood on end. Get over here. Xin Yang barked, immediately ushering Lin Feng into the soundproof booth. Yes, she had to figure this out. She had to understand exactly what kind of charlatan Lin Feng was. As the two entered the booth, Hua Xiangqiao, Jiang Dai, and all the other male models inside were completely dumbfounded. Hua Xiangqiao had considered the possibility of Xin Yang bringing male models into the booth to experience their business model firsthand, but he never imagined it would happen this way. His head filled with question marks, he asked Jiang Dai, who is this male model? He seems kinda weird. Jiang Dai answered truthfully, Brother Hua, his name is Lin Feng. You're right, he really is weird. Xin Yang brought Lin Feng into the private room, closed the door tightly, and then blurted out. Who are you? How did you know about my gunshot wound? With the police station chief personally interrogating him, Lin Feng dared not be vague. He immediately activated his most understanding of women's heart skill to its fullest. At that moment, not only was Xin Yang completely exposed before Lin Feng, but her inner thoughts were also being eavesdropped on by him. How could he know about my injury in Tunta Town? Does he have an acquaintance who knows me? Lin Feng, sir, not only do I know you have an injury, but I also know you sustained it in Tuntu Town. Xin Yang's shock meter skyrocketed. Xin Yang asked aloud, does someone close to you know me? But inwardly thought, are my exploits that well known? That shouldn't be possible. That operation was a covert strike against the Gui gang, only a handful knew about it, and absolute secrecy was enforced afterward. Besides, I got injured because I went into the woods to pee, got separated from the group, and was ambushed by the Gui gang. I never shared the details of such a private incident even with my colleagues who were with me at the time. How could he pinpoint the exact location of my gunshot wound so accurately? Lin Feng sharply grasped the crux of the matter and immediately pointed out, Sir, not only do I know you were injured in Tuntu Town, but I also know you went into the woods to relieve yourself, accidentally got separated from the group, and were ambushed by bandits. Ah, shut up. Xin Yang shoved Lin Feng hard, a flush of embarrassment spreading across her face. Yet beyond embarrassment and confusion, a new layer of fear toward Lin Feng now settled in her heart. This is terrifying, this jerk is absolutely terrifying. He even knew I was attacked while I went to pee. Because in this world, only Xin Yang herself knew about this incident. Even her colleagues who were with her at the time afterward, Xin Yang only told them she'd gone into the woods to make a call and was accidentally attacked. She never mentioned the peeing part. And yet, Lin Feng knew she was peeing at that exact moment. Holy, a psychic. This guy is definitely a psychic. So terrifying. Chapter 24, Damn the Business K, Long Live Male Models. Are you human? Or a charlatan? Xin Yang's composure completely shattered. Staring at Lin Feng, her eyes now held a hint of awe. Director, I'm definitely human, it's just. Lin Feng had to justify his actions, lest he truly frighten this female warden. It's really nothing strange. I'm just somewhat familiar with physiognomy. Face reading. Is it really that powerful? You, so young, who taught you? Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Xin Yang's mind calmed slightly, and her fear gradually shifted to admiration. My family has been practicing physiognomy for generations. I picked up a bit through osmosis. Lin Feng quickly took the opportunity to downplay his skills. Really, that's truly amazing. Learning that Lin Feng came from a family of charlatans only deepened Xin Yang's admiration. Truthfully, before coming to Shaohuang today, Xin Yang had been a staunch materialist. But after Lin Feng pinpointed the location of her gunshot wound and revealed that she had been attacked while urinating, her entire worldview was completely reshaped. At this moment, she was utterly convinced of the existence of the occult. Seriously incredible. I've never told anyone about that peeing thing before. Xin Yang sighed sincerely, her feminine shyness nearly vanishing in the presence of the master. She also found herself drawn to the handsome guy before her curiosity burning uncontrollably. What's your name? You're so talented, why did you become a male model? Reporting to the boss, my name is Lin Feng. Don't call me boss, it makes me a bit uneasy. Honestly, if a psychic called you boss, wouldn't you feel uneasy too? Just call me Qin Yang. Better call me Sister Yang. Lin Feng cleared his throat and continued, as for why I became a male model, I can only say it was destined. Some unseen force guided me. But, male modeling it's a borderline industry. Borderline industries are the most harmful. It was clear Qin Yang despised borderline industries. The mere mention of them brought an unmistakable look of disgust to her face. Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Why did this woman despise borderline industries so intensely? Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng activated the skill, understanding women's hearts, once more eavesdropping on Qin Yang's inner thoughts. The adult entertainment industry ruined my entire family. My father frequented adult clubs, fooling around with those women, and eventually abandoned my mother, driving her into depression. My entire family was destroyed by the adult entertainment industry. That's why I don't believe in love, I won't marry a man, I hate the adult entertainment industry, and I'm determined to shut it down. Oh, I see. After eavesdropping on her inner thoughts, Lin Feng felt everything made sense now. No wonder this female director insisted on cracking down on prostitution and illegal activities wherever she went. It all stemmed from this reason. Armed with this crucial insight, Lin Feng felt much more composed in his response. Sister Yang, I understand your principled stance. But I must point out that male model bars are different from commercial KTVs. Those places truly deserve to be shut down. Women there desperately lure men for money, and your father suffered terribly because of it. Ah! Xin Yang gasped again. You know all this? Lin Feng didn't elaborate, continuing to reason with her. Male model bars, however, focus on providing emotional value to women without harming them. Sister Yang, we must acknowledge that women are often highly emotional, prone to impulsiveness, emotional swings, confusion, and foolish decisions. Men, on the other hand, tend to be rational and perceptive. So when women are lost, they genuinely need men to help them sort through their thoughts, navigate the fog of emotion, and find a happy home. That's why Shang Ke deserves to die, while male model bars are booming and have tremendous potential. Lin Feng's words once again moved the system, causing his experience points to skyrocket. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's words were masterfully crafted. By first standing in Qin Yang's shoes and vehemently condemning Shang Ke, he made his own perspective far more palatable to her. Precisely because of this, Qin Yang began to be brainwashed by Lin Feng's theory, her conviction slowly wavering. Is that really how it is? Absolutely, Sister Yang. Think about it, if the male model industry had developed sooner, when your mother was betrayed by your father, she could have sought emotional release with a male model. Would she have spiraled into depression otherwise? Qin Yang. Lin Feng's perspective was utterly bizarre. Qin Yang had never considered this angle before. When he brought it up, she was instantly dumbfounded, unable to discern whether his logic held water. Seizing the moment while Qin Yang was dazed, Lin Feng pressed his advantage, doubling down on his persuasion. Sis Yang, it's not just Auntie who should have found a male model sooner, you should be seeing one regularly too. Qin Yang's worldview shattered into pieces. Me, hire male models? What would I possibly need male models for? Lin Feng replied calmly, Sis Yang, your father's affair with that businesswoman Kay has made you distrust love. Honestly, that's not good. A woman's emotional void shouldn't last too long. Seriously, without the nourishment of a man's masculine energy, women can develop both physical and psychological issues. For example, Sister Yang, your menstrual cycle must be irregular now, right? I can see signs of premature aging in your eyes and lips. Qin Yang had long been convinced by Lin Feng's physiognomy skills, firmly believing him to be a master of the art. Therefore, she readily accepted his assessment of her physical condition. Yes, my periods have become increasingly erratic. The doctor also said my complexion looks poor. Exactly, Sister Yang. This proves women truly need men and you need male models. Don't you miss the days when your periods were regular, heavy, and odor-free? Lin Feng. Stop it you. In her 30s, Qin Yang blushed with girlish bashfulness before Lin Feng. She unconsciously pushed his leg with both hands, and once her hands touched his thigh, they never withdrew. The system panel displayed Qin Yang affection plus 9999999. Holy crap? That's insane. Keep pushing, and I'll level up again soon. Lin Feng pressed on, continuing to provide emotional support. Sis Yang, seriously, you need a man or a male model. That way, you'll live more elegantly. Look at you now, you don't buy new clothes, just wear your police uniform all the time. It completely hides your beauty. Plus, if you had a beloved man or male model, you wouldn't wear black on top and red on bottom for your underwear, you'd wear matching sets. Qin Yang jerked her hands away from Lin Feng's thighs as if electrocuted, then clutched her chest tightly. Lin Feng, how did you know all this? Since Lin Feng had even guessed the color of her underwear correctly, in Qin Yang's eyes, he was now nothing short of a godlike hottie. Shyness, admiration, affection, mystery. A wave of complex emotions washed over Qin Yang's heart. Lin Feng, did you see everything? Chapter 25, Male Model's Protective Umbrella. Since Lin Feng had already seen everything, Qin Yang let down all her defenses in his presence. Stripped of the cold arrogance of the female warden, she was, in truth, a woman desperately starved for affection. As they chatted, Qin Yang leaned tightly against Lin Feng. Her voice trembled with emotion as she confessed, Lin Feng, I truly understand now. Just as you said, a woman does need a man's nurturing. But it has to be the right man, someone who truly understands me. Of course. If any man would do, wouldn't that make you a? Qin Yang pinched Lin Feng hard. You're great in every way, but your mouth is just too crude. Heh, it's called blunt but true. Qin Yang shot him a loving glare. Lin Feng, I feel like you're the one who can truly nourish me. Can we meet often? Of course we can, Sister Yang. As long as you don't raid my hideout, the Crimson Stage, I'll be waiting here for you. Ha! Qin Yang was genuinely happy. Lin Feng, you're right. I feel it too. This Scarlet platform really has a healing effect on us women. I'm not stubborn, of course I'll support your work. But Shang Ke is out of the question. Late at night, I still have to go raid Shang Ke. Shang Ke is all damnable. Right. Shang Ke deserves to die. Sister Yang, let's take them all down. Lin Feng couldn't care less about the pimp's fate. His sole focus now was expanding and strengthening the male modeling industry to keep upgrading his system. Oh dear, we've been chatting too long. Qin Yang suddenly realized how quickly time had flown. The officers downstairs were still waiting impatiently for her to wrap up. She quickly stood up, straightened her uniform and appearance, and said reluctantly, Lin Feng, thank you. Thank you for your company. I feel like my life has opened up new horizons. I'll come find you again. You're welcome, Sister Yang. I enjoyed spending time with you too. Come visit anytime. Lin Feng was genuinely happy because the system had just notified him his experience bar was full. Soon, he could level up and unlock new skills. Alright, deal. After saying that, Qin Yang turned to leave. Then, suddenly remembering something, she pulled her phone out of her pocket and asked, you guys really don't have tips for male models here? If you do, I'll scan the QR code and transfer it to you. Ha ha. Lin Feng instantly found this lady utterly charming. Though she despised the borderline industry, the fact that she did think to scan a QR code for a male model as tip before leaving proved she was genuinely kind-hearted. No, Sister Yang, I really don't take tips. If you want to support me, just save up some drinks for next time. Alright. Definitely. See you later. Yeah, next time for sure. Alright, no backing out. Though reluctant to leave, Qin Yang had to head to the commercial KTV for her next gig. Upon reaching the first floor, sure enough, the officers had been waiting for her there for quite some time. Moreover, Hua Xiongqiao and Jiang Dai were also waiting for her downstairs. Seeing so many people waiting for her, Qin Yang felt somewhat guilty. But she had to maintain her authority as the station chief. Well, any developments? A senior officer stepped forward to reporting to the chief, things are mostly normal, but there are issues in 2 private rooms. Hua Xiongqiao and Jiang Dai both felt their hearts tighten. Indeed, they had long warned all male models to avoid engaging in intimate activities recently. But private rooms were private spaces. When a man and woman spent too much time together in there, things could get heated. And this inspection had been so sudden, so a situation had arisen, and they'd been caught red-handed. The officer continued his report, the body camera has secured the evidence. We're ready to handle this immediately. Oh no. Hua Xiongqiao could have strangled those 2 reckless male models who'd gone too far. But to his surprise, Jiang Yang casually waved his hand and said, "Delete it. Delete it. I've looked into it, no money changed hands here. Those videos you took are useless." "Yes, sir." The officer was quite cooperative, immediately pulling out his body camera and formatting it on the spot. He was well practiced in this routine task, having frequently deleted bodycam footage at the former Chief Ma's behest after receiving kickbacks. Huoxiangqiao, shock value, plus 99,999. Jiang Dai, shock level, plus 99,999. What the hell is going on? Both of them were completely dumbfounded. We haven't done anything yet, so how did Chief Qin become the protector of our Scarlet platform? Could it be because of Lin Feng? Damn it, what kind of magic did Lin Feng pull off? The two, who already thought Lin Feng was incredibly strange, now not only found him bizarre but even began to feel this handsome guy was borderline supernatural. While they were still reeling, Jiang Yang turned to them and whispered, "I forgot to ask earlier, when does this Lin Feng usually start work?" "Oh." Jiang Dai hurriedly leaned in to answer, "Director Qin, Lin Feng usually takes Wednesdays off. He works every other day." "Oh, okay. Got it." After getting the details, Jiang Yang turned and walked away. "Pack it up, everyone. We're heading to Jane's KTV. For now, put the male model bar on hold. Our priority is to focus on the business-oriented KTV." "Yes, sir." The officers saluted and withdrew. The glamorous girls, young women, and male models at the Scarlet stage finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Holy. But Huoxiangqiao's face showed no joy. "Damn it, what a ing stroke of bad luck. Why the hell are we going to Jane's KTV? That place is also under Hanya's control." After Jiang Yang left, Lin Feng's male model system began processing the upgrade. Having spun the Ding Yuyan spinner relentlessly lately, he'd accumulated massive amounts of affection points from her. Ding Yuyan was remarkably resilient to draws, a rare experience gain powerhouse. Combined with the massive shock points gained tonight in Jiang Yang's affection points, the upgrade requirements were finally met. System, congratulations, host, on another upgrade. As per your previous request, this time no experience points were allocated to the sissy skills. All rewards are directly used to redeem a legendary tier skill. Lin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Great. Exactly. Thanks, system boss. We don't need those sissy skills every level up. That whispering murmurs you gave me last time was useless, I barely used it. So just give us those sissy skills occasionally. The priority is legendary skills. Hurry up. Draw the rewards." System, first reward, host receives the silver legendary skill, Huatuo's acupuncture technique. Skill description, host will master acupuncture, capable of treating complex ailments through needle therapy. It can relax muscles and invigorate meridians, promote blood circulation and dispel stasis, with remarkable efficacy for conditions like anal fistulas causing loose stools and excessive flatulence, frequent urgent urination with incomplete emptying, erectile dysfunction, and premature ejaculation. Lin Feng, holy crap, who's Huatuo? Does he specialize in treating the lower regions? Still, it was only a silver legendary skill. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Hurry up. System boss, a golden legendary skill. The key is golden legendary. What is this golden legendary skill? Chapter 26, Expanding the Male Model Territory. System, none. No golden legendary skill this time. Golden legendary skills aren't awarded every time they trigger, only after meeting certain probability thresholds. Besides, your experience points aren't sufficient. Lin Feng, seriously? Are you kidding me? I've been grinding Ding Yuyan all week, my hands are practically falling off, and that's still not enough to unlock a golden legendary skill? System, insufficient. Regarding the remaining experience points, this system offers the host one choice: accumulate them for future use or spend them now to enhance a silver legend skill. I can use the remaining points to enhance silver legendary skills? Yes. The host currently possesses 2 silver legendary skills, Composer and Huatuo's Needle Technique. The host may choose to enhance either of these skills with the remaining experience points. Who knew this system was so interesting? It even has an enhancement mechanism. Lin Feng perked up with interest and asked, "Boss, tell me what exactly can these upgrades turn into?" System, certainly. The Composer skill can be enhanced into Master Composer. The system will then infuse the host with 200 classic songs from Blue Star. The Huatuo acupuncture skill can be enhanced into Divine Physician Acupuncture. The scope of acupuncture treatment will no longer be limited to the anorectal and urinary systems, but can also treat complex conditions such as trauma injuries, cerebral palsy, breast hyperplasia, uterine fibroids, and more. It can treat gynecological diseases too? After hearing the explanation, Lin Feng felt the upgraded Divine Physician's Needle Technique offered better value. He decisively chose to allocate points to Huatuo's Needle Technique. "Boss, cut to the chase, enhance my Huatuo acupuncture technique. I'm going to be a divine healer." Received. Skill enhancement in progress. Skill enhancement complete. Host now possesses Divine Physician's Needle Technique. Awesome. I'm no longer just a vet, I'm a divine healer now. After the initial thrill wore off, Lin Feng suddenly had a question. Hey, boss, quick question, can this divine physician's needle technique be used to treat myself? Like, sticking needles into myself? System, yes, host. May I ask if you have a penis? I'll your grandpa. Equals. After Lin Feng completed the system upgrade, Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai escorted Qin Yang out before heading upstairs themselves. The two immediately pulled Lin Feng into the office for questioning. Hua Xiangqiao, Lin Feng, what's the deal? You're something else, kid. How'd you handle Director Qin? You did her? Lin Feng hastily waved his hands. No. Mr. Hua, you've repeatedly stressed lately that we can't get involved in anything serious. I definitely have to follow the rules. How could I dare to do anything with her? Oh? Then what exactly did you two do in that private room? Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai grew even more curious. Nothing much. Just chatting, getting to know each other, understanding each other a bit. Then, Lin Feng solemnly addressed Hua Xiangqiao, Mr. Hua, through my conversation with Director Qin, I've obtained crucial information. What information? Hua Xiangqiao leaned forward eagerly. Lin Feng told him the truth. Mr. Hua, do you know why Director Qin loves sweeping the room so much? Do you know why she gets so excited whenever she comes out to sweep? Yeah, why? Why is that? Because her father cheated on her mother with a business hostess. He abandoned her mother, who couldn't cope and developed depression. Her family shattered. That's why Director Qin despises the adult entertainment industry, especially business hostesses. Holy, this happened? She told you this? Hua Xiangqiao was utterly stunned. Jiang Dai suddenly understood. No wonder Chief Qin harbored such hostility toward her. Because, after all, Jiang Dai herself had risen through the ranks as a business hostess. Yeah. We hit it off great. She said she'd come by next time to stock up on booze for me. Damn, bro, you're awesome. Hua Xiangqiao gave him a thumbs up. He trusted Lin Feng's words because Qin Yang had become the protective umbrella for Scarlet Stage, undoubtedly sharing a deep bond with Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng solemnly added, Mr. Hua, Director Qin has given us her approval. She won't be causing trouble for Scarlet Platform anytime soon. But the group's other establishments in Dongqing District, the massage parlors, foot massage shops, bathhouses, they're all going to get raided. Chief Qin made it clear, male model clubs she might overlook, but those business Ks, foot massage parlors, and bathhouses? They deserve to die. She intends to wipe out the princesses, technicians, and third-tier training centers completely. What? That harsh? To be honest, Hanyi Group operates quite a few such establishments in Dongqing District. If Qin Yang really shuts them all down, the losses would be absolutely massive. Hua Xiangqiao asked with concern, then, what should we do? Lin Feng remained calm. He'd already devised a plan. Mr. Hua, I suggest converting them all into male model clubs. Transform every single KTV, foot massage parlor, and bathhouse under Hanya's umbrella in Dongqing District into male model clubs. Hua Xiangqiao. Jiang Dai. The proposal left both of them speechless on the spot. Seeing their silence, Lin Feng quickly added. Mr. Hua, Sister Jiang, I fear this is the only way to preserve Hanya's assets in Dongqing District and prevent the group from suffering losses. Lin Feng's persistent advocacy stemmed partly from advising the group, but equally from expanding the male models empire to trigger system upgrades. The system had made it clear, expanding the male model business empire and boosting the industry's influence and social recognition would grant Lin Feng massive amounts of system experience, unlocking more powerful golden legendary skills. Therefore, Lin Feng must seize every opportunity to advance his male model enterprise. Mr. Hua, Ms. Zhang, there's no time to waste. We must act decisively and convert all locations into male model establishments. Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction. Hua Xiangqiao didn't respond, merely extending a hand to test Lin Feng's forehead. Bro, are you out of your mind? Converting everything to male model shops? Have you gone completely nuts over being a male model? Jiang Dai, standing nearby, couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. Lin Feng replied with utmost seriousness, Mr. Hua, I'm not crazy, I swear. The situation is extremely critical. Chief Qin despises women in the nightlife industry. Places like Shangkai and foot massage parlors will never have peace. That's why we must plan ahead and transition to male model clubs as soon as possible. Holy crap! Ha ha! Hua Xiangqiao was so exasperated he laughed. Leaning back in his executive chair, he said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Man, you've got some wild ideas. Your imagination is off the charts. Why don't you go ahead and turn Dongguan Market into a male model club too? And that Yunzhou Xiaolong Bao shop next door? Go talk to the owner about turning that into a male model club as well. Chapter 27, The Divine Needle Revealed. Lin Feng brushed off Hua Xiangqiao's teasing and stuck to his point. Mr. Hua, I'm serious. The future of the service industry will definitely be dominated by male models. We need to seize this opportunity, plan ahead, and secure a competitive edge to reap the rewards of this new era. TSK. You're not wasting your life after all. Hua Xiangqiao found the young man's words amusing and was happy to engage him further. Brother, let me ask you, why would I open so many male model shops? Are there really that many? To patronize them? Forget the rest, just look at our Scarlet stage. Sometimes we can't even fill the booths. And you want me to convert the karaoke bars and foot massage parlors into male model clubs? Are you trying to bankrupt me? There are. Brother Hua, really, there are tons of horny women out there. Lin Feng analyzed the current situation earnestly. Mr. Hua, there really are plenty of horny women out there. It's just that traditional moral codes suppress their desires. Truthfully, when women get horny, 10 old perverts couldn't handle them. In other words, deep down, many women actually crave visiting male model clubs. But traditional moral codes suppress that desire. Therefore, the market potential is enormous. The key lies in guiding women to break free from traditional constraints, discovering these wild women, guiding them, serving them, and turning them into a powerful driving force for our company's growth. Hua Xiangqiao. Jiang Dai. Lin Feng. Moreover, women's spending power absolutely blows those old perverts out of the water. Mr. Hua, you run nightclubs, you should know these old perverts are stingy spenders, haggling over every penny like they're bargaining for a 200 yuan half service. Counting on them to propel our group's growth is nothing short of wishful thinking. Women are different. They get hooked on male models easily. Sometimes they genuinely fall for them and shower them with affection. They spend generously, unlike those cheap old pervs pinching every penny. That's why developing the economy is the absolute best choice. Holy. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xiangqiao burst into hearty laughter, genuinely amused by Lin Feng's economy theory. Whoa, holy crap, bro, you're too much. Oh my god, Xiao Dai, where did you find this genius? Jesus, you're killing me. Hua Xiangqiao was doubled over with laughter, but clearly, he didn't take Lin Feng's earnest suggestions seriously, dismissing it as mere banter. Jiang Dai listened, then lowered her head and chuckled silently. Truth be told, though Jiang Dai had once been quite the flirt herself, her perspective and vision were nowhere near Lin Feng's. So, she couldn't quite grasp his reasoning just yet. Ah! Damn it! It hurts! It hurts like hell! Suddenly, Hua Xiangqiao clutched his left shoulder with his right hand, grimacing in agony as beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What? Brother Hua, what's wrong? Is your old condition acting up again? Jiang Dai hurried over to support Hua Xiangqiao. Brother Hua, can you hold on? I'll get someone to call an ambulance right now. Ah, damn it. This pain is killing me, hurry up, get a car ready. I can't take it anymore. Lin Feng paid close attention to Hua Xiangqiao's sudden illness. Now that he possessed X-ray vision, unobstructed view, plus divine physician's needle technique, he easily discerned the root cause of Hua Xiangqiao's ailment. Hua Xiangqiao couldn't collapse. I was counting on him to expand my male model empire and grow the male modeling industry. I had to save him, at least for now. Thus, Lin Feng declared on the spot. Going to the hospital only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Mr. Hua, your injury stems from a severe blunt force impact to the lower left scapular region near your spine. This caused extensive contusions to deep tissues, muscles, fascia, collaterals, and microvascular networks, resulting in massive blood stasis deep within the tissues. Without timely treatment to disperse this stasis, it has formed stagnant blood. Hua Xiangqiao's shock value plus 9999999. Jiang Dai shock level plus 9999999. Both were utterly stunned beyond words. Lin Feng was absolutely correct. The wound on Hua Xiangqiao's left shoulder was indeed inflicted 3 years ago when he led his men in a violent clash with the Wang family from the northern part of the city, where he was struck with a blunt weapon. Lin Feng's description of the brutal blunt force trauma to the lower edge of his scapula. Near the spine, it was absolutely true. How did you know about my injury? Hua Xiangqiao stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. This young man suddenly seemed shrouded in an inexplicable aura of mystery. Lin Feng replied modestly, Brother Hua, I have some basic knowledge of medicine. If I'm not mistaken, your condition flares up during intense emotional fluctuations like fright, cold exposure, anger, or laughter. When it does, you feel a pervasive, dull ache in your shoulder blade, as if iron sand were embedded there. The stagnant heat that has long festered at the core of the affliction, like a lit fuse, erupts violently, expanding and surging. It instantly compresses and scorches the surrounding muscles and sensitive nerve endings. The sensation is like someone thrusting a red-hot iron rod deep into the very center of your back and then violently twisting it. Bro, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly how it feels. Hua Xiangqiao slammed the table in fierce agreement. Every word Lin Feng spoke mirrored Hua Xiangqiao's own experience, deepening his trust and reliance on Lin Feng. Holy. Bro, you're amazing. For 3 years, I've sought every possible treatment and medicine, but nothing has cured this. Bro, tell me, do you think this condition can still be treated? Hua Xiangqiao, suffering immense physical agony, had become emotionally fragile. Lin Feng had pinpointed his condition and symptoms on the spot, leaving him utterly convinced. So now, as he looked at Lin Feng before him, it was like seeing a lifeline. It can be cured. Lin Feng declared with unwavering certainty. Brother Hua, your pain originates at the junction of the Tianzong and Gaowang acupoints beneath your left scapula, penetrating deep into the bone crevices. Stagnant blood has congealed like mud, while tendons have hardened like ropes, twisting and binding into a mass. To resolve this affliction, forceful intervention is essential. A heavy needle must precisely penetrate the most stubborn knot to draw out the stagnant, old blood. Then, vital points along the arm must be swiftly stimulated to forcefully expel the accumulated heat toxins. Finally, employ gentle techniques to layer by layer dissolve the stiff tendon knots in the shoulder, supplemented by methods to warm and fortify the vital energy of the lower jiao. Only through such thorough unblocking of the meridians and harmonizing of yin and yang can this chronic affliction be fully eradicated.
Damn, that's professional.
Hua Xiangqiao, writhing in agony, heard Lin Feng's masterful treatment plan and saw a glimmer of hope for recovery. The torment that had plagued him for 3 long years finally seemed within reach of a cure. Hua Xiangqiao pinned all his hopes on Lin Feng.
Brother, my own brother, can you cure this? Can you help me get better? Mr. Hua, no problem. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine and I can try acupuncture. But I don't have any fine needles on hand right now. Alright, that's easy to fix. Shout I, go buy some. Run to the pharmacy next door and get some fine needles.
Hua Xiangqiao was in agony beyond endurance. He couldn't bear to wait another moment.
Alright.
Brother Hua, Lin Feng, please wait a moment.
Shout I responded and prepared to go downstairs to buy the needles.
But after taking just a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned to ask Lin Feng.
Wait a minute, Lin Feng. I thought you said you studied veterinary medicine? Chapter 28, I still have an illness. Ahem.
Lin Feng paused before explaining, it's pretty much the same.
The principles are identical. Cut the crap. Go buy it. Hua Xiangqiao couldn't wait any longer. What's wrong with a vet? My illness hasn't been cured by human doctors.
Maybe only a vet can help.
Oh, okay. I'll go right away.
Moments later, Jiang Dai returned from the pharmacy with the acupuncture needles and handed them to Lin Feng. Holding the needles in his hand, Lin Feng said, Mr. Hua, please relax.
I'll begin the acupuncture treatment now.
With that, Lin Feng swiftly inserted the needles.
The first needle, breaking stagnation and guiding flow.
With lightning speed, he inserted the needle deep into the affected point at the shoulder while acupoint. Employing the dispersing method, he made the needle tip vibrate rapidly within the hardened mass, breaking it apart. A barely audible pop sounded, as if piercing a resilient air sac. Immediately, thick, dark, cold, and pungent old blood like rust spurted out through the needle hole, forced out under high pressure.
The second needle incinerated and dispersed stagnant heat.
Lin Feng swiftly inserted the fine needles into key heat dispersing points, Suchi, Dazui, and Yuji. Employing the piercing heavenly coolness technique, he murmured, disperse. An intense suction sensation erupted beneath the needles. Hua Xiangqiao felt the deep, burning pain that had tormented him for years being violently sucked out through several critical points by an invisible extractor fan.
The stagnant heat within his body was fiercely dispersed and diluted. Third needle, revitalizing meridians, unblocking stagnation, harmonizing qi flow.
Lin Feng abruptly changed his technique, his needle movements becoming gentle and continuous. He needled points like Jianyu, Tianzong, Bingfeng, and Weiguan, combining advanced techniques like tortoise probing the cavity and phoenix spreading its wings to release adhesions in the tendinomuscular channels and promote smooth qi and blood flow.
The fourth needle, revitalizing the gate of life.
Finally, Lin Feng selected strengthening and tonifying points like kidney shu, gate of life, Zusanli, and Guan Yuan. With gentle twisting and slow insertion, he applied the burning mountain fire tonification technique. As his warm, steady twisting continued, Hua Xiangqiao felt an unprecedented surge of warmth like spring sunshine gush forth from his Mingmen point at the waist. Instantly, it flowed through every limb and bone, warming, relaxing, and invigorating his entire body from the inside out.
3 years of heavy shackles seemed to vanish in an instant. Upon completing the acupuncture, Lin Feng withdrew his needles.
Hua Xiangqiao, now free of his chronic ailment, found himself drenched in sweat, his entire body feeling revitalized. For the first time in 3 years, he felt such profound ease and clarity. He let out a deep breath. Ha, that feels amazing. Brother, your needles hit the spot. I'm healed. My illness is truly gone. Brother, you're incredible, an absolute miracle worker.
Mr. Hua, you flatter me. As your subordinate, it's my duty to serve you. Jiang Dai had observed Lin Feng's entire acupuncture process from the sidelines.
She had long been utterly stunned by his masterful needle technique and exquisite artistry. Her awe meter had been skyrocketing non-stop. This handsome guy before her eyes grew even more mysterious and captivating in her eyes. After putting away his needles, Lin Feng prepared to take his leave. Mr. Hua, please rest well for now. Call me if anything comes up.
Wait. Hua Xiangqiao interrupted urgently, brother, don't leave. I still have an ailment.
Lin Feng was speechless.
Are you addicted to freeloading treatments?
Hua Xiangqiao pleaded earnestly, brother, I still have an illness.
Could you treat me again?
Lin Feng patiently asked. Mr. Hua, no problem.
But it depends on what kind of illness it is. I can't cure everything. Well, that kind of illness. Can you treat that?
Lin Feng didn't get it.
Mr. Hua, which aspect exactly? That. I have a hidden ailment. Mr. Hua, you need to be specific about the condition. You can't make me guess. Yang Wei. Can Yang Wei be cured?
Lin Feng hadn't expected Hua Xiangqiao to have that condition.
Mr. Hua, don't joke about this. You look young and strong, full of vitality. It can't be that serious. Damn it. Don't even mention it. Before the divine physician, Hua Xiangqiao opened up completely.
Back then, when my wife and I were going through a divorce, she refused to agree.
But my mind was made up. That woman sought revenge.
While I was asleep, she grabbed a hammer and struck me right where it counts.
Lin Feng inwardly marveled. Holy, what a badass woman. Damn, brother Hua, your wife is seriously intense. Holy crap. Don't even mention it. That woman's a lunatic.
Back then, she was even more ruthless than me when it came to cutting people down.
Forget about her, bro. Can you cure my illness? Of course it could be cured. His illness was something even the Hua Tuo needle technique could handle.
Lin Feng merely used his X-ray vision for a brief examination, combined with a quick diagnosis using divine physician's needle technique, and immediately devised a treatment plan.
Mr. Hua, this is easily handled. I'll perform acupuncture for you right now. Hua Xiong was overcome with excitement. Holy crap. Bro, this is amazing. You're like my second parent.
Lin Feng resumed his stance, his needles flying once more. Divine needles shatter the shackles, reigniting the true yang fire.
The first needle shattered decay and cleared obstruction.
Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the twisted, hardened abnormal tissue deep within the pubic bone, caused by the severe impact.
The filiform needle between his fingers pierced straight into the deep tendon behind the Tsugu acupoint.
The instant the needle tip reached the lesion, a faint crack sounded, like ice shattering.
The second needle, reconnecting tendons and vessels, harmonizing yin and yang.
Before the needle's afterimage faded, it darted like a serpent into the depths of the tendons beneath the Jimai and Yin Lian acupoints. Employing the extraordinary technique dragon whiskers probing the sea, it spiraled inward, twisting and probing.
Hua Xiangqiao felt as though countless tiny lives were wriggling and repairing.
A long-forgotten warmth began to surge like an underground spring from his dantian, slowly yet firmly permeating downward toward the dormant depths.
The third needle, revitalized meridians, unblocked tendons, harmonized yin and yang.
Lin Feng's technique abruptly shifted, the needle's momentum softening like spring rain. He needled points Guan Yuan, Qi Hai, Sanin Jiao, and Tai Shi, complemented by exquisite techniques like dragon entering the sea and phoenix spreading its wings. Wherever the needle tips touched, they gently combed through the twisted and adhered tendons and meridians scarred by trauma, harmonizing the Chong and Ren vessels. This allowed stagnant qi and blood to flow once more like murmuring streams, nourishing the parched terrain. The final needle restored balance and reignited the vital flame. Lin Feng deeply inserted it Qi Hai, double-needled it Guilai, and tonified it Fuli. Beneath the needles, stillness gave way to movement, as if an invisible vortex of energy had been unleashed. Hua Xiangqiao felt an indescribable vitality surge through him, warm and gentle like a springtime thermal spring deep within the earth. His entire waist and abdomen, even that dormant place, became fiercely hot, full, and bursting with life. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Lin Feng completed the acupuncture and rose from his position.
There you go, Mr. Hua. Your yang vitality is restored. What? It's already fixed? Though Hua Xiangqiao felt remarkably refreshed, he still found it hard to believe that just over 10 minutes could restore such vitality. Mr. Hua, it truly is restored. We can test the efficacy now. With that, Lin Feng pulled out his phone and opened his treasured cloud storage folder. He selected a classic piece from the cloud storage and displayed it for Mr. Hua to watch. Mr. Hua, please take a look. Hua Xiangqiao stared at Lin Feng's phone. The video showed two teachers from the land of cherry blossoms performing. Chapter 29, Male Models Can Write Songs Too? Hua Xiangqiao watched the Japanese teacher's performance for a few moments. Holy dude, you. Before even a few seconds passed, Hua Xiangqiao was instantly aroused. The thing his wife nearly smashed with a hammer was instantly back in full force. Damn. Ahahaha, that's amazing. Hua Xiangqiao was ecstatic. I'd been reborn. He pulled up his pants and dashed outside, eager to find a club to put his newfound vigor to the test. Suddenly, he turned back and said to Lin Feng, "Bro, you're a miracle doctor. A true miracle doctor. Give me 2 days. I'll take you to Shanghai to treat my old lady." "Miracle doctor, you've got to work your magic again." "All right." Lin Feng agreed. "First, Mr. Hua, I'll do my very best." "Wonderful. Wonderful. My mother has hope. Wait a moment, I need to handle some urgent business." With that, Hua Xiangqiao departed, his joy overflowing. Watching Hua Xiangqiao depart, Zhang Dai exhaled a long sigh of relief. She turned to face Lin Feng, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, Lin Feng. Truly, thank you. You saved Scarlet Platform, and you saved me." As she spoke, tears welled up in Jiang Dai's eyes. Lin Feng was a bit dumbfounded. That was a bit of an exaggeration. How had he saved lives? Sis Jiang, you're overdoing it. I'm just an employee here, it's all part of the job. No, truly, Lin Feng, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know how to go on. Jiang Dai grew increasingly emotional as she spoke, as if her words held hidden meanings. Unable to decipher it, Lin Feng activated the ultimate woman reader to eavesdrop on Jiang Dai's inner thoughts. Opening it wasn't a big deal, but what he heard blew his mind. Jiang Dai's inner monologue revealed. Lin Feng, you're my absolute savior. You have no idea, back then, I was Hua Xiangqiao's mistress. He wanted to divorce his wife for me, but she was a fierce woman who crippled him. After losing his manhood, Hua Xiangqiao couldn't be with other women, so he tortured me relentlessly. Cucumbers, wine bottles, flashlights, he shoved everything on me. I couldn't take it anymore, I was about to break. Now it's all good. You cured him, so he doesn't have to torment me anymore. He can go to the club now. Lin Feng, you saved me from hell. I really want to repay you with my entire life. Jiang Dai, affection, plus 999,999. But after hearing her inner thoughts, Lin Feng, shock level, plus 999,999. We're just doing our thing, working the night scene. There aren't many normal folks around here. Lin Feng composed himself and offered sympathetic reassurance. Ahem, Sister Jiang, it's okay. It's all in the past now, all in the past. Hua Xiangqiao had promised to take Lin Feng to the Magic City in 2 days to see his mom for treatment. But he'd been holed up in the club for 3 days straight, no sign of him yet. What a filial son. Lin Feng didn't bother chasing him and focused on his work instead. During this period, countless female clients became infatuated with Lin Feng. But when it came to the most substantial investors, Ding Yuyan and Xiao Yichuan stood out. The amount they'd saved for him and wine purchases had already surpassed 5 million. In less than a month on the job, Lin Feng had already pocketed over $1 million in commissions, a true winner in life. In the third-floor private room, Lin Feng sang a song from Xiao Yichuan's album Nightglow Navigation. Taxi roof lights drift through streets flooded with rain. Rusty ship anchors float beneath elevated bridges. In the rearview mirror, a retreating swarm of neon jellyfish lures the lost into the deep-sea tunnel. His singing remained top-notch, his voice as captivating as ever. Xiao Yichuan tilted her head, smiling as she watched the handsome Lin Feng sing with deep emotion. When the song ended, Xiao Yichuan nestled against Lin Feng, greedily soaking in his warmth and scent. At the same time, she murmured, Lin Feng, you sang so beautifully and with such emotion. But honestly, what do you think of the songs on my album? Are they good songs? Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yichuan seriously. It seemed this girl wasn't entirely clueless. She could sense that the album the company had produced for her was garbage. Especially after the system had loaded him with 100 classic Blue Star songs, Lin Feng found Xiao Yichuan's pretentious cyber pop tunes utterly tie compared to the gems in his own repertoire. But Xiao Yichuan was a major client after all. She'd stashed over 3 million worth of liquor for him. He had to save face. Sis Xiao, no, your songs are all great. Fans still love listening to them. But I don't have a signature hit. In front of Lin Feng, Xiao Yichuan gradually opened up, willing to share her vulnerable side. I still don't have a single signature song that truly belongs to me. Honestly, aside from my fans, most people only know my name. They have no idea what songs I've actually sung. People say, for men, there's Hua Fa Sure, for women, there's Yi Chun. Comparing me to Fa Sure is nothing short of a huge insult. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The singer known as Hua Hua employed a soulful vocal style and referred to himself as a musical magician, earning him the nickname Flower Master within the industry. However, to the general public, the moment this guy stepped on stage, he'd wail like a ghost, convulsing wildly. Anyone unaware might think he'd climbed onto an altar to perform a ritual. So, everyone called him Master Hua as well. Lin Feng stifled his laughter and gently reassured her. Sister Chun, don't listen to their nonsense. Master Hua's a nutcase who only knows how to perform shamanistic dances. How could he compare to you? But, Xiao Yichuan's eyes brimmed with hurt. But for this year's New Year's Eve gala, the toilet-shaped stage has paired me with the priest for a duet. The director wants us to perform a spirit possession dance together. Lin Feng. Damn it, what you fear comes true. That toilet station really does some Thai stuff. The toilet station is actually the Jiangnan station, nicknamed for its logo resembling a toilet seat. Lin Feng, I don't want to sing with him. I want my own signature song. I really want to sing my own masterpiece on stage. As she spoke, Xiao Yichuan's eyes welled up with tears, and she buried her face in Lin Feng's lap. Indeed, a singer's craving for a signature hit was no less intense than Hua Xiangqiao's desire for a technician after regaining his virility. Lin Feng gently patted her beautiful back while his mind began to calculate. This girl genuinely cares for me. She's stashed over 3 million in savings, and I've made a solid profit of over 80 from her. Both in terms of sentiment and reason, I should give her a hand. All she wants is a signature song, right? Among the 100 classic tunes the system has loaded into me, anyone I pick could instantly outshine every song in this world. Why not just gift her one?
Thus, Lin Feng asked softly.
Sister Chun, you mentioned earlier that you're participating in some program on the toilet channel? New Year's Eve, the New Year's Eve gala.
Well, Sister Chun, don't laugh at me, but actually, I write songs in my spare time.
I wrote one that feels pretty perfect for a New Year's Eve concert.
Xiao Ichuan, shock level, plus 999,999.
What? Lin Feng, what did you say? You write songs too?
Well, to be precise, I wouldn't exactly call it songwriting, just some random humming I do when I'm bored. Lin Feng remained as modest as ever.
Quick, Lin Feng. Tell us, is that song you wrote suitable for the New Year's Eve show on the toilet channel? Lin Feng, tomorrow will be better. Chapter 30, tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow will be better?
This song was absolutely a brand new track that had never existed in this parallel world.
Xiao Ichuan had never heard of it before. Tomorrow will be better. The title alone is fantastic, it radiates hope. It really would be perfect for a New Year's Eve concert.
Xiao Ichuan was already filled with anticipation.
Lin Feng, could you sing it for me?
Sure. Lin Feng picked up the microphone from the coffee table.
Without accompaniment, he sang a cappella with his angelic voice. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Look upon this bustling world. Does it still spin on, lonely and unceasing? Oh my God.
Xiao Ichuan's shock level, plus 9999999.
As if hearing celestial music, my ears suddenly cleared. Never before.
In this parallel world, such a naturally beautiful melody has never existed.
The initial melody design brims with ingenuity.
Section A uses C major to create a tranquil atmosphere, with consecutive third intervals. Mi sol, fa la is gentle as morning sunlight, fostering a warm and natural narrative feel.
After hearing just this brief verse section, Xiao Ichuan's eyes instantly welled up.
The spring breeze knows no romance. Stirs the heart of youth. Leaving yesterday's tear stains.
Dry away with the winds of memory. Genius. Absolute genius. Unparalleled genius. Xiao Ichuan's off factor plus 9999999. In truth, Xiao Ichuan is more than just a vocal powerhouse.
Having graduated from Jiangnan Conservatory of Music,
and possesses a solid grasp of music theory,
she could discern that this melody contained exquisitely crafted lines that evoked a profound sense of longing. The melody of Gently Awaken carries tentative tenderness, until the sudden major fifth leap at youth perfectly mimics the flutter of a teenager's stirred heart. The raised F note in Stirring the Youth's Heart is like hiding a minor key cloud of sorrow within the C major key, blending the sweet melancholy of youth into the same phrase.
This technique of brief modulation is far more sophisticated than ordinary pop songs. Sinking.
At this moment, Xiao Ichuan was utterly lost in Lin Feng's creative genius, unable to extricate herself.
Sing out your passion. Reach out your hands. Let me embrace your dreams. Let me see your true face.
Let our smiles
be filled with youthful pride. Offer sincere prayers for tomorrow.
Such a voice belongs only to the heavens. How rare it is to hear it on earth.
Xiao Ichuan, shock value, plus 999999999. This chorus is nothing short of a golden melody. The opening note soars over 4 octaves above the verse, its dramatic pitch lift instantly igniting emotion.
That GD leap approaches the golden ratio in acoustics, triggering primal excitement. The song's highest note, a sustained G4 whole note, precisely lands in the mid-high frequency range where human ears are most sensitive. It triggers a physical adrenaline rush, completely igniting the collective biochemical switch for excitement.
Ignited. Truly ignited.
By the song's end, Xiao Ichuan was utterly consumed. When Lin Feng finished singing and placed the microphone on the coffee table, the utterly captivated Xiao Ichuan had already wrapped her arms tightly around him and pressed her lips deeply against his. Lin Feng hadn't expected this sudden move and was caught off guard.
Hey. Mum.
Hey. Lin Feng's lips were locked in a deep kiss. He could only pat her beautiful back while uttering muffled sounds of protest. However, Xiao Ichuan had completely lost control. She paid no heed to Lin Feng's protests, utterly disregarding his will. Her cherry lips continued to kiss him in circles, oblivious to his resistance. As she kissed him, Xiao Ichuan's affection level, plus 99,999, skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed. Only when her lips grew numb and she felt the onset of oxygen deprivation did Xiao Ichuan finally halt her frenzied actions.
Huff, huff, huff.
Lin Feng, who had been holding his breath for ages, gasped for air to replenish his oxygen supply. Meanwhile, Xiao Ichuan still cradled Lin Feng's face, her eyes brimming with adoration as she declared,
"Oh my God.
Lin Feng, I'm so sorry, I just couldn't control myself. You're so incredibly talented and charming.
I couldn't help myself, Lin Feng. I'm so overwhelmed I've fallen for you. What am I going to do?"
Lin Feng quickly handed her a bottle of ice-cold drink to cool her down.
"Chun, calm down.
Falling for me is great, but next time, don't just start kissing me out of nowhere."
"Ha, you're so annoying."
Xiao Ichuan melted into Lin Feng's embrace, her heart brimming with sweetness.
"Lin Feng, I feel like you're a literary genius sent from heaven. Your song Tomorrow Will Be Better is perfect, absolutely perfect. It doesn't even sound like something a human could write. Only a heavenly literary genius could create something like this. Chun, do you like this song? I love it. I absolutely adore it. Chun, if you like it, I'll give you Tomorrow Will Be Better as a gift. Xiaoichuan, shock value, plus 99,999. Xiaoichuan, affection level, plus 99,999. Xiaoichuan, who had just reached the peak of disbelief, could scarcely believe her ears. Really? Lin Feng, are you serious? It's true, Sister Chun. You don't want it yourself? Don't you want to become famous? Lin Feng, with your looks and your singing talent, if you performed Tomorrow Will Be Better yourself, you could absolutely become a sensation across the country. With just this one song, you could cement your supreme status in the music industry. Lin Feng shook his head gently. Sis Chun, you know me. In this life, I won't do anything else, I'm only doing male modeling. Xiaoichuan's shock level increased by another 99,999. Male modeling. Is male modeling that appealing? You're turning down the chance to dominate the music scene? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Sis Chun, conquering the music scene is something I'll leave to you. I hope you'll take our Tomorrow Will Be Better to the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation's music industry. Lin Feng. Xiaoichuan was overwhelmed with emotion once more. Words failed her, so she leaned in to kiss Lin Feng again, her lips spiraling in circles. After a passionate kiss, Xiaoichuan still felt unsatisfied. Lin Feng, thank you. Thank you. I love you. I love you. Another whirlwind of kisses ensued. The kisses left Lin Feng dizzy with sensation. After finishing her outburst, Xiaoichuan was utterly exhausted. Still, her mind remained clear. Lin Feng, thank you. But I can't let you go without compensation. For the song Tomorrow Will Be Better, I'll pay you royalties, generous royalties. Lin Feng felt deeply gratified by her words. At least he hadn't given a classic song to an ungrateful person. He gently stroked Xiaoichuan's hand and said, Sis Chun, you're being too formal. Honestly, I don't want anything. You've always looked out for me. This song is just a small gift, nothing to mention. Lin Feng's words melted Xiaoichuan completely. She sensed something profound in him, a true sense of perspective. As a singer immersed in the music industry for years, she knew full well that the royalties for a song of Tomorrow Will Be Better's caliber would be astronomical. Yet Lin Feng had casually gifted it to her for free, even insisting she was the one who'd looked out for him. Compared to that, the small amount of money she owed him for drinks seemed utterly insignificant. Deeply moved, Xiaoichuan was already lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're too kind to me. I truly have no way to repay you. I can only offer myself. Chapter 31, The Toilet Platform. Xiaoichuan was about to offer herself, ready to go all the way right then and there. Lin Feng quickly intervened. Sis Chun, calm down. You have rehearsals for the New Year's Eve gala tomorrow. You can't delay that. This reminded Xiaoichuan. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed excitedly. No way for the New Year's Eve show. I don't want to sing that song by Hua Feisher anymore. I want to sing Tomorrow Will Be Better. Yes. I need to tell the Toilet Platform I want to switch songs to Tomorrow Will Be Better. Sister Chun, is there enough time for that? I don't care. No matter what, I'm singing Tomorrow Will Be Better at the New Year's Eve show. Tomorrow Will Be Better will be my signature song and a testament to our love. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you composed this song. Will you come with me tomorrow to the toilet station rehearsal? Let's go together and convince the director. Xiaoichuan's voice was filled with excitement, brimming with eagerness. Ha? Me too? But I have to work tomorrow. What work? I'll have my assistant coordinate with your manager right now. I'll cover your day off tomorrow. Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could even respond, Xiaoichuan had already dispatched her assistant to arrange for Lin Feng to be cleared for the entire day tomorrow. Jiang Dai, of course, dared not refuse such a major client as Xiaoichuan. She readily agreed to give Lin Feng the day off so he could accompany Xiaoichuan. With matters settled, Lin Feng had no choice but to comply as an employee. By the time he returned to the dorm to pack his things, the system was ready for an upgrade. System, congratulations, host. You have acquired a large amount of affection points and earned a client's full-day booking opportunity. Lin Feng was speechless. He cut straight to the chase. Boss, cut the crap. Just give me the reward. System, understood. This reward grants the host the skill, Piano Prince, intended to enhance your charm. Skill description: the host will possess unparalleled piano technique. Furthermore, while playing the piano, the host will radiate infinite elegance and charm, inducing women to massively secrete estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin. Alright, boss. Just give the skill reward already. Why do you have to make women secrete hormones every single time? System, naturally, it's to advance your male model career and attract more clients. Best of luck. Armed with his new skill, Lin Feng accompanied Xiaoichuan to the headquarters of Jiangnan Satellite TV. Jiangnan Satellite TV was the nation's premier satellite channel.
Its gala events and variety shows, in particular, enjoyed a commanding lead over other provinces in the Dragon Nation. Therefore, only the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry could appear on Jiangnan TV's New Year's Eve gala. As the rising queen of the music scene, Xiao Yichuan certainly qualified. Moreover, Jiangnan Satellite TV placed great importance on Xiao Yichuan, recently pouring substantial resources into her projects. When Xiao Yichuan and Lin Feng arrived at the Jiangnan Satellite TV rehearsal hall, exhausted from their journey, numerous big names were already waiting for her. Among them were the gala director Lu Mingxin, Xiao Yichuan's personal producer Shang Lele, her co-star Hua Fashi, as well as renowned domestic band instructors, sound engineers, and recording technicians. Director Lu Mingxin noticed a handsome young man following Xiao Yichuan as she entered and assumed he was her new assistant. Without giving it much thought, she stepped forward and said,
"Come on in, Chun Chun. You're right on time. Master Hua just added a key change to your gala song. You should get familiar with it first."
Lu Mingxin was a fiery, action-oriented person who didn't waste time. After speaking, she immediately directed the band to begin playing. "Alright, band," jumped straight into the chorus. The band obeyed the command and began playing immediately. The first verse of the chorus was sung by Master Hua. Without warning, he suddenly let out a piercing scream. "Whoa! Holy!" Caught completely off guard, Lin Feng jumped in fright, silently cursing his ancestors. Master Hua continued his soul-shaking vocals. "I devour 30 million tons of starlight.
Meteorites crackle in the throat.
A thorn throne sprouts within the spine.
Pain is a crimson symphony." The chorus enters its second verse, sung by Xiao Yichuan.
Yet when the beat hit, Xiao Yichuan remained silent.
Director? Producer? Flower master? All crew members on set?
Seeing Xiao Yichuan hadn't sung, the band also stopped playing.
"What's wrong, Chun Chun?" Director Lu Mingxin approached and asked, "Why aren't you singing?"
Everyone present turned to look at her with puzzled expressions.
Xiao Yichuan had already made up her mind. "Director, I want to change the song." "Director. Producer. Flower master. Everyone on set." Xiao Yichuan's response caught everyone completely off guard.
Lu Mingxin forced herself to stay calm and said, "Chun Chun, stop joking around.
There's not much time left before the gala. Days left, and the joint rehearsal is imminent. Can you cooperate?" Xiao Yichuan had already made up her mind.
"Director, I truly believe this song isn't suitable for the New Year's Eve gala. The style feels mismatched.
I think the gala should embody hopeful aspirations for the new year. We should sing a song brimming with warmth and optimism."
Lu Mingxin still managed to keep her temper and explained.
"Chun Chun, this song is actually excellent. It was co-written by Hua Fashi and your producer Lele. Their talent is undeniable. They poured so much effort into it, and everyone loves and appreciates it. It'll definitely deliver a perfect stage performance."
While Lu Mingxin was persuading Xiao Yichuan, Hua Fashi was sulking. His talent had been questioned, and he was thoroughly displeased. Producer Shang Lele, more tactful, also chimed in.
"Chun Chun, we've worked together for so long, don't you trust me? I'm confident this performance will become a classic once it's done."
Lu Mingxin chimed in, "Exactly, Chun Chun. Besides, it's too late to find another suitable song now, time is running out."
No. What bull masterpiece.
If she hadn't heard "Tomorrow Will Be Better," Xiao Yichuan might still be swayed by these people's nonsense. But she had been baptized by "Tomorrow Will Be Better." Now, she couldn't sing a single word of this bull.
No need to pick another song. I already have one I want to sing. It's called "Tomorrow Will Be Better." Everyone? Tom, tomorrow what? Tomorrow will be better? Lu Mingxin was utterly baffled. What song is that? I've never heard of it.
Lele, master, have you guys heard of it?
Shang Lele shook his head repeatedly.
Hua Fashi kept his sour face, refusing to respond. "See, Chun Chun, even Lele and Fa sure don't know this song."
"Director, it's a new song, one that's never been released." "A new song?"
Lu Mingxin was even more confused.
"It's a new song? Who wrote it?"
At that moment, Xiao Yichuan pointed her finger at Lin Feng and declared firmly,
"It's him. Tomorrow Will Be Better was written by him." Chapter 32, You can insult me, but not the male model.
Everyone present followed Xiao Yichuan's gesture, fixing their gaze on the handsome bastard Lin Feng.
Lu Mingxin had assumed Lin Feng was Xiao Yichuan's assistant.
She never imagined he'd be not only this handsome but also a songwriter. Utterly astonished, she asked, Who are you?" "I'm Lin Feng," Lin Feng replied calmly.
"You write songs?" "Nothing special, just a hobby."
Hearing this, Master Hua and Shang Lele exchanged cold, mocking glances.
They both thought, "Who the hell do you think you are? Challenging our profession with your amateur hobby?" Lu Mingxin also found it hard to believe.
After all, this handsome guy was so young and radiated such a sunny charm it clashed too sharply with the stereotype of a composer. So she asked pointedly,
"Oh, so songwriting is just a hobby? That's nice. What exactly is your main job, then?" Everyone else stared at Lin Feng with curiosity, waiting for his answer.
But at that moment, Xiao Yichuan felt a bit flustered, her heart pounding in her chest. She could only keep shooting Lin Feng meaningful glances. But Lin Feng remained unfazed, answering with confidence.
Director, my main job is being a male model. Put. The entire audience burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, even the usually pretentious flower mage's face contorted with laughter.
Ha 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 ha, Shan Lele was laughing so hard he couldn't catch his breath, his face turning a deep liver like red. The other teachers present were doubled over with laughter. Lu Mingxin was also bursting with laughter, but being the more composed one, she managed to stifle her giggles and replied, "Hey, handsome, did you come here to liven up the atmosphere?"
Lin Feng remained unmoved, speaking slowly and deliberately. Director, that wasn't my intention.
My job is actually male modeling. I just got promoted to Prince Male Model at Yunqing City's Crimson Stage Bar.
Ha 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 ha. The entire room erupted in laughter once more. The roar of laughter was even louder than before. After laughing, Lu Mingxin turned to Xiao Yichuan. Chun, is this handsome guy you brought really a male model?
Xiao Yichuan's face flushed crimson, but she nodded honestly. This time, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Lin Feng really was a male model. People in the entertainment industry were pretty open-minded. They weren't surprised that Xiao Yichuan frequented male model bars. What astonished them was that Xiao Yichuan had actually hired a male model to write a song for her. This time, Xiao Yichuan's personal producer, Shang Lele, was the first to voice his displeasure. Hey, Chun, everyone knows you went to that male model club in Yunzhou for your birthday. But I never imagined you'd go there to hire a male model to write songs for you. Does that mean you think my songwriting skills are worse than a male model's? Xiao Yichuan felt deeply wronged. No, Lele, don't misunderstand.
It's not what you think at all.
Hua Fashi also chimed in with a sarcastic tone.
Who knew our Chun was so dedicated?
Even while clubbing, she finds time to discuss business with male models.
Truly an inspiration to us all. Ha 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 ha.
Hua Fashi's remarks stirred up another round of teasing. Compared to these two, Lu Mingxin remained the more decent one. Instead of joining in the teasing, she stepped in to defend Xiao Yichuan.
Everyone, let's cut the banter. Chun is just trying to ensure a better performance for the gala.
Turning to Xiao Yichuan, she added, Chun, let's not be stubborn.
Time is tight, after all. Besides, I think this male model is an amateur.
Even if he has some work, it still needs polishing. And we also need to arrange and score the new song.
Right now, we don't have time for any of that. What do you say we stick to the original plan and sing the original song? No, director.
The song Lin Feng wrote is mature and perfect. It doesn't need polishing at all.
I can sing it right now.
After all, Xiao Yichuan had studied music. On the way here, in her RV, under Lin Feng's guidance, she had already perfected her rendition of Tomorrow Will Be Better. However, the rest of the crew dismissed her confidence, especially Hua Fashi and Shan Lele.
Shan Lele, Chun, you've let me down so badly.
After working together for so long, you don't trust me and instead believe some trashy male model.
Shut up.
Lin Feng barked sternly, you can insult me, but you dare not insult male models. Male model, system bonus, experience points plus 9,999,999. The system never skimps on rewards for actions that uphold the sanctity of the male model profession. Shan Lele and Master Hua were about to retort, but the moment they met Lin Feng's piercing gaze and stern expression, the two weaklings immediately wilted.
Lu Mingxin patiently persisted, Chun, let's not even talk about the vocals yet, there's still the arrangement and backing tracks to consider. None of that is ready.
With the performance so close, we genuinely don't have time to prepare all that.
Hearing the director's words, Xiao Yichuan felt uncertain too. After all, the timeline was too tight.
Creating matching arrangements and accompaniment in such a short time was indeed unrealistic.
No problem.
I have the arrangement and accompaniment ready.
I can accompany Sister Chun live on stage.
Lin Feng's words broke the silence. Xiao Yichuan, shock level, plus 88,888. Others, shock level, plus 99,999.
Flower Mage and Shan Lele screamed inwardly, this guy can arrange and accompany? Why doesn't he just fly to the moon? Xiao Yichuan tentatively asked, Lin Feng, are you really sure you can do this? Maybe yesterday, in that private room, he couldn't. But now? Absolutely.
Because with the piano prince skill, arranging and accompanying music was as easy as slicing melons and cutting vegetables. So Lin Feng replied with complete confidence, don't worry, Chuanjie.
Just focus on singing.
Xiao Yichuan nodded gratefully and pleaded with the director.
Director, please give us a chance. Can we have a shot at Tomorrow Will Be Better?
Xiao Yichuan's plea was heartfelt, and given her star power, Lu Mingxin couldn't ignore it. And honestly, Lin Feng was just too handsome. Plus, he possessed those girly skills like spring breeze smile, whispering softly, and the art of blow drying. Note, the art of blow drying can also be used on oneself to style hair with artistic flair. So, it was impossible for Lu Mingxin to see Lin Feng and not be captivated. Deep down, she genuinely wanted to hear what kind of song this handsome bastard had written. With all this in mind, Lu Mingxin relented.
Alright, Chun, we're pressed for time. Give us a quick snippet. If it doesn't work, we'll just go with the director's vision, okay? Absolutely. Thank you, director. Thank you, director. Xiao Yichuan was thrilled. Tomorrow will be better was finally going to see the light of day. However, Hua Fashi and Shan Lele remained dismissive. Shan Lele, Chun Chun, everyone's going along with you this time. But after you sing, you'd better listen to us. Master Hua remained cocky as ever. Don't worry, Lei Gu. Your Chun Chun will definitely listen to the male model. Amidst the uproar of laughter, the on-site band members exited the stage, leaving their instruments for Lin Feng. Everything was set. Lin Feng approached and whispered to Xiao Yichuan. Chuanjie, are you ready? Let's begin. The soft murmur once again triggered a surge of estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin in Xiao Yichuan, while also filling her with immense courage and a profound sense of security. Xiao Yichuan nodded firmly. Alright, Lin Feng, let's begin. Chapter 33, The Eternal Legend of the Dragon Nation Music Scene. The performance was about to begin. Xiao Yichuan took the microphone and stood poised at the center of the rehearsal stage. Lin Feng walked to the accompaniment area and gracefully sat down at a piano. Even now, backstage, Hua Fash, Shan Lele, and the others hadn't stopped murmuring. Shan Lele, this is insane. These days, male models are so desperate to live off sugar daddies they'll even cause trouble on the toilet stage. He's gonna get what's coming to him. Hua Fashi offered a forced smile. Brother Lei, you're out of luck. I suggest you switch careers and become a male model too. Shan Lele. The band instructor grumbled along. That male model, he really doesn't know his place. The piano teacher was especially furious. Damn it. Don't touch my piano. A male model playing piano is an insult to the art of piano. Lin Feng paid no heed to the petty whispers of this group of small-minded individuals. After Xiao Yichuan and Lin Feng took their places, they exchanged a nod, signaling they were ready to begin. Lin Feng placed his slender hands on the black and white keys. Then, his fingers lightly touched the keys, and the prelude to Tomorrow Will Be Better flowed forth with his light touch. Audience, all level, plus 999,999. The same keys, under Lin Feng's fingertips, seemed possessed like cool streams, like moist morning mist, utterly captivating. Oh my god. After just a few notes, Lu Mingxin couldn't help but cry out, so powerful. So beautiful. The melody continued, unfolding like vast swaths of warm sunlight gently cascading down, lulling listeners into serene rapture. Even Shang Lele, who had been grumbling moments ago, was now speechless. What the hell? This male model. Is this really a male model? Aren't male models supposed to just drink, party, and do the sparrow dance? How come this guy? The situation was too sudden, leaving Master Hua bewildered. Holy crap! Are they demanding this much musical talent from male models now? Lei, your skills might not cut it as a male model. Every band instructor, sound engineer, and recording technician collectively lost their composure. Especially the piano teacher, he now felt utterly disgraced compared to Lin Feng, convinced his own skill level was a grave insult to the art of piano. Of course, the women present were even more stunned. Xiao Yichuan gazed at Lin Feng playing, seeing not just a handsome guy, but a god, a radiant, shining god. Indeed, the piano prince skill not only enhanced Lin Feng's piano prowess but also added a special effect to his appearance. For any woman watching him play, their retinas seemed to generate a shimmering, radiant effect. This effect solidified Lin Feng's status as a godlike figure, making him appear as elegant and divine as the legendary piano prince. Thus, it wasn't just Xiao Yichuan who saw the glowing effect, director Lu Mingxin did too. Both were utterly captivated by Lin Feng's mesmerizing piano mastery, their bodies simultaneously flooding with estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin. Lu Mingxin, affection level, plus 99,999. Xiao Yichuan, affection level, plus 99,999. The prelude slowly drew to a close under Lin Feng's nimble fingers. Only then did Xiao Yichuan regain her composure and begin singing the verse. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Observe the bustling world. Does it still spin on, lonely and unceasing? Everyone's shock level, plus 99,999. Is this a song? Is this even a song of this world? As Xiao Yichuan's voice and Lin Feng's piano intertwined, every soul in the room felt immersed in warm, soothing spring water. Enveloped by the gentle piano and soft vocals, all turmoil instantly dissolved. Silence fell. The flower mage fell silent. Shang Lele fell silent. All the staff fell silent. Shang Lele had been poised to unleash a barrage of sarcastic remarks, but upon hearing the song, his mouth was ruthlessly sealed shut. Hua Fashi had expected him to continue his sarcastic remarks, but at that moment, he began to deeply doubt, wasn't the saying, "A gentleman changes with the times," the eternal god of the Dragon Nation's music scene, referring to himself? The singing continued. Jade mountains drift with white snow. Ignites the hearts of youth. Melting true feelings into musical notes. Whispering distant blessings. This melody flows like melting snow across the heart's plain. When Lin Feng's crystalline piano intertwines with Xiao Yi's pure vocals, a profound yet warm tranquility washes over the body, leaving every listener with a pure, soothed serenity. Let our smiles be filled with youthful pride. Let us anticipate a brighter tomorrow. Tomorrow will be better.
The song reached its climax, and everyone's emotions surged to their peak. Lin Feng's guitar and Xiao Yichuan's voice merged like twin swords joining forces, instantly filling every heart with a solid, radiant power. Each syllable seemed drenched in sunlight, striking the heart with unquestionable certainty. As the declaration "tomorrow will be better" layered and repeated, a grand sense of collective conviction welled up within them.
As the song concluded,
every soul felt their bodies brim with quiet, surging courage, as if they had already grasped the light of the future. When Lin Feng quietly finished the coda, the entire rehearsal room fell into a quiet, ethereal stillness.
Silence once more. Silence was the ultimate conquest.
Lin Feng's melody and Xiao Yichuan's voice utterly captivated the entire toilet stage. Everyone was immersed in profound spiritual enjoyment, unable to pull themselves away for a long time.
After a long while, clap 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 clap.
Director Lu Mingxin, tears streaming down her face and makeup smudged, led the applause.
Absolutely breathtaking, truly breathtaking. It's been years since Manhwa has witnessed such a captivating melody. Shang Lei was thoroughly impressed, finally conceding. Damn impressive, seriously impressive. Male model, if this song makes it to the gala, I've got nothing to say. Not a single word.
Even Master Hua finally came to his senses.
Male model brother, this song, is it really written by you? A melody like this, is it even humanly possible? Only a god could compose this. Damn it. Fine, I declare it right here, male model brother, you are the eternal god of Manhwa's music scene. The other teachers present were equally in awe. This male model guy is just too awesome, you gotta admit it. This is an unprecedented masterpiece. Toilet TV will absolutely dominate the nation with this song.
If I could be part of producing "Tomorrow Will Be Better," I'd gladly trade my wife for old Wang.
Holy crap. Dude, are you serious? My last name is Wang.
There was no debate about it.
Lu Mingxin announced excitedly.
Chun, Lin Feng, you two are absolutely amazing.
Tomorrow Will Be Better is incredible, it's perfect for the New Year's Eve gala.
I can't wait to see your incredible performance. Xiao Yichuan was overjoyed beyond words. She knew what performing "Tomorrow Will Be Better" at the New Year's Eve gala signified.
It meant she would have a signature hit that would go down in music history. And from that moment on, she would establish herself as the undisputed queen of the Dragon Nation music scene.
This is amazing, absolutely amazing, Lin Feng.
Our song is finally making it to the New Year's Eve gala. Thank you. Thank you, Lin Feng. I'm so happy.
Saying this, Xiao Yichuan threw her arms around Lin Feng, her whole body trembling. If not for the presence of Hua Fashi and the others nearby, Xiao Yichuan would likely have planted another series of kisses on Lin Feng's lips. Once Xiao Yichuan and everyone else had calmed down, Lu Mingxin stepped forward and extended an invitation. Lin Feng, not only are you an exceptional songwriter, but your piano skills are also top-notch. Therefore, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our New Year's Eve gala and accompany Chun on piano.
Would that be possible?
Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Thank you very much for your recognition, director. However, our bar is organizing a male model matchmaking event with beautiful ladies on New Year's Eve, so I'm afraid I can't take time off."
Chapter 34, Cut from the Same Cloth.
Lin Feng chose to participate in the bar's male model matchmaking event over taking time off for the toilet stage's New Year's Eve gala.
It was utterly baffling. Lu Mingxin asked in confusion, "Lin Feng, what exactly is this male model matchmaking thing? What kind of event is it?" Everyone present was equally curious.
Even Xiao Yichuan was puzzled, as she always went to the third-floor VIP rooms when seeking male models and had never participated in such a down-to-earth event.
Oh, it's like this.
Lin Feng patiently explained to everyone, the male model matchup event is our bar's annual New Year's Eve tradition. The rules are simple, participating ladies choose their favorite male models in advance and place bets. The male models compete against each other in challenges like beer chugging, arm wrestling, pole dancing, and more. If your chosen model wins, you not only win money but also get to request a talent performance from him.
It's a hugely popular event. Lu Mingxin, Xiao Yichuan, Shang Lei, Flower Master, audience.
After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Lu Mingxin said with genuine concern,
"Lin Feng, really, it's such a waste of talent. You being a male model is such a waste of talent.
With your incredible talent and great looks, you being a male model is such a waste of talent." Lin Feng, however, looked perfectly at ease. "Director, I'm flattered by your opinion, but I don't feel underutilized at all.
I'm genuinely happy being a male model."
Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. System reward, experience points, plus 66,666.
Lu Mingxin still looked regretful. "Lin Feng, do you realize what it means to perform on the New Year's Eve stage at the Toilet Platform Gala?
When you're on TV, they'll display credits like composer Lin Feng and piano accompanist Lin Feng.
With your talent, this song could launch you to stardom overnight.
Once you're famous, your future will be far brighter than staying a male model. Lin Feng, seriously, please think this through. Take a leave of absence and skip the male model matchup event. Lin Feng shook his head gently. Thank you, director.
I appreciate your kindness. But everyone has their own path. Once a male model, always a male model. My youth burns for nothing else but the male modeling career. Lu Mengxin. Xiao Yichuan. Shang Lei. Flower Master. The entire audience.
System reward, experience points, plus 999,999.
Oh, right.
Lin Feng reminded, director, during the New Year's Eve gala, please don't list my name in the composer credits either.
I just want to quietly be a male model, I don't want to be famous. Lu Mengxin, shock value, plus 99,999. Xiao Yichuan, shock value, plus 99,999. Shang Lei, shock points, plus 99,999.
Flower Master, shock level, plus 99,999. Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. Everyone was utterly shocked and deeply moved by Lin Feng's actions. Amidst the shock, Xiao Yichuan was the first to speak up in opposition.
No!
Lin Feng, you don't have to perform at the New Year's Eve gala, but your name must be credited as the composer. Tomorrow Will Be Better is your heartfelt creation, and it also symbolizes our relationship. Truly, I long to see, performed by Xiao Yichuan, composed by Lin Feng, to see your name right beside mine.
Lin Feng, is that possible?
All eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, awaiting his response. Lin Feng scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said,
how about this? Instead of my real name, let's use my stage name. Stage name? Everyone asked in unison, stage name? What's a stage name? One mold.
Lin Feng replied, just right, one mold.
Lu Mengxin. Xiao Yichuan. Shang Lei. Flower Mage. The entire audience.
Lin Feng glanced at his wristwatch and said,
everyone, it's getting late. I have guests waiting for me tonight, so I need to head back. Wishing you all a successful performance.
With that, Lin Feng waved goodbye to everyone, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. Lu Mengxin desperately wanted to keep him, but finding no excuse to do so, she could only wave goodbye with reluctance. Xiao Yichuan came to see him off and arranged a private car for Lin Feng's return to Yunzhou. Just as Lin Feng opened the car door to get in, someone suddenly ran out after him.
Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Wait. Wait.
The two came to a halt and looked up to see Master Hua rushing out in a panic. Hua Fa sure approached them, his excitement still palpable as he gasped. Lin Feng, seriously, you're incredible. Today has truly opened my eyes.
Lin Feng, thank you, thank you. You flatter me, Master. As my senior, I have much to learn from you. May I ask what brings you here?
Master Hua was genuinely humbled. Before this, he had held himself in high regard, boasting of being the eternal god of the Dragon Nation's music scene. Now, having finally encountered the true deity, he abandoned all pretense of being a big shot. With a thick skin, he said,
honestly, Lin Feng, I'm completely blown away.
Compared to the songs you write, mine are absolute garbage.
So, I have a favor to ask.
Lin Feng remained patient. Go ahead, Master Hua.
Swallowing hard, Master Hua pleaded earnestly, Lin Feng, could you possibly write a song for me too?
Lin Feng and Xiao Yichuan both looked surprised, then couldn't help but exchange a knowing smile. Fearful that Lin Feng might refuse, Master Hua quickly added, Lin Feng, you see, the director chose your song Tomorrow Will Be Better over mine.
Now I have nothing to sing at the gala. It's terribly awkward. And frankly, I can't write songs at your level. So, could you help me out? Lin Feng considered it.
The master had a point. Tomorrow Will Be Better had indeed replaced his song. Moreover, the magician's sincerity this time was palpable, making Lin Feng almost reluctant to refuse. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng replied, all right, master. I've written another song I hope you'll like. It's called Folks in Our Village.
It's a folk song about equals.
After returning from Jiangnan TV, Lin Feng had accumulated massive amounts of shock points, affection points, and the system's bonus experience points. Thus, it was time for another thrilling moment of massive gains. System, congratulations, host, on acquiring substantial experience bonuses. As a reward, this level up will enhance your legendary tier skills.
Lin Feng, holy crap? Damn awesome, boss. Legendary skills can be further enhanced? Ultimate enhancement, no less? Boss, tell me how this enhancement works. System, first, enhancing Divine Physician's Needle Technique. Upgrading it to Divine Physician's Needle Technique S, Resurrection. Holy! Lin Feng shouted in excitement. Boss, you're ing generous. You actually unlocked resurrection for me. Wait. Can I use this on myself every day? Like, if I keep acupuncture on myself daily, does that mean I could become immortal?
Chapter 35, Male Models or Divine Healers.
System, host, you wish.
The resurrection technique from Divine Healer's Needle Arts can extend human lifespan to prolong life. That is, it works wonders on those nearing the end of their natural lifespan, potentially adding 1-2 years to elderly individuals without underlying health conditions. It has no effect on younger people.
Oh, I see. But Lin Feng hadn't let go of his obsession with immortality. He pressed the system further. Hey, system boss, does your Golden Legend skill library actually have that ultimate immortality skill? Give me something to strive for, will ya? Yes. The system replied with absolute certainty. Holy. There really is immortality? Holy, 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 holy.
Lin Feng was beyond words with excitement.
Boss, I'll start grinding experience points right now. I won't level up for a while. Once I've saved enough to exchange for immortality, I'll go all in, okay?
Indeed, since the dawn of humanity, countless emperors, generals, and legendary figures had sought immortality in vain. As long as humanity endured, the obsession with immortality would likely never fade. And now, Lin Feng felt he might be the closest person to achieving immortality. Yet the system flatly refused.
Impossible. I'm sorry, host. You have no authority to interfere with the system's skill allocation. Lin Feng felt a pang of discouragement, yet he refused to give up. Then what conditions must be met to obtain immortality?
System, when the host develops the male model industry into the world's largest enterprise, the system will reward the host with immortality.
Holy, this is insane.
Lin Feng wiped cold sweat furiously.
Currently, the largest industry in Dragon Nation is real estate, while globally, it's finance. This damn system wants me to make the male modeling industry surpass real estate and finance to become the world's largest industry before it'll reward me with immortality? What a joke.
Still, seeing the glimmer of hope for immortality, Lin Feng was willing to take the gamble.
Alright, boss. We've got a deal.
Once I make the male modeling industry the world's largest, you have to reward me with immortality.
No backing out.
System, rest assured, host.
The system keeps its word.
Besides, by then, the system will still need you to leverage your immortal body to expand the male modeling empire, making it Mars' largest industry, Jupiter's largest industry, the galaxy's largest industry.
Lin Feng wiped cold sweat from his brow. Holy crap. Boss, you're seriously out of your mind. You won't even let Mars off the hook. System, the future holds endless possibilities. Host, I wish you luck. ==
After completing the upgrade, Lin Feng got a good night's rest.
The next day, he was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Knock, bro, awake yet? It's me. Who the hell is it? Lin Feng rolled over and asked, who is it? This early in the morning? Me, Xiangqiao. Open up, bro.
Lin Feng finally realized this guy had returned from clubbing.
Oh, okay, Mr. Hua. Just a sec.
Lin Feng slipped on his slippers and opened the door for Xiangqiao. Facing him, Xiangqiao looked pale as a ghost, his face gaunt and dull, as if he'd been completely drained. Truth be told, even the toughest hero couldn't withstand a week straight at the club.
Damn, Mr. Hua, you really went all out.
You should be taking it easy after recovering from a serious illness.
Xiangqiao staggered into the room, collapsing onto Lin Feng's bed. With barely any energy left, he muttered. Damn it, I couldn't help it. I'd been starved for so long. Now that I'm finally fixed, I had to go all out. Otherwise, it just wouldn't quench my thirst.
Then he rolled over and said to Lin Feng. Quick bro, stick me with a few more needles.
My kidneys are shot.
With that, he began stripping off his clothes. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Mr. Hua, you don't need acupuncture for this.
Just rest your kidneys for a while. Too many needles will only make things worse.
True.
Xiangqiao buttoned up and continued. Quick brother, let's grab something to eat fast, then head straight to the Magic City.
My old lady is on her last legs. She's counting on you, the miracle doctor, to treat her.
Your mother is near death? What's the situation? Lin Feng asked. It's my mother. She's old and nearing the end.
The hospital says there's no cure left, that hospitalization is pointless now, and they've advised us to bring her home to prepare for the end.
She's already been brought back home. But my dad and mom truly love each other. My dad can't bear to give up on treatment.
He's been seeking doctors and medicine everywhere, hoping to extend my mom's life. Luckily, brother, my mom has incredible luck. She found you, this miracle doctor. Hurry back home with me.
My mom is hanging on by a thread right now.
Lin Feng understood the situation, but couldn't help inwardly scoff. Club War God, you're one hell of a devoted son.
Alright, but let's be clear, Mr. Hua. Life and death are predestined. I can only do my best. Fine. You're the miracle doctor. We've got nothing to lose anyway. Lin Feng.
After breakfast, the two were driven by a chauffeur at breakneck speed toward the metropolis. The Hua family residence was nestled in an exclusive villa district beyond the city's 4th Ring Road, deep within the heart of Shanghai's most prestigious estate enclave. The main structure was a grand yet streamlined modern Chinese courtyard. Large expanses of dark natural stone and matte metal formed a solid, dignified outline, while floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls subtly revealed an understated radiance, showcasing the Hua family's wealth and prestige. As the two entered the Hua residence, passed through the hall, and approached the sickbed, the elderly matriarch was indeed on her deathbed, her breath faint as a thread. At that moment, the entire Hua family, young and old, gathered around her bedside, presenting the scene of a final farewell. Upon seeing his third son burst in, the patriarch, Rui Yang, roared in anger.
"You ungrateful son! You finally deigned to return?" The rest of the Hua family glared at Hua Xiongqiao with fury.
After all, with his mother on her deathbed, Hua Xiongqiao had turned off his phone and holed up in a club for a solid week, completely unreachable.
It was utterly unacceptable.
However, Hua Xiongqiao was known for his quick wit.
He immediately declared, "Father! Father! Mother can be saved. She can be saved." The entire room was dumbfounded. But Hualing Wang's anger hadn't subsided. "Get out! You ungrateful son!
Your mother has only days left, yet instead of tending to her bedside, you've been carousing everywhere.
How dare you show your face here? Get out!" Hua Xiongqiao seized the opportunity. "Dad, I'm being framed. Dad, do you know where I've been all these days?
I went searching for a miracle doctor for Mom.
Finally, heaven rewards those who persevere. Dad, I've found the miracle doctor." The entire crowd was dumbfounded once more.
Huang Jie looked dazed, his gaze shifting as he scanned the room.
Miracle doctor? Who's the miracle doctor? Where's this miracle doctor?
Hua Xiongqiao immediately pointed at Lin Feng. "Dad, he's the divine healer."
Chapter 36, The Gu Yuan Yin Yang Needle.
The crowd in the room followed Hua Xiongqiao's pointing finger.
There stood the dashing Lin Feng, standing straight behind Hua Xiongqiao.
Noticing their gazes, he politely nodded in acknowledgement.
The crowd was once again dumbfounded. This handsome bastard is supposed to be a divine physician? If you said he was a male model, I might believe it.
That was everyone's thought, so Hualing Wang erupted in fury once more.
Damn it! What the hell is wrong with you?
It's a critical moment, and you're still causing trouble.
He's just a kid. You call him a divine doctor? Both of you get out. Hua Xiongqiao hurriedly defended. "Dad. It's true. He really is a divine healer."
As he spoke, Hua Xiongqiao demonstrated a Thomas loop with his left arm while continuing his explanation.
"Dad, look. My left shoulder is healed. Before, I couldn't even move it. Now I can do a Thomas flip. This handsome miracle doctor cured me."
Everyone's shock level plus 55,555. Indeed, everyone in the Hua family knew that Hua Xiongqiao's left shoulder had suffered a severe injury. He rarely dared to move it normally.
Now he could actually perform a big air?
It was truly beyond belief. Witnessing this scene, Huang Guan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously and asked,
"Who are you? What do you do?"
Lin Feng stepped forward and replied calmly.
"Chairman, I'm Lin Feng, a male model at the company's Crimson Stage Bar." Put. The entire crowd burst out laughing on the spot. And there, shock value, plus 999,999. Some members of the Hua family couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing.
Hua Xiangjie, the eldest son of the Hua family, immediately scolded.
"Third brother, this is outrageous.
With Mom in this state, you bring a male model to cause trouble.
Get out." Enraged, Hua Ingguang roared, "You beast. You're a beast. A disgrace to our family. A disgrace. Get out, all of you, get out."
Hua Xiangqiao, left with no choice, had to escalate by revealing his own secret.
"Dad. Family.
I swear, I'm not lying.
This guy really is a male model for the company.
Back then, he truly was a miracle worker. This brother, not only did he cure my shoulder injury, but he also cured my impotence."
Shock level plus 999,999.
Yes, everyone in the Hua family knew that Hua Xiangqiao's wife had crippled him with a hammer, leaving him impotent for years.
This was irreversible organic damage. How could it possibly be cured?
At that moment, Hua Xiangqiao's wife was also present.
She shot him a vicious glare and immediately snapped, "Bull, you're dreaming."
Her outburst made the entire crowd burst into laughter.
Hua Xiangjie, the eldest son of the Hua family, roared angrily once more.
"Third brother, if you keep this up, I won't just smash your junk, I'll crack your skull open.
You and that male model get the hell out of the Hua family house."
Hua Xiangqiao, thick-skinned as ever, was prepared to go all out to save his mother.
"Family members, please believe me. Believe this divine healer. Come. Everyone look over here, I'll demonstrate it for you right now."
He turned to ask Lin Feng.
"Bro, got any action flicks left on the cloud drive? Hand them over, I need them for my demonstration." Lin Feng hesitated visibly. "Hey, Mr. Hua, is it really necessary to make such a huge sacrifice?"
Hua Xiangqiao was resolute. "Bring it on, bro.
To save my mom, I'm all in."
Lin Feng felt a surge of respect, growing more impressed with the man before him. So Lin Feng reached into his pocket for his phone, ready to find a few Japanese action flicks to help out Mr. Hua. But at that critical moment, suddenly, The Hua family doctor cried out urgently, it's bad, the old lady is fading fast.
Everyone gasped and rushed over.
They watched as the old lady's breathing grew weaker, her pupils began to dilate, and the lines on the electrocardiogram gradually flattened.
Hua Yingguang was truly panicking.
Though he was a business tycoon, he and his wife had shared a deep, unwavering love for years, never straying, undoubtedly true love.
Seeing his beloved wife about to slip away, he was utterly at a loss. What should we do? What should we do? Doctor, you must think of something. You absolutely must find a way.
The entire Hua family joined in the plea, doctor, please do something. The family doctor looked utterly helpless, chairman, truly, the old lady's time has come.
There's nothing more we can do. Everyone, please try to accept this and move forward. No. Is there truly nothing at all that can be done? Hopelessness filled Hua Yingguang's eyes as he pleaded.
Family doctor, chairman, there's truly nothing more we can do.
You should contact the crematorium immediately. The entire Hua family plunged into despair on the spot. Hold on.
Lin Feng strode confidently to the bedside and declared in a clear voice, don't contact the crematorium yet.
It's not the end of the road.
The old lady still has a glimmer of hope. The eldest son of the Hua family was stunned. Seeing it was that male model again, he was furious.
You male model. Why haven't you left yet? Get out of here immediately. With a life at stake, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue.
He immediately pointed out the crux of the matter.
Everyone, please calm down.
Though the old lady's complexion is withered and her breath faint as a thread, appearing as if her oil lamp is nearly spent, this is not due to organ failure. She harbors no deep-seated, malignant disease within her body. Therefore, the root of the old lady's impending demise lies neither in her heart, liver, spleen, or lungs, nor in stagnant qi and blood. It stems from her marrow qi being depleted, her divine light about to extinguish. Lin Feng's words carried with such force and conviction that they instantly steadied the hearts of everyone present.
I possess the return to origin yang guiding needle.
This needle is not forged from nothingness, but seeks out that last, flickering spark of true yang fire within the old lady, a faint flame like a candle in the wind. It channels the ceaseless yang energy of heaven and earth, directing it into her nearly parched marrow qi.
To seize a sliver of chance for her to breathe again, to awaken the dormant vitality deep within her organs naturally, to extend her life for another year.
Everyone present, shock level, plus 9999999. Lin Feng's explanation was highly professional and persuasive, displaying the aura of a charismatic healer. This starkly contrasted with his youthful, handsome appearance, sending shockwaves through the entire assembly. Among the present Hua family members, some had already been swayed by Lin Feng's rhetoric and aura, quietly beginning to trust him. Particularly among the female members of the Hua family, some had even begun to secrete significant amounts of estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin. However, the eldest son of the Hua family, likely fearing his third brother would steal the spotlight and undermine his standing within the clan, continued to press his advantage.
Bull! I say you're nothing but a charlatan. Third brother, how do you run your bar? Why would your bar hire a charlatan as a male model?
Hua Xiangqiao snapped back, big brother, he's not a charlatan, he's a miracle doctor.
Just let my brother try it once.
Even if it's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive, it's worth a shot.
You! How dare you call our mother a dead horse? You're a beast. Get out.
With that, the eldest son, Hua Xiangjie, lunged forward to shove Hua Xiangqiao and Lin Feng, intending to throw them out the door.
Stop it!
Hua Yingguang shouted to stop them. The room fell silent.
Hua Yingguang walked up to Lin Feng, scrutinized him from head to toe, steeled his resolve, and declared, "This male model. I'm counting on you." Chapter 37, The Male Model's Obsession.
With no other options left, the utterly helpless Hua Yingguang could only turn to Lin Feng for help. The entire Hua family was stunned. The patriarch had actually agreed to let the male model treat the old lady. Shock value, plus 888,888.
Hua Xiangjie erupted in panic, "Dad, this can't be done, this guy is a male model." "Shut up. You're no better than that third son of mine."
Hua Yingguang cut him off on the spot, "Your mother's about to be cremated, and you're still fretting over whether he's a male model. As long as he can save your mother, forget about a prince or a male model, even if it's old Wang next door, I wouldn't bat an eye."
Hua Yingjie. The entire family.
Hua Yingguang turned to the male model, his tone earnest, "Sir, please proceed with the acupuncture.
I entrust everything to you."
With the patriarch's approval, Lin Feng had no further reservations.
"Very well, Chairman. I'll do my utmost."
With that, Lin Feng stood before the bed, his expression composed. He slowly opened the needle case and drew out several slender, gleaming silver needles. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he focused his mind. A faint, warm glow seemed to flow along the needle shaft held between his fingers. Even before he began the procedure, this aura alone left the entire Hua family in awe.
This presence was nothing like a male model.
Suddenly Lin Feng detected the faint, thread-like, flickering flame of true yang energy within the old man's body. If this flame were to extinguish, the divine light would vanish. Lin Feng acted decisively, his movements swift as a flash.
First technique, seeking the gate, stabilizing the C. With a gentle twist, he inserted the needle into the Guan Yuan acupoint.
The needle did not enter straight down but was subtly adjusted to follow the meridian's internal energy flow. The needle tip trembled lightly, like a dragonfly skimming water, yet it secretly contained guiding force, as if opening a tiny passageway for the fading sun to reach the outside world.
Second technique, receiving Rui Yang. Settling upon the Mingmen acupoint, this needle carried a warm sensation.
As Lin Feng twisted it, he accompanied the motion with lifts and thrusts as gentle as a spring breeze. His fingertips were moist, as if warmth seeped through, striving to awaken and stabilize this vital flame's foundation.
Third form, reopening Heaven's Gate.
Lin Feng inserted the needle with even greater care, applying force without causing injury. The needle tip aimed directly at the depths of the mind. The instant the needle entered, the withered hair on the old man's head seemed to stir without wind, while an imperceptibly subtle, gathering vortex of air swirled within the room.
Ah, she's moving.
The old lady seems to be stirring.
It's incredible.
Someone from the Hua family noticed the patient's fingertips begin to tremble lightly and cried out in excitement. Lin Feng remained unmoved. Next, he would seal the fate of heaven and earth with this single needle, defying destiny itself.
The final needle guiding Yang back to the sea.
Lin Feng's thumbs hovered lightly about an inch above the tails of the needles at the Baihui and Mingmen points. His chi flowed deeply and steadily, his spirit and intent perfectly unified. Suddenly, his finger seal shifted, and he pressed down on the silver needle at Baihui, anchoring it firmly at that convergence point of energy. In that instant, the room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. The long needles connecting Baihui, Mingmen, and Yongquan continued to vibrate at their tips, as if pulsing with an imperceptible rhythm. The withered, ashen complexion of the old man on the bed, under the lamplight, seemed faintly beginning to take on a flush of color.
Ah, look quickly, Mom. Mom's face has color. The eldest daughter of the Hua family wept with joy. Even more strikingly, the elderly woman's faint breath, nearly extinguished, suddenly became distinctly perceptible. Her electrocardiogram also resumed normal fluctuations. Finally, the old woman slowly opened her eyes. After a year of waiting, Lin Feng had fought her back. Mom! Grandma! The entire family, young and old, were overjoyed.
They rushed forward, crowding around the old lady.
Huangguang was already weeping tears of joy. My dear, you really scared me to death. After being brought back from the brink of death, the old lady's first concern was for her husband, Bauer. Did you die too?
Huangguang wiped away his tears and broke into a smile.
Darling, it wasn't me who died, it was you who was saved by this male model. Neither of us is dead. We're both alive. The old lady beamed with joy. Wonderful. Wonderful. My dearest. I love you so much.
Lin Feng, shock level, plus 9999999.
To be honest, Lin Feng envied such love. After the old lady was brought back to life, she began to eat and rest.
Huangguang, having calmed his excitement, hurriedly ushered Lin Feng into the main hall to express his gratitude.
This male model, oh, no. Master Lin, the divine healer. Truly, this old man's gratitude is beyond words.
As he spoke, he prepared to bow to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to support him. Not at all, Chairman, not at all. It was my pleasure to assist. Moreover, your love story has truly taught me a great deal and been immensely enlightening.
Ha ha ha. Huangguang laughed heartily. Master Lin, you're too kind.
Truly, thank you for allowing us two old folks to continue living our shameless lives. After a moment, Lin Feng added sincerely, Chairman, forgive my frankness. I possess no power to defy fate. What I've done can only extend Madame's life by 1 year.
After that, we must still leave things to destiny. Huangguang nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Dr. Lin. I am already deeply satisfied. We will cherish this remaining year, making amends for life's regrets. As for what comes after, we will face it with peace. Excellent. The chairman truly possesses wisdom and understanding. By the way, shower.
Huangguang beckoned his third son, Hua Xiangqiao, closer.
Master Lin, where is he working for the group now?
Hua Xiangqiao quickly interjected, Dad, Dr. Lin is currently at the Crimson Stage Bar in Dongqing District, Yunzhou. His current role is Prince Male Model.
Damn it! A talent like Dr. Lin shouldn't be working as a male model. You're blind as a bat. Yes, father. You're absolutely right. I'll arrange for Dr. Lin's promotion and raise his salary immediately. Who do you think you are?
Huangguang cut him off sharply, then turned to Lin Feng with a softer tone. Dr. Lin, our Hua family was blind and caused you great hardship recently. That you would deign to associate with us is a blessing we've earned through generations of good deeds.
Dr. Lin, please, whatever you require, just ask. I, Huangguang, will repay you 1,000-fold.
Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying frankly, Chairman, you're too kind. Truthfully, I've always been deeply grateful for the opportunity to work as a male model for the company.
I truly love this profession.
I have no other requests, only to continue serving as the Prince Male Model at Scarlet Stage, providing our guests with the finest service.
Holding 1, shock value, plus 99,999. Hua Xiangqiao, shock value, plus 99,999.
System rewards, experience points, plus 99,999. Hua Yingguan was utterly stunned by Lin Feng's declaration. He simply couldn't fathom how such an enigmatic miracle doctor could genuinely cherish the male modeling profession.
He tentatively inquired again. Well then, Divine Physician Lin, what do you think about taking over the management of the Crimson Stage Bar?
Hua Yingguan was essentially offering Lin Feng a promotion to manager of Scarlet Stage.
Lin Feng reiterated firmly, no chairman, I won't do anything else. I'm only doing male modeling. Hua Yingguan. Hua Xiangqiao.
How could there be such an unambitious divine doctor? No, without properly honoring the divine physician, Hua Yingguan couldn't shake the unease in his heart.
Master Lin, please don't be so polite. This old man truly wishes to express sincere gratitude. You insist on refusing everything and only want to be a male model.
I feel terribly guilty about this. Lin Feng thought about it and realized he couldn't refuse any longer. After pondering, Lin Feng decided to voice his true thoughts to the chairman.
Thank you for your kindness, chairman.
If that's the case, then I'll take the liberty of sharing my thoughts.
Speak. Quickly, Master Lin, say whatever is on your mind.
Hua Yingguan placed immense importance on Lin Feng's thoughts.
All right.
Lin Feng cleared his throat and said,
Chairman, I believe the male model industry holds tremendous potential with an enormous market.
Therefore, I propose converting all establishments in Yunzhou's East District into male model venues. Whether it's KTVs, clubs, or bathhouses, transform them all into male model establishments.
Chapter 38, Laying Off Technicians, Hiring Male Models. Hua Yingguan. Hua Xiangqiao listened, wiping cold sweat from his brow.
Lin Feng had already shared his idea of converting all of the Hua family's business clubs, and bathhouses in the East District into male model establishments with him. At first, Hua Xiangqiao had assumed the guy was joking around, trying to amuse him.
But unexpectedly,
Lin Feng was dead serious and utterly relentless.
Master Lin, are you serious? Is the male model market really that big? Are there really that many horny chicks out there?
True to their father-son bond, Hua Yingguan and Hua Xiangqiao shared the same concerns.
Absolutely. Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction once more.
Chairman, trust my judgment.
There are countless opportunities out there. If we're willing to explore and nurture them, we can absolutely build this market.
To expand the male modeling business empire and gain system experience points, Lin Feng once again patiently persuaded Hua Yingguan. He repeated the same theory he had previously shared with Hua Xiangqiao to the old man. After hearing Lin Feng's in-depth analysis of the male model market, coupled with his gratitude toward Lin Feng, Hua Yingguan made up his mind.
All right.
Master Lin, I trust you. I trust your abilities and your judgment.
Let's start with a pilot project in the Eastern District of Yunzhou City.
Transform every commercial KTV, club, and bathhouse in the Eastern District into male model establishments.
Ah, Dad. Hua Xiangqiao was utterly stunned. He never imagined Lin Feng would actually pull this off. Dad, you really need to think this through.
Our business club, and bathhouse in Dongqing District are all profitable.
Isn't it too rash to just change things like this? Shut up. Hua Yingguan cut him off again. Master Lin is a man who has done our family a great favor. Didn't he cure your son Yang Wei?
We must repay kindness with gratitude. Follow Master Lin's instructions. Besides, Dongqing District is only a small part of Han Yi Group's holdings.
What harm is there in letting Master Lin take it for innovation and shoulder some risk?
Our Hua Group is willing to bear the risk for Master Lin's bold vision. The old patriarch truly lived up to his reputation. A family head was a family head. His vision and stature were truly in a league of their own. Lin Feng praised, Chairman, you truly live up to your reputation as a business titan. Your vision and decisiveness command my utmost respect.
Hua Yingguan waved his hand dismissively.
Dr. Lin, once I've made up my mind about someone, I never doubt my choice. I'm confident you'll lead the 4 male model shops in Dongqing District to new heights of success.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't let you down. Lin Feng was over the moon.
Once 3 more male model shops opened in Dongqing District, who knew how much experience points the system would reward him?
Chower, listen carefully.
Hua Yingguan turned to admonish his son.
Oh, Dad, go ahead.
Hua Yingguan, in Yunzhou, you must fully support Divine Dr. Lin's work.
In Yunzhou, Divine Dr. Lin represents me.
Divine Dr. Lin's words are my words. You must obey absolutely and assist Divine Dr. Lin in building up the male model industry.
Do you understand?
Got it. Hua Xiangqiao wiped away cold sweat as he agreed. He thought to himself, my power's been taken away.
I've been stripped of my authority by a male model. Equals.
After returning to Yunzhou, Hua Xiangqiao swiftly acted on the old man and Lin Feng's instructions. He dismissed all the technicians and aggressively recruited male models. He renovated the 3 nightclubs in the style of a male model bar. Indeed, while he might not respect others, Hua Xiangqiao absolutely respected Lin Feng. After all, this was the man who had saved his life. Though he was obsessed with the club scene, when it came to getting things done, he was utterly relentless, demonstrating exceptional execution.
In less than a month, all 3 nightclubs underwent complete transformations into cutting-edge male model bars. This development quickly became major news in Yunzhou City's nightlife scene.
When the 3 nightclubs in the East District officially opened their doors as male model bars, the system's grand reward arrived as promised. System, in recognition of your efforts in expanding the male model enterprise, you are rewarded with 999,999 experience points. Level up conditions met, triggering the golden legendary skill.
Ha 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 ha.
Lin Feng laughed uproariously. The system rewards those who put in the work.
All my effort finally paid off.
Regarding the upgrade system, Lin Feng felt he'd finally cracked the code.
Quick! Boss, hurry up and give me skills. System, understood. First, enhancing the host's golden legendary skill, X-ray vision. Skill enhancement in progress. Enhancement successful. Deep vision enhancement of X-ray vision successful. Deep vision skill description: the host's vision now perceives various material particles invisible to the human eye, enabling scanning and analysis of these particles to extract intrinsic information. Awesome! Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. Boss, what's next? System, yes.
Now beginning enhancement of the host's other golden legendary skill, most understanding of women's hearts.
Holy crap! This thing can be enhanced too?
This was something Lin Feng hadn't anticipated at all.
System, yes. Understanding women best skill enhancement commencing. Skill enhancement in progress. Enhancement successful.
The most understanding of women's hearts skill has unlocked a new ability, also understanding of men's hearts.
Lin Feng also understands men's heart skill description. Host can use mind reading on men. Well, whatever.
Though Lin Feng has little interest in men, this means he now possesses the complete form of mind reading, usable on both men and women.
Awesome. His spirit soaring, Lin Feng pressed on. Quick. Boss. What else? System? System, host, that's enough.
You've already enhanced 2 golden legendary skills.
Aren't you satisfied? Damn it. Boss, be reasonable.
I just opened 3 new male model shops. 3 shops.
That should warrant 3 rewards. You only gave me 2 enhancements. You owe me 1. System. The system hadn't anticipated this line of reasoning. System, alright.
Considering this is your first expansion into the male model territory, and you open 3 shops at once, this system will make an exception and grant you 1 additional enhancement.
To encourage your continued efforts. Ha ha. Great. Don't worry, boss.
You treat me well, and I'll definitely keep pushing forward to take our male model business to new heights.
System, agreed.
The system will now enhance the male model's most understanding of women's hearts skill once more.
Lin Feng. Holy crap? Boss, wait. Did you mess up? Why are you enhancing most understanding of women's hearts again? Didn't we finish enhancing it already? However, the system ignored him. The enhancement had already begun. Understanding women's hearts skill initiating ultimate enhancement. Skill enhancement in progress. Understanding women's hearts has unlocked a new skill, understanding animals' hearts. Lin Feng. Wait, boss, what do you mean? What the hell uses also understands animal minds? Spell it out. Are you telling me to eavesdrop on chickens, ducks, and geese? Chapter 39, The Detective Male Model. System, yes, host. Not only can you eavesdrop on the thoughts of chickens, ducks, and geese, but also domestic cats, dogs, sows, toads. You can eavesdrop on the thoughts of any animal. Lin Feng. Holy crap. What the hell use is eavesdropping on them? No way. This count doesn't count. Reinforce it again. System, host, this enhancement of understanding animal minds is an additional reward. All such rewards are random. Please understand. Understand my ass. Change it. Change it now.
I've never seen such a pathetic golden legend.
Hey, boss, stop playing dead. Hurry up, change it already.
But the system had already vanished into thin air.
Equals.
Although Lin Feng had gained absolute authority over the Hua family's businesses in Yunzhou thanks to Rui Yang's trust, he never forgot his roots. Every day, he still fought on the front lines as a male model. Thanks to his exceptional skills as a male model, Lin Feng was immensely popular with clients. He was booked almost every single day. Sometimes, clients even had to wait several days to secure a booking with him. Tonight's reservation came from none other than Qin Yang, chief of the Dongqing District Police Station. Lin Feng and Qin Yang usually met in a standard private room on the 2nd floor, in the flower field area, the self-indulgence cottage. After all, Qin Yang was a public official in Longhua. Booking a standard private room was sufficient. He couldn't appear too extravagant in his lifestyle. Inside, self-indulgence cottage, the two sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation. Lin Feng, reporting to you, sir, our company has heeded the call and converted all our karaoke bars, clubs, and bathhouses into male model establishments.
They won't bother you anymore. Qin Yang giggled softly. Every time she came to chat with Lin Feng, she felt completely at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. However, male model establishments must operate legally. If any illegal activities are detected, I will show no leniency. Rest assured, Director. This time we've raised the educational requirements for male model recruitment. Candidates must hold at least a technical secondary school diploma. There won't be any thugs, illiterates, or migrant workers. Their qualifications are quite high, and they absolutely won't cause trouble. Good, good, good. That puts my mind at ease. Qin Yang's smile blossomed like a flower. Lin Feng took a sip of tea and got down to business. Sis Yang, it's been quite a while since you last visited. Is work that hectic? At the mention of work, worry crept back into Qin Yang's expression. Ugh, don't even get me started. It's all because of this recent spate of serial rape murders. I've been swamped investigating this case. Indeed, a series of rape murders had recently rocked the eastern district of Yunzhou City, sending shockwaves through the entire city and leaving residents in a state of panic. The criminal has raped and murdered 4 women in succession and remains at large. Lin Feng also asked with concern, yeah, Sister Yang, the TV stations and all the accounts are talking about this, making people really anxious. Now girls in the East District are going out less, and our male modeling business has been affected. I really hope you can catch the killer soon. Yeah, I'm under immense pressure right now. Qin Yang tucked a strand of short hair behind her ear, her face betraying visible exhaustion. City Hall and the police headquarters have given our station a strict deadline, solve this case within 2 weeks, or we'll face consequences. I've been tossing and turning all night, worrying myself to death. Sis Yang, any leads yet? Qin Yang shook her head dejectedly, nothing. Absolutely nothing. The killer is highly experienced, not a single trace was left at the scene. Our investigation hasn't made any substantial progress so far. Lin Feng listened, his anxiety mounting. Indeed, the sudden emergence of a psychopathic rapist murderer in the East District had severely impacted the male model bar's business. Some girls had even started spreading rumors, suggesting the case might be connected to the male models. This further compounded the male model bar's already dire situation. With the male model club's business suffering, the accumulation of experience points in Lin Feng's system would also slow down. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't ignore this matter. Thus, Lin Feng immediately declared, Sister Yang, could you take me to the crime scene? Seriously, I despise this psychopathic killer. He's harming girls and hurting our bar's business. I really want to do whatever I can to help solve this case. Qin Yang suddenly snapped to attention. Right. How could I have forgotten to ask Lin Feng for help? He's a master of spiritual divination. Plus, on our very first meeting, he accurately predicted my gunshot wound on my left arm, peeing in the woods, my dad's affair, my mom's depression, my irregular periods, and even the mismatched colors of my underwear. He's a god-tier guy. How could I have kept mistaking him for a male model? Right. He can definitely help me. Qin Yang's spirits lifted instantly. Lin Feng, I'd been so foolish. I almost forgot about you. With your incredible abilities, I should have sought your help long ago. Sis Yang, it's not about seeking help. Assisting the police in their investigations is the duty of every citizen of Longhua. No time to waste. Without pausing to sit at the table, the two left Yueji Cottage and sped off from the Crimson platform straight to the crime scene. The nearest crime scene to Crimson Station was in the basement of an unfinished building. By the time Lin Feng and Qin Yang arrived, the police had already completed their investigation. No officers remained on site, only a few crime scene tapes still stretched across the area. Lin Feng, this is at the scene where the 4th girl was killed. Qin Yang's voice still carried hatred for the killer. This psychopath is extremely cunning, he left no valuable clues. The police have investigated multiple times, but we've had no substantial breakthroughs. Got it, Sister Yang. Let me take a look. With that, Lin Feng stepped inside the tape and began surveying the area. Qin Yang pulled out her phone. Lin Feng, be careful. I'll shine my flashlight for you. No need, Sister Yang. Give me a few minutes. With that, Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision deep penetration ability. Every microscopic particle at the crime scene was exposed to Lin Feng's enhanced vision. These objects and particles, nearly invisible to the naked eye, were automatically scanned and analyzed upon detection, with the results instantly relayed to Lin Feng. Suddenly, a feedback alert caught Lin Feng's attention. Human skin fragments detected. Human skin flakes. Lin Feng immediately fixed his gaze, pinpointing the source of the alert to a tiny crevice within a rough wall surface. Lin Feng channeled his power continuously. The deep vision ability of his X-ray vision allowed him to clearly see several flakes of human skin within the cracked flakes, completely invisible to the naked eye and easily overlooked even under a microscope. Sis Yang, we have a lead. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pointed toward the tiny gap in the rough wall. Ah. Lin Feng, you found a clue this quickly? Yes, Sister Yang. I found several fragments of human skin embedded deep within this wall crevice.
It's highly likely that when the killer strangled the victim's struggles caused them to slam against the wall, hammering dead skin cells shed from the killer's hands into the depths of the crack. These fragments are positioned deep and few in number, so subtle even the killer failed to notice or remove them. Xin Yang shone her phone flashlight and peered closely, but saw nothing. Lin Feng, but I can't see a thing. Yes, Sister Yang. These skin fragments are nearly invisible to the naked eye. We can contact technicians immediately to extract them. Chapter 40, Crime Scene. By now, Xin Yang had absolute trust in Lin Feng's expertise and judgment. Without hesitation, she agreed. Alright, Lin Feng. I'll contact the technical investigation squad at the main city branch right away. The technical investigation capabilities of grassroots police stations were relatively weak, so for major cases, stations often had to seek assistance from the main city branch. After the call connected, the forensic squad took it very seriously. Within half an hour, the squad leader personally arrived at the scene with his team and extraction equipment. Chief Qin, have you found any leads? The captain asked as soon as he entered. Yes, Captain Li. We just found it. Captain Li scanned the scene and noticed that besides his own team members, only Xin Yang and Lin Feng were present. This puzzled him. Chief Qin, what clues? Who found them? The other officers from the technical investigation squad were equally puzzled. Ahem. Xin Yang gathered his thoughts before saying, the clue was found by this helpful citizen. Pointing to Lin Feng, he introduced, this helpful citizen is Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Captain Li. Helpful citizen. Why would a helpful citizen just wander into a crime scene? Though filled with suspicion, Captain Li greeted him first. Hello, thank you for supporting our police work. May I ask what clues you discovered here? Lin Feng walked over to a tiny crack in the wall and pointed, saying, Captain Li, I spotted several tiny skin flakes in this crevice. They could very well belong to the suspect. If we can successfully extract them, we might obtain crucial biological DNA samples. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Captain Li found it rather far-fetched and countered. Listen, citizen, we've examined this scene multiple times. Our forensic techs used specialized equipment and found no skin fragments. How did you spot them? You're talking nonsense. I have X-ray vision, how could you possibly compare? But he couldn't say that. Lin Feng could only explain, perhaps it's too inconspicuous. I'd appreciate it if the captain could conduct another thorough examination. Captain Li said nothing more. With a wave, he led two technical officers forward. They switched on high-intensity lights, donned high-powered magnifying glasses, and began a meticulous examination. After the examination, Captain Li immediately removed his magnifying glasses and turned to Xin Yang with a sour expression. Damn it, there's absolutely nothing here. Xin Yang looked equally bewildered and turned to Lin Feng for an explanation. Lin Feng replied calmly, Captain Li, these skin fragments are extremely minute. Ordinary high-powered binoculars likely wouldn't detect them. Even under a microscope, these fragments could easily be overlooked. Captain Li burst out laughing. He took off his magnifying glasses and said with a forced smile, Look, buddy, you're really living in a dream world. Stuff we can't even spot with high-powered binoculars, you claim to see with the naked eye? Are you some kind of enthusiastic citizen here just to make fun of us? The other officers also took off their goggles and glared at Lin Feng. In the middle of the night, we were out drinking and eating skewers when the captain called us to the scene. And now this clown is here messing things up. Captain Li, you've got the wrong idea. Seeing that he couldn't explain himself clearly, Lin Feng decided to reveal part of the truth. You might not believe this, but I do possess certain abilities. My eyes can perceive things invisible to ordinary people. That's why I'm certain there must be the killer's skin tissue in that crack. Ha 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 ha. Except for Xin Yang, the officers present were laughing their asses off at this guy. Captain Li signaled for the team to wrap up while asking, What kind of eyes do you have? Are they ING microscopes? Damn it, you're so annoying. I can't stand these self-proclaimed helpful citizens spouting nonsense. Then he turned to Xin Yang, Chief Qin, what exactly does this enthusiastic citizen do? Xin Yang didn't know how to respond. Some things were simply too hard to say. Seeing Xin Yang's reluctance, Captain Li grew even more curious. He turned to Lin Feng with a serious expression. Buddy, what exactly do you do? Lin Feng answered with neither humility nor arrogance. Captain Li, I'm a male model. Xin Yang. Captain Li? Other officers? What do you do? Captain Li couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Lin Feng, I'm a male model. A prince-type male model. Captain Li, shock level, plus 9,999. Other officers, shock level, plus 9,999. Holy. Captain Li blurted out, you ING work as a male model? Lin Feng remained unfazed, neither my mom nor his mom did male modeling. I am the male model. Ha 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 ha. The entire room erupted in laughter. Captain Li laughed until tears streamed down his face, teasing Xin Yang as he did so. Hey, Chief Qin, what's with bringing a male model here? Did you pick him up off the street or something? Xin Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, but she knew Lin Feng's capabilities well. She stood her ground firmly.
Captain Li, this isn't the time for jokes. I can guarantee Lin Feng isn't messing with you. I know him very well.
Qin Yang had intended to say she understood Lin Feng very well, but then realized that saying she understood a male model thoroughly would be impossible to explain. So she changed her approach. Please take Lin Feng's judgment seriously. I urge you to conduct a more thorough investigation. After a brief laugh, Captain Li and his team clearly had little patience left.
Captain Li packed up the equipment, clapped his hands, and said, "We're at a loss here. You'd better rely on this male model."
Qin Yang swallowed his frustration and pleaded again, "Captain Li, you know this case is no ordinary matter. I implore your technical investigation squad to cooperate further."
Captain Li replied, "I know, Chief Qin.
I'm well aware this is a major case, and I understand the pressure you're under.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought the team out here in the middle of the night.
But take my advice, Director Qin.
No matter how heavy the pressure, don't resort to desperate measures. What on earth are you doing bringing a male model to the crime scene in the middle of the night?
Thankfully, I know you well enough not to misunderstand.
Someone unfamiliar with you might think you and this male model."
Captain Li realized this conversation was getting awkward and waved his hand.
All right, enough said. Director Qin, you know what to do."
With that, he signaled his team to leave. No matter how strong Qin Yang was, she was still a woman. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. But to solve this case, she had to rely on the technical investigation squad. So she swallowed her bitterness and pleaded once more. "Captain Li, please wait. Could you just?" At that moment, Lin Feng interrupted Qin Yang.
"Sis Yang, let them go. At their skill level, they wouldn't be much help here anyway."
"What did you say?" Lin Feng's words sent Captain Li reeling.
"Male model, what did you say?" Chapter 41, Trace Spectral Developer. Lin Feng wasn't fazed by his outburst and repeated calmly, "Honestly, you guys are useless here. The high magnification eyepieces you brought don't even meet the standard for imaging capability. They're completely useless." "Holy?" Captain Li set down his equipment and paced toward Lin Feng. "Who knew you, a male model, could be such a show-off? What gives you the right to question our professional skills? Mark my words, keep this up and I'll deal with you."
Lin Feng remained unmoved. "Captain Li, I never meant to question your abilities, nor was I showing off.
Besides, I'm a law-abiding citizen. As a police officer, you can't do anything to me." "Ha, a male model claiming to be law-abiding? Are any male models law-abiding?" Captain Li pointed threateningly at Lin Feng. "Can't deal with you? Forget everything else.
Just for falsely reporting information today and wasting police resources, I can administratively detain you."
"Captain Li, I did not report false information.
I stand by my words." Lin Feng said casually, "Besides, as a technical police unit, you have no law enforcement authority.
You have no right to detain me. Damn it, you male model, let me tell you, you've taken this bull too far." Captain Li locked horns with him. "Ha! I have no authority to detain you? We'll see if I have the power to detain you." With that, the captain pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. Seeing the situation escalate, Qin Yang stepped in to mediate.
Captain Li, calm down.
Let's talk this out.
We're all here for the case." Captain Li waved his hand dismissively. "Director Qin, if it weren't for you today, I'd have already knocked his ass out.
This male model is such a show-off. We're dealing with him today. I'll prove he falsely reported information. He needs to be sent to the detention center for a lesson. Damn it, a male model acting so cocky." Just then, Captain Li's phone rang. "Hello, Technical Investigation Brigade at Municipal Headquarters? This is Li Gang from the Central District Squad. We require technical support immediately. Please dispatch personnel equipped with a Trace Spectral Developer and Ultraviolet Laser Microscope Cutter." "Thank you." Captain Li was getting serious. His request for technical backup from the Municipal Bureau's Forensic Division had a clear purpose to prove Lin Feng's false report and used it as grounds to detain him. After all, if equipment of the caliber of a trace spectral imager still failed to detect the criminal's skin tissue, it would prove Lin Feng was lying. Both Qin Yang and Lin Feng could see Captain Li's intentions. At this moment, Qin Yang felt a surge of panic. "Captain Li, why involve the Municipal Bureau squad? This is a minor matter, we can just talk it out and clear up the misunderstanding." "No way." Captain Li cut her off sharply. I hate pretentious people, especially pretentious male models. "I'm going to take him down today." With that, Captain Li shot Lin Feng a smug, sideways glance. Lin Feng remained unmoved, instead softly reassuring Qin Yang. "Sis Yang, it's okay. This is actually for the best. If Captain Li hadn't stepped in, we probably wouldn't have been able to mobilize the City Bureau's technical resources. Now it's settled, the City Bureau squad is here to support us. Things will start to come together soon." Lin Feng's soft murmurs triggered a surge of estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin in Qin Yang while calming her frantic state. "All right, Lin Feng. We'll wait patiently. Li Gang's connections proved reliable.
Within half an hour, technical officers from the Municipal Bureau's Forensic Technology Division arrived, bringing with them a trace spectral imager and an ultraviolet laser microsectioning instrument.
Li Gang beamed with satisfaction. Oh my, thank you.
We truly appreciate the support from our comrades at the Municipal Bureau.
The lead technician also greeted Li Gang. Of course, Captain Li gave the order were fully committed to supporting the investigation.
It seemed the two had shared many drinks together.
Li Gang grew even more pleased. Thanks, brother. Here's the situation. This male model claims he found skin flakes from the perpetrator in that crevice.
We came to investigate, but our high-powered magnifiers couldn't locate the flakes he described.
That's why we had to trouble you to bring your equipment over. What, male model?
The technician grasped the situation, but his attention lingered on the term male model.
Li Gang smirked condescendingly. Yeah, male models are members of the public too. We have to take public leads seriously.
But if you can't find the evidence either, it proves this guy made up the story.
We'll have to deal with him today. So, buddy, we're counting on you. The technician grasped Li Gang's meaning and nodded.
Understood, Captain Li. Rest assured, we'll handle this properly.
Li Gang, thanks for your hard work. The lead technician began directing his assistants to calibrate the equipment.
The red light from the trace spectral imager began to flicker.
Xin Yang grew tense once more. She still felt uneasy deep down, dreading that Lin Feng's judgment might be wrong and cause trouble. After all, Li Gang's rank wasn't much lower than his own.
If he genuinely wanted to make things difficult for Lin Feng, it would be quite a headache. Yet Lin Feng remained utterly composed, his resolute gaze reflected in the flickering red light of the trace spectral imager. After calibrating the trace spectral imager, the technician, assisted by two helpers, began inspecting the wall crevices. The technician securely fixed the trace spectral imager's bracket 10 centimeters from the wall surface. The ring-shaped fill light's cool white glow suddenly illuminated the mottled rust stains, casting an even patch of light. He rotated the focus knob, and the 400x optical lens precisely captured the depths of the wall's recess, exactly the area Lin Feng had indicated. With a beep, the device switched to infrared spectral scanning mode. Two invisible 1550 nanometers laser beams silently penetrated the wall.
Xin Yang stared intently at the instrument, hoping for a breakthrough.
Li Gang wore a cold smile, still plotting how to make Lin Feng pay later. Lin Feng remained as calm as a still lake.
Moments later,
the technician gasped, "Something's there."
Everyone's hair stood on end. Xin Yang and Li Gang shouted in unison, "What is it?"
Under the technician's gaze, precisely illuminated by the 1550 nanometers laser, a pinhead-sized pale green fluorescent spot suddenly appeared on the display screen.
3 translucent specimens reveal every minute detail under 400x magnification.
The technician, highly experienced, immediately replied. "They're pale green fluorescent patches. Skin debris exhibits a pale green reticulated pattern when excited at 1550 nanometers. Therefore, it's highly likely skin debris tissue." Li Gang, shock level, plus 999,999. Xin Yang, shock level, plus 999,999. Everyone, shock level, plus 999,999.
Exactly the same as Lin Feng's diagnosis.
Li Gang could scarcely believe his ears. How is this possible? This male model, how could he guess correctly on the first try?
Bro, did you see that wrong? The technician confirmed with certainty, no way. It's absolutely skin debris tissue. Unbelievable.
I used a 400x optical lens combined with a 1550 nanometers laser just to find this thing.
This male model, he spotted it with the naked eye? Unbelievable. Chapter 42, the male model's amazing feat. Impossible. The naked eye can't see that. He guessed.
The male model definitely guessed, the technician chimed in. Xin Yang breathed a long sigh of relief. Whether Lin Feng was bluffing or not, Captain Li Gang could no longer use the charge of falsifying information to pressure him.
Lin Feng didn't care.
Having known the results all along, he paid no heed to these people's opinions.
So, can we collect these skin fragments?
Xin Yang held high hopes for this lead. If successful, it would yield the perpetrator's biological DNA a breakthrough that could significantly advance the investigation.
Deputy Captain Li Gang leaned in to ask, "Yeah, bro, you got this?"
In truth, Li Gang was a conscientious officer. Seeing the case finally gaining traction, he grew excited and let go of his earlier resentment toward Lin Feng.
"I'll give it a shot," the technician declared before simultaneously operating the trace spectral imager and ultraviolet laser microsectioning instrument with 2 assistants. They aimed to extract the minuscule skin fragments from the narrow crevices.
The technician stared intently at the trace spectral imager's screen, where blue-green fluorescent markers flickered within the wall crevices.
Coordinates locked, depth 0.8 millimeters.
He maneuvered the robotic arm of the UV laser microscope cutter, aligning its needle-thin laser probe with the glowing spot. On the display, the path planning lines of the 355 nanometers cold laser covered the target area.
Pulse energy 30%, fire.
The instant the laser pierced the rust layer, the screen erupted in snowy static. The beam had unexpectedly struck a hidden cluster of iron oxide crystals. The intense heat triggered a chain reaction, erasing the fluorescent markers on the skin fragment like they'd been wiped away by an eraser. Temperature exceeded. A skin fragment sample vaporized, the assistant exclaimed. The technician slumped, releasing the joystick. The developer now revealed only a scorched, charred void.
No. The technician set down the equipment, wiping sweat from his forehead as he explained. The sample is too tiny.
Plus, this area has too many fine metal crystals, causing severe interference with extraction.
We can't continue. If we try again, the remaining 2 samples will vaporize too.
A collective sigh filled the room at his words.
Xi Yang asked anxiously, is there any other way? This is the only clue we've managed to uncover. Li Gang chimed in, equally tense, yeah. Bro, we can't let all our hard work go to waste.
The technician shook his head helplessly.
There's truly nothing more I can do. The sample is too minute, and the environment is too complex. I'm completely out of options.
Hope had just flickered, only to be extinguished by despair. The room fell silent.
Let me try, Lin Feng's words broke the silence.
Everyone looked up at Lin Feng, their faces filled with astonishment.
Male model, don't make things worse. Why are you everywhere? Li Gang snapped irritably.
The other officers chuckled at his remark. The technician chuckled along, not taking it seriously. Lin Feng remained unfazed and continued. Although the sample is tiny and surrounded by a network of metallic crystals, I can see a collection path that effectively avoids the crystals and extracts the sample. The technician's dismissive smile turned to a cold sneer. Hey, Mr. Male Model, you're really stretching it here.
You can see a collection path? What the hell can you see? Are your eyes more powerful than this, trace spectral imager?
Li Gang chimed in, ignore him. He's just a bluff artist.
Ha ha ha, the room erupted in laughter once more.
Lin Feng didn't argue with them.
He simply stated, one word at a time. 3 skin flakes.
The largest measures 218 micrometers long by 85 micrometers wide, suspended at a depth of 1715 micrometers. Surrounding it are 17 chromite crystals. The 3 closest form a triangular pincer grip, their tips position just 3.7 micrometers, 4.2 micrometers, and 5.1 micrometers from the flake's edge. The dagger-shaped crystal in the lower right, when you inserted your blade at an angle to sample it just now, the laser deviated 0.3 micrometers from its preset trajectory. This triggered a chain reaction of exothermic heat, vaporizing the sample. Li Gang, shock value, plus 8,888. Qin Yang, shock value, plus 8,888. Other officers, shock level, plus 8,888. Technician, shock level, plus 99,999. Too detailed.
Lin Feng went into way too much detail.
He even specified it down to the micrometer. Others might still think Lin Feng was just bluffing, pretending to know what he was talking about. But at this moment, the technician finally realized Lin Feng wasn't bluffing. Because every single data point he recited matched the survey parameters displayed by the trace spectral imager moments ago.
Exactly the same.
The technician was utterly convinced. Though he had no idea how Lin Feng's eyes were constructed, they were undoubtedly extraordinary.
The technician stared in disbelief and blurted out. Male model? Are you sure you're a male model? Who on earth are you?
Your readings are spot on, exactly matching the parameters from the trace spectral imager.
How did you do that?
The moment the technician uttered those words, everyone's shock levels on site exploded off the charts, hitting plus 9,999.
Li Gang's face drained of color. Bro, what did you just say? This male model guessed right again? No. It wasn't a guess. The technician declared solemnly, the male model didn't guess. He absolutely has something special. Xin Yang's face lit up with relief. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Xin Yang, Captain Li, Lin Feng isn't ordinary. He possesses a special magic. Let's just let Lin Feng try.
The technician had already switched sides. Captain Li, the male model is amazing.
Looks like we can only rely on him.
The other officers also looked at Lin Feng with newfound respect, their eyes filled with admiration. Truthfully, by this point, even Li Gang had begun to respect Lin Feng. He was truly incredible, far beyond ordinary. Li Gang approached Lin Feng, his tone softening considerably. Mr. Male Model, oh, Comrade Lin Feng, right?
I'm truly sorry. That earlier misunderstanding was me showing off. I apologize.
Lin Feng smiled gently. Captain Li, no need to mention it. We're all just doing our jobs.
These words impressed Li Gang even more.
It seemed this male model didn't take himself seriously at all and hadn't held the misunderstanding against him.
He was truly extraordinary.
Xin Yang, seeing the misunderstanding resolved, felt genuinely relieved. Thank you for forgiving me, Comrade Lin Feng. Now we'll still need your assistance with the remaining work. Not at all, Captain Li. Assisting the police is simply our civic duty as citizens. With that, Lin Feng dove back into his work. He first addressed the technician. Bro, could you show me how to use this equipment?
Sure thing, the technician replied promptly, launching into an explanation.
Lin Feng picked it up quickly, mastering the key points in no time.
Alright, everyone, let's begin the extraction. Chapter 43, The Male Model's Deduction. Sample extraction commences.
Lin Feng occupied the main station, gripping the control rod of the ultraviolet laser microsectioning instrument. A technician prepared to connect the display cable from the developer to Lin Feng, but he stopped him.
I don't need that. Lin Feng was actually going to operate without a display. Those present were once again stunned by Lin Feng's confidence. Technician, alright, Mr. Male Model, we're counting on you.
We'll provide full support. Lin Feng nodded and, with the assistance of the other technicians, began the extraction process. He gripped the laser cutter handle with one hand, a golden glow flickering deep within his pupils. Through his vision-enhancing goggles, the wall dissolved into a translucent grid. Two fragments of skin, embedded 1.7 millimeters deep, resembled insects trapped in amber, surrounded by spiderweb-like metallic crystals.
Inject magnetic beads, Lin Feng commanded. His assistant swiftly injected the nanomagnetic particle suspension into the crevice.
Simultaneously, Lin Feng's left hand pressed the laser firing button. No screen parameters, no mechanical calibration needed. Empowered by the snake-shaped hook hand technique from Kung Fu King, Lin Feng's hand remained steady, requiring no stabilizing frame. Under his control, the ultraviolet laser pierced the rust layer like a living entity, precisely bending 3 times within the crystalline web's pores before halting 0.5 micrometers beneath the debris. The instant the high-temperature gas wave pushed aside the magnetic particles, his right hand thrust the electromagnetic rod forward. Buzz! The magnetic pulse snatched dozens of particles into a blue chain, wrapping around the flakes being swept away by the blast. The vacuum needle darted in like lightning, sucking the 0.2-micron keratin tissue into the crystal sampling tube. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, leaving only 2 pinhole-sized white marks on the wall. DNA double helix structure intact, Lin Feng announced, releasing the sweat-dampened handle. The delayed alert from the ultraviolet laser microsectioning instrument finally sounded, biological sample capture successful. Success! Success! The room erupted in applause and cheers. Lin Feng, you did it! You secured the killer's DNA sample. The case is finally within reach. Qin Yang excitedly embraced Lin Feng. Affection plus 99,999. Li Gang couldn't help but applaud. Lin Feng, you're a true genius. Being a male model, what a waste of talent. The technician was utterly in awe. Male model, not only are your eye techniques incredible, but your one-handed practical skills are also divine.
How did you train for this? Lin Feng chuckled. 20 years of being single? Single-handed operation is a piece of cake.
Ha ha ha! The entire venue erupted in laughter, filled with the joyous atmosphere of triumph.
The successful acquisition of the killer's DNA biological samples signaled a breakthrough in the case investigation. Bolstered by this confidence, the police swiftly convened a case analysis and deployment meeting. The meeting was personally chaired by Qin Yongwei, deputy chief of the Yunzhou City Police Department. Attendees included key personnel from the Criminal Investigation Division, Technical Investigation Division, major squads of the main city branch, and the East City Police Station. Lin Feng, recognized for his outstanding contributions as a concerned citizen, was also invited to participate in the case analysis and deployment meeting. Deputy Chief Qin Yongwei opened the meeting. Before we begin, let's give a round of applause to our dedicated citizen, Comrade Lin Feng. His assistance in securing crucial leads has significantly advanced our investigation. Everyone, please applaud. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lin Feng rose to acknowledge the applause. Thank you all for your recognition. It is an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with the guardians of the people, contributing my own strength as a male model to protect the lives and property of Yunzhou's citizens. The entire room. System reward, experience points, plus 999,999. Lin Feng was genuinely grateful, for through this case, the system had rewarded him with another practical skill: sharpshooter. This meant Lin Feng had now become a sniper elite capable of hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy from 100 paces. Ahem. Qin Yongwei cleared his throat to break the awkward silence and continued. Comrade Lin Feng is modest yet highly capable. Therefore, we're making an exception to allow him to attend this meeting. Everyone, please share all relevant information. By pooling our wisdom, we will surely crack this case. Now, Captain Liu of the Criminal Investigation Division, please report on the recent investigation progress. Understood. The Criminal Investigation Team captain stood to report. Recently, we conducted interviews regarding the victim's social connections. The details are as follows. The first victim, Yi Lily, left home on the evening of January 16th. She told her family she was going to work overtime at the company, but she never actually went there. The second victim, Tang Sidian, left home on the evening of February 2nd. She told her child she was going to her grandmother's house to pick something up, but she actually went to the east suburb. The third victim, Hui Yuehon, left home on the evening of February 13th. She told her husband she was going to a friend's house to help out, but in reality, she went to the small grove in Yulong Park. The fourth victim was named He Jie.
On the afternoon of February 27th, she told her mother she was going to the supermarket to shop, but in reality, she went to that unfinished building. The heads of each department presented the latest case information. After exchanging details, attendees began analyzing and discussing the evidence. However, the clues were too scattered and lacked clear direction. Thus, after over 2 hours of meeting, with everyone talking over each other in a jumble of voices, they still hadn't sorted out any leads. Qin Yongwei grew increasingly impatient, lighting a cigarette as he scanned the room. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin Feng. Since the officers couldn't break through the impasse, perhaps this male model had some insights to share. He stubbed out his cigarette and called out, "Comrade Lin Feng, you're familiar with the situation. After hearing everything, what are your thoughts?" Lin Feng rose and replied modestly, "I wouldn't dare claim to have any insights. Everyone here is a professional. I'm just a male model. To be honest, I can only analyze the situation from a male model's perspective." A male model's perspective. Everyone in the room, including Qin Yang and Li Gang, perked up with interest. Qin Yongwei, oh? A male model's perspective? Interesting. Comrade Lin Feng, please share your thoughts. Certainly. Lin Feng began his explanation. Leaders, after reviewing the case details, I wonder if you've noticed a common thread among all the victims. Audience, common trait? What trait? Lying. Lin Feng cut straight to the heart of the matter. These women habitually lie to their families. They claim to be out running errands, but were actually doing something else entirely. Indeed. After Lin Feng brought this to their attention, everyone present shared the same realization. Lin Feng addressed the entire audience. Ladies and gentlemen, think about it. What kind of woman would habitually lie to her family members? What kind of woman habitually lies to her relatives? Lin Feng's question sparked deep contemplation among everyone. Yet, after a long silence, no one in the room could figure it out. They all turned their questioning gazes back to Lin Feng, eager to know the answer. Lin Feng didn't keep them in suspense. He pointed out immediately. Technicians. They're all technicians. Chapter 44, Locking Down the Pervert. Everyone's shock level plus 9,999. They were all technicians. Based on the case details, Lin Feng made the astonishing conclusion that all the female victims were technicians, leaving everyone stunned on the spot. Qin Yongwei suddenly perked up. What, they're all technicians? Lin Feng, how did you come to that conclusion? Lin Feng immediately delivered a meticulous analysis. Commissioner Qin, distinguished leaders, consider this: all victims simultaneously lie to their relatives about their whereabouts. This clearly indicates they felt ashamed of their actions, suggesting these individuals habitually lied. Moreover, judging by the photos of the victims provided by our criminal investigation colleagues, these women are quite attractive, none are plain or unattractive. Furthermore, their expressions carry a certain worldly air, undoubtedly the result of long-term work in entertainment venues, immersed in that environment day and night. Lin Feng's analysis made perfect sense. Looking at the photos of the 4 victims, the more he stared at these women, the more they looked like technicians. Lin Feng continued his analysis. Everyone, think about this: why were all 4 women attacked in such remote locations? Everyone, why? Lin Feng, because they all participated in outdoor sex. The entire room's shock level plus 9,999. What, all of them joined the field exercises? Exactly. Lin Feng pinpointed the crux of the matter. Recently, Dongcheng District has intensified its crackdown on illegal operations. Major establishments have suspended operations for rectification, forcing technicians to relocate their workplaces outdoors to survive. Once operations shift outdoors, coupled with the necessity for technicians to maintain privacy during their work, vulnerable individuals are forced to meet clients alone in secluded wilderness areas. With no guarantee of personal safety, this creates an opportunity for predators. Lin Feng's words rang out with force, startling everyone present and instantly clearing the fog of confusion. That makes sense. Deputy Director Qin Yongwei stood up excitedly. Comrade Lin Feng's analysis is spot on, truly insightful. Comrade Lin Feng, you're no ordinary talent. You've outshone us veteran detectives who've been in this field for years. Everyone present listened to Lin Feng's analysis and couldn't help but be impressed. Comrade Lin Feng is amazing. Not only does he have the technical skills, but his logical reasoning is also so strong. Absolutely. Comrade Lin Feng, if you were to join the police force, you'd be a true detective genius of our time. Change careers, Comrade Lin Feng. Quit modeling, the police force needs you. Exactly, Comrade Lin Feng, quit your job now, go home and study for the civil service exam, and make sure to apply for a police officer position when you register. It'd be a waste of your talent otherwise. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand modestly. Commissioner Qin, all the leaders are too kind. I was just analyzing things from a male model's perspective. Maybe my angle was a bit unconventional. Excellent analysis. Commissioner Qin continued his praise. Whether it's from a male model's perspective or a technician's, any angle that helps solve the case is a good angle. Comrade Lin Feng, what are your thoughts on the killer's identity? Lin Feng answered immediately. Chief Qin, distinguished leaders, the killer's identity is already crystal clear. all eyes focused intently, awaiting Lin Feng's verdict.
A regular patron. It's definitely a regular patron. Lin Feng directly identified the killer. The murderer is undoubtedly that old pervert Piaoko, who's always hanging around the club. Pervert. Lin Feng's deduction won over everyone present. After all, the only person likely to be alone with a technician in the wilderness was that pervert Piaoko. Well said. Commissioner Qin praised enthusiastically. Everyone, Comrade Lin Feng has already clarified the identities of the victim and the killer for us. Now, let's continue discussing the investigative approach based on Comrade Lin Feng's analysis. All the officers in the conference room immediately launched into a new round of discussion. Who would have thought the killer was a sex-obsessed pervert? How could such a pervert possess such strong counter-surveillance awareness? There wasn't a single trace left at the scene. But, even knowing he's a pervert, how can we pinpoint the killer? After all, Chief Qin has already swept every club in the East District. We can't stake out places to catch him, we can't just go searching randomly in the wild. Exactly. There are too many perverts in Dongcheng District. Investigating each one would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chief Qin, forgive my bluntness, but the reason such vicious killings are happening in Dongcheng District is because you swept too hard. Exactly. With all the clubs shut down, the lower classes have no outlets for their frustrations. It's no wonder trouble brews. Qin Yang. The officers present drifted further off topic, gradually debating whether the crackdown should be intensified. Qin Yongwei couldn't take it anymore. Enough, enough. Stop wasting time on this nonsense. Right now, the most important thing is solving this case. City leaders and the public are watching us closely. We must crack this case as soon as possible. He likely realized these officers alone couldn't produce results. Solving the case would require the male model's expertise. Thus, he turned to Lin Feng once more. Comrade Lin Feng, what do you suggest we do next? The officers present once again focused their attention on Lin Feng. In truth, Lin Feng had already formulated a plan. Hearing Qin Yongwei's question, he responded directly. Commissioner Qin, I have an idea. As far as I know, whenever our police conduct crackdowns and apprehend sex offenders, we collect their DNA samples, hair, saliva, blood for archiving. Now that we have the killer's DNA sample, why not input it into our existing sex offender DNA database for comparison? Maybe this suspect has a criminal record. If we're lucky, we've already collected his sample. That way, we could pinpoint him through the system comparison. Wouldn't that clear things up right away? Exactly. What a brilliant idea. Hearing Lin Feng's reasoning, the entire room of officers felt enlightened. Exactly. It's brilliant. Just input it into the system for a quick comparison, and we might pinpoint the culprit. That really cuts down on the hassle. Brilliant. All those samples we painstakingly collected during fingerprint sweeps will finally be put to use. Comrade Lin Feng is truly exceptional. Every measure he proposes hits the nail on the head. I think this approach is viable too. Perverts never change their ways, they're usually repeat offenders. There's a good chance we've already collected this guy's DNA samples. Qin Yongwei nodded in agreement. Alright, let's proceed as Comrade Lin Feng suggested. He waved his hand decisively. Let's get moving. Head straight to the Technical Investigation Brigade. We'll set up an on-site operation and conduct DNA sample comparisons immediately. Yes, sir. The entire team responded in unison. Subsequently, the entire team arrived at the Technical Investigation Brigade to commence the DNA biological sample comparison work. Chapter 45, Saving the Technician. Forensic technicians placed evidence bags containing skin fragments from the crime scene into a biosafety cabinet. Under negative pressure conditions, they used a laser microdissection instrument to isolate 5 micrometers tissue sections containing hair follicles. Using silica membrane centrifuge columns, they captured 2.3 ing of trace DNA. Immediately afterward, the forensic officers initiated an emergency cross-referencing protocol with the DeBeo Sword criminal DNA database, pinpointing a target based on a specific mutation cluster in the Y chromosome short tandem repeat sequence. Results are in. The system automatically displayed a pop-up window. Pyrosequencing comparison reveals the DYS392 equals 13 duplicate allele and skin debris from the crime scene matches the hashtag PTK8872 pre-convicted individual record at 99.97% probability. The CPG island methylation pattern at RS767008 site perfectly overlaps with the epidermal cells in the file. The forensic technician immediately reported, "We've found it." The biological information of the sample DNA matches the DNA profile in file number 8872. We can confirm that the individual in file number 8872 is the same person who committed the crime at the scene. Yes. The scene erupted with excitement, the net of heaven is wide, yet nothing escapes it. We've finally found him. Qin Yongwei immediately ordered, retrieve file 8872 immediately. Let's see who this beast is. Roger that. The forensic technician swiftly retrieved the file, reporting, subject 8872 is Wang Yuguang. ID number XXXXXX.
Currently employed at a wedding planning company, formerly an auxiliary police officer at the main city police substation.
Ah, it's actually Little Wang.
Li Gang, captain of the main city police station's technical investigation squad, exclaimed in shock.
His outburst drew everyone's attention. Xin Yongwei immediately asked, Li Gang, do you know this guy?
He used to be an auxiliary cop at your main city police station.
Li Gang immediately reported, I know him well.
He was fired from our main city police station. He was originally an auxiliary police officer in the patrol squadron, but this guy had a nasty habit of big sword even when he was an auxiliary officer. And he often used patrol inspections as an excuse to threaten technicians, forcing them to accept his white.
Damn it, soliciting technicians. Who would have thought such a shameless scumbag could exist within the police force?
Everyone present was boiling with rage, desperate to see him punished immediately.
Li Gang continued, later, one technician couldn't endure his relentless demands anymore.
She bravely set a trap, secured the evidence, then came forward to confess and exposed Wang Yuguang.
The truth came out immediately. We detained Wang Yuguang on the spot and expelled him from the police force. That explains it.
Lin Feng pointed out, no wonder the crime scene was cleaned so thoroughly, leaving almost no traces.
So this bastard actually worked at the police station. Xin Yongwei was already seething with rage. He immediately ordered, initiate immediate arrest procedures for this scum. Now. Locate his position this instant.
Yes, sir. The technical investigators immediately began pinpointing Wang Yuguang's current location using his communication devices.
Reporting to Chief Qin, suspect Wang Yuguang's location is confirmed. He's currently driving on Corridor 306, heading toward the suburbs. What? Heading to the suburbs again? Could he be planning another crime? Everyone present felt a sinking sensation in their hearts as the atmosphere grew tense. Quick check his call logs. See who he's been in contact with recently. See if he's reached out to the technician again.
Xin Yongwei, after all, was a seasoned detective with a keen instinct.
Roger that.
The technical investigation officer immediately obtained authorization from the telecom company and began checking Wang Yuguang's call records.
Reporting to Chief Qin, our investigation reveals Wang Yuguang made frequent calls to this number both today and yesterday, XXXXXXXXXX.
When the tech officer announced this number, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat.
This number. Why does this number sound so familiar?
Lin Feng paused for a moment and his head buzzed instantly.
Holy crap, Jiang Wanrou. This is Jiang Wanrou's phone number. Chief Qin ordered the forensic technician again, quick verify the owner of this phone number immediately. No need to look it up. I know who she is.
Lin Feng cut him off immediately, desperate to save time and rescue Jiang Wanrou.
Even though she was his ex-girlfriend and had become a technician, they'd parted amicably.
Besides, she was likely being brutally attacked by a monster right now.
You know who she is? All eyes turned back to Lin Feng. Chief Qin, Comrade Lin Feng, how do you know the owner of this number?
Lin Feng replied urgently, Chief Qin, I know this number all too well, it belongs to my ex-girlfriend.
Shock level plus 999,999. Your ex-girlfriend. How could your ex-girlfriend be in frequent contact with the murderer?
Before they could ask, Lin Feng explained the situation.
This number belongs to my ex-girlfriend, Jiang Wanrou.
To be honest, we broke up because she became a technician without my knowledge.
Everyone. Holy, that's insane.
Xin Yang felt a moment of pity for Lin Feng deep down. Who knew such a handsome stud could have such a tragic love story? Lin Feng didn't wait for their reactions before continuing.
Exactly. Her current job is as a technician.
So it's highly likely she's the target of the perpetrator's assault.
Hell, she might even be in the killer's car right now. Hair stood on end throughout the room.
Indeed, Lin Feng's analysis was spot on.
If the account holder really was a technician, then the killer was currently reaching out to harm her. Quick act now.
Rush to National Highway 306 and apprehend the criminal. Xin Yongwei made an instant decision and issued the combat order. Yes, sir. The entire unit responded, with nearly every officer on the scene holstering their service weapons and launching into action. Lin Feng followed without hesitation, keeping pace with them. Xin Yongwei spotted Lin Feng trailing behind and immediately stopped him.
Comrade Lin Feng, we deeply appreciate your contributions to solving this case. The rest is in our hands now. Please await our good news.
Lin Feng replied directly, No, Commissioner Qin, please authorize me to join your operation.
What? The male model is going too? The entire room was taken aback.
At that moment, Qin Yang approached Lin Feng and urged him.
Lin Feng, this criminal is extremely violent.
The operation carries significant risks.
You haven't received police training, so it's best you don't go. No. Sister Yang, I have to go.
Lin Feng declared in a tone brooking no argument.
Because my ex-girlfriend might be on that bus.
Even though she became a technician behind my back, she had her reasons. Though our romantic feelings have faded, our bond remains. If she's in danger, I can't just stand by and do nothing.
So moving. Lin Feng's words instantly moved the entire crowd. Not only did he not hold a grudge against his ex-girlfriend for her mistake, but he was willing to risk his own safety to save her. A true man. Xin Yongwei was deeply moved. Lin Feng, you're a real man. Let's go, but stay behind the officers and stay safe. Alright. Thank you, Commissioner Qin. Chapter 46, Stopping the Outdoor Encounter. 5 police cars race like the wind toward National Highway 306. Commissioner Qin had already ordered the command center to coordinate police forces for a pursuit and blockade of the criminal. As the police cars closed in on the suspect, the officer's GPS tracking revealed that Wang Yuguang had already exited his vehicle and was darting toward a wooded area in the suburbs, preparing to commit another crime. All officers disembarked and infiltrated the woods, preparing to apprehend Wang Yuguang at the opportune moment. By this time, Wang Yuguang had already selected his field position, a secluded slope within the woods, and was about to carry out his plan. Jiang Wanrou was actually a little scared. Bro, why did you bring me to such a remote place? Wang Yuguang, already in the throes of excitement, snapped impatiently, the more remote, the better. Outdoor action is thrilling. Don't worry, I'll pay you double. Jiang Wanrou was desperately short on cash. Hearing this lecher promise double pay, greed clouded her judgment, and her guard instantly dropped. Little did she know this lecher was a white-skinned monster. After they were done, not only would he not pay her, but he planned to bury her alive in these woods. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Aren't you rushing back to Yunke University for class? Just as Wang Yuguang was about to get what he wanted, the police officer was quietly closing in on him. But one officer's movement was too abrupt, startling the birds nesting in the trees. With a loud rustling, the birds suddenly took flight into the sky. Holy, who the hell is that? Wang Yuguang instantly grew alert, quickly pulling up his pants and scrambling up the slope to look. Holy, he was already caught red-handed by the officers. Seeing his sneak attack had failed, the squad leader stepped out, pointed his pistol at Wang Yuguang, and barked. Wang Yuguang, get down! Hands behind your head. Wang Yuguang had anticipated this day would come sooner or later. After a moment of panic, he suddenly rolled down the slope, grabbed Jiang Wanrou, and pressed a dagger hidden in his pocket against her throat. In the blink of an eye, he had taken the technician hostage. Help! Help me! The sudden turn of events left Jiang Wanrou petrified, her face drained of color as fear froze her soul. Damn it! Stay back! Don't come near! Anyone who dares take a step closer, and I'll slit her throat. Wang Yuguang was now utterly ruthless, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Fearing he might act impulsively, the officers froze in place, the tension in the air thickening instantly. Chief Qin, an experienced detective, maintained his composure as he directed operations. He quietly motioned Li Gang over and whispered. Li Gang, Wang Yuguang used to be in your patrol squad at the branch station. You know each other. So you go first and negotiate with him. Try to reason with him. Yes, sir. Li Gang stepped forward and called out in a clear voice. Wang, what are you doing? It's me, brotherly. Get lost you. I'm your father. Wang Yuguang, cornered and desperate, had lost all sense of kinship. Li Gang swallowed awkwardly, but the job had to go on. Wang, calm down. What's with all this knife wielding? It's no big deal, just a big sword. It's normal for men. A fine will suffice. Bull. Why are so many of you here for a big sword? Why are you pointing guns at me? Do you think I'm an idiot? Think I never worked at the police station? Indeed, Wang Yuguang had been part of the patrol squad before. He knew exactly what this show of force meant. Li Gang could only wipe the sweat from his brow and continue explaining. Wang, calm down. You've got it all wrong. We're not here for you. We're here to arrest the pimp, that bastard pimp. Li Gang kept trying to distract Wang Yuguang with half-hearted chatter. Though it wasn't working well, at least it bought them some time. During this, Chief Qin asked Qin Yang, Chief Qin, the sniper is in position. Qin Yang replied, Commissioner Qin, the snipers are in position, but the criminal is very cunning. He's been hiding behind that big tree. The snipers can't find an ideal vantage point. We can't be sure. This was indeed a tricky situation, and Chief Qin was uneasy. Let's go. We'll check on the sniper's position. With that, Director Qin and Qin Yang headed toward the sniper's position, with Lin Feng following behind. Upon reaching the position, they found the situation was indeed complicated. This was the best sniper position available under the current circumstances. Even so, the tree's obstruction meant only a small portion of the suspect's body was visible. The forehead couldn't be targeted, making a one-shot kill impossible. Meanwhile, the situation on the ground continued to deteriorate. Wang Yuguang's emotions grew increasingly unstable. Catching pimps, Li Gang, I think your mother is the pimp. His own mother being insulted made Li Gang instantly see red. Wang Yuguang, you're asking for death, I'm telling you. Drop that knife right now, surrender peacefully, and maybe you'll get leniency. Otherwise, with your crimes, you've earned 10 death sentences. Holy. Li Gang, Chief Qin desperately wanted to tear Li Gang's mouth apart. He bitterly regretted letting someone as hot-headed as Li Gang negotiate with criminals. Xin Yang's heart tightened, his fists clenched so tightly they were sweaty. Upon hearing Li Gang's words, Wang Yuguang felt all hope vanish. Ha 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 ha. He let out a long, piercing laugh. Get lost, Li Gang, you. I'd rather die than rot in prison. I've had my fill. On the road to the underworld, I'll have all these technicians keeping me company. Ha ha ha, I've had my fill. Ha 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 ha. Chief Qin sensed danger, feeling the situation spiraling out of control. He urgently asked the sniper. What's the situation? Are you sure you can take him? We're running out of time. The sniper was drenched in sweat from tension. No, Chief Qin. He hasn't exposed his head. I can't get a clear shot. Wang Yuguang grew increasingly frenzied. I killed them all. Ha 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 ha, the first 4 were mine. What's the big deal? Killing 1 means death, killing 100 means death. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wanrou was now so terrified the blood drained from her face, nearly fainting. All the officers on the scene had their guns raised, but none knew what to do. Then Wang Yuguang suddenly went berserk. All right. Beautiful lady, don't be afraid. Come with me on my journey. On the road to the underworld, give me the full package. Ha 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 ha. Sniper. Hand over your rifle. Lin Feng's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. Chief Qin, shock value, plus 99,999. Qin Yang, shock value, plus 99,999. Sniper, shock level, plus 99,999. Seeing all 3 freeze in place, Lin Feng emphasized again. Hurry, there's no time. That beast is about to swing his blade. Give me the gun. The sniper was thrown into confusion. You, who are you? What do you do? Are you a sniper too? As he asked, the sniper glanced at Qin Yongwei and Qin Yang, seeking answers from them. Yet, under the sniper's questioning gaze, both Qin Yongwei and Qin Yang remained silent. They couldn't reveal Lin Feng's male model identity to the sniper, fearing he'd lose it on the spot. Forget who I am. I know what I'm doing. Give me the gun now. We don't have time. Lin Feng demanded firmly once more. No, I must know your identity. The sniper remained unwaveringly principled. Lin Feng grew impatient. He glanced toward the criminal's position once more, only to see Wang Yuguang had completely lost his mind. Ha ha ha, I've made my fortune. Kill 1 more to cover my tracks, and I'll be rolling in it. Die. Chapter 47, The Last Tenderness. Wang Yuguang had completely lost his mind. After screaming himself hoarse, he was about to swing his knife. Li Gang, holy Wang Yuguang, stop. You idiot. Lin Feng had already read Wang Yuguang's move. With the situation hanging by a thread, he shouted again. Quick, give me the gun. He's about to strike. The sniper still clutched the rifle tightly. No way. Who the hell are you? In this critical moment, Lin Feng couldn't waste any more time. He stepped forward. Get out of the way, I'm a male model. Lin Feng kicked the sniper flying with a single blow. Ah! The sniper was thrown off balance by the force, his hands slipping off the rifle. At that moment, Wang Yuguang raised his knife, poised to plunge it straight into Jiang Wanrou's throat. No, don't, Jiang Wanrou screamed in agony. Holy! Every officer present stared in utter despair. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his movements swift as the wind. He hooked the sniper rifle into the air with 1 foot, then clamped it under his arm. Without aiming, his right hand pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out. Silence. The entire world fell silent. The gun fired, birds took flight, and behind the great tree, the clamor and shouts vanished instantly. Silence fell upon the scene. Quickly go check the situation. After a moment of silence, Chief Qin barked the order. Yes, sir. Li Gang, closest to the scene, swiftly approached the tree with his gun drawn. After a quick assessment, he reported immediately. Reporting, the suspect is dead, shot directly between the eyes. The hostage is safe and unharmed. Holy! 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 The scene erupted in gasps. Qin Yongwei and Qin Yang were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lin Feng. They couldn't for the life of them figure out how Lin Feng had pulled it off. Though his actions seemed reckless, Lin Feng had already planned everything meticulously. First, he had used his X-ray vision to clearly see everything behind the large tree. Though the killer hid behind the tree, to Lin Feng, he was a sitting duck. Moreover, Lin Feng now possessed the sharpshooter skill rewarded by the system. True to its reputation as the male model system's reward, the sharpshooter skill granted Lin Feng not only flawless accuracy and the ability to hit targets from 100 paces, but also the power to swiftly assess a firearm's make and model, along with the surrounding environment, to predict a bullet's lethality and trajectory. In other words, before pulling the trigger, Lin Feng had already confirmed that this rifle's power would undoubtedly pierce through the tree. Moreover, he had precisely calculated the deviation the bullet would undergo after piercing the tree. Thus, the moment Lin Feng pulled the trigger, the criminal's fate was sealed. Great shot! All the officers turned to see who had fired.
There stood Lin Feng, rifle tucked under his arm, standing tall against the wind atop the high slope, looking every inch the god of war.
Holy crap, it's Comrade Lin Feng. Comrade Lin Feng fired the shot. What Lin Feng actually has skills like this.
Holy crap, Lin Feng, even sharpshooters aren't as godlike as you.
This is insane. Who the hell is Lin Feng anyway?
Amidst the chorus of praise, thunderous applause erupted from the forest. Yet Lin Feng tossed the gun aside and dashed straight behind a large tree. Arriving behind the tree, he saw his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Wanrou, trembling with fear and still shaken. Lin Feng bent down gently and spoke softly.
Wanrou, it's okay now. Are you alright? Jiang Wanrou stared blankly at Lin Feng, unable to recover for a long moment.
When she finally recognized the person before her as Lin Feng, she burst into tears with a wail, throwing herself into his arms.
Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder, just as he had done back in their school days. There, Wanrou. It's all over now. We're safe. Wah, Lin Feng, is it really you? Lin Feng. Jiang Wanrou's tears and snot dripped onto Lin Feng's arm, but he didn't flinch. It's me. Wanrou, I'm here to rescue you. Don't worry. Wah.
Jiang Wanrou sobbed uncontrollably for a while longer until her tears and snot dried up and her emotions finally calmed slightly.
Lin Feng, I kept thinking you really became a male model. I never imagined you'd become a cop. Thank you. Thank you for coming to rescue me. Wah. I thought I'd never see you again.
Lin Feng continued to comfort her softly.
No, Wanrou. Wanrou, actually, I didn't become a cop. I did go into modeling. But whether I'm a cop or a model, I'd come save you without hesitation. Jiang Wanrou was stunned. Lin Feng, you really became a male model? Then how could you come with the police to rescue me? Lin Feng, you're just teasing me, right?
Lin Feng smiled.
No, Wanrou. I've never lied to you.
It's a long story, I'll tell you all about it when we have time later.
Jiang
Wanrou nodded happily, her earlier fear completely dissipated by Lin Feng's gentle reassurance.
Lin Feng, when you say later, you mean we still have a future together, right? You'll still love me, won't you? Jiang Wanrou gazed at Lin Feng with longing.
Indeed, even though she had become a technician behind Lin Feng's back, even though they had broken up months ago, one thing remained certain. Her love for Lin Feng had never wavered for a single moment. Facing Jiang Wanrou's probing questions and her pleading gaze, Lin Feng did not flinch.
He spoke with unwavering sincerity.
Wanrou, times have changed, the world has shifted.
Honestly, we're both in the service industry. Do you really think people in this line of work can still speak of love? Hearing this, Jiang Wanrou's tears poured forth once more. She understood Lin Feng's words. Any woman who'd worked in the service industry understood. She knew it was all over.
Lin Feng gently wiped away her tears as he once had, whispering softly.
Wanrou, listen to me.
Even though all the clubs in Dongcheng district are closed, don't risk going out for street work.
It's not safe.
Wait until this storm passes and the clubs reopen before you go back to work.
Okay? Okay. Jiang Wanrou sniffled loudly, her nose running, nodding vigorously.
Even though she could never win Lin Feng's love again, she could feel he still genuinely cared for her. Lin Feng continued, I know your income will suffer if you don't go out for street work during this time, and your family urgently needs money.
It's okay.
I'll transfer some to you first to tide you over. Whatever you do, don't go out for street work. With that, Lin Feng transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Wanrou's phone. Indeed, Lin Feng's current income was sufficient to help his ex-girlfriend through this difficult period when she couldn't work.
Lin Feng, thank you. I regret it so much. Whoa.
Jiang Wanrou now felt genuine remorse, regretting that she had taken that step, regretting that she had let such a good man slip away. As Lin Feng gently wiped her tears, he comforted her.
Stop crying, Wanrou.
There's no need to regret.
We must look forward. I'm heading back now.
The clubs are all closed, but the male modeling agency is still open.
I have to work tonight. As they parted, Lin Feng reminded Jiang Wanrou once more. Wanrou, I'm leaving now. Remember what I said, be careful. First, never have sex outdoors. Second, always use protection. Wanrou, goodbye. Chapter 48, Refusing to Quit. Upon returning to Crimson Platform, Lin Feng leveled up yet again. System, congratulations, host. Through this battle, you have gained a massive amount of shock points, meeting the requirements for advancement. Lin Feng, damn, boss is generous. Quick, what's my reward this time? System, rewarding host with the silver legendary skill, unrivaled national physician. What the heck? Lin Feng asked the system with a puzzled look. Hey, boss, did you mess up the skill? I already have divine physician's needle technique. Why give me another medical skill? System, this system reiterates, divine physician's needle technique is not omnipotent. It is rooted in traditional medicine, excelling at promoting blood circulation, dispersing blood stasis, unblocking meridians, and regulating qi in blood. The enhanced version can extend the lifespan of elderly individuals without underlying conditions.
However, for organic lesions of internal organs, divine physician's needle technique cannot produce immediate results.
Whereas unrivaled national medicine is grounded in modern medical science.
Through leveling up, the host will gradually master the diagnosis, treatment, and surgery of internal medicine, surgery, and other diseases. After accumulating sufficient experience points and undergoing enhancement, the host may even develop new drugs to treat incurable diseases like cancer, AIDS, prostatitis, and baldness.
Holy crap, it's that powerful?
Lin Feng was intrigued. Even though it's a silver legendary skill, it's absolutely a practical god-tier ability way more powerful than that weakling golden legendary skill like understanding animal minds.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng declared, "Hurry up, boss. Inject the skill into me now. I want to become the unrivaled national physician." System, understood.
Injecting, unrivaled national physician, S-skills, heart-blood companion, and master of anorectal.
Unrivaled national physician, system infusion complete.
After the infusion of the peerless national physician skills, Lin Feng could profoundly sense that he had attained absolute mastery over the cardiovascular and anorectal systems. Especially with this, mastering anorectal skill, Lin Feng planned to practice on Ding Yuyan first.
He'd heard she suffered from a mixed internal-external hemorrhoid.
She'd sought out numerous doctors, but given the complexity of her condition, they all recommended conservative treatment, leaving her in constant discomfort. He needed to find an opportunity to give her a clean cut.
Moreover, he had been spinning Ding Yuyan's gyro for half a year now.
They had become very familiar with each other and trusted one another deeply.
Practicing on her should be fine, she probably wouldn't mind.
Lin Feng picked up his phone, ready to call Ding Yuyan and share this good news with her. Suddenly, his phone rang first. Lin Feng glanced at the screen. It was Qin Yang calling.
"Hello, Sister Yang. Lin Feng, are you free right now?" "I'm free now. I don't start work until tonight." "Alright, then come to the city police headquarters. Chief Qin needs to speak with you." "What does Deputy Chief Qin Yongwei want with me now? Could it be asking me to solve another case? This is getting ridiculous. Making me work for free? Do they think I'm a sucker?"
Lin Feng had no intention of being the sucker, so he promptly asked.
"Sis Yan, what does Deputy Chief Qin want with me? It's not another case, is it?" Qin Yang chuckled over the phone. "Nope, handsome. It's not about a case, it's good news. You'll see when you get here. Hold on, I'll drive over to pick you up right now."
An hour later, Qin Yang had already picked up Lin Feng and brought him to the Yunzhou City Police Headquarters. Qin Yongwei received Lin Feng in the conference room on the 5th floor of the municipal headquarters building. Present besides Qin Yongwei and Qin Yang were Li Gang and the heads of relevant municipal bureau departments.
After some pleasantries, Qin Yongwei announced cheerfully, "Comrade Lin Feng, I have some good news for you."
The two had been teasing him all along, making Lin Feng quite curious.
"Commissioner Qin, Sister Yang, what's this good news you're keeping so secretive about?" Qin Yongwei cut to the chase and announced on the spot.
"Comrade Lin Feng, following intensive discussions among our municipal bureau leadership and approval by the Yunzhou City leadership meeting, in recognition of your outstanding performance in the case and your exceptional capabilities, the Municipal Police Bureau has decided to recruit you as a regular police officer under the Special Talent Introduction Program. You will be granted official civil servant status."
"Congratulations, Comrade Lin Feng." With that, Qin Yongwei led the entire assembly in a round of applause to congratulate Lin Feng.
Qin Yang clapped along, her face beaming with sweetness as she looked at Lin Feng. In her eyes, Lin Feng had finally shed his male model identity to become a proud civil servant of the Dragon Nation. She wouldn't have to sneak around to see him anymore. From now on, she could be with Lin Feng openly and proudly. However, Lin Feng was utterly baffled. "What the hell is going on here? I'm doing just fine as a male model, why the hell should I become a civil servant?" Lin Feng quickly interrupted. Hey, everyone. What's going on here? Am I not allowed to be a male model anymore?" "Ha ha ha." The entire room erupted in laughter. "Qin Yongwei, that's right, Comrade Lin Feng. You won't have to be a male model anymore. With your abilities, you deserve a more stable and respectable job."
No. Lin Feng waved his hands frantically. "This isn't mandatory, right? Actually, I truly love the male modeling industry. I have no intention of changing careers." The entire room was dumbfounded. Ahem. Qin Yongwei cleared his throat twice, breaking the awkward silence. "Comrade Lin Feng, I understand your situation.
With your looks and intelligence, you'd surely attract plenty of customers booking private rooms at the bar, bringing in a hefty income.
But Comrade Lin Feng, young people need to plan for the future. You can't just focus on the present.
No matter how much a male model earns, it's a job that relies on youth and takes a heavy toll on the body. The peak period for most male models is actually only 2 years. After 2 years, the body simply can't keep up. Mild cases may result in prostatitis, while severe cases can even cause irreversible damage to the kidneys. Therefore, Lin Feng, please consider this carefully. Take a long-term view. It would be better for you to join the civil service and become a public servant of the Dragon Nation.
That path offers greater security in every aspect. No, no.
Lin Feng responded decisively, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Director Qin and all the leaders.
My kidneys are perfectly fine.
Besides, I don't see any fundamental difference between being a male model and serving as a civil servant in Longwa. Both are about serving the people."
The entire room fell silent once more. Seeing Lin Feng's resolve, Qin Yongwei could only express his regret. "Very well, Comrade Lin Feng. Since you haven't made up your mind yet, we won't press you. However, let me make it clear, for talent like yours, Yunzhou Police Department will always keep its doors open. This position will remain reserved for you.
In 2 years, when you retire from modeling, we'll welcome you back just as warmly."
Lin Feng. What the hell kind of 2 years is that? Don't they have any faith in my kidneys? Equals.
After leaving the municipal police headquarters, Qin Yang drove Lin Feng back to the Scarlet Station. Driving, Qin Yang said with a touch of sadness, "Lin Feng, seriously, you're so talented, it's such a waste to be a male model. If you joined our system, with your abilities, you'd definitely make a huge impact." Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Feng smiled with resignation. "Sis Yang, everyone has their own path. Society needs police officers, just as it needs male models. Someone has to do these jobs, right, Sis Yang?" Though reluctant, Qin Yang acknowledged the truth in his words and nodded silently. Lin Feng seized the moment to add, "Likewise, society needs technicians and establishments. Defying the natural order of society invites punishment. This serial murder case serves as a stark lesson. So take my advice, Sister Yang, you really can't keep sweeping like this." Chapter 49, Clubbing in Eggs. "You can't keep sweeping like this." Lin Feng's words were heartfelt. Indeed, it was precisely because Qin Yang had conducted indiscriminate, sweeping raids across Dongqing district that all establishments operating in gray areas except for male model clubs had been shut down. With all these sexual parasites unable to release their urges, the era of repression grew even more oppressive, ultimately triggering a chain of violent rape and murder cases. Thus, from a certain perspective, Qin Yang, as the chief of the East District Police Station, bore some responsibility for this heinous crime. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Yang was genuinely moved. She nodded and said, "Lin Feng, you're right. I've been reflecting on my actions lately. My behavior was indeed too extreme. My hatred for the sex industry stemmed from my father's affair with a prostitute, and my relentless crackdown on them was partly driven by personal vendetta. I've paid the price for that. Lin Feng, you're right. I'll learn from this and refine my approach to work, striving for lasting peace and stability in Dongqing District." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, confident that Dongqing District's entertainment services industry would once again flourish. After Lin Feng assisted the police in solving the serial rape murder case, Qin Yang's crackdown operation concluded. As expected, Dongqing District's nightlife scene bustled once more. As night fell, the densely packed entertainment districts filled with bars, karaoke lounges, clubs, bathhouses, and urban villages once again came alive with neon lights, suggestive ambience, and revelry. However, in stark contrast, male model bars saw significantly sluggish business. Only the long-established male model bar, Scarlet Platform, maintained its former bustling atmosphere. Other male model bars could only be described as deserted. This included the 3 new male model bars under the Hanyi system, led by Lin Feng Nightline, Roland's Secret Realm, and Black Diamond Club, all suffering from dismal business. This development finally got Hua Xiangqiao rattled. In the manager's office, he vented his frustrations to Lin Feng. "Damn it, this isn't working, bro. I told you there just aren't that many S out there. It's mostly horny bastards, see? Now look at us, we turned the nightclub and clubhouse into 3 male model bars, hired over 80 male models, and they're all just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. Not a single customer in sight." Jiang Dai also felt Lin Feng's decision to convert the commercial K&N Club into male model agencies was a bit too radical. "Yeah, we really should have done more market research before acting." Lin Feng remained unmoved, replying calmly, "Miss Hua, Ms. Jiang, don't worry just yet. You still don't understand women's psychology." Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai both turned to face him, eager to hear his insights. Truthfully, they still respected Lin Feng's judgment. Lin Feng spoke slowly and deliberately. "Mr. Hua, Ms. Jiang, why do you think the 3 new stores have no female customers? Is it because women lack the desire to spend in this area? Wrong. In reality, the vast majority of women actually want to visit male model stores. But they're held back by something that makes it incredibly difficult for them to take that step." "Do you know what holds women back? What is it?" Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai asked in unison. "Shame." Lin Feng cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Exactly. It's shame. When nature created women to protect their reproductive systems and birth canals, it imbued them with a sense of shame. This prevents them from engaging in casual encounters or group activities that could jeopardize the survival of their offspring. Now, with the widespread use of birth control, these risks can be effectively avoided. Therefore, women's sense of shame has become a shackle that prevents them from enjoying life. As male models working in bars, it's our duty to shatter these mental chains for women, pierce through their shame, and let them embrace a beautiful life without restraint."
Lin Feng's grand speech sent shockwaves through Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai. Hua Xiangqiao, shock value, plus 99,999.
Jiang Dai, shock level, plus 99,999. To be honest, both had dropped out of school long ago and spent their days drifting through society, essentially semi-illiterate. Lin Feng's words touched upon the profound wisdom of nature's creation, they only grasped fragments of its meaning.
Even so, despite their limited comprehension, they still felt Lin Feng spoke with tremendous authority. It gave them that vague sense of awe.
In truth, after binding the male model system, Lin Feng not only acquired extraordinary abilities but also underwent a continuous elevation in his life perspective. His horizons broadened, enabling him to analyze issues from macro, philosophical, and human origin evolutionary viewpoints. Hua Xiangqiao was fired up by Lin Feng's words.
Bro, I used to think you were spouting nonsense, just blowing smoke. But now, what you say actually makes sense.
So tell me, how do we break through women's inhibitions and get them to willingly come to our 3 new bars to spend money on male models?
Simple.
Launch a massive joint event across all 3 bars.
Lin Feng was confident. Earlier, the serial rape and murder case had everyone on edge.
So even though I had an event plan ready, the timing wasn't right, so I held off. Now it's perfect, the serial rape murder case is solved, Sister Yang isn't cracking down anymore, the social atmosphere is relaxed, and people's emotions are stable. This is the ideal time for our 3 new bars to launch a major event.
An event? What kind of big event? Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. Dance and get free eggs. Lin Feng revealed the answer. Dance and get eggs?
Hua Xiangqiao, shock level, plus 99,999. Jiang Dai, shock level, plus 99,999. Everyone had only heard of buying medicine and getting eggs, scanning codes and getting eggs, attending lectures and getting eggs, signing up and getting eggs.
But no one has ever heard of getting eggs for dancing. Unheard of.
Lin Feng is a commercial genius. Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai stared in disbelief.
Bro, say that again? Get eggs for dancing? What kind of promotion is this?
Lin Feng answered immediately, exactly.
It's dancing for free eggs.
The approach is simple and direct, leverage self-media platforms like Douyin short videos and WeChat official accounts to widely promote the Dancing for Eggs event. On the event day, 3 bars will offer free dancing all day long. Every beautiful woman who joins the dance party gets 5 pounds of eggs. The event runs for 3 straight days. Eggs are limited, first come, first served. Holy crap bro, your imagination is wild, your thought process is seriously out there.
Will this event actually work? What's the logic behind it? Hua Xiangqiao was still utterly baffled. It'll work. Absolutely guaranteed.
Lin Feng declared with absolute certainty, this Dance for Eggs event will definitely break ground for our 3 newly opened male model bars.
He then proceeded to explain the event's concept to Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai. Chapter 50, The Flood of Middle-Aged Women.
Regarding the logic behind the Dance and Get Eggs promotion, Lin Feng explained.
Know why we're giving away eggs for dancing?
Because every woman has an urge to come to the club and dance with the male models.
But why aren't the beautiful women coming now? It's because they lack a respectable excuse to come dancing. Dancing without a reason means they're S.
The label triggers their inner shame, restraining their steps and suppressing their desires. So we need to give the beauties a reason to dance.
The reason is to give away eggs. Do you really think a girl cares about 5 pounds of eggs? Wrong.
What the ladies care about isn't the 5 pounds of eggs, it's the excuse to hit the dance floor that those 5 pounds of eggs provide. Ever since those 5 pounds of eggs came along, the ladies have had a reason to hit the dance floor earning eggs. With that excuse, they can shed their shame.
When colleagues, family, or friends find out the beauties are out dancing, they can proudly declare I'm dancing to earn eggs. Though this excuse is flimsy, it's enough to shatter their inhibitions. Once their shame is shattered, the male model club is bound to thrive. Genius. Absolutely a genius. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Hua Xiangqiao had an epiphany on the spot. Holy crap bro, you're a ing genius. You cut straight to the heart of the matter. After hearing your analysis, it all makes perfect sense. Plus, this campaign is both effective and cost-efficient. A basket of eggs is practically nothing. We can get this started right away.
Lin Feng, ever the man of decisive action, immediately replied.
Alright, Mr. Hua, Sister Jiang, let's get this organized ASAP. After all, we've got over 80 male models sitting idle day after day, they're itching to get back to work. We need to get them moving. Agreed. Hua Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai remained utterly obedient to Lin Feng.
This wasn't just because Hanyi Group's chairman Huang had fully authorized Lin Feng to handle Yunzhou affairs, it was also because both of them had developed genuine admiration for him. Preparations for the event proceeded at a fever pitch. Soon. 1 week later, the Dance and Get Eggs event at Hanyi Group's male model store in East District, Yunzhou City, officially commenced. On the day of the event, red flags fluttered everywhere, gongs and drums resounded, and colorful confetti filled the air. Lin Feng orchestrated the operation with strategic precision. He assigned each of his 3 sons to oversee the event sites at the 3 newly opened male model stores.
Male model Rui Yang oversaw the Nightline Dance and Get Eggs event. Male model Junchuan oversaw the Roland's Secret Realm Dance and Get Eggs event. Male model Xie Feng was in charge of directing the Black Diamond Club Dance Party Egg Giveaway event. Lin Feng remained firmly in command at headquarters, coordinating the entire operation. The days leading up to the event went exceptionally smoothly, with outstanding results. Just as Lin Feng had anticipated. Hordes of women flooded the male model club under the guise of getting free eggs, but their true intentions lay elsewhere. They were actually there to seek out the male models. In fact, many of these women didn't even bother to collect the eggs offered by staff after dancing. They found it bothersome, fearing the eggs might break on the way, spill their yolks, and leave them smelling fishy. Thus, in the early days of the event, hardly any eggs were actually consumed. Yet it generated an endless stream of customers. Moreover, promotional videos for the free eggs with clubbing event spread widely on Douyin and Weixin, rapidly gaining traction. The buzz even reached neighboring cities, attracting women from Shanghai who personally drove to participate in the event. Lin Feng and the entire Hua family were extremely satisfied with the event's success, basking in the joy of victory. However, on the 5th day of the event, an unexpected twist emerged. Gradually, more and more women began participating in the Dance and Get Eggs event. Initially, most attendees were attractive women. But by the 5th day, the crowd at the event site was no longer just beautiful women. There were also ants. Aunties. By the 5th day, the egg giveaway at Hanya's male model bar was suddenly overrun by a flood of ants. They were charging recklessly, with no regard for proper conduct. Their eyes were fixed on the eggs, and chaos began to unfold. Security from 3 bars scrambled to restore order, trying to block the ants' advance. But the ants were furious. "We want to dance too. Why won't you let us in? We're women too. We want to dance. Age discrimination. We were young once too. We still have young hearts. UING security let us in." Chaos erupted at the scene. Though the young women wanted to dance, they were completely intimidated by the older ladies' fierce energy and could only retreat to the sidelines to watch. Some fierce aunties managed to break into the dance floor. To the pulsing music, they grabbed male models and started shaking wildly, scaring the models green in the face. After dancing, the aunties rushed to grab eggs, creating utter chaos as eggs were smashed all over the floor. Soon, reports of the chaos reached Hua Xiongqiao. Hua Xiongqiao wasted no time and immediately reported to Lin Feng. "Holy crap, this is bad, bro." Not only did the beauty show up, but a huge crowd of aunties flooded in too. They're so fierce, the security guards can't hold them back at all. To be honest, the situation had escalated beyond even Lin Feng's expectations. He had genuinely underestimated the aunties' craving for eggs. However, Lin Feng was known for his cool composure in chaos. He immediately ordered, "Bring in the male models. If we don't have enough security, have some of the male models guard the entrance too. Maintain order at the scene. We must stop the aunties." "Got it, I'll handle it right away." Hua Xiongqiao took the order and swiftly notified 3 male model agencies, mobilizing additional male models to assist with security. Upon receiving the order, Rui Yang, the event manager at Nightline Bar, led by example. He selected 12 well-built male models and rushed to the bar entrance, desperately trying to hold back the older women. Rui Yang displayed true leadership presence. Facing the overwhelming invasion of the aunties, he stood his ground like a fortress, holding back the masses. While using his body to block the older women, he explained the bar's policy. "Ladies, calm down. Calm down. Our bar has a policy: no one over 40 can participate in events. Please understand, please understand." But the women paid no heed, still trying to break through the barrier. The leader snapped back. "Get lost, you dead male model. Why discriminate against us just because we're older? Aren't we women too? Who says aged people can't dance? I'll dance if I want to. I'll dance if I want to. Get out of my way." After yelling, the woman kept pushing forward. Rui Yang lost his temper and snapped back. "You! Watch your mouth. Look at your wrinkled face, you have the nerve to come clubbing? You're so desperate for money you'd sell your soul for 2 eggs. Male models are male models after all. When push comes to shove, they still can't keep their cool." Rui Yang's retort only escalated the situation. The auntie flew into a rage on the spot, unleashing her full fury with maximum combat power. Chapter 51, Rescuing the Old Ant. After being berated by Rui Yang, the ant completely lost it. "Damn it all to hell. You dare insult me? You, a male model, have the nerve to call me shameless? Do you even have the right? I'll make you pay for this. I'll make you pay. I'll scratch you to death." As she spoke, she not only unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse but lunged forward, her hands clawing at Rui Yang. "Oh holy!" Caught off guard, Rui Yang's face was scratched open, drawing blood. What do male models fear most? Having their faces scratched. Because a male model's primary tools are his fair complexion and his kidneys. A scratched face is like a death sentence for a male model. So Rui Yang instantly lost it. You old. You dare scratch my face? I'll slap you silly. Smack. Rui Yang's palm smacked hard against his aunt's cheek.
The force was even harder than when he'd slapped Ding Yuyan.
Ah!
His aunt screamed in agony as Rui Yang knocked her flat on the ground.
You. The beaten aunt glared at Rui Yang from the floor, struggling to rise and retaliate.
But suddenly, her body refused to obey her, freezing in place as her fingers began to tremble uncontrollably.
I can't. My chest.
Her aunt fell backward onto the floor, suddenly convulsing as her eyes rolled back.
Ah, holy. It's over. Ah, someone's going to die.
The aunt, the beauty, the male model, and the security guards present were instantly terrified and scrambled away from the scene.
Rui Yang was completely stunned.
His head buzzed, his mind going completely blank. He never imagined that his aunt, who had just been as fierce as a war god, would be so fragile. How could that single slap nearly kill her?
You bastard, don't try to frame me.
I'm telling you, this trick won't work. Rui Yang forced himself to stay calm, pointing at his aunt and muttering incoherently. But everyone present could tell this was no scam, no con. His aunt was truly on her last legs. Even the greatest actor couldn't fake this kind of death throes.
Auntie finally couldn't hold on any longer.
Her eyes rolled back, her mouth twisted, and she passed out.
The entire crowd erupted.
Quick, call 120, call an ambulance. Hurry up, if we wait any longer, she could be in serious danger. No one dared step forward to help, afraid of getting involved.
Fortunately, several people dialed 120 on their phones.
Rui Yang realized his aunt had truly been struck down by his own blow. Terrified and utterly distraught, he collapsed where he stood. Fortunately, the head security guard at Night Shore remained relatively calm and immediately called Hua Xiangqiao. At that moment, Hua Xiangqiao was sitting in the manager's office with Lin Feng. After receiving the call, Hua Xiangqiao gasped, "It's over."
Lin Feng was startled. "What's wrong, brother Hua? What's done for?" Hua Xiangqiao's face turned pale with urgency as he blurted out. "It's over. Rui Yang."
Rui Yang shot his aunt dead.
Lin Feng.
The situation was urgent. With such an extreme incident, Lin Feng had to handle it personally. Without a word, he and Hua Xiangqiao jumped into the car and sped straight to the scene. Driving at breakneck speed, Lin Feng arrived at the scene almost simultaneously with the 120 ambulance. As Lin Feng got out of the car, the 120 rescue team had just arrived.
The lead emergency doctor was a young woman.
Accompanied by 4 nurses, she stepped out of the ambulance and rushed straight to his aunt. She began performing CPR on the elderly woman while closely monitoring her condition.
After a moment, the doctor made an immediate diagnosis. This is critical acute myocardial infarction with ventricular fibrillation. Start resuscitation immediately. The nurses immediately spread out the emergency blanket.
The doctor tore open the elderly woman's shirt and attached the electrode pads. The monitor's red light flashed urgently, emitting a heart-stopping, prolonged beep of flatline. Adrenaline 1 mg for push. Prepare for defibrillation, the doctor shouted. The first shock sent the old man's body jerking up and down under the voltage, yet the flatline persisted. The second shock produced only a faint ripple on the screen before flattening again like stagnant water.
The nurse inserted the needle into the elderly man's forearm vein for the 3rd time.
Dark red blood flowed back slowly.
Administering the cardiac stimulant was futile.
The defibrillator pads in the female doctor's hands trembled slightly. Following protocol, 3 consecutive unsuccessful defibrillations and medication had failed. A bead of sweat from her temple fell onto her aunt's ashen lips.
There was nothing more to be done.
Sudden cardiac arrest was this merciless. The condition was urgent, life and death hanging by a thread.
Moreover, this elderly woman was advanced in years and could not withstand further distress.
The male model's slap, combined with the shock and fright, had triggered the sudden cardiac arrest. Sudden death seemed inevitable, there was nothing more to be done. The female doctor sighed heavily, her expression somber as she said,
"Notify the family. Prepare for the funeral." Holy crap, she's really dead. The entire crowd froze in shock.
All the aunts, young women, housewives, male models, everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed, filled with dread and panic, utterly helpless. Rui Yang slumped like a pile of wet mud, drained of all energy, completely deflated.
Only Lin Feng refused to give up. "No! Auntie can't die."
Because if she died, it would inevitably trigger a massive public outcry. Within an hour, the trending topic "auntie killed by male model during clubbing event" would inevitably dominate the headlines across all major platforms.
Then all of Lin Feng's male model establishments would have to shut down for rectification. That was an unbearable cost. Therefore, auntie must not die, she must survive.
At that moment, Lin Feng's heart's blood companion's skill from his unrivaled national physician title activated at full speed. In an instant, Lin Feng swiftly obtained auntie's medical condition and various emergency treatment protocols. Lin Feng's gaze burned with intensity. He first scanned the open medical kit in the ambulance: nitroglycerin spray, enteric-coated aspirin tablets, standard anticoagulant and vasodilator drugs. His gaze abruptly locked onto the cylinder wrapped in thermal silver foil within the ambulance's portable backup kit. Portable Low Temperature Protection System (LPCS), commonly used to protect myocardial tissue during transport. In the transparent box beside it, a purple vial labeled Remactus stood out, a targeted thrombolytic agent. In a flash of insight, Lin Feng formulated a plan. This person can still be saved. Lin Feng swiftly pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. Quick, activate the LPCS immediately. Administer cryogenic argon gas via nasal inhalation. Female doctor? Ambulance nurse? The on-site medical staff froze in confusion. Where did this hotshot come from? What are you all standing around for? Hurry, the old lady can still be saved. Stop dawdling. The female doctor was still dazed. Who are you? Which hospital are you from? Never mind who I am. Saving lives is like fighting a fire. If we don't act now, Auntie really will die. She'll be gone for good. The female doctor and nurse were still bewildered, looking around helplessly, unsure what to do. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew he couldn't rely on women in a critical moment. He had to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 52, Auntie survives. He sprang into action, grabbing the LPCS device himself. He aimed the silver nozzle at the elderly woman's nostrils and activated it. Liquid argon instantly vaporized and surged forth. The frigid argon mist, at -196°C, flooded into her alveoli and raced through her circulatory system toward her heart. Hissing white mist overflowed from the old woman's mouth and nose. The hopelessly flat line on the monitor screen strangely trembled into a tiny peak under the extreme cold shock. Cellular metabolism was forcibly slowed by the extreme cold, granting the dying heart muscle a final reprieve. Time. He must restore blood flow before irreversible damage occurs. The purple solution of ruminate was drawn into the syringe, its needle poised above the elderly man's right jugular vein. Normally, it required a 3-minute intravenous strip for gradual thrombolysis. Lin Feng's gaze swept to another corner, a half box of captopril, a standard antihypertensive, wedged into the crevice of the emergency kit. He snatched the box, pried out 6 white tablets, and crushed them on gauze. Prepare 5 milliliters of sterile saline solution immediately. Lin Feng barked. The nurses present were instantly intimidated by Lin Feng's imposing presence. His seamless sequence of rescue maneuvers had already won their respect. This convinced them, this handsome guy might very well be a top-tier cardiologist. So when Lin Feng gave the order, the nurses obeyed simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Lin Feng was their leader, their hope. The nurse handed him the syringe, and he dissolved the powder into the barrel, shaking it violently. You intend to administer an overdose of captopril intravenously? After cardiac arrest with 0 blood pressure, lowering it further is murder. The female doctor suddenly snapped to attention. Based on her understanding, this was absolutely unthinkable, so she shouted a sharp reprimand. It's not lowering blood pressure. Lin Feng declared resolutely, it's high-pressure rupture. High-pressure explosion. Female doctor, shock level, plus 99,999. Attending nurse, shock level, plus 99,999. Before the female doctor and the accompanying nurse could react, Lin Feng had already drawn the captopril solution into another empty syringe, holding it parallel to the purple rimantadine syringe. He held one syringe in each hand, their needles pressed against the same venous puncture site. Instant high-pressure impact, activating drug penetration. The syringe plungers slammed home simultaneously. The captopril powder dissolved in saline, mixed with the purple rimantadine solution, formed a highly penetrative jet that violently slammed into the vein. The compressed powder instantly pressurized into a micro-drug pellet cannon, blasting open a pathway within the blood vessel. Remnant molecules, carried by high-velocity particles, pierced the heart's coagulation core with unprecedented ferocity. The monitor buzzed. The jagged wave representing ventricular fibrillation pulsed wildly. Immediately afterward, a faint yet distinct QRS complex struggled to emerge, like the first ripple rising from the depths of a frozen pond. Sinus rhythm restored, the nurse screamed. All medical staffs, shock value, plus 99,999. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. Lin Feng had dragged an elderly woman, already pronounced dead, back from the brink of death. Overwhelmed by shock, the female doctor quickly pressed her finger against the elderly woman's carotid artery. Beneath the ashen skin, a pulse emerged from nothingness, faint at first, then steadily deepening. Under the oxygen mask, a faint exhalation condensed into a small patch of white mist. Holy crap, the old woman really could be saved. The cryogenic chamber had been removed, leaving the skin on her chest frozen purple. Chen Mo pulled a thermal foil blanket from the bottom of the medical kit to wrap her body, then retrieved the last vial diltiazem to prevent another arrhythmia. He snapped the glass vial open with his bare hands and precisely injected the pale yellow liquid into her body. A faint flush slowly returned to her face. The female doctor trembled as she checked the monitor. Blood pressure, 85-50 millimeters of mercury rising.
Oxygen saturation 92% stable. ECG lead 2, ST segment depression result. This series of readings clearly indicated my aunt was alive, truly alive. Everyone in the room was stunned. Shock value plus 999999. Those who knew Lin Feng were stunned that he possessed such extraordinary medical skills. Those unfamiliar with Lin Feng were stunned that this handsome guy had actually brought the old aunt back from the brink of death. The female doctor lifted her face to look at Lin Feng. The rotating red lights of the ambulance flickered across Lin Feng's handsome face, making him appear mysterious and captivating. The female doctor stared so intently she forgot to breathe. Good heavens! Who was he? How did he do that? As she stared in awe, Lin Feng had already risen and approached her, saying, "Doctor, although Auntie is out of immediate danger now, she still needs to stay hospitalized for observation and recuperation. Rest assured, our bar will cover all hospitalization and medical expenses. We're counting on you." Bar? The doctor and nurses were utterly dumbfounded. What? Bar? The female doctor asked in astonishment. Bar? You're not a doctor? Lin Feng shook his head gently. You're not a doctor? Then what are you? I'm a male model at a bar, Lin Feng admitted frankly. Female doctor, shock level, plus 99,999. Ambulance nurse, shock level, plus 99,999. All the aunts, young ladies, married women, and onlookers present who didn't know Lin Feng, shock level, plus 999,999. What, he's not a doctor? He's a male model? Good heavens, a male model with such extraordinary skill? Unbelievable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I heard the average education level for male models is vocational school. With medical skills this advanced, how could he be a male model? Could he have switched careers? Did he go from being a doctor to a male model? Holy crap, so you're saying the male modeling industry is that attractive now? Wow, so handsome. This male model is gorgeous and skilled too? I'm definitely booking him, might as well have him help regulate my period. Amidst the stunned gasps and admiration, the female doctor stared at Lin Feng's handsome face, her entire worldview shattered. In her mind, medicine was a noble and sacred profession. To earn the right to practice, one needed years of study and experience to don that sacred white coat and save lives. But, a male model? How could he completely outshine her? After nearly a decade of medical training, her skills paled in comparison to this male model. It was laughable. She couldn't comprehend it, and thus found Lin Feng utterly mysterious. This damnable aura of mystery, combined with Lin Feng's handsome face and gentle smile, triggered a massive surge of estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin in the female doctor's system. Her aunt was pushed into the ambulance, its engine already running. At parting, the female doctor found herself unexpectedly reluctant to leave Lin Feng. She extended her snow-white, slender hand, overcoming her natural shyness as a woman, and bravely said, "Thank you so much. I'm truly impressed. My name is Xin Xinghe, Associate Chief Physician in the Cardiology Department at Yunzhou City People's Hospital. Might we get acquainted?" Lin Feng responded with equal grace, extending his hand to shake hers. "Hello, I'm Lin Feng, the male model at the Crimson Stage Bar in Dongqing District, Yunzhou City. It's a pleasure to meet you. You've worked hard today." This was Xin Xinghe's first time shaking hands with a male model, and she felt a bit awkward. Likewise. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then, she quietly asked Lin Feng, "Well, will we have a chance to meet again?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Of course, Dr. Xin. If you need anything, just come to the Scarlet Stage and reserve a booth through me." Xin Xinghe. Fearing others might overhear, she hurriedly whispered, You keep your voice down. Which bar?" Lin Feng lowered his voice in compliance, Scarlet Platform Bar. It's listed on Gouda maps. Oh, okay. Xin Xinghe replied obediently, her cheeks already flushed crimson. She had always been the model student and well-behaved girl since childhood. Even she probably never imagined she'd one day go to a bar to book a table with a male model. Oh, right. Lin Feng thoughtfully reminded her, you absolutely must call the front desk ahead of time to make a reservation. My booth gets booked up fast, so they need to coordinate arrangements in advance. Chapter 53, The Mysterious Veterinarian. Got it. Xin Xinghe murmured softly. This didn't surprise her at all. A male model as handsome and talented as Lin Feng was bound to be booked solid by female clients. At that moment, she only hoped her reservation would go through. So that evening after work, Xin Xinghe called the Scarlet Stage Bar to book a slot with Lin Feng. Her persistence paid off. The bar replied, we can arrange it for 3 nights from now. Xin Xinghe was thrilled beyond words, yet a faint tinge of apprehension crept in. After all, this was her first time hiring a male model. 3 days later, as the sunset painted the sky crimson, Xin Xinghe stood before the mirror, her heart pounding with nervous anticipation. She held her breath, studying her reflection before slowly turning to gaze at her silhouette. The silk gown flowed down like misty clouds, softly hugging the contours of her body and accentuating her perfectly proportioned curves. The sheer overlay draped over her shoulders seemed so delicate it might be torn apart by the slightest evening breeze. Amidst the overlapping threads, she herself grew faintly dazed. Was she really going to meet that male model?
Xinxingha's heart raced with a mix of excitement and nervousness. From childhood onward, Xinxingha had always been the model child everyone talked about, excellent in both character and academics. She proved herself worthy, gaining admission to a combined bachelor's-master's medical program through the college entrance exam. After graduation, she was directly placed at Yunqing People's Hospital, a renowned tertiary hospital in the Jiangnan region. Before turning 30, she had already been promoted to chief physician in cardiology. With her beauty and kind heart, she attracted no shortage of high-caliber suitors, solidifying her status as the quintessential upstanding young woman in the city. Yet tonight, she was about to take a step that seemed unimaginable to outsiders, hiring a male model.
There was no other way. Lin Feng's pull was simply too strong.
Over the past 3 days since their parting, Xinxingha had replayed every moment of the emergency rescue at her aunt's home countless times in her mind. Lin Feng's unparalleled medical skill, his calm decisiveness in crisis, and that incomparably perfect profile paired with a smile as warm as spring breeze had been triggering a massive surge of hormones within her.
After 3 days of this hormonal frenzy, Xinxingha was utterly consumed. The battle between excitement and anxiety? Excitement had utterly crushed anxiety.
Xinxingha could endure no longer.
She cast aside societal expectations and shed her good girl persona. I need to find a male model. Right now, tonight. That very night. Xinxingha's date with Lin Feng was arranged in the Flowerfield section, specifically the Dreamland of Clouds and Water private room. When Lin Feng saw Xinxingha, truth be told, he was genuinely taken aback.
During the emergency rescue of her aunt, Xinxingha had worn a loose white lab coat that concealed nearly all feminine features, projecting only efficiency and professionalism. But now, under the hazy lights of Dreamland by Clouds and Water, the graceful figure once hidden beneath that white coat was fully revealed.
It was now draped in shimmering silk and misty gauze, its smooth curves flowing and alluring.
Her meticulously applied makeup erased any trace of work fatigue, leaving her radiant and captivating.
Dr. Shin, it's wonderful to see you again.
You look absolutely stunning tonight, Lin Feng praised generously.
Really? Thank you.
Xinxingha's heart blossomed with delight. Lin Feng's affirmation proved her meticulous efforts in dressing up had paid off. Honestly, the situation was urgent that day, and you were in your work uniform, so I couldn't get a good look at you.
Tonight, you've truly taken my breath away.
Haha, it's not that exaggerated, Xinxingha murmured, her heart sweet with delight. After handing Xinxingha her drink, Lin Feng changed the subject.
Dr. Shin, how's your aunt doing? Hope she's okay.
She's doing great. Xinxingha replied earnestly, she's recovering remarkably well, and it's all thanks to you. After returning, I shared the details with our chief physician. He said that even if he had been present, he wouldn't have thought to use the high-pressure blast method to achieve a cold start on her heart. The chief said you're truly a medical prodigy.
Xinxingha spoke with obvious admiration for Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled modestly.
You flatter me, you flatter me.
The situation was urgent, so unconventional methods were necessary. Only someone with absolute confidence in their medical skills would dare employ a method like high-pressure explosion. After speaking, Xinxingha finally voiced the question she'd been dying to ask.
Lin Feng, where did you learn such advanced medical skills? Did you graduate from the Imperial Capital and Collaborative Medical College?
The Imperial Capital Harshi Medical College was the pinnacle of medical education in the Dragon Nation.
No. Then which university did you graduate from? Longhua Medical University?
Seeing her persistent questioning, Lin Feng could only tell the truth.
Not that either.
Actually, I graduated from Qingtang Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Vocational College.
Xinxingha? What? What kind of college is that?
Qingtang Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Technology Vocational College.
Lin Feng repeated.
Xinxingha remained utterly baffled.
What school is that? Never heard of it. Does it even have a medical program? Ahem. Actually, yes. Animal medicine, that's veterinary medicine. Xinxingha? What? You mean you studied veterinary medicine? Ahem.
Yes, I did major in veterinary medicine at the junior college level, but I also passed the exam to transfer to a 4-year program.
Xinxingha, shock level, plus 999,999. Holy crap, Lin Feng, you're not pulling my leg, right? You graduated from a junior college? And you studied veterinary medicine? Yes, that's correct. This major isn't exactly aligned with the male model position. No. Xinxingha was so stunned she could barely speak. Her focus wasn't on the male model job at all. Oh my god, you graduated from a vocational college with a veterinary degree? Then how did you acquire such advanced medical skills? I mean medical skills for humans.
Lin Feng didn't know how to explain it either. Telling her he had a system, she definitely wouldn't believe him.
So, he could only force out. Well, humans are animals too, after all. Some principles are universal, hey.
Lin Feng laughed awkwardly.
Put. Shen Xinghe couldn't hold it in any longer. Good heavens, Lin Feng, you're truly extraordinary. A veterinary student whose medical skills have completely outclassed a trained doctor like me? Lin Feng, I'm utterly in awe of you.
Shen Xinghe's words came straight from her heart. The aura of mystery surrounding Lin Feng grew even thicker, and that intensified mystique triggered an even greater surge of hormones.
No.
Lin Feng remained humble as ever.
Dr. Shen, you're the professionals. We're just self-taught amateurs.
But Auntie's condition was so critical at the time, I had to rely on brute force to work a miracle. Lin Feng's words were humble, dismissing his emergency measures as mere brute force.
But Shen Xinghe was a professional.
Every decision and action Lin Feng had made back then had been so professional and decisive it absolutely required profound medical expertise to pull off.
Shen Xinghe had no doubt about that. Therefore, Shen Xinghe shook her head gently. Lin Feng, I know you're being modest. You're a hidden master. You must have countless stories I don't know.
There must be many unknown reasons why you gave up a bigger platform to become a male model.
Truly, I long to draw closer to you, to understand everything about you. Could you give me a chance? Shen Xinghe, Affection, plus 99,999. Chapter 54, Stress Dissolution Therapy.
Hearing Shen Xinghe express her desire to get closer and seeing her affection level skyrocket, Lin Feng remained unperturbed.
Dr. Shen, of course.
Providing meaningful companionship is the very purpose and mission of us male models.
Yes. Shen Xinghe nodded vigorously.
Truly, Lin Feng, your company has been incredibly valuable.
You've been under immense work pressure lately, your nerves constantly on edge. Today has been my most relaxed and joyful time. Dr. Shen, what's been causing you so much stress lately?
Feel free to share. Pouring your heart out to me might help ease some of it.
All right. Shen Xinghe began to recount. Recently, we haven't finalized the surgical plan for a patient. This patient happens to be a prominent entrepreneur in Yunzhou City, and the pressure from all sides has been immense. But his condition is so complex that our hospital's experts are split into two camps over the surgical approach. Neither side feels confident, so we've been stalling.
The longer we delay, the worse his condition gets, and the more pressure comes from his family, his company, and political circles.
It's driving me crazy. Lin Feng grasped the gist and inquired, how exactly is the condition complex? Shen Xinghe, aware of Lin Feng's medical background, began detailing the specifics. The patient is Gu Jie, chairman of Hanyuan Group. He's a leading entrepreneur in Yunzhou City, a major taxpayer and philanthropist whose influence spans both political and business circles. He suffers from extremely severe diffuse calcification in multiple coronary arteries. 3 major coronary arteries, particularly the LAD and LCX, show severe diffuse calcification, with scores exceeding 4,000 HU. Top specialists from 2 factions within the hospital argued fiercely, neither side able to persuade the other, leaving the treatment plan deadlocked. The first approach, championed by several senior cardiac surgeons, involves open heart surgery, CAB bypass grafting combined with simultaneous mitral valve replacement MVR. However, the patient is 68 years old with a weakened constitution due to pre-existing cardiac issues. Open heart surgery entails massive trauma and carries extremely high risks associated with cardiopulmonary bypass. The second approach, championed by our cardiology department's veteran Professor Zhang, advocates for high-risk coronary atherectomy combined with potential drug-eluting balloons or specialized stents. Its advantages lie in minimally invasive techniques and faster recovery. If successful, the trauma would be significantly less than bypass surgery. However, rotational atherectomy itself is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Facing such dense and diffuse calcification, it carries a high risk of burr entrapment, vessel rupture, severe hypoperfusion, or even no-flow events. The success rate is extremely low, with significant risks of intraoperative mortality or emergency conversion to open heart surgery. So, although the hospital has developed 2 treatment approaches, to be honest, neither is fully mature. That's why the surgery hasn't moved forward yet. After finishing his explanation, Shen Xinghe's face clouded over once more. While Shen Xinghe was describing the situation, Lin Feng took the opportunity to brush up on his system proficiency. As he listened, he activated the Heart's Blood Companion skill from Unrivaled National Physician. The Heart's Blood Companion skill was truly incredible. As he absorbed Shen Xinghe's explanation, an unparalleled treatment plan instantly formed. Seeing Shen Xinghe's troubled expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness. He reached out his right hand and gently stroked her peach blossom cheeks. Shen Xinghe quickly wrapped both hands around Lin Feng's warm palm, pressing it tightly against her cheek with an expression of pure greed and longing. Dr. Shen, has the hospital considered using stress dissolution therapy for the patient's surgery? Stress dissolution therapy. Shen Xinghe's shock level plus 88,888. Upon hearing such an ingenious treatment method, Shen Xinghe's slender frame trembled visibly. What? Stress dissolution therapy? Her eyes brimmed with anticipation as she looked at Lin Feng, like a student overflowing with curiosity. Yes. Lin Feng elaborated. I believe performing surgery with stress dissolution therapy under these circumstances guarantees absolute safety.
The core principle of stress dissolution therapy lies in precisely annihilating the core lesion, avoiding the massive trauma of open chest surgery and the life or death gamble of rotary drilling by targeting the mechanical weaknesses of the lesion with pinpoint accuracy.
Precision annihilation of the core lesion.
Xinxingha's shock level plus 88,888. Lin Feng truly was extraordinary, taking an unconventional approach. To conceive of bypassing open chest surgery and rotary drilling by precisely annihilating the core lesion in an instant. Truly the divine physician Lin Feng who devised the high-pressure explosion technique to save his aunt. Xinxingha was filled with admiration and curiosity toward Lin Feng's medical skills, sensing that in some ways, his craft was nothing short of an art. Lin Feng, tell me, I'm dying to know how the stress dissolution therapy is actually performed.
Sure. Lin Feng began a detailed breakdown. First, we use ultra-precise transcatheter mitral valve clipping to pinpoint the valve leaflet's hard spot. Then we apply an ultra-short, ultra-precise energy pulse field, instantly altering the biomechanical properties of calcified and fibrotic tissue in the target area. This completely disintegrates calcific resistance, allowing the stent to expand and adhere perfectly with near zero physical resistance. Xinxingha's shock level plus 999,999. Xinxingha's pupils dilated violently, his eyes blazing with a mix of shock and disbelief. Good heavens, Lin Feng, how did you conceive this? It's absolutely brilliant. You've completely transcended the shackles of craniotomy, thoracotomy, or brute force drilling. This is a revolutionary solution that dismantles the core problem at the microscopic mechanical level. But then, she voiced her concern. But Lin Feng, can the energy pulse truly target only a single micrometer point within the calcified plaque to apply an instantaneous force field? That demands extreme precision. There's a high risk of collateral damage to surrounding tissues. Lin Feng nodded. Your concern is entirely reasonable given current technological limitations. But we can integrate cutting-edge, precision spatiotemporal control, combining the real-time imaging precision of ultra-high-definition 4D intravascular ultrasound with a targeted, micro-nanoscale energy delivery system to the lesion. This way, energy parameters are strictly confined below the threshold that causes microstructural changes without inducing macroscopic rupture. Real-time monitoring data enables immediate adjustment or termination, offering safety redundancy far surpassing the passive safety model of traditional rotational atherectomy. Integrating ultra-high-definition 4D intravascular ultrasound real-time imaging technology with a micro-nano-level energy delivery system targeting lesions. Xinxingha, shock value, plus 9999999. Genius. Lin Feng is undoubtedly an unparalleled medical prodigy.
Xinxingha excitedly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's waist, exclaiming joyfully. Lin Feng, you've truly cleared the fog for us.
I must share everything you've said with Professor Jiang. I'm certain he'll endorse your approach. Who knows? Professor Jiang might even invite you to participate in the patient's surgical treatment. That night, Xinxingha and Lin Feng talked late into the night.
Lin Feng not only brought her profound psychological and physical fulfillment, but also opened a door to a new world within the medical field for her. Xinxingha was left in a state of profound awe and wonder all night long.
After seeing Xinxingha off, the system immediately rewarded Lin Feng.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained a skill upgrade opportunity.
Lin Feng smirked. Indeed, all that skill grinding hadn't been for nothing. Cut the crap, boss. Just give me the reward. System, in recognition of the host's relentless grinding of unrivaled national physician throughout the night, the unrivaled national physician skill is now upgraded. A new skill has been unlocked, unrivaled national physician, S, peak surgery. Peak surgery skill description: the host will attain surgical techniques of unparalleled precision and divine mastery. The more complex and challenging the procedure, the more the host will become a god under the surgical lamp, performing flawless surgeries that leave spectators in awe. Lin Feng, awesome.
System, hold on, host, don't get too excited just yet. Friendly reminder: this upgrade unexpectedly dropped a golden legendary skill.
Chapter 55, The Little Sister of Spirit.
Lin Feng, shock level, plus 99,999.
Boss, you're being way too generous. A golden legendary skill. Boss, I'm thanking your ancestors for 8 generations. System, you're welcome. You deserve it.
After all, host, your talent for spreading the influence of male model is extraordinary.
I don't want you to meet some unexpected end. Lin Feng felt a bit uneasy hearing this. Hey, boss, what's that supposed to mean?
System, to prevent the host from dying prematurely, I'm granting you the golden legend skill, bulletproof, in advance.
Lin Feng nearly flew into the sky. Holy. 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 Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. You're my real boss. I'm truly invincible now.
To make absolutely sure he hadn't misunderstood, Lin Feng asked one more question.
Boss, with the bulletproof skill, does that mean I'm physically invincible now? System, yes, host.
Even if you become impotent in the future, committing suicide would be incredibly difficult.
Lin Feng.
After acquiring the legendary golden skill, Bulletproof, Lin Feng now walked around with his hands in his pockets, utterly unaware of any potential adversaries. And he kept wanting someone to slash at him, to slash hard, to slash for all they were worth. Then he'd rise again, acting all tough. But alas, this was a law-abiding society filled with law-abiding citizens, and Lin Feng couldn't find an opportunity.
But opportunities always come.
Because the nightlife economy, after all, operates on the fringes of legality. And where there are gray areas, there are always those who covet breaking the rules. June 3rd evening, Scarlet stage, central dance floor. Pulsing music exploded with thunderous roars, violent sound waves pounding against chests. Dazzling colored lights swept wildly across the space, red, blue, green, and purple intertwining and colliding, slicing the entire area into psychedelic fragments. In the vast center of the dance floor, a dense crowd moved wildly in the interplay of bright lights and shadows. They tossed their heads, twisted their bodies, leaping and swaying with abandon.
Amidst this sea of men and women, two heavily tattooed young women stood out, their energy electric.
They collided wildly with the crowd. Their heads swung wildly left, right, up, down, unable to stop. Their hair stuck to their faces, flung away, only to stick again. Their eyes were wide, pupils dilated. Their gaze darted around, unfocused, their faces drenched in sweat.
Her makeup was smeared, a complete mess.
The two girls raved wildly for a while, then their movements slowly stiffened, their eyes gradually glazed over, their expressions slowly numbed.
Their once frenzied dance devolved into a mindless, zombie-like stumbling. Suddenly,
thud thud, two loud thuds echoed as both girls collapsed headfirst, fainting in the center of the dance floor, their bodies still twitching eerily.
Aya.
The young women in the dance floor erupted in blood-curdling screams.
Dancing killed them. Dancing killed them all.
With the sudden collapse of the two tattooed young women, the entire first floor of the bar descended into utter chaos. The young women scattered in terror, while the male models abandoned their duties to crane their necks and gawk at the spectacle.
The commotion on the first floor even drew the attention of patrons and male models in the second floor private booths, including Lin Feng.
He had been massaging a prominent socialite from Yunzhou when the shrieks of the women downstairs suddenly reached his ears. He too stepped out of his private room, leaning against the railing to survey the situation below. Just then, the floor manager Zhang Ping, along with Jiang Dai and Hua Xiangqiao, rushed frantically to the scene.
The sight left them all horrified.
The two tattooed young women were still convulsing on the floor. One had already rolled her eyes back, foaming at the mouth.
Oh no, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Jiang Dai's voice cracked with tears.
Brother Hua, what do we do now? Damn it all to hell. Of all places, she had to die here. What bad luck.
Hua Xiangqiao spat angrily on the spot.
What else can we do? Hurry up.
Just as he was about to say call 120, he suddenly remembered his good buddy Lin Feng's ability to defy fate.
So he changed his mind and said, Hurry up and find Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't need to be sought out. From the second floor railing, he had already seen everything unfolding on the first floor. Seeing the two girls hanging by a thread, he hesitated no longer. Instead of taking the stairs, he leapt over the railing and floated down to the first floor. With his bulletproof body, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of falling to his death. The situation was critical, he absolutely couldn't let these two idiots die at Crimson Station. Otherwise, suspension would be the least of their worries. Scarlet Station might become infamous as a haunted establishment, with the two girls turning into ghosts.
If that happened, what woman would dare set foot in the place again?
With that, Lin Feng sprinted onto the central stage.
Damn it, brother. You're here just in time. I was about to send someone to find you.
Hua Xiangqiao perked up at Lin Feng's timely appearance. Jiang Dai, seeing Lin Feng arrive, felt her panicked heart suddenly settle. Indeed, Lin Feng had become the pillar of strength for everyone in the company. Amidst the crowd of male models and young women watching, Lin Feng calmly performed a visual diagnosis on the two young women lying on the ground. Already equipped with the skills Divine Physician's needle technique and peerless national physician, Lin Feng instantly grasped the condition of the two women with a single glance.
Go to the counter and fetch my fine needles,
Lin Feng said calmly. He had already determined that these two idiots had no underlying illnesses divine needles could cure them.
Right away.
Jiang Dai hurried to the bar and fetched Lin Feng's specialized fine needles.
Lin Feng, here are the needles.
Jiang Dai presented them to him with both hands. However, Lin Feng didn't reach out to take them. Instead, with swift movements and practiced hands, he began stripping the two girls of their clothes and pants.
Hua Xiangqiao, Jiang Dai, all the married women in the room, all male models.
Saving lives is like fighting a fire, human lives are at stake. Beneath the divine needles, there is no distinction between men and women, only the compassionate heart of a healer. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had swiftly stripped the two beauties down to their bare bottoms. When the nightclub's bright lights illuminated their completely naked bodies, the entire crowd was stunned. Though their skin glowed dazzlingly white, what was even more shocking was that both women sported not just large floral sleeves, but full-back tattoos. One bore a massive carp, the other a colossal python.
The sight was eerie and unsettling.
Some young women were so frightened they hid behind the male models. Lin Feng had no time to admire their intricate back tattoos. He immediately grabbed his acupuncture needles and began the procedure.
The cause of the two women's ailments was already crystal clear in Lin Feng's mind. The reason was simple: they'd overdosed.
Before hitting the dance floor, these two idiots had already downed massive amounts of illegal drugs, then came here to go wild. The combination of heavy drug use and frenzied dancing had pushed their nerves into overdrive, causing them to snap completely. Without hesitation, Lin Feng kicked aside the girl's hot pants and swiftly inserted the needles.
Chapter 56: The Nightclub Underworld.
Ignoring the flashy carp and python tattoos adorning the two girls, and disregarding the smooth, jade-like skin beneath, Lin Feng flickered his wrist. Several hair-thin needles danced between his fingers.
Huan Tiao.
The first needle plunged deep into the Huan Tiao acupoint on the right gluteal muscle of the python spirit girl, penetrating 3 inches.
This was a crucial intersection point of the gallbladder meridian of foot Xiaoyang and the bladder meridian of foot Taiyang.
The instant the needle tip pierced, the violently convulsing python girl froze as if paused, her muscle tremors abruptly halting. Yet, the white foam overflowing from her mouth and nose grew even more profuse.
Shengfu.
Without pause, the needle pierced precisely into the Chengfu point below the gluteal groove on the back of the other carp spirit's thigh, also penetrating deeply. This point, belonging to the foot Taiyang bladder meridian, lay deeply concealed beneath the thick lower edge of the gluteal muscle. The carp girl, whose eyes had rolled back, suddenly arched her body as if struck by an electric current, emitting a muffled gasp from her throat.
Next, Lin Feng's gaze darted like lightning, locking onto the foot points on the front of both thighs.
Located just above the bulging quadriceps muscle, adjacent to the pant seam, they were now fully exposed. His fingers moved like the wind, and the fine needles shot out simultaneously, piercing both men's foot points at once.
The angles were precise, the force penetrating deep into the acupoints.
With a slight flick of his wrist, he employed a special technique to make the needle tips vibrate, emitting an almost inaudible low-frequency hum.
The next moment, an extraordinary effect manifested. The two women's bodies collapsed like deflated balloons, their rigid postures instantly slumping. Then, a terrifying transformation unfolded. Large quantities of sweat, carrying a strong, pungent odor, gushed forth like fountains from every pore of their bodies. Their eyes, which had rolled back, rapidly regained their dark pupils. The sound of rapid, shallow breathing transformed into deep, drawn-out breaths.
The python and carp tattoos, blurred by sweat, clung to their limp, damp skin, adding an eerie, decadent beauty to their post-resurrection state.
Hua Xiongqiao's jaw dropped. Shock value plus 9999999.
Jiang Dai clamped her hand over her mouth, eyes wide as saucers.
Shock level plus 999,999. The entire audience of young women and male models held their breath. Shock level plus 9999999.
Lin Feng slowly withdrew his needles, his fingertips seemingly still retaining the faint elasticity of the taut buttocks and thighs, along with the surging, foul-smelling heat toxins expelled from them. As the carp spirit girl and python spirit girl slowly opened their eyes and struggled to sit up, an eerie silence hung over the bar for several seconds before erupting into even louder gasps and commotion.
Hua Xiongqiao clapped his hands together. Damn. You're amazing, bro. Jiang Dai, overcome with relief, wept softly. Lin Feng, thank goodness you were here.
Male models throughout the venue led the applause, chanting Lin Feng is awesome. They were genuinely grateful to Lin Feng.
Because if Lin Feng hadn't stepped in, tonight's incident would have escalated, and they'd likely all be out of jobs.
Hua Xiongqiao leaned closer to Lin Feng and said,
Hey, bro, you've got different techniques for needling women than men, huh? Why'd you keep going down there with the needles on her?
He spoke with a sheepish grin. Lin Feng had no desire to engage further, replying coldly,
Brother Hua, let's not talk about that now.
These two hotties are up to no good, they're probably here to cause trouble.
Troublemakers? Lin Feng's judgment proved sharp indeed. Hua Xiongqiao, however, was clueless. He asked in confusion. Bro, these two idiots are here to cause trouble? What kind of trouble?
In truth, Lin Feng had already uncovered these two girls' true intentions through his, most understanding of women's hearts, skill.
Their inner thoughts were, Carp Rune Spirit Girl, holy crap, done already? Hurry up and get the medicine from Tiger Brother. Python Rune Spirit Girl, bro, Tiger is nuts. Making me pop so much to dance? My head feels like it's gonna explode.
Just from these two inner monologues, Lin Feng could roughly guess that these two spirit girls had deliberately come to cause trouble at the bar. Without further explanation, Lin Feng stated, Brother Hua, these two spirit girls are trouble. My guess is they're being manipulated, deliberately overdosing on drugs to come here and cause chaos in our bar. You need to interrogate them. Hua Xiongqiao was utterly shocked.
Shock value plus 9999999. Hua Xiongqiao had long been in awe of Lin Feng's abilities, so he trusted his judgment implicitly. Damn it, which bastards had enough of living to come on my turf? I'll skin him alive.
Anyone running a nightclub business inevitably had ties to the underworld.
Hua Xiongqiao had once been a formidable figure in the underworld himself, famed as a dual-blade swordsman.
But after his left shoulder and manhood were crippled, he gradually faded from the scene, content to stay behind the scenes. Now, however, Lin Feng had healed him and restored his vigor. With someone daring to provoke him, that old underworld spirit began to blaze fiercely within him once more. Damn it! Drag these two idiots to the storage room. Yes, sir. Several security guards obeyed Hua Xiongqiao's command, grabbing the two girls like chickens and hauling them, arms and legs spread wide, toward the storage room. Once inside, Hua Xiongqiao wasted no time. He yanked his genuine leather belt from his waist and began lashing it viciously across the girls' backs. Damn it! Tell me who sent you here. Which bastard gave you the drugs? Speak up. Wah. The carp-assed bitch and the python-assed bitch were whipped to the brink of death, their agonized screams echoing relentlessly. The runes on her body were all whipped to shreds. No matter how arrogant and defiant Qingmei usually was, she was no match for the merciless lashes of Hua Xiongqiao, a seasoned veteran. The snake spirit girl cracked first. Stop whipping me, it was Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother sent us here. Brother who? It matched the inner thoughts Lin Feng had heard exactly. Hua Xiongqiao's belt continued its relentless lashing. Who? Which brother who? Spit it out clearly. Crack, the whip kept lashing. Even the carp rune spirit girl broke down. Run Hujuan. It's Run Hujuan, oh my god. Stop whipping me. Damn it. Hua Xiongqiao kicked two men flat on their backsides, buckled his belt back into his pants, and roared. Damn it, Run Hujuan. The Ren Hujuan from Jinghu district. How dare you come mess with me? Spill it, what did Run Hujuan tell you? The two girls completely broke down and spilled everything. Brother who said he'd give us free drugs. Once we'd had our fill, he told us to go wild dancing at Feihong Station, preferably causing some trouble, promising more drugs afterward. It matched Lin Feng's assessment perfectly. Lin Feng hadn't heard the name before, Brother Hua, who was Rin Hujuan. Hua Xiongqiao cursed as he explained. He's a top lieutenant under Feng Wuwan, a big shot in Jinghu district. He mainly runs several venues around here. Honestly, most nightclubs in Yunzhou City are operated by us old-timers in the game. But I'm baffled Jinghu and Dongqing districts have never crossed paths. We've coexisted peacefully for years. Why's he picking a fight with me now? Lin Feng perked up at the mention of a gangster trying to flex his muscles. He'd been itching for a fight, so he immediately declared. Brother Hua, let's kick their asses. What's the most important thing in this line of work? It's face, you can never lose face. Take me with you, I'll wipe the floor with them. Chapter 57, No Honor in Combat. Though Hua Xiongqiao harbored resentment, he couldn't deny feeling some apprehension toward Feng Wuwan's influence. Bro, I respect you in every way, but you don't know everything about the underworld. Jinghu district holds more sway in Yunzhou City than our Dongqing district. This Feng Wuwan is a major player in Jinghu district's underworld. Frankly, he's not someone to mess with. Hearing Hua Xiongqiao's lack of fighting spirit, Lin Feng grew anxious. With both the Yi Kung Fu King and Bulletproof skills now in his possession, he couldn't wait to show off. Such a golden opportunity couldn't be missed. So Lin Feng immediately urged. Brother Hua, what's your deal? Are you backing down? If we do, won't our Han Yi group's venues never have peace again? Hua Xiongqiao waved his hand dismissively. No way. Would I, Hua Xiongqiao, ever back down? But we can't just jump into this. We need to get the facts straight first. Tomorrow I'll have the middleman arrange a meeting. I'm going to see Feng Wuwan face to face and ask him exactly what he means. Lin Feng nodded. That's fine. Brother Hua, make sure to bring me along when you meet him tomorrow. In Hua Xiongqiao's memory, Lin Feng had always been a cool, wise, and handsome bastard. After hearing about some underworld affairs today, why was he suddenly so hyped up? He was puzzled. Bro, the underworld is full of violence and bloodshed. Honestly, after all the battles I've fought, I've been trying to stay away from it. Why do you seem so interested? Aren't you afraid of the danger tomorrow? Lin Feng immediately declared with boundless passion. Brother Hua, you underestimate me. I'm a male model, I've always considered Feihong Stage my home. Tell me, if my own home was robbed, how could I just stand by? Brother Hua, you've got to take me with you tomorrow. Hua Xiongqiao scratched his head. He couldn't find fault with Lin Feng's reasoning, so he agreed. Alright, brother. I'll bring the crew tomorrow, and you come along too. Let's see what this Feng guy is up to. Equals. The next day, through an intermediary's arrangement, Hua Xiongqiao's group met with Feng Wuwan's group at the Zhujiang Eastern Guild Hall. In the underworld, appearances mattered. Hua Xiongqiao arrived with 20 burly, black-clad security guards, plus Lin Feng. Feng Wuwan, sitting firmly in the host seat, brought over 40 burly men to the meeting. The moment they met, Hua Xiongqiao immediately felt deflated. Holy crap! He'd brought too few men. He'd already lost the battle of intimidation. But he'd come this far. He had to grit his teeth and push forward. Under the mediator's arrangement, both sides took their seats on opposite sides. After a brief opening statement from the mediator, the negotiations began. Though Hua Xiangqiao felt uncertain, he held the moral high ground. He struck first.
Mr. Feng, has the Hua family done anything to offend you lately? What the hell were you thinking sending two idiots to cause trouble in our bar?
Fang Guowen, looking in his 50s, wore a traditional Chinese tang suit and held a string of beads in his hand. He gave a cold snort, his smile not reaching his eyes.
Hua third brother, I won't pretend to be something I'm not. Those two idiots were sent by me to mess with you. As for whether you've offended me, don't you have a clue?
Hua Xiangqiao was completely dumbfounded. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom how he'd ever crossed Fang Guowen.
Mr. Feng, you need to be clear, how exactly did I cross you? Fang Guowen slammed his prayer beads down on the table and barked. Damn it! Free eggs at the dance club?
Hua third brother, you're breaking the rules.
Who gave you permission to give away eggs at the dance club? Hua Xiangqiao? Lin Feng?
Both men were utterly dumbfounded.
Hua Xiangqiao, what? What the hell? Boss Feng, what did I do to offend you? Fang Guowen shot him a sideways glare. Hua Laosan, let me ask you, who gave you permission to run this dance party with free eggs promotion? Who the hell even comes up with something like that?
Hua Xiangqiao heard the words clearly, but his mind was even more baffled.
Mr. Feng, what's wrong with giving away eggs at a dance party?
Our male model club in Dongcheng district running this promotion, how does that affect your Jinghu district business?
How doesn't it concern us? Ren Hujuan, one of Fang Guowen's henchmen, suddenly shouted.
Hua third brother, your dance and get eggs stunt is luring all our Jinghu district girls away. Our male model bars are losing all the easy girls who used to patronize us.
Oh. So that's how it is. Hua Jiahan's night group's main service industries in Yunzhou City were mostly concentrated in the East District and hadn't expanded into Jinghu District.
Therefore, for a long time, there had been no conflict of interests with the service industries under Fang Guowen's control, and the two sides had coexisted peacefully. However, Lin Feng's Dance and Get Eggs campaign had an overwhelming impact, directly attracting all the frustrated women from across Yunzhou City. Consequently, nearly all the frustrated female customers from Jinghu District migrated to the Hanyi-affiliated male model bars in Dongcheng District to seek male models. This caused the male model shops in Jinghu District to suffer a steep decline in business, resulting in continuous losses. The male models here waited with bated breath, yet not a single customer appeared.
Finally, Fang Guowen couldn't hold back any longer and had to confront Hua Xiangqiao.
Lin Feng and Hua Xiangqiao finally grasped the full picture.
Ha ha ha.
Hua Xiangqiao sneered coldly, I thought, Boss Feng, you harbored some deep grudge against me, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Turns out, it was all about that dance and get eggs promotion. Mr. Feng, our promotion only runs in Dongcheng District territory, we never came to Jinghu District. If your Jinghues choose to spend their money over there, well, their legs are their own business.
We can't control that. Besides, this is a free market. Competition is fair and legal.
If we offer dancing with free eggs, you can offer dancing with free rice or dancing with free toilet paper. Before his boss could speak, Ren Hujuan fired back angrily. Your mother. You guys started this first.
Now everyone's flocking to your place. If we do it now, it won't work.
We tried giving away cooking oil at our male model dance parties in Jinghu District, and still nobody showed up.
So no one's allowed to do this anymore. Nobody. Not a single one of you. Hua Xiangqiao heard this and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Tiger, did you take the wrong pills? Are you saying our Dongcheng District Male Model Club needs your approval to run a promotion?
Hua third brother, you'd better listen to reason.
Fang Guowen chimed in again, your Hua family originally came from the Magic City.
The fact that you have a turf in Yunzhou is already a favor from our Yunzhou underworld.
Don't push your luck.
Fang Guowen's words stung, but given the stark power imbalance today, Hua Xiangqiao forced himself to suppress his anger and explained.
Mr. Feng, are we not even allowed to hold an event at our own venue on our own turf?
Events are allowed giving away tickets, offering free drinks, running raffles, putting on song and dance shows, those kinds of activities are fine. Fang Guowen's tone suddenly turned stern, but you can't pull off flashy gimmicks like giving away eggs at a disco.
A nightclub must maintain its nightclub image and abide by nightclub rules. Got it? Otherwise, don't bother trying to make it in Yunzhou.
Hua Xiangqiao was utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, looking every bit the wrong little wife. Then, Lin Feng, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a stunning remark.
Lin Feng, Fang Guowen, holy. Chapter 58, The Fragrance of Male Models.
Suddenly, a profanity erupted from someone at the negotiation table.
Fang Guowen? Ren Hujuan? Hua Xiangqiao? Everyone?
Everyone froze in confusion, turning toward the sound.
The source of the profanity? A total jerk.
Perhaps caught off guard, or maybe due to his advancing age, Fang Guowen hadn't quite caught what Lin Feng had said. He looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked. What did you say?
Lin Feng, you.
Lin Feng met Fang Guowen's gaze and repeated the curse slowly and deliberately, enunciating each syllable, FCKU. Hua Xiangqiao's face instantly drained of color. In underworld negotiations, saving face was paramount. Lin Feng had blown his cover without warning, effectively overturning the table. Everyone on Fang Guowen's side heard it clearly, but the situation unfolded so bizarrely that no one dared make a move.
Fang Guowen's face was purple with rage, yet he needed to grasp the situation first.
With trembling hands, he pointed at Lin Feng and demanded of Hua Xiangqiao.
Ho third brother. Who is he?
Hua Xiangqiao knew full well the overwhelming disparity in forces today. If a fight broke out, he'd likely meet his end on the spot.
So he quickly softened his tone.
Mr. Feng, I'm truly sorry, so sorry.
This man, he's only been with the company a short while. He's inexperienced and doesn't understand the rules. Please don't take offense.
As he spoke, he yanked fiercely at Lin Feng's sleeve, frantically signaling with his eyes. Lin Feng quickly apologized to Mr. Feng. There was no way Lin Feng would apologize. His goal was to provoke them to make every single one of them come after him, to cut him down mercilessly. So, under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng addressed Fang Guowen once more.
You. The entire crowd's shock level plus 9999999. This time, Fang Guowen's faction was utterly enraged. Fang Guowen's lieutenant, Run Hujuan, drew his sword on the spot. Hell, what kind of lunatic is this? I'll chop you to pieces.
Hua Xiangqiao froze in shock upon seeing the drawn blade. According to underworld rules, no weapons were allowed during negotiations.
But the Zhidong Guild Hall was Jinghu District's turf.
The mediator didn't care about the rules either. He let Fang Guowen's men bring knives inside while confiscating all of their own weapons. Thus, to save his own life and rescue Lin Feng, Hua Xiangqiao rose decisively.
Mr. Feng, what do you mean by bringing knives inside? You show no sincerity. This negotiation is impossible. We're leaving. With that, he yanked Lin Feng toward the exit.
Halt! Fang Guowen, whose mother had been insulted, was already seething with rage. Surround them, everyone.
Yes, sir.
With a sharp swish, 40 burly men under Fang Guowen simultaneously drew their machetes, completely surrounding Hua Xiangqiao and Lin Feng's group within the hall. Indeed, in his 4 or 5 decades of dominating the underworld, no one had ever dared insult his mother like this. Perhaps there had been others before, but they had all met their end by a hail of blades. He never imagined that, with his current status, he would be humiliated like this by such a young upstart.
This wasn't over.
Hua Xiangqiao and the nightclub security guards he brought were now completely terrified and at a loss. Fang Guowen, protected by Ren Hujuan, strode forward, closing in on Lin Feng. His voice carried an intimidating authority as he demanded. Kid, I don't care if you're mentally unstable.
Try cursing me again.
Lin Feng stared at his wrinkled face, parting his crimson lips. You. Fang Guowen, a formidable figure in Yunzhou's underworld, suffered another brutal blow to his pride.
He couldn't hold it in any longer.
His face contorted as he roared madly.
You.
Slash him to death. Slash him to death. Yes. Inside the hall, Ren Hujuan and over 40 burly men, upon receiving the order, wasted no time. They raised their blades and hacked at Lin Feng, intent on chopping him into mincemeat. Hua Xiangqiao screamed in a choked, desperate voice, "Damn it, brother." None of the security guards Hua Xiangqiao had brought dared to intervene, lacking weapons. Some even turned their faces away in fear. Thud. 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 Thud.
Over 40 blades hacked wildly at Lin Feng's body.
Thud. 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 Thud.
Over 40 blades hacked wildly at Lin Feng's body once more. Suddenly.
Over 40 burly men screamed in unison, scrambling backward. Some were so terrified they dropped their knives to the ground. As they scattered, everyone finally saw Lin Feng. Far from being reduced to mincemeat, he stood proudly in the center of the hall, like a god of war. Though his clothes were shredded to tatters by the chaotic hacking of over 40 blades, yet his body remained utterly unscathed. Bathed in the hall's light, his sculpted torso stood tall and sacred, like a classical Greek statue of beauty. This was the true power of the Golden Legend skill, bulletproof. Under the frenzied hacking of over 40 cleavers, not only did Lin Feng remain unharmed, but the more he was struck, the tougher his flesh became, and the more sculpted his physique grew.
Holy bro, you. Hua Xiangqiao was utterly dumbfounded. Shock value, plus 999,999.
I knew my brother was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong. The security guards Hua Xiangqiao brought along were equally jaw-dropped.
Holy crap, this male model is actually invincible.
But the real terror belonged to Fang Guowen's side.
Fang Guowen's eyes blurred with shock.
He quickly rubbed them and looked again. He simply couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Over 40 burly men began questioning their very existence.
Are we even fighting humans? This feels like we're striking iron. What kind of monster is he?
So terrified were some that they wet themselves. Ren Hujuan's hand gripping the blade began to tremble. Yes, he had slashed countless men with this blade, but never once had he faced a god. But to be fair, Ren Hujuan was a real man. After a moment of terror, he steeled himself and roared.
Damn it, listen. I'm telling you. Stop playing these godly tricks. I don't believe in this nonsense. Guys, swing your blades. Keep hacking away until it's dead. Ah!
Rin Hujuan transformed into a rabid dog, charging forward once more. Seeing their leader charge ahead, the burly men steeled their nerves, shouting as they surged forward, swinging wildly at Lin Feng once more.
Thud! 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 Dozens of blades hacked wildly at Lin Feng's body. Thud! 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 Dozens of blades hacked wildly at Lin Feng's body once more.
The cleavers struck Lin Feng's body with clanging force, sending sparks flying everywhere.
Ah!
Everyone screamed in terror once more, scrambling backward in a panic.
But Lin Feng's muscular physique showed not a single scratch.
Instead, it glowed with an even more radiant radiance, the aura of the war god blazing brighter than ever.
This time, everyone was utterly stunned. Shock value plus 9999999 again.
Finally, no one dared to advance and swing their blades again.
Even if they tried, they couldn't cut through him. Their blades had all become blunt from the relentless strikes.
Over 40 burly men stood there, with more than 20 already soaking their pants in fear.
Chapter 59, I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Our entire group's shock value doubled once more.
If what happened earlier was an illusion, then this time everyone saw it clearly. Our male model Lin Feng had genuinely blocked every single slash.
Ha 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 ha.
In the center of the hall, Lin Feng laughed up at the sky.
He pulled it off. This epic show-off moment, I finally pulled it off.
This was the most spectacular show-off he'd pulled off since the system first appeared.
Satisfied. Lin Feng was utterly satisfied. Golden legend. Truly lives up to its name.
Lin Feng's laughter was fierce and stirring, resonating like thunder across the heavens.
The entire hall trembled at the sight. Our personnel listened, utterly awed and in awe of Lin Feng. The enemy personnel, upon hearing it, were terrified out of their wits.
After his long laugh, Lin Feng strode toward Feng Guowen.
I'll you? What are you gonna do about it?
Lin Feng intended to subject this old thug and scoundrel to the most ruthless, humiliating humiliation imaginable.
You. Feng Guowen was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Feng's presence, on the verge of an epileptic seizure. You what? You deserve to be Ed.
Lin Feng launched another wave of humiliation.
Feng Guowen had never endured such utter disgrace. Though terrified, rage consumed his reason. I'll blow your brains out. Feng Guowen ripped open his traditional Chinese jacket, drew a pistol from his waistband, and aimed it squarely at Lin Feng. Feng Guowen has a gun.
Xiangqiao, shock level, plus 99,999. It was bad enough these guys brought knives inside, but this bastard actually had a firearm tucked in his waistband. Our security guards were stunned speechless. Many of them had never seen a real gun in their lives. Seeing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he gently tapped his forehead.
Come on, don't be shy, bring it on. Holy bro you. Xiangqiao's heart leapt into his throat. He'd already been stunned watching Lin Feng block blades, but Lin Feng blocking bullets? He simply couldn't believe it. Bro, just stop it. Please, I'm begging you, don't risk your life.
Lin Feng didn't look at him, his gaze fixed solely on Feng Guowen.
Come on, Mr. Feng. Stop waving that thing around. Just shoot already. This time it was Feng Guowen who froze.
He'd assumed that no matter how much Lin Feng was showing off, seeing the gun would finally make him back down.
But this cocky bastard was actually begging to be shot? This truly threw him for a loop.
His hands clutched the gun, trembling violently. Seeing Feng Guowen couldn't steady the gun, Lin Feng quickly stepped in to steady it for him, pressing the muzzle against his own forehead.
What's wrong? Stop shaking, Fengzi. I'm giving you a chance, don't be useless. Feng Guowen was pushed to the brink of tears, yet he still trembled, hesitating to pull the trigger.
Lin Feng was desperate.
He was genuinely desperate. Just shoot already, so I can play the big shot again, okay?
Seeing Feng Guowen's cowardly state, Lin Feng knew he couldn't rely on him.
He couldn't wait any longer. Do I have to do it myself?
Lin Feng snatched the pistol from his hand, pressed the muzzle against his own chest, and frantically pulled the trigger.
Bang! 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 4 shots rang out. Then, silence. Because there were only 4 bullets in the gun. Hell. You only loaded 4 bullets and you're out here acting all tough? What a loser.
With that, Lin Feng flung the gun to the ground and remained motionless.
Dad, I'm sorry.
Feng Guowen immediately dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he frantically banged his head against the ground. In this parallel world's underworld, once someone was utterly subdued, they had to kneel and call their conqueror daddy. That was the code of the streets. With the boss leading the way by kneeling and calling him daddy, the minions dared not remain standing. They all tossed aside their knives, knelt on the ground, and shouted in unison, "Daddy!"
Xiangqiao. Our security guard. Lin Feng.
Suddenly faced with so many devoted sons, Lin Feng felt a bit uneasy. Moreover, Lin Feng had a weakness: whenever someone called him dad, his heart would soften. For instance, when Rui Yang knelt down and called him dad earlier, he treated Rui Yang exceptionally well afterward, even entrusting him with managing the night shore bar. Facing this elderly son before him, Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed.
Hey, Mr. Feng, this won't do. You shouldn't just go calling me that. After all, I'm your junior.
As he spoke, Lin Feng reached out to help Fang Guowen up.
Fang Guowen stubbornly refused to rise, continuing to kowtow. Dad, I was wrong. Hit me. Kill me. Dad. Lin Feng. What could he do?
His son was just too devoted. Lin Feng had no choice but to continue soothing him with gentle words.
Hey, Mr. Feng, stop this. Calling someone dad is an old school custom among you veterans. Young people today don't do that anymore. Let's talk things out calmly, shall we?
Only after hearing his father speak did the obedient son dare to stand up, but even then he called out.
Dad,
Lin Feng quickly cut him off. Being called dad by an old man made him feel uneasy himself.
Mr. Feng, we've got a deal, no more calling me dad. My name is Lin Feng. Just call me by my name.
Oh. A son dares not disobey his father's words, so Fang Guowen could only change his tone.
Master Lin. This old fool didn't recognize a mountain when he saw one.
I've dared to mess with the Tai Sui. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die. As he spoke, he began violently slapping himself across the face until his mouth twisted crooked.
Hey, stop it. We're all in the same line of work, misunderstandings happen. Let's clear this up. Come on, Mr. Feng, take a seat. We can talk properly sitting down.
Once both sides were seated again, the situation had completely reversed. Fang Guowen's men were utterly deflated, their eyes no longer holding a trace of menace, only reverence and terror remained.
Fang Guowen took a couple of deep breaths before daring to speak. Master Lin, today has truly opened my eyes.
After all these years in the underworld, I've never encountered someone with such extraordinary abilities. Never imagined that before I'm 6 feet under, I'd witness a true god like you.
Fang Guowen's words resonated deeply with everyone present. Even the burly men, including Ren Hujuan, couldn't help but praise him sincerely. Damn right, Master Lin is incredible. That bulletproof technique? That's the real deal. What's real skill? Master Lin has divine protection, you understand? He's truly divine. Master Lin is a martial saint. From now on, I won't worship Guan Yu, I'll only worship Master Lin. Unbelievable, I only read in books that Boxer Rebellion elders could withstand blades and bullets. Never imagined a godlike figure like Master Lin could achieve this in our time. Not only were Fang Guowen's men utterly convinced. Even our own people never imagined Lin Feng had mastered such divine prowess. Xiangqiao, bro, holy crap, what the hell are you? You're not some kind of deity, are you?
Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. Everyone, don't panic, don't be surprised. I'm no god or immortal, just a few tricks to fool the eye.
No one's bulletproof, right?
Best to avoid guns and knives in the future. Peace brings prosperity, after all. Shifting the topic to the male model agency, Lin Feng continued. Mr. Feng, as our CEO Hua mentioned, we live in a society governed by law and a market economy. Everyone competes fairly and legally based on their own merits. I won't hide it from you, the dance and get eggs promotion was my idea.
Genius, absolute genius. Fang Guowen instantly changed his tune. Mr. Lin, you were the first to think of giving away eggs at the dance club.
You're a business genius without equal.
Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at his dramatic reversal. Well then, Mr. Feng, do you think our male model club can still give away eggs with dancing in the future?
Yes.
Absolutely yes. It must be possible. Fang Guowen nodded vigorously.
Mr. Lin, to be honest, your dance and get eggs promotion is pure business genius. We couldn't compete fairly against you, which is why we resorted to underhanded tactics.
Mr. Lin, I'm completely convinced now.
From this day forward, not only will I cease sabotaging your business, but I'll actively support your endeavors. Master Lin, if you ever need anything from old Feng, just say the word.
Xiangqiao nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this.
His mission had been accomplished. However, Lin Feng didn't stop there.
Mr. Feng, thank you for your support. Since we've come this far, I have one more favor to ask. I hope you'll consider it.
Mr. Lin, please state your request plainly. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush.
He went straight to the point. Mr. Feng, I'd like to expand our male modeling agency business into Jinghu District. Do you have any objections? Chapter 60, Medical Malpractice.
Xiangqiao, shock level, plus 999,999. Lin Feng actually wanted to expand the male modeling industry into Jinghu District. This was something the Hua family had never even considered. The Hua family hadn't considered it, but Lin Feng had to. Because to acquire the immortality skill, Lin Feng must develop the male modeling industry into the world's largest industry. Leaving Dongcheng District and penetrating Jinghu District was merely the first step in Lin Feng's epic journey to realize his grand vision for the male modeling industry.
Regarding Lin Feng's demand, Feng Guowen didn't dwell on it. Because contemplation was futile.
With Lin Feng's godlike prowess, even if he stormed into the Jinghu district market without warning, Feng had no chance of resisting.
It was better to owe Lin Feng a personal favor. Thus, he immediately declared, "Mr. Lin, no problem at all. We warmly welcome you to develop the male modeling industry in Jinghu district." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his men to echo his support. His underlings, who were well aware of the situation and deeply impressed by Lin Feng's power, all bowed and shouted in unison. "Welcome to Jinghu district, Mr. Lin.
We're thrilled to have you develop the male modeling industry here."
It worked. It actually worked.
Hua Xiong was overjoyed. What he had previously dared not even dream of had been negotiated by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was naturally delighted too. Once he opened a large number of male model bars in Mirror Lake District, the system would surely reward him with another Golden Legend skill in no time.
When people are happy, they tend to become more generous. Lin Feng immediately responded. "Thank you for your support, Boss Feng. Reciprocity is only proper. As the head of Hanye Group's Yunzhou District operations, I formally declare our Dongcheng District's club industry is fully open to your business." "What? I can open a club in the East District?" Feng Guowen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Traditional nightlife operators possess an exceptionally strong territorial instinct, as if they'd mark their domain with urine and forbid anyone from entering.
Yet with such immense power, Mr. Lin not only refrains from exploiting others but actively seeks mutual benefit and win-win cooperation.
What a vision! What a grand scheme! Moreover, the male modeling industry in Jinghu District was already barely hanging on.
Trading it for the club business in Dongcheng District was undoubtedly a blessing from Master Lin.
Feng Guowen was overcome with emotion once more. "Master Lin, you're too generous. Master Lin, you're like my own father."
As he finished speaking, Feng Guowen was about to kneel again. Lin Feng quickly stopped him. Mr. Feng, let's talk properly. You keep calling me grandfather and father, you've got the generations all mixed up. Equals. After the negotiations concluded, Hua Xiongqiao and the security guards who had accompanied him were utterly convinced. They were utterly bowled over. On the way back, after showering Lin Feng with flattery, Hua Xiongqiao asked with eyes full of admiration. "Bro, you really have that bulletproof, invincible power? I swear you're practically a god." The other security guards felt the same way. Lin Feng couldn't possibly reveal it was the system's reward, the bulletproof skill. No one would believe him anyway. So he simply waved his hand and replied modestly. No, nothing bulletproof about it. It's just sleight of hand, magic tricks. Brother Hua, did you ever see sword swallowing or chest smashing performances under the overpass when you were a kid? It's the same principle. Is that really how it works? Hua Xiongqiao remained skeptical. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was Shin Xinghe calling, Lin Feng answered. "Hello, Dr. Shin. Are you coming to the bar tonight for our scheduled session?" Lin Feng, it's bad, something's happened. Shin Xinghe's voice was frantic, laced with extreme urgency. Lin Feng knew immediately that it was an emergency and responded in a solemn tone. "Dr. Shin, calm down." Slowly, what happened? The surgery, something went wrong. Shin Xinghe was nearly on the verge of tears. It turned out that upon returning to the hospital, Shin Xinghe had shared Lin Feng's stress dissolution method with Professor Zhang Jingyue, a veteran of the cardiology department. Zhang Jingyue was highly impressed and fully endorsed it. After a hospital consultation, the stress dissolution method surgical plan was approved. Senior cardiac surgeon Professor Wei Jihong was particularly moved. Despite his advanced age, he insisted on personally performing the surgery on Gu Jie. Unfortunately, on the day of the surgery, Gu Jie's condition proved complex. The procedure was demanding and time-consuming, requiring the lead surgeon to maintain intense concentration for over 8 hours to complete it. This workload proved too much for the elderly Professor Wei. Finally, as the surgery neared its conclusion, Professor Wei made a surgical error due to physical exhaustion and mental fatigue. This error caused the patient's condition to deteriorate further, placing him in immediate danger of death. Professor Wei, devastated by the error, was overwhelmed by exhaustion, self-blame, and fear. These factors combined left him too weakened to continue the surgery. Now, Gu Jie lay in the operating room awaiting emergency treatment. Yet, throughout the entire hospital, no doctor possessed the confidence to step into the operating room. Their skills were insufficient to reverse the outcome of the procedure. The situation was critical. With no other options, Shin Xinghe had no choice but to call Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened to the situation over the phone. With a life at stake, he hesitated not a moment. Now, armed with the peak surgery skill from the peerless national physician, he possessed absolute confidence. Thus, Lin Feng reassured Shin Xinghe in a solemn voice. "Dr. Shin, don't panic. I'm heading to the hospital right now. I should arrive in about 40 minutes. Keep the blood and oxygen flowing during this time and maintain the patient's vital signs. With me here, you can rest assured." All right. Lin Feng's words were so firm and resolute that they instantly calmed Xinxingha's panicked heart. At this moment, Lin Feng was her only hope, indeed, the entire hospital's sole lifeline. After hanging up, Lin Feng sped toward the hospital. Driving at breakneck speed, he arrived at the operating room door in just 35 minutes. By then, the entrance was already crowded with people.
Among them were Gu Jie's family members, hospital staff, and relevant leaders from the hospital and government.
Given that Gu Jie was a leading entrepreneur in the city, hospital director Ma Hongyan had personally arrived at the scene. After all, if anything went wrong, he, as the director, would likely bear joint responsibility.
Consequently, he was on edge at that moment.
Gu Minghua, Gu Jie's son, was stomping his feet and cursing.
Damn it, why let that old geezer perform the surgery?
He can barely stand on his own, yet he's operating on my father. This is murder. Mark my words, if anything happens to my father, I'll never let this hospital off the hook. Hospital staff and administrators couldn't argue back at this point, resorting instead to humbly and earnestly trying to calm him down.
Until Xinxingha spotted Lin Feng's arrival.
Lin Feng is here. Xinxingha exclaimed excitedly. Who was he? No one present recognized Lin Feng. As Lin Feng approached, Xinxingha introduced him earnestly. Distinguished teachers and leaders, this is Lin Feng, the creator of the stress dissolution method surgical protocol. Chapter 61, Trust the Male Model. The stress dissolution method had already captivated the hospital's top experts in cardiology. Everyone had heard its name but never met its creator, and now they discovered the innovator was so young. The entire medical staff's shock levels skyrocketed by 66,666. And among the crowd, the most astonished person was none other than Ding Yuyan. Yes, the very same Ding Yuyan who was constantly being spun around like a top by Lin Feng in the secret Whisper Forest private room at the Crimson Stage. She too was outside the operating room. Because the elderly man lying on the operating table was none other than Ding Yuyan's father-in-law. That's right, she was the daughter-in-law of patient Gu Jie. Earlier, Ding Yuyan had told Lin Feng, I married the son of a city-renowned entrepreneur. That renowned entrepreneur is Gu Jie. Ah. At that moment, Ding Yuyan nearly screamed in shock upon seeing Lin Feng. Her hand flew to her mouth, eyes bulging wide, her pupils nearly popping out. Ding Yuyan's shock level plus 9999999. She never imagined she'd run into her beloved husband outside her father-in-law's operating room. This was insane. Ding Yuyan's shock value skyrocketed so rapidly. Lin Feng, who had arrived at the scene, could feel his system experience points skyrocketing. Following the system's unusual fluctuations, he made his way over and spotted Ding Yuyan. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 555,555. What the hell is this guy doing here too? After pulling an all-nighter with her yesterday, she's still able to get out of bed today? She's a real powerhouse. Professor Zhang Jingyue, a veteran cardiologist, still couldn't believe Lin Feng was that reclusive master. He asked suspiciously, Shaoxun, are you sure? He's so young, how could he propose such a professional and constructive surgical plan? Absolutely. Xinxingha declared with unwavering certainty. Professor Zhang, trust me, this plan was personally taught to me by Lin Feng himself. Oh. Zhang Jingyue remained skeptical. He then turned to Lin Feng and asked, Young man, which hospital do you work at? Professor Zhang, I don't work at a hospital, Lin Feng replied honestly. Oh, so you're still a medical student? No. Lin Feng answered truthfully. Zhang Jingyue was a bit dumbfounded. Everyone present was equally baffled. Not a doctor, not a medical student, so what the hell was this guy? Zhang Jingyue cut to the chase. So what exactly do you do for a living? Lin Feng answered honestly. I'm a male model. Zhang Jingyue's shock level plus 99,999. City leader, shock level, plus 99,999. Hospital leadership, shock level, plus 99,999. All medical staff except Xinxingha, shock level, plus 99,999. Patient's family except Ding Yuyan, shock level, plus 99,999. What, you're a male model? Zhang Jingyue, usually the epitome of composure, now had veins bulging on his forehead. You're a male model? What the hell are you doing in a hospital? He then turned his anger on Xinxingha. Shin, what time is it now? You're still fooling around here. Gu Minghua, son of patient Gu Jie, erupted on the spot. Damn it, I asked you to find a lead surgeon, and you bring me a male model? This is outrageous. Do you think the Gu family is a joke? Just wait, I'll make sure you pay for this. Hospital director Ma Hongyan finally snapped. What the hell is going on here? At this critical moment, your cardiology department is playing games with a patient's life? Do you think you can shoulder this responsibility? No, I didn't. Facing the torrent of accusations, Xinxingha stood his ground. True, Lin Feng's profession is male modeling. But I swear on my professional integrity, the stress dissolution therapy was indeed proposed by Lin Feng. Moreover, his clinical skills are absolutely top-notch. Everyone, please look.
With that, Xin Xinghe pulled out a USB drive, plugged it into the wall-mounted TV outside the operating room, clicked, and began playing the video. The footage Xin Xinghe played was copied from the ambulance's dashcam. It captured the intense scene of Lin Feng performing emergency rescue on his aunt outside the Nightline bar. All eyes turned to the screen. Damn, that's intense. In the footage, Lin Feng moved like lightning. He grabbed the LPCS device, aimed the silver nozzle at his aunt's nostrils, and sprayed liquid argon gas like crazy. He snatched the Captopril pillbox, precisely picked out 6 white tablets, and crushed them viciously on the gauze. Lin Feng shouted, "Quick, prepare 5 milliliters of sterile saline solution." Lin Feng dissolved the powder into a syringe and shook it violently. Lin Feng emphasized resolutely, not blood pressure reduction. High pressure blast. Lin Feng dual-wielded syringes, pressing the needles against the same vein puncture site on his aunt. He violently injected the highly penetrative mixture into her vein. The aunt survived. The entire room was stunned. Shock level of the expert professors and physicians plus 99,999. Patient's family members, shock level plus 999,999. District and hospital leadership, shock level plus 999,999. Absolutely breathtaking. Truly breathtaking. Lin Feng's masterful medical skills, exquisite technique, decisive action, and bold imagination stunned everyone. Every single expert, professor, and physician present, not one dared claim they could have handled it better than Lin Feng. How is this possible? Is this guy a male model? Why is a male model so ridiculously talented? No one spoke. Everyone fell silent, plunged into utter bewilderment. The most utterly dumbfounded of all was Ding Yuyan. She never in a million years imagined that Lin Feng not only spun a euro like a pro, but could also perform acupuncture on her aunt right then and there. Oh my god, Lin Feng, you're a god. Ding Yuyan's shock level and affection level both skyrocketed. Plus 9999999. Zhang Jingyue was the first to recover, offering sincere praise. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Such young age, yet possessing such emergency medical skills, it's breathtaking. After watching the video, everyone couldn't help but let out murmurs of admiration. Seeing this, Xin Xinghe quickly seized the moment to propose. Leaders and colleagues, the situation is critical. I propose that Lin Feng perform the surgery to turn this around. After interacting with him over the past period, Xin Xinghe had become convinced that Lin Feng was undoubtedly a master beyond compare, possessing the absolute capability to turn the tide. In truth, anyone present with medical knowledge who had watched the video felt Lin Feng was the reliable choice. However, given Lin Feng's background as a male model, not a single person voiced their agreement. At that moment, the patient's son, Gu Minghua, erupted in anger. No way, a male model? Are all the doctors at this hospital dead? You want a male model to operate on my father? This is ridiculous. It's an insult to my father, to the entire Gu family. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, the idea of a male model performing surgery as the lead surgeon was something most people couldn't accept. At that moment, Gu Jie's daughter-in-law, Ding Yuyan, bravely stepped forward. After all, no one present knew Lin Feng as well as she did. She tugged at Gu Minghua's sleeve and said, "Husband, please trust Lin Feng. He's truly capable." Gu Minghua yanked her hand away and roared at her. "Get out of my sight. How do you know he's competent? Do you even know him? Have you hired male models before? Have you ever operated on him?" Chapter 62, The Peak Surgery. Gu Minghua had hit the nail on the head. Ding Yuyan quickly took a step back, no longer daring to say another word. Any more talk would give everything away. Just as the standoff intensified, a nurse burst out of the operating room. "It's bad. It's bad. The patient's condition is critical. Pulse, respiration, blood oxygen saturation, all vital signs are plummeting rapidly. The patient might not make it." The faces of everyone present turned pale instantly. If a renowned city entrepreneur died on the operating table at Yunzhou People's Hospital, it would inflict immeasurable damage on Yunzhou's economy and the hospital's reputation. With no room left to retreat, hospital director Ma Hongyan stepped forward decisively. "Bring in the male model. He's our only hope." Director Ma Hongyan proved himself a man of responsibility. In this critical moment, he made an immediate decision. "Bring in Lin Feng. I trust him. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility." With the director's words, everyone set aside their reservations. Even the patient's son, Gu Minghua, understood that relying on the male model was likely their only remaining option. Seeing no objections from the municipal leaders or the patient's family present, Ma Hongyan stepped forward, took Lin Feng's hand, and said solemnly, "Lin Feng, I'm truly counting on you this time. Thank you for your trust, Director Ma. I will do my utmost." Then, Lin Feng turned to Xin Xinghe and said, "Dr. Xin, please assist me." With that, Lin Feng turned and walked into the operating room, Xin Xinghe following closely behind. Immediately, the double doors of the operating room locked shut, and the red in surgery light illuminated steadily.
The moment Lin Feng stepped into the operating room, a thick, pungent stench of blood and death assaulted his nostrils. The operating area was deserted. The doctors who had been gathered around the table had all retreated in panic to the walls, their faces etched with fear and despair. Xin Qinghe helped Lin Feng don the sterile gown and gloves. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he locked onto the main operating screen, which still pulsed with a violent red glow. The screen displayed the vascular image of the LAD trunk, now obscured by a terrifying crimson haze. The blood pressure reading was shockingly low at 50-20 mm of mercury and continuing to drop. The normal PQRST waveform on the ECG monitor had long since vanished. At a glance, Lin Feng grasped the fatal error and its catastrophic consequences. Professor Wei must have misjudged the structural stability of the calcified plaque, particularly overlooking the microscopic stress cavity formed beneath the calcified core by prolonged high-pressure blood flow impact. The intense vibration from the high-speed burr acted as the final straw, instantly tearing through the thinnest intimal barrier and directly causing the main trunk rupture. "Now! Follow my commands!" Lin Feng strode to the primary surgeon's position, his commanding tone instantly quelling the chaos. Anesthesia, maintain systolic pressure at 70 mm of mercury to ensure baseline cerebral perfusion. Prepare the suction system immediately. 7F long sheath, custom controllable suction tip. Lin Feng's commands were clear, cold, and unquestionable. Nurses and assistants, as if injected with adrenaline, handed instruments with astonishing efficiency. On the monitor, the delicate suction catheter as thin as a spider's thread slithered like a serpent against the surging blood flow under Lin Feng's control, reaching a still intact vessel wall upstream of the rupture. This was the true power of the peerless physician's peak surgery. Blazing fast, pinpoint judgment combined with micro-manipulation precise to the millimeter. Lock the highest stress point at the rupture edge with 4D ultrasound. Lin Feng Bart. Feel the emitter in position. Electromagnetic pulse matrix activated. Target only marked points 1, 3, and 5. Lin Feng calmly issued commands while his micro-manipulations never ceased. As imperceptible blue flashes flickered at high frequency, the sharpest calcified edges on the screen, those poised to fracture at any moment, visibly softened before his eyes. Internal stress plummeted. The physical barriers to hemostasis dissolved in an instant under Lin Feng's supernatural techniques. Witnessing this outcome, surprise and delight spread across everyone's faces. Yet Lin Feng remained as calm as a still lake, issuing another clear command. Protein hemostatic sponge strips, 0.3 mm. Micro-inject into the breach. Adjust bio-welding gun energy to 0.5 watts, frequency 4.0 MHz. His hand steadied two hair-thin catheters, navigating the millimeter-scale battlefield at lightning speed. That fatal tear was being stitched and smoothed, stitch by stitch, in an unbelievable manner. Xin Qinghe stood by assisting, the muscles at the corners of her eyes twitching uncontrollably from sheer astonishment. This wasn't suturing, it was a miracle of molecular-level repair. As Lin Feng executed his peak maneuver, the internal support field within the core lesion began to fracture at critical junctures. His gaze sharpened. Now! Synergy drug-eluting stent implantation. Target the LAD lesion segment. Inflation pressure exactly 18 atmospheres. The stent struts adhered seamlessly to the freshly repaired vessel wall, perfectly covering the entire lesion segment. Stent fully apposed. No dissection. TIMI flow grade 3. The assistant's voice cracked with excitement. Proceed with mitral valve clipping according to the final plan. Lin Feng's command followed without pause. Using the catheter system, an equally precise ultra-short electromagnetic field pulse was applied to the hard spot, causing the patient's mitral regurgitation. This instantly altered its rigid mechanical properties, achieving a flawless mitral valve clipping. Both core lesions were simultaneously eradicated at the brink of death. On the monitor, the death-declaring alarm had long since vanished. A steady ECG line pulsed powerfully at 75 beats per minute. Blood pressure, 110/75 mm of mercury. Blood oxygen saturation remained stable at 100%. The deathly silence lasted only a second. Clap, 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 clap. The on-site medical team applauded the male model in unison. Sweat soaked every surgical gown, while tears blurred countless eyes. Xin Qinghe bit her lip tightly. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with tears of overwhelming pride. Affection plus 9999999. Outside the door, the red in surgery light faded. Lin Feng led a team of medical staff out of the operating room. This was a triumphant procession. The crowd outside knew the surgery had succeeded just by seeing the excitement and joy on the doctors' and nurses' faces. When Xin Qinghe reported the patient's vital signs, thunderous applause erupted once more. Hospital director Ma Hongyan was so overcome with emotion his hands trembled. He grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly once more, his voice quivering as he said, "Lin Feng, truly, words cannot express how I feel. You saved the patient's life and restored the reputation of Yunzhou People's Hospital. On behalf of all the medical staff here, I offer you my deepest gratitude and highest respect." Lin Feng responded modestly, "Director Ma, you flatter me. It is I who should thank you for believing in male models and recognizing their value.
Zhang Jingyue's sense of relief was palpable. After all, he had brought Lin Feng to the hospital, and it was Lin Feng's performance that had completely turned the tide. Well done, Lin Feng. True talent always shines through. Thank goodness Dr. Shin discovered you. Our nation now has another brilliant traditional Chinese medicine practitioner.
Lin Feng waved his hand.
Professor Zhang, you flatter me. I truly can't accept such praise. I'm just a male model.
Professor Wei, whose surgical error had caused the crisis, emerged from his deep dread upon hearing the good news. Trembling, he approached Lin Feng. Still weak, he nearly collapsed to his knees before him.
Lin
Feng, thank you, truly, thank you so much.
If not for you, I don't know how I could go on living.
Lin Feng quickly helped him up.
Professor Wei, please don't blame yourself too much.
After all, age takes its toll. Just rest well, rest well. This time, even the patient's son, Gu Minghua, was thoroughly convinced. He stepped forward to express his gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you.
My old man is out of danger entirely because of you, Mr. Male Model. You saved the day. I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Once my father is feeling stronger, I'll make sure to thank you properly in person.
Lin Feng smiled.
No need to thank me, Mr. Gu. Your family has always been very kind to me. Gu Minghua was utterly baffled by this remark.
Ding Yuyan, listening nearby, rolled her eyes at Lin Feng repeatedly. Gu Minghua didn't press further, simply replying, "Ha, we're all family now." Then he turned to Ding Yuyan and said,
"Honey, brother Lin Feng works as a male model.
From now on, when you're free, go support his business."
Chapter 63, The Queen's Defenses Crumble. After Gu Jia's successful surgery, his recovery progressed at a surprisingly rapid pace day by day. Male models really are amazing. The hospital director and city officials witnessed this miracle firsthand, unanimously recognizing Lin Feng as an exceptionally rare medical talent. Following joint deliberations between city officials and hospital administrators, it was decided to recruit Lin Feng as a special talent, granting him the equivalent of a deputy director-level position.
The city leadership entrusted Director Ma Hongyan to speak with Lin Feng. However, just as he had done at the municipal police station, Lin Feng clearly stated his position. I appreciate the recognition from the government and hospital, but I am passionate about the male modeling industry and wish to continue excelling in this field. I hope the government and hospital leaders will understand.
President Ma was baffled. He pleaded earnestly. Lin Feng, I admire your dedication to mastering your craft. But I still urge you to reconsider. With your medical skills, it would be a tremendous waste to limit yourself to modeling. The medical field in Longwa needs young talents like you to lead it to new heights. Moreover, the municipal government has approved your appointment at the Deputy Director General level, along with various subsidies. I assure you, your income will be no less than what you earn as a male model. The hospital will provide you with a private apartment and a dedicated driver. Your quality of life and social standing will improve significantly. Isn't that far better than secretly working as a male model?
No. Lin Feng interrupted sternly, Director Ma, I think you misunderstand our male modeling industry.
I've never worked as a male model secretly, it's always been above board.
Moreover, I believe the male modeling industry will inevitably become a sacred profession with high social recognition in the future. It is the inevitable choice to shatter sexual stagnation, crush the era of great oppression, and rescue our sisters. Lin Feng's words were impassioned and thunderous, overwhelming Ma Hongyan with sheer force of conviction. The male model system was moved to tears, showering Lin Feng with massive experience points. Experience points plus 999999. Under such overwhelming presence, Ma Hongyan felt any further words from him would be futile.
With profound regret, he could only say,
Alright, Lin Feng, you truly are extraordinary. Your level of thinking is beyond what us ordinary people can comprehend. Then, he made a promise to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, though we cannot work together for now, you are a benefactor and savior to Yunzhou People's Hospital. I pledge this, from this day forward, should you require anything, all personnel and resources of our hospital shall be at your disposal. Whatever assistance you need, we will provide it wholeheartedly. Lin Feng was deeply grateful for these words.
Thank you, Director Ma.
Likewise, if you ever need assistance, just give me a call.
Very well, Lin Feng. This is truly a blessing for our hospital and for the health and wellness of Yunzhou City. After returning from the hospital, the male model system, deeply moved, immediately upgraded Lin Feng.
In recognition of your immense contributions to advancing the male model cause and promoting the male model spirit, you are hereby rewarded with this Silver Legends skill.
Lin Feng, alright. No need to thank me, boss. This is what I should do. Cut the formalities, just give me the reward. System, understood.
The skill granted to the host this time is the Ultimate Materials variant of the Encyclopedic Scholar skill.
The Master of All Sciences skill will grant the host unrivaled knowledge.
This reward's ultimate materials will make the host unmatched globally in the field of materials science. As experience points increase, the host will gradually acquire ultimate knowledge in cutting-edge fields such as emerging energy, quantum mechanics, and military science. Lin Feng, damn awesome community college nerds, you better watch out. After completing the upgrade, Lin Feng plunged back into the hectic routine of serving his female family members. Tonight's guest was none other than the pop diva Qiao Yichuan. That's right. Ever since Qiao Yichuan got her hands on it, Tomorrow Will Be Better, the song Lin Feng wrote for her, she skyrocketed from a rising star to the new queen of the music industry. Her signature song Tomorrow Will Be Better was simply too powerful. Half a year had passed since its debut on the New Year's Eve gala broadcast by the toilet-themed TV station. For the past 6 months, Tomorrow Will Be Better has dominated the top spots on major music charts, spreading throughout every street and alley in Dragon Nation. Qiao Yichuan became a household name, a top-tier superstar known to people of all ages. But fame brings its own troubles. As Qiao Yichuan's popularity soared, paparazzi intensified their pursuit and covert photography. Thus, her penchant for male models was soon exposed. Tonight, in the most exclusive private room on the 3rd floor, Dreamy Glow, Qiao Yichuan wept uncontrollably on Lin Feng's shoulder. Wah! Lin Feng, I came to the bar to find you, but the paparazzi snapped photos. My persona is ruined, I'm going to die of embarrassment. Indeed, over the past 6 months, Qiao Yichuan had been visiting the bar to see Lin Feng every other day. It was getting a bit too frequent. Impossible. Lin Feng declared firmly. Our Scarlet Stage bar strictly prohibits any photography or filming. We have dedicated staff monitoring the premises. Paparazzi have absolutely no chance to take candid shots. Wah! It wasn't inside the bar, it was outside the entrance. Last time, I was careless. I took off my mask to spit out gum and got snapped. I'm so stupid, Lin Feng. Wah! Oh, I see. Lin Feng relaxed. So if you got photographed at the entrance, it has nothing to do with the bar. This time, Lu Mingxin came along too. She was not only the director of Toilet Platform but had also become Qiao Yichuan's close friend. She chimed in, Lin Feng, videos of Chun Chun looking for male models are all over Douyin and Weibo right now. The buzz is about to hit #1 in Weibo's entertainment section. Lin Feng, holy, and you still dared to come? Lu Mingxin, but Chun Chun really misses you. She wanted to come talk to you about what to do. Oh, okay. Lin Feng turned to comfort Qiao Yichuan. Chun, it's fine. Don't take it to heart. Our relationship is legitimate anyway, so we've nothing to fear from gossip. Boo but. Qiao Yichuan started to cry again as she spoke. Lin Feng thoughtfully handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. Sis Chun, don't cry. Take it easy and tell me what's the but about? But they called me a sniff. Qiao Yichuan completely broke down, collapsing into Lin Feng's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Feng. Lu Mingxin pulled out her phone and showed Lin Feng the trending topic on Weibo. Here, Lin Feng, look. Netizens these days are so cruel. Their mouths are just too sharp. Chun Chun is so wronged. Lin Feng glanced at the trending topics list. The top trending topic read, Qiao Yichuan, slut. The second trending topic, Qiao Yichuan, you big. Microblog's third trending topic, Qiao Yichuan seeking male models. Microblog's fourth trending topic, slutty Qiao Yichuan seeking male models. Lin Feng. Chapter 64, so what if she's a slut? Damn it, looking at the screen filled with big slut. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Are netizens' vocabularies really this limited? Qiao Yichuan sobbed even harder. Wah! Lin Feng, they're cyberbullying me. I've never experienced this before, I really can't take it, Lin Feng. But I can't leave you. They don't know how talented and charming you are. All they see is me looking for male models. Wah! It seemed the pop diva genuinely cared for her. Moreover, Qiao Yichuan had already spent over 8 million yuan on drinks at the bar, literally backing her male model career with cold hard cash. Now that she was in trouble, it was only right to lend a hand. So Lin Feng gently stroked Qiao Yichuan's silky hair nestled in his arms and spoke softly. Sis Chun, don't take it to heart. What's wrong with being a? What's the big deal? Qiao Yichuan, shock level, plus 6,666. Lu Mingxin, shock level, plus 6,666. Qiao Yichuan, Lin Feng. What did you just say? Lin Feng repeated slowly, enunciating each word. Sis Chun, what's wrong with being a? Lin Feng, you. Qiao Yichuan could scarcely believe her ears. No Lin Feng, I'm not a. I can't be a. I can't accept this, I'm an artist. Lu Mingxin couldn't make sense of Lin Feng's suggestion either. Lin Feng, that's not fair to Chun Chun. Besides, her persona has always been that of an innocent, pure maiden untouched by the world. How could she possibly accept a Thai persona? No. Lin Feng flatly denied it. Xuanjie, Xinjie, you're both wrong. We're all wrong. Both women looked at Lin Feng in utter confusion. Meeting their gazes, Lin Feng offered his perspective. Sisters Chun and Xin, what do you think is an artist's core competitive advantage? Is it their moral standards? Qiao Yichuan and Lu Mingxin were still bewildered, waiting for Lin Feng to clarify their confusion.
No artists aren't moral exemplars, so being a is perfectly fine. There's an old saying in China, whores have no compassion, actors have no loyalty. Besides, what's wrong with dating male models? It's neither illegal nor harmful to anyone. Therefore, artists shouldn't be held hostage by society's prejudices. Then what should an artist stand on? Lin Feng shifted his tone and delivered the answer directly: it's their work. Only when artists create artworks that resonate with the masses do they truly deserve the title of artist and earn their place among the world's cultural giants. Xiao Yichuan's shock value and favorability, both plus 888,888. Lu Mingxin, shock level, affection level, both plus 888,888. Lin Feng's words offered no hollow platitudes like typical male models might spout. Instead, he cut straight to the heart of the matter. His words were impassioned and brimming with positive energy, making their blood boil just from listening. This was the emotional value only a top male model could deliver. Xiao Yichuan was deeply moved and stirred by Lin Feng's words, yet she still didn't know how to face the public criticism directed at her. Lin Feng, what you say makes sense, but what should I do next? Easy. Lin Feng delivered his answer directly. Sis Chun, don't waste your breath defending yourself against accusations of being a. Just let your work speak for itself. Use outstanding work to silence all the doubters. With my work? Xiao Yichuan and Lu Mingxin both looked a bit dazed upon hearing this. Xiao Yichuan nervously said, Lin Feng, you say use my work, but right now, I only have a tomorrow will be better that you wrote for me. That's my only piece. I don't have any new work. I have some. Lin Feng immediately declared, Sis Chun, I have a piece. What? Lin Feng has a new piece? Xiao Yichuan and Lu Mingxin's eyes lit up the moment they heard this. They knew all too well the depth of Lin Feng's creative talent. When he creates, it's nothing short of a masterpiece. They asked in unison, Lin Feng, what kind of work? Lin Feng revealed the answer. Courage. A new song, Courage. Love truly requires courage to face the gossip and rumors. Courage. What an energetic song title. Xiao Yichuan and Lu Mingxin were already filled with anticipation just hearing the title. Xiao Yichuan, Courage. What a powerful name. Love truly requires courage to face rumors and gossip. Lin Feng. You put it so well. Lin Feng, have you finished writing this song yet? Yes, Sister Chun, I've written it. Xiao Yichuan's lips trembled with excitement. Can you sing it for me? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Sis Chun, love requires courage to face gossip. As a male model, I face gossip. You face gossip when you hire male models. So we both face gossip. Here's courage for you, let's encourage each other. With that, Lin Feng picked up the microphone in the private room and activated his King of Karaoke skill once more. His voice, as if touched by an angel's kiss, sang a cappella. Finally made this decision. I won't care what others say. As long as you affirm me too. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it won't be easy. The song flowed out like a clear spring, each note and every word in the lyrics caressing Xiao Yichuan's wounded heart like a warm breeze. This wasn't just a song, it was Xiao Yichuan's inner voice. Finally made this decision, find a male model. I won't care what others say, I'll keep searching for a male model. As long as you feel the same certainty, Lin Feng, I love you. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, Lin Feng, I want you. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxin, the director of the toilet-themed variety show, was utterly captivated by the song. She wasn't looking for male models, rather, she was captivated on an artistic level by this celestial melody. It eschewed ornate language, each word flowing naturally from the heart with a raw, primal sincerity. The melody line was simple yet narrative, each note perfectly placed to serve the emotional expression of the lyrics, creating an atmosphere both intimate and resolute. As a stage director, Lu Mingxin possessed a keen artistic intuition. After hearing just these few verses of the verse, she could already declare this song Courage was destined to become a timeless classic. Lin Feng's voice continued, using the magic of music to stir the power of courage. Love truly requires courage. To face the gossip and rumors. Just one look of affirmation from you. My love finds meaning. We all need courage. To believe we'll be together. In the crowd, I can feel you. Your heart in the palm of my hand. The chorus drives home the point, laying it bare. Love truly requires courage to face the gossip. This perfectly captures Xiao Yichuan's state of mind. Powerful lyrics paired with a deeply moving melody make this song a flawlessly crafted masterpiece. Yes, songs like this possess such magic. After listening, one feels a resolve to brave fire and water for love, without hesitation. As Lin Feng finished singing, Xiao Yichuan's emotional knot finally unraveled. I don't care about the paparazzi. I don't care about netizens mocking me. I don't care about the platform banning me. I need courage to always find male models. Chapter 65, The Sincerity of the Toilet Platform. Lin Feng's new song Courage is absolutely perfect. Vocally flawless. Melodically flawless. Lyrically flawless. Xiao Yichuan and Lu Mingxin were utterly captivated by the immense artistic beauty, unable to pull themselves away for a long time. Xiao Yichuan, moved by courage, no longer feared casting male models.
Meanwhile, Lu Mingxin felt deeply that Lin Feng was a creative genius without equal, past or present.
For toilet platform to soar, they must secure him and rely on him.
Lin Feng had finished singing, but seeing the two women still lost in reverie, he spoke up to remind them.
Sisters Chun and Xin, did you enjoy Courage? Only then did the two snap out of their trance.
We loved it. Oh my god, Lin Feng, I absolutely adore this song. Not only are the lyrics and melody top-notch, like Tomorrow Will Be Better, but somehow, after hearing your Courage, I feel like my whole body is filled with strength.
Xiao Yichuan was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes once more. If you like it, Chun, then Courage is yours.
We'll use this song to respond to all those online haters calling you a
Lin Feng. Xiao Yichuan burst into tears.
Why does the world have such wonderful people? Not only did he gift her another timeless masterpiece, but he also gave her the most powerful weapon to fight back against online bullying.
Lin Feng, seriously, you're so amazing. I absolutely adore you. I really don't know how to repay you.
As she spoke, Xiao Yichuan leapt onto Lin Feng like a rabbit once more, planting a series of fierce kisses on his lips. Completely oblivious to Lu Mingxin's presence. Xiao Yichuan's affection level plus 9999999. Watching this scene, Lu Mingxin was practically drooling. Honestly, she was so envious of Xiao Yichuan, so envious that she could passionately kiss a prodigy like Lin Feng.
Only when the kiss nearly suffocated them did Xiao Yichuan finally pull away.
Lin Feng spoke earnestly. Chun, from now on, ignore all those online comments calling you a.
Don't let it bother you or make you anxious. Remember, you're an artist.
The most important thing for an artist is to deliver compelling artistic work.
Achieve that, and even if you're Thai, it won't be about being promiscuous everywhere, it'll be about leading the trend.
Hearing your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Lin Feng had completely cleared the fog from Xiao Yichuan's mind and pointed her toward the path forward.
Lin Feng, I'll listen to you everything you say.
Xiao Yichuan nodded repeatedly in sincere agreement. She now deeply understood that Lin Feng wasn't just the male model accompanying her, he was the mastermind behind her career's ascent and her life mentor.
Yet jealousy is inherent in women.
Seeing how much affection Xiao Yichuan received from Lin Feng, Lu Mingxin, sitting beside them, felt unbalanced. She bitterly regretted not seeking out a male model sooner. But better late than never. With Lin Feng right before her eyes, she must seize the moment and cherish what she had. Lu Mingxin spoke up directly. Lin Feng, you're truly exceptional. With your talent, if you ever debuted, you'd absolutely crush all the fresh-faced idols in the entertainment industry and become an absolute top star.
Lin Feng smiled. Sis Xin, I know myself. I just want to quietly be a male model. I know.
Lin Feng had already told her this during their rehearsal at the toilet stage last time, but Lu Mingxin had other ideas now. Lin Feng, I know your heart is set on being a male model and you look down on the entertainment industry. But I have a proposal I hope you'll consider. Lin Feng's gaze softened, his humble demeanor signaling his willingness to listen. Seeing this, Lu Mingxin spoke directly. Lin Feng, you're incredibly talented. If such talent were to go unnoticed, it would be an irreparable loss for the music scene in Manhwa. So, Lin Feng, even if you don't debut as a singer, I suggest you pursue modeling while working behind the scenes. This way, you can advance your modeling career while continuing to write songs and lead the music scene in Manhwa. Lin Feng didn't object to her suggestion and let her continue. Encouraged, Lu Mingxin continued. So, Lin Feng, I suggest you sign with Toilet TV and write songs for them.
Toilet TV is currently the premier satellite channel in Dragon Nation, boasting flagship music variety shows like Singer, Moonlight Avenue, Dragon Nation's Got Talent, and Blind Singer. Your exceptional songs will never be overlooked on our platform. And rest assured about compensation backed by Shanghai, our channel has substantial funding and guarantees top-tier pay. Moreover, Xiao Yichuan is a signed artist under our channel's talent agency. Your songs could be premiered by Xiao Yichuan. With this three-way collaboration, we'll undoubtedly usher in a new era for the Dragon Nation music scene. It must be said that as a key director at Toilet TV, Lu Mingxin's persuasive skills were nothing short of masterful. After hearing her collaboration proposal, Xiao Yichuan couldn't help but be swayed. Yeah, Lin Feng, I think Sister Xion's proposal is really great. This way, the three of us can pull together as one. Lin Feng initially didn't take it seriously. After all, his primary focus remained on expanding the male modeling industry, and he had no interest in entering the entertainment world. He found an excuse to decline. Sis Xin, I appreciate your confidence in me, but as you can see, I'm quite busy. Every night I have to go out and entertain clients, leaving little energy for anything else. Lu Mingxin shook her head with a faint smile. No, Lin Feng, you still don't want to enter the entertainment industry. Because I know that with your talent, writing a few songs wouldn't take much of your time at all. It would be as easy as eating or drinking. Honestly, Lin Feng, over the years I've seen countless artists, but none as unique and exceptionally talented as you. If you don't seize this chance, it would be a tremendous waste. Lin Feng, please give me a chance, give Toilet TV a chance, give the Dragon Nation music scene a chance, okay? Lu Mingxin's words were so heartfelt that Lin Feng momentarily didn't know how to refuse.
Lu Mingxin pressed on. Lin Feng, please trust me.
Trust Toilet TV.
It won't interfere with your modeling career. On the contrary, leveraging this massive promotional platform might just take your modeling career to new heights. Lin Feng's shock level plus 6,666. Indeed, Lu Mingxin's words struck a chord with Lin Feng.
For advancing his male modeling career, Toilet TV was indeed an invaluable promotional platform.
The Toilet platform was massive, with a wide audience and immense influence across Dragon Nation.
If he advertised his male modeling agency on Toilet TV, his modeling career would skyrocket at an exponential rate. Heeding multiple perspectives truly brings clarity. With this realization, Lin Feng shifted his entrenched perspective.
Since this opportunity on Toilet platform was practically handed to him on a silver platter, there was no need to reject the entertainment industry. Instead, he should engage with it and leverage it to propel the male modeling industry to unprecedented heights. Chapter 66, The Dream Male Model Group. Lin Feng had a new idea.
He no longer rejected the entertainment industry or the toilet-themed TV station.
Instead, he instantly devised a brilliant plan to leverage the toilet-themed station to amplify the male modeling agency's influence. Sitting up straight, Lin Feng said earnestly,
Sister Xin, your sincerity truly moves me. Moreover, we share a special connection. Our collaboration on next year will be better. During the New Year's Gala was a resounding success.
It feels like fate is guiding us to deepen our partnership and create even greater brilliance together. Lin Feng's words instantly gave Lu Mingxin and Xiao Yichuan a powerful shot of confidence.
Lu Mingxin asked eagerly, Lin Feng, really? You've already decided? We can collaborate? We can collaborate.
Lin Feng gave an immediate affirmative response. First, I want to thank Sister Xin for her care. Lu Mingxin was overjoyed. Not at all, not at all.
Lin Feng, thank you for deigning to help us.
Truly, partnering with you is a blessing for the toilet-shaped stage. A blessing for the Dragon Nation's music scene.
After the initial excitement, Lu Mingxin tentatively asked, Lin Feng, do you think we could collaborate on 5 songs this year?
We can discuss compensation. I'll fight for the best terms possible with the station.
Sure.
Lin Feng was that straightforward.
But Sister Xin, I don't want any money.
Lu Mingxin, shock level, plus 88,888. Xiao Yichuan, shock level, plus 88,888.
What? Lin Feng, you don't want money? Then what do you want?
Lu Mingxin was dumbfounded. Lin Feng not wanting money completely baffled Lu Mingxin. Deeply puzzled, she began to speculate wildly. Lin Feng
doesn't want money. Why? Could it be he wants me?
As the thought swirled, Lu Mingxin felt her own cheeks flush. Ignoring her wild speculation, Lin Feng stated his demand directly.
Jia, what I want is for the toilet counter to give the male models a chance. The two women were dumbfounded once more. Lu Mingxin, give the male models a chance? Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? Lin Feng laid out his plan.
Xin, I want the toilet platform to let our male models join your music variety show.
What the hell?
Lu Mingxin, shock level, plus 99,999. Xiao Yichuan, shock level, plus 99,999.
Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable.
Lin Feng actually wants to push his own male models onto a music variety show.
This is insane, absolutely mind-blowing.
Lu Mingxin had considered every possible request Lin Feng might make, but she never imagined he'd come up with something like this.
No. Lin Feng, a music show where male models stand on toilet seats? Are you serious?
Lin Feng nodded emphatically.
I mean every word, Sister Xin.
For so long, many in society have viewed the male modeling industry through tinted glasses. That's why I hope to use the toilet platform as a stage to showcase our male models' charisma, highlight their appeal, and promote their spirit. We aim to dispel the prejudices against male models so that women across society can trust, understand, and connect with us.
Lu Mingxin. Xiao Yichuan.
Truthfully, people like Lu Mingxin and Xiao Yichuan, who'd been immersed in the entertainment industry for so long, had fairly open minds.
But no matter how open-minded they were, they couldn't match Lin Feng's level of boldness.
Lu Mingxin said awkwardly, Lin
Feng, is this really appropriate?
After all, our toilet-themed channel's music variety shows have always featured established artists. We rarely invite amateurs, let alone male models. When it came to the development of the male model industry, Lin Feng would make no concessions. Sis Xin, having our male models appear on your music show is my sole demand and my bottom line. If your toilet channel can't meet this condition, I'll have no choice but to seek cooperation with other satellite stations.
Neither Lu Mingxin nor Xiao Yichuan had anticipated that the usually magnanimous Lin Feng would be so adamant about male models appearing on the music show. Moreover, his threat to negotiate with other satellite channels if they couldn't reach an agreement instantly made them both extremely nervous. After all, they both knew that securing Lin Feng meant securing a powerful ally. Xiao Yichuan was especially terrified at the thought of Lin Feng collaborating with others. She quickly chimed in. Sis Xin, let's just agree to Lin Feng's terms.
Besides, he already gave us tomorrow will be better for free not a penny and made us famous nationwide. Even if it's just repaying a favor, I think we should help Lin Feng spread the positive energy of male models. At this point, Lu Mingxin had no choice but to concede, for she too couldn't afford to lose Lin Feng.
Alright, Lin Feng. I'll report your proposal to the station leadership and actively advocate for you.
So, Lin Feng, which music variety show do you want your male models to appear on?
How about Moonlight Avenue?
No. Lin Feng refused flatly.
If we go on any show, it'll be singer. Our models only go on singer. Only singer.
Lin Feng wasn't about to be swayed by Lu Mingxin's persuasion. Moonlight Avenue, that music show, had long since gone cold after its host made drunken remarks disparaging ancient sages. Appearing on that trash would be a complete waste of time. Dragon Kingdom's voice was also heavily criticized for unfair mentor swapping. Blindfolded Singer was downright idiotic. It was obvious who was singing in tights, yet they had a bunch of guests acting like fools in the audience. Now, only the singer maintains sustained popularity.
So if we're going to appear on a music show, it should be the singer.
Lu Mingxin immediately frowned. But Lin Feng, you know singer features established singers competing head to head.
You, sending your male models from the store, that's against the rules.
Lin Feng never played by the rules, so he couldn't care less about regulations.
He declared on the spot. Sis Xin, our male models never care about rules, we only deliver value. Give us a stage, and I promise our models will deliver a breathtaking performance. I'll even write a brand new song for them.
Lin Feng was going to write a new song.
This truly piqued Lu Mingxin and Xiao Yichuan's curiosity. Because they knew better than anyone that every new song Lin Feng created was destined to become a timeless classic. Lu Mingxin couldn't wait to ask. Lin Feng, what song are you planning to write for that male model who just walked the runway? Not 1-3.
Lin Feng held up 3 fingers.
There are 3 male models taking the stage this time.
They'll form a male model group for the performance. Lin Feng had already made up his mind he would promote his 3 sons.
Rui Yang, Junchuan, and Xiafeng.
He would form a dream male model group with his 3 sons.
Oh my gosh, a male model group. Lu Mingxin couldn't help but exclaim. Then, what song will they sing on stage? Lin Feng didn't keep them guessing, immediately providing the answer. Our 3 male models will form the F3 male model group and perform the song Meteor Shower. Chapter 67, I fell for a male model. What meteor shower?
Lu Mingxin and Xiao Yichuan never imagined Lin Feng's new song would materialize so suddenly.
Lin Feng. Could it be you've already written the new song?
Lin Feng nodded.
Yes. Inspiration struck just now.
I plan to have our store's 3 male models take the stage on Singer and perform Meteor Shower together. Lu Mingxin and Xiao Yichuan were filled with anticipation for Lin Feng's new song, as every time they heard him sing a new track, it was a tremendous spiritual feast.
Lin Feng, could you sing it for us first?
Lin Feng never held back when it came to his work. Sure. I hope it'll fit the singer's stage. With that, Lin Feng picked up the microphone from the coffee table once more and delivered a breathtaking rendition of Meteor Shower. The gentle starlit sky should move you deep within.
I stand behind you, crafting a sky just for you. You mustn't feel sad, I'll smooth away your loneliness. The weight of your dreams entrusted all to me. Blown away. Totally blown away.
When Lin Feng began singing the verse, the 2 beauties were instantly mesmerized. Under Lin Feng's interpretation, that tender melody instantly triggered a surge of estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin, and melatonin in Lu Mingxin and Xiao Yichuan. In this dreamy glow private room, the ceiling was no longer just a ceiling, it had become a dazzling starry sky crafted by Lin Feng's profound affection for them. Lin Feng's voice continued uninterrupted, the enchanting and reassuring melody flowing seamlessly.
Take my hand, follow me, what if the wind blows strong? With me by your side, you'll never lose your way. The 2 beauties were utterly lost within this absolute sanctuary forged by the melody.
They surrendered all thought, allowing themselves to be carried by the melody and its promise, drifting into the depths of that dazzling, everlasting starry sky he had prepared long ago. Finally, Lin Feng's voice carried the 2 beauties to the climax. I'll take you to see the meteor shower fall upon this earth. Let your tears fall upon my shoulder. Make you believe my love dares only for you. You'll see where happiness resides.
As the climax arrived, the pent-up melodic energy erupted like a galaxy.
The magnetic quality, tenderness, and resolve in Lin Feng's voice fused perfectly at that moment, reaching the absolute pinnacle of emotional intensity she knew a song could convey. The brave and blissful scene under the starry sky that Lin Feng crafted with his melody was etched deep into their souls. The climactic thrill stirred by that soul-stirring song did not fade. Instead, it settled into a profound imprint and an endless reverberation, echoing and surging within them, refusing to subside for a long time. Hearing this song was like being drenched beneath this brilliant night sky by a torrential meteor shower utterly sublime. Xiao Yichuan's eyes welled up with tears once more.
Lin Feng. Truly, I cannot find words to describe my feelings.
After hearing your meteor shower, I feel as though my entire being is bathed in beauty. Lu Mingxin had completely changed her stance. Moments ago, she'd been skeptical about the male model trio F3 appearing on Singer. But after hearing Lin Feng's Meteor Shower, she was utterly captivated. If securing the premiere rights to Meteor Shower meant having 3 male models perform it, she'd gladly accept it, let alone 3 rough-looking guys. Lu Mingxin said with deep emotion. Lin Feng, you truly are a living legend. Not just a singing god, but a god of composition too. But if only you could perform this song yourself on Singer's stage, it would be perfect. Seriously, won't you come? Must you send those 3 male models from your agency instead? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Sister Xin, you know me. I don't chase the spotlight of grand stages. I only love this little stage in the male model private room. So, let's leave the bigger stage to my brothers. Equals. After bidding farewell to Lin Feng, the toilet-shaped stage wasted no time in producing Xiao Yichuan's Single Courage. Within just 1 week, the Single Courage debuted on Xiao Yichuan's microblog account. For the debut post, Xiao Yichuan personally wrote the promotional copy. The text reads, I apologize for occupying so much public space lately. Yes, everyone, just as that leaked video showed, I hired a male model. But what you don't know is I genuinely fell in love with a male model. You might be disappointed, you might laugh, you might think it's absurd. But I want to say, he is worthy of my love. He led me to the mountaintop, he taught me to gaze at the sky, he gave me the courage to charge ahead without hesitation. Love truly requires courage to face the gossip and rumors. Below the copy lies the debut music video for the song Courage. Composition still credited to One Mold. It blew up. Totally blew up. On the night of its debut, the Single Courage exploded. When people checked the Weibo trending topics list again, it was no longer Xiao Yichuan, you. Xiao Yichuan, you big. Xiao Yichuan looking for male models. Slutty Xiao Yichuan seeking male models. Instead, it was replaced by Courage. Xiao Yichuan Courage. Courage Xiao Yichuan. Love truly requires courage to face rumors and gossip. As Lin Feng said, what artists need most is their work. When your work shines brightly enough, it becomes like a full moon whose radiance overshadows the insignificant twinkling stars. The public becomes more forgiving, they won't care if you're or if you date male models. They'll simply immerse themselves in the artistic enjoyment you bring. After this ordeal, Xiao Yichuan not only shed the label but also earned new personas, straightforward, sincere, and fiercely passionate. Her follower count and influence skyrocketed overnight. Simultaneously, Xiao Yichuan's affection for Lin Feng skyrocketed. After resolving Xiao Yichuan's crisis, Lin Feng arranged for Jiang Dai to find professional vocal coaches for the bar's 3 male models Rui Yang, Junchuan, and Xiefeng Lin Feng's 3 sons to undergo systematic voice training. Preparing for the upcoming debut stage of the male model F3 on the Singer. Lin Feng was confident his 3 sons could deliver a stellar performance of Meteor Shower, propelling his male model business to new heights. Now, Lin Feng's male model business had expanded comprehensively. Not only are the 4 male model establishments in Dongcheng district thriving, but 2 new branches have also opened in Jinghu district. However, this expansion has brought some challenges. The newly recruited male models vary greatly in ability and quality. Some models fight among themselves, others fight with married women, and still others fight with young girls. Beyond fighting, others have been caught stealing from clients' wallets, demanding excessive tips, engaging in explicit acts with clients in public spaces, tearing at clients' stockings, or requesting clients' worn underwear. In short, with so many people involved, all sorts of problems were bound to arise. Lin Feng had heard about all these incidents. Thus, Lin Feng made a decision. Training. He must conduct comprehensive competency training for all male models in the company, fundamentally transforming their professional conduct. Chapter 68, Male Model Comprehensive Training. Lin Feng was always decisive and efficient. He quickly finalized the details for the centralized training of all male models under the Hanyi system with Huo Xiangqiao and Jiang Dai. Given the large number of models attending, including a significant contingent from Hanyi Group's Shanghai headquarters, tonight Starry Eyes Lin Feng instructed Huo Xiangqiao to secure a large conference room. The venue was ultimately confirmed as Hall 3 of the Yunzhou City Convention and Exhibition Center. On the day of the training, over 200 male models from the entire Hanyi system gathered at the Yunzhou City Convention and Exhibition Center, creating an unprecedented spectacle. The simultaneous gathering of so many handsome men in one place drew the attention of many citizens. Among them, many middle-aged women pulled out their phones to secretly snap photos of the male models. However, the conduct of these male models was truly concerning. While gathering at the entrance of the convention center, some were smoking, others were roughhousing, and a few were even picking their noses. When they spotted the older women secretly filming, some male models even cursed. Off, you asshole. The training session was scheduled for 3:30 p.m. By 3 p.m., Lin Feng, as the head male model, had already led a large group of male models from the Hanyi system to wait outside Hall 3. As Lin Feng waited at the entrance to Hall 3, he sensed something was off. The hall was currently in use. The sound of a meeting discussion could be heard from outside the doors. Lin Feng asked Huo Xiangqiao in confusion. Brother Hua, what's going on? Wasn't Hall 3 reserved for us this afternoon? We paid for it, right?
Why is someone using it? Hua Xiangqiao was equally perplexed. Yeah, what the hell is going on? This is bull. Hold on, bro, I'll go check.
Before Hua Xiangqiao could go, an exhibition center staff member rushed over. The staff member, a woman, rushed over, looking flustered and apologetic.
Gentlemen, I'm truly sorry.
Our training session conflicts with the city's key project advancement meeting. Due to an error by our staff, both your training and the city's key project meeting were scheduled for the same day and venue.
This is absolutely unforgivable. Lin Feng? Hua Xiangqiao? Over 200 male models in the room? Lin Feng, miss, what do you mean? Are you saying this venue is booked for this afternoon? We can't use it?
Facing the sea of male models, the staff member was already drenched in cold sweat. Sir, we sincerely apologize. The city's key project advancement meeting begins at 2:30 p.m. today. City officials are currently in the venue, so our training session unfortunately cannot proceed here at this time. However, rest assured, we will refund your venue rental fee double. Hell. Before the young woman could finish, Hua Xiangqiao was already yelling in her face.
Your refund? You think you can screw us over?
The 200-plus male models present weren't having it either. Most were of questionable character and wouldn't let up when they had the upper hand. Seizing this opportunity, they all started spewing profanities.
What the hell? You don't think we male models are human? We came all the way from Shanghai, and you tell us we're not needed here?
You! If this messes up my date with Sister Zhang tonight, I'll tear this venue apart.
What the hell does a city official matter? I bet his wife hires male models too. Little girl, have you ever hired a male model? Do you know how valuable their time is? Compensation? Can you even afford it? I doubt selling you naked would cover it. This female staffer had never seen anything like this before.
Over 200 male models all demanding to get with her. She was instantly terrified, her face turning pale as a sheet.
Lin Feng, the male model leader, waved his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down.
Then, to avoid frightening the young girl, Lin Feng adopted a more gentle tone. Hey, don't be scared. We're not bad guys, just a bit blunt with our words.
Oh, thank you.
Lin Feng's passive skills, whispering softly, spring breeze smile, and manly scent within reach all took effect on the girl simultaneously. Her heart instantly calmed at his words, and she began stealing glances at him, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Feng continued, look, our people are all here now.
Could you help us coordinate? Would it be possible to switch venues for us?
The young girl desperately wanted to help Lin Feng resolve the situation. After all, she was already deeply infatuated.
But she was merely a low-level service staff member with no authority whatsoever. She could only respond honestly. Sir, I'm truly sorry.
All venues are fully booked this afternoon.
We can only offer you a refund.
Regarding compensation, I'll discuss it with management and strive to reach a satisfactory resolution for you. Seeing that today's trip might be for nothing, the 200 male models started clamoring again.
Damn it. Get lost, send your boss over. Venue Center, smash the damn thing. What the hell, what's going on?
At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the third general hall, followed by a young girl. The middle-aged man looked up and saw over 200 male models crowding the hallway. He was startled.
What the hell, so many people? What's going on here? Don't you know the city's key project promotion meeting is in session? Get out. You.
Just as Hua Xiangqiao was about to curse his mother, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. Lin Feng stepped forward to negotiate.
Hello, we're male models from the Hanyi group.
We also have a training session scheduled for this afternoon at this venue. The convention center has scheduled our meetings to conflict.
How do you suggest we resolve this?
Ha. The middle-aged man laughed, a laugh that came from deep within. He scanned the 200 male models lining the corridor, as if observing some novelty he'd never encountered before.
He. Fresh. Truly fresh. Male models need training? Isn't having the goods enough? Oh my god, you guys sure keep up with the times, huh? Ha.
At these words, the expressions of all 200 male models present changed instantly. Several hot-tempered models were already preparing to charge forward and punch the bastard. Lin Feng noticed the models about to act. To preserve the bigger picture and uphold the male model's image, he shot them a piercing glare that instantly intimidated them. The models who had been about to charge forward were instantly frozen in place. Then, Lin Feng said to the middle-aged man in a deep voice. It seems you harbor some prejudice against our male modeling industry. The purpose of this training session is precisely to shatter such societal misconceptions, elevate the professionalism of male models, and re-establish their positive image in this new era.
I hope your understanding can keep pace with the times. Ha. Well. The middle-aged man felt enlightened by Lin Feng's words. Who'd have thought? Your theoretical knowledge is quite impressive. What do? Are you the head of the male modeling agency? Lin Feng replied calmly. No such thing.
There's no boss here, we're all brothers.
All right. You're an interesting guy. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. After just a few sentences, he already held a sense of admiration for Lin Feng. Alright then, if things go smoothly, this meeting should wrap up around 4. If you're willing to wait, you can stick around for a bit. Lin Feng considered it. Beyond this, there didn't seem to be a better option, so he agreed. Alright, we'll wait then. The middle-aged man nodded, then turned to the girl beside him. Sue, keep an eye on things outside to avoid any noise disturbing the meeting. I'll bring a few more people out to join you. Xiao Su, yes, understood, Director Jean. After Director Jean entered the meeting room, 2 young men indeed came out to stand with Xiao Su in the hallway, maintaining order. Xiao Su happened to be standing not far from Lin Feng, so he took the opportunity to ask. Hello, what kind of meeting is going on inside? Having formed a favorable impression of Lin Feng after their earlier exchange, Xiao Su answered candidly. It's a city-level key project advancement meeting, focusing on research in superconducting materials science. Oh, I see. Lin Feng nodded, unable to suppress a knowing smile. Materials science? That's my specialty. Chapter 69, Conquering the Campus Beauty Scholar. This Xiao Su was named Su Shangning, a doctoral candidate in materials science and engineering at Zhejiang University. Yunzhou City is the provincial capital of Zhejiang Province. Her professional abilities were outstanding. Despite her young age, she had already independently published several influential research papers, making her a true beauty and academic star. Therefore, during her graduate studies, she came to the Yunzhou City Materials Science and Technology Research Institute to assist with work, becoming a research assistant to a professor of materials science. Today, she accompanied her professor to a progress meeting for a key municipal project, pioneering powder development for superconducting materials. The importance of this meeting cannot be overstated. Superconducting materials are special substances exhibiting perfect diamagnetism and zero electrical resistance, with wide-ranging applications in maglev transportation systems, high-end medical equipment, quantum computers, and even controlled nuclear fusion devices. It can be said that superconducting materials form the foundational support for humanity's advancement into a new technological era. However, current human technology can only achieve superconductivity in special materials under conditions of ultra-low temperatures or ultra-high temperatures, failing to realize room temperature superconductivity. This limitation has largely confined superconducting materials to laboratory applications, preventing their commercialization. Nevertheless, Dragon Nation has recognized the immense significance of room temperature superconductivity research. Its more developed provinces are investing significant resources into developing room temperature superconducting materials. As the leading province in Longhua, Zhejiang Province naturally places particular emphasis on this field. Today's meeting, spearheaded by the Yunzhou municipal government, was a crucial advancement session focused on superconducting material research. The meeting was still underway, and Lin Feng wasn't one to strike up conversations with strangers, so he didn't engage Su Shangning in much small talk. Su Shangning, however, couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Feng. As both an academic star and campus beauty at Zhejiang University, Su Shangning had countless admirers. Yet, she felt nothing for them. She always thought these admirers were utterly unworthy of her attention compared to her beloved academic pursuits. She had even begun to doubt whether she was incapable of developing feelings for any man, destined to remain an academic nerd whose heart had never stirred. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she found herself constantly stealing glances at this male model leader. There was something inexplicably mysterious about him. Time slowly passed, creeping past 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock turned into 4:30. Yet the meeting inside the venue still hadn't concluded. The 200 male models present began to grow restless. Damn it! Wasn't it supposed to wrap up at 4? It's already 4:30. What the hell are they still doing in there? What the hell? Total bull, these guys are untrustworthy. Bunch of jerks, got no manners at all. Forget it, guys. Let's storm in and kick these old farts out. Let's go, we can't let these jerks mess with our payday. We've got Antqua's massage tonight. As they spoke, a group of aggressive male models started pushing toward the entrance. The 2 young men guarding the entrance grew tense, waving frantically to stop them from charging in. Su Shangning was also panicked. Coming from an intellectual background, she was used to interacting with refined professors and scholars. She'd never encountered such crude, violent male models before, and her face immediately drained of color. Calm down, all of you. Lin Feng commanded with an air of natural authority, mind your manners. Don't embarrass us male models. Hearing Lin Feng's reprimand, the male models dared not act out. After all, the heroic legend of Lin Feng invulnerable to blades and facing danger alone had already spread throughout the Hanyi group. Even Hua Xiangqiao, known as Brother Hua, had become a loyal follower of Lin Feng. Which male model would dare defy him? After restoring order, Lin Feng felt a hint of urgency himself. The training couldn't run too late, it had to finish before 8:30 p.m. Many male models had bookings tonight, and the training couldn't delay their work. So Lin Feng turned to Su Shangning and asked, "Beautiful lady, how much longer do you think the meeting inside will take? We've already waited half an hour longer than planned."
Su Shangning, who had been flustered moments ago, inexplicably felt reassured upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. She hurriedly replied. I'm truly sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Honestly, I can't say for certain. We've encountered technical challenges recently, and today, experts and professors from across the city are exchanging ideas to overcome them. So, when exactly the meeting will adjourn, it's really hard to say. My apologies, my apologies. Su Shangning lowered her head as she spoke. Though in social standing, an intellectual like her seemed far superior to the male models present. Su Shangning was a highly principled young woman. She understood the male models were blameless in today's situation. Having them wait endlessly like this weighed heavily on her conscience. Seeing the girl's sincere politeness, the 200 male models present didn't press her further. Instead, they all cursed the professors and experts in the conference room, calling them idiots, morons, old farts, and fools. Lin Feng knew that waiting idly was not a solution, so he pressed further. Miss, if I may ask, what technical challenge have you encountered that requires such lengthy discussion? Su Shangning smiled faintly upon hearing this. Since this involved profoundly complex specialized knowledge that couldn't be explained to a layperson, she replied. It's quite technical and difficult to explain in a few words. However, Lin Feng didn't let it deter him and persisted. No problem, just tell me straight. Had it been anyone else, Su Shangning might have simply ignored him. After all, it involved a flood of technical jargon that would sound like gibberish to anyone unfamiliar with the field. But the male model boss before her was a total hottie one who possessed passive skills like incredibly masculine scent, spring breeze smile, and the art of blow drying, triggering her hormones. So instead of growing impatient, she was delighted to seize this chance to chat more with Lin Feng. She replied. Alright, I'll explain. We're currently tackling the precursor powder issue in developing room temperature superconducting materials. The core bottleneck lies in precisely controlling the nano-hetero interface. The precursor powder we need requires perovskite phase nanoseed crystals to be uniformly locked within the matrix of conductor parent phase nanoparticles, forming stable sub-nanometer composites. But using traditional high-temperature solid-state sintering causes severe phase separation between these two materials, each growing their own grains. We've nearly burned through the experimental furnace and still can't solve it. Experts at the conference are also discussing solutions. Sorry, this stuff isn't exactly easy to explain in layman's terms. Not sure if you'll follow. Lin Feng listened without so much as a frown. Use a multifunctional polymer that simultaneously binds potassium, copper, and lead ions via galactose derivatives. Mix them in precise proportions into a sol under the action of a polymeric dispersant. Control the pH and temperature to induce separation into nanoscale heterogeneous particles. Then, under an inert atmosphere, pyrolyze the organic matter at 300-400 C to achieve partial reduction. Wouldn't that work? Chapter 70, The Male Model Boss. Su Shangning, shock value, plus 66,666. Hua Xiangqiao, days level, plus 66,666. 200 male models dumbass level, plus 66666. Su Shangning couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't fathom how Lin Feng could rattle off so many precise materials science terms in one breath and they actually sounded plausible. This was the true power of Lin Feng's ultimate material skill within his encyclopedic scholar ability. Seeing through to the core, revealing the truth in a single phrase. Hua Xiangqiao and the 200 male models felt like their boss was speaking gibberish, yet they couldn't shake this vague sense of awe. Su Shangning asked dazedly, what did you just say? To buy time, Lin Feng repeated himself. Forming stable sub-nanoscale composites isn't difficult. Just use galactose derivatives to simultaneously bind. This time, Su Shangning heard clearly. It was the male model leader who said it, the very male model leader standing before her. Su Shangning's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she struggled to repeat and comprehend the male model leader's words in her mind. Finally, she grasped what Lin Feng meant. Her expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. Oh my gosh, you're so amazing. Su Shangning covered her mouth in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes wide as she stared at Lin Feng. She couldn't imagine that a male model agency head could so succinctly reveal the truth. Su Shangning might lack social experience, but she possessed extraordinary talent in academic fields. After a moment's thought, she swiftly grasped the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. The more she grasped his meaning, the more she appreciated the ingenuity of his proposed solution. Describing it as ingeniously crafted, turning something ordinary into something extraordinary, was no exaggeration. Su Shangning's shock level, plus 999,999. Good heavens, how did you even think of this? Su Shangning stared at Lin Feng with eyes filled with awe. Using galactose derivatives of polymeric directing agents to simulate stereochemical effects and specific coordination in the liquid phase, precisely presetting the nanoheterogeneous structure right at the precursor stage. This completely optimizes the kinetic pathways and thermodynamic deadlocks of traditional solid phase diffusion. As Su Shangning grasped the brilliance of Lin Feng's approach, the affection level, buried deep within her heart, could no longer be contained. Affection level, plus 9999999. Boss, you know everything. Xiangqiao's shock value plus 999,999.
200 male models, shock level, plus 999,999. Lin Feng possesses bulletproof martial arts skills. The male models all know it now. But they never imagined that the boss was also a hidden genius in the field of scientific research. The contrast was too stark. 200 male models were instantly stunned into silence. Lin Feng couldn't care less about their reactions.
All he cared about was time. So he made a request to Su Shangning. Miss, if you agree with my assessment, please go inside and relay it to the expert. Once the expert approves, we can adjourn promptly.
Our training can't be delayed any longer.
All right. In truth, Su Shangning was also eager to share Lin Feng's proposal publicly, hoping it would accelerate breakthroughs in superconducting materials. Without hesitation, she turned and hurried toward the conference hall. Upon entering, she requested the floor and relayed Lin Feng's proposal to all the experts and professors present. Every expert and professor present who could comprehend it experienced shock value plus 9999999.
Professor 8 character eyebrows, good heavens. What a stroke of genius.
Low temperature pyrolytic reduction. It perfectly circumvents grain growth and elemental diffusion at high solid phase temperatures.
Mediterranean expert, damn it. How did I not think of this?
Harnessing the energy from organic pyrolysis to both convert precursors and controllably reduce the carrier density at interfaces. It's tailor-made for hetero-interface carrier confinement.
Garlic nose professor, 300-400C pyrolytic reduction? This isn't compromise, it's a stroke of genius. It perfectly avoids Fermi level broadening from thermal agitation and lattice vibration dissipation at higher temperatures.
Floppy ears expert, leveraging partial reduction during pyrolysis not only preserves atomic level cleanliness at the interface but also precisely controls carrier concentration and pseudo gap width.
Perfect. Truly a flawless firing protocol.
Chen Yanzhou, senior professor at Yunzhou City Materials Science and Technology Research Institute, leapt to his feet in excitement.
He asked with delight. Su, how did you come up with such a perfect solution? Professor Chen, it wasn't my idea.
Su Shangning replied truthfully, someone else told me.
I'm just relaying it. Another expert?
The entire room was even more astonished.
Chen Yanzhou, Su, who told you this? Can you get in touch with them?
Given the significance of this major technological breakthrough, Chen Yanzhou was eager to meet this reclusive expert.
Professor Chen, he's right outside the door.
Su Shangning sounded a bit nervous as she said this.
What outside the door? A master outside the door. Audience, shock level, plus 999,999. Chen Yanzhou stamped his foot. What are we waiting for? Xiao Su, bring him in immediately. Oh. Right away.
With the boss giving the order, Su Shangning had no choice but to comply, though she herself wasn't quite prepared. Stepping outside, Su Shangning timidly said,
Hello?
Our department's professor has invited you to the conference room to discuss this topic together.
Lin Feng, you should have explained everything to them already. Why do they still need to meet me? Yes, I conveyed your proposal.
They're quite receptive to it, but they'd like to understand the specifics of your plan in greater detail. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless, but to wrap up their meeting quickly, he could only say,
all right, let's get inside quickly. The sooner we talk, the sooner we can wrap this up. All right. Su Shangning's heart blossomed with joy.
For some reason, she sensed that the moment Lin Feng stepped into the conference room, he would become part of her circle, bringing her one step closer to him. Su Shangning pushed open the conference room door. Bright light flooded in from outside, and Lin Feng, the dashing guy, made his dazzling entrance against the glare.
Su Shangning gestured, everyone, he's here. This is the firing plan he provided.
The intense outdoor light made it impossible to see Lin Feng's face clearly, but his silhouette immediately revealed him to be a young man.
Shock value plus 888,888. Chen Yanzhou even rubbed his eyes. Su. Xiao Su, you haven't made a mistake. He's so young. I feel like he's even younger than you. How could he possibly come up with such a perfect plan? The assembled experts and professors shared the same doubts. Yet Su Shangning declared with absolute certainty. Professor Chen, distinguished faculty, I am absolutely certain. This solution was indeed provided by him. Everyone knew Su Shangning was an outstanding student with impeccable character. She would never make such a claim lightly. Admiration began to flicker in the eyes of some professors and experts. But then, Director Jean, who had been watching from the audience for half an hour, finally confirmed the handsome guy standing on stage was the male model leader who had spoken to him outside the door just 2 hours ago. No. Director Jean, horrified, leapt to his feet. No. Distinguished leaders and teachers, I recognize him. He's the male model boss. Chapter 71, Old Deng stuns the entire audience. The head of male models. The expressions of every expert and leader in the venue changed instantly. Director Jean from the Yunqing Materials Science and Technology Research Institute office elaborated. He's the leader of that group of male models outside.
The leaders, experts, and scholars in the venue had actually grown thoroughly annoyed by the constant clamor from that group of male models outside. Upon hearing that the handsome guy before them was their leader, the admiration that had just begun to surface on everyone's faces instantly faded. Chen Yanzhou remained meticulous. He turned to ask Su Shangning. Su, is this young man truly the leader of the male models? Su Shangning felt incredibly embarrassed, but she had never lied in her life. She could only stammer out, Professor Chen, yes, he is the head of the male models. What the hell? What the hell? The room erupted in chaos. The professor with the bushy eyebrows exclaimed, this is outrageous. Why make such a joke in such a serious setting? Mediterranean expert, what a joke. Absolutely ridiculous. We're already pressed for time, and now they pull this stunt. Garlic nose professor, this is ridiculous. Male models appearing at such a formal event? What on earth were the convention center staff thinking? Floppy ears expert, what a sight. Why are male models here? Shouldn't they be clubbing right now? Clubbing. Indeed, it was almost time for the club. At 9 o'clock, all the male models had to be at work. He couldn't waste any more time with this bunch of old fogies. Without waiting for Su Shangning's explanation, Lin Feng strode directly onto the podium. Distinguished leaders and teachers, time is tight. I won't waste words on explanations, I'll get straight to the point. Then, pen in hand, Lin Feng began writing formulas directly on a large whiteboard. He raised his hand and wrote the first line of the formula. Precursor, CuNO33HO, PbCH3COO3HO, KOH exact molar ratio X, Y is Z. As he wrote, he eloquently explained the firing protocol. First, add the polymeric directing agent hexamethyl beta-cyclodextrin. Then, using the solution's pH and temperature gradient, let HME beta-CD direct Cu superscript 2 and Pb superscript 2 to their respective positions. Immediately centrifuge the precipitate at high speed 14,000 revolutions per minute 10 minutes, wash thoroughly 3 times with an ethanol water mixture VV equals 4:1 to remove residual ions and free organic compounds. Retain the precipitate. Finally, guide the nanoparticle precursors to undergo in situ synergistic transformation into structurally intact core shell superconducting precursor powders KCuOX at PbCuOY nanoparticles under minimal thermal disturbance. After completing his explanation, Lin Feng placed the marker back on the table and pointed to the whiteboard, stating, distinguished leaders and faculty, these are the core steps of my proposed solution. Please feel free to take photos first, then we can discuss and review them together. The entire room's shock level plus 999999999. This male model's leader. Everyone present was an industry expert. Upon seeing Lin Feng's board work and hearing his explanation, the entire audience immediately fell silent in awe. Because it was simply too professional. Then, the venue fell into a deathly silence. The experts and scholars present began to carefully digest and comprehend Lin Feng's proposal. Absolutely incredible. As top scholars in materials science, they grasped the essence of this proposal quickly after Lin Feng's explanation. It was precisely because they understood it that it became even more awe-inspiring. The theoretical foundation was rock solid, the terminology and data were precise, the experimental details were meticulous, the conceptualization was bold, and the verification process was rigorous. It all reached an absolutely peak level. Mind-blowing. The entire audience's awe meter just skyrocketed by plus 999999999. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. Lin Feng offered no defense of his identity. With just one blackboard, he had conquered the top materials science professors in the Dragon Nation. Professor 8-character eyebrows, good heavens, genius truly exists in this world. Even exhausting my entire lifetime of knowledge, I could never conceive such an ingeniously crafted plan. Mediterranean expert, mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. A truly revolutionary experimental approach. Wait, how does someone this brilliant still have hair? Garlic nose professor, unparalleled, utterly unparalleled. This could very well be the singularity that propels Dragon Nation's technological leap forward. Three-pronged ear expert, my eyes have been opened. Truly opened today. Who'd have thought the Dragon Nation's chosen one would be in a disco? Su Shangning's eyes welled up with tears on the spot. Lin Feng's brilliant explanation not only cleared her of misunderstanding but also won her heart completely. Su Shangning, affection, plus 9999999. Chen Yanzhou's voice trembled with excitement. Absolutely perfect. This firing plan is nothing short of masterful. Young man, with research skills like yours, are you really just a male model? You're kidding, right? Lin Feng smiled, I'm no top male model, just one among countless others. Leaders, since everyone approves the plan, may we adjourn for now? Over 200 male models are waiting outside for training, having waited over 2 hours already. Ha ha ha. The entire room erupted in laughter, not mocking laughter, but appreciative, warm laughter. Because Lin Feng had completely won them over. Chen Yanzhou concluded decisively, all right. Young man, you're right, our meeting has indeed dragged on a bit. I hope we can continue to exchange ideas whenever research questions arise in the future. Shen Yanzhou's words were courteous, and Lin Feng could sense his goodwill. Sure, Professor.
No problem.
The experts, professors, and leaders in the conference hall dispersed, satisfied.
The Hanyi Male Model Comprehensive Quality Enhancement Training Program finally commenced.
After over 3 hours of intensive training, the male model's overall capabilities saw significant improvement.
Class concluded promptly at 8 p.m.
After class, the male models scattered like wild boars, rushing back to their respective bars to resume work.
After all, neither learning nor work could be neglected.
Lin Feng was the last to leave the venue.
Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a girl waiting for him. Hey? You haven't left yet?
Su Shangning glided toward him like a swaying lily, her eyes sparkling with unhidden delight.
Professor Chen asked me to wait for you.
We'd very much like to get your contact information so we can consult you on research matters in the future.
Would that be possible?
Truth be told, Lin Feng's influence had grown significantly, attracting a steady stream of clients. Many women reached out to him, so he rarely gave out his contact details to avoid being overwhelmed. If he did share it, it was reserved for guests who booked the entire venue.
Thus, Lin Feng instinctively asked, "Do you ever reserve a private booth?" Su Shangning was momentarily confused. Private table? What's that?
It was hardly surprising. As an elite intellectual with outstanding academic and moral credentials, she and the male models who frequented bars lived in entirely different worlds. Terms like private room booking, stashing liquor, extending time, takeout, or big service.
Su Shangning had never heard of any of them.
Lin Feng found it amusing and decided to tease her a bit. It means coming to our bar to find me. We'd go into a private room together, have a few drinks, chat, and if we hit it off, we could cuddle and snuggle. Su Shangning, shock level, plus 99,999.
Good heavens, we could even cuddle and smell each other. Chapter 72, Takeaway Male Model.
Although Su Shangning possessed campus queen level looks, her strict upbringing had focused her entirely on academics since childhood. When it came to matters of romance, she was practically a novice. So when Lin Feng said, "You can hug me and smell me," Su Shangning's body immediately underwent a powerful hormonal reaction. His words felt like a spring breeze, gently unfurling the buds of her heart. From that moment, she blossomed from a girl into a woman. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched the hem of her shirt, so flustered and shy she couldn't find words to respond. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a fresh sensation. After all, he encountered far too many sultry women at work. Whether precocious young girls, starved housewives, or greedy older women, most would jump on him and start shaking wildly. Worse still, some would go straight for the vital spot without warning. So encountering a pure girl whose springtime feelings hadn't yet blossomed felt like a refreshing change.
Don't be scared. Everything here is green and legal. Just come play anytime.
Saying this, Lin Feng gave her his contact information.
Su Shangning nodded earnestly.
With Lin Feng's contact information in hand, she felt a surge of reassurance. Because this meant she'd finally crossed paths with this mysterious hottie, no longer just a fleeting passerby. Just then, a man approached the empty conference hall and spoke up.
"Ningning, Mayor Su is here to pick you up. Let's head downstairs." Lin Feng? Mayor Su.
Oh, okay. Tell my dad to wait a moment. I'll be downstairs shortly.
All right. The man responded and left. Your dad is the mayor?
Lin Feng hadn't expected that as a male model, he'd actually met the son of a high-ranking official.
Oh, he's usually busy.
He just happened to be at the convention center for another meeting today, so he brought me along, Su Shangning said casually. This made Lin Feng like her even more. In their brief interaction, he hadn't sensed the slightest trace of the arrogance often associated with the children of high-ranking officials. Instead, she was gentle and calm, a rare quality indeed.
All right, let's wrap this up for now. The mayor's time is precious, we can't keep your father waiting too long.
All right. Su Shangning agreed verbally, but her reluctance was evident.
We should still be able to meet again, right?
This was the most proactive thing she'd ever said to a man. For her, it took enormous courage. Of course.
Come hang out at the Scarlet platform when you have time.
If you want to book a private room with me, remember to make a reservation in advance. Lin Feng offered a gentle reminder.
Hearing the words "reserve a private booth" again still felt odd to Su Shangning.
But since it was Lin Feng speaking, she nodded earnestly. Okay.
Can I still come even if I don't drink?
Of course. If you don't drink, we can still go clubbing, dancing, leg massages, foot reflexology, spa treatments with oil massage, there are plenty of options.
Su Shangning. ==
After the training session, having gained a massive amount of shock points and a significant boost in goodwill from Su Shangning, the system promptly upgraded. Congratulations, host.
You've met the upgrade requirements yet again. Haha, boss, cut the chatter, just give me the rewards.
This reward grants the host the skill Master Craftsman's Machine Tool God.
This skill endows the host with ultimate mastery over precision machine tools.
When approaching the main control machine tool, the host achieves a state of man-machine unity, instantly becoming a dexterous artisan. The host's consciousness merges with every bearing and servo axis of the equipment, perceiving micron-level vibrations and comprehending the most subtle physical feedback of each G-code instruction. Whether facing turning milling centers, 5-axis machines, or ultra-precision grinders, the host instantly discerns the equipment's optimal performance limits and manipulates it beyond its original design boundaries.
Alright then.
Lin Feng didn't dismiss the skill for being too down-to-earth. Instead, he praised it. This skill's pretty cool. Our workers have power, the working class is the greatest. Equals.
After finishing work that day, Lin Feng was informed by the bar receptionist. Mr. Lin, Sister Yan has a reservation for tomorrow.
Oh, at Whispering Forest again? Although Lin Feng had been appointed general manager of Yunqing City's male modeling agency by the chairman of Hanyi Group, he remained true to his roots. Like a model worker, he continued to shine daily on the front lines as a male model. After all, earning female customers' favorability was crucial for system upgrades. Dedication to his job was essential.
Front desk staff, no, Sister Yan deposited 50,000 yuan worth of liquor tomorrow and requested it for takeout. She wants to take it out?
Takeout refers to arranging dates outside the bar premises, typically booking hotel rooms or engaging in outdoor encounters. Therefore, the deposit fee is higher than the private room fee. At Crimson Platform, for a male model of prince-level status, a 10,000 yuan deposit secures the drinks. But Ding Yuyan was a wealthy woman, and she was obsessed with Lin Feng, so she paid more.
Earlier, Lin Feng had been entertaining female clients and hadn't checked his phone.
Upon hearing Ding Yuyan wanted to take him out, he pulled out his phone to look.
Sure enough, several missed calls from Ding Yuyan were already waiting. Lin Feng called back and the line connected.
Hey, what's up?
Sis Yan, why not just hang out at the bar? Gotta go out and make a big splash? He. Whenever she heard Lin Feng's voice, Ding Yuyan would always laugh happily. Husband, I just want to go big with you every single day. I can't get enough. Fine, then let's do it at the bar.
I'll make you go wild right here.
Why go out? It'll just cost you money. I'm happy to. For you, I'd spend any amount of money.
Lin Feng had no choice.
As a male model, his first rule was never to defy a woman's will. Alright, Yan, where should we go tomorrow to treat you? Giggle. Ding Yuyan gave another seductive laugh before finally saying,
no need to go anywhere else tomorrow, just come to my place. Lin Feng was a bit stunned. He had dated women before, but his principle was to sell his skills, not his body, only providing emotional support. So he rarely booked hotel rooms. Usually, he'd accompany female clients shopping, traveling, or unclogging drains. But to be honest, he'd never been to a married woman's home before. So Lin Feng blurted out.
Sis Yan, you're pushing it too far. You want to go all out in front of your husband? He. You're so annoying.
After playfully scolding him, Ding Yuyan explained seriously, stop imagining things.
He asked you to come to my place.
Lin Feng, shock level, plus 5,555.
The husband of a female relative invited me to his house? What kind of kink is this? Before Lin Feng could process it, Ding Yuyan revealed the answer. My father-in-law was discharged from the hospital. My husband wants to properly thank you and has specially prepared a home-cooked feast to treat you. Honey, you absolutely must come. Lin Feng.
Ding Yuyan's earlier remark contained an excessive amount of husband. First it was father-in-law, then my husband, and now my dear husband. It took Lin Feng a moment to process it all.
Turns out the Gu family wanted to thank him for performing surgery on Gu Jie.
Lin Feng never sought recognition for his good deeds and cared little for repayment.
He replied, oh, I see.
Sister Yan, I appreciate the gesture, but I won't be staying for dinner.
Besides, given our relationship, wouldn't you feel awkward having me over for a meal? Aren't you afraid the truth might slip out? What's there to be afraid of? Ding Yuyan laid it all out on the table. I told you before, my husband and I have separate lives. He knows I've been coming to your place for private dining.
He even gave me extra money to buy more wine each time, as a token of the Gu family's gratitude. Lin Feng wiped cold sweat from his brow upon hearing this.
No wonder Ding Yuyan's wine deposits had skyrocketed lately.
So it was her husband funding it. He'd seen people who played hard, but never anyone who played this hard.
Oh my, what a generous guy. He really is generous.
Lin Feng meant every word of that compliment. No matter how generous, it's nothing compared to yours.
Ding Yuyan only recognized Lin Feng now. Lin Feng. Giggle. After teasing Lin Feng, Ding Yuyan said earnestly. Seriously, you absolutely have to come tomorrow. My whole family is waiting for you.
If you don't show up, my father-in-law won't even feel like recovering. With her words so earnest and the deposit for the wine already paid, not going would violate a male model's professional ethics. So Lin Feng readily agreed.
Alright, Sister Yan. I'll be bothering you tomorrow. Chapter 73, Where there are women, there are male models.
The next day, a young married woman had actually reserved a table for Lin Feng. However, the bar's operating rules prioritized walk-in customers over reserved table guests, and reserved table guests took precedence over those who had booked by the hour. Therefore, following protocol, Lin Feng ignored the young woman with the reserved table and headed straight to Ding Yuyan's in-laws' residence. A private car dispatched by the Gu family picked him up. As the car arrived, the main gate of the Gu residence slowly opened. The black sedan rolled along the 100-meter-long driveway flanked by lawns trimmed like green velvet. The main villa structure was clad entirely in white marble, gleaming with a cool, crisp luster under the sunlight. Entering the hall, the 5-meter-high living room featured flooring laid with solid African rosewood planks. Bare feet could feel its warm, smooth texture. At the far end, floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the backyard's outdoor swimming pool through heavy velvet curtains. Leather lounge chairs dotted the poolside, while the outline of a private tennis court lay in the distance. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. This residence truly ranked among the most luxurious mansions in all of Yunzhou. Gu Minghua and Ding Yuyan stood in the central hall to greet Lin Feng. As he entered, Gu Minghua hurried forward. "Brother Lin, welcome, 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 the great benefactor of the Gu family." He extended both hands to shake Lin Feng's. Lin Feng returned the handshake politely. "Mr. Gu, you're too kind. How is Uncle Gu's recovery going?" "Very well, quite well indeed. Thanks to you, my father has recovered remarkably and was discharged early. Come, young man, my father is eager to meet you." Gu Minghua led Lin Feng to Gu Jie's bedroom. Gu Jie was still resting quietly in bed. Seeing Lin Feng, he was visibly moved. You're Lin Feng? Lin Feng, I've heard all about you. You saved my old life. I won't say much in thanks, but from now on, you're our Gu family's benefactor." "Our Gu family is your family. Whatever we have, you have." Lin Feng replied gently, "Uncle Gu, you need to rest now. Don't trouble yourself. Just focus on getting better." Gu Jie nodded, then gave Gu Minghua a meaningful glance. Gu Minghua understood immediately and promptly pulled out a supreme black card, presenting it to Lin Feng. "Brother, this is a token of my father's appreciation. It's but a fraction of what we owe you. Please accept it with a smile." Lin Feng glanced at the sticker on the black card. 10 million. Most people would have been dazzled by such wealth, but Lin Feng possessed extraordinary composure. Without flinching, he replied, "Uncle Gu, Mr. Gu, I'm deeply touched by your generosity, but I truly cannot accept such a heavy gift. Lin Feng, please don't think us businessmen are vulgar. I know you're a sage beyond this world, your vision and realm long transcending material things. But truly, we have nothing else to repay you with. Please accept it. Otherwise, my heart won't be at peace." Gu Jie spoke with heartfelt sincerity, tears glistening in his eyes. Lin Feng sensed that if he didn't accept the 10 million now, the old man might actually die on the spot. He could no longer refuse. "All right, then. Thank you so much, Uncle Gu. You're incredibly generous. This has made me financially free in one fell swoop. Honestly, it's making me not even want to work anymore." Ha ha ha. The Gu family members all laughed in relief, as if Lin Feng accepting their money was the greatest honor for them. After leaving the bedroom, Gu Jie led Lin Feng back to the main hall, where they sat down to drink tea and chat. In the main hall stood a massive scale model of Yunzhou City's urban area, immediately capturing Lin Feng's attention. Holding his teacup, he paced over to the display and inquired, "Mr. Gu, this is a scale model of Yunqing City, isn't it? Quite impressive." At the same time, Lin Feng noticed that several buildings on the model were coated in a gaudy gold color. He inquired, "Mr. Gu, what's the significance of these gold-plated buildings?" Gu Minghua rose and walked toward the display, his face beaming as he replied, "Brother, the gold color signifies these are all properties owned by the Gu family in Yunzhou." Lin Feng was genuinely taken aback. He'd long heard rumors of the Gu family's vast wealth and diverse holdings in Yunzhou, but never imagined their commercial empire stretched so far. In fact, nearly half of Yunzhou City's core commercial districts were under the Gu family's control. Lin Feng looked toward the East District and saw that even the most bustling commercial hub, East City Fashion Hub, was a Gu family enterprise. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Feng, and he asked Gu Minghua, "Mr. Gu, so you're saying East City's Fashion Hub is also your property? Are there any commercial spaces available for rent in that prime location?" Gu Minghua replied, "That's right, young man. We built Fashion Hub and currently operate it. However, the shops there are in high demand, and none are available at the moment. There are a few whose leases expire next month." "Young man, what brings this question?" Lin Feng shared his newly formed idea with Gu Minghua. "Mr. Gu, if any units become available next month, I'd like to rent one." Lin Feng wants to rent a shop? Both Gu Minghua and his wife, Ding Yuyan, were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush and stated his intention directly. "I want to open a male model agency at Fashion Hub." "A male model agency at Fashion Hub." Gu Minghua's shock level plus 55,555. Ding Yuyan, shock level plus 55,555. This couple were regulars at nightclubs. They knew full well that such venues were typically tucked away in secluded spots first, for cheaper rent second, because nightclubs operated in a gray area, and being hidden kept them out of the public eye. They never imagined Lin Feng would openly plan a male model shop in a prime commercial district like Fashion Hub. This completely surpassed the couple's understanding. Gu Minghua asked in confusion, "Bro, I've never heard of any nightclub daring to open in a prime commercial district. Aren't you worried about attracting trouble?" Lin Feng smiled calmly. "There won't be any trouble. Our male model agency must grow big and strong. We won't stay hidden away in the city's corners forever." Gu Minghua shock level plus 88,888. Ding Yuyan shock level plus 88,888. Though Lin Feng offered little explanation, Gu Minghua could hear the ambition in his words, a burning desire to build the male modeling business into something truly grand. "Brother, you truly are extraordinary." Gu Minghua couldn't help but praise him, adding, "I'm all in. Little brother, I'll throw my full support behind your venture. Just tell me, little brother, which shop has caught your eye? Name it. Even if it's currently occupied, I'll find a way to clear it for you." "No need, no need." Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. "Brother Gu, just reserve the shops expiring next month for me in advance. As for the rental fees, we absolutely won't shortchange you." "What are you saying, little brother? We're family now, how could I charge you rent? Just name the shop you want. Didn't my old man say it himself? Whatever belongs to the Gu family is yours to use freely." Lin Feng firmly declined. "Thanks for looking out for me, brother Gu, but I'm not being awkward. Rent is rent. Even brothers keep clear accounts." Hey, let's not talk about that, let's not talk about that. At this point, Gu Minghua remembered a potential hurdle and voiced his concern. "Bro, you've never worked in the commercial district before. There are some things you might not know. In Yunzhou, if you want to open a shop in a high-traffic core commercial area like this, you need to register and get approval from the government first. Bro, you're opening a male model agency. I'm worried the government might not approve it. They might think opening a male model agency in such a busy downtown area would be indecent." Lin Feng pondered briefly before replying. "No worries, brother Gu. You just hold on to the shop space. Where there's a will, there's a way. Wherever there are women, there must be a male model shop. Especially in bustling commercial districts where beautiful women shop and gather in droves, there must be a large-scale male model agency to match." Chapter 74, Completing the Equipment. Where there are women, there must be male model shops. Lin Feng's words carried immense force and were highly infectious. He even made Gu Minghua want to open a male model agency. "Bro, that's ambition. Thanks for the support," Lin Feng said, then turned his gaze back to the city model. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed an unusual building model. Unlike the others, this model wasn't painted in gaudy gold but instead in a suggestive shade of pink. Curious, Lin Feng pointed at the pink model and asked, "Brother Gu, what's this building for? Why is it pink?" Gu Minghua gave a mischievous grin and whispered, "Bro, you'd never guess this pink thing is my adult products manufacturing plant." This was something Lin Feng truly hadn't anticipated. The Gu family's businesses span real estate, healthcare, education, equipment manufacturing, and now even adult products? Lin Feng was utterly astonished. "Wow, Hongyuan Group actually makes adult products? Brother Gu, tell me, what exactly does your factory produce? Condoms?" Gu Minghua shook his head slightly. "Those things have no profit margin. On Pinduoduo, you can buy over 20 for $10. Damn it, men can't even get women these days. Statistics show the average guy in Longwa spends less than $10 a year on that stuff. So we don't make those things their money pits." Now Lin Feng was even more curious. "Damn, brother Gu, what the hell does your factory actually make?" Gu Minghua replied with a hint of pride, "We mainly produce female adult products." Lin Feng, shock level, plus 66,666. Holy! Female adult products. This stuff was pretty mysterious, and Lin Feng's interest skyrocketed. "Brother Gu, cut the suspense. Spill it, what exactly are your products? Vibrators. Jumping eggs. Imitation guns. Nipple clamps. Friction ropes." Gu Minghua rattled off over a dozen types of female adult toys in one breath. Even Lin Feng, who prided himself on his knowledge, had never heard of so many varieties. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Holy crap! Gu, there are this many variations of toys for women?" Gu Minghua beamed with pride. "The variety is endless. Plus, these items command premium prices. Women get hooked easily and are willing to spend, unlike men who haggle over every penny. That's why these factories turn such hefty profits." Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. "Brother Gu, you're something else. How did you even think of getting into this business?" "Ha ha." Gu Minghua grinned smugly and began explaining his business strategy. "To tell you the truth, when I first wanted to start a women's adult products factory, my old man was dead set against it. He thought I was just fooling around. But he just didn't get it. He couldn't see the direction society was heading. What era are we in now? It's an era of sexual stagnation and repression. Women hold out for the right price, not easily giving themselves to men. Men are too lazy to play the role of a licking dog, and some would rather play video games than pursue women. But humans are still animals, especially women. We have an innate reproductive drive. So that desire hasn't vanished, it's actually intensified under all this repression. This presents a business opportunity. So, since connecting between men and women has become difficult but the need remains, mass-produce vibrators, jumping eggs, dildos, nipple clamps, friction ropes, to satisfy women's ever-growing needs in that area. This is the trend of the times. Holy! Brilliant, brother Gu. Lin Feng couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. No wonder the Gu family built such a massive business empire. This Gu Minghua really has something special. Moreover, his understanding of this era of deep repression and the needs of women in families aligned remarkably with his own in many ways. Truly, it was like high mountains and flowing water meeting a kindred spirit. Great minds think alike. His own vigorous development of the male modeling industry and Gu Minghua's vigorous development of the female adult products industry were essentially two sides of the same coin, remarkably similar in their approach. Indeed. A man who can entrust his wife to a male model is truly no ordinary man. From that moment on, Lin Feng looked at Gu Minghua with entirely new respect, feeling a kindred spirit. Brother Gu, you're truly a pioneer of the times, a master navigator of the business seas. I wholeheartedly agree. While acknowledging Gu Minghua's business acumen, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and proposed a collaboration on the spot. Brother Gu, this is perfect timing. Our bar urgently needs bulk purchases of vibrators. With this plan, we can sign the procurement contract right here on the spot. Lin Feng wanted to bulk purchase vibrators. To be honest, this was quite unexpected for Gu Minghua. He asked, "Brother, why does your male model bar need to buy so many vibrators?" Lin Feng didn't shy away from acknowledging the nature of the bar business. Brother Gu, we're family here, so I won't hide it from you. Although our Hanyi system of male model establishments has always advocated green, legal operations, private rooms and bars are inherently intimate spaces. Some female patrons get carried away, especially after a few drinks, and when emotions run high, things can get heated in those rooms. Our company never encourages this behavior, but we can't completely prevent it. That's why I want to buy a large quantity of vibrators from you and distribute them to our male models. It can help calm the ladies down. Holy! You're something else, bro. Gu Minghua was deeply impressed by Lin Feng's business approach. Bro, how many vibrators does your company need? Lin Feng did a quick calculation before replying. Currently, we have over 230 male models. Each model will receive 3 vibrators. Considering future model growth and wear and tear, we need extra stock. For the first batch, our company will purchase 1,000 vibrators outright. A single purchase of 1,000 vibrators. Gu Minghua, shock value, plus 99,999. Ding Yuyen, shock level, plus 99,999. Bro, are you really going to buy 1,000 vibrators in one go? You sure do think big in business. Gu Minghua immediately gave him a thumbs up. Lin Feng chuckled, this is just our first collaboration. As our male model agency expands, we might even place orders for 10,000 units at a time in the future. So, Brother Gu, I'm counting on you. Make sure your production capacity keeps up. Gu Minghua patted his chest. Don't worry, little brother. Even if we don't sell to others, you'll be our top priority. Hold on, I'll call the factory right now to check how much inventory we have left. Then, Gu Minghua dialed the factory manager. Hello, how many vibrators do you have in stock right now? What? The yield rate is too low? Only over 100. Damn it, what the hell have you been doing? Gu Minghua unleashed a torrent of curses at the factory manager. After hanging up, Gu Minghua said awkwardly, Sorry, buddy. We're developing and producing an upgraded high-frequency vibrator model with strict quality control. While we've manufactured quite a few of the new ones, the yield rate is low, only about 100 compliant units. However, we still have plenty of the older model vibrators. Would you like to take these 100 plus new ones first, or should we send the older ones too for you to use in the meantime? Low yield rate for the new vibrators? No problem. With my machine tool god skill, what's there to fear? We can upgrade the vibrators on site in minutes. Lin Feng immediately responded, Brother Gu, would it be possible to visit the factory together? Let's discuss it on site. We might just find a great solution to the low yield rate problem. Chapter 75, Sharp Tools for Sharp Work. Gu Minghai was delighted to hear Lin Feng was interested in touring the adult products factory. Great. Let's head over right away, brother. The car traversed most of Yunzhou City, arriving at Kongsu Workshop Adult Products Manufacturing Company, Limited, a subsidiary of Hongyuan Group. Upon entering the adult product production facility, Lin Feng began his tour accompanied by Gu Minghai and his wife, along with the factory manager. Entering the main hall, rows of fully automated injection molding machines rhythmically pulsed, spitting out pink, purple, and deep blue component shells onto conveyor belts. The precision components section nearby was even more dazzling. Miniature motors gleamed with a metallic sheen. Exquisitely crafted connecting rods and elastic soft rubber parts were stacked like mountains.
Several female workers' fingers danced nimbly as they skillfully assembled complex devices with rotating heads. Components, semi-finished goods, and finished products for various items colorful, flashy, and dazzlingly diverse filled the space, the air carrying a faint scent of silicone. Damn impressive. Brother Gu, you really are a big-time businessman. Lin Feng marveled as he toured the facility. Ha, buddy, feel free to offer any valuable feedback. At this point, Gu Minghua turned to the factory manager. Old Meng, what's going on? Why is the yield rate for the new vibrators so low? It's affecting my brother's purchasing and usage. Factory manager Meng, recognizing Lin Feng as a major client in the adult products industry, dared not be negligent and truthfully explained the situation. Mr. Gu, Mr. Lin, I'm truly ashamed. The problem lies in the vibration frequency control of the new vibrator. Its core selling point is a 12-level gradient vibration frequency adjustment, especially the 3-stage feather tickling mode. This requires micron-level balance in the eccentric will counterweight and ultra-precise servo motor response synchronization. But currently, the yield rate is stuck at a stubborn 30%. Among the defective units, 90% fail to meet the vibration intensity requirements. He led the group to a precision assembly station, picking up a core component of the vibrator. Observe this micro-eccentric motor. It must maintain vibration deviation within 3 micrometers during stepless speed adjustment from 2000 to 16,000 revolutions per minute. But currently, he signaled a technician to activate the test rig. The motor inside the transparent enclosure hummed to life. Mid to low speeds barely meet standards, but shift to high-speed operation especially during frequency transitions. The vibration frequency waveform on the screen violently trembled. The waveform scattered. It either turns into a dull numbness or sharp spikes with stuttering, completely losing the silky layered sensation the new vibrator claims. We've swapped out 2 top-tier Sakura series bearings, adjusted the magnetic circuit design 7 times, even brought in a CNC precision engraving machine imported from Shizhou. Still can't solve the metal fatigue deformation and magnetic field interference under high-frequency vibration. After listening to factory manager Meng's explanation, Gu Minghai furrowed his brows. The situation was indeed tricky and unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. Brother, I'm truly sorry. It seems the technical breakthrough for the new vibrator will take more time. We won't be able to supply it in the near future. We do have sufficient stock of the old model in the warehouse. How about I send someone to deliver the old vibrators to your bar first? Once we achieve the technical breakthrough, we'll immediately switch you to the new model. Lin Feng merely smiled without comment. Instead, he paced toward the main control console. Glancing at the error code displayed on the machine screen, he activated the Deep Insight function of his X-ray vision. Within mere seconds, empowered by the machine tool god skill from master craftsman, Lin Feng pinpointed the root cause. The source of amplitude distortion isn't at the execution end. Lin Feng pointed out immediately, the real root cause is resonance heat generated by high-frequency vibrations isn't dissipating in real time, causing the bearing balls to lose their roundness at the thermal expansion critical point. Gu Minghua's shock value plus 88,888. Ding Yuyan, shock level, plus 88,888. Factory manager Meng, shock level, plus 88,888. Technician, shock level, plus 88,888. All female workers in the factory, shock level, plus 88,888. The client actually understands technology and such intricate technical details at that. This is truly astonishing. Holy, bro, not only are your medical skills godlike, but you know production too? Ding Yuyan felt even more awestruck by Lin Feng at that moment. Lin Feng could actually see through the main control machine at a glance. His eyesight is too sharp, no wonder he could see all my sensitive spots. Ding Yuyan, affection, plus 99,999. Factory manager Meng was an expert, but even he couldn't grasp the level of insight Lin Feng had demonstrated. Mr. Lin, what led you to this conclusion? Lin Feng pointed at the coolant circulation pipe. See the crystallization on the pipe wall? Your temperature control system has an accuracy of 1, but ultra-precision machining requires an environment of 0.2. Thermal expansion has caused the spindle to shift by 7 micrometers. Before he finished speaking, his fingers flew across the keyboard, inputting a string of parameters. Instantly, a 3-dimensional thermal cloud map appeared on the screen. The red zone was precisely located at the variable frequency coupler position, proving Lin Feng's judgment was spot on. Factory manager Meng, shock value, plus 88,888. Technician, shock level, plus 88,888. Wow. The problem that had stumped Director Meng and the technicians for dozens of days was swiftly identified by Lin Feng. With just a few glances he had pinpointed the root cause. On behalf of all technicians, Director Meng expressed his admiration. Mr. Lin, you're truly remarkable. You've outshone all our technical staff. Your visit has solved an enormous problem for us. Rest assured, we will immediately address the issues with full force. We guarantee to raise the yield rate to 80% within 1 month to meet your procurement requirements. A month was too long. Lin Feng was racing against time. Director Meng, a month is too long. Our male models can't wait that long.
These vibrators are like police batons, we need them fully stocked immediately, 3 per person.
Male models? Rubber batons? Everyone present who didn't know the situation was completely baffled. Factory manager Meng, Mr. Lin, what does this have to do with male models? Are you buying these things for your male models? Shut the hell up. Gu Minghua cut him off immediately. Do what you're told. Follow my brother's instructions. Stop talking so much. If you keep it up. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling Gu Minghua not to pressure Director Meng.
He addressed Director Meng frankly. Yes, Director Meng, these vibrators are indeed for male models. And as a top-tier male model myself, I'll be using them too. We simply don't want to wait that long. After all, having the right tools makes the job so much more comfortable. Factory Director Meng, shock level, plus 99,999. Technician, shock level, plus 99,999. All female workers in the factory, shock level, plus 99,999.
Oh my god. Mr. Lin is actually a male model? Male model. A male model who actually knows technical stuff? And he's bulk buying vibrators 3 per model, no less.
The sheer volume of mind-blowing information was overwhelming, leaving them struggling to process it all. Some female factory workers flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Lin Feng's words. It seemed they were secretly tempted to visit a male model shop and experience firsthand the vibrators they'd crafted with their own hands. Chapter 76, Master Craftsman of a Great Nation, Machine Tool God. As a male model, Lin Feng had substantial demand for vibrators and urgently required high-quality new models to be produced. Factory Director Meng could tell that Gu Minghua took Lin Feng's needs very seriously, so he didn't dare to be vague.
He immediately responded. Mr. Lin, we'll overcome the challenges, intensify our technical efforts, and aim to deliver results within 2 weeks.
Lin Feng smiled noncommittally and simply asked.
Do you have a wrench? Could you bring me one, please?
Oh, sure. Though unclear why Lin Feng needed the wrench, Director Meng took it from the technician and handed it over. The instant Lin Feng grasped the wrench, he felt the Master Craftsman skill activating with overwhelming force. Without hesitation, he used the wrench to pry open the machine tool's side panel, exposing the tangled wiring harness.
Everyone gasped in shock.
This was a precision machine worth tens of millions from Western Europe. The wiring groups are mismatched. Lin Feng immediately pinpointed the issue, then began rapid testing with a multimeter. The sensor return line and power line are running parallel. This will cause electromagnetic interference to exceed standards. After pinpointing all the issues, Lin Feng said to factory manager Meng,
"Get me another roll of tape. I'll fix it."
Mr. Lin was going to fix it himself.
Factory manager Meng and the technicians present were both stunned and uneasy. The equipment was far too valuable.
Although Lin Feng had demonstrated professional technical knowledge, he was, after all, a male model. While he might be competent operating a vibrator, entrusting him with repairing high-precision machinery was simply too unsettling.
If he were to wreck the machine, who would be held responsible?
Factory manager Meng dared not speak up, nor could he make the decision.
He could only cast an inquiring glance at Gu Minghua. What the hell are you looking at? Just do whatever Brother Lin tells you to do. Gu Minghua's stance was crystal clear. He trusted Lin Feng completely.
Oh, okay.
Factory manager Meng dared not delay any longer.
He fetched the tape for Lin Feng and let him work his magic. Lin Feng took the tape and immediately cut 5 strips of varying lengths with precision, each edge trimmed into a fan-shaped notch with a specific curve.
His movements were precise and swift.
He then spiraled the first strip at a 30-degree angle, immediately overlapping the second strip at a 60-degree counter angle. Focusing on the back curve of the bent pipe, he rapidly pressed his fingers along the tape surface, creating 3 rows of slightly indented pressure relief points. The third strip was applied lengthwise, his fingers expertly smoothing out wrinkles and pressing the edges flat. Lin Feng applied a total of 5 layers of tape. The coverage angle and pressure point placement for each layer were precisely calculated, ultimately forming an asymmetrical reinforced structural layer on the bend. Audience, all level, plus 88,888. So professional. Such labor aesthetics. Lin Feng's swift movements and masterful technique were beyond even a top-tier technician's skill. Witnessing Lin Feng's skill, factory manager Meng's heart finally settled. This guy is a modern-day Lu Ban. Gu Minghua was utterly bowled over. He had only heard accounts from the medical staff present about the extraordinary skill Lin Feng displayed during his father's surgery, never witnessing it firsthand. Now, witnessing Lin Feng's mesmerizing hands-on skills firsthand, he truly understood that seeing was believing. Hearing 100 times was no substitute for seeing once. Ding Yuyan was utterly captivated. Lin Feng's technique, deep and shallow, layer upon layer, so satisfying. His movements were fierce as a tiger. After applying the tape, Lin Feng began machine tool calibration and production operations. It was time to showcase the true prowess of the machine tool god. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng approached the machine, he could distinctly feel the machine god taking effect. His mind was crystal clear, every technical step already mapped out in his head. Lin Feng strode straight to the main control console. After precisely inputting a string of parameters into the control panel, the entire machine emitted a low, rumbling pre-run hum. Without glancing at the cascading stream of parameters refreshing on the screen, his right hand slammed the start button while his left hand simultaneously adjusted the clamping angle of the feed tray fixture with pinpoint precision. A crisp click sounded as the clamping position, previously deviating from the standard value, instantly corrected itself. "Holy crap, the spindle stabilized," the on-site technician exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Without pause, Lin Feng's fingertips swiftly selected the machining program module, directly deleting 3 redundant safety commands and forcibly switching to the core ultra-precision machining program. As the spindle roared into high-speed rotation, the gleaming silver metal blank took precise shape beneath the cutting edge. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the vibration feedback curve of the finishing tool. The moment the screen displayed the first minute speck of irregularity, his hand instantly halted the machine. "Change to spare angle tool A7, he said, his voice steady as a rock. The technician hadn't even processed the command, still frozen in stunned disbelief. Lin Feng didn't bother calling him over. He proceeded to disassemble the tool himself, completed the angle micro-adjustment within 3 seconds, reinstalled it, and reset the machine to restart. This time, the cutting edge remained as stable as a pillar anchored to the Earth's crust. The screen displayed a flawless cylindrical tolerance band, 0.0003 millimeters. This precision even surpasses the machine's nominal theoretical maximum. 5 minutes later, machine tool god Lin Feng leveraged this calibrated machine to forge a flawless vibrator rod. Factory director Meng stared at the finished product lying quietly on the test bench, its interior still emitting uniform micro-vibrations, feeling decades of his mechanical manufacturing knowledge shatter into pieces. "Take it for inspection." Lin Feng handed the vibrating rod to the quality control inspector with a flourish, his eyes brimming with confidence. The test results came back swiftly. The fluctuating temperature curve visibly flattened at a rapid pace, stabilizing within 0.2 C. Even more astonishingly, when the device resumed operation at its maximum speed of 16,000 revolutions per minute, the modified area emitted no humming or tremors whatsoever, only the steady, uniform sound of airflow. Even under rigorous variable frequency testing, the core component's vibration waveform remained smooth as glass. The 12-stage vibration frequency transition glided as smoothly as silk, ultimately settling into a nanoscale vibration waveform. Millimeter-level vibration transmission with zero loss. This is true wave frequency resonance. Good heavens! Perfect! An absolutely flawless product. This vibration rod is nothing short of a masterpiece, the pinnacle of craftsmanship. The entire venue's meter plus 999,999. The entire machine room erupted in thunderous applause. Outstanding! Mr. Lin, absolutely outstanding. Today I've witnessed a miracle born with my own eyes. Factory director Meng looked utterly transfixed, his face still radiating disbelief and delight. The technicians were utterly bowled over. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. A wrench and a roll of tape completely solved a problem we'd been stuck on for dozens of days. The gap between people is just too vast. The female assembly line workers on site all turned their gaze toward Lin Feng. Wow, so skilled. So handsome. And so young, with such deft hands. I wish he were operating me instead of that machine. Chapter 77, The Campus Beauty's First Male Model. With the factory operating at full capacity and products rolling off the assembly line, within just 1 week, every male model in the Hanyi system was issued 3 vibrators per person. With the widespread distribution of these vibrators, every Hanyi-affiliated bar became a nightly cacophony of screams and sighs. Female patrons experienced unprecedented ecstasy, becoming utterly hooked. The Yunzhou male model market exploded into unprecedented fervor. As the male model market continued to soar, the male model system's experience points hit a new record high, plus 999,999. Soon enough, the male model system upgraded yet again. System, congratulations, host. By distributing new equipment, you've propelled the male model industry to tremendous success. The system upgrade is complete, and we're here to reward you. Lin Feng, great. I've done my part, buddy, hurry up and give me my reward. System, this reward grants the host the silver legendary skill, God of the Laboratory. This skill significantly enhances the host's comprehensive scientific research capabilities within laboratory environments. It optimizes the precision of the host's experimental operations to the limits of physical theory, greatly enhancing insight into the fundamental principles of complex experimental phenomena and analytical efficiency. The host can precisely control variables, identify often overlooked critical factors, and execute experimental protocols that transcend conventional technical boundaries. This drastically compresses the cycle from experimental conception to result validation, significantly increasing the likelihood of achieving groundbreaking scientific breakthroughs. Lin Feng, damn awesome. Another research skill, and it looks way cooler than Machine Tool God. Next stop, pharmaceutical lab. I'll use this thing to develop the next Viagra. System, host, I never expected you to be impotent. Lin Feng, get lost. Once I develop it, I'll feed it to you. System, then why are you entering a lab to develop Viagra?
Lin Feng, exasperated, damn it. Young guys these days are so weak. We have plenty of male models in the shop, but they can't perform at such a young age. We've been getting tons of complaints from customers lately. What else can I do? System. Equals. Lin Feng usually carried a vibrator with him when he went to work each day, just in case. But today, he hesitated about bringing it along. Because today's customer was none other than Su Shangning, the campus beauty and top student from Zhejiang University. Ever since parting ways with Lin Feng last time, for reasons unknown, Su Shangning couldn't stop thinking about him. She never imagined she would actually lose herself over a man. And what was even more absurd was that this man was a male model. Finally, Su Shangning couldn't hold back any longer and took the step of seeking out a male model. Meanwhile, when Lin Feng received the reservation notice from the front desk for tonight, he discovered the guest was none other than the Zhejiang University campus beauty and top student from last time. His heart was also in turmoil. His dilemma was this: should he bring the vibrator tonight? Did a straight-A student need a vibrator? Probably not. But what if she did? Lin Feng was torn. Better to be safe than sorry. When Su Shangning stepped into the Crimson Station, she was utterly bewildered. The moment she stepped through the bar's entrance into the first floor area, she nearly stumbled from the overwhelming wave of intoxicating fragrance that engulfed her. Deafening bass pulsed through the floor into the soles of her feet, while dark red lights flooded the space and shadowy figures swayed before her, utterly unlike anything she had imagined. She wore a plain light pink t-shirt and straight leg jeans, her feet in a pair of clean white sneakers. Meanwhile, the women around her, stylish young ladies, sophisticated older women, and elegant housewives, all wore sparkling spaghetti strap miniskirts, deep V-neck backless dresses, fishnet stockings paired with high heels. Their makeup was meticulously applied in bold, every gesture radiating allure. She felt like she'd wandered onto the wrong set straight from the library. Finally, guided by a waiter, Su Shangning found the private booth on the second floor where she was meeting Lin Feng. The door closed, shutting out the bustling lights and noise of the outside world. The lighting softened to a warm yellow glow, and the air was filled with a faint lemon fragrance. Lin Feng stood in the center of the room, a smile playing on his lips as he waited for her. His figure was tall and well-proportioned, shoulders broad yet clean-cut. He wore a well-fitted light-colored shirt, the fabric crisp and smooth, with not a single unnecessary wrinkle or embellishment at the collar or cuffs. Most striking were his eyes. He smiled, but it was faint, devoid of the flattery or ingratiation seen in other male models. His gaze was deep and serene, carrying an unusual penetrating quality, concealing something elusive and hard to grasp. Especially since this was Su Shangning's first time alone with a young man in a confined space. Combined with Lin Feng's innate charisma radiating from within, it instantly triggered a surge of estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin in the typically reserved and naive Su Shangning. Lin Feng's keen insight instantly recognized Su Shangning's bashful awkwardness. For a girl as pure as a blank sheet of paper, Lin Feng found her refreshingly amusing. He genuinely wanted to give her a couple of electric shocks. After all, he had one tucked away in his pocket. But after a moment's thought, he decided a gradual approach was best. So he said, "Ningning, long time no see. Thanks for supporting my business." The sound of Ningning sent a wave of dizziness through Su Shangning. Her legs went weak, and she nearly stumbled. I've never been to a place like this before. Lin Feng. I'm sorry, I'm actually a bit nervous. Lin Feng smiled gently, politely gesturing for Su Shangning to sit down and pouring her a cup of white tea. "It's fine, don't be nervous. This is a green, legal entertainment venue." As he spoke, he discreetly tucked a stun baton into his pocket, careful not to alarm her. Then he added, "We absolutely won't violate anyone's wishes." Put. Su Shangning couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Simultaneously, her tense mood eased considerably. "Lin Feng, you really are a male model at a bar?" Thinking about it now, it still feels unbelievable. Lin Feng wore a calm expression. "What can I say? Sometimes, what you do in life is just fate. Mine was meant to be male modeling." "No way." Su Shangning's gaze grew resolute. "Lin Feng, with your knowledge and all your qualifications, you absolutely cannot spend your whole life as a male model. As Professor Chen said, you're a rare academic genius in Manhwa. You'll soon be standing on a much bigger stage. I'll do everything I can to help you." Su Shangning spoke from the heart. Moreover, her father, Su Qingyu, the vice mayor of Yunzhou City, could certainly leverage his social connections to assist Lin Feng. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Shangning was the first to let go of her reserve. Her affection level could no longer be contained, surging plus 999,999. Lin Feng maintained his faint smile. "Ningning, thank you for your recognition. Actually, the fact that you came to book a table with me is the greatest help you could give." Su Shangning. Chapter 78, The Female Doctor Falls Again. Private dining. Private dining. Lin Feng couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning private dining, which was genuinely driving Su Shangning to the brink of a minor breakdown. At the same time, that uniquely feminine maternal instinct stirred within her, making her feel a pang of concern for Lin Feng's long-term work as a male model. Lin Feng, don't say that. Everything will be okay.
Just then, Su Shangning's phone suddenly rang.
Su Shangning flinched in fright.
After all, coming to a male model club felt like sneaking around like a thief, so when the call came in, she felt particularly guilty. Lin Feng keenly sensed her unease and immediately turned off the music in the private room, plunging the space into sudden silence.
Lin Feng, Ningning, it's okay. Answer it normally.
The music's off, and the soundproofing in this room is excellent, no one will hear a thing. Lin Feng's words and actions instantly made Su Shangning feel warm and deeply cared for.
She nodded before answering the call.
The call was from a lab technician at a Shanghai research facility, discussing matters related to Su Shangning's academic field.
The lab technician's voice was urgent. Dr. Su.
The high-temperature wind tunnel data for the freshly produced hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating is disastrous. At 1700 C, after 120 seconds of exposure to a 15 Mach airflow, the coating suffered localized ablation and perforation. Su Shangning's expression darkened instantly. What? Hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating ablated and perforated? Columnar crystals? Are you certain it recrystallized? Or was it simply melted and deformed? Experimenter, definitely crystallization. Worse still, EDS shows severe aluminum depletion and carbon enrichment at grain boundaries, significant compositional segregation. Thermal stresses tore completely along these weakened grain boundaries.
Su Shangning's voice betrayed unmistakable disappointment. Severe aluminum depletion and carbon enrichment at grain boundaries?
Columnar crystals, directional solidification under high rate quenching.
How could this happen? Lab technician, well.
Dr. Su, we pushed the cooling platform to its absolute maximum cooling rate, but it still wasn't enough.
We're genuinely at a loss now.
Su Shangning pressed her lips together, struggling to compose herself. Alright, let's leave it at that for now.
Thank you for your hard work. Lab technician, understood, Dr. Su. Stay in touch. Su Shangning, bye.
After hanging up, Su Shangning remained frozen in place, her eyes staring blankly, unable to shake off the shadow of the failed experiment. Others might not grasp the exchange between Su Shangning and the lab technician, but Lin Feng, a man possessing both the ultimate materials and lab god skills, pieced together the entire situation from those few words alone. Lin Feng had already concluded the hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating material Su Shangning was developing was a surface protective coating designed for extreme high temperature, high frequency thermal shock, and intense erosion environments. It required exceptional ablation resistance, thermal fatigue endurance, and structural stability. If successfully developed, this material could become a revolutionary protective coating for long-term service in extreme fusion reactor environments. It could even be said that possessing this material was an essential prerequisite for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Therefore, its impact is profound and its significance extraordinary. Given this context, Su Shangning's disappointment becomes understandable. Ningning, have some tea. Lin Feng poured her a cup as a gesture of comfort.
Oh, right.
Su Shangning snapped back to reality, accepting the cup with both hands and apologizing.
I'm so sorry. Hearing about the experimental setback just now made me a bit emotional. But it's perfectly normal.
For us researchers, failed experiments are routine.
I'll be fine in a moment.
As she spoke, a smile began to spread across Su Shangning's face. She didn't want this incident to affect her time with Lin Feng. Ningning, don't be too discouraged.
Honestly, you've done remarkably well.
Then, Lin Feng cut straight to the heart of the matter. It's just that your cooling energy window didn't lock onto the precise phase. The energy timing of the laser pulses failed to contain the high-frequency temperature drop at the nanoscale, preventing the metastable structure from being locked in place.
Su Shangning shock level plus 9999999. Oh my god. Lin Feng actually. Su Shangning's eyes widened like round lanterns, filled with utter disbelief and astonishment.
This experiment had absorbed nearly all her efforts during her master's and doctoral studies. It would be no exaggeration to say she poured her entire life's learning into it.
Yet Lin Feng, after just a few phone conversations, could instantly grasp the core issues and pinpoint the root cause? It was simply unbelievable.
Her hands trembling, Su Shangning set her teacup back on the coffee table and murmured in disbelief.
Lin Feng, you heard everything? That's incredible. To be honest, Su Shangning still only grasped the surface of the issues Lin Feng had identified. Yet even so, she could already sense the immense value in his words.
Meeting her gaze, Lin Feng continued. Your team has pushed existing industrial equipment to its absolute limits in molten pool temperature control, cold platform design, and interface processing. The real bottleneck lies in achieving coupling precision for ultra-fast processes at the nanosecond scale. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out his phone, opened a text editor, and wrote out the critical steps for Su Shangning. Even a peak-to-peak deviation of less than 10 nanoseconds between the laser pulse and the cold platform's maximum transient heat extraction capacity is sufficient to cause the solidification front's local region to lose the minimum cooling rate dt10 ks, and specific temperature gradient to solidification rate ratio G are required for supporting nano-equiaxed grain
formation during the critical window period.
This nanosecond-level mismatch fails to fully suppress the preferential nucleation of columnar crystal cores at the lowest energy barrier zirconium-rich aluminum pore regions. This results in insufficient diffusion of solutes aluminum carbon within microdomains, exacerbating the final brittle segregation along grain boundaries. Su Shangning, shock value, plus 999,999. Shocking. Unparalleled shock. Lin Feng clearly and meticulously explained to Su Shangning the root cause of her experimental failure. Su Shangning, a woman of exceptional insight, was instantly enlightened, as if waking from a dream. Simultaneously, she was utterly captivated by Lin Feng's seemingly boundless academic prowess. You're incredible. Lin Feng, you're truly incredible. Really? Lin Feng, do you actually go to the library to study after your modeling gigs? Su Shangning's excitement made her speech incoherent. Oh. Sorry, I'm so shocked I don't even know what to say. Lin Feng, I really can't fathom how you did it. It's as if you've opened the third eye, able to see all the answers to everything in the world. Su Shangning's genuine, rambling outburst made Lin Feng laugh. Ha, I'd love to hit the library, but my clients wouldn't let me. They party every night until dawn. The library's long closed by then. Ha, true. Lin Feng said it casually, but Su Shangning, hearing those words, felt incredibly complex emotions welling up inside her. She laughed along with Lin Feng, yet her laughter carried a tinge of envy and bitterness. Even though she understood that entertaining clients was part of Lin Feng's job, hearing this still stirred something deep within her. When a girl feels jealousy, it proves she's already lost control. Chapter 79, Outstanding Youth. Immediately after, Lin Feng presented the optimized experimental plan for producing the hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating. Upon hearing it, Su Shangning was overjoyed as if she'd found a treasure. She was so moved she couldn't find words. Lin Feng, you're incredible. You're truly the benefactor of my life. Su Shangning's affection level plus 999,999. Lin Feng smiled gently. Ning, you flatter me. It's just an experiment. No. Lin Feng, you don't understand. Su Shangning explained the background of the experiment. Lin Feng, this experiment represents nearly all my hard work. If it succeeds, I might become a National Youth Science Fund recipient. So, it means everything to me. China's Outstanding Young Scientist Award? This was indeed a knowledge gap for Lin Feng. Dragon Nation Outstanding Young Scientist? What the heck is that? Su Shangning lowered her gaze and smiled faintly. Dragon Nation Outstanding Young Scientist isn't something, it's a special fund established by the Dragon Nation Natural Science Foundation Committee. Its full name is the Dragon Nation Outstanding Young Scientist Fund. If my experiment succeeds this time, I'll be eligible to apply for this special fund and become a Dragon Nation Outstanding Young Scientist. Indeed, the title of Dragon Nation Outstanding Young Scientist represented the highest honor a young scholar could receive in the scientific community. It signified that the recipient had become a leading figure in their field and served as a crucial stepping stone toward becoming an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Oh, I see. So how much funding does this grant provide? Lin Feng was quite curious about this. In recent years, it's been a 10 million yuan award, distributed over 5 years to fund our projects. Holy crap! That's a lot of money. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the prospect of funding. Hey, just curious, can male models in the Dragon Nation apply for the Dragon Nation Outstanding Young Scientist Award? Su Shangning. He. Su Shangning couldn't help but chuckle. No way. This fund primarily supports cutting-edge scientific research. There's probably no category for your male modeling field. Oh, okay. Lin Feng gave up hope upon hearing this. Su Shangning composed herself and reiterated, so, Lin Feng, you are truly the benefactor of my life. I'm 100% certain of it. Alright then. Best of luck with your experiment. Thank you, Lin Feng. Suddenly, Su Shangning had a thought and made a request. Lin Feng, could you please accompany me to Magic City tomorrow? She wants to take a male model with her? And to Magic City. This little girl sure knows how to play. Sure, but are you sure you want to bring a male model? Su Shangning genuinely didn't understand this kind of underworld slang. Take a male model out? What does that mean? Lin Feng patiently explained, it means taking a male model out for fun, like getting a hotel room or whatever. Su Shangning. Her face flushed instantly. If the person sitting across from her weren't Lin Feng, she might have snapped, you pervert, and stormed off. But since it was Lin Feng sitting across from her, the idea of going to a hotel room with him stirred a primal desire deep within her. But right now, that wasn't what she was thinking. So, flushed and pouting, she snapped. What are you talking about? You're just thinking all sorts of nonsense. After composing herself, Su Shangning spoke earnestly. Actually, I want to run your experimental protocol tomorrow. But I'm not confident, I keep worrying I'll mess it up. So I'd like you to accompany me to the National Key Laboratory at Shanghai Jiaotong University. With you there during the experiment, I'd feel more at ease.
Now Lin Feng understood. Oh, I see. Well, that's still considered bringing a male model along. Su Shangning flushed with embarrassment again. Oh, never mind. Lin Feng, are you free tomorrow?
Lin Feng nodded. Our schedules are dictated by our clients, Ningning. If you're certain about taking a male model out tomorrow, we'll definitely fulfill the client's request. After all, takeout male models have higher priority than table reservations or time-based bookings.
Oh, okay.
Su Shangning couldn't fully process all the rules Lin Feng explained, but she grasped the gist. Choosing the male model takeout option meant Lin Feng could accompany her tomorrow.
Alright, Lin Feng, I choose the male model for takeout.
Ningning, thank you for supporting my business.
Lin Feng's gratitude was genuine.
Because each time a client took him out, Lin Feng's system experience points would increase by plus 99,999.
No, I should be thanking you.
Su Shangning might not have much social experience, but she was sharp as a tack. Sensing that taking the male model home might require additional conditions, she asked.
This takeout male model requires payment, right?
Lin Feng smiled and replied, the company policy requires a deposit.
A deposit of 10,000 yuan will suffice. Oh, I see.
Su Shangning felt a bit troubled. Although she came from a high-ranking official family, she lived frugally and never asked her parents for money. Her doctoral stipend covered her daily expenses. However, doctoral stipends were limited, so Su Shangning genuinely couldn't come up with 10,000 yuan on short notice.
The perceptive Lin Feng had already noticed Su Shangning's subtle expression.
Not wanting to make the girl feel awkward, he said.
It's fine. We can go out another day. No. Su Shangning's mind was made up, her expression resolute. Tomorrow I'll bring the male model.
With that, Su Shangning picked up her phone and called her father, the deputy mayor.
Hey, Dad, transfer me 10,000 yuan. It's kind of urgent. Su Shangning feigned calmness, but a hint of nervousness still crept into her voice.
As the deputy mayor, Su Chengyu naturally sensed something was off.
Besides, Su Shangning never asked her family for money.
However, being a high-ranking official, he possessed exceptional composure and didn't pry further.
He simply replied, alright, before shifting the question, Ningning, where are you right now?
The instincts of a leading official were indeed sharp. Su Shangning momentarily panicked, but thankfully her reflexes were quick. I'm over in Dongcheng, discussing experimental work with a friend.
The answer was perfectly plausible, not a single word untrue. It's getting late.
Head back to the dorm soon.
Got it.
Less than a minute after hanging up, Su's father transferred 10,000 yuan to her account.
Su Shangning eagerly instructed the waiter to put the wine on Lin Feng's tab.
Seeing the wine reserved, Lin Feng immediately responded, thank you for your consideration, Miss Ningning.
We can depart at 7 tomorrow morning. No problem.
You worked late, so get some extra rest in the morning. With that, Su Shangning began packing her phone into her bag, preparing to leave.
Ningning, you reserved the table for today. It's not time yet.
I can keep you company, Lin Feng offered kindly.
Having just spoken with her father on the phone, Su Shangning was now on edge.
She quickly replied, no, thank you.
My dad probably senses something's off already. I need to get back quickly.
If he suddenly video calls to check up on me, I'm done for.
See you tomorrow, okay?
Lin Feng saw her point. Alright, see you tomorrow.
I'll have the front desk refund part of your table fee. No need. Bye.
Though reluctant to leave, Su Shangning had no choice but to depart early, her heart filled with anticipation for tomorrow. After seeing Su Shangning off, Lin Feng also prepared to head back early. After all, he had to depart for the Magic City first thing tomorrow morning. Just then, the head waiter, Song Tao, rushed over.
Mr. Lin. Quick emergency.
What's up, brother Tao?
Song Tao gasped for breath. Damn it. Some pimp showed up, acting all high and mighty. Chapter 80, The Oil-Pushing Prince. Song Tao said a pimp had arrived and was showing off.
A pimp, as it were, is the head technician at a club. In Japan, they call them mamasons. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. She's basically in the same line of work as you.
Why's she acting like a big shot? Damn, who knows?
Maybe she got bitten by a bedbug these past few days and it didn't feel satisfying.
Song Tao snapped irritably. Right now she's in the spa room getting a massage.
She complains this male model isn't strong enough, that one's hands are too rough, and even accuses someone of deliberately groping her.
Damn it, she comes here for a massage and acts all high and mighty, pretending to be pure.
I think she's just here looking for trouble to vent. Now she's frozen in there, and Sister Jiang has no idea how to handle it. Lin Feng listened, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Not for any other reason, but because he hadn't used the newbie skill pack ability, Massage Prince, issued by the system yet. He genuinely wanted to test what magic this Massage Prince possessed. So Lin Feng immediately said, let's go.
We'll go take a look. Aye, Mr. Lin.
Song Tao felt reassured seeing Lin Feng step in. Upon reaching the second floor spa, warm orange light filtered through sheer curtains, casting a hazy glow. The air was warm and humid, carrying the sweet, comforting scent of ylang ylang essential oil, while soft, meditative music played faintly in the background. The space was divided into private compartments by thick, cascading curtains, creating an intimate atmosphere. The light was just enough to outline the curves of a body lying face down on a massage bed. At that moment, Jiang Dai was reassuring Chicken Head. "Yuer, I'm truly sorry. These male models usually provide excellent service. Their technique, pressure, everything, our clients are generally satisfied. I don't know why today." "What are you implying? That I'm too picky? That it's all my fault?" The madam, Yutong, shot back with a deadpan expression, raising an eyebrow and glaring. Truth be told, this madam was quite profitable and a major client of Fei Hong's stage. So, even though she knew Yutong was deliberately putting on airs, Jiang Dai swallowed her pride and spoke softly. "Yuer, how could that be? We're so close, would I ever diss you?" Honestly, today's situation was unusual. Just then, the earpiece on Jiang Dai's earpiece suddenly crackled. Sis Jiang, Mr. Lin is coming over. He's here to serve you personally." Jiang Dai was taken aback. "Mr. Lin? Didn't he have a reservation tonight?" "Song Tao, the guests left early. Mr. Lin is free now." "Great. That's wonderful." Lin Feng was now the backbone of the entire bar, exuding immense reassurance. Although Jiang Dai hadn't witnessed Lin Feng's massage skills firsthand, she knew he possessed two formidable tools, his unrivaled needle technique and the new vibrator. That alone should be enough to handle this pretentious pimp. She turned to Yutong with delight. "Yuer, this is perfect. Our Mr. Lin will personally serve you." "Mr. Lin? Who's Mr. Lin? Is he a male model?" "Don't tell me it's some greasy bald guy." Yutong had served so many bald men that it had left her with psychological scars. Jiang Dai smiled. "He is a male model, our prince male model here. He gets rave reviews from clients and has an exceptionally high repeat rate." "Oh?" Yutong found the description a bit mysterious and was about to ask more questions when Lin Feng, having changed into his massage uniform, entered the salon. Jiang Dai hurriedly introduced him. "Yuer, this is our bar's general manager Lin. Hello, Sister Yu. It's my pleasure to serve you." Lin Feng bowed respectfully to Yutong. This was Lin Feng's professional ethos. All who walk through the door are guests, whether pimps, technicians, mistresses, loose women, or hustlers. As a competent male model, one must provide impeccable service without judging clients through tinted glasses. When Lin Feng lifted his face, Yutong, reclining on the massage chair, was instantly captivated. That sharply defined, fair-skinned handsome face, that straight, well-proportioned physique had instantly lit up Yutong's eyes. What really got to her was Lin Feng wearing a pure white massage therapist's uniform, tailored to perfection. Beneath the short sleeves, a section of his well-proportioned, muscular forearm was exposed. Above the V neckline, the contours of his jawline and the veins along his neck were clearly defined. It instantly gave Yutong goosebumps. "Yuer, is Mr. Lin okay?" Jiang Dai asked tentatively. Just that one glance made Yutong's breathing quicken. You all should step outside first." Jiang Dai and Song Tao exchanged a glance before stepping out of the room without hesitation. Lin Feng began his work. He lifted the lid of the sterilization cabinet and retrieved 3 thick, soft white towels. One was neatly folded and placed in the upper left corner of the aromatherapy cart, while the other 2 were spread out at the foot of the massage table. He then opened the thermostat-controlled cabinet, drew out a bottle of sweet almond oil, and poured 40 milliliters into a measuring cup. Placing the cup on a heating pad to warm, he walked to the sink to disinfect and wash his hands. Every movement was swift, precise, and methodical. His silent, focused actions radiated the efficiency of a well-trained professional. Yutong lay on her side on the bed, quietly watching Lin Feng prepare for the oil massage. Merely observing him, she already began to look starstruck. "Wow. They all call you Mr. Lin? Are you some kind of boss?" Usually, when Yutong arrived, she'd just give everyone the cold shoulder, acting like a queen while a bunch of male models bustled around attending to her every need. But this time, she couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Lin Feng. "Ha!" Lin Feng gave a crisp, composed laugh. "Not at all. It's not about being a leader or anything like that. We're all just brothers and sisters working together." "Haha, you're quite the smooth talker." Yutong's mood instantly brightened. "Then you'd better serve me well, you know. Rest assured, Sister Tong. Please lie down comfortably." Yutong instantly relaxed her body completely, turning to lie face down on the bed. Her delicate curves were fully exposed as she waited quietly for Lin Feng to begin the oil massage. Lin Feng's gaze swept over her slender waist and the spaghetti strap slipping off her shoulder, settling only on the pressure point below her shoulder blade. He scooped warm oil into his palms, hovering his hands steadily an inch above Yutong's smooth back as he rubbed them together to warm the oil. As the thick, scorching oil poured down with a swish, coating her entire back muscles, Yutong's body instinctively trembled slightly. A suppressed moan escaped from deep within her throat. "Wow, you're so skilled." In her 5 years of receiving oil massages, this was the first time Yutong had ever experienced such exquisite bliss. This was the magic of the oil massage prince skill. A single opening stroke could send even the most discerning client into ecstasy.
Lin Feng's warm palms pressed down, starting from the Fingfu acupoint at the 7th cervical vertebra. Following the bladder meridian along both sides of the spine, he pushed steadily and evenly toward the tailbone. Each inch of pressure felt precisely calculated, firm yet fluid.
His thumb pad first settled on the shoulder well point, slowly deepening the pressure and kneading.
The force penetrated the top muscle layers, reaching the very depths of fatigue.
A wave of fine, piercing soreness washed over her.
Yutan's stiff neck instantly relaxed, and she let out a satisfied sigh. Right there, right there. Chapter 81, Male Models and Technicians Team Building.
Lin Feng also sensed the unparalleled power of his oil massage prince skill. Even more astonishing was how his oil massage prince had subtly fused with his divine physician needling and unrivaled traditional medicine skills. As he massaged, Lin Feng could sensitively detect Yutan's sensitive pressure points, fatigued muscles, and pleasure nerves. His hands moved without pause. His palms glided over her butterfly bones, the base of his hands firmly pressing against the Tianzong acupoint as he drew deep, circular circles to knead away the stiff muscle knots. As his oiled palms glided along the curves of her waist, slowly ascending her side toward the Jichuan point near her armpit, his fingertips briefly brushed the thin, sensitive area along her ribcage. They lingered only momentarily before decisively withdrawing. Yet that fleeting touch felt like a feather or a razor-sharp blade. Yutan let out a soft gasp, nearly jumping up. Yuatong felt her entire body dissolve like snow melting under the midday sun, every bone dissolving into the warm, soothing oil. Tension vanished without a trace, replaced by a heavy drowsiness that crept over her alongside an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Her consciousness drifted in an indescribable tranquility, aware only of those enchanting hands behind her, mastering every subtle rhythm, guiding her toward a depth of relaxation her body had never before reached. An hour of oil massage concluded perfectly amidst profound, wholehearted enjoyment. Lin Feng deftly removed the hot towel, now fragrant with essential oils, wiped his hands, and silently stepped back 3 paces. Yuatong curled up on the bed like a contented lamb, greedily savoring the lingering afterglow.
Sister Yu, our service is now complete. May I ask if you were satisfied?
Lin Feng inquired politely.
Satisfied.
Oh my goodness, I'm so satisfied.
Yuatong was still basking in bliss.
Having long been captivated by Lin Feng's appearance, coupled with the ecstatic mastery of his oil massage prince techniques, Yuatong was now utterly overwhelmed. Her affection level for Lin Feng skyrocketed by plus 999,999.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin, where did you learn these techniques? Oh my goodness, with skills like yours, any woman would fall head over heels for you. Yuatong exclaimed sincerely. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Yu.
As our guest, you may simply call me Lin Feng.
Oh, okay. Lin Feng. Oh my goodness, Lin Feng, you're just too amazing.
As she spoke, a thought suddenly flashed through Yuatong's mind, and she blurted it out. Lin Feng, your technique is incredible.
Could you spare some time to train our technicians? Share your divine oil massage skills. Compared to you, their current skills are nothing to write home about.
Lin Feng smiled faintly.
Sister Yu, you flatter me. Of course I can.
I believe both technicians and male models work in the service industry. We should exchange insights on our craft regularly. Occasional team building activities wouldn't hurt either.
Male models and technicians doing team building.
Yutan, shock level, plus 88,888. Goodness gracious, no wonder everyone calls him Mr. Lin.
That vision, that mindset truly beyond ordinary people.
Alongside her infatuation with Lin Feng, Yutan now felt a new layer of admiration and respect.
Lin Feng, you're so brilliant. I never even thought of this team building between technicians and male models. Is that really okay? Absolutely.
Lin Feng gave his affirmative reply. Sisu, I propose that if we have time next week, our two companies organize a team building event to enhance cohesion and professional skills among service industry workers. Besides, the male model agency and the club aren't competitors, our client bases don't overlap. By continuously learning from each other and sharing resources, we can definitely move forward hand in hand and achieve mutual growth.
Giggle 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 giggle. Yuatong was completely won over. Great. Fantastic, Lin Feng. I'll head back to the shop and tell the girls right away.
She was naturally thrilled once her technicians mastered even a fraction of Lin Feng's massage techniques, business would skyrocket.
Lin Feng inquired further, Sisu, how many technicians do you have?
Yuatong furrowed her brow in thought.
We're a chain called Water Rhythm Jiangnan, with 2 locations in Yunzhou.
Altogether, we have about 90 girls. That's comparable to our Crimson platform in scale.
Come to our place next week for the team building event. Our venue is larger, so everyone can have more fun.
Great, great, great. Just hearing about it, Yuatong was already looking forward to next week's event.
By the way, Lin Feng, can you finalize this?
Lin Feng replied with a hearty laugh. No problem, Sister Yu. The brothers and sisters here usually give me face. You just focus on bringing the ladies. On the day, once they arrive, I'll assign one male model to each of them.
Wow. Assigning one male model per technician.
Lin Feng is so generous.
Ha 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 ha.
Yuetong beamed with delight. Oh my goodness, that's incredible.
Our girls will be over the moon.
Sister Tong, let's toast to our team building event being a huge success.
Right. Success, absolutely success, it has to be a success. Equals.
After seeing you Tom off, it was time to clock out. After work, Lin Feng kept key bar staff members Sui Xiangqiao, Jiang Dai, Song Tao, and Zhang Ping for a meeting. Once everyone was present, Lin Feng got straight to the point.
Everyone, I've made arrangements with the pimp at Water Rhythm Jiangnan.
Next Wednesday afternoon, all male models from our establishment and all technicians from both Water Rhythm Jiangnan locations will participate in a team building activity together.
Everyone should prepare accordingly in advance.
Sui Xiangqiao, shock level, plus 99,999. Jiang Dai, shock level, plus 99,999. Song Tao, shock level, plus 99,999. Zhang Ping, shock level, plus 99,999. All attendees, shock level, plus 99,999.
Mind-blowing. Thrilling. What a wild idea.
No one could fathom why Lin Feng would suddenly come up with such a wild idea. Sui Xiangqiao burst out laughing. Man, boss, you're something else. First you're handing out eggs at the club, then you've got male model technicians doing team building. We gotta hand it to you, your mind is just too much.
Ha 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 ha. The entire room erupted in laughter.
Jiang Dai had started out as a technician at a club before transitioning to work as a hostess at a commercial KTV. She racked her brain but couldn't fathom why Lin Feng would invite her former colleagues for team building.
Mr. Lin, what exactly do you want them here for? Just to hang out and have fun?
Lin Feng shook his head gently.
How could it be just for fun and games? We don't have time for that.
The entire room was dumbfounded.
No one had a clue what Lin Feng was up to.
Sui Xiangqiao squinted his eyes and asked.
Boss, then why are we doing team building with the technicians?
Lin Feng calmly stated, to promote the internal circulation of the nightlife economy.
Chapter 82, Nightlife Economy Internal Circulation. Promoting the internal circulation of the night economy.
Everyone present was once again stunned by the theory Lin Feng had just thrown out. They exchanged glances, then pondered hard, yet still couldn't grasp Lin Feng's meaning.
Song Tao, boss, what exactly do you mean by internal circulation of the night economy?
Lin Feng elaborated further.
It's simple.
The so-called internal circulation of the nightlife economy means that technicians earn money to hire male models, and male models earn money to hire technicians. We aim to keep both parties' income circulating solely within the nightlife venues. This creates a closed loop where funds don't flow out, maximizing the sustained growth of bar revenues. Technicians earn money to hire male models, and male models earn money to hire technicians. Lin Feng's ideas were too avant-garde.
He's a genius in the field of economics.
The world owes Lin Feng a Nobel Prize in economics.
Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. Lin Feng elaborated. Everyone must pay attention to this customer-based technicians.
They have a large workforce, and their income is actually quite high, even significantly higher than that of ordinary urban white-collar workers.
But they can't save money.
They constantly overspend, either splurging daily on handbags, clothes, and cosmetics, or buying luxury cars to show off, or gambling on stocks and investments, or falling into the bottomless pit of cosmetic surgery.
So instead of letting them waste their money elsewhere, we should attract them to male model agencies.
We should target this technician demographic with targeted campaigns, encouraging them to spend their earnings on male models instead of squandering it or getting scammed by others. The entire audience was in a state of prolonged shock. Plus 999,999. Lin Feng's explanation was clear and straightforward, making his point perfectly understandable to everyone present. They all broke into smiles, deeply agreeing with him. Jiang Dai, who had once worked as a technician, felt particularly moved. Mr. Lin is absolutely right. When I was young, I worked as a technician for 3 years and earned a lot of money, but I squandered it all. If I had used it to hire male models, that would have been a substantial investment. Sui Xiangqiao slapped his thigh, laughing as he said, Boss, you're something else. I could never have come up with these business ideas in a million years.
Song Tao chimed in, following Mr. Lin's lead is always the right move. Rest assured, we'll make this event a success. Zhang Ping chimed in, team building with the technicians? I bet the male models will love it too.
This event will boost the bar's cohesion. It's killing two birds with one stone. Lin Feng pointed out with a smile, look at Brother Hua, everyone should learn from him. He's a model for boosting the nightlife economy's internal circulation. He basically gives all his earnings back to the technicians.
Ha 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 ha. The entire room erupted in laughter. Equals.
After arranging the team building event for the technicians and male models, Lin Feng had just returned home when the system upgraded.
System, congratulations, host, on another upgrade. Lin Feng, alright. Hurry up, I'm exhausted. Cut the chatter and just upgrade already. System received. This upgrade grants the skill Composer. Composer has been upgraded to Master Composer with primary enhancements as follows. First, the system will load 300 classic songs from Blue Star into the host's database, including Love Transfer, Moonlight Trouble, My Heart Will Go On, Katyusha, You're Ugly But You're Gentle. Lin Feng, you're the ugly one. Enough about the playlist, just tell me about the abilities. System understood. Upon upgrading to Master Composer, Lin Feng not only gains access to the loaded Blue Star classics but also acquires the ability to create original compositions including both lyrics and music, enabling him to independently craft timeless masterpieces that will endure for centuries. Lin Feng, awesome. I was just planning to create a male model anthem as our bar's battle song. System, excellent, very good. Initiating skill upgrade for the host immediately. Skill upgrade in progress. Skill upgrade complete. Skill upgrade complete. Host has activated the skill Master Composer. Awesome. Lin Feng could feel it the moment the upgrade finished, inspiration surged through him, and the creation of the male model song began rapidly forming in his mind. In less than a minute, the male model anthem Vibrator Buzz was swiftly composed. Awesome. The Master Composer is truly awesome. After giving a thumbs up, Lin Feng began humming Vibrator Buzz with great enthusiasm. As frost melts on the glass, fingerprints reflect in rainbow hues. The ends of the loosened bow tie tie dreams yet to be spoken. You and I embrace, candlelight unable to conceal our trembling hearts. After composing the male model song last night, Lin Feng was too hyped up to get proper rest. But he still had to rise early, having promised Su Shangning he'd accompany her to the Magic City for experiments. No choice. Money's hard to earn, hard to swallow, but hey, this is the business I'm in. The dedicated Lin Feng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, headed out early to meet Su Shangning. The two drove to the Magic City, chatting and laughing all the way. Though Su Shangning was the campus beauty, her dedication to academia meant she'd never experienced romance. Today, in the car, not a bar or commercial setting, but rather like a couple heading out for a road trip or a romantic getaway. She sat in the passenger seat, watching Lin Feng drive. In the light streaming through the window, Lin Feng's profile was sharpened to find a high, straight nose bridge and a clearly defined jawline. His hands gripped the steering wheel steadily, his fingers long and evenly proportioned, the contours of his knuckles clearly visible. Veins faintly visible beneath his skin stretched and flexed naturally with each gear shift or steering adjustment. As her gaze lingered on his knuckled fingers and cuff sleeves, Su Shangning distinctly felt her heartbeat quicken. Her cheeks flushed, and a thin sheen of sweat seemed to form on her palms. Was this what falling in love felt like? How utterly wonderful. For a fleeting moment, Su Shangning desperately wished Lin Feng would steer the car to a secluded spot beneath the bridge. She longed for him to pull over, pull her close, and let them lose themselves in the car's vibrations before heading to the Magic City lab. Yet at this moment, Su Shangning possessed only the desire, not the courage. An hour and a half later, the car pulled up at the National Key Laboratory of Metal Matrix Composites at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Upon entering the lab building, Su Shangning found that most of the team members had already gathered in the first floor lobby, waiting for them. The core team for this hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating project consisted of 5 members. Among them, Su Shangning's advisor, Song Ziyuan, served as the team leader. Su Shangning served as the deputy team leader. The other 3 were also top graduate students in materials science from Zhejiang University. When Song Ziyuan and the others saw Su Shangning arrive at the lab with a handsome guy today, they found it quite novel and teased her. Advisor, hey, Xiao Su, why did you bring a handsome guy today? Is he your boyfriend? Senior labmate, wow, Ningning, you kept that under wraps pretty well. We had no clue you just dropped this on us out of nowhere. Junior colleague, Sis Ning, you're so heartless. I was just about to muster the courage to confess to you, and then, you bring your husband? Female senior, so handsome. Ning, you have such great taste. When will you set me up? Preferably someone as handsome as your husband. Chapter 83, One Day Boyfriend. Facing the speculation and teasing from the research team members, Lin Feng remained completely unfazed. He offered no explanation, merely maintaining a polite, faint smile. This is also a basic requirement for male models. After all, when a client spends 10,000 yuan to store wine and take the male model out, the model has an obligation to act as the client's boyfriend for the day. But now, Su Shangning felt a bit embarrassed and uneasy. It's not, it's just how you guys put it. Her first instinct was to deny that Lin Feng was her boyfriend, but the words stopped at her lips. She couldn't bring herself to say it. Instead, deep down, she felt a desire to embrace the mistake and make it irreversible. Look at that, Sis Ning's face is all flushed. Her junior sister disciple leaned in, wrapping an arm around Su Shangning with a look of pure gossip on her face. Just then, their advisor, Song Ziyuan, steered the conversation back on track. Alright, time is tight today. We need to get started early. The lab assistant called both me and Xiao Su yesterday. Our hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating experiment failed again. The coating suffered localized ablation and perforation. We need to figure out the cause and adjust our approach ASAP. Come on, let's head to the lab.
After speaking, he glanced at Lin Feng and said amiably, "Young man, my apologies. Could you kindly wait outside for a moment? Xiao Su won't be able to come out until she finishes her experiments. I'm sorry to interrupt your sweet weekend together."
"It's fine."
Lin Feng had barely started speaking when Su Shangning suddenly interrupted.
"No, Professor Song, he can come in too, he can enter the lab with us." Hearing this, Su Ziyuan's expression darkened.
He immediately said in a stern voice,
"Su, forgive my bluntness, but in my memory, you've always been a girl who prioritizes research. At this critical moment in our scientific breakthrough, why are you getting sentimental?"
The other 3 team members also looked puzzled.
Like Song Ziyuan, they assumed Su Shangning just wanted to continue cozying up with her boyfriend in the lab.
Senior brother, what's up with Ning Ning? Has she lost her mind?
Junior colleague, Ning Jie. Oh my god. Ning Jie actually got flustered? Senior female classmate, honestly, that guy is seriously hot. If it were me, I wouldn't want to leave his side for a second either. No. Su Shangning hurriedly explained, it's not what you think, really. Actually, he's an expert too, absolutely top tier in material science. His name is Lin Feng.
He pinpointed why our experiment failed. The cooling energy window didn't lock the phase precisely, and the laser pulse's energy timing failed to contain the high-frequency temperature drop at the nanoscale.
Song Ziyuan? Senior brother? Junior brother? Junior sister?
At that moment, they were all dumbfounded. They turned their curious gazes toward Lin Feng, each wearing an expression of utter disbelief.
What does that mean? Song Ziyuan looked confusedly at Lin Feng, then at Su Shangning. Su, are you saying this young man pointed out that our cooling energy window isn't phase locked? Does he even understand this stuff? Su Shangning nodded frantically. He knows, Professor Song. He knows it all. Then, Su Shangning detailed Lin Feng's theory.
The nanosecond-level misalignment in our experiment failed to fully suppress the preferential nucleation of columnar crystal nuclei at the lowest energy barrier. This resulted in insufficient solute diffusion within microdomains, exacerbating the final brittle segregation along grain boundaries.
Everyone present was an expert, especially Song Ziyuan.
After hearing Su Shangning's explanation, he paused briefly, then realized the information was extremely professional and profound. His attention sharpened instantly, and he began to regard Lin Feng with genuine respect.
Young man, which university do you attend? Is it Fudan University in Shanghai?
The other team members also turned their gaze toward Lin Feng, finding this handsome guy quite mysterious. Only Su Shangning felt cold sweat beating on her cheeks.
No, Professor Song, I'm not from Fudan University.
I've already graduated, Lin Feng replied honestly.
Graduated? You graduated at such a young age? Song Ziyuan estimated Lin Feng to be around 20 years old. How could he possibly be a graduate? He pressed further, which university did you graduate from? Professor Song, I graduated from Qingtang Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Vocational College.
Lin Feng was a man who never forgot his roots, always remembering his alma mater's full name.
Song Ziyuan? Senior classmate? Junior classmate? Junior sister? Song Ziyuan was starting to feel a bit nervous at this point. What exactly do you do? What's your line of work?
Su Shangning was already wiping away cold sweat and shooting Lin Feng a look, signaling that he really didn't need to be this honest. But Lin Feng paid no mind.
He stood tall and upright, with nothing to hide. Professor Song, I work as a male model. Song Ziyuan, shock level, plus 99,999. Senior brother, shock level, plus 99,999. Junior brother, shock level, plus 99,999. Junior sister, shock level, plus 99,999.
Su Shangning had already covered her eyes with both hands, wishing she could sink into a crack in the ground.
Male model? Song Ziyuan was on the verge of losing it. Su, what the hell? Why did you bring a male model to the lab?
The other 3 team members were equally stunned.
Senior brother thought, holy crap, I never would have guessed.
Ning Ning actually hired a male model. His junior colleague's heart shattered instantly. Ning Jia, no wonder you've been treating me like air all this time. Turns out your heart was already set on male models.
The female junior finally understood, no wonder. I always said there couldn't be guys this good looking on campus.
Turns out, all the genetically blessed men go into modeling.
Senior, you have to take me next time.
Faced with this scene, Su Shangning had no choice but to go all in.
Stealing her resolve, she declared boldly. Yes, Professor Song.
His name is Lin Feng, and he is indeed a male model.
But I haven't lied at all.
The issue with the cooling window not locking the phase was precisely what Lin Feng pointed out. Though Lin Feng is a male model, it in no way diminishes his top-tier expertise in materials science. Please trust me, trust Lin Feng, he can absolutely help us.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Song Ziyuan was utterly devastated. Su, I never imagined you would do something so utterly unreasonable.
Our team is tackling a core project in the nation's high-precision technology sector. The university places immense importance on it. Government officials are monitoring our progress.
Don't you understand how significant this is? This is such serious, critical work, and you bring in a male model? It's utterly childish of you.
Seeing their team leader lose his temper, the other 3 members quickly stepped in to defuse the situation.
Senior classmate, Professor Song, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding.
Junior, exactly, Professor Song. Besides, Senior's sister would never be into male models.
If she were, I'd have signed up as one ages ago.
Junior sister, exactly, Professor Song.
Senior sister isn't that kind of person at all.
We're super close. If she were seeing a male model, she'd definitely take me along.
But I've never heard anything like that. Absolutely not. Senior sister would never go see a male model alone. Su Shangning. Chapter 84, Winning over the Academician of the Dragon Academy.
Just as Su Shangning was about to protest further, Song Ziyuan, having reached his limit, addressed Lin Feng.
Enough.
Whether you're a male model or not is irrelevant.
This is a national key laboratory. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted.
Please don't disrupt our research work.
Step aside. Song Ziyuan had issued a direct order to leave. But just then, a voice suddenly drifted from the first-floor lobby of the lab building.
The male model boss, that male model boss.
Everyone turned to look.
There, an elderly professor with bushy eyebrows descended the stairs from the second floor, gripping the handrail with visible agitation. Several of his assistants followed behind. That's right, he's the male model boss who was at the convention center recently.
Ah! Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang. Su Ziyuan recognized the elderly man.
This man was none other than Jiang Ming, vice president of the Zhejiang East branch of the Longwei Academy of Sciences. An academician of the Longwei Academy of Sciences, he was a titan in the nation's materials science field. His groundbreaking research achievements had propelled the discipline forward, and he was currently spearheading the development of room-temperature superconducting materials. In terms of seniority, scholarship, and accomplishments, Song Ziyuan owed him the title of teacher. Therefore, Su Ziyuan hurried forward.
Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang. I never expected to see you here. Why are you at the lab so early?
Jiang Ming replied, I stayed here last night monitoring the experiment.
The results just came in this morning.
With that, he turned away from Song Ziyuan and instead approached Lin Feng with warm enthusiasm.
Great.
Male model, it's so great to run into you here.
Song Ziyuan? Senior brother? Junior brother? Junior sister? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded except Su Shangning.
Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang, a man of such high moral standing and prolific scholarly achievements, how could he possibly know this male model?
To be honest, Lin Feng was also a bit bewildered.
When he was explaining the pioneering powder sintering method for superconducting materials at the convention center, he was merely lecturing on stage. Due to time constraints, he hadn't paid much attention to the experts and scholars seated below.
So Lin Feng asked, hello, do we know each other?
Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, you may not recognize me, but I'll never forget you.
Impressive.
Male model, you're truly impressive. That day at the convention center, your presentation on the precursor powder sintering process for room temperature superconducting materials was nothing short of astonishing.
I was utterly blown away.
Oh. Lin Feng finally realized that this elderly gentleman had been present at the venue the day he was the expert with the distinctive eyebrows.
Not at all.
You flatter me, Lin Feng replied modestly.
Song Ziyuan, shock value, plus 99,999. Senior brother, shock value, plus 99,999. Junior brother, shock level, plus 99,999.
Junior sister, shock level, plus 99,999. Other assistants present, shock level, plus 99,999.
It's confirmed, absolutely confirmed.
Su Shangning wasn't exaggerating, the male model really had something special. And not just something ordinary, it was something that even the academicians of the Dragon Science Academy found astonishing.
It was simply unbelievable.
The team members stared at each other wide-eyed, all overcome with shock.
Jiang Ming still couldn't contain his excitement. Male model leader, what was your name again?
Lin Feng, Mr. Jiang.
My name is Lin Feng.
Good, Lin Feng, a fine name indeed. Jiang Ming reached out and grasped Lin Feng's hand, as warmly as a grandfather holding his grandson's.
Lin Feng. It worked. Your firing plan succeeded. The results came in just this morning.
At that moment, all of Jiang Ming's assistants stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. Only then did they realize that this flawless pioneer powder firing plan had actually been provided by Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled calmly.
Good. Success is what matters. Professor Jiang, you've worked so hard.
Jiang Ming waved his hand, his face beaming with satisfaction.
What about me? This is all your achievement.
With this precursor powder, I see the dawn of room temperature superconducting materials within reach for our Dragon Nation.
Lin Feng will be relying on you even more in the future. Thank you so much. You truly possess the caliber of a national treasure. Professor Jiang, you're too kind to a junior like me. It's all for the sake of Dragon Nation's scientific research. It's only natural. Seeing you haven't slept a wink all night, you should go home and rest early. Very well. Lin Feng, would it be possible to have your contact information? We'll need your guidance on our work going forward. Certainly. Just give me a call whenever you need anything, Senior Jiang. After obtaining Lin Feng's phone number, old Jiang clutched it as if it were a priceless treasure before reluctantly departing. Stunned. Now, Song Ziyuan's team was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom how a male model could command such respect from a leading academician of the Lunka Academy based solely on his research capabilities. But facts speak louder than words. They had no choice but to look at the man before them with newfound respect. Song Ziyuan stammered, You actually presented the precursor powder formula for room temperature superconducting materials? This is utterly unimaginable. Seeing the tide had turned, Su Shangning quickly added. Professor Song, academician Jiang is telling the truth. I was there that day, providing on-site support alongside colleagues from the Municipal Research Institute. It's absolutely true, it was Lin Feng's proposal that won the unanimous approval of all the experts and professors present. That's how I came to know Lin Feng. Now everything made sense. The senior brother thought to himself, I knew it. How could Ning Ning go to a bar looking for a male model? But this male model is just too incredible. Junior brother thought, thank goodness Ning Jia isn't a, but why is the gap between people so huge? Junior sister thought, wow, the male model is so handsome. The male model is so strong. The male model is both handsome and strong. I love the male model so much. Su Shangning swallowed hard and continued her plea. Professor Song, the flaws in our experiment were pointed out by Lin Feng, and he already has a complete solution. Let's bring him into the lab to tackle this challenge with us. After all, getting Lin Feng on board is a rare and hard-won opportunity. Su Shangning was right, this was a true genius they'd managed to recruit only after saving up 10,000 yuan worth of drinks. With academician Jiang Ming's endorsement, Song Ziyuan had no grounds to question Lin Feng's abilities. Thus, he could only say, alright, bring him in. I'm genuinely curious to see if he lives up to the legendary hype. Song Ziyuan was a young doctoral advisor himself, hailed as a top student since childhood and always holding himself in high regard. Therefore, he had always felt Lin Feng was being hyped up to an unrealistic degree. He genuinely wanted to see for himself in the lab just how much this kid was really worth. To be honest, Lin Feng had no intention of showing off. But since he'd been brought in by a client, he needed to demonstrate professionalism and meet their expectations. So he dutifully changed into a lab coat and followed the research team into the laboratory. Chapter 85, The Lab God. Upon entering the lab, Lin Feng was greeted by a vast space filled with precision instruments. Dominating the center was a massive high-temperature wind tunnel system. Thick alloy pipes coiled and twisted, leading to a test chamber with heavy observation windows. Massive circulating water cooling units and compressed gas cylinder arrays stood silently. The air carried faint traces of a complex odor blending scorching heat and coolant, yet the environment was exceptionally clean and orderly. The cold, hard metal casings of various equipment gleamed with the distinctive sheen of professional instruments. As the experiment commenced, Song Ziyuan first addressed the issue of the cooling energy window not being precisely phased. After thorough analysis, he proposed a solution. We can resolve the cooling energy window phase misalignment issue as follows. First, upgrade the cold stage's heat exchange medium by adopting supercritical helium to enhance transient heat extraction capacity. Second, pre-deposit a nanoscale yttrium hafniate transition layer on the coating substrate to suppress columnar crystal heterogeneous nucleation through its high interfacial energy. The rest of the team unanimously endorsed and trusted Professor Song's proposed experimental fix. Senior labmate, Professor Song is amazing, he devised an experimental improvement plan in such a short time. Truly our mentor. Junior colleague, working under Professor Song leaves no room for confusion, everything is highly targeted. I've gained so much. Junior female student, exactly. Need I say more? Our Professor Song is the youngest doctoral advisor in all of East Zhejiang University. However, adhering to rigorous scientific principles, Lin Feng couldn't help but pour cold water on their enthusiasm. Professor Song, your proposal for enhancing heat transfer with supercritical helium cooling platforms and incorporating pre-deposited yttrium hafniate transition layers is conceptually sound. However, the thermal response of critical fluids inherently possesses inertia. Their nanosecond scale heat transfer rates are constrained by fluid dynamics itself, making it difficult to perfectly match the abrupt rise and fall characteristics of laser pulses. This fundamentally limits the resolution of nanosecond scale matching issues. Moreover, it poses a high risk of experimental accidents and could even damage laboratory equipment. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, the senior disciple grew displeased. Hey, buddy, even if academician Jiang praised you, you're getting a bit too cocky, aren't you? How can you say our advisor's approach won't work before we've even tried it?
The junior brother chimed in, bro, my skills might not match yours, but I'd never believe our mentor's abilities fall short of yours. The youngest sister disciple offered the most peculiar perspective, male model bro, honestly, you don't need to say much.
Just standing there makes you look incredibly handsome.
Her face then began to show signs of infatuation.
Su Shangning.
At this moment, Su Shangning felt the most awkward, truly at a loss for what to do.
Ha! Song Ziyuan didn't say much, just gave a cold laugh and said, "Alright, stop bickering. Get to work."
Clearly, he hadn't taken Lin Feng's suggestion to heart, continuing to execute his own repair plan regardless.
Song Ziyuan stepped up to the control console and began issuing commands. Activate the high-pressure helium supply system. Set the pressure above 15.0 MPa.
The senior apprentice immediately rotated and locked the main valve. The junior apprentice simultaneously started the PCVD system, while the junior apprentice intently monitored the in situ reflection high-energy electron diffraction pattern to confirm the single crystal structure. Other lab technicians secured pre-prepared samples into the cold stage fixtures, while others injected high-purity argon protective gas into the equipment.
Once preparations were complete, Song Ziyuan personally triggered the pulse sequence.
Purple light flashed as laser pulses bombarded the sample surface, while supercritical helium flow synchronously injected into the cold stage channel. A high-speed infrared thermal imaging lens tracked the real-time evolution of heat distribution within the melt pool.
Suddenly,
immediately after the third pulse, a jarring metallic clang erupted from within the cold chamber. The cavity pressure sensor readings skyrocketed, instantly exceeding safety thresholds. The monitoring screen displayed sudden chaos in the infrared thermal distribution of the transition layer region. The pressure gauge needle on the cooling water main pipe violently shook into the red zone.
The system blared an ear-piercing overload alarm.
The internal structure faced imminent catastrophic failure, with the brittle ceramic microchannels at risk of crushing and melting through.
Amid the piercing alarm, chaos erupted instantly within the laboratory. What's happening? Song Ziyuan turned pale with shock, lunging toward the control console to frantically pound the emergency stop button, but the instrument's self-locking mechanism responded with a delay.
In the panic, the senior lab assistant attempted to manually shut off the helium tank valve. A misstep caused the high-pressure gas hose to whip violently, producing a deafening crack. His junior brother shouted at the out-of-control parameter screen, "Cut the power." The junior sister, startled by the noise, stumbled backward and knocked over a precision tripod, sending the high-speed camera crashing to the floor. The senior apprentice futilely struck the cooling water pipe with a wrench, attempting to relieve pressure physically, sending mist billowing through the air. Su Shangning, pale-faced, tried to maintain order, protect the core equipment. Panic and despair permeated the air.
Shut off the main helium tank outlet valve now.
At the critical moment, Lin Feng's commanding shout drowned out the alarms. Hearing this, the senior apprentice regained his composure as if anchored by a steadfast presence and lunged toward the valve. Lin Feng simultaneously lunged forward, his left hand precisely twisting the specialized high-pressure helium relief valve on the cooling platform. Whoosh! A shrill jet of high-pressure gas erupted, causing the pressure gauge needle to tremble and plummet.
Professor Song, hurry! Enter the override command at the main control console, sys override ice active.
Lin Feng's command was decisive and precise, not a single syllable out of place.
Song Ziyuan, who had previously doubted Lin Feng's capabilities, was now completely overwhelmed by his presence. He replied urgently, "Yes, yes, yes." He then hurriedly typed the code into the keyboard.
Instantly, the cooling water circulation velocity surged to the warning threshold.
"Everyone, fall back 3 meters."
Lin Feng's thunderous shout froze his panicked junior sister, who had been scrambling with her hands over her head. Both hands pressed down on the deep red interlock knobs at the bottom of the control panel simultaneously, twisting them violently counterclockwise to the end.
Deep interlock, activate.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the laser power supply tripped instantly, cutting off the electricity. High-pressure argon gas surged into the chamber to counteract the intense heat, and all critical parameters on the main control screen shifted to yellow standby status. The shrill alarm abruptly ceased, replaced only by the system's low hum. Lin Feng stared intently at the data screen. "Ning, report the core parameters.
Coolant pressure 4.0 MPa, within safe green zone. Chamber temperature 142 C, steadily decreasing."
Su Shangning, still shaken, responded swiftly.
Lin Feng nodded. Pressure relief complete.
Cold platform structure intact.
Ice module functioning normally. Core equipment preserved.
Amid the hum of the all-clear signal, the lab fell into a brief, deathly silence. Nearly everyone collapsed to the floor, as if they just survived a catastrophe. Senior brother trembled as he removed his goggles, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Song Ziyuan slumped in the control chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the keyboard where he'd just entered commands, his eyes fixed blankly on the green parameters returning to the safe zone on the screen. His junior sister still clutched her head tightly, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Feng. Su Shangning, however, had let go of everything. She leaned weakly against Lin Feng's shoulder and said emotionally, Lin Feng, thank you.
Really? Chapter 86, The Birth of Hafnium Aluminum Carbon Max Phase Coating. This was the true power of the lab god. It enabled Lin Feng to make the most correct decision in an instant, saving the situation from collapse. Lin Feng squeezed Su Shangning's cold hand and reassured her. It's okay. The core equipment remains intact and the critical materials are preserved. The foundation of the experiment is still here. We'll regroup and give it another shot.
Lin Feng's words sounded like the battle horn being sounded once more.
Song Ziyuan immediately responded, Lin Feng, I was wrong.
My stubbornness nearly caused a catastrophe.
I'm deeply grateful for your intervention. I apologize once more for my foolish actions.
Leaning on the control console, he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, Professor Song, please don't say that.
Differing opinions are perfectly normal in scientific research. All scientific progress stems from such disagreements and trial and error. Song Ziyuan was utterly convinced, both professionally and in terms of personal integrity.
Lin Feng, you've truly shown me what it means to be both virtuous and talented. I'll follow your lead however you decide to proceed with the next experiment, I'm fully on board. With the team leader taking this stance, the members naturally expressed their sincere agreement.
Senior fellow, brother Lin Feng, we've truly underestimated your worth. Please continue to guide us. Junior brother, yes, Lin Feng, please accept my kneecap. Female senior, male model, if you're willing to help us. I'd do anything for you.
The other lab technicians present also eagerly expressed their desire for Lin Feng to take charge and follow his lead. Lin Feng, everyone, no need for formalities.
Alright. Let's tidy up the area first, then we'll get started. Yes. The chorus thundered in unison. With a wave of his command flag, the entire team plunged back into action.
Lin Feng returned to the main control console, his gaze sharp as he issued clear operational commands, system initialization. Dual beam femtosecond laser parameter calibration, primary beam 1064 nanometers, energy density locked at 18 JCM superscript 2.
Copy that.
His senior brother's voice still carried a hint of tension, beads of sweat forming on his temples as his fingers made precise adjustments on the delicate knobs.
Energy stable. Pulse width 19.8 nanoseconds, lot. Lin Feng, good.
Adjust auxiliary beam 532 nanometers energy density to 1.5 JCM superscript 2, defocus precisely set to plus 2.0 millimeters.
Copy that.
Junior colleague stared intently at the interferometer feedback screen, auxiliary beam delay parameters input complete.
Spatiotemporal coupling module synchronization rate 99.3%. Critical threshold met. Lin Feng, good.
Secure the bare hafnium aluminum carbide max substrate precisely onto the transition layer free cryostat fixture.
Attention. Zero air gap required at the thermal interface. Roger.
His junior colleague, wearing dust-free gloves, worked with bated breath inside the ultra-clean workbench. Lin Feng, Ningning, initiate the cold stage's primary water cooling cycle. Feed flowmeter and platinum resistance thermometer probe data to the main controller in real time.
Roger. Su Shangning responded immediately, her gaze fixed on the monitor, water cooling system activated.
Flow stabilized at 5.02 Lmin, inlet temperature 15.1 C, cold stage heatsink baseline temperature confirmed at 15.5 C.
Lin Feng, good.
Professor Song, now inject high purity argon to the working pressure, 10.0 kilopascals 0.1 kilopascals.
Roger. Song Ziyuan began the operation without hesitation. Lin Feng's orders were commands. The experiment proceeded methodically under Lin Feng's direction.
3 hours later, the experiment reached its most critical moment. Lin Feng's hands hovered over the dual trigger buttons, the laboratory quiet enough to hear a pin drop. He focused his mind, his gaze sweeping across all critical parameter screens to confirm everything was correct.
He declared in a clear voice, final verification of the spacetime coupling module complete. 3, 2, 1 dual beam activation. Simultaneously, he pressed the activation buttons with force.
The main beam's thick purple column struck the substrate center with thunderous precision, erupting in an instant into a blinding white-hot light as the melt pool formed within nanoseconds. At this critical moment, the green auxiliary beam delayed by precise calculations sliced through like a blade of absolute zero. It detonated precisely at the fiery periphery of the main beam spot, erupting into a deep, azure halo.
Amidst this fierce battle, Lin Feng's commands flowed relentlessly. Real-time data acquisition. Solidification front velocity. Crystal phase evolution. Copy that.
High-speed thermal imaging focused on melt pool edge. Real-time monitoring of temperature gradient slope and auxiliary beam impact zone.
Copy that.
Laser interferometer retrieves solidification front propagation velocity waveform. Analyze whether velocity change rate matches simulated peak.
Copy that. The operation dragged on for what felt like an eternity.
Finally, the cladding zone cooled to a safe temperature. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the low hum of the instrument's cooling fans. Lin Feng personally maneuvered the robotic arm, carefully extracting the sample from the vacuum chamber. The surface of the newly formed hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating displayed an unprecedented smoothness and density, radiating a unique, icy luster that hovered between metal and ceramic like a perfectly tempered miniature shield. Ning Ning, take this sample for testing. Run the final high-temperature wind tunnel extreme erosion test at 1700 C, Mach 15, for 120 seconds. Lin Feng handed the extracted sample to Su Shangning.
Got it.
Su Shangning carefully took the sample and entered the testing chamber with several lab technicians. Everyone else removed their goggles, wiped sweat from their brows, and leaned wearily against the equipment, waiting like students awaiting exam results.
Hours later, the lab door burst open. Su Shangning's voice, trembling with excitement, echoed through the room. Success!
The extreme test passed.
The coating surface is completely intact, zero ablation. Zero spalling.
The thermal shock cycle test passed flawlessly.
Amazing!
As her junior colleague raised his arms in triumph, the entire lab erupted in celebration.
We did it! We succeeded! Hooray! Hafnium aluminum carbon max phase coating, hooray! Male model, hooray! This was no easy feat, truly no easy feat. It's a miraculous experiment. We did it! China did it! We were one step closer to controlled nuclear fusion. This is truly monumental.
This was a moment of triumph, a hymn of victory. Lin Feng and his team members cheered together, reveling in the joy of their hard-won success. By the time the celebrations concluded and the lab was cleaned up, dusk had fallen. Lin Feng had to leave and couldn't participate in the follow-up work. After all, next week's large-scale team building event for male models and technicians required extensive advance preparation. So he bid farewell to the research team. Everyone, just follow the established procedures for the next steps. Next week, the bar is hosting a big team building event, so I need to head back early to prepare. After working side by side all day, every team member had come to regard Lin Feng as part of the group. Seeing him leave, they all expressed their reluctance to part ways.
Song Ziyuan sighed sincerely, Lin Feng, with your extraordinary talent, why settle for being a male model? Stay here.
I'll speak with the university leadership and arrange for you to be specially recruited. Lin Feng smiled calmly and replied, Professor Song, you're quite handsome yourself. If you were a bit younger, I'd discuss it with the bar's management and arrange for you to be specially recruited as a male model.
Chapter 87, Male Model and Technician Join Forces. 3 days after returning from the metropolis, under Lin Feng's personal planning and hosting, and with meticulous preparations by Hu Xiangqiao, Jiang Dai, Song Tao, Zheng Ping, Yu Tong, and others, the grand team building event of male models and technicians join hands, passionate innovation city-themed activity officially commenced. The event was held in the first-floor lobby of Scarlet Platform. For maximum impact, the space underwent a complete reconfiguration. All booths were moved to the sides of the central hall. Each table featured a heart-shaped electronic candle holder suspended above, emitting a warm glow of red light. Tables were laden with an array of exquisite beverages, pastries, and snacks. Hundreds of dark red fiber optic strands hung from the ceiling above the central stage, their ends adorned with luminous chrome gold droplets, forming a shimmering curtain of desire. Lava lamp columns stood at the stage corners, casting flowing patches of light onto simulated vines. The entire east wall had been transformed into a holographic projection screen, currently cycling through images of a blooming rose garden. The air diffused with a specially blended electronic fragrance, processed through a nebulizer to create a perfectly veiled mist. As over 90 water rhythm Jiangnan technicians entered the venue, they were instantly captivated by the atmosphere of the event hall. The technicians let out surprised gasps of delight. Even before the event began, some had already reached a state of awe. Wow, so beautiful. Truly romantic. Absolutely breathtaking. Simply breathtaking. I never imagined a male model agency could be this exquisite. Why didn't I come here sooner? Goodness gracious, am I dreaming? Only in dreams could such a place exist. Scarlet Platform truly lives up to its reputation. This is undoubtedly the blissful haven every woman in Yunzhou dreams of. The technicians were all intoxicated, immersed, and ecstatic. Though these technicians wore sexy uniforms and applied alluring makeup daily, their long-term work in the service industry left them with deep-seated self-doubt. They faced drunks, burly men, middle-aged guys. One wrong move meant a tirade of abuse, trapped in an environment devoid of respect. Yet the moment they stepped into Crimson Station today, they felt valued, cherished, and adored. As the event commenced, Yu Tong took the stage first to express gratitude. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much to President Lin and President Hua for their meticulous preparations. Today, we sisters are so incredibly surprised. As she spoke, she couldn't help but wipe away tears. Even the MC was moved to tears. Then, fighting back tears, she continued, Sisters, let's cherish the team-building opportunity provided by President Lin and fully enjoy this happy time today. Once again, thank you, President Lin. Thank you, President Hua. The audience responded with applause. Some technicians in the audience also had tears of joy welling up in their eyes.
A few male models took the chance to go up and comfort the technicians, taking the opportunity to flirt with them. Amidst the applause, Lin Feng stepped onto the stage to deliver his speech. Sisters and brothers. Today, all our brothers and sisters gather together to discuss our development. We are the vanguard of the new era in the service industry. In this time of mounting urban pressures, men need technicians and women need male models. With our professional skills, we provide vital support services for a harmonious society. Today, let us set aside work pressures, open our hearts and bodies to connect. Strengthen team trust, enhance business collaboration, and together inject fresh momentum into Yunzhou's service industry development. Splash, 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 splash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Feng's passionate and visionary speech highlighted the importance and profound social significance of the service industry, deeply inspiring and energizing the male and female practitioners, male models, technicians in attendance. Following the opening ceremony, the main event commenced. The first segment featured professional exchanges between male models and technicians. In this segment, Lin Feng, representing the male models, took the stage to demonstrate massage and oil application techniques for the technicians. Changing into his uniform, Lin Feng took center stage. The stage center was already set up with a full spa configuration. Massage beds, carts, essential oils, towels, everything was in place. After taking his position, Lin Feng randomly selected a technician to come on stage and receive his massage. The selected technician was visibly flattered and surprised. She had already been captivated by Lin Feng when she saw him from the audience. Learning she'd been the lucky one chosen, she swiftly removed her gloves and trotted to the center of the stage, lying down on the massage bed. Over 100 male models and 90 therapists in the venue all turned their gaze toward her, their eyes brimming with eagerness to learn. Under the watchful eyes of the male models and therapists, Lin Feng began demonstrating and teaching massage and oil rubbing techniques. For Lin Feng, who possessed the skill of the oil massage prince, teaching a massage and oil application class was a piece of cake. Dipping his fingertips into warm essential oil and rubbing it between his palms, he explained. Massage oil application requires hands to follow the mind's intent, with temperature half a degree higher than body heat. He lightly pressed the base of his palm against the hairline at the back of her neck. First, relax the shoulders and neck. This area accumulates fatigue most easily. The selected technician's tense back muscles gradually softened like cotton beneath his warm palms. Lost in comfort, she let out an involuntary soft sigh. Female technician, affection, plus 66,666. Male models below the stage unconsciously straightened their backs to peek at Xiao Tang's expression, while nearly all the technicians present were visibly aroused. All technicians, affection level, plus 88,888. Lin Feng's hand slid down her spine, pausing at the third lumbar vertebra. There's a vital point here. You must apply pressure with breath. He bent the knuckle of his index finger and tapped lightly with wrist-driven force. A fine tingling spread across the female technician's lower back, her toes curling involuntarily as a faint flush rose to the corners of her eyes. Xiao Tang's affection level plus 99,999. Lin Feng's instruction was patient and guiding, his movements fluid and seamless. By the end of the session, every technician in the room declared it thoroughly satisfying and immensely beneficial. Following the conclusion of the first business exchange activity, the second event commenced immediately, dispatching male models to technicians. To meet the demands of over 90 technicians, Lin Feng broke through the barriers between bars, gathering all prince-level male models from the Hanyi system across Yunzhou City's bars, over 100 in total. This ensured a surplus of prince-level male models. The rules were simple and straightforward. At the sound of a whistle, the technicians could freely scramble for the male models. Whoever grabbed one first claimed them. After securing one, they could find a booth, sofa, or corner to be alone with their prince male model. As for what the pair did during that time, no one cared. The private time lasts for 1 hour. At 4 p.m. sharp, Songtao blew the whistle. With a loud whoosh, over 90 technicians swarmed like wild dogs unleashed, scrambling to grab one of the 100-plus male models. In under 2 minutes, every technician had secured their desired male model. If you can't snag the hottest male model, you can still grab one that's pretty close. After all, they're all prince-level male models, the quality won't be too shabby. However, at that moment, Lin Feng noticed one technician who hadn't joined the scramble for male models. While other technicians and male models were pairing up and flirting, she sat alone in the corner, staring at her phone. Curiosity piqued, and not wanting her to feel left out during this lively moment, Lin Feng approached her and politely asked, "Hey, beautiful, why didn't you grab a male model to play with?" Chapter 88, The Technician Who Couldn't Go Upstairs. The girl in the corner, engrossed in her phone, was caught off guard. Lin Feng's approach startled her, and she looked up at him with wide eyes. Lin Feng got a clear look at her too, a delicate, slender girl. As their eyes met, Lin Feng wore a friendly smile. His passive skill, Spring Breeze Smile, activated instantly, melting the technician's heart. Originally feeling out of place at the event and just wanting to wait in the corner for it to end, she never expected that when Lin Feng's Spring Breeze Smile hit her, her frozen heart melted instantly and the expression on her face softened immediately. "Hey, sweetheart, why didn't you grab a male model to play with?" Lin Feng asked gently again. There are still over 10 prince models left over there.
Pick anyone you like.
Oh. For some reason, the female technician found herself speaking to Lin Feng, her heart beating uncontrollably. I'm still not quite used to it,
It's okay. All our male models undergo systematic training.
They're highly professional and would never violate a woman's wishes. Lin Feng wasn't lying. At the city convention center, the male models from the Hanyi system had undergone 4 phases of systematic training, significantly improving their personal qualities.
He. The female technician smiled and bit her lip. No, that's not what I meant. Honestly, they're all quite good. Well, since you're already here, why not have some fun? More professional interaction can actually help improve your work.
The moment Lin Feng mentioned work, the female technician lowered her eyes, her expression turning somber.
Lin Feng noticed immediately. What's wrong, beautiful? Something bothering you?
The technician finally stammered out, oh, nothing really.
It's just that I'm quitting next month.
So today, I'm just here to fill in the numbers.
Once this month's paycheck comes in, I'm heading back to my hometown.
Oh. Lin Feng understood the technician was preparing to resign, which explained her lack of enthusiasm for the male model today.
Why? Missing home?
Lin Feng asked with concern.
Not really. I'm just not making enough money.
Though they hadn't exchanged many words yet, thanks to Lin Feng's unique warmth, the technician was already willing to share her troubles with him.
What was going on? How could a female technician not be making money? For women, being a technician is definitely a lucrative profession.
Lin Feng was puzzled.
That doesn't make sense. You seem well qualified, pretty, slim, and in good shape. How could you not make money?
I'm not very good at massages.
My hands aren't strong enough.
Customers say my massages feel uncomfortable.
They usually only come once and never return.
I don't have any regulars, so I don't make much money.
Oh, I see.
Lin Feng believed that part. Massage therapy was indeed a skilled job, and a physically demanding one at that.
Girls with less strength working on the first floor would definitely be at a disadvantage.
But Lin Feng knew the real money wasn't made on the first floor, it was on the second floor.
So he asked, what about the second floor? Don't you make more money up there? The female technician flushed, lowering her head.
If it were anyone else, she'd never dream of mentioning such things. But Lin Feng was now so close to her. With the combined effects of his passive skill, spring breeze smile, whispering softly, manly scent within reach, and the art of blow drying, she was already overwhelmed. So she was willing to tell Lin Feng every secret, even surrender herself to him.
But she couldn't.
The technician's voice was barely a whisper.
I can't. I have a spastic constitution. Oh. Thanks to his unrivaled national physician skill, Lin Feng understood the meaning of a spastic constitution without needing further explanation.
Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking earnestly,
what's your name? Do you enjoy working as a technician? The girl thought for a moment before nodding. My name is Xiao Tang. This job is actually okay, not too exhausting.
Plus, we live in a law-abiding society now, so clients tend to be respectful.
When you meet someone you click with, it's quite pleasant. From just these few words, Lin Feng could sense a genuine affection for the profession in her voice.
The reason she sat in the corner today was because she felt reluctant and lonely about leaving her job. So Lin Feng decided to help her. Meeting her was fate, and besides, he didn't want to see a girl leave a service industry she loved just because of physical limitations. In an instant, Lin Feng had synthesized his skills of divine physician, needling, and oil massage mastery, crafting a set of massage techniques that relied not on brute force but on dexterity and finesse.
Xiao Tang, it's okay.
Even if your hands are weak and you can't climb stairs, you can still earn money, Lin Feng said sincerely.
Female technician, shock value, plus 55,555. Weak hands, unable to go upstairs, and still make money? The female technician shook her head with a bitter smile. Impossible. Without regular customers, I might as well work in a factory. It's possible. Trust me. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering.
With that, Lin Feng stripped off his shirt, revealing cold, pale, and well-toned skin.
Ah, you. The female technician was startled, then instantly captivated by Lin Feng's flawless complexion and physique.
Come, I'll teach you a light touch technique.
It doesn't require much force, yet it relaxes and satisfies clients.
Lin Feng gently took the technician's hand and placed it lightly on the edge of his well-defined pectoral muscles, just below his armpit. He explained as he guided her.
Feel this point, the Jichuan acupoint. It governs the heart meridian.
When a client has pent-up worries or emotional knots, this spot feels like a tightly knotted thread. Apply gentle pressure, like dipping a brush tip in ink and lightly dotting it onto rice paper.
Release the client's stagnant energy from here. The instant her fingers touched Lin Feng's skin, a wave of warmth flooded through Xiao Tang's entire body.
She could distinctly feel the rise and fall of his chest. The skin beneath her fingertips grew increasingly warm, and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat seemed to vibrate through her fingers, resonating deep within her own chest.
An unprecedented sense of control welled up within her. Female technician, affection, plus 88,888.
Lin Feng slightly tensed his abdomen, letting her feel the power stored beneath his muscles, while simultaneously adjusting her fingering technique.
Use your fingertips. Yes, like that.
Not pressing, but cradling this area, with a slight suction. His own breathing grew steadily more urgent, while her cold, pale skin flushed faintly crimson beneath his touch.
Remember, it's not about force. It's about drawing in and holding.
Like holding a warm jade in your mouth, drawing in the energy until it flows naturally. Under Lin Feng's patient, gentle guidance, Xiao Tang's heartbeat raced so fast it felt ready to leap from her chest. The sensation beneath her fingertips was so delicate and real. She could trace the path of his energy flow, a profound, gentle warmth utterly different from brute force, leaving her feeling enlightened.
Xiao Tang, oh my god. How could there be someone this wonderful in this world? Female technician, affection, plus 99,999. Chapter 89, The Technician's Song. For this technician, the hour passed in the blink of an eye.
In that hour, Lin Feng not only taught her a skill to earn a living but also gave her hope and motivation. Xiao Tang said gratefully, Mr. Lin.
Thank you so much. You've shown me the hope to keep going.
I'll work hard and strive to make a name for myself in the service industry.
Lin Feng nodded. Let's work together. Xiao Tang hesitated, then asked. Mr. Lin, as a manager, you probably don't go out on calls anymore, right?
I do. Lin Feng replied decisively. I work almost every day as part of my regular schedule.
Really?
Xiao Tang beamed with delight.
Then, once I save up enough money, can I come book a table with you?
Lin Feng smiled and nodded.
Sure.
I'll thank you in advance for your support.
When I have time, I'll come to your place and let you give me a massage.
Mm-hmm.
The female technician nodded repeatedly. Alright. It's settled then. Lin Feng, alright, it's a deal.
In this small corner of the crimson platform, the mutual encouragement between the two filled the air with positive energy.
The event proceeded smoothly.
Technicians and male models engaged in effective communication and connection, deepening mutual understanding and trust while learning from each other's expertise, yielding excellent results. More importantly, many technician model pairs became each other's clients, with the internal circulation pattern of the nightlife economy taking shape and emerging. Lin Feng had achieved his goal. As the event drew to a close, Lin Feng took the stage once more.
Sisters, did you all have a good time today?
Yes, we did.
Over 90 technicians felt genuine satisfaction. Good. Your happiness is our greatest pursuit.
Lin Feng continued, to close this event, I've written a song for all the technicians here.
Thank you for your dedication and for contributing to our harmonious society. A song for technicians. The warmth at your fingertips is for you all. Wow, Mr. Lin. Did you actually write a song? And it's for us? I can't wait.
The warmth of your fingertips, Mr. Lin is so talented.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to experience the warmth of Mr. Lin's fingertips.
All the technicians were moved by this unexpected surprise, pricking up their ears to listen intently to Lin Feng's performance. The male models present were also intrigued, because just days earlier, Lin Feng had composed a song for them, Vibrator Buzz.
As frost melts on the glass, fingerprints reflect like rainbows.
The ends of the loosened bow tie dreams yet to be spoken.
Tonight, you and I embrace.
This anthem, Vibrator Buzz, with its uplifting lyrics and rousing melody, instantly became the male models' battle cry upon release.
Male models wielding vibrators, singing along, full of energy.
Thus, they eagerly anticipated what kind of masterpiece Lin Feng's newly composed technician anthem Fingertip Warmth would be. Having upgraded to the master composer skill, he certainly wouldn't disappoint the audience.
Standing alone on the central stage, Lin Feng raised the microphone.
The melodious and heartfelt the warmth at your fingertips flowed out. The city sleeps deep in the night's embrace.
Yet you still haven't shed your work uniform. In the changing room, traces of weary days linger.
Opening the door, the familiar scent of sandalwood greets me.
The verse section was heartrending.
Lin Feng's voice flows like a gentle whisper, narrating their years of grievances and toil.
By this point, many technicians could no longer hold back.
Covering their mouths and noses, tears streamed down their faces.
Truly, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you understand us so well. 90 technicians, affection, plus 999,999.
Lin Feng's song continued. Magic at the fingertips, dancing along the edge.
Touching the unfamiliar, weaving fleeting tenderness. Let weariness slip away beneath the palm. Let fleeting tenderness linger in the misty haze.
Lin Feng's song began to unveil the hidden corners of every technician's heart. Though women serve as attendants and men as guests, both are human and humans feel emotions.
Which man doesn't harbor a technician in his heart? And which technician doesn't long for the arrival of a new customer? The warmth of fingertips soothes the body's toil, massaging away the weight of your aches, smoothing life's wrinkles. Through all misunderstandings and slander, light still flows through ordinary poems. Sublimated. At the climax, Lin Feng elevated the entire song to a new realm. He cast a beam of warmth into the hearts of every technician present.
No longer lost or uncertain, they soar against the wind, flying higher.
90 technicians, affection, plus 999,999.
As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted.
Amidst the song and the emotion, the event concluded perfectly.
After the event concluded, things unfolded exactly as Lin Feng had anticipated. A flood of technicians began pouring into the Hanyi system male model bar seeking male models. Because the technicians had discovered that only by seeking out male models could they receive the utmost respect and deepest recognition. After all, technicians never lack money. What they crave is respect and recognition. Lin Feng promptly launched a tailored discount program for the technician community. Any technician presenting their work ID could enjoy a 10% discount on wine storage.
Green badge technicians received a 10% discount, while red badge technicians got an immediate 20% discount. Word spread like wildfire, and nearly every technician in Yunzhou City was moved by Lin Feng's sincerity. Earn money through male models had become the aspiration of technicians in Yunzhou. Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
The host has leveled up again. The male model system was thrilled to see so many affluent technicians rallying behind the male modeling industry.
Boss, look how happy you are. Quick! Cut the chatter and reward the skill already. System, got it. Reward coming now.
This upgrade grants the host the skill encyclopedic scholar's dual mastery of literature and history. The host will instantly be imbued with all literary and historical knowledge since ancient times, achieving unrivaled erudition spanning past and present.
In literary and historical mastery, the host will utterly crush all humanity. Alright. What else? Boss, anything else? Give me another skill. Yes. The system isn't stingy.
Whenever Lin Feng makes significant contributions to expanding his male model career, the system usually rewards him with an extra skill.
Boss is so generous. Hurry up. Draw the prize.
System, in recognition of the host's extensive expansion of clientele, an additional skill is hereby granted, foreign language proficiency in Big Fur language and Baka language. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless upon hearing this.
Boss, you're so thoughtful. Rewarding me with mastery of Baka language, is this to make it easier for me to watch Japanese action films? System, correct.
After installing Baka language, the host will no longer need to hunt for subtitles when watching any films.
Understanding will be as fluent as one's native language.
Furthermore, should the host ever visit the land of cherry blossoms to meet teachers there, communication will be completely barrier-free.
Lin Feng perked up instantly. Holy. Boss, you really get me. Chapter 90, The Mayor's Banquet.
Ever since the technician army flooded into the Hanyi bar chain, the space quickly became cramped due to the overwhelming number of customers. Private rooms were insufficient, and sometimes guests had to reserve booth seating.
By weekend nights, even the booths were completely full.
Under these circumstances, male models and guests sometimes had to find corners to flirt in behind staircase turns, around the stage, near restroom doors, or beside elevator shafts. There was no other way. Business was booming, and every available spot became a battlefield. Business was booming, and Lin Feng was naturally delighted. But the sheer volume of people inevitably led to a decline in customer experience, and deep down, Lin Feng felt uneasy about it.
This won't do. He must keep expanding. Bigger stores.
Earlier, while visiting Hua Minghua's home, Lin Feng had spotted a prime location in the heart of Dongqing's commercial district, the fashion hub. Yes, that's where it should be. We absolutely must open a flagship store at Dongqing's fashion hub that can rival Scarlet platform in every way. Only then can we meet the growing demand of our female members seeking male models. But he also remembered Hua Minghua's warning. In Yunzhou, opening a store in such a high-traffic, prime commercial district requires government registration and approval first.
A male model agency, the government might not approve it.
They'll likely deem operating such a business in a bustling downtown area as indecent.
This issue must be resolved.
We must establish a positive image of male models in the government's eyes.
The government must fully recognize the crucial role male models play in promoting social and economic development. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Lin Feng was deep in thought when his phone suddenly rang. He saw it was Su Shangning calling and answered.
Hello, Ningning, good evening. Lin Feng, I'm so happy. Su Shangning's voice brimmed with delight.
Lin Feng, the provincial government has approved our Outstanding Young Scientist project application and submitted it to the national level. We have an extremely high chance of securing the Outstanding Young Scientist special grant this time.
It's all thanks to your help.
Lin Feng shared her excitement. After all, client satisfaction was a male model's greatest pursuit.
Congratulations.
Once you get the money, come book the whole place more often.
Get lost. That's national special funding, you can't use it to hire male models.
Su Shangning playfully scolded him with affection.
Haha, well, doesn't that mean I worked my butt off for nothing?
Lin Feng joked back.
No way, no way. How could we let someone as outstanding as you work for nothing?
Su Shangning's eyes sparkled as she revealed the purpose of her call.
My parents heard about you helping us with the experiment and are incredibly grateful. They'd like to invite you over tomorrow. We'll prepare a feast to treat you. Well.
To be honest, Lin Feng felt a bit reluctant. Going on trips, shopping, staying in hotels, or even having outdoor adventures with female clients was one thing, but going to a female client's home and meeting her parents, that was genuinely uncomfortable for Lin Feng. So he replied, I truly appreciate Uncle and Auntie's kindness.
But I really don't need to stay for dinner.
Besides, Mayor Su is so busy, how could he possibly have time?
Alright, no need to be so polite, Lin Feng. You absolutely must come. Su Shangning was adamant. Lin Feng remained reluctant, maybe another time. No way. Come tomorrow. I'll stock the wine. And bring male models. Su Shangning unleashed her ultimate move with domineering authority.
There was no getting out of this now. If a guest requested wine storage and male models, the models had to comply with the guest's wishes.
Fine. Ning, I see you've really gone bad. Poof. You taught me well, then. Equals. Looks like dinner was inevitable.
Lin Feng feared that if he refused the takeout request, the system would deduct his experience points. The next day at noon, Su Shangning personally picked up Lin Feng and brought him to her home. Su Shangning's home was located in a quiet, elegant residential complex within the city. Rumor had it that most residents here were provincial or municipal level officials, and even the security guards were armed police officers.
Su Shangning's home was in Unit 602, Building 10, Block 5.
Upon opening the door, the warm, comforting aroma of home-cooked dishes greeted them. The interior was brightly lit, with a high ceiling and spacious living room. Off-white walls and solid wood furniture emitted a warm glow. In the center of the dining area, a large dark round table was fully set. A simple tablecloth covered it, and the steaming dishes were already set out. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised prawns in oil, steamed perch, blanched bok choy, and black chicken soup with Chinese yam.
Though primarily home-style dishes, each radiated a sense of meticulous preparation and abundance.
The housekeeper greeted them warmly as they entered, calling out toward the study and bedroom, "Mayor Su, Teacher Yang, Ning, and her guest have arrived."
Hearing the call, Mayor Su and Teacher Yang emerged from the inner rooms, both radiating warmth.
Teacher Yang Jinyu, was Su Shangning's mother and an associate professor in the College of Liberal Arts at Zhejiang University. Though middle-aged, she remained slender and upright, her jet-black hair elegantly coiled at the nape of her neck without a single strand out of place. Her skin was fair and well-preserved, marked only by faint, delicate lines at the corners of her eyes.
Shaolin is here. Quickly, show them in. Please have a seat.
Mayor Su wore a simple navy blue sweater over a neatly pressed shirt with a crisp collar. His face was lean, his eyes broad and deep. Despite his long tenure in high office, his expression radiated a quiet, scholarly elegance.
Lin Feng, welcome.
Mayor Su extended his hand first.
Thank you, Mayor Su.
Lin Feng shook his hand and nodded respectfully toward Teacher Yang.
Thank you, Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang, little Lin, no need for formalities now that you're home.
Dinner's just been served.
Sit down and eat while it's hot.
Lin Feng's clear-cut features, graceful bearing, and handsome appearance immediately struck Teacher Yang as the very image of her ideal son-in-law. Her words already carried a hint of warmth.
After everyone sat down, they began eating and chatting.
Lin Feng, come, let's clink glasses. On behalf of our entire family, I want to express our gratitude for the tremendous help you've given Ning with her research project.
Mayor Su raised his wine glass in invitation. Lin Feng raised his glass, politely touching the rim of Mayor Su's glass. Mayor Su, you're too kind.
It wasn't any great help. Ning and the team were already doing an excellent job.
Lin Feng refused to take undue credit.
Teacher Yang, however, praised him. Little Lin, you're too modest.
Ning told me all about it.
Without your guidance and direction, this experiment would never have gone so smoothly. Their project wouldn't have passed the provincial Outstanding Young Scientist review so quickly either.
Here Auntie raises a toast to you too. Lin Feng clinked glasses with Teacher Yang. You flatter me.
I'm not even a specialist in this field. It feels like I'm showing off in front of the experts. After toasting, they picked at their food for a while.
Professor Yang asked curiously, Shaolin, you're not a materials science major?
That's incredible to achieve such expertise across disciplines.
What did you actually study? Ahem.
Lin Feng cleared his throat twice before honestly replying, veterinary medicine.
I studied veterinary medicine. Teacher Yang? Mayor Su?
Su Shangning turned her face away, feeling a bit awkward.
What major?
Teacher Yang looked a bit dazed as he stared at Lin Feng and asked. Mayor Su also paused his chopsticks, looking at Lin Feng with confusion.
Oh. Veterinary medicine. It's the animal medicine major.
Lin Feng felt he'd made himself clear enough.
Teacher Yang? Mayor Su?
The couple instantly became a pair of bewildered fools, exchanging confused glances.
Teacher Yang blinked hard and finally asked the crucial question. So, what exactly does she do now?
This time, Lin Feng was a bit vague too. After all, he was in front of the bride's parents. He looked at Su Shangning, his eyes silently asking her. I have a word for a male model, but I'm not sure if I should say it.
Chapter 91, Male Models in History.
Lin Feng looked at Su Shangning. Her expression was pained, and she kept signaling him with her eyes, imploring him not to say he was a male model. Even if he had to say he was a junk collector, he couldn't admit to being a male model. But at that moment, Lin Feng asked himself, is being a male model really that shameful? If I lied now, would I be true to myself? True to the system boss? If I conceal my identity and the system boss gets angry, deducting my experience points, who would take responsibility? No way. I am a male model. No matter where or when, I stand tall as a male model. After making up his mind, Lin Feng resolved to remain true to his principles. Mayor Su, and Yang, to be perfectly honest, I work as a male model.
A loud clatter echoed. Su Shangning's bowl and chopsticks fell onto the dining table.
She was utterly devastated, her face ashen. Mayor Su's shock level plus 999,999.
Teacher Yang, shock level plus 999,999. What? Lin Feng, what are you doing?
Mayor Su asked solemnly, his tone already carrying the authority of a leader. Lin Feng met his gaze directly, without flinching.
Mayor Su, I'm a male model.
The Crimson Platform Prince male model from Dongcheng District.
No way.
Teacher Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision darkening.
Gee God. How could this be?
Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her daughter. Her gaze both sought confirmation from her daughter and demanded an explanation for why she'd hired a male model.
Su Shangning decided to go all in. Composing herself, she declared in a clear voice. Yes, Lin Feng is a male model.
But his modeling career doesn't affect his academic abilities at all.
This has been confirmed by Professor Song Ziyuan, academician Jiang Ming, and Professor Chen Yanzhou. You can verify it with them. Oh my, he really is a male model.
Teacher Yang never imagined her daughter would date a male model, so much so that she barely registered the rest of her words.
Ning. How? How did you meet a male model? Ms. Yang's tone had lost its previous softness.
I met him at an academic symposium at the convention center, Su Shangning replied truthfully.
Nonsense, how could male models attend academic seminars? Tell me, did you go clubbing and dancing with unsavory characters? Tell me.
Ms. Yang slammed her hand on the table, her earlier composure completely gone.
Hey, what are you doing?
Su Qingyu, the head of the household, immediately stepped in to stop Su Shangning's mother. After all, the mayor possessed the composure to remain calm in crises and the vision to consider the bigger picture. He took a moment to compose himself before continuing. Lin Feng is our guest after all.
Regardless of his background, we must not lose our manners. Besides, what's wrong with being a male model? It's a legitimate profession. If it exists, it has its place.
Mayor Su's brief statement instantly calmed the situation. Realizing his own overreaction, Teacher Yang immediately softened his expression and offered an apologetic smile to Lin Feng.
Oh, I'm so sorry, little Lin. It's just, we weren't prepared.
Ningning didn't tell us in advance, so we were caught off guard.
It's fine, auntie.
Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. It's perfectly normal for society to have prejudices and misunderstandings about our industry.
To be honest, there are indeed areas where our field lacks standardization.
As someone working in this field, I'm actively striving to address these issues and rebuild the public's perception of male models.
Exactly.
I'd say Lin Feng's awareness is even higher than that of most government officials. Mayor Su praised him. Besides, male modeling is an ancient profession. It dates back to the Tang dynasty. Su Qingyu, originally a history scholar, exemplified the path of those who excel in learning enter public service. Before entering politics, he was a renowned Tang dynasty historian, so he was thoroughly familiar with all manner of historical anecdotes from that era.
Su Qingyu continued, indeed. The prosperous Tang dynasty was a time of boundless splendor and cultural enlightenment. Especially during the reigns of Emperor Gaozong and Empress Wu, upper-class noble women enjoyed immense status.
With their lives of affluence, they pursued pleasure. In the Shengye Lane near Chang'an's Eastern Market, an elegant establishment called Lu Feng Yuan quietly emerged. This garden was no ordinary brothel. It was exclusively for noble ladies and distinguished women to indulge in leisure in banquets. The handsome young men who served them were called jade men or sandalwood gentlemen. But
when discussing his former trade, Su Qingyu took on an air of scholarly pride as he continued his eloquent discourse. Among them, the most outstanding was a Luoyang scholar named Lu Fufeng. Possessing peerless beauty, he excelled at playing the jade flute and possessed extraordinary eloquence.
His fame was unmatched, making him the most sought-after guest among the noble ladies of Pinkang. His value even surpassed that of the most popular singers and dancers of the time.
After showcasing his erudition, Su Qingyu brought the conversation back to the dinner table. So you see, the trend of male models has existed since ancient times, and its echoes linger in our era, a lingering resonance of the glorious Tang dynasty, ha ha ha.
Su Qingyu's words were actually quite well spoken, both diffusing the awkwardness at the table and adding a touch of humor.
Teacher Yang looked at her husband with admiration, nodding in agreement. Su Shangning's eyes brimmed with admiration. She had always taken pride in her father's erudition.
However, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Had the topic been any other, no matter how pretentious the mayor might be, Lin Feng likely wouldn't have bothered to argue or engage in petty disputes. But this touched upon the history of male models, a matter concerning the system's self-awareness and the legacy of male modeling. Such inaccuracies demanded clear correction. Having acquired the dual mastery of literature and history skill from the encyclopedic scholar, Lin Feng's mind was now filled with nearly all historical records since ancient times. The total document size approached 1,000 terabytes, and all knowledge was readily accessible. Such a reservoir of knowledge far surpassed that of any Tang dynasty expert like Su Qingyu. Therefore, Lin Feng immediately declared, "Incorrect. Mayor Su, while you are well versed in Tang history, the account you described contains numerous discrepancies from the actual historical record." With a sharp swoosh, the other three at the table turned to Lin Feng with looks of astonishment. Lin Feng? Could he possibly be knowledgeable about history too? Of course, Su Qingyu was quite confident in his own knowledge of Tang history. He asked calmly, "Oh? You take issue with what I said? Well then, Lin Feng, what's your take on this?" To uphold the glorious history of male models, Lin Feng immediately corrected him. "Mayor Su, you're correct that male models originated in the Tang dynasty. However, your references to Lu Fengyuan and the figure of Lu Fufeng come from works like the biography of Consort Mei and records of the Kaiyuan era. These are Tang dynasty legendary notes and miscellaneous essays, all considered unofficial histories and anecdotal accounts. They contain many embellishments and speculations, and their specific historical details cannot be relied upon." Ha ha ha. Su Qingyu nodded and smiled. "Indeed, those references do come from unofficial records. It seems you've studied Tang dynasty folklore quite thoroughly, Lin Feng. But aside from these unofficial records, the official histories also contain no mention of the male model profession. So, we have no choice but to rely on these accounts." Lin Feng, wrong. Official histories do contain records of male models. And they're right there in the official history of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 92, Male Model Spirit and the Sun's Radiance. Male models exist in the official Tang history. Su Qingyu, shock level, plus 66,666. Teacher Yang, shock level, plus 66,666. Su Shangning, shock level, plus 66,666. Teacher Yang immediately expressed doubt, "Shaolin, that can't be right. I've never heard of any records about male models in the official histories." Su Shangning chimed in, "Exactly. Plus, my dad's a Tang dynasty historian, he knows the official histories inside out. If he doesn't recall it, then it must not exist. There are. Male models definitely existed in the Tang dynasty right there in the official histories." Lin Feng remained steadfast. "Poof." Su Qingyu chuckled lightly. "Very well, I'd love to hear the details. Please enlighten us, Lin Feng. Where exactly in the official Tang dynasty historical records does it mention male models?" Mother and daughter turned to Lin Feng, their eyes filled with doubt. Lin Feng immediately retrieved the relevant historical records from his system and recited them fluently. The New Book of Tang, records of food and goods, documents events during the Tianbao era. At that time, wealthy households in the twin capitals vied for extravagance. Expenses for banquets and musical entertainment grew daily. Among the shops and stalls, some established colorful establishments named Lantai, where they kept handsome and intelligent young men. They taught them etiquette, deportment, musical skills, and board games, specifically to accompany wealthy women on outings, banquets, and entertainments. These young men excelled at grooming their appearance and understood human desires subtly. Both scholars and commoners called them elong ceremonial attendants. Each gathering cost a fortune, yet wealthy women took pride in securing their services, rewarding them with boundless gold and silk. Common folk jokingly called it 1,000 gold pieces for a single smile. Su Qingyu, shock value, plus 77,777. Teacher Yang, shock value, plus 77,777. Su Shangning, shock level, plus 77,777. Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually recited the entire historical account from the New Book of Tang verbatim. Reciting lengthy passages from the New Book of Tang verbatim, even Tang dynasty expert Su Qingyu would struggle to accomplish that. A male model not only possesses expertise in materials science but can also recite the New Book of Tang. Unbelievable. To defend the male model's historical credibility, Lin Feng declared with unwavering conviction, "This is the authentic historical record of folk customs documented in black and white in the official New Book of Tang." The title Elong defined their occupational nature, specializing in serving female patrons, receiving professional training in etiquette, music, and games, and operating within clear commercial employment relationships, such as being maintained and compensated with gold and silk. All these details are crystal clear. This was a true pioneering profession, detached from the imperial court system and rooted in the prosperity of the marketplace and the rising purchasing power of women. Legends may be enchanting, but they remain mere conversation pieces. National histories stand as the unshakable evidence. To prevent the history of male models from being distorted and misinterpreted, Lin Feng's words rang out with force and conviction.
The family of 3 present were all struck dumb by his imposing presence.
After a moment of dazed confusion, Su Qingyu stubbornly protested.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I've read the new book of Tang multiple times and have no recollection of this passage whatsoever.
Lin Feng, could you be mistaken?
Lin Feng smiled calmly. Mayor Su, you've been in office for so long, managing countless affairs daily.
It's understandable that some historical knowledge might slip your mind.
This particular historical reference isn't found in the main text, but rather in the annotations under the 9th year of Tianbao in Volume 58, Food and Goods Records of the New Book of Tang. It's appended after the sentence. At that time, wealthy households in both capitals competed in extravagance, with expenses for silk, bamboo, banquets, and leisure activities increasing daily.
Its location is extremely obscure. Unless one reads the entire text word by word, it's indeed easy to overlook. Su Qingyu, shock value, plus 88,888. Teacher Yang, shock value, plus 88,888.
Su Shangning, shock level, plus 88,888.
How could this be? How could Lin Feng, a male model, possess such profound expertise in Tang dynasty history? How could he even pinpoint a single annotation with such precision?
Su Qingyu found the matter too bizarre to be true, so he pressed the issue, immediately stating,
Lin Feng, you're exaggerating a bit, aren't you?
Well, as it happens, I have a copy of the new Book of Tang in my study.
I'll fetch it, and we can look it up together to see for ourselves. Lin Feng was delighted to oblige. All right, Mayor Su.
We might as well take this as a retrospective on the history of male models.
Great.
Su Qingyu got up to fetch the book from his bedroom. Teacher Yang continued to smooth things over. Little Lin, Ningning's dad gets really particular about professional matters.
Don't take it to heart, okay? It's fine, Auntie. As someone in the male modeling industry, I must set the record straight about its history. I hope you understand. Teacher Yang. Su Shangning.
The male modeling system was deeply moved by Lin Feng's tireless efforts to preserve the history of male modeling. It began rapidly granting him experience points, plus 9,999,999. Moments later, Su Qingyu retrieved a thick volume of the new Book of Tang. Following Lin Feng's instructions, he flipped to Volume 58, Treatise on Food and Goods, under the entry for the 9th year of Tianbao.
Su Qingyu's shock value, plus 9999999.
Following the sentence, at that time, wealthy households in both capitals vied for extravagance, with expenses for silk, bamboo, banquets, and leisure activities increasing daily. There was indeed an inconspicuous footnote.
Among the entertainment districts, there existed a brothel named Lan Tai.
It cultivated handsome young men, teaching them etiquette, deportment, and skills in music, chess, and games.
They were exclusively provided to wealthy noble women for companionship during outings, banquets, and entertainment. Exactly the same. Good heavens, it's exactly what Lin Feng recited.
The glorious annals of history, every word clear as day.
Su Qingyu was utterly convinced.
In the field of Tang history, where he excelled most, Lin Feng had utterly outclassed him. He sighed deeply, offering sincere praise.
Lin Feng, you're something else.
To recite the original text of the official history word for word, and even remember the annotations so precisely, I'm truly put to shame.
Teacher Yang's shock level, plus 99,999.
Su Shangning, shock level, plus 99,999. Teacher Yang, what my husband, the erudite Tang dynasty history expert, has been outdone in his own field by a male model. My husband is no match for a male model.
Su Shangning, unbelievable. Lin Feng is unbelievable.
Even my most revered father was outshone by him in his own field.
Oh my God. Lin Feng, how many more secrets do you have?
Having embarrassed the mayor, Lin Feng spoke with a hint of apology.
Mayor Su, I apologize. As your junior, I shouldn't have been so aggressive.
But when it comes to the historical legacy of male models, I couldn't help but insist on the truth. No, Lin Feng, you did the right thing.
This is the true spirit of scholarship and professionalism. The leader's magnanimity was truly extraordinary. Su Qingyu expressed his sincere admiration on the spot. Lin Feng, you've taught me a lesson today.
You've shown me that there are always people more talented than you, that the sky has no limits, and that learning is endless. Seeing her future son-in-law prove so outstanding, Professor Yang couldn't help but beam with pride. Her initial reservations about Lin Feng's modeling career vanished. As a literature professor specializing in Tang dynasty poetry, she chimed in excitedly.
Lin Feng is truly extraordinary.
Truly, talent shines wherever it is, even if he is a male model. Indeed, I recall a Tang dynasty poem praising male models. I remember it vaguely, though it's only a fragment now. With that, Professor Yang began to recite the fragmentary verses celebrating Tang dynasty male models. Spring river moon fills the capital's adornment, jade trees and crystal branches attend the orchid hall. Starry eyes, rippling with light, silk sleeves brush the clouds, sending subtle fragrance. Jade peaks soar, bearing dewdrops golden tones ring clear, harmonizing with the chime of the zither.
One smile empties the wine of Ping Kong, the jade banquet song echoes through Wei Yang.
After reciting these 8 lines, teacher Yang sighed softly, adding with a hint of regret.
Alas, the rest seems lost to time, leaving only these evocative fragments.
However, Lin Feng immediately interjected. Teacher Yang, this poem continues beyond this point. Then, Lin Feng recited with feeling. Candlelight flickers crimson as night draws near, cherish the orchid-clad robe lest stars fade away.
Jade mountain stands unmoved through the night sky, why envy golden fox fur gracing the purple chariot?
True spirit transcends mere adornment, its radiance holds the chill of the bright moon. Do not say that wandering leaves only bring song and dance when one's aspirations rest upon the clouds, that is the land of immortals. A melody of pure jade clears the heavens, eternal fame in history's annals, its fragrance never fades. Though this body dwells by the imperial archives, a man's spirit shines as bright as the sun. Chapter 93, Reshaping the Male Model Image. With that encyclopedic scholar skills, dual mastery of literature and history, even fragments of ancient literary texts could be restored to their original form by the system. For the system does not rely on recorded texts, but rather travels back through the time tunnel, plucking the essence from the sea of history to complete all classics. Coupled with Lin Feng's impassioned recitation, brimming with heroic fervor. A Tang poem themed around male models was rendered with such noble spirit and boundless courage. It seems male modeling was a highly positive profession even in the Tang dynasty. Su Qingyu, shock value, plus 99,999. Teacher Yang, shock level, plus 99,999. Su Shangning, shock level, plus 99,999. Teacher Yang understood literature. She could discern that the latter half recited by Lin Feng perfectly complemented and harmonized with the first half she had recited earlier, forming a seamless continuation. Her admiration deepened. Little Lin, you are truly a polymath. Who would have thought that beyond your exceptional research skills and profound historical knowledge, your literary talent has reached such pinnacle heights? You are a rare scholar mastering both arts and sciences. We are utterly amazed. Su Qingyu slammed his hand on the table in admiration. This poem Lin Feng composed on the spot. Its form is impeccable, its ancient charm lingers, and its imagery is exquisitely crafted. It's a truly rare masterpiece. Even placed among the entire Tang poetry anthology, it would shine as a brilliant gem. Su Shangning was utterly captivated by Lin Feng. She longed to throw herself at him and nibble affectionately while murmuring, "Ah, Lin Feng, you're simply amazing." The family of 3 assumed Lin Feng had composed an impromptu continuation, unaware that he had recited the original Tang poem, the ceremonial attendant at the monumental pillar. They were utterly bowled over by his poetic talent. Lin Feng didn't feel it was appropriate to explain further. He simply waved his hand and said, "You're all too kind. Today, we've done as the ancients did, drinking fine wine, savoring delicious food, and composing poetry in response to one another." Su Qingyu laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Well said, Lin Feng." The atmosphere at the family banquet once again became warm and harmonious. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone opened their hearts. Su Qingyu set down his wine cup and remarked with genuine emotion. "Lin Feng, honestly, with your immense talent, it's such a waste for you to be a male model. If you need it, I can help you get connected, whether it's joining a research institute or the Academy of History and Literature. Whatever you're willing to pursue, we can make it happen." The moment Dad said this, his daughter perked up with excitement. This was also Su Shangning's wish. She liked Lin Feng and longed for them to truly be together. But Lin Feng's career as a male model remained a source of deep frustration for her. If Lin Feng could shed that identity, then she could be with him openly and honestly. Therefore, she desperately hoped Lin Feng would agree to join the Research Institute or the Cultural History Museum. However, Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Seeing this, Teacher Yang grew anxious too. She genuinely liked this future son-in-law, but she simply couldn't accept him being a male model. She chimed in. "Yes, Shaolin, working at our university wouldn't be a problem. Both your uncle and I can recommend you for a position." Hearing this, Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and replied with a faint smile. "Thank you for your kind consideration, uncle and aunt. However, my heart is already set on preserving this ancient profession of male modeling. I aim to revive the splendor of Tang dynasty male models amidst the surging tide of the new era. Once a male model, always a male model. Uncle and auntie, please forgive this younger generation for not recognizing your kindness." Su Qingyu, shock value, plus 99,999. Teacher Yang, shock level, plus 99,999. Su Shangning, shock level, plus 99,999. Lin Feng. Lin Feng's ambition to be a male model is actually this strong. Hearing this, Su Shangning instantly deflated, her eyes reddening as she felt tears welling up. Teacher Yang's hopes were dashed too, and he couldn't help but sigh. Su Qingyu remained composed. After a moment's thought, he stated, "All right, Lin Feng. Everyone has their own path. We respect your choice. We support you becoming a male model. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me." "All right, thank you, Mayor Su." Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. "Right. I still need municipal government approval to open a male modeling agency at Fashion Hub.
Why not seize this chance to bring up that request?
As the mayor, he'd surely have influence.
So Lin Feng seized the moment and said,
Uncle Su, to be perfectly honest, there is indeed one matter I hope the city authorities might consider with discretion.
Su Qingyu set down his chopsticks and adopted a posture of attentive listening.
Lin Feng went straight to the point. Uncle Su, our male model agency is looking to expand. We plan to open a flagship male model store in the Dongcheng Fashion Hub Commercial District.
I understand that opening such a store requires municipal approval.
If it's convenient for you, Uncle Su, I'd appreciate your support in this matter.
Su Qingyu understood Lin Feng's meaning. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before replying.
Lin Feng, here's the thing. If you want to open a store in Fashion Hub, it's not just male model stores that require approval. Nightclubs, private clubs, dance halls, any kind of nightlife establishment needs approval. After all, it's a prime commercial district with high visibility.
Provincial leaders and even officials from the capital might conduct inspections there.
So, in principle, nightlife establishments aren't supported in that location. Su Qingyu had made his position crystal clear.
To sum it up in one sentence, core commercial districts cannot tolerate adult entertainment. Lin Feng understood perfectly well. Moreover, he wasn't one to push his luck. He responded with a sigh of relief.
Understood, Uncle Su. We get it. It seems there's still a long way to go in changing the public and officials' perception of male models.
Su Qingyu smiled apologetically but added,
beyond the core commercial districts, our government won't interfere with operations elsewhere.
After all, social governance requires flexibility. Not everything can be black and white. Leaving some gray areas is actually beneficial for social stability.
Uncle Su, I understand.
Lin Feng nodded. Next, we must keep pushing forward.
Our focus is shifting public and leadership perceptions of male models, showing everyone that we aren't just about scandal. Male models can champion mainstream values and spread positive energy too.
Su Qingyu. Teacher Yang. Su Shangning. ==
After returning from Su Shangning's home, the system immediately rushed to upgrade Lin Feng. Thank you, host, for so clearly setting the historical record straight regarding male models. Their legacy has gained greater depth through your interpretation.
Ha ha ha. Boss, no need to be so polite, we're all family here. Lin Feng was most interested in the skill reward from the system. Boss, can we get something really powerful this time?
System, absolutely. Lin Feng rubbed his hands in anticipation. Thanks in advance, boss.
Let's get this show on the road.
System, in recognition of your outstanding performance, this reward grants you the Silver Legends skill, Top Scholar S, Cutting Edge Military Technology. Lin Feng, Holy S, Cutting Edge Military Technology.
Chapter 94, The Big Bear Girl.
Excited about Cutting Edge Military Technology, Lin Feng asked. Is this the kind of skill where you can just rub your hands together and conjure up a 6th-generation fighter jet?
System confirmed, yes.
Cutting Edge Military Technology enables the host to master and achieve breakthroughs in military equipment technology, exponentially enhancing weapon strike precision, destructive range, and survivability. It encompasses ultra-precision manufacturing, advanced materials, high-efficiency energy propulsion, intelligent systems, full-spectrum stealth and anti-stealth capabilities, multidimensional perception, and cutting-edge directed energy weapons. Its technological achievements possess generational advantages, directly applicable to next-generation land, sea, air, space, cyber, and electronic warfare platforms and critical systems. This creates tactical and strategic advantages spanning multiple generations, enabling technological dominance over adversaries and comprehensive battlefield control.
Holy, this is awesome.
Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. With advanced military technology, my male model agency will one day flourish worldwide. Having my male model supergroup conquer the globe is no longer a dream. Ever since acquiring advanced military technology, Lin Feng developed a keen interest in military news online. Whenever he had free time, he'd sit in a bar booth scrolling through the headlines. One day, as he was engrossed in reading, he suddenly heard the surrounding male models whispering among themselves.
Holy, is that a Russian chick over there?
Holy, looks like a Russian. Those Russians have such great bodies, and their skin is so fair. Ha, this Russian chick seems lost, totally clueless.
Let's go over and hit on her. How? Do you even speak Russian?
Lin Feng overheard their chatter and glanced up.
Holy, it really is a Russian chick. A striking young woman entered the bar. Her platinum blonde curls and exceptionally fair skin stood out vividly under the bar's neon lights. Her large, bright eyes widened slightly, revealing irises of an exceptionally unique ice blue hue. She wore a black velvet miniskirt, her tall, slender figure drawing attention. At that moment, her ice blue eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of nervousness. Her petite nose was slightly wrinkled, her red lips pressed tightly together as she walked around, looking around restlessly. A few sleazy male models had already swarmed over to chat her up. Hello, can I help you? I'm a total stud.
The girl could barely make out the first few English words, but the term handsome bastard left her utterly dumbfounded.
She blurted out in her native tongue. Vy gavariti pa Ruski?
Now it was the male models' turn to be dumbfounded.
Having graduated from vocational school, they couldn't understand a word of Russian. But male models pride themselves on thick skin.
Even if they didn't understand, they still gestured wildly.
Oh, well, you're ing awesome. Come on baby, let's go dancing. Okay? Don't be scared, we're good guys.
These male models couldn't understand the Damao language, but Lin Feng could. Thanks to the system's reward, he had now fully mastered both Damao language and Baka language. Newly acquired skills needed practice to level up. Plus, with foreign guests arriving at the bar, hosting this Russian bear was the first step toward globalizing Lin Feng's bar empire.
So he promptly stood up and walked toward the Russian woman. Zdravstvuyte, devushka. Dobro pozalovat. Kem mogu vam pomok?
Hello, beautiful lady.
Welcome. How can I help you?
The Russian woman froze on the spot. Lin Feng's Russian was standard and authentic, like that of an old Moscow nobleman, instantly making the Russian woman feel a sense of familiarity, like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Then she looked at Lin Feng's appearance.
Oh holy! He was so damn handsome.
In her eyes, Lin Feng stood tall and straight, his shoulders broad and level like a sharp silhouette.
He effortlessly parted the noisy crowd and walked toward her with grace. As he drew nearer, the big-haired girl clearly saw his face. A sharply defined jawline, a high, straight nose bridge, deep, tranquil eyes. It was a strikingly handsome look with profound Eastern charm. He was leagues more handsome than those scruffy, ruggedly masculine big guys. Combined with the effects of The Art of Hair Blowing and Spring Breeze Smile, a single glance at Lin Feng triggered a surge of estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin in the big-haired girl. Russian girls, affection level, plus 66,666. Privet. Okan priyatna poznakamatsaya. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The big-haired girl said, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Feng thus struck up a conversation with the big hairy lady directly in big hairy language.
Lin Feng, likewise. This is a bar. Care for a drink? Big hairy lady, oh my goodness. It's a bar? Fantastic. I saw so many beautiful women coming in, so I followed them in. I didn't even know it was a bar. Fantastic. I love it here. Lin Feng, glad you like it. How about a shot of vodka? I bet you love it. Big hairy girl, ha, thanks. You really get me vodka. Vodka. Lin Feng, shall we go to the private room upstairs? It's a bit quieter there. Big hairy girl, sure. I'd love to. Lin Feng, alright, follow me. Watching Lin Feng and big hairy girl walk up to the second floor together, the male models and female companions around them were utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap? Mr. Lin actually speaks big hair's language? Yeah, never heard of it before. Mr. Lin is such a hidden gem. What else could it be?
He started as just another male model, but within a year, he's become the top male model in all of Yunzhou.
Now look at your pathetic self. Damn it.
You're not doing much better yourself, you're not even worth a single feather on Mr. Lin's back.
After settling into their private room on the second floor, Song Tao personally brought over wine, fruit platters, and snacks. Damao Nu was still brimming with curiosity about her surroundings.
She scanned the lavishly decorated private room, her ice blue eyes sparkling with wonder. Lin Feng poured her a glass of low-proof Grey Goose vodka with impeccable gentlemanly grace, then asked softly,
"Do you like it here?" Yes. The atmosphere is wonderful here. I feel so relaxed. So happy."
Under the soft, intimate lighting of the private room, the big-haired girl's face appeared even more fair and delicate. She gazed adoringly at Lin Feng's face and said, "The happiest part is meeting you. Are you here to have fun too?" Lin Feng shook his head gently. "No, I work here.
I'm a male model."
The girl was dumbfounded again, her bewildered expression making her look especially innocent and adorable.
Male model? You are a model? Aren't models supposed to be on the runway? Why are you working in a bar?
This touched on cultural differences. Lin Feng patiently explained. "Oh, in our dragon country, male model usually doesn't refer to male fashion models.
It has a different meaning." Big Bear asked curiously, "What does it refer to then?"
Lin Feng stated unequivocally, emotional companionship. We specialize in emotional companionship.
Chapter 95, The Big and Little Bear War. Lin Feng elaborated.
In our dragon country, male models are a specialized profession. Their primary purpose is to serve women's emotional needs, providing emotional value, bringing them joy, helping them relieve worries, and occasionally, offering a little unblocking on the side.
Emotional companionship. Serving women's emotional needs. Providing emotional value.
The Russian woman's heart fluttered.
Shock value, plus 66,666.
Because the old Russian men raised in the vast, harsh, and frigid lands knew nothing about emotional companionship. All they knew was drinking, showing off, and domestic violence utterly devoid of romance. Compared to them, Lin Feng was like a god sent from heaven. The Russian woman's heart melted instantly. Oh, Longwei is truly advanced. They actually have professions dedicated to serving women's emotional needs.
This is absolutely amazing. Lin Feng followed up with a question. Don't you have men in your bear country who work in this field? No, no.
The Russian woman shook her head vigorously like a rattle. Our Russian men are so rough they don't understand these things at all. There is a profession that serves women, but they only deal in flesh trade. They're called big furry ducks. Holy crap. What the hell is a big fur duck? Lin Feng wiped cold sweat from his brow. The big hairy woman continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Big hairy ducks are useless at emotional companionship. They can't provide any companionship at all.
They don't understand anything.
They just come on rough and crude, with zero romance. You dragon country men are so much better respectful and understanding of women.
Those old Russians are nothing.
To be honest, women from the big bear country were actually quite straightforward and easy to get along with, nothing like the convoluted ways of dragon country women. Lin Feng found her bluntness amusing.
Ha ha ha. Big hairy duck, you really have a sense of humor.
Lin Feng stepped in to smooth things over.
Actually, not all men from your big bear country are crude. There are romantic and sensitive men too. Take your country's literary history, for instance. It's filled with literary giants like Pushkin, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. They all left behind masterpieces that shine brightly in literary history, showcasing their delicate and sensitive souls. Oh my goodness, you know our country's literary history? You're amazing.
The Russian woman's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Feng, who possessed the dual mastery of literature and history skill, was not only thoroughly familiar with the literary history and works of the Dragon Nation but also deeply knowledgeable about world literature and its masterpieces.
Of course. Lin Feng pointed out. I especially love Pushkin's poem If Life Deceives You.
With emotion, Lin Feng began to recite.
If life deceives you, do not grieve, do not fret. In days of sorrow, keep your peace. Believe that joyful days will come.
Lin Feng's recitation was clear and full of feeling, like a gentle breeze sweeping through a birch forest, caressing the heart of the big-haired girl.
Dama Nu was instantly captivated, leaning unconsciously against Lin Feng's shoulder as his poetry carried her thoughts far away. Big hairy girl's affection plus 99,999. Dama Nu's affection level skyrocketed, and Lin Feng could distinctly feel the system rapidly adding experience points. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Foreign women's emotions are so intense, way more passionate than Chinese women.
This girl's boosting my experience like crazy, more than the combined affection of 3 Chinese women.
Looks like I need to expand my male modeling business to the land of the big furry bears. ASAP. Open modeling agencies in Moscow, St. Petersburg, the Caucasus Mountains, and across the vast Siberian plains. The heart forever yearns for the future. Yet the present is often filled with melancholy. Everything is fleeting, everything will pass.
And what has passed becomes a cherished memory.
Lin Feng finished reciting his poem If Life Deceives You. Tears glistened in Damao's eyes. She lifted her head, gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, and said with emotion, "Oh my goodness, you're so kind. I don't think I'll ever forget you. May I ask your name?"
Lin Feng nodded gently.
"My name is Lin Feng. And you?"
The girl softly replied, "Polly."
"Just call me Polly." Polya. What a beautiful name."
Lin Feng praised. "It reminds me of a folk song from your country, Kachunsa."
"Oh my goodness. You know Kachunsa?" Polya covered her mouth in surprise. "Of course. Kachunsa is a beautiful and meaningful song. During the war years, it inspired people's fighting spirit and gave them hope for a peaceful and happy life. Everyone in the world who yearns for love and peace will love it."
After speaking, Lin Feng softly hummed the melody of Kachunsa. When pear blossoms spread across the horizon,
and the river flows with soft, flowing veils, Kachunsa stands upon the steep shore. Her voice like bright spring sunshine.
The beautiful, joyful melody paired with Lin Feng's king of karaoke voice completely captivated Polisa. The Lin Feng before her eyes was now the embodiment of love and beauty. The poetry and songs of his homeland ignited the fiery spirit of Polly.
"Oh Lin Feng, I love you."
Unable to contain the passion burning within her, she threw herself at Lin Feng, devouring his lips with wild abandon.
Polya's overload plus 9999999. Ah. Lin Feng was caught completely off guard. The big-haired girl's passion was too fierce, too overwhelming. He bitterly regretted not bringing his vibrator tonight. It might have calmed the wild woman down a bit. Only when Polya was dizzy from the frenzy did she finally release her grip. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of relief.
After such an intense encounter, Polya had already claimed him as her own, opening up to him completely.
"Lin Feng. I really want to settle down in Dragon Country now, right here in this city. That way I could see you every day. But I'm afraid my father won't agree." "It's fine. I can visit you in Russia later. Actually, I'm planning to open a male modeling agency there anyway."
Lin Feng wiped the lipstick from his lips as he turned to ask,
"By the way, Paulina, are you here in Dragon Country as a tourist or a student?" "I'm accompanying my father.
He's here to procure military supplies, and I tagged along to explore Longwa." Paulina had dropped all her guard, so she confided everything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 6,666.
What the hell? An arms dealer.
This Russian girl is actually the daughter of a Russian arms dealer. Holy crap, if her family can procure arms in Longwa, they must be oligarchs in the Bear Nation. Lin Feng instantly looked at this Russian girl with newfound respect.
Oh. Palisa, impressive. Your dad's a Russian arms dealer? That's no small feat.
However, Palisa merely smiled faintly and said,
actually, he's under a lot of pressure right now, you know? We're in the middle of the Big and Little Bear Wars. Our Big Bear Nation isn't making much headway, and the Little Bear Nation is even mounting a counterattack. The Emperor is putting immense pressure on my dad to procure powerful weapons to crush the Little Bears once and for all. Oh, I see.
Lin Feng listened, then remarked with a sigh, yeah, it's tough for everyone. This Big Bear versus Little Bear war has certainly dragged on long enough.
Chapter 96, The Arms Oligarch. After an all-night conversation, Lin Feng had come to know Paulina inside and out.
He learned that Paulina's father was Alexei Orlov, the de facto controller of Northern Steel Transport, one of Russia's largest private arms conglomerates.
This family was so prominent that it had left its mark on nearly every conflict.
Through a sophisticated logistics network, Alexei had forged deep ties with high-ranking military and political figures. On battlefields across the Great Bear Wars, vast quantities of weapons for the Great Bear side originated directly or indirectly from the Orlov family's supply channels. Time flew by, and closing time at the bar approached. After Paulina paid for the drinks, she lingered reluctantly. Lin Feng, I wish I could stay by your side forever. Lin Feng stroked her golden hair, as if petting a bear cub.
No problem.
As long as you're still in Yunzhou, we can stay in touch anytime.
Polly's eyes suddenly sparkled. Oh, right. The day after tomorrow. Could you accompany me to Mirror Lake? Mirror Lake was a renowned tourist attraction in Yunzhou City.
Its vast, misty waters, weeping willows, and ancient ruins of a broken bridge and tower added to its allure.
A tragic love story between a human and a snake further imbued the lake with romantic poetry.
Sure. Lin Feng readily agreed and informed her about the arrangements for the male model.
As the daughter of a Russian arms tycoon, Paulina certainly wasn't short on cash.
She deposited 100,000 yuan on the spot and set the date.
Wonderful, Lin Feng. This will be the most beautiful time of my life. Lin Feng, thank you for your kind words. Making you happy is the most important thing for me as a male model.
The next day, both police station chief Qin Yang and hospital physician Xin Xinghe came to book Lin Feng. The clients' schedules conflicted, so Lin Feng mediated between them. He called to ask one of them to postpone by a day or two, but learned both might be unavailable in the next 2 days.
Moreover, the reason for their inability to reschedule was surprisingly identical. A major accident had occurred at the Dayo Mountain tin mine in southern Yunzhou City.
5 days prior, water seepage and a partial cave-in had occurred in the deep mining area, flooding a main tunnel and trapping 32 miners 300 meters underground. Located in South China, Yunzhou is rich in metal deposits, and the Dayo Mountain tin mine is a key provincial enterprise.
This accident sent shockwaves through the provincial government.
As police station chief, Qin Yang expected to lead a team into the mining area shortly to maintain order, comfort the families, and assist the provincial investigation team with evidence collection. Meanwhile, Xin Xinghe, an emergency physician at the municipal hospital, had been assigned to the emergency medical rescue team. In the coming days, she would head to the accident site equipped with life detectors and emergency medical supplies to perform trauma care and epidemic prevention measures deep underground.
With the major operation approaching, both women felt tense and immediately thought of Lin Feng.
Upon learning this, Lin Feng allocated his time for the following day. From 9 to 11 a.m., he would accompany Xin Xinghe in the private room at Flower Field Cottage. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., he would accompany Qin Yang in the private room at Wind-Kissed Flower Window.
He couldn't neglect either the guardians of the people or the angels in white.
That evening, Lin Feng comforted both women, providing immense emotional strength to help them lighten their load and win the battle to protect the lives and property of the people.
Another day passed.
In the afternoon, Lin Feng received a call from Palisa. Palia called to say she was free to accompany him for a stroll around Mirror Lake that afternoon. She sent him the location and asked him to come find her.
Upon receiving the message, Lin Feng prepared to drive over. As a professional male model, punctuality was an essential quality.
However, upon arriving at the location, Lin Feng was a bit confused. Following the navigation, he drove to a spot not far from the address only to see a sign, restricted area, no entry.
Wasn't this supposed to be the Mirror Lake shore? How did it become a restricted area?
Lin Feng parked his car and got out to walk around. He spotted a taxi parked by the roadside, its driver waiting for passengers.
Lin Feng approached and asked, "Excuse me, sir, can I ask you something?"
He pointed toward the restricted area, this place.
"Can't we go in here?"
The driver, chewing gum, replied slowly, "Yeah, can't go in.
Us regular folks can't get in." What do you mean?"
Lin Feng didn't quite catch it. The driver explained, "This is the Jinghu Special Tourist Zone, also known as the VIP reception area. If you want to tour it, you need to register with the government first and get approval before entering. Oh. Lin Feng had never encountered such formalities before. This requires registration? Isn't Mirror Lake open to the public? The driver clarified, no, this specific area is reserved for showcasing the city's image to leaders, foreign guests, investors, and the like. If it were open to the public, the chaos might dampen the spirits of these important figures. That's why they've set aside this special section just for their visits. Lin Feng nodded, understanding. So this big shot was touring within this special area.
Seems she's got some serious clout to warrant such high-level hospitality.
Just then, Palia arrived at their agreed meeting spot, the entrance to the special tour area. Spotting Lin Feng immediately, she waved excitedly and called out, Lin. Upon seeing her, Lin Feng thanked the taxi driver and headed over. The taxi driver watched with a satisfied grin. Good for you, kid. Bringing glory to the country. Take care of those Russians. Paulina explained their identities to the security at the special tour area through an interpreter, allowing Lin Feng to enter the Mirror Lake special tourist area without issue. Truth be told, Lin Feng had accompanied guests to Mirror Lake many times before, but this was his first visit to the special tourist area. Consequently, everything looked exceptionally fresh and new to him. In stark contrast to the bustling outer areas, this place was exceptionally serene and tranquil. The expansive lake surface before him resembled a giant mirror, reflecting the azure sky and drifting clouds. The water was smooth and crystal clear, with slender aquatic plants swaying beneath the surface visible near the shore. The embankments, lake surface, islands, and pavilions combined to form a serene and expansive scene. The entire area was immaculately clean and orderly, with scarcely a soul or a speck of litter in sight. Only the faint rustle of willow leaves brushing against each other as the breeze swept across the lake could be heard. Palia dismissed the interpreter, nestled close to Lin Feng, and strolled along the embankment shaded by green willows. Life had reached its pinnacle in that moment. Lin, you're so wonderful. The scenery in Dragon Country is breathtaking. I truly don't want to go back to Bear Country. I'll talk to my dad. I want to study abroad in Dragon Country. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom is beautiful, and its people are warm and welcoming. We'd be delighted to have you study here and become a bridge of friendship between our two nations. That's wonderful. Paulina jumped up with joy. Let's go, I'll tell my dad right now. Paulina excitedly pulled Lin Feng along as they searched the special tour area for her father, the Russian arms dealer and actual controller of Eastern Steel Transport, Alexei. The scenic area offered pleasant views, though it wasn't particularly large. Within minutes, they spotted Alexei and his entourage at the lakeside pavilion. At that moment, the burly Russian arms oligarch was personally escorted by Liang Genoa, the vice mayor of Yunzhou City responsible for military-civilian integration and technology sectors. Mayor Liang had specially opened the Mirror Lake Special Tourist Zone for Alexei today, aiming to strengthen their relationship. This would facilitate selling arms produced by Yunzhou's Jiangnan Garrison Military Industry Group to the Russian arms tycoon, thereby further boosting Yunzhou's economy. Two sharp-looking secretaries flanked Liang Genoa, while four imposing bodyguards stood solemnly behind Alexei. One of them held a leash tightly attached to a formidable purebred Caucasian shepherd dog. The dog stood nearly half a man's height at the shoulder, its deep, low breathing exuding the aura of a predator, perfectly complementing its owner's formidable presence. Spotting the unfamiliar figure beside his daughter, Alexei's guard instantly snapped up. Paulina, who is he? The foreign woman, passionate and outspoken, blurted out without a second thought. Daddy, he's a male model. I hired him the day before yesterday. Chapter 97, The Veterinarian's True Colors. Palia immediately revealed that Lin Feng was a male model. Fortunately, she spoke in Damo, a language none of the Longfang people present understood. Her father, Alexei, understood, but he misinterpreted it as male model, the kind who walks the runway. Why did you bring a model here? Alexei eyed Lin Feng warily, his gaze carrying the distinctive sharpness of a Slavic man. He's my friend from the Dragon Country, a very, very good friend. Paulina quickly added, Dear Daddy, I've realized I've fallen in love with the Dragon Kingdom. I love it here, and I want to study abroad here. Alexei dismissed Paulina's words as impulsive, brainless enthusiasm, brushing her off with a dismissive, we'll talk about it later. Woof 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 woof. However, throughout their conversation, the large Caucasian shepherd dog beside them barked incessantly. Mark, quiet. Alexei, losing his patience, snapped at the big dog. However, the big dog showed no sign of stopping, still. Woof 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 woof. The Dragon Feng personnel were at a loss, and the scene grew awkward. Lin Feng was puzzled too. What the heck was this dog barking about? Then, a sudden thought struck Lin Feng. I almost forgot. I still had one golden legend skill left and used understanding animal minds. Quick, let's see if this thing works. Eavesdrop and find out what's really going on with this big dog. Lin Feng immediately activated the golden legendary skill understanding animal minds on the big black dog. Sure enough, the big black dog's inner thoughts were successfully overheard by Lin Feng. This hurts so bad. Alexei, you idiot, I'm in agony. Hurry up and take me back, I'm dying. I can actually hear the big dog's thoughts?
The system didn't lie to me.
But it seems this big dog really is in bad shape. As a graduate of the animal medicine program at Qingtang Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Vocational College, Lin Feng's veterinary instincts kicked in, prompting him to examine the dog. As Lin Feng conducted his examination, skills like unrivaled traditional Chinese medicine and divine acupuncture techniques unexpectedly interacted with his veterinary knowledge in a subtle way. His system possessed the ability to synthesize knowledge. Sure enough, within moments, Lin Feng had already made his diagnosis based on the dog's pained expression, distended abdomen, and desperate barking.
This is bad.
This dog had likely traveled from the frigid lands of the Great Bear Country to the water towns of Jiangnan and Dragon Country, where it consumed something incompatible with its system, leading to acute intestinal obstruction.
If things went badly, this dog might die. Sure enough, the moment Lin Feng made his diagnosis, the black dog's condition took a sudden turn for the worse.
It let out a sudden, agonized whimper, its massive body crashing to the ground.
It rolled over, its limbs convulsing violently and uncontrollably.
A choking, gurgling sound emerged from its throat, and its fierce brown eyes were now nothing but terrifying whites.
All present, shock value, plus 999,999. Alexei cried out urgently, Mark, what's wrong with you? Oh my god, what's happening?
Outsiders might not know, but Mark's owner Alexei wasn't just a pet dog, he was a comrade in arms who'd shared life and death with him. 6 years ago, in the bitter cold of Siberia, Mark had saved Alexei's life. The bond between man and dog was as deep as that between father and son. So now, with Mark fighting for his life, Alexei was sweating buckets from sheer panic.
Seeing this sudden crisis, the Longfeng personnel and others present were thrown into chaos, utterly at a loss.
Paulina was terrified, her face drained of color as she stared with wide, icy blue eyes, hiding behind Lin Feng.
Sergei. Quickly. Alexei clutched the large dog tightly, instructing the accompanying Russian veterinarian to administer treatment immediately.
Sergei ran over from a distance carrying his medical kit. Upon arrival, Sergei carefully examined Alexei's eyes and ears, then moved the stethoscope back and forth across its abdomen, his brow furrowing deeper with each pass.
Bowel sounds are nearly absent, and the body temperature is elevated. Preliminary diagnosis, acute intestinal obstruction. After making his diagnosis, Sergei looked at Alexei, seeking his consent. I'll start with an injection of atropine and antispasmodics, then try some laxatives.
Hurry up!
Cut the chatter! Alexei urged impatiently. Right away! Sergei swiftly prepared the medication and administered an injection to the large dog. However, the big black dog's condition not only failed to improve but worsened.
The bulge on its abdomen even began to ripple slightly, as if something inside was struggling.
What the hell? Alexei glared at Sergei. What the hell are you doing? Mark's condition is getting worse. Now Sergei was completely flustered. I don't know. This shouldn't be happening.
Suddenly, the dog's abdomen began heaving at a terrifying pace, each convulsive movement accompanied by a gurgling spurt of bloody foam from its mouth.
What a woof!
It let out a deathly howl, its hind legs kicking wildly, making the stone slabs thud loudly.
Hurry, you useless piece of trash! Alexei slapped Sergei hard across the face. You must cure it today, or I'll chop you to pieces.
Sergei's face drained of color.
With no other choice, he pried open the dog's jaws, attempting to examine its mouth with a tongue depressor.
But the beast bit down, drawing blood from his palm. He screamed in agony.
Oh my god, my god!
Sergei screamed in agony while helplessly pounding the dog's belly with his hands.
Stop it!
A commanding shout cut through the chaos, freezing the entire scene. Everyone turned to see Lin Feng leap forward, arriving at the scene.
Not the abdomen, the intestinal obstruction is in the ileum. Ah! Male model, what did you say? What are you doing? Alexei stared at Lin Feng, both shocked and bewildered.
Sergei, having wriggled free from the dog's jaws, also jumped up and down beside him. Who are you?
Don't make things worse. Saving the dog was the priority.
Lin Feng didn't argue, only explaining.
The dog's intestines are too constricted right now. Forced pressure could cause perforation. We need to relax the surrounding muscles first.
As he spoke, Lin Feng bent down and gently traced circles with his thumb along the ileum.
The warmth from his fingertips seeped through the skin, gradually relaxing the large dog's taut abdominal muscles.
While his thumb continued tracing arcs along the ileum, the base of his palm silently shifted 3 inches downward to press against the colon, the exact junction where the vagus nerve met the mesentery. His left hand suddenly formed a crane beak shape, precisely tapping the kidney shoe points on either side of the large dog's lumbar spine, alternating the depth of each knuckle strike.
Ah, what technique is this?
Everyone in the room was dazzled. Sergei was utterly astonished. Since arriving in China, he had visited several massage parlors and witnessed technicians using similar techniques, but he never imagined such methods could be applied to a giant black dog.
Lin Feng's fingers moved relentlessly.
His middle knuckle suddenly arched, pressing like a drilling bit against the hardened mass at the intestinal bend. He twisted clockwise 7 times, then counterclockwise 3 times. Wu the dog let out a short whimper, its tail tip twitching slightly. This was a sign of rapid improvement.
Chapter 98, Arms Negotiations. Seeing this, the crowd, especially the representatives from the Great Bear Nation, let out a slight sigh of relief. Their wariness toward Lin Feng eased somewhat. You come over and hold the dog's hind legs. Don't let it move. Lin Feng instructed Sergei, the veterinarian standing nearby. Me? Sergei pointed at himself, looking utterly bewildered. Stop standing there like an idiot. Get over there and do what the model says. Alexei already sensed something special about this model and immediately ordered the vet to assist Lin Feng. Oh. Right. Sergei obediently complied, braced his knee against the dog's hindquarters, and cupped his hands firmly around its belly. At that moment, the system awarded Skills Peak Surgery from Peerless National Physician, Divine Physician's Needle Technique, Prince of Oil Massage, and Lin Feng's innate animal medicine began to synergize. They fused into a uniquely effective therapeutic technique for animals, animal massage. Lin Feng's right hand began to vibrate at a high frequency, his fingertips fluttering like a hummingbird's wings. Yet the force remained precisely calibrated to loosen the blockage. There are adhesions between the ilium segments. We need to use vibration to separate them. Lin Feng's voice was steady. Now, follow my rhythm. Relax when I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. The large black dog's abdomen suddenly heaved violently. The sensation of the blockage shifting within the intestines transmitted clearly through Lin Feng's palms. Sergei leaned closer, squinting at the bulge. It's moving, really moving. Almost there. Lin Feng's thumb shifted to the tail end of the blockage and suddenly pressed downward. This was the crucial step of the lifting technique, using abdominal pressure differentials to expel the blockage. The big black dog let out a heart-wrenching howl, its hind legs suddenly straightening as a dark green mass dropped with a plop from its mouth onto the blue stone slab. Then, the dog's wails abruptly ceased. Its violently twitching tail suddenly went limp. Its eyes, which had been rolled back, slowly rolled back into place. Its tongue tentatively licked its parched lips. He's alive. Truly alive. Oh, thank God. My Mark. Thank God. Alexei rushed over excitedly, cradling the dog's head and stroking it repeatedly, filled with immense relief. The Longfang personnel present all breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, this was Yunzhou's home turf, and with business negotiations underway, losing a dog would have been nothing short of bad luck. Lin Feng wiped his hands, examining the mass expelled from the dog's mouth. It was the size of a goose egg, coated in a translucent gelatinous substance. Upon closer inspection, he could make out over a dozen translucent parasites still faintly wriggling, along with fragments of crushed river shrimp shells. Lin Feng immediately understood the cause of the big black dog's illness and pointed out directly. Mr. Alexei, has Mark been eating too many raw or cold foods lately? Like river shrimp, shellfish, and such? Alexei paused, then replied, yes, there were some leftovers a few days ago. I gave them to him. Mark loved them and ate quite a lot. Lin Feng nodded. That's precisely the problem. Southern China's summers are hot and humid, and parasites thrive in the water. If these river shrimp aren't handled properly, they can easily carry parasites. After Mark ate them, the parasites multiplied rapidly in his warm intestines. Their metabolic waste and the parasites themselves clogged his intestines, causing severe mechanical intestinal obstruction. So, try not to feed Mark this kind of food in the future. Lin Feng's explanation was highly professional and convincing. Arms dealer Alexei looked at Lin Feng with newfound respect, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he said, "Thank you. Young man, I can't thank you enough. Mark holds special meaning to me, he's like my own son. You're a benefactor to our entire family." Lin Feng. Seeing her lover so capable in winning over her father, Paulina beamed with joy. Daddy, isn't Lin Feng amazing? Daddy, I love him so much. Alexei looked at Lin Feng with admiration, nodding repeatedly. He also praised Liang Genoa, the deputy mayor of Yunzhou City, who was present. Your young men from Dragon Country are truly extraordinary. The accompanying interpreter relayed Alexei's words to Liang Genoa, who felt a surge of pride. Indeed, Mr. Alexei. It's fortunate this young man happened to be present. I hope this minor incident hasn't dampened your spirits. After that, Liang Genoa smoothly added. Mr. Alexei, it's dinner time now. Let's head to Lakeside International Hotel for a drink to calm our nerves. Alexei nodded. Excellent. And bring this young man along. Tonight we'll drink to our heart's content. Clearly, Alexei had already formed an intention to befriend Lin Feng. He was now considering bringing Lin Feng back to the Great Bear Country to cultivate him as a personal confidant, veterinarian, and future son-in-law. Paulina beamed with delight, wrapping her arm around Lin Feng's and cooing affectionately. Wonderful, Lin, come with us tonight. Paulina had stashed away 100,000 worth of booze. True to his professional model spirit, Lin Feng would follow her through fire and water tonight. Alright, thank you all for your hospitality. Equals. The dinner venue was the private room Swan Lake Hall on the top floor of the Lakeside International Hotel. The walls were adorned with Ripin's oil painting barge haulers on the Volga and Zhang Daqian's inkwash painting autumn mountains, symbolizing the friendship between Longmao and China while conveying the host's desire for cooperation.
At the center of the room stood a 12-seat oval solid wood dining table. The selection of fine wines included 1988 Yada vodka, Mo Shandong champagne, and vintage Maodai, China's national liquor. The menu was equally lavish and opulent, featuring Russian-style braised beef, Yunnan porcini mushroom slices, black truffle-infused Russian sturgeon caviar, and Peking duck wraps with Russian-style pickled cucumber shreds, all highlighting the fusion of dragon and Mao. Thanks to Mark's miraculous recovery, the banquet proceeded in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Halfway through the feast, after several rounds of drinks, Vice Mayor Liang Genoa noticed Alexei was thoroughly intoxicated. He then employed a traditional Dragon Nation negotiation tactic, the art of persuasion, at the banquet table. Lifting his glass, Liang Genoa declared, "Brother Alexei, we're getting along splendidly and enjoying our drinks. You've seen our groups, Longyan 9, anti-tank missile. 8-kilometer ultra-long-range, dual-mode thermal imaging plus laser guidance core, 1.5 times the high explosive charge, 1,200 mm penetration depth, all rock-solid specs. The first batch of 100 units will be sold at cost price, with a free climate combat module for the Little Bear region. Sign the purchase agreement today, and we can deliver them to your Little Bear battlefield tomorrow."
Mayor Liang knew full well that Alexei was a major military oligarch in the Great Bear Nation.
If this deal went through, it would significantly boost Yunzhou's military-industrial output and the city's overall economy. After speaking, Liang Genoa rose to clink glasses with Alexei, aiming to seal the arms procurement agreement. However, despite drinking heavily, Alexei remained perfectly lucid. He made no move to clink glasses, remaining seated as he methodically poked at the caviar on his plate with a silver fork. His triangular eyes glinted with cunning. "Mayor Liang, thank you for your gracious hospitality and for showing us the picturesque Mirror Lake. But business is business, and friendship is friendship. Pardon my frankness, but while the Longyan 9 anti-tank missile is advanced, the bastard Eagle Nation has already equipped its Little Bears with Iron Curtain 3 main battle tanks. These feature the latest composite armor, offering equivalent protection to 1,350 mm of homogeneous steel. The front of the turret even incorporates depleted uranium mesh within its wedge-shaped layers. Yet your Dragon Flame 9 boasts only 1,200 mm penetration, barely enough to scratch the paint on an Iron Curtain 3's hull, let alone threaten its core ammunition compartment. Therefore, we must adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding this transaction."
Chapter 99, Molybdenum Nickel Cobalt Composite Warhead. After drinking so much, Alexei remained remarkably lucid. Moreover, he immediately pointed out the shortcomings of the Longyan 9 and showed no interest in cooperation. Mayor Liang had done his homework before the negotiations and was well versed in the technical details of the Longyan 9. He quickly explained, "Brother Alexei, data is static, but the battlefield is dynamic. The 1,200 mm penetration of the Longyan 9 is a standard test value against traditional vertical homogeneous steel targets. The core advantage of our missile lies in its unique, dual-cone tandem-shaped charge warhead design." Setting down his wine glass, he gestured with both hands. "The primary charge detonates first, specifically designed to destroy externally mounted reactive armor or active defense systems on tanks, clearing the path. Immediately afterward, the secondary main charge detonates at optimal range, generating a hypersonic metal jet whose penetration capability far exceeds paper specifications in actual combat. Real-world performance cannot be fully captured by simple penetration figures alone." After listening, Alexei gently swirled the liquid in his glass, still shaking his head. 1,200 mm penetration against 1,350 mm equivalent protection, that's a gap in physical limits, not something tactics can fully compensate for. We need weapons that guarantee penetration, not probabilistic kills. Sorry, without verifiable combat reports, we can't take the risk. It's over. The Russians are stubborn and inflexible." Mayor Liang was momentarily at a loss, and both parties froze in the awkward silence of the drinking session. Alexei downed his drink and stated his position clearly. "My apologies, Mayor Liang. The conflict between the two bears has dragged on too long. We require high lethality weapons to end this war swiftly. There's no time to waste. Tomorrow, we're heading to the Hushan Ruiwu Military Industrial Group to inspect their anti-tank missiles. We appreciate your understanding." Alexei was leaving tomorrow. Mayor Liang and his delegation panicked. This meant not only losing a lucrative order, but also risking it being snatched by a city in a neighboring province. This wasn't just a loss in economic indicators. As the provincial capital of Zhejiang Province, Yunzhou's reputation would also suffer. Mayor Liang urgently pleaded, "Brother Alexei, please reconsider. Trust in our capabilities." Alexei remained impassive, waving his hand dismissively. "Mayor Liang, I have no choice. The pressure from the emperor is immense. We must end this war swiftly and crush the Little Bear. I hope you understand." After hearing Alexei's words, the despair on the Longfang personnel's faces was impossible to conceal. However, Lin Feng, already possessing the advanced military industry skill, had already devised a perfect solution merely by listening to their exchange. Lin Feng felt he should lend Mayor Liang a hand. First, it would boost his system proficiency and earn him experience points.
Second, Mayor Liang was, after all, a deputy mayor. Helping him would surely make him remember Lin Feng, which could potentially aid Lin Feng's male modeling business development in Yunzhou, like opening a male modeling agency at Fashion Hub. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng pointed out without hesitation. Mr. Alexei, trust me on this China's Longyan 9 missile. With just a few tweaks, it could easily pierce the armor of the Iron Curtain 3 main battle tank and take down that little bear in one shot. Lin Feng's words rang out with conviction, sending shockwaves through the entire banquet hall. All dragon and bear representatives stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. No one expected a male model to make such a startling declaration at this moment. Shock value plus 5,555. Had any other minor figure spoken up, Alexei would have ignored them. But Lin Feng was the man who had just saved his beloved dog. So instead of resentment, Alexei asked with genuine interest. Oh? Young man, you know about military technology? What insights do you have? Mayor Liang and the Longfang engineers present were utterly dumbfounded. Shock value plus 66666. No one expected this young hotshot to dare interrupt in such a professional setting. Paulina, already captivated by Lin Feng, saw her lover as a poet, singer, veterinarian, a man capable of anything. Her eyes brimmed with adoration and unwavering trust as she gazed at him. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng declared on the spot. The Dragon Flame 9 requires only one modification, replacing the traditional copper powder nozzle with a molybdenum nickel cobalt composite powder nozzle. This material maintains jet cohesion under the extreme temperatures of depleted uranium grids, drastically reducing energy dissipation caused by thermal viscosity effects. Penetration tests show it can exceed 1,500 millimeters of equivalent homogeneous steel. Penetrating Iron Curtain 3 is no problem at all. Replacing the copper alloy-shaped charge liner with a molybdenum nickel cobalt composite-shaped charge liner. This is pure, wild imagination. The entire audience's awe level plus 66,666. With just this one sentence, Lin Feng instantly ignited the entire room. Mayor Liang began discussing the theory with engineer Long Feng beside him. Big Mouth's mind was a bit slow to process, and Alexei, momentarily caught off guard, pressed for clarification. Hey kid, you seem to know your stuff. What's your basis for saying that? Lin Feng didn't even blink as he continued his smooth explanation. It's actually quite simple. The theoretical basis lies in thermodynamic properties. Traditional copper powder-coated nozzles suffer a drastic drop in deformation resistance above 1200 C. Under the transient high-temperature shock of the depleted uranium mesh reaching 1800 C, their material viscosity plummets. This causes the jet to prematurely diverge and destabilize, resulting in over 30% of the energy being dissipated ineffectively. Molybdenum nickel cobalt alloys possess an ultra-high melting point. Molybdenum alone reaches 2620 C along with a controllable thermal expansion coefficient. They maintain structural integrity under extreme temperatures, ensuring greater than 85% of energy forms an effective penetration jet. Actual penetration depth tests will inevitably show over 20% improvement, making 1,500 mm armor penetration a breeze. Genius. Absolute genius. Audiences, shock level, plus 66,666. Shock level for those who understood, plus 9999999. The applause effect was instantly understood. Especially the military engineers from Longfang and Maofang. Upon hearing Lin Feng's proposal, every single one of them applauded enthusiastically on the spot. Longfang engineer, holy, how did we miss this? Just this thin veil, pierced by a youngster. And the molybdenum nickel cobalt composite warhead cover isn't hard to make. We can retrofit it tomorrow and test it in combat. This plan saved us. Maofang engineer, holy crap god, this is brilliant. This plan is absolutely viable. With this, the little bear cub is going straight to hell. The praise from the technicians reached the ears of both leaders present. Alexei grew even more intrigued by Lin Feng. Young man, you're the one. He gave him a thumbs up. Who would have thought you're not only a top-tier veterinarian but also a military research genius? Then, turning to Mayor Liang, he praised with genuine admiration. Mayor Liang, have the young people of your dragon nation truly reached such heights? I fear this world may truly become yours in the future. Ha ha ha. Mayor Liang felt immense pride, his face glowing with satisfaction. Moreover, based on feedback from the technical staff, he sensed that thanks to Lin Feng's ingenious ideas, this lucrative order was highly likely to be secured. His mood was therefore excellent. Brother Alexei, you're right. The youth of Dragon Nation today are exceptionally capable and full of vitality. They truly represent the hope of the future. After saying this, he looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Since the interpreter hadn't conveyed Paulina's remark about Lin Feng being a male model, Mayor Liang remained unaware of Lin Feng's true identity. Thus, he inquired with genuine curiosity. Young man, what do you do now? You look so young, you must still be a student at a military engineering university, right? Chapter 100, Male models aren't big ducks. Facing Mayor Liang's inquiry, Lin Feng responded candidly.
Mayor Liang, I'm not a student at a military engineering university. I'm already working. Oh? Mayor Liang was quite surprised. You know so much about military technology, and you're so young. Have you already graduated? What kind of work are you doing now? Mayor Liang, I'm currently working as a male model. Lin Feng answered truthfully on the spot. The entire Dragon Nation delegation collectively froze in shock. All eyes turned to Lin Feng. What? Mayor Liang could scarcely believe his ears. What exactly do you do? Lin Feng repeated calmly. Mayor Liang, I'm currently a male model.
The Prince male model at the Crimson Stage Bar in Dongcheng District. Mayor Liang's shock level plus 999,999.
All Dragon Nation personnel, shock level plus 999,999.
Everyone was so stunned they were speechless.
Mayor Liang could barely get the words out. Holy crap! How could you? You're a male model.
The engineer from the nearby Jiangnan Garrison Military Industry Group was also stunned speechless.
What a male model!
How could a male model know so much? How could a male model possibly think to replace the copper alloy powder casing with a molybdenum nickel cobalt composite powder casing?
Yeah, don't male models just graduate from vocational schools at best? They probably can't even pronounce molybdenum nickel cobalt. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he's a male model, then I'm a transvestite.
The chorus of skepticism from the crowd caught the attention of the senior Maoist officials seated at the table. Alexei sensed something was off and turned to his Russian interpreter.
What's wrong with these Dragon Country people? What are they saying? Truthfully, the Russian interpreter was also utterly stunned by the revelation that Lin Feng was a male model. He relayed the news to Alexei in a tone of utter disbelief.
Sir, this young man named Lin Feng revealed his true identity to Mayor Liang. Sir, his real identity is a male model.
Alexei was puzzled. Male model? What's wrong with that? It's a perfectly normal profession, isn't it?
Translator Damo suppressed his shock and patiently explained. Sir, in China, a male model means a male prostitute. Alexei's shock level plus 999,999.
Alexei felt as if struck by lightning on the spot. What the hell? Big feathered duck? Are you out of your mind? Big Feather repeated. Sir, I'm not mistaken.
In Dragon Country, male models are big feathered ducks, and big feathered ducks are male models.
Smack. A slap landed squarely on the translator's face. Bull. Lin Feng isn't a big feathered duck. Polly's face flushed crimson with anger.
That's right, it was Polisa who delivered that sharp slap to Big Mao the translator.
You're the big hairy duck. Don't spout nonsense when you don't know what you're talking about.
Lin Feng is a male model, not some big hairy duck. In Dragon Country, male models provide emotional companionship.
It's not what you crude people imagine just about hooking up all the time.
Hearing her lover slandered felt worse than being insulted herself. With that, she raised her hand again to slap the translator.
Lin Feng, sitting beside them, gently grasped Polly's slender arm and soothed her. All right, Polisa, thank you. Don't get so worked up.
Polya, still seething, retorted with hurt, but he called you a big-haired duck.
Lin Feng smiled with understanding. Polly, it's okay. We're in the male modeling industry, misunderstandings are common. We're used to it. We just focus on doing our best and don't care about others' opinions. I believe that through the collective efforts of our male modeling community, one day we'll change how people perceive our industry. Male modeling will finally become a respected profession. Lin, you say it so well.
Polly looked at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with understanding and sympathy. Lin, you've really been through so much. Tears welled up in her eyes.
Ha 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 ha.
After hearing their exchange, Alexei burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands as he laughed. How delightful! How delightful! This truly embodies that ancient saying from your Dragon Country, a hero's origins matter not.
Through the interpreter's relay, the Chinese present grasped the full story and confirmed one thing: Lin Feng was indeed a male model. Everyone's shock meter skyrocketed once more. Shock value, plus 99,999. Compared to the Dragon Country folk, the Russians were a bit more laid back.
Alexei stated bluntly, whether this young man is a male model or a big duck, we Russians don't care about such things.
We only value the product and the technology.
Lin Feng has won me over. Both his technical expertise and his character have earned my utmost respect.
I believe in Lin Feng.
These were his heartfelt words. Lin Feng had saved his beloved dog, provided weapon optimization solutions, and demonstrated genuine sincerity at the dinner table, all of which deeply moved this arms tycoon.
Alexei continued addressing Mayor Liang and his delegation.
If you can follow Lin Feng's plan and achieve over 1,500 mm penetration for the Longyan 9 anti-tank missile, I'll sign this order with you.
My word is my bond.
Upon hearing this, Mayor Liang and the engineers immediately dismissed their earlier doubts about Lin Feng being a male model.
Securing the order was now their top priority. Mayor Liang pounded his chest in assurance. Agreed. Thank you for your trust, brother. Our Jiangnan Garrison Military Industry Group will work through the night tonight, strictly following Comrade Lin Feng's plan to make improvements. Tomorrow, we'll invite you personally to witness the live fire test results. Excellent. Wishing you complete success. May our cooperation proceed smoothly. This time, Alexei raised his glass. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast, celebrating this perfect moment. The next day, the results were in. As Lin Feng had predicted, replacing the molybdenum nickel cobalt composite projectile liner with the in place of the copper alloy warhead cover, the Long N9 demonstrated a significant increase in lethality, achieving a measured penetration depth of 1,800 mm. The Iron Curtain 3 tanks supplied by the Eagle Nation to the Little Bear were nothing but lambs led to slaughter. Alexei kept his word, signing a contract that day to procure 5,000 Long N9. Overjoyed, Mayor Liang personally called to express his gratitude. Comrade Lin Feng, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. You are a hero to Yunzhou City. On behalf of Yunzhou's military-industrial enterprises, I extend our sincere gratitude. Lin Feng was in the manager's office at the time. He politely replied, Mayor Liang, you flatter me. It's our duty to contribute to Yunzhou's economic development. I also hope Mayor Liang will continue to care for and guide the development of our male modeling industry. After a moment's pause, Liang Genoa continued, Comrade Lin Feng, to be honest, believe you possess extraordinary talent, especially in the military-industrial sector. It's truly a waste for a genius like you to be working as a male model. Would you consider transferring to the Jiangnan Garrison Military Industrial Group? We're offering you a formal senior engineer position. You won't need to worry about any paperwork, the city will handle all the arrangements. What do you say, Comrade Lin Feng? Would you be willing to consider it? Chapter 101, A Shared Father. Mayor Liang spoke with heartfelt sincerity, genuinely wanting Lin Feng to join the Jiangnan Garrison Military Industry Group as a senior engineer. However, Lin Feng remained steadfast, unmoved by poverty, uncorrupted by wealth, and unyielding to force. True to his craftsman spirit of dedicating himself solely to modeling, he immediately declined. Thank you for your esteem, Mayor Liang. However, my heart lies with male modeling. I believe it is a sunrise industry, a windfall in this era of great oppression. I wish to witness the rise of male modeling firsthand in these fiery times. Please withdraw your offer. Mayor Liang broke out in a cold sweat at the weight of these grand words. Damn it, Lin Feng, you really are a waste of space. Why don't you just come work in the municipal government secretariat and write reports for me instead? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed heartily. No problem, I'll make sure to include the development and expansion of the male modeling industry in the government report. Mayor Liang could tell Lin Feng genuinely loved the male modeling industry. Realizing further arguments were futile, he conceded. Alright, Lin Feng, I respect your choice. But if you ever change your mind, or if you get arrested, you can call me anytime. I, Liang Genoa, will be your rock. Lin Feng. It was clear old Liang was a straight shooter, and Lin Feng actually admired that kind of straightforwardness. Thanks in advance, Mayor Liang. Alright, but I'll try not to cause you any trouble. Little brother, time's tight today. I've got some official business to attend to, so I'll cut this short. When we've got time, you and I will hit the bottles together. Alright, Mayor Liang, you go ahead with your work. We'll talk later. After Lin Feng hung up, the system began its upgrade. System, congratulations, host. You've leveled up yet again. Thank you for standing firm and relentlessly expanding the male model's influence. Lin Feng, that goes without saying. We're on the same page here. Enough chit-chat, hurry up. Give me the upgrade and rewards now. System, understood. This upgrade grants the host the skill, Mechanics Mastery. Skill description, the host achieves mastery in understanding and applying mechanics, transforming complex principles into efficient, precise practical application. Their grasp of structural stability, load transfer, and material mechanical behavior is unmatched globally. Lin Feng, boss, what the heck is this thing even good for? System, mechanics, is the cornerstone for analyzing all motion and interactions. It's also a prerequisite for maxing out, encyclopedic scholar, the hidden laws weaving the cosmic order of existence. Lin Feng, oh my god. Fine. Sounds pretty scary, huh? Yeah, you're totally right. After the system upgraded, Lin Feng was about to play a game in the manager's office when a male model suddenly burst in. Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng looked up. This male model was named Xiao Chang. Yes, this nickname was originally given to Lin Feng by Jiang Dai when he first arrived. However, Lin Feng insisted on using his real name for his modeling work, refusing to change his name or alter his identity. Thus, the nickname was passed down and given to this Xiao Chang. Because of this connection, Lin Feng recognized Xiao Chang. What is it, Xiao Chang? Mr. Lin, I wanted to ask Sister Jiang for some time off, but I couldn't find her. Would it be okay to discuss it with you instead? The male models at the bar were well aware of Lin Feng's standing, so they addressed him with particular respect. Sure, no problem. Everyone has things to attend to. Go ahead and handle it.
Lin Feng agreed readily, then casually asked, how many days are you taking?
Well, I'm not sure. Xiao Chang stammered.
Lin Feng was a bit puzzled.
As a senior colleague, he kindly reminded him. No specific number of days?
If you take too long off, regular customers won't be able to find you, and they might switch to another male model.
Mr. Lin. I really can't worry about that right now.
Xiao Cheng's face flushed with anxiety and panic.
Why is this male model so worked up? Lin Feng asked with concern. Xiao Chang, what's wrong? Is there an emergency at home?
By now, tears were welling up in Xiao Cheng's eyes.
Mr. Lin.
I need to take leave to go to Dayo Mountain.
My father is trapped under the landslide. What the hell?
Lin Feng's shock level plus 66,666. Lin Feng had already heard about the mining disaster at Dayo Mountain. It had been about a week since the incident, yet rescue efforts were progressing slowly. 32 miners remained trapped beneath the collapsed rock, their lives hanging in the balance. Rescue forces from across the city had converged on Dayo Mountain to save the miners.
Familiar faces like Xin Qingha and Qin Yang were also present at the site.
But Lin Feng never imagined that buried beneath the rubble was the father of a male model from his bar.
Holy, Xiao Chang, your dad's still trapped under the mountain? What's the situation now?
Lin Feng asked with concern. Xiao Chang's eyes were red-rimmed. Is that Apple Bob? As his voice cracked with suppressed emotion.
Mr. Lin, it's terrible. The collapse is too deep and too fragmented. The main passage is blocked by boulders dozens of meters high.
Heavy equipment can't get in, so we have to crawl through cracks to clear debris.
But the surrounding rock is too loose, rocks keep falling. We can't even clear a rescue passage. Right now, we're relying entirely on a few remaining ventilation shafts to send oxygen and liquid food down. The signal comes and goes.
My dad and the others are trapped in the deepest shelter. He clenched his fists, his voice nearly breaking.
It's been a week. Time, air, everything is running out.
I'm terrified my dad won't make it until they figure something out. That's why I can't go to work.
I have to get up the mountain. Through Xiao Cheng's description, Lin Feng could sense the urgency of the situation.
He understood Xiao Cheng's anxiety all too well. Xiao Cheng, don't worry.
There must be a way.
Lin Feng suddenly stood up and declared resolutely. Rest assured. All the male models at Scarlet Stage are brothers in the same boat.
Your father is like a father to all of us. So, with your father trapped under the mountain, every single male model at the bar must go up without hesitation to join the rescue. We won't come down until we save our old man. Xiao Cheng's shock level plus 99,999. What, Mr. Lin, you mean you're sending every male model from the bar up the mountain to rescue my father?
Xiao Cheng could scarcely believe his ears.
That's right.
Lin Feng stood up, patting Xiao Cheng on the shoulder reassuringly. Xiao Cheng, don't worry.
Relax.
With the brothers here, your father will surely be protected by divine providence. He'll survive this ordeal and escape safely. With a sharp sound, 2 hot tears streamed down Xiao Cheng's cheeks. He was deeply moved, Mr. Lin, but if all the brothers go, what about the bar's business? Lin Feng waved his hand decisively, business be damned. Human lives come first. At a time like this, we must stand united and weather this storm together. There's no time to waste. I'll have Mr. Hua organize the rescue immediately. Xiao Cheng was already so moved he was crying. Mr. Lin, your kindness and generosity, I will forever. Hey, Lin Feng cut him off. Save those words for when your father is safe and sound.
Chapter 102, The Male Model Rescue Squad. No time to waste.
Lin Feng immediately instructed Hua Xiongqiao to arrange buses to transport the entire male model team to the accident site for rescue operations. Hua Xiongqiao was completely baffled when he received the order.
Damn it, boss, are you out of your mind? Do we really need such a massive operation? Are we giving up on the bar business? And what exactly are all these male models going to do?
However, Lin Feng's vision had long soared beyond the atmosphere. His words instantly convinced Hua Xiongqiao.
Brother Hua, we absolutely must go. Every single male model must go. This mission isn't just about rescuing people, it's about uniting our brothers.
At the same time, we'll showcase the social responsibility of male models to the public and build a positive image for our industry. I hear the Blue Sky Rescue Team is already on the mountain. Our male model rescue squad can't fall behind.
Form the male model rescue brigade immediately and get it done. Holy crap! Hua Xiongqiao suddenly understood. Bro, your vision is beyond our comprehension. I'll call for a car right away.
That same day, 3 passenger buses carrying over 90 male models from the Crimson Stage Agency sped straight to the accident site on Dayo Mountain. By the time they arrived, dusk had already fallen.
Seeing the male models disembarking from the buses, Hua Xiongqiao waved his hand and commanded. Guys, time is life. Follow me. Let's rescue our minor brothers. Yes.
Over 90 male models roared in unison, following Hua Xiongqiao straight toward the accident site. Suddenly, the police officers maintaining perimeter security spotted a dark mass of men charging toward them. They froze in terror. Holy crap, what the hell is that? What the hell is that group? The police captain, hearing the commotion and realizing the sudden situation, froze in shock. He immediately drew his baton, assuming a defensive stance. What's going on? What's going on? Holy! Stop! Everyone stop right now! The officers swiftly raised their shields, forming a defensive formation as if facing a major threat. Over 90 male models were halted before the shield wall. Hua Xiangqiao stepped forward to mediate. Hey, officers, we're here to help. We're a social rescue team, don't get the wrong idea. We're all part of the same family. The police captain finally eased his guard slightly and began scrutinizing the group of male models. What are you? A social rescue force? This doesn't look right to me. The captain's judgment wasn't off. Dressed uniformly in black leather pants and sleek, polished outfits, this group of male models claiming to be a rescue organization was hard to believe. Drawing on years of experience cracking down on illegal activities, the captain questioned them on the spot. Why do you look more like male models to me? Hua Xiangqiao forced a smile. Captain, you see clearly. Captain, you see clearly. We are indeed male models, the Male Model Rescue Brigade. The entire squad was stunned. The captain immediately stepped forward and gave Hua Xiangqiao 2 whacks with his baton. Damn it! What the hell is this nonsense? What are you male models doing causing trouble up here? Are you even registered? Do you know how to rescue people? Do you have any gear? You show up in leather pants? Get back to your bar and dance. Now, get out of here. With that, the captain and his officers began impatiently shooing them away. Captain, hold on. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward to address the captain. Officer, here's the situation. The father of one of our bar's male models is currently trapped under the landslide. All the brothers from the bar are deeply concerned and wish to come here to do what little we can to help rescue him as soon as possible. We hope you understand. Who knew you male models had such a sense of loyalty? The captain's expression softened slightly after hearing Lin Feng's words. But let me tell you, the scene is already chaotic enough. You won't be able to help much by coming in. You'd be better off going back to work. If there's any news, it'll be reported. Don't just come here and make things worse. But at that moment, Xiao Cheng refused to back down. No way. I'm going in. I have to save my dad. He shouted, his voice cracking with tears. Damn it. What are you yelling about? Keep it up, and I'll give you a couple whacks. The captain, who had been on duty at this post for a long time, was feeling irritable. The commotion grew so loud it alerted the senior officer overseeing the scene. What's going on, all this commotion? A municipal police chief bellowed from a distance. The captain immediately replied, reporting to Chief Qin, we have a group of male models trying to enter the scene to participate in the rescue. Male models? Commissioner Qin was clearly annoyed. What are male models doing here causing trouble? Get them all out of here. If they refuse, handcuff the leader. Yes, sir. The captain, seizing the opportunity, barked, everyone get out of here now, or I'll have you all thrown in jail. Lin Feng, possessing the X-ray vision skill, had extraordinary eyesight. He shouted toward the leader. Chief Qin, it's me, Lin Feng. Commissioner Qin recognized the voice as familiar and walked over. This Chief Qin was none other than Qin Yongwei, deputy chief of the Yunzhou City Police Department, the very man Lin Feng had helped solve the Yunzhou serial rape and murder case. As Qin Yongwei drew near and recognized Lin Feng, his face lit up with joy. Lin Feng. It really is you. What brings you here? Qin Yongwei enthusiastically stepped forward to shake Lin Feng's hand. The other officers present were completely baffled by this turn of events. Chief Qin. Why is Chief Qin being so friendly to a male model? Lin Feng shook hands while explaining, one of the male models here has a father trapped in the mine. The guys are all worried sick, so I came up to see if there's anything I can do to help. Oh, I see. Chief Qin nodded approvingly. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Lin Feng, your male model colleague shares your sense of loyalty and compassion. Thanks to Lin Feng, Director Qin's perception of all the male models present shifted. Just then, another leader approached from a distance. It was a petite, capable woman. What's going on here? Non-essential personnel, clear the area immediately. Don't interfere with the rescue operation. Her tone was urgent and sharp, her brows furrowed, her expression grave. Oh, District Chief Qi, allow me to introduce you. Qin Yongwei quickly stepped in to smooth things over. This is Comrade Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this is District Chief Qiying of Shiyun District in Yunzhou City. Ha? She's the District Chief of Shiyun District? Lin Feng glanced at Qiying a few more times. She had delicate features and fair skin. Even in her business suit, her slender, well-proportioned figure was hard to miss. She looked no older than 37 or 38, yet she was already the District Chief of Shiyun District. Hello, District Chief Qi, Lin Feng greeted politely. Qiying had been under immense pressure lately. Since the Dayo mountain mine fell within Shiryun district's jurisdiction, she bore leadership responsibility for the accident that had occurred there. Moreover, the rescue situation was far from promising, and her pressure grew by the day. If the rescue efforts proved inadequate, she risked losing her position entirely. Her face was etched with worry, her tone cold and sharp as she cut straight to the point. What do you do? Lin Feng, District Chief Chi, I'm a male model. Chapter 103, The Female District Chief's Defenses Crumble. What a male model. Xiang, shock level, plus 9999999. Xiang, too, came from a high-ranking official family. Her father served as deputy director of the Zhejiang Provincial Department of Culture, while her mother held the position of chief accountant at a provincial-level enterprise. She received a strict, orthodox upbringing from childhood. After graduation, at her father's urging, she entered the civil service. Thanks to her proactive attitude, outstanding performance, and family connections, she advanced rapidly. Before turning 40, she had already ascended to the ranks of senior leadership. For someone born into privilege and raised under the red flag like her, things like male models, technicians, bars, clubs, business KTVs, and dance halls instinctively triggered a sense of repulsion. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Feng identify himself as a male model, her expression darkened instantly. What? Male model? You're all male models? Then, her expression shifted to one of helpless exasperation. This is utterly ridiculous. Why are there more and more male models in Yunzhou City? They're everywhere, seriously damaging the city's image. And now, with so many male models, they've actually appeared here. How can this be tolerated? It's utterly ridiculous. Absolutely outrageous. Lin Feng had long endured the cold stares and misunderstandings of society. Moreover, the proliferation of male models in Yunzhou City, the phenomenon of male models being everywhere, was largely his doing. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Feng had to step forward and defend the reputation of male models. District Chief Chi, you may insult me, but please do not insult male models. Lin Feng's words were clear and sharp, his deep voice carrying an intimidating authority. Everyone present couldn't help but stiffen at the sound of his voice. Even Xiang reined in her insolent expression and began to reassess the handsome bastard before her. And upon closer inspection, holy crap! Is he that handsome? Since he was still 4 or 5 meters away from Xiang, Lin Feng's expression remained rather stern. Therefore, neither the fragrance of a man within reach, nor the spring breeze smile aura activated. Lin Feng had already made Qi Ying's eyes light up with just his looks and the art of hair blowing. But now, with the fire burning at her eyebrows and the immense responsibility weighing on her shoulders, she simply had no spare energy to flood her system with estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin. Therefore, she remained firm. No entry. Male models are strictly forbidden. If any of you dare to disobey, I'll file a report recommending the city authorities crack down on you and shut you all down. Hearing the district chief threaten to raid their agency and jeopardize their livelihoods, the 90-plus black-clad male models erupted in an uproar, spewing profanities. Geneva! Who the hell do you think you are? Shut the hell up. You're the one who's screwed. You idiot. Think you can take us down? I'll shove you sky high. You whore. District chief my ass. Look at your sleazy act, you're more like a club manager. Seeing the male models getting more and more out of line, severely damaging their professional image, Lin Feng immediately stepped in to stop them. Shut up. Mind your manners. Mind your manners. Lin Feng's authority carried weight. With just one sentence, the entire venue fell silent. But words spoken cannot be unsaid. District Chief Qiang was already trembling with rage from her earlier outburst. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. These male models have gone completely mad. I will deal with you, I absolutely must deal with you. With that, Qiang gritted her teeth and ordered the officers present, handcuff these male models. Now hurry. Clearly, Qiang had lost her mind in rage. These officers were directly assigned by the municipal bureau and only obeyed unified commands from the city headquarters. Her orders as a mere district chief of Shiryun district clearly held no sway over them. Moreover, with over 90 black-clad male models present and only about 30 officers on the scene, any attempt at forced removal risked escalating the situation beyond control. Therefore, none of the officers reacted. They all turned to Qin Yongwei, waiting for his instructions. Seeing her orders fall on deaf ears, Qiang lost her composure once more. What do you mean? You all rebelling too? Lin Feng heard this and gave a wry smile. District Chief Qi, we're all law-abiding citizens. How did this escalate to rebellion? At most, it's an internal conflict among the people. Is that Lin Feng? Just as the standoff reached a tense impasse, a familiar voice cut through the air. Lin Feng turned toward the sound and saw a familiar figure approaching. Mayor Su. Lin Feng was quite surprised to encounter Su Shangning's father, Yunzhou City Vice Mayor Su Qingyu here. In truth, Su Qingyu's presence here wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, the affected Shiryun district fell under the purview of Su Qingyu, the municipal leader responsible for that area. In essence, he was the direct superior of Qiang, the district chief of Shiryun.
Therefore, with such a major incident occurring in Shiryun district, he couldn't avoid involvement and had to personally oversee the rescue efforts on site. But Lin Feng remained unaware of the full situation. Mayor Su, you're here too?
Mayor Su was surprised to see Lin Feng, and even more astonished to see a group of male models trailing behind him.
Lin Feng. From afar, I thought I saw someone who looked like you. I never imagined it was actually you. Yes, Mayor Su. My colleague's father is trapped under the landslide.
The guys from the bar are all worried, so I came up the mountain specifically to assist with the rescue. Lin Feng explained his purpose once more. Mayor Su was momentarily bewildered. After a pause, he finally grasped the situation and pointed at the sea of male models.
What do you mean? Lin Feng, are you saying they're all male models?
Yes, Mayor Su. All the male models from our bar are requesting to assist at the scene.
Mayor Su. District Chief Chi. Commissioner Qin.
Xiang, seeing her superior arrive, quickly suppressed her emotions. She never imagined Mayor Su would recognize Lin Feng, so she dared not vent her anger any further. But after all, Shiryun district was her turf, and she bore primary responsibility. So she persisted.
Mayor Su, I don't think this is appropriate. It's a bit too outrageous.
They are male models after all.
Look at their dyed yellow hair.
Besides, the scene is already chaotic enough. I'm afraid their presence would only make things worse. However, Qin Yongwei from the police station had witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities firsthand.
He interjected. Mayor Su, I know Comrade Lin Feng well. He's highly capable and intelligent. He might just be able to step in and make a difference. Su Qingyu pondered this for a moment.
He had witnessed Lin Feng's exceptional abilities firsthand, so he found Qin Yongwei's suggestion deeply reasonable.
He then stated.
Alright then, Lin Feng, come inside.
Let's discuss how to proceed together. However, the other male models should wait outside the perimeter for now.
After all, rescue is a technical job. More people aren't necessarily better.
We'll call everyone in when needed, okay?
The mayor's skill was truly exceptional. A few words had calmed the agitated male models on site.
Su Qingyu, Lin Feng, is this arrangement acceptable to you?
Lin Feng, Mayor Su, absolutely.
We'll proceed as you suggest. Su Qingyu, good.
Lin Feng, you may proceed. Upon hearing the order, the officers lowered the barrier and cleared a path. Lin Feng nodded his thanks before resolutely stepping into the accident scene.
Chapter 104, Fatal Flaw.
Upon arriving at the accident site, Lin Feng first gathered further details about the incident through witness statements and on-site investigation.
He then immediately attended the emergency response meeting for the major mining accident at Dayo Mountain on August 21st.
The meeting was held in a military tent provided by the military district, chaired by Vice Mayor Su Qingyu. Time was of the essence.
Su Qingyu cut straight to the chase. Director Chen, has the new rescue plan been finalized? We're running out of time. Chen Jianye, director of the Yunqing Emergency Management Bureau, stood and replied. Mayor Su, yes. Our Emergency Management Bureau worked through the night to develop an optimized plan. We are highly confident we can rescue the trapped miners. Mayor Su's eyes lit up. Excellent. Please elaborate immediately. Right.
After acknowledging the request, Chen Jianyu began explaining their optimized rescue plan in detail, referencing schematic diagrams. Mayor Su, the core concept of this rescue plan is the forceful approach. We've chosen to enter through this adjacent backup passageway, which has slightly higher stability. Step 1. Deploy ultra-high-pressure water jet cutters to precisely sever the massive steel beams and concrete structures blocking the path ahead.
We expect to clear an entrance for heavy equipment swiftly. Immediately following, we'll deploy 3 compact ultra-thin arm-tracked rock crushers.
These machines can squeeze into gaps less than 1.5 meters wide and operate non-stop for 24 hours, using impact hammers and crushing tongs to reduce boulders into fist-sized fragments. The crushed rock will be transported out in real time through pneumatic conveying pipelines laid along the same tunnel.
Then,
Chen Jianya spoke rapidly yet clearly, his explanations supplemented by diagrams that allowed everyone present to grasp the rescue plan's logic. The fire brigade commander was the first to respond. I endorse Director Chen's plan. This approach is more efficient and offers the best chance to rescue the trapped workers in the shortest possible time. The Blue Sky Rescue Team captain also voiced support. Director Chen's plan is thoroughly considered. We're ready to lead the charge and stand by for deployment. The hospital emergency team leader concurred. I also find Director Chen's plan reliable. Its efficiency far surpasses the previous approach. It's our only hope for rapidly establishing a lifeline. District Chief Qiang of Shiryun District seized upon this as if it were a lifeline, urgently declaring, "Excellent.
Director Chen's plan is excellent.
As long as it can rescue the miners as quickly as possible, the district will provide full support."
After listening, Mayor Su nodded, scanned the room, and asked, "What do you think? Any further objections from those present? If not, we'll proceed with Director Chen's plan."
No one spoke up, indicating their agreement. Just as Mayor Su was about to seal the deal, a voice suddenly broke the silence.
"Mayor Su, I believe this proposal is unsound. Shock level plus 55,555. All eyes turned toward the speaker Lin Feng. Yes, it was Lin Feng. Having mastered the mechanics answers skill and having just assessed the disaster site firsthand, Lin Feng had a clear understanding of the damage. He had a complete grasp of everything, including the rock layer structure, the load-bearing capacity of the roof, and potential hazards in the evacuation areas. Mayor Su felt a sudden chill run through him. Lin Feng, do you have a different perspective? Yes. Director Chen's plan, while highly efficient, poses significant safety risks, Lin Feng stated bluntly. Mayor Su's brow furrowed. Risks? Could you elaborate on the specific hazards? Very well. Lin Feng immediately stood up, walked to the schematic diagram, and pointed out the specific location of the hidden danger. The biggest risk is right here. Lin Feng's fingertip jabbed forcefully at the roof section of the schematic. The ultra-thin arm rock crusher relies on the high-frequency vibrations of its impact hammers and crushing jaws to forcefully pulverize massive boulders. These vibrations transmit layer by layer through the stable bedrock below, directly impacting the already weakened roof zone subjected to immense multidirectional stresses. Based on my observations, this critical roof fracture zone already exhibits a natural displacement rate of 0.8 mm per hour. Adding the crusher's impact frequency of up to 1,200 times per minute will superimpose shockwaves onto existing stresses, likely shattering the fragile equilibrium. Should the roof collapse under excessive pressure, it could easily trigger secondary disasters, placing the miners in even greater peril. Lin Feng's words poured a bucket of cold water on the newly kindled hope. Those who had glimpsed a glimmer of hope felt an indescribable sense of unease upon hearing his words. Chen Jianye, who had proposed the plan, was the first to object. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've conducted thorough safety assessments on the machinery, it's foolproof. Oof. Young man, you claim to observe a key roof fracture zone shifting 0.8 mm per hour under natural conditions? That sounds rather far-fetched. How could you possibly detect such minute movements? The fire brigade captain sided with Chen Jianye. I still support old Chen's plan. We can't let a few minor objections shake our original strategy that would only waste more time. The miners' lives are slipping away. The Blue Sky Rescue Team leader spoke with righteous indignation. Exactly. We don't have time for more arguments, we need to start working immediately. Let the miners hear the activity and give them hope to survive. Medical Rescue Team leader, I believe we should prioritize the opinion of professionals like old Chen. We've never met this young man, we don't know his professional background. Professional background? Xiying scoffed coldly. What professional background could he possibly have? He's actually just a male model. Desperate to expedite the rescue, Xiying couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Emergency Management Agency Director Chen Jianye, shock level, plus 99,999. Fire Brigade Captain, shock level, plus 99,999. Blue Sky Rescue Team Captain, shock level, plus 99,999. Medical Rescue Team Captain, shock level, plus 99,999. At the conference, everyone except Su Qingyu and Qin Yongwei, shock level, plus 99,999. Chen Jianye, what a male model. A male model dares to criticize my plan? Fire Brigade Captain, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Making jokes like this when lives are at stake? Blue Sky Rescue Team Captain, why bring a male model here? What use is he? Is this a dance club? Medical Team Captain, absurd. At this critical juncture, we're listening to a male model spout nonsense? This is a disregard for life. Enough. Enough. Su Qingyu cut off the murmurs of disapproval. True, Comrade Lin Feng is a male model. But since we invited him to this rescue briefing, it proves he possesses exceptional skills. We cannot prejudge him based on his profession. Hearing both sides brings clarity, listening to only one side leads to blindness. To ensure the miners' safe rescue, we must consider every possible extreme scenario. After speaking, he turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what suggestions do you have for the rescue operation? Chapter 105, Relying Entirely on the Male Model. With Mayor Su speaking, the others present ceased their murmurs and patiently waited to hear Lin Feng's response. Precision-controlled vibration reduction advancement. Lin Feng gestured with his hand and stated firmly. To balance safety and efficiency, we must adopt precision-controlled vibration reduction advancement for the rescue. Step 1, rescue teams will silently section and remove the obstructing giant steel beams using hydraulic cutters and spreaders. Step 2, for concrete and large rock fragments, handheld hydraulic rock splitters will be inserted into pre-drilled holes to perform static expansion fracturing, completely eliminating impact vibrations. Third, the broken debris will be loaded by crew members into corrosion-resistant baskets using small electric shovels, then transported out through the passage via a human relay system and lightweight rail carts. Simultaneously, hydraulic props will be installed throughout the roof area of the workface for real-time support, with dynamic adjustment of support points. This approach maximizes both efficiency and safety. After Lin Feng presented his plan, instead of approval, almost everyone in the room wore expressions of disbelief.
Chen Jianye from the Emergency Management Agency. Listen, kid, if you do it this way, by the time you chisel out the rescue passage, it'll be too late.
Will there even be any survivors left in the shelter by then?
Fire Brigade Captain, too amateurish. This kid clearly has zero field rescue experience.
What do you mean, golden rescue window? We're racing against death. Who has time for this nonsense?
Blue Sky Rescue Team Captain, Mayor Su, forgive my bluntness, but this is no time for amateurs to complicate matters, especially when he's a male model.
Medical Emergency Team Captain, I'll bet you this approach won't save anyone.
If we do pull anyone out, they'll be more like mummies than living people. District Chief Chiang of Shiryun District, Mayor Su, we simply can't afford to waste any more time. No matter how much you trust him, he's still a male model.
We need to let professionals handle professional tasks. Su Qingyu. With the tide overwhelmingly turning against Lin Feng, even Su Qingyu began to panic.
Indeed, at this critical moment when lives hung in the balance, he wavered.
Alright, then proceed with Director Chen's plan first. Time is of the essence. Commence the rescue immediately. Mayor Su, please reconsider. Director Chen's plan carries significant risks. If the roof collapses under excessive pressure, the consequences would be unimaginable.
For the sake of the 32 miners' lives, Lin Feng continued to argue his case. But Su Qingyu had already made up his mind.
Waving his hand, he declared, "Enough, Lin Feng.
As everyone says, we must trust the judgment of professionals. I believe Director Chen and his team will emerge victorious."
Chen Jianye stood and pledged, "Mayor Su and all leaders, rest assured we guarantee mission completion." With that, Chen Jianye turned and left the command tent, beginning to mobilize forces for the rescue operation.
Seeing this, Lin Feng made no further attempts to intervene. He knew it was a done deal. Further words would be futile.
Su Qingyu offered reassurance. "Lin Feng, sit down and relax for a moment. Director Chen will surely bring good news."
Lin Feng gave a faint smile, offered no further response, and returned to his seat. The rescue site soon echoed with the roar of machinery, the sharp clatter of crushed stone, the screech of cutting blades, the rumble of crushing equipment. The vibrations shook the entire field tent.
Yet, those inside the tent remained unaware of the impending danger.
Instead, they waited confidently for Director Chen to deliver the good news.
An hour and a half later, as expected. Instead of good news, they were met by a horrified Chen Jianye. "Oh no, we're done for." Chen Jianye stumbled into the tent, disheveled and frantic, reporting in terror. It's all over. The roof panels have shattered. Su Qingyu, fear level, plus 99,999. Xiang, fear level, plus 99,999. All squad leaders and personnel, fear level, plus 99,999. How could this happen? What the hell is going on?
Su Qingyu had completely shed his refined, scholarly demeanor, replaced by utter panic.
Chen Jianye reported breathlessly.
When the rock crusher reached the junction with the main passage, the ceiling fissures suddenly accelerated their collapse. Rock debris rained down like a storm. During our emergency retreat, all three crushers were half buried by falling rocks. The main passage is now even more severely blocked.
The situation in the trapped personnel area is unclear. The ceiling experienced instantaneous displacement exceeding 50 millimeters. We're done for. This time we're really screwed. It was indeed a roof collapse. Exactly as Lin Feng had predicted. Upon hearing the report, Su Qingyu lost his composure completely. Pointing an accusing finger at Chen Jianye, he shouted furiously. "Chen Jianye, what the hell were you thinking? This is your fault. You're responsible for this mess."
Xiang was also terrified, her face drained of color. If the rescue failed, she knew her official position would be stripped away completely.
Her voice trembling, she pleaded. "Oh, what should we do? What should we do? Everyone, think of a solution, please."
At that, the clever minds present all fell silent. With Chen Jianye's earlier reprimand fresh in their minds, they knew that offering reckless suggestions now could lead to blame if the rescue failed. One by one, they fell silent, frozen in fear.
"Speak up!" Su Qingyu nearly shouted in frustration. "Firefighters, rescue team, emergency response. Have you all gone mute?"
The so-called experts kept their heads bowed, playing dumb.
"Mayor Su, there's still time to turn things around." Like thunder in the silence. In the face of utter despair,
Lin Feng stepped forward once more. "Mayor Su, there must still be a glimmer of hope." With a sudden rush, the entire room turned to Lin Feng with pleading eyes. No one expected that when courage and responsibility were most needed, it would be a male model who stepped forward. Indeed, at this moment, this male model was their last hope.
Su Qingyu, clutching at this last straw, urgently asked. "Alright, Lin Feng, what do you suggest? Everyone, will follow your lead."
Xiang now regarded Lin Feng as her savior, staking everything on this male model.
"Lin Feng. Comrade Lin Feng, it's all up to you. Really, we're truly counting on you."
The rest of the crowd, all self-proclaimed experts, stared at Lin Feng with pleading eyes.
Because facts spoke louder than words.
They had come to realize that Lin Feng was the truly formidable one this male model had long seen through everything and anticipated every move. Su Qingyu, Lin Feng, your assessment of the terrain and the ceiling's load-bearing capacity is spot on.
You're the authority now. We'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we'll do. Thank you for your trust, Mayor Su.
Lin Feng rose again, swiftly approaching the schematic diagram. His voice was firm as he declared. If we had implemented scientific rescue measures before the roof collapsed, I would have been 100% certain of a successful rescue. But now, with the roof severely fractured, succeeding in the rescue will likely require us to risk our lives.
Chapter 106, The Fearless Male Model.
Risk our lives. Lin Feng's words didn't sound like alarmist rhetoric, they sent chills down everyone's spine instantly.
Su Qingyu, Lin Feng, what do you mean by risking our lives? Lin Feng laid out his desperate rescue plan. Everyone, the roof has suffered structural fractures. The rock layers are in a precarious equilibrium. Any vibration exceeding 0.5 Hz could trigger a chain collapse. Therefore, we can no longer use heavy machinery. Only by using our own bodies as tools can we carve out this lifeline. Clear the path with our own flesh and blood. Every ear that heard those 7 words was moved to the core. An inexplicable sense of tragic grandeur instantly filled the entire military tent. Lin Feng held a marker pen, sketching diagrams on the whiteboard as he explained. We must now form manual excavation teams.
The first team consists of 20 personnel using short-handled picks for shallow tunneling. Each worker is responsible for a 20-centimeter section, alternating in a kneeling position. Debris must be passed using anti-static canvas bags, avoiding any metal contact throughout the process. The second team of 36 members will work in pairs, shouldering carbon fiber support poles to form 25 mobile anchor points. These points must advance in sync with the excavation progress, like installing a walking skeleton for the tunnel. Then, a 3-color LED array directs all operations. Blue indicates slow excavation, yellow signals shift preparation, and red commands full halt. Each workgroup carries vibration sensors to prevent pickaxe impacts exceeding safety thresholds. Only through this meticulously engineered human-powered system achieving precise excavation while completely eliminating mechanical vibrations could the trapped miners have a glimmer of hope.
Lin Feng's rescue plan stunned everyone once more.
Everyone's shock value plus 77,777. Too intricate, too systematic. This was nothing short of a meticulously calculated human-powered collaborative operation.
Yet, Lin Feng's plan was indeed a desperate one.
32 miners were already trapped beneath the tunnel.
If another 100 or so rescuers descended,
because the pressurized roof was already precariously unstable. What if not only were the 32 trapped miners not rescued, but the descending rescue team was buried alive too? Terrified. Every single work crew present was terrified.
Chen Jianye, director of the Emergency Management Bureau, stammered, This seems far too risky.
I can't bring myself to send our brothers down like this. The fire brigade captain's face was equally grim. Yes, while we're saving lives, we must also consider the safety of our rescue comrades.
We can't risk losing more than we gain. The Blue Sky Rescue Team leader backed down. We can't do it. This is impossible.
We only follow professional guidance.
The male model's plan? We're not doing it.
Well, that's just great. We have a plan, but no one dares to carry it out. Xiang, who had just clung to a glimmer of hope, broke down again. No, comrades, you can't just stand by and watch someone die.
Comrades? Seeing this, Su Qingyu also became flustered. What should we do? We really don't have time. At this critical moment of life and death, we can't back down now. Just as everyone was backing away, Lin Feng stepped forward with unwavering resolve. It's fine. The male models can go.
Lin Feng's words were calm, yet they cut straight to the heart. I can lead our 95 male models into the pit for the rescue.
What? 95 male models going down. The entire crowd's shock level plus 99,999. What? Lin Feng, you're going to lead 95 male models down the mine shaft to rescue people? That's far too risky? Su Qingyu could scarcely believe Lin Feng's decision.
At that moment, Director Chen Jianye, the fire brigade captain, and the Blue Sky Rescue Team leader all hung their heads in shame. Indeed, they had to admit that whether in professional competence, sense of responsibility, or courage to face danger head-on, they were light years behind the male models. Tears instantly welled up in Qi Ying's eyes. Comrade.
Lin Feng, I was wrong. You've truly left us utterly ashamed.
Su Qingyu persisted in his plea. Lin Feng, don't act impulsively.
After all, the male models' lives matter too.
Besides, they haven't received professional rescue training.
But Lin Feng waved him off. Mayor Su, trust me.
Having made this decision, I'm confident I can bring back both our minor brothers and our male model brothers in perfect condition.
Rest assured, everyone. I'll personally oversee operations on site. Wait for our good news.
With that, Lin Feng dialed Hua Xiongqiao's number. Hey, Brother Hua, notify the team prepare to enter the site for rescue.
Hua Xiongqiao's booming voice came through the receiver. Got it, boss. The guys are itching to get going.
Just give the word, and we'll go through fire and water for you, no question.
Good. Stay tuned for my signal. Su Qingyu was thoroughly inspired by Lin Feng's confidence and the fearless spirit of the male models. Way to go, Lin Feng. Way to go, male models. I've learned a lesson today. I hope you achieve victory right from the start. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Xiang wiped away tears as she said, Comrade. Lin Feng. I apologize to you and all the male models. I salute you and all the male models. Lin Feng immediately waved his hand. District Chief Chi, please don't say that. Saving lives is the priority right now. Please arrange for personnel to prepare rescue equipment for us. Xiang, right away, thank you. I'll arrange it immediately. After frantic preparations, all male models were in position and equipped with rescue gear. Lin Feng, possessing the mechanic's answers, swiftly conducted emergency rescue training for all the male models. Given Lin Feng's high authority among the models, everyone learned with exceptional diligence. Immediately after the training concluded, Lin Feng wasted no time in organizing the rescue operation. Beside the tunnel where the incident occurred, under the gaze of the entire crowd, Lin Feng delivered a pre-operation briefing to all the male models. Among the onlookers were Qin Yang from the security team and Xin Xinghe from the medical emergency team, both of whom had ascended the mountain days prior. When they saw Lin Feng leading the male models in a grand procession to the rescue site, they were stunned into silence. Qin Yang, shock level, plus 99,999. Xin Xinghe, shock level, plus 99,999. Xin Yang thought, oh my god, how could it be Lin Feng? Why is he here for a rescue mission, and he brought all the male models from the bar? Could they all be swept up in a crackdown? Forced into labor reform. Oh my god. Who's conducting a crackdown in Dongcheng district? They raided the entire bar, but even if it was a crackdown, they wouldn't assign administrative detainees to such a dangerous place for labor reform, would they? Xin Xinghe thought, Lin Feng. It really is Lin Feng. How could he be here? And all the male models from the club are here too? This feels like dancing on graves. At that moment, Lin Feng's full attention was focused on the rescue mission. Unaware of the two beauties' thoughts, he declared in a resonant voice. Brothers, we male models are family. Xiao Cheng's dad is like a father to us all. We're going to rescue these minors like we're saving our own fathers. Got any doubts? Yes, the male models roared in unison. Lin Feng, alright, let's go. Down the shaft. Chapter 107, Male Models Move the Dragon Nation. Descend at Lin Feng's command, 95 male models surged like a black torrent into the dimly lit mine shaft. Dust swirled under the searchlight, while fragments of rock tumbled down from the ceiling in a steady shower. Each person's breath formed heavy wisps of white mist. Lin Feng stood at the most perilous junction, calmly directing operations with a powerful flashlight in hand. Team 1, position the support rods. Team 2, start the conveyor belt, watch my light signals. As the blue light illuminated the area, the male models immediately knelt to begin their work. Short-handled picks traced precise arcs across the rock face, and debris was swiftly loaded into anti-static canvas bags. Suddenly, the red light flashed. Everyone froze instantly. A massive boulder was dislodging from the ceiling. Lin Feng lunged forward, braced his shoulder against the carbon fiber support rod. Team 3, come help me. Slow down. On my count, 1, 2, lift. Time flowed slowly in the darkness. Sweat soaked everyone's work clothes, muscles trembled violently, yet the human conveyor belt never ceased its operation. When they encountered a particularly hard layer of igneous rock, even the pneumatic drill proved ineffective. Lin Feng stepped forward, brushing away dust from the rock face and tracing its texture with his fingers. Don't use brute force. It'll cause resonance and trigger a larger collapse. He took the hydraulic jack, precisely inserting it into a nearly invisible natural layer. Look here. Follow this plane, use precision, not strength. Team 3, exert force simultaneously, pry here, and here. His judgment proved spot on. With several sharp cracks, the solid rock split along the grain. After 4 hours of non-stop, extreme labor, a shrill cry of excitement suddenly pierced the front. Light. I see light. Not ours. There's a flashlight beam inside. Hope surged through everyone like a shot of adrenaline. Lin Feng immediately adjusted the plan, his voice hoarse with excitement yet unwavering. Final 5 meters. Prevents secondary damage from tool impacts. Switch to manual labor. Team 1 continues monitoring and support. Teams 2 and 3 move the debris by hand. Quickly. Without hesitation, the men discarded their tools. With hands clad in long-worn protective gloves, they began clearing the sharp debris piece by piece, handful by handful. Blood seeped from their fingertips, mingling with the mud, yet none paused. When the final basin-sized boulder blocking the path was finally shifted aside by several men working together, a narrow, irregular opening finally appeared. Lin Feng was the first to crawl through the opening. His powerful flashlight swept into the darkness, revealing dozens of faces dusted with coal and utterly exhausted. Steeling his voice against tremors of emotion, he shouted as clearly and forcefully as he could. Brothers miners. Hold on. We're the surface rescue team. Stay calm, conserve your strength. We're here to bring you home. Not a single one of you will be left behind. What, help is here? People are coming down from above. All 32 miners were now covered in thick layers of dust, emaciated beyond recognition. Having already resigned themselves to their fate and huddled together awaiting death, they all jolted awake at Lin Feng's words. Really, from above? Look, there's a young man. The miners helped each other to their feet, watching Lin Feng lead the male model toward them. Their eyes glistened with tears of survival. As Lin Feng climbed in, the lead miners immediately knelt. Ah, our savior. Thank you, great benefactor. We thought we'd be buried alive here. Ah, we're so incredibly grateful. I'm over 40 and never had a chance to get laid. Without you, my life would have been over. Lin Feng hurriedly helped them up. Guys, calm down first. Save your strength. If you have anything to say or want to celebrate, let's do it once we're back above ground, okay? Yes, yes, yes. The miners nodded repeatedly, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Lin Feng turned to the male models and shouted, "Widen the passageway entrance." Then, following the pre-arranged plan, 2 of you support 1 miner evacuate in an orderly fashion. The 95 male models began widening the passage with their tools. Immediately afterward, they divided into 16 groups and skillfully lifted the weakened miners. Guided by blue indicator lights, this unique rescue team slowly advanced toward the exit. Finally, all trapped miners were rescued from the pit. All 32 miners were saved. At the same time, Lin Feng and the 95 male models he led also returned triumphantly, with not a single accident occurring. A miracle, nothing short of a miracle in mining rescue. As the entire team returned triumphantly, thunderous applause erupted at the scene. Shin Qingha and the medical emergency team stepped forward to check the miners' vital signs. Everything was normal. The miners' physical condition was still rock solid. Only then did Qin Yang, chief of the Dongcheng District Police Station, learn the full story from Deputy Director Qin Yongwei. It turned out Lin Feng and his team hadn't been rounded up by the city's crackdown squad, nor were they here for labor reform. They had volunteered for the rescue mission. This revelation sent her admiration and affection for Lin Feng soaring to new heights. Qin Yang, affection, plus 99,999. Su Qingyu gripped Lin Feng's hand tightly, his face aglow with emotion, refusing to let go for a long while. Lin Feng, thank you so much. Thank you all, male models. You are heroes of Yunzhou City, exemplary citizens. Lin Feng led all the male models in responding to Su Qingyu. Mayor Su, when one area is in trouble, all others lend support. This is simply our duty as male models. At that moment, Qiang had completely forgotten how these male models had once called her a gossip, a fool. Now, looking at these 90-plus male models, she saw 90-plus fathers. Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Lin Feng. Thank you, all the male models. Thank you for putting aside past grievances and risking your lives to help us. Your immense kindness and generosity will be forever engraved in my heart, Qiang. The male models were actually kind and magnanimous souls. Seeing the female district chief finally lower her pride, they promptly offered her a way out. District Chief Chi, no need to thank us. Just drop by more often to support our business when you have time. That's right, District Chief Chi, there's nothing a night of dancing can't fix. District Chief Chi, to be honest, many of us male models have lost our drive. Please take us in. Qiang was deeply moved. She was touched that this group of pure-hearted, down-to-earth male models held no grudges, instead joking with her to help her unwind. Her hands pressed together in a prayer-like gesture, she bowed repeatedly in gratitude. All right. Thank you. Absolutely. Equals. News of the successful resolution of the Dayo Mountain tin mine accident quickly spread nationwide through both official and unofficial media channels. Xinlong News Agency breaking update: 96 male models risked their lives to rescue 32 miners safely. People's Daily Supplement front page headline: Role models of our era, the life and death decision of the Yunzhou City male model rescue team during the Dayo Mountain tin mine accident. Longwei Evening News: The soaring main melody, 96 male models sound the ode to life on Mount Dayo. Hu Zichuai's front page commentary: The unbreakable spine of our nation, the remarkable male models. Major media outlets and self-media platforms vie to interview the heroic male models who commanded this rescue operation. Yet Lin Feng pushed Hua Xiangqiao and others into the spotlight, keeping his own contributions and fame hidden. Su Qingyu personally called. Hello, Lin Feng? The provincial Touching East Zhejiang program team wants to interview you. They're considering you as a candidate for the Touching East Zhejiang award. Are you sure you don't want to meet with them? Lin Feng smiled and replied, Mayor Su, I'd rather not. I'm really swamped lately, my schedule is completely booked. I just can't spare the time. Su Qingyu sounded somewhat troubled. Lin Feng, your recent act of kindness has had such a profound impact, it's truly moved the entire nation. Among your male model community, we need to highlight a representative figure, and that figure must be you. Lin Feng smiled again. Thank you for your kind offer, Mayor Su. I genuinely don't have time for this. If you need a representative figure, then let's go with Rui Yang. He contributed significantly during the rescue operation and played a crucial role. Rui Yang.
Mayor Su pondered seriously before replying sternly, I'm afraid that won't work.
We've verified the personal records of all male models present that day.
Rui Yang is unsuitable. I recall he was administratively detained.
Did he assault his aunt? Chapter 108, The Legend of Golden Mastery. Lin Feng. Damn, this city government's investigative skills are seriously beyond the norm. They even dug up Rui Yang's past incident of hitting his aunt. Ha. Mayor Su, that was just a minor misunderstanding.
Besides, it was his aunt who started it by grabbing the eggs first.
Surely that shouldn't affect things?
Mayor Su's stance was unwavering. A male model who'd assaulted his aunt absolutely couldn't be held up as a role model. Lin Feng, if you genuinely refuse to step forward, we'd better find someone else.
Someone who hit his aunt is absolutely out of the question. Oh, alright. We'll have to discuss it further then. Alright, Lin Feng. Su Qingyu cleared his throat and said, Lin Feng, I've got some good news for you.
That matter you brought up last time, after thorough discussion and review by the municipal government leadership, it's been approved.
Lin Feng couldn't quite recall what he'd mentioned. Mayor Su, the matter I brought up last time? Which one are you referring to?
Su Qingyu smiled and replied, you know, the one about opening a male model agency in the Yifeng commercial district. Lin Feng's shock level plus 66,666.
Holy crap. Mayor Su, is this real? City leaders actually approved my flagship male model store in the downtown fashion hub district?
Lin Feng could hardly believe his ears.
Yes. Su Qingyu's voice carried genuine delight.
Lin Feng, given the decisive role you and your team of male models played in this rescue operation, not only resolving a monumental crisis for the municipal government but also showcasing the positive image of your profession, the city leadership, after comprehensive deliberation, has approved your application to open a flagship male model store at Fashion Hub.
Great. Fantastic.
Lin Feng was overjoyed. This marked another pivotal breakthrough in his male modeling career. The male modeling industry in Yunzhou City would finally bid farewell to its clandestine, shadowy operations. It could now thrive alongside legitimate entertainment venues like cinemas, karaoke bars, and cafes in the city's prime commercial districts. The system boss must be thrilled out of his mind, who knew what powerful skill he'd reward me with next.
Thank you, Mayor Su, for remembering my request. Thank you to the city leaders for their wise decision.
Su Qingyu said with satisfaction, Lin Feng, you don't need to thank anyone. This is all the result of your own hard work.
It's also because of your actions that you've elevated the image of male models in the eyes of our leaders and the people nationwide. Thank you for your encouragement, Mayor Su.
I will continue to strive for excellence. Finally, Su Qingyu reminded him, Lin Feng, I must stress this, while you may operate a store at Fashion Hub, you absolutely must adhere to ethical business practices. Under no circumstances may you provide services that violate the law.
Can you guarantee that?
After all, this is a prime commercial district.
If anything goes wrong, no one can protect you.
Lin Feng pounded his chest in assurance. Mayor Su, you can rest absolutely assured on this point.
Our Hanyi group bars have always operated lawfully and ethically.
Every male model we hire is a law-abiding citizen. With me in charge, no one dares to mess around.
Good.
Lin Feng, I trust you.
Thank you once again. Thank you for your care and support, sir.
After hanging up, Lin Feng eagerly called out to the system.
Holy crap. Boss, what's up? Stop playing dead. I just pulled off this huge job, you better hurry up and upgrade me. System, leveling up. Must level up. Major level up.
Clearly, after this campaign, Lin Feng had propelled the male modeling industry to unprecedented heights in history. Not only had he opened flagship stores in prime commercial districts, but he'd also made Yunzhou male models famous nationwide, far exceeding the system's expectations for him. Therefore, the system decided to reward Lin Feng with an invincible supermodel skill. Lin Feng was already bursting with anticipation. Hurry up.
Boss, come on. Hit me with it.
System, in recognition of the host elevating the male modeling industry to unprecedented heights, this upgrade will grant the host a max-level golden legendary skill.
Holy.
A golden legendary skill, and it's maxed out from the start. Lin Feng understood what the system meant. For instance, understanding women's hearts is a golden legendary skill, but possessing only this skill alone doesn't grant max-level mind reading. A max-level mind reading requires understanding women's hearts plus understanding men's hearts plus understanding animals' hearts plus understanding microorganisms' hearts plus understanding plants' hearts plus understanding metals' hearts plus. Therefore, directly rewarding a max-level legendary golden skill was absolutely a god-tier reward from this male model system. Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. Hurry up, boss, stop teasing me.
Just dump it on me already. System, understood, host. This upgrade rewards you with the skill. Max level golden legendary skill Financial Tycoon. Holy Financial Titan.
Lin Feng's voice cracked with emotion.
Who wouldn't be crying over this? Holy crap, Financial Titan?
System, host has directly acquired all sub-skills of the Gold Legendary, Financial Titan, skill, including, God of Stock Gods, Venture Capital Helmsman, Fund Maniac, Treasury Bond Emperor, Trust Sovereign. Financial Titan will elevate the host's investment prowess beyond conventional understanding. Whether stocks, venture capital, funds, treasuries, or trusts, any asset managed by the host transforms the ordinary into extraordinary. In the stock market, its precise timing effortlessly captures every wave, delivering stable profits even during bear markets. In venture capital, it consistently identifies the next market leader in the earliest stages, achieving 100% success rate in angel investments. Managed fund products consistently outperform market indices with annualized returns, maintaining minimal drawdowns. Its forecasting accuracy for government bond yields rivals central bank models, enabling preemptive positioning for excess returns. Its trust structures masterfully balance risk control with profit maximization, becoming scarce resources coveted by high net worth clients. The Financial Titan has transcended mere technical expertise, becoming the supreme authority commanding the torrent of capital, and its host is the very god wielding this power. By this point, Lin Feng was already weeping uncontrollably.
Boss, may I call you Dad? System, my son is truly filial.
Bidding farewell to his father, Lin Feng wiped away his tears. His eyes now shone with radiant light. Having attained the max level Financial Tycoon title, Lin Feng would soon achieve complete financial freedom. And it wasn't just financial freedom. Given time, Lin Feng would also possess extraordinary abilities to shake global capital markets and unleash financial tsunamis. With capital backing, the male model industry would surely take flight and soar to new heights. By then, the male modeling industry becoming the largest industry nationwide, even globally, would no longer be a dream.
Chapter 109, plus 9 male models.
Of course, amassing trillions in assets and becoming a global financial titan remains a future endeavor. For now, Lin Feng had a more immediate goal in mind. That is to leverage his status as a financial titan to rapidly accumulate wealth and acquire all the male model agencies under the Hanyi Group. Although Hanyi Group chairman Huang had appointed him as general manager of all male model establishments in Yunzhou City, this remained merely a high-level employee position. What Lin Feng truly sought was true ownership and management rights over every bar in the Hanyi chain. He wanted these male model establishments to become his tangible assets, the first step toward launching his male modeling empire into full-scale expansion. This was Lin Feng's ambition. Since acquiring the Financial Tycoon skill, Lin Feng has not only excelled at his core modeling duties but also drastically reduced his gaming and Douyin browsing. Nearly all his free time is now devoted to stock trading. Tomorrow, he'd be glued to the A-share curve, waiting for the stock price to rise. The thrill of seeing real money rolling in was absolutely exhilarating. That day, as Lin Feng sat in the manager's office dominating the stock market, Zhang Dai and Hua Xiongqiao knocked and entered.
Damn! Boss, still tearing up the market? Impressive, everything's in the green. Hua Xiongqiao eyed Lin Feng's impressive gains with envy. Boss, when can you take me under your wing? Let me get a taste of the action trailing behind you. Get lost. Taking you along wouldn't do you any good.
You just blow all your earnings on masseuses. The more money you make, the faster your body breaks down.
Not exactly a good thing.
Lin Feng didn't even glance at him, his eyes fixed solely on the rising.
Damn it, boss, that's not fair. What is it? Spit it out. No nonsense. Lin Feng wanted to hear the work report and then send them on their way.
Zhang Dai pursed her lips and smiled before reporting.
Mr. Lin, it's like this, one of our major clients has arrived in Yunzhou. Oh, and?
She called me and said she wants to take a male model out tomorrow.
Oh, just send them over then.
Lin Feng didn't find it particularly unusual.
Mr. Lin, she wants 9 of them.
Lin Feng finally perked up.
9 at once? This woman really had an appetite.
So he lifted his gaze from the computer screen and asked with genuine interest.
Is that okay?
This lady sure knows how to play.
Has she been doing this often before? Zhang Dai nodded.
Yeah, she's done it before, but never this many. And this time, she specifically said, Mr. Lin, you have to come.
Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was somewhat speechless.
Fame is a double-edged sword.
Despite his deliberate efforts to stay low-key, Lin Feng had become a top-tier figure in the male modeling world. The name Lin Feng had become a legendary topic passed around among socialites, beauties, and older women. Moreover, with Jia Xiong, formerly one of the 4 great male models of Jiangnan, arrested and disgraced, Lin Feng had seamlessly ascended to become one of the current 4 great male models of Jiangnan, and by far the most prominent. Thus, this major client specifically requested Lin Feng by name for the event. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng's professional integrity would have compelled him to accept without hesitation. But this time, Lin Feng had just acquired the Financial Tycoon skill. Overwhelmed by its novelty and riding a wave of unstoppable success in the stock market, he was tempted to decline. Sis Jiang, just tell the client I've been having diarrhea these past few days and am feeling quite weak.
I've taken some time off. Well. Zhang Dai's face showed a hint of unease.
Seeing this, Hua Xiongqiao stepped forward and advised. Boss, you can turn down other clients' requests, but this lady, we'd be wise not to cross her.
Lin Feng found it increasingly amusing. What's the big deal? She's just some woman, right? Shoo. Hua Xiangqiao quickly warned Lin Feng, boss, this woman is no ordinary woman.
We can talk trash about her behind closed doors, but you absolutely mustn't say anything about her outside. Seeing Hua Xiangqiao so on edge for the first time, Lin Feng immediately stopped watching the stock market and asked seriously, what's the deal?
Who is this woman? Hua Xiangqiao lowered his voice, enunciating each word. Boss, she's a third-generation dragon. She's a third-generation dragon. The third generation of the Long family.
Lin Feng's shock level plus 666,666.
That's no ordinary matter.
Being a third-generation dragon descendant isn't just about wealth, power, and influence, it means having connections that reach the heavens themselves.
We absolutely can't take this lightly.
Lin Feng nodded, his mind already calculating.
Getting in touch with the third-generation dragon is a rare opportunity. Given time, the male model agency plans to open a branch in the capital. Who knows?
This third-generation dragon client might just play a pivotal role. After making up his mind, Lin Feng abandoned the idea of turning down the job.
He stood up and said, all right, Sister Jiang, go ahead and make the arrangements. Pick 8 sharp, capable male models.
Tomorrow, I'll lead the team to meet these long Sandai ladies.
Understood, Mr. Lin.
The next day, Lin Feng led 8 elite prince male models onto 2 black business vehicles that had come to pick them up. As soon as they boarded, they were instructed to put on blindfolds and listen to music. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a setup. Being blindfolded in the car on the way to meet a client felt like entering a drug lord's lair. But there was nothing to be done. With clients of this caliber, special requests were to be expected. Lin Feng and the other 4 male models donned their blindfolds, swaying back and forth in the car as the music played. Whether the driver deliberately took a detour or the journey was genuinely that long, it took a full hour and a half of dizzying motion before they finally reached their destination. After stepping out of the car, Lin Feng's blindfold was removed. A momentary flash of light made his pupils involuntarily contract. The sight before him left even Lin Feng speechless. Perched halfway up a hillside in the suburbs of Yunzhou City stood a grand villa. Its main structure blended light-colored stone with dark glass, its lines clean and imposing. Ahead lay an expansive courtyard, with neatly manicured lawns stretching to the horizon. One side featured a wide infinity pool, its surface calm as a mirror, reflecting the distant mountain contours and the city skyline. Behind the structure, a dense patch of pristine mountain forest leaned against the hillside, lush and verdant. The entire environment seamlessly blended natural mountain scenery with man-made landscaping. After taking in the view, Lin Feng understood everything. It seemed this villa wasn't the only thing belonging to this lady, the entire mountain was hers too. Led by staff, the 9 male models entered the villa. Staff pushed open the heavy double bronze doors, revealing an expansive interior. In the center of the nearly 5-meter-high living room, a massive golden crystal chandelier with tassels cascaded down like a waterfall, radiating brilliant light. The space was dominated by black and gold tones. Bouquets of flowers adorned the stage perimeter, while the air carried a blend of cigar smoke, floral fragrance, and champagne. The most striking feature was a massive art installation suspended overhead, crafted from crystal decorations spelling out 4 large characters. Happy Divorce. Chapter 110, The High-End Socialite Gathering. Lin Feng. Happy Divorce. So this was a party for the ladies celebrating their divorces. Damn, they sure know how to have fun. Lin Feng scanned the hall again, noticing numerous banners hanging. Congratulations to Sister Yun for breaking free from the siege. Escape the sea of suffering. May smooth sailing follow you from now on. All the world's little puppies belong to you. Congratulations to Sister Yun for reclaiming her true self. Welcome back to single life, long live freedom. Soon, accompanied by light laughter drifting from nearby, 3 elegantly dressed ladies descended the escalator, swaying gracefully while holding champagne flutes aloft. Lin Feng and the other male models turned to look. The lady on the left wore a deep green gown, her bearing dignified and graceful, radiating an aura that could be both captivating and dangerous. The woman on the right wore a sharp, form-fitting pantsuit. Her chin was slightly raised, her gaze sharp and cool, radiating an undeniable air of efficiency and aloofness. The woman in the center was clearly the hostess of the party. Though dressed simply in a pearl-white gown, she radiated an overwhelming sense of nobility. Her smooth swan-like neck accentuated her extraordinary elegance. No words were needed, she was the legendary third-generation dragon. Her gaze swept calmly over the male models, carrying an effortless air of nobility and a subtle sense of distance. Well, everyone's here. The woman in the dark green gown spoke first, quickly greets Sister Yun. Hello, Sister Yun, the male models chorused in unison, addressing the woman at the center. Yi Shuyun smiled faintly, taking a sip of champagne from her glass. The friend in the dark green gown chimed in, what are we waiting for? Let's get this party started. Yeah. As the DJ spun wildly, the entire hall instantly transformed into a disco.
3 ladies and 9 male models swayed together in wild abandon. The deafening electronic beats surged like tangible waves, engulfing the opulent space. Swirling colored lights sliced the dancers' silhouettes into flickering fragments. Though the other male models gave it their all, their moves inevitably fell into clichés or seemed awkward and restrained. Lin Feng, however, was entirely different. The moment the DJ's dance track kicked in, his Disco King skill instantly activated. On stage, his body seemed to fuse with the rhythm in an instant. Without any forced or exaggerated movements, every rhythm hit the beat perfectly. The subtle turn of his neck, the light shake of his shoulders, the sway of his hips, all filled with fluid, infectious rhythm. Lin Feng's movements were bold yet controlled, radiating a powerful aura of confidence. He was fully immersed in the moment, effortlessly commanding the space, standing out brilliantly amidst the chaotic dance floor. He didn't deliberately approach Yi Shuyun, simply lost in his own rhythm. Yet his highly watchable, guiding dance moves acted like a magnet, firmly capturing Yi Shuyun's gaze. Yi Shuyun had been swaying casually to the music, her eyes scanning the room with interest before finally settling on Lin Feng. A deeply intrigued smile curved her lips. She pushed aside the slightly clumsy male model beside her, stepping to the beat as she swayed directly toward Lin Feng. The music intensified. Yi Shuyun locked eyes with Lin Feng, her gaze burning with challenge. Circling him, she initiated an impromptu dance dialogue. Lin Feng showed no sign of nervousness. His skill as the Disco King allowed him to instantly read her rhythm and respond perfectly. He led, she followed, she attacked, he parried. Their movements flowed with rehearsed precision. Though their bodies never touched, an invisible tension collided fiercely between them, sparks flying with every exchange of glances. They quickly became the absolute center of the wild pool party. Others instinctively stepped back slightly, forming a circle around the pair in the center, watching the man and woman who seemed to be dueling through dance. A look of pure, unbridled satisfaction spread across Yi Shuyun's face. Clearly, just one dance had already brought her to a climax. After the frenzied dance, everyone stepped down from the stage and sat on the sofas. The 3 wealthy ladies, by all accounts, should have each been paired with 3 male models. But Yi Shuyun didn't. She kept only Lin Feng by her side. The other 2 ladies each had 3 male models, while one had 4. The remaining male model was on stage singing his heart out. Listening to the male model's raspy singing voice, Yi Shuyun gazed at Lin Feng with a look of deep affection. Indeed, Lin Feng's dance moves had already captivated her completely. Now, gazing at Lin Feng's profile, the kind that made women scream, admiring his artistry and styling hair, and inhaling the intoxicating scent of masculinity radiating from him, Yi Shuyun's heart was melting. Her body began flooding with estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin. I presume you must be Lin Feng, one of the legendary 4 great male models of Jiangnan? Yi Shuyun asked, her heart fluttering. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, I'm ashamed to say it's nothing but an undeserved reputation. As Lin Feng smiled, the spring breeze smile effect kicked in again, leaving Yi Shuyun even more unable to control herself. Good heavens, such a captivating man existed in this world. This divorce was absolutely the right decision. Yi Shuyun could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng, I'd heard your name even back in the Magic City. They all said you were incredibly charming, and especially funny. Ha ha, it made me want to come find you ages ago. Lin Feng gently stroked Yi Shuyun's hair and asked softly. Really? Yun, you didn't divorce your husband because of me, did you? Put. Yi Shuyun burst into laughter, playfully scolding him as she tapped his chest with her delicate hand. You really are hopelessly irresponsible. But honestly, if I'd met you sooner, I might have divorced him long ago. Yeah, Yun, if I'd met you sooner, I probably wouldn't have had to work so hard as a male model. Lin Feng went along with her teasing. As a male model, he knew he had to deliver emotional value to his clients. You could stop trying right now. Yi Shuyun pouted her cherry lips, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Feng feigned flattery, really? Sis Yun? No need to test the goods? Haha, you're so annoying. Yi Shuyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched Lin Feng, radiating the joy of a young girl. After a moment of playful chaos, Yi Shuyun spoke with deep meaning. Lin Feng, honestly, if my ex-husband had even 1% of your romantic flair, I wouldn't have lived in such misery all these years. Lin Feng glimpsed a trace of lingering sorrow in her radiant face and asked softly. Yun, did you 2 ever love each other? Yi Shuyun stared blankly ahead, shaking her head numbly. No, never. We were a ZZ marriage. Oh. Lin Feng understood instantly. Indeed, every social circle has its own set of troubles. The working class toils endlessly just to make ends meet. Middle-level elites engage in frenzied internal competition to climb upward. The upper echelons, however, are often bound by vested interests, leaving them powerless to act. Though they enjoy material comfort and public acclaim, the price is being swept away by an invisible tidal wave, one they cannot escape. With a single glance, Lin Feng discerned this inexpressible sorrow in Yi Shuyun's eyes. Chapter 111, Conquering the Ladies of High Society. When male models accompany female clients, emotional pacing is crucial. Seeing Yi Shuyun drifting towards self-pity, Lin Feng immediately changed the subject. Sis Yun, how about I sing you a song? Yi Shuyun's mood instantly lifted. Moreover, the male model on stage was a terrible singer. His raspy voice had been blaring for ages, truly unbearable. So she readily agreed. Sure, Lin Feng. What song will you sing for me? Lin Feng had already made up his mind. Sis Yun, I'll sing you a new song I wrote. Yi Shuyun's shock level plus 66,666. What? Lin Feng, you write songs? You compose music? You're that talented? Lin Feng humbly replied, I wouldn't call it composing, just some random humming I do in my spare time. Hope you won't laugh at me, Yun. Not at all. I'm so excited to hear it. Yi Shuyun's eyes sparkled. Lin Feng, what song will you sing for me? Lin Feng, Break Up Happy. Ah. Happy Breakup? Ha, that title is so fitting for how I feel right now. I want to hear it, I want to hear it. Yi Shuyun clapped her hands in delight. Lin Feng immediately took the stage, snatched the mic from the male model with the raspy voice, and addressed the entire crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, as Sister Yun breaks free from her cage and embraces her newfound single life, I dedicate this original song to her. May her future be filled with boundless sunshine and joyful songs. Here's Happy Breakup for Sister Yun. Dark green dress BFF, shock level, plus 66,666. Goodness gracious, he actually writes his own songs. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 great male models of Jiangnan. Skinny jeans BFF, shock level, plus 666,666. I've met several of the 4 great male models of Jiangnan, and he's absolutely the most handsome. So excited. The other 8 models were well aware of Lin Feng's singing skills and songwriting talent. After all, Lin Feng's creation Vibrating Stick Buzz has always been their battle anthem. Yet whenever Lin Feng released a new song, they were always incredibly excited. Because Lin Feng's songs appeal to everyone, men, women, young, and old. Melody is the universal language of humanity. A beautiful and outstanding melody can touch the hearts of everyone. Yi Shuyun was especially overjoyed. She felt this song, Happy Breakup, was written just for her, and Lin Feng himself was a gift sent to her by heaven. Under the gaze of the entire venue, accompanied only by simple electric guitar chords, Lin Feng softly began to sing. I can't predict for you if compromise will help or not. But how I dread to see my friends suffer such pain. Love needn't ask about right or wrong, at least there's joy and emotion. If he keeps sheltering others under his umbrella, why should you wait for him in the rain? Lin Feng's voice captured everyone's attention from the very first note. He didn't show off his technique. Instead, with a deep, magnetic voice, he sang like a wise old friend sharing stories in the quiet night. The warmth and sincerity in his voice instantly silenced the world's clamor the moment he began. The friend in the dark green dress, who had been sitting on the male model's lap, squeezing his biceps, instantly shifted from a flirtatious smile to intense focus upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. Shock value and affection both plus 666,666. The friend in skinny jeans fixed her icy gaze even more intently on Lin Feng. She had never heard such a rich, moving voice, nor listened to lyrics so utterly captivating. Within just these few lines of the verse, the aloof skinny jeans bestie instantly broke down, her defenses crumbling like a dam. Her body began flooding with estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin. As for Yi Shuyun, the expectant smile that had lingered on her lips slowly faded. Her hand, poised midair with a wineglass, fell limp as her gaze softened and deepened. These lyrics were like a precise key, gently knocking on a long-forgotten corner deep within her heart. Those moments of emotional compromise seemed to be softly touched by the tender melody, bringing a faintly bittersweet yet warm current that didn't sting. Lin Feng's voice continued to flow. You said you weren't afraid of parting, only a little regret and sorrow. Valentine's Day is approaching, yet I'm left alone. But when you love the right person, every day is Valentine's Day. Here, the melody takes a subtle, upward turn, growing brighter like the first ray of sunlight piercing through a cloudy sky. Lin Feng's vocals gained greater resonance, his tone clearer and warmer. The dark green dress-clad best friend gently pressed her hand to her chest, nodding in empathetic understanding. The skinny jeans-clad friend gave a slight nod, the sharpness in her eyes replaced by softness and surrender. Yi Shuyun instinctively straightened her back, the glistening in her eyes growing more pronounced, no longer tears of sorrow, but the profound emotion of being understood, of having her innermost feelings articulated. Finally, Lin Feng sang the lyrics to Happy Breakup. Happy Breakup, I wish you joy, you'll find someone better. If you don't want to endure winter, tired of the wait, just fly to tropical islands to swim. Happy Breakup, please be happy, only by bidding farewell to the wrong can you meet the right. Leaving old loves behind, like riding a slow train, once your heart sees clearly, the skies will clear. Lin Feng's vocal energy suddenly burst forth. His chest resonance fully opened, his voice becoming incredibly penetrating and infectious, like sunlight instantly flooding the earth. Happy Breakup, I wish you happiness. This blessing rang out brilliantly, sincerely, and powerfully. The rhythm grew more pronounced, compelling listeners to nod and sing along involuntarily. This powerful emotional impact and uplifting blessing shattered every last bit of emotional defense. The dark green dress-clad best friend now had tears welling in her eyes.
Unable to contain herself, she patted the male model's chest in admiration, exclaiming, "My goodness, these lyrics are so well written."
The skinny jeans-clad friend's rationality vanished completely.
She stared at Lin Feng with an almost worshipful, fervent gaze, her carefully drawn eyeliner slowly smudging with tears. Her once solid worldview was being reshaped by this song. Yi Shuyun's tears finally broke free, but they were tears of pure release and joy. She laughed and cried simultaneously, nodding vigorously as if responding to every blessing in the song. Every line of the lyrics felt tailor-made for her, precisely caressing every visible and hidden scar within her heart. She felt utterly submerged by an immense wave of kind understanding and blessing.
Surprisingly, several of the other 8 male models present were also crying.
Perhaps, before becoming models, when they were tightening screws in the factory, they too had once loved a factory girl with all their hearts. Back then, when the girl they deeply loved ultimately chose to marry the bald workshop director, they couldn't bring themselves to say happy breakup. But now, having transitioned from the screw factory to the male model bar, they'd grown accustomed to the constant comings and goings, desensitized to the world's affairs of the flesh. Their perspectives had matured and transformed. Lin Feng's happy breakup perfectly served as a tearful tribute to their lost, rebellious youth. The entire venue's atmosphere was ignited and elevated by this song, filled with emotion and surging positive energy. Chapter 112, Male Models Sing the Main Melody. Lin Feng's original composition Happy Breakup delivered a profound artistic experience to the 3 wealthy ladies and 8 male models present, from its lyrics and melody to its delivery, thematic depth, and freshness. The entire venue remained deeply moved for a long time, savoring the lingering resonance. Then, one male model led the applause.
"Mr. Lin, that was incredible. After hearing Happy Breakup, I finally let go of my ex-girlfriend sleeping with the workshop director. I wish her happiness. Ah, what a coincidence. My ex-girlfriend was also with our supervisor. We're in the same boat, brother."
The 3 ladies listened, their laughter tinged with tears.
The friend in the dark green dress, "I can't believe it. I truly can't believe this world actually describes breakup songs like this. Listening to it, it makes me want to get divorced, wah wah wah." The skinny jeans friend, "It's so moving. I used to hate that jerk so much I couldn't bring myself to open up again. But Lin Feng, after hearing your song today, I've opened up once more."
Yi Shuyun cried until her makeup ran. Her personal maid rushed over to wipe her tears and touch up her makeup.
"Wah?
Lin Feng, you understand me so well, truly understand me. Before meeting you, throwing this divorce party was just me forcing smiles with my sisters. Now I'm genuinely happy, so happy to have gained my freedom, so happy to have met you." Lin Feng thanked the audience from the stage. "Thank you, Sister Yun, for your recognition.
Thank you all for your support, it's truly an honor."
Yi Shuyun composed herself and perked up again.
"Lin Feng, would you sing another song for us?" "Sure. Sister Yun, what song would you like to hear?" "Lin Feng, could you sing a revolutionary song?" Lin Feng. This was something Lin Feng hadn't anticipated at all. Typically, the songs sung at such gatherings are love ballads about romantic affairs between men and women. Never before has a guest requested to hear revolutionary songs. After all, in such moments of unrestrained revelry, abruptly inserting a patriotic song brimming with lofty ideals and righteous fervor would feel jarringly out of place, downright eerie to listen to. But guests' requests are always bizarre. As a male model, unconditional obedience is the job. So Lin Feng cheerfully replied, "No problem, Yunjie. Which revolutionary song would you like to hear?" "Lin Feng, do you have any originals? Do you have any original revolutionary songs?" Yi Shuyun's appetite had been whetted by Lin Feng's original compositions. She now craved to hear his original songs, convinced that every other song in this parallel world was utter garbage. Moreover, Yi Shuyun's desire to hear revolutionary songs stemmed from her deep bond with her grandfather. As a third-generation descendant of the Dragon Nation, her grandfather had earned glorious military honors during both the Dragon Nation Liberation War and the war against the Eagles and aid to the Bamboo Nation. Yi Shuyun shared a strong bond with her grandfather. As a child, she often sat on his lap listening to these revolutionary songs, leaving an indelible mark on her childhood. This cultivated her lifelong habit of cherishing revolutionary songs. Moreover, whenever she heard these songs, her grandfather's voice and smiling face would vividly reappear in her mind, filling her with profound nostalgia and happiness. Upon hearing Yi Shuyun's request for original revolutionary songs, Lin Feng paused briefly before swiftly accessing the system's music library. He soon had a selection ready. Lin Feng announced, "Got it. Yun, I've got original revolutionary songs right here." "What songs?" Yi Shuyun asked, her voice brimming with excitement. "My Dragon Nation. This is my revolutionary song praising the heroic sons and daughters who resisted the eagle and aided the bamboo. I hope you'll like it, Yun." Resisting the eagles and aiding the bamboo. Yi Shuyun's heart trembled. Because grandfather was one of the commanders in the anti-eagle aid bamboo campaign, leading the Dragon Nation's volunteer army to deal a crushing blow to the big-headed Eagle Nation's white-skinned pigs. Wonderful. Lin Feng, fight the eagle, aid the bamboo is truly wonderful. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Yi Shuyun bounced with excitement, as if she had returned to her grandfather's lap.
Alright, Yunjie.
After a moment to gather his emotions, Lin Feng picked up the microphone once more and sang the anthem of the anti-Eagle Aid Bamboo campaign My Dragon Nation with profound feeling.
A mighty river flows wide and deep.
The wind carries the fragrance of rice flowers to both shores.
My home stands on the shore. Accustomed to the boatman's chant. And grown accustomed to the white sails upon the boats.
With a sudden whoosh. The moment Lin Feng sang the first line, everyone present felt goosebumps instantly rise all over. The emotional impact was overwhelming. In stark contrast to the urban vibe of Happy Breakup, singing this revolutionary song transformed Lin Feng's voice into something more expansive, deeply emotional, and vividly evocative. When he sang A Mighty River Flows Wide, he employed no flashy techniques, instead using an almost rustic sincerity to slowly unfold the majestic landscape painted in the lyrics. His voice seemed to carry its own imagery, instantly conjuring before everyone's eyes the great river that nurtured countless generations. They could smell the fragrance of rice blossoms, hear the vigorous chants of the boatmen, and see the tranquil scene dotted with white sails. This was no mere performance, it was a heartfelt declaration, the deepest, purest love for the land beneath their feet. Yi Shuyun, impact, plus 99,999. Yi Shuyun, affection, plus 99,999. As Lin Feng's voice filled the air, Yi Shuyun felt as though struck by a warm, powerful current. Her body tingled with the sensation, her hand trembling slightly as the wine glass in her grasp wobbled, its contents swaying gently. The smile on her face froze, replaced by disbelief and a wave of overwhelming nostalgia and emotion that nearly engulfed her. This melody, these lyrics. This was unmistakably the tune she had heard as a child, nestled in her grandfather's embrace, hummed by his slightly hoarse yet unwaveringly firm voice. It was the memory etched onto old vinyl records, carved into the fabric of time. Yet Lin Feng's rendition, while preserving that classic grandeur, infused it with a fresh, youthful, and vibrant tenderness. It traversed time and space, striking the softest chord deep within her heart. Lin Feng, this is the beautiful Dragon Kingdom. Where I was born and raised. Across this vast land. Everywhere, the scenery is bright and beautiful. Lin Feng's voice soared freely here, brimming with pride and affection. Grand yet warm, like sunlight bathing the earth, every word overflowed with the most sincere praise for this land. Dark green dress bestie, shock value, plus 99,999, affection, plus 99,999. Leggings BFF all plus 99999, affection plus 99999. The two girls had initially found Yi Shuyun's idea of listening to revolutionary songs utterly absurd, giggling at the notion. But when Lin Feng truly began to sing, both besties were utterly captivated. They felt profoundly that Lin Feng possessed a surging, irresistible force, one that swept away both the dark green gown and the skinny jeans, leaving them utterly bewildered and intoxicated. Chapter 113, Her Passion. As for Yi Shuyun, tears streamed down her face once more. Yi Shuyun's shock value, plus 9999999. Affection level, plus 9999999. This time, her tears flowed more torrentially and with greater complexity than when she had heard Happy Breakup before. It wasn't sorrow, but an immense, indescribable wave of emotion and longing. Through her blurred vision, she seemed to see her grandfather in his old military uniform, his chest adorned with medals, smiling and nodding at her. She saw the heroic figures of volunteer soldiers in the freezing snow. She saw the smoke rising from homes and the peace on both banks of that great river her grandfather had spoken of. When Lin Feng concluded with the richly emotional line, everywhere, the sunlight of peace, the lingering echoes seemed to truly fill every corner of the room with that light warm and full of hope. The entire hall fell into a brief, profound silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone remained immersed in that profound, heartfelt emotion, unable to pull themselves away. The next second. Clap, 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 clap. Yi Shuyun was the first to snap out of it. She leapt to her feet, tears streaming down her face, and began clapping wildly, almost frantically. Instantly, as if ignited, the dark green dress-clad best friend, the skinny jeans-wearing best friend, and all the male models rose to their feet. A thunderous applause erupted, filled with genuine admiration and awe. It's amazing. Your original song, My Dragon Kingdom, is the best, the absolute best. Lin Feng. Yi Shuyun's voice cracked with emotion, her words almost incoherent. This song, if only my grandfather could have heard it. She clapped vigorously, tears streaming down her face, yet a radiant and relieved smile spread across her lips. Her best friend in the dark green dress chimed in excitedly, Oh my god, Lin Feng, what kind of treasure trove of a guy are you? You write amazing love songs, and you can sing patriotic songs that make people's blood boil and their eyes well up with tears. Her skinny jeans-clad friend now looked at Lin Feng with a completely transformed gaze, filled with unprecedented respect and awe. She nodded emphatically. This song deserves every bit of praise. Lin Feng, you've given me a whole new perspective on male models and on men in general. The other 8 male models present were also moved, cheering for Lin Feng in unison. Lin Feng set down the microphone and gracefully stepped off the stage. You're all too kind. I'm just glad you enjoyed it. Actually, I've also written an original song called Congratulations on Your Divorce. I'll bring it to you next time. Ha 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 ha.
The entire venue erupted in laughter. Amidst laughter and tears, this divorce party reached another peak of hilarity. Night had deepened, and lights twinkled in the distance. The socialites and male models, having drunk, partied, and reveled, were now growing weary. They leaned against each other, murmuring drunken words. At 2 in the morning, Yi Shuyun had her butler send her 2 girlfriends and 8 male models home separately, leaving only Lin Feng and her alone together. Yes, even after partying all night, Yi Shuyun still craved more. She wanted to create a memory uniquely hers and Lin Feng's. After everyone departed, the hall still lingered with the decadent scent of champagne, perfume, cigars, and gourmet food. Sparkling lanterns, scattered confetti, and stray balloons all seemed to savor the lingering excitement of the earlier revelry. Alone together, Yi Shuyun cast aside all reservations. She flipped over and threw herself onto Lin Feng, plunging her lips onto his in a deep kiss. Yi Shuyun, affection, plus 99,999. Lin Feng felt only softness, stickiness, and a hint of sweet champagne. After kissing for over 10 minutes, Yi Shuyun's tongue finally went numb before she relented. Wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck, she murmured ecstatically. Lin Feng, I adore you so much, I love you so much. Tonight, I feel utterly fulfilled. You are the best gift I could have received tonight. Lin Feng nearly suffocated from the kiss, rolling his eyes as he roughly wiped his lips. Oh my god, Yun, you've got some serious stamina still going strong after all this. Because I just love you so much. With that, Yi Shuyun leaned in for another kiss. Lin Feng quickly pinched her lips shut, like squeezing a chicken's beak. Sis Yun, give me a break, give me a break. Yi Shuyun sat astride Lin Feng, a smug look on her face. Fine. I'll let you off for now. The two sat facing each other like this, chatting for quite a while longer. As they chatted, the conversation turned to their respective work and personal lives. Lin Feng, Yun, now that you're divorced and not working, what do you usually do with your time? Yi Shuyun was still in high spirits, chatting animatedly, nothing much, tending to my plants, walking the dog, shopping with my girlfriends, and then, stock trading. Stock trading. Lin Feng jolted at the mention of those 2 words. Ever since acquiring the God of Stocks skill from the financial titan class, Lin Feng had been hooked on the stock market for days. Now in the thick of his enthusiasm, he perked up immediately and engaged the fellow investor in lively conversation. Sis Yun, you trade stocks too? Me too. What kind of stocks do you play? Dragon stocks? Hong Kong stocks? Or maybe Big Eagle stocks? Finding common ground, Yi Shuyun grew excited too. All of them. I trade them all. Wow, what a coincidence. I trade them all too. Haha, really? We're getting more and more connected. Yun, how have your returns been lately? At the mention of profits, Yi Shuyun's face fell. Ugh, don't even ask. I'm losing big time. Across 3 major stock markets, I bought so many stocks, yet not a single one is rising. It's downright bizarre. Just this month alone, I've lost over 10 million yuan. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 66,666. That's insane. Most people would jump off a building, into a river, or into the sea after losing 20 million. Yet this woman spoke so casually, as if that 10 million plus figure were nothing more than a string of numbers to her. Indeed, the wealth the descendants of the dragon can command is beyond imagination. Seeing Yi Shuyun frowning, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Sis Yun, what stocks did you go all in on? Yi Shuyun had already fully accepted Lin Feng as one of her own. She immediately pulled out her phone, opened her stock trading app, and said to Lin Feng while pointing at her screen. Look, these are the ones. Since it was the middle of the night, both the Dragon Stock Exchange and Hong Kong Stock Exchange had already closed. Yi Shuyun opened the Eagle Stock app and pointed to several stocks in her portfolio, explaining. Look, these are the ones. Apple's down 15%, losing 300,000 Eagle Yuan. Tesla's the worst hit, down 25%, nearly 500,000 Eagle Yuan in losses. Biotech firm Cito Biotech took the biggest hit. My 350,000 Eagle Yuan position is now worth half. Regional Bank Heritage Bancorp's down 22%, about 180,000 Eagle Yuan. It's so green it's making my eyes hurt. I don't even want to open my account anymore. As Yi Shuyun detailed her stock trading battles, Lin Feng's skill, Child of Finance, specifically its God of Stocks, manifestation had already quietly activated. Chapter 114, God of Stock Gods. The instant the God of Stocks skill activated, an invisible stream of data seemed to flash through the depths of Lin Feng's pupils. Vast amounts of information from global financial markets, real-time stock prices, transaction details, financial reports, industry news, and even covert institutional capital flows coalesced into distinct, visible pathways. These streams surged, intertwined, and restructured within his consciousness. He listened calmly to Yi Shuyun's complaints, yet his gaze had already pierced through the surface, pinpointing the biopharmaceutical stock named Setua Bio. Almost the instant he heard the name, the company's detailed financial reports, all recent R&D pipeline progress, management change records, and even a vague summary of Phase 2 clinical data for a novel targeted drug published online in a professional academic journal just hours ago, all information was instantly extracted, analyzed, and weighted.
An overwhelming, almost prophetic intuition struck him like an electric current before today's market close. Saitu Biotech would undergo a stunning revaluation, sending its stock price soaring. Yoon, don't be discouraged. The stock market carries risks, gains and losses are all part of the game. Lin Feng stroked Yi Shuyun's silky hair as he comforted her. Sis Yoon, you actually have great insight. Trust your choices. Me having good judgment? Yi Shuyun pointed at herself in astonishment. Lin Feng, you're teasing me, right? I'm just a pure, green, tender, and juicy piece of chive, a total sucker. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. No, Jun, I'm not teasing you at all. Because I believe the Yitsitua Bio stock you hold is a demon stock destined for a massive surge. What? Yi Shuyun's shock level plus 5,555. Honey, don't even mention Saitu Bio. That's the worst loser. My principals have I put in $350,000, and now it's down to just $150,000 or so. I'm tempted to dump it all right now, just to save myself the headache. Yoon, don't sell. In fact, I suggest we buy more, not just a little, but go all in. Buy up every single share available on the market. Yi Shuyun was somewhat speechless. Lin Feng, your stock strategy is even wilder than mine. It's still plummeting. Falling so hard it's unrecognizable. Everyone's scrambling to get out. And you want me to go all in now to catch falling knives? That's practically asking me to lose my pants? At the mention of pants, Yi Shuyun blushed and chuckled. Lin Feng chuckled along with her, offering no further explanation. Instead, he said, Sis Yun, I'm feeling adventurous today. Let's make a bet. Open your trading app and place a buy order for Saitu Bio. Every time someone sells, you buy it all, every single share. Then we'll see the results at the market close. I bet that before the close, Saitu Bio will reverse course and surge violently. It'll definitely recoup your losses, maybe even turn a hefty profit. If you lose money, I'll cover it every penny. Ha ha ha. How could that possibly happen? Yi Shuyun dismissed Lin Feng's words as a joke. Fine, but what if we win? What reward do you want? After speaking, Yi Shuyun gazed at Lin Feng with a seductive look. Truthfully, she wanted to offer herself to him. However, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, if we make money, Yunjie, reward me with a pair of your panties. Put. Yi Shuyun burst out laughing on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Sitting on top of Lin Feng, she clapped her hands and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, okay, that's hilarious. Lin Feng, you're so creative. I never imagined you'd been eyeing my panties all along. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng. Truly, such an inventive approach, no other male model could ever dream of it. Only Lin Feng could bring her this unprecedented joy. Truthfully, losing a little money meant nothing to Yi Shuyun. Even if she lost every penny invested in Saitu Bio stock, it wouldn't faze her. So she threw herself into the game with great enthusiasm. Without a second thought, she opened her mobile trading app and swept through the market like a whirlwind, aggressively buying up the dumped Saitu Bio shares at market price. Alright, all done. Only an hour left until the market closes, dear. Let's just wait for the results. In truth, Yi Shuyun was certain Lin Feng would lose. In her mind, Saitu Bio had been in a steady decline for over a month, showing no signs of recovery. Moreover, with only an hour left before the market closed, turning a loss into a profit in that time was nothing short of a pipe dream. Still, she couldn't resist teasing Lin Feng. Go on, honey. If you win, which pair of my panties do you want? He. Waiting for the market close to validate his god of stock odds judgment, Lin Feng suddenly felt wide awake. Yun, if I say I want the original flavor, would you give it to me? Ha 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 ha. Yi Shuyun giggled uncontrollably, her body trembling like a flower branch. She gently poked Lin Feng's forehead with her finger. You're just dreaming, aren't you? Just as the two were flirting playfully, suddenly, without any warning, a massive buy order for tens of thousands of shares suddenly flooded the market. The target? None other than Saitu Bio. The stock price shot straight up, surging over 5% in an instant. Immediately after, more massive buy orders poured in as if responding to a signal, sending the stock price curve shooting upward at nearly a 90-degree angle. Even while flirting, the two kept an eye on the market. When Yi Shuyun noticed this, he was instantly dumbfounded. Yi Shuyun, shock level, plus 999,999. How could this be? Oh my god, Lin Feng. Look, holy crap. Saitu Bio stock is going crazy. It's like it's on steroids, completely out of control. Yi Shuyun wasn't particularly attached to money, but she rarely experienced the thrill of winning. Ever since entering the stock market, she'd been getting crushed, her losses piling up until she was numb to it all. She rarely felt the thrill of a stock soaring. Tonight, however, was the first time she'd felt such an intense rush. So, she was swept up in the excitement too. Her left arm wrapped tightly around Lin Feng as her right hand covered her mouth. Eyes wide as saucers, she stared fixedly at the screen, watching that red line abruptly reversing course and shooting skyward, and gasped, it's still rising. Still rising. It's gone mad. Completely mad.
Still climbing wildly. 10%. 15%. 25%. Amidst her excitement, she finally realized this massive stock surge was entirely within Lin Feng's expectations. She stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. Oh my god, darling, did you know all along? My goodness, how did you know? Chapter 115, The Aristocrat's Traitor. Facing Yi Shuyun's adoring question, Lin Feng replied with a calm and composed tone. Negative news is just a smokescreen, and financial reports are history. The value of Cytobio stock is severely undervalued. The market is a step behind, but massive buying power has been gathering in the shadows. Tonight is the moment it explodes. Honey, this is unbelievable. Did you foresee this all along? Yi Shuyun stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. She sensed a commanding presence about him, a calmness and power that seemed to orchestrate victory from afar. It made him even more irresistible. Yi Shuyun, affection, plus 99,999. Yes. Lin Feng didn't deny it, elaborating further. Cito Biotech has a core drug that was previously underestimated. Its phase 2 clinical data proved exceptionally outstanding, far exceeding market expectations. Multiple top-tier institutions swiftly upgraded their ratings, short sellers frantically covered their positions, and investors rushed in. This is the direct cause of its stock price skyrocketing. Yi Shuyun, shock level, plus 99,999. What, Lin Feng, you actually possess this much information? No wonder you're so confident. Yi Shuyun had assumed Lin Feng was just like her, buying stocks purely on gut instinct, blindly investing without a clue. But who knew, this male model not only hits the clubs at night but also researches company products and financial reports. He's an academic male model. Little did she know, Lin Feng didn't need to study any of that nonsense, nor did it interfere with his nightly clubbing. With just one glance, a single glance, Lin Feng could fully access every piece of information about every stock within his sight. Ah! Lin Feng, I love you so much. Saying this, Yi Shuyun passionately kissed Lin Feng once more, without holding back. By the time Yi Shuyun released her sweet lips, it was already 4 in the morning. The Big Eagle Nation stock market closed. The moment the closing bell rang, Cytobio's stock price was locked in at a staggering gain, plus 48.7%. Yi Shuyun stared blankly at her account holdings. The Cytobio position that had previously lost half its value not only fully recovered but generated massive profits. And the nearly 200,000 Eagle Yuan she had all in added later brought in a staggering profit of nearly 100,000 in just over an hour. This series of moves had transformed her account from a substantial loss into a profit exceeding 150,000 Eagles for the day. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It's like a dream. The exhilaration of winning until she was numb sent Yi Shuyun straight into a state of euphoric triumph. Lin Feng watched Yi Shuyun's euphoric expression and said with a mischievous grin, Sis Yun, don't get too carried away with your excitement. Remember, I won this bet, and you still owe me my reward. Ah. Yi Shuyun let out a soft moan, her face flushing crimson like a budding flower. Lin Feng, you're so annoying. Lin Feng continued teasing her. What's that, Yun? You're not going to back out now, are you? Goaded by Lin Feng's words, Yi Shuyun suddenly took it seriously. Back out? Honey, do I look like someone who can't take a loss? With that, Yi Shuyun instantly transformed into a stripping machine. Her hand shot up, pants came down, revealing a fresh, fragrant pair. She pinched the garment between 2 fingers and gently placed it in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, I'm already yours. Lin Feng, alright, Yunjie. I'll treasure you. Yi Shuyun not only surrendered her essence completely to Lin Feng, but she also made a decision. Darling, I'd like to entrust some of my assets to you to manage. Would you be my portfolio manager? Lin Feng smiled. Sis Yun, you really are greedy. Not only do you want me to control you, but you want me to control your portfolio too. You. Yi Shuyun's face flushed crimson at his teasing. You're so wicked. Then, she turned serious. Seriously, Lin Feng, I've seen it. You're a stock god. I trust you completely. And I won't let you work for nothing. If there's a loss, you don't have to take responsibility. If there's a profit, you get 30%. This truly demonstrated Yi Shuyun's sincerity. While money didn't matter to her, her pride did. She refused to let her family or outsiders see her as a naive, gullible sucker. She wanted to bask in the glory of the stock god, to show off in front of others and feed her vanity. Lin Feng also found the deal favorable. Though he'd been dabbling in stocks these past few days, his limited capital meant the snowball effect was slow to build. Moreover, his few million couldn't stir any significant waves in the stock market or sway the overall trend. With Yi Shuyun's substantial capital injection, Lin Feng could become a force capable of stirring up market turbulence. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a true stock market titan. Moreover, taking a 30% cut of the profits as commission meant solid cash flow, which would greatly aid his acquisition of the Hanyi Mail Model Agency. After weighing all factors, Lin Feng accepted without hesitation. Thank you for trusting me, Sister Yun. I won't let you down. Wonderful.
I adore you so much, we must never part. As she spoke, they plunged back into a whirlwind of passionate kisses. Over the next few days, Lin Feng became utterly consumed by the stock market. Sister Yin had authorized an initial trading capital of 50 million yuan, and Lin Feng took that 50 million and went on a rampage in the market. No wonder they say once you enter the stock market, it's like diving into the ocean, there's no turning back. This thrill was insane. The money he made in a single day could cover a male model's clubbing expenses for an entire year. He couldn't focus on work at all. But once the initial excitement wore off, Lin Feng realized the system hadn't upgraded him in days. After returning from Yi Shuyun's party, the system had actually upgraded Lin Feng that very day, rewarding him with one shot of I Am Art's masterpiece design. I Am Art's masterpiece design skill description. The host can fuse keen insight and avant-garde aesthetics into their work. He masterfully integrates the impact of graphic composition, the craftsmanship of artisanal design, the poetic naturalism of landscape architecture, and the grand vision of urban planning. With supreme aesthetic control and creative thinking, he traverses diverse scales and mediums, weaving all elements into a seamless artistic whole that transcends boundaries, achieving an absolute realm beyond limitations. Since his last promotion, Lin Feng had been taking leave, immersing himself in stock trading from his apartment. After all, as the manager overseeing all male modeling agencies in Yunzhou, no one could interfere with his leave. He could take as much time off as he pleased. He was making a decent amount of money, but over the past 2 days, his shock value and affinity hadn't increased by a single point. Naturally, the system boss wasn't paying him any mind. This realization jolted Lin Feng awake. Damn it! This system wasn't for making money, it was for getting women. Making money was fine, but it absolutely couldn't interfere with getting women. Damn it, gotta get this going right now. Chapter 116, the female district chief seeks a male model. Women must get started immediately. However, through his work experience, Lin Feng had also noticed a problem. Because Lin Feng was so popular, his schedule was almost always fully booked every day, and most of his clients were regulars. This made it extremely difficult for female clients seeking him out by reputation to secure a table. Seeing these women arrive full of hope, only to leave disappointed after failing to book a table, Lin Feng felt deeply sorry for them. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to designate Tuesdays and Thursdays as open days. On these days, no reservations would be accepted, only walk-in, random table assignments. From among the female patrons who booked tables on site, one lucky lady would be randomly selected. Only this fortunate woman would receive Lin Feng's favor. Though the odds were low, it gave them hope. Every Tuesday and Thursday, the eager female family members would enthusiastically participate. However, the identity of this Tuesday's lucky lady was something no one could have anticipated. When Lin Feng received the list of the lucky female family member, his heart skipped a beat. Qi-ying? It was actually Qi-ying? Qi-ying, the district chief of Shiyun district in Yunzhou City, was seeking out a male model. Upon learning that tonight's female client was Qi-ying, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He quickly shifted into work mode and waited quietly in the second-floor private room of Haiwei-Chinga for Qi-ying's arrival. At 7:30 p.m., Qi-ying was escorted to the Sea Moon Pavilion by a waiter. To meet Lin Feng, she had styled herself in a manner completely different from her usual administrative look. As the private room door opened, Qi-ying glided in. She wore a light apricot-colored knit dress with a round neckline, accentuating her slender and delicate waistline. Her long hair was loosely gathered into a low bun at the nape of her neck, with a few soft strands gently cascading down her neck, shedding all traces of her usual sharp professional demeanor. Though her makeup was minimal and elegant, it perfectly accentuated her naturally delicate and captivating features. Lin Feng greeted her with a smile. I never expected it to be District Chief Qi. You look absolutely stunning tonight, truly captivating. As a local leader, Qi-ying had never attended such an occasion before. Consequently, her charming face betrayed unmistakable nervousness, her small chest rising and falling with rapid, audible thumps. Hearing Lin Feng greet her, she quickly made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Shoo." Only after the waiter had completely disappeared and the private room door closed did Qi-ying relax slightly. She leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, "Remember, don't call me District Chief Qi here. What if someone finds out the district chief came looking for male models? That would be disastrous." Got it. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Alright, Sister Ing. Actually, it wouldn't matter if someone overheard. I'd just say the district chief came to inspect work and show concern for the male model community. Cut it out. Qi-ying dug her little fingers into Lin Feng's arm. Seeing his spring breeze smile, she was already losing control. Qi-ying's affection plus 66,666. After settling onto the sofa, Lin Feng spoke first. Sis Ing, I never imagined you'd actually come to support my business. Oh, come on. Your business is booming, you don't need my help. I've been here 3 or 4 times already. Today was the first time I finally got picked. It seemed District Chief Qi was quite persistent in her search for a male model, and Lin Feng found himself somewhat moved by her determination. Thank you for giving me the honor, Sister Ing. Qi-ying looked at Lin Feng with admiration.
She let out a soft sigh and spoke from the heart. Lin Feng, I'm the one who should be thanking you. It was precisely because of your intervention that the Dayo Mountain mining accident was resolved properly. Since there were no casualties, the incident didn't escalate and I only received a disciplinary talk at the provincial and municipal levels. So, Lin Feng, you helped me get through this safely. Qi Ying's gratitude toward Lin Feng here was heartfelt. Had Lin Feng not been present, any harm to the miners would have resulted in at least a formal warning for her. Such a disciplinary action would have severely damaged her career prospects, effectively putting any promotion on hold for at least 2 years. A verbal warning, however, was the lightest possible disciplinary action, with negligible impact on her career trajectory. Lin Feng responded modestly. Sis Ing, no need to thank me. This is the social responsibility we male models should fulfill. In this new era, male models must demonstrate unwavering responsibility in the face of storms. Qi Ying felt momentarily dazed. She was clearly in the male model's private room, yet, why did it feel like she'd been transported back to the district-wide conference on promoting a continuously optimized business environment? Well, you male models really are tough. Wiping away cold sweat, Qi Ying continued, to be honest, I used to have prejudices against male models in nightclubs. I always assumed they were, well, involved in that kind of work. It was hard to accept. That's why, even after my divorce, I never sought out a male model. I never imagined today's male models could be so full of positive energy. Truly, my mindset was too stuck in the past. Seeing how much the image of the male modeling industry had improved in his superior's mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel gratified. Yes, Sister Ing, times are changing, and so are male models. This era is one where women's emotions are widely suppressed. Therefore, whether from a market perspective or a sociological one, male models are indispensable. One could even say that the present age is truly the era of male models. Lin Feng, you've said it perfectly. Qi Ying nodded repeatedly. Women today are indeed widely suppressed. I feel suppressed too. Mentioning repression opened Qi Ying's floodgates. My ex-husband and I divorced due to emotional incompatibility. After the divorce, I threw myself into my career, trying to mask the emptiness in my heart with work. But this gradually made me extremely anxious, and I felt less and less like a woman. Lin Feng, actually, I haven't worn this dress since my divorce. Usually, it's just shirts and pants. As she spoke, Qi Ying's eyes began to redden. Navigating the political arena alone as a woman was undeniably tough. Years of pent-up grievances and exhaustion surged to the surface, pushing Qi Ying to the brink of breaking down. The perceptive Lin Feng keenly sensed this. He extended his long arm and gently pulled the seemingly capable yet actually fragile district chief into his embrace. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched her shoulder, Qi Ying felt as if she'd been struck by a sweet lightning bolt, instantly tingling with sensation. Though embracing a woman was a fundamental professional move for a male model, for District Chief Qi Ying, it was a long-forgotten warmth from another man. At that moment, Lin Feng's close-up man scent had fully taken effect. Qi Ying felt utterly lost, trembling softly as if she had stolen a forbidden fruit. Lin Feng sensed it all. With tender hands, he gently stroked Qi Ying's soft arm and said softly, Sister Ing, it's true you've been under immense pressure all this time. You really need to see male models regularly. Chapter 117, I want to improve so badly. Qi Ying. Lin Feng suggested she seek male models to relieve stress. Though Qi Ying agreed, her innate feminine reserve made it awkward to respond. Clearing her throat twice, she deliberately changed the subject. Honestly, the pressure in this district chief role is overwhelming. Sometimes it feels like I can't breathe. Listening to clients' troubles and helping them unwind was part of a male model's job description. So Lin Feng asked thoughtfully, Sis Ing, if you're feeling stressed, just talk to me about it. Sometimes getting things off your chest really helps. At that moment, Lin Feng's whispering charm took effect. His clear, magnetic voice, carrying the unique warmth in his speech, suddenly slipped into Qi Ying's ears, sending another wave of tingling sensation through her body. Qi Ying's body twitched slightly, like a docile little rabbit burrowing into Lin Feng's embrace. Qi Ying's affection plus 99,999. Completely intoxicated, Qi Ying opened her heart completely, telling Lin Feng everything. Honestly, the biggest pressure comes from the city-level evaluations. You know, Lin Feng, our Shiyun district ranks at the bottom in economic development across the entire city. Every time the city releases core indicators like GDP growth, fixed asset investment, or total retail sales of consumer goods, we inevitably end up dead last every single time. At meetings, district chiefs from other areas sit up front, chatting and laughing while sharing best practices. Me? I just find a corner and wish I could shrink into my chair. Lin Feng offered a tactful reassurance, Sis Ing, this isn't your fault. Shiyun district's economic foundation is inherently weak. No one could change that situation. That may be true. Qi Ying frowned slightly before continuing. But since the organization assigned me here, it's because they want me to achieve results in Shiyun district. If I arrive and we still make no progress, wouldn't that betray the organization's trust? And if I can't deliver tangible results, how can I possibly advance? This hit the nail on the head. Achieving results directly determined career advancement, which is why so many officials bend over backwards to deliver them. Lin Feng continued to ease Qi Ying's pressure. Sis Ying, you've already advanced remarkably fast. To be the head of a district at such a young age. Ha! Qi Ying chuckled softly, murmuring, yes, it sounds impressive to be a district chief, but are all district chiefs created equal? Can the district chief of Shiyun district be compared to the district chief of Jinghu district? My goal is to become the district chief of Jinghu district before I turn 40. Lin Feng's shock level plus 66,666. She's seriously obsessed with power. But Lin Feng had a sudden thought. If she becomes the district chief of Mirror Lake district and I get close to her, she should let me open a male model agency right by the lake, right? Imagine opening a male model agency right by Mirror Lake. Jinghu is one of China's top 10 scenic spots, attracting countless tourists every year. Opening a male model shop there would practically monopolize the entire national customer base. Add in services like tour guiding, playmates, and shopping companions for the male models, and the entire industry chain would be complete. That's awesome. At this thought, Lin Feng perked up. He stopped merely venting his emotions and began listening intently to what Qi Ying had to say. Qi Ying, to boost Shiyun district's economy, I've explored numerous strategies attracting investment, developing industry, pursuing high-tech sectors, but none align with Shiyun's current realities. Ultimately, I've decided to stake everything on the Suiyun Mountain landscape renovation project. You know, Suiyun Mountain, right? It's that mountain east of our district. Its natural scenery is actually quite beautiful, distinctive terrain, dense vegetation, and expansive views from the summit overlooking Yunzhou City. But right now, it's just a neglected wilderness. Aside from locals occasionally hiking there, it holds no value. My vision is to transform it into a premium suburban leisure destination. It doesn't need to be massive, but it must be refined and distinctive. We'll build safe hiking trails, install viewing platforms, create several Instagrammable spots, and introduce 1 or 2 stylish cafes or bookstores. Once the project succeeds, it will attract Yunqing residents seeking weekend getaways without traveling far. Their visits will stimulate supporting services, retail, homestays, and more. Lin Feng listened, nodded, and said, Sis Ying, this approach is excellent. It fits perfectly with Shiyun District's development plan. We can position Suiyun Mountain as Yunzhou City's backyard. Exactly. That's precisely what I meant. Lin Feng, you really get me. Qi Ying felt she'd found a kindred spirit and spoke with renewed enthusiasm. I submitted the project proposal to the city government and they approved it. They've even allocated the first round of startup funding. Excellent, Sister Ying. We can move forward with the project now. However, a shadow of disappointment flitted across Qi Ying's face. The problem lies precisely in this most critical aspect, the landscape design proposal. The submissions from the design firms we've hired so far are simply. At this point, Qi Ying couldn't help but get angry. Even a district chief like her let loose with a curse. They're absolute garbage. Some are utterly unoriginal, just copying designs from other mountain parks completely mismatched with Suiyun Peak's terrain and character, yet absurdly expensive. Others are overly avant-garde, proposing impractical art installations that are flashy but useless, impossible to implement. Some designs even severely damage the mountain's natural beauty, dripping with commercialism. In short, not a single proposal has made me go wow. Lin Feng nodded. True. Landscape design is crucial. It will directly determine the project's success and the value Suiyun Mountain brings to Yunzhou. Exactly. Qi Ying grew increasingly agitated. The landscape design proposals keep getting rejected, requiring endless revisions. The project start date keeps getting pushed back. The city authorities are already monitoring progress and asking why the funds are sitting idle. I'm practically going crazy. Sister Ying's urgency reflected the professional ethos of male models, anticipating and addressing the concerns of their female clients. Moreover, Lin Feng had expectations for Qi Ying. He hoped she'd achieve political success soon, get transferred to Jinghu district as district chief, and support his plan to open a male modeling agency by the lake. Based on these 2 points, Lin Feng decided to lend a hand. Ying, do you have the relevant design blueprints on your phone? Could I take a look? Of course. Perfect timing, let me get your input as a Yunzhou citizen. Saying this, Qi Ying pulled out her phone and scrolled through the design proposals sent by the architects to show Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's gaze landed on the landscape design plan for the Suiyun Mountain scenic area, the masterpiece design ability of I Am Art activated. Chapter 118, Beyond the Clouds, the Place of Our Pledge. Qi Ying swiped through her phone screen, zooming in on each design sketch. Her voice betrayed unmistakable disappointment as she explained to Lin Feng. Look at this first set, the proposal from Hongjing Design. They practically just renamed the design for Phoenix Mountain Park in the neighboring city and submitted it. The core concept is a faux antique brick and stone path winding from the base to the summit, dotted with a few generic hexagonal pavilions as rest stops. The vegetation plan is even more perfunctory, completely ignoring Suiyun Mountain's unique plant communities and seasonal landscape effects. She sighed, swiping to the next set of images. Now look at this one, New Edge Space's work. It's certainly new, but so new it's utterly baffling.
They designed several wildly exaggerated reflective stainless steel sculptures scattered throughout the mountains, claiming they're meant to reflect nature in converse with heaven and earth.
Reflect my ass.
Jiang grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, swiftly switching to the third proposal, and this last one, Dingshang Landscapes Plan, is the most infuriating. They designed a commercial street in ancient town style.
What the hell were they thinking? An ancient town on a mountain?
This isn't about creating a city's backyard garden, they're trying to build a pedestrian mall up here. Jiang set down her phone and rubbed her temples. Good heavens, reading their proposals could literally shorten my lifespan. I swear I must have owed them something in a past life. They're deliberately tormenting and humiliating me in this one. Lin Feng gently stroked Ying's fragrant back, soothing her. Don't get so worked up. Your aesthetic standards are way too high for these designers to reach. Take your time. Finding a designer is like finding a male model. You need someone whose taste and vision align perfectly with yours.
Ying couldn't help but laugh again.
Lin Feng, you really know how to spin a yarn.
Finding a designer is like finding a male model? Well then, I've set my sights on you. You can be my designer.
Though Ying had meant it as a joke, Lin Feng's next words struck her right in the heart.
Sure thing, Sister Ing.
If I were your designer, I'd transform Suiyan Mountain into a scenic area centered around the core concept of Beyond the Clouds, the Place of Promise. Beyond the Clouds, the Place of Promise. Ying's shock level plus 666,666. Just hearing the name of this scenic area concept tugged at Ying's heartstrings. Oh, such a beautiful, vivid concept. Ying's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Feng, you're truly extraordinary. Why do the words that come out of your mouth always feel so uniquely special? Then, Ying rose from Lin Feng's embrace, sat up straight with earnest focus, and met his gaze. Lin Feng, I want to hear it. I want to listen carefully to your thoughts. Beyond the Clouds, the Place of Promise, I'm so intrigued. Alright, Sister Ing. I'll take the liberty of sharing my thoughts. Empowered by the continuous influence of I Am Art, yes, masterpiece design, Lin Feng laid out the exquisite vision for Beyond the Clouds, the Place of Promise. Sister Ing, we must remember, Suiyun Mountain is Yunzhou City's backyard, and Mirror Lake is its soul. Thus, the core of our concept lies in lake and mountain scenery in perfect harmony. Lake and mountain scenery complement each other perfectly. Ying's shock level plus 88,888. Good heavens, Lin Feng, how did you come up with this? Ying covered her mouth in excitement. You voiced the vision deep within my heart. Lin Feng smiled faintly and continued his explanation. This pact isn't just a promise between man and mountain. It's a dialogue across time and space between Suiyun Mountain, Yunzhou City, and especially Mirror Lake. We want visitors to feel they're fulfilling a long-awaited rendezvous with the city, with nature, and with their own inner peace. Lin Feng took Ying's phone and elaborated while examining the detailed photos of Suiyun Mountain. First, the path designed, the cloud path of appointment. We've completely abandoned wide, rigid brick pathways. Instead, following the mountain's contours, we've laid an ecological trail that winds and undulates. It combines permeable concrete mimicking natural rock textures with native timber. Keeping the width narrow creates an intimate, focused sense of exploration, like a secret path guiding you alone or with a cherished friend to your rendezvous. Vegetation along the path receives minimal intervention, only safety clearance and strategic accents of shade-loving ferns, mosses, and native wildflowers. Each step immerses visitors in pristine greenery, gradually shifting their mood from urban clamor to anticipated tranquility. Second, the viewing node's the meeting place. Instead of constructing bulky structures atop the mountain, we cleverly utilize several naturally protruding rock platforms. Minimalist light steel frames paired with high-strength glass create transparent viewing pods that appear to float above the treetops. Each viewing box frames a primary vista of the distant, shimmering Mirror Lake and the city skyline. Visitors step inside to encounter an unobstructed, majestic panorama, the full expanse of Mirror Lake echoing the bustling cityscape of Yunzhou, while the green hills in the foreground provide a perfect foreground. This creates an intense visual impact and emotional resonance, making the promise tangible and visible. It will become the ultimate Instagrammable spot for witnessing vows and anticipating the future. Finally, the integration of business elements cloud encounter. Rejecting the commercial street approach entirely, we introduce one or two exceptionally designed forest cafes or mountain book bars in a sheltered, flat clearing halfway up the mountain, strategically positioned to offer a sideways view of Mirror Lake. The structures feature floor-to-ceiling glass and wooden frames, low profile and discreet, nearly blending into the forest. Here, visitors can pause for a moment, sip pour-over coffee, listen to the rustling pines and birdsong, and read a book. Through the forest gaps, their gaze can still quietly meet the distant Mirror Lake. No noise, just quiet companionship and watchful presence. Meeting at Cloud Path. The place of appointment. Cloud top encounter. It's too beautiful. Everything is too perfect. Listening to Lin Feng's poetic description of the scene, Ying was utterly captivated by the exquisite vision of Beyond the Clouds, the Place of Promise. Two clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. Lin Feng, it's so beautiful. Your words are so beautiful. You truly understand me. Qiang threw herself into Lin Feng's arms once more, her tears of joy dampening his shoulders. Overwhelmed with emotion, she exclaimed. Lin Feng, Beyond the Clouds, Where Promises Are Made is the design I've always dreamed of, creating profound emotional connections and visual delight with minimal human intervention. What we bring isn't just a scenic area, but a promise with the city's beauty and a uniquely exquisite experience. Visitors will forever remember the awe of gazing across Mirror Lake at the place of promise, and savor the tranquil sense of belonging found in the cloud encounter. This powerful emotional bond and word-of-mouth resonance will form the project's deepest foundation.
This is my dream, this is my legacy.
Qiang, favorability, plus 99,999.
Chapter 119, The Female District Chief and Her Male Model.
Seeing his proposal fully embraced by Qiang, Lin Feng was delighted. His I am art, supreme aesthetic sense, truly delivered. Sising, I hope my suggestions can serve your decision-making process to expedite the project's implementation.
Brilliant, Lin Feng.
The Tsuiyan Mountain Landscape project will proceed exactly as you proposed.
It's settled.
Qiang's eyes flashed with excitement as she added, and it starts immediately right this instant. Seeing her getting carried away, Lin Feng gently cautioned, Sising, don't push yourself too hard.
Don't exhaust yourself. I'm not tired.
Lin Feng, I am anxious to see, Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place, take shape, anxious to see Yinzhou City's backyard completed sooner, anxious. She hesitated to voice the final part, I'm eager to become the district chief of Jinghu District soon, and instead changed the subject. I'm convening a meeting tonight with the design team, construction crew, and leadership members.
We're finalizing the design plan for Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place, tonight. Lin Feng.
Lin Feng hadn't expected this female district chief to be so impatient. Indeed, she was impatient.
Qiang then turned to ask Lin Feng, tonight, can you join the meeting?
You provided the inspiration for the Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place concept. With you there, I'll feel at ease.
For male models, accommodating female clients' requests is generally expected. However, attending a district government meeting would constitute an outcall assignment.
Lin Feng explained the rules for bringing male models to Qiang.
Qiang immediately added to the wine stash and declared.
Of course. You're essentially a designer hired by our district government. The expenses can be charged directly to the government's design budget.
Lin Feng.
Wow, District Chief Qi, you're something else. This is essentially using public funds to hire an escort. When Qiang transformed into District Chief Qi, her work style was indeed decisive and efficient. She made a series of rapid phone calls clack to the design firm, construction team, and leadership group, demanding they all report to the second-floor conference room of the district government building by 11:30 a.m. for a meeting. After hanging up with the female district chief, nearly everyone cursed under their breath, crazy, making a fuss over nothing, damn woman. Yet they dared not disobey. After all, rank has its privileges. By 11:30, everyone was present. Qiang immediately launched into an impassioned presentation, vividly recounting Lin Feng's design proposal. After Qiang passionately introduced Lin Feng's Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place proposal, an eerie silence fell over the conference room instead of the anticipated applause. Representatives from design firms, some roused from bed, were the first to speak up. The representative from Hongjing Design pushed his glasses up, his tone dripping with unmasked professional skepticism. The concept of Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place you described is beautiful, but translating it into drawings is an entirely different matter. Converting this feeling into detailed, construction-ready drawings requires extensive structural calculations, geological adaptations, and meticulous refinement, a workload far exceeding standard projects. We've already completed most of the original plan. Starting over from scratch would take at least 2 to 3 months just for drafting, far exceeding the original design timeline.
We can't afford that.
The construction team also voiced their concerns. Sir, it's not that we shy away from challenges. But you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Without detailed construction drawings and an accurate budget, I can't organize the crew or allocate equipment. The city's deadline was already tight. With all this disruption, we'll definitely miss it. The executive deputy district chief and the leadership team cautiously pointed out. District Chief, Mr. Lin's concept is truly innovative. The problem is, the city is already dissatisfied with our progress and has repeatedly urged tangible results. Abruptly scrapping the original direction and starting from scratch carries too much risk. If implementation stalls, we'll have no way to justify this to the municipal government. All three parties present voiced their concerns, and these concerns converged on one point: the design complexity of the Beyond the Clouds, Promised Land proposal would directly impact the project timeline. Indeed, beautiful things require meticulous craftsmanship, a fact Qiang understood well. Faced with the tight schedule, Qiang remained non-committal. At that moment, she once again turned her pleading gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is this feasible in time? Lin Feng remained unflappable amidst the chaos, responding firmly on the spot. District Chief Qi, we can make it.
I can start drafting the plans immediately. Within half an hour, I'll have the complete design proposal for Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place, along with the budget, procurement details, construction specifications, and every other requirement.
I guarantee it won't delay the project schedule. Design firm? Construction team? Leadership team? What the hell? Half an hour to pull out the full design proposal, budget, procurement, construction details, the whole shebang? Who is this guy? Did he get drunk tonight? This workload would take a month of round-the-clock work just to finalize a rough draft, and he actually says he can finish it in half an hour? What a ing pipe dream. Old lady crawling into bed, this guy's got me cracking up. Ha! New Age Space laughed first. Who's this handsome guy? Our designers worked day and night for over a month just to get the first draft out. You say you can finish it in half an hour? Doesn't that make our designers look like complete idiots? The construction team shook their heads in disbelief. You're talking about finalizing the budget, procurement, construction details all within half an hour? Come on, kid, even if you just scribbled nonsense, that wouldn't be enough time. However, one of the deputy district chiefs among the leadership seemed to recognize Lin Feng. He had been present during the rescue operation at the Dayo Mountain mine disaster. He had witnessed the miraculous rescue of the miners by the 96 male models and had been particularly struck by Lin Feng. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He took off his glasses, wiped them clean, put them back on, and looked again before exclaiming in horror. Deputy District Chief Chi. Isn't he that male model? Male model? The entire crowd's shock level plus 99,999. That's right, the male model, he's the one from the Dayo Mountain rescue site. The Deputy District Chief confirmed his judgment with unwavering certainty. This sent shockwaves through the entire room of professionals. The owner of Hangjing Design gave a forced smile. No wonder. The concept for Beyond the Clouds, Place of Promise was actually conceived by a male model? That explains the suggestive vibe. I think this proposal should be renamed Beyond the Clouds, Place of Hookups. The chief designer from Dingsheng Landscape chimed in sarcastically. Deputy District Chief Chi, even if you don't trust us, you wouldn't humiliate us by hiring a male model, would you? The construction foreman chimed in. What's going on, District Chief Chi? You wouldn't seriously expect us to follow this male model's lead on the project, would you? The discipline inspection secretary among the leadership team sternly interjected. Comrade Xiang, please explain why you privately hired a male model? Chapter 120, the male model draws like the wind. This disciplinary inspection commissioner, an old-school stickler for rules cadre, interrogated with solemn gravity. Comrade Xiang, what exactly is your relationship with this male model? Have you committed any violations of organizational principles or illegal acts? You're the one who's crazy. Xiang had long been fed up with this old fossil. Working alongside such a rigid, dogmatic old codger was pure torture. Comrade Xiang, you're actually resorting to personal attacks. Holy! The disciplinary committee secretary was so enraged he was speechless. Xiang ignored him, declaring with righteous indignation. Yes, Lin Feng is a male model. But he's a heroic male model. He's the very same hero male model reported by official media outlets like New Dragon Society, the one who led over 90 male models to bravely rescue miners. Those present who hadn't known the truth were stunned by the revelation. Male model. Are male models even categorized as heroes or not? Xiang continued, this heroic male model not only possesses noble character but also an unconventional sense of aesthetics. District Chief Chi, there's no need to elaborate further. Lin Feng also found the term hero male model awkward, so he interrupted. District Chief Chi, if we have a computer available, I can create the design on site right now. After all, time is tight, the task is urgent, and deadlines don't wait. What the hell? Male models can do graphic design too? The designers present all war expressions of disdain. They thought, you? Do rendering? Why don't you just fly to the moon? However, Xiang fully trusted Lin Feng. She nodded and said, absolutely. The computer connected to the big screen in this meeting room is a newly configured high-performance machine specifically for graphic design and presentations. We can use it right now. Great. District Chief Chi, I'll start designing right away. Once the concept drawings are ready, everyone will have a clearer visual reference, making discussions much smoother. Alright, Lin Feng, we're counting on you. After the District Government Information Center staff connected the computer to the large screen, Lin Feng sat down at the computer. The white light from the monitor illuminated his calm and composed face. Several designers from the design firm still eyed him with disdain. They simply couldn't believe that a male model, even a heroic one, could create anything special with graphics. Yet Lin Feng paid no heed to these glances. His expression was focused as his hands rested lightly on the keyboard and mouse. The instant his fingertips touched the equipment, Lin Feng radiated an aura of powerful human-machine synergy. This was the true power of the masterpiece design skill within the I am art ability. This skill not only endowed Lin Feng with unparalleled aesthetic discernment but also granted him supreme practical mastery of design software. Without hesitation, he launched AutoCAD while simultaneously activating the SketchUp and Rhino integration plugin interface. Multiple viewports instantly split across the large screen, causing every professional present to gasp in astonishment. This
This male model was simultaneously operating AutoCAD, SketchUp, and Rhino. Not a single designer present had ever dared attempt such a feat, for neither the mental processing nor the hand speed required could be matched by ordinary humans. Tap 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 tap. The keyboard clattered like a sudden storm, the keystrokes almost inaudibly consecutive. His left hand danced across the keys, a dazzling cascade of shortcut commands flowing seamlessly. Pline offset trim region. His right hand moved the mouse with pinpoint accuracy, clicking, dragging, and zooming at lightning speed. Within the CAD software, the precise contour map of the cloud path was sketched out at a visible pace, each curved segment perfectly adhering to his earlier principle of following the natural contours of the terrain. Almost simultaneously, within the SketchUp window, the three-dimensional terrain of Tsuiyan Mountain rapidly took shape, generated from the CAD base map. He activated a terrain generation plugin, swiftly fine-tuning slopes and aspects to simulate the most authentic sunlight and shadow effects.
This can't be possible?
Chief designer of Hongjing Design S. Shock value plus 66,666. He's
using that terrain plugin in internal beta testing. How could he?
And that node manipulation technique in SketchUp, even my mentor hasn't fully mastered that. Next came Control plus Shift plus B create unique component.
M plus G move and snap to grid. R plus double click rotate and duplicate. S plus control precise scale based on reference.
His left hand blurred into a streak across the keyboard, far from simple single-key operations, but a jaw-dropping fusion of complex shortcuts and custom macros. Each keystroke was precise and efficient, as if the keyboard were an extension of his body.
Complex commands were deconstructed, fused, and executed with fluidity and seamless precision. Everyone present watched in awe, utterly dazzled.
The designer from New Edge Space turned pale, his hands trembling slightly. His shortcut combinations, many I've never seen before. This speed, this is master-level skill. No, it's monstrous. Then came the main event, constructing the glass viewing box for the place of appointment. He switched to Rhino, leveraging its powerful NURBS surface modeling capabilities. The primary and secondary steel beams of the lightweight structure were precisely drawn, while the installation method and joint details of the high-strength glass were magnified infinitely, every bolt, every load-bearing node clearly visible. Simultaneously, he activated a structural mechanics analysis plugin, calculating stress distribution maps in real time under varying wind and crowd loads while making synchronized adjustments to ensure absolute safety.
Seamless, truly seamless.
The project manager from Dingsheng Landscape murmured in awe. Modeling, structural calculations, all happening simultaneously, with fully integrated data.
This isn't just drafting anymore. It's pure artistry.
Even more astonishingly, he seemed to require no conscious thought. While modeling, he opened another window and activated a built-in automatic quantity calculation plugin. Every component in the model, cubic meters of concrete, tons of steel, square meters of glass, even linear meters of timber, was tallied in real time, with data directly imported into a budget template. The numbers on the budget sheet pulsed with life, rapidly fluctuating, growing, and finally settling into place.
Simultaneously, a construction simulation plugin activated.
Based on the model and terrain, the software automatically generated a construction progress Gantt chart and a critical path network diagram. It even simulated manual handling routes and estimated required labor hours when heavy equipment couldn't reach certain areas.
Holy crap, how powerful is this? The contractor's foreman had long since abandoned any trace of disdain.
Staring intently at the automatically generated construction simulation and labor estimates on the screen, sweat beaded on his forehead.
This is incredible. It even calculates exactly how many workers are needed and how materials should be transported. This is ready to go straight into production.
Throughout the entire process, Lin Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he were merely completing a trivial task.
His operation showed no hint of redundancy, each click was precise, every step seamlessly interlocking.
The conceptual beyond the clouds, the promised place was rapidly transforming from a beautiful vision into a comprehensive package, detailed design drawings, construction blueprints, budget spreadsheets, material lists, and a draft construction organization plan. This was practically a complete, ready-to-implement plan. When the rendering finished and the visualization was exported, Lin Feng's hands lifted from the keyboard. The deathly silence in the conference room had long been replaced by uncontrollable gasps and sharp intakes of breath.
Because it was simply too beautiful.
Chapter 121, Investigating Japan's Host Clubs. Lin Feng's landscape design concept for Tsuiyan Mountains Beyond the Clouds, the Promised Place theme now dominated the conference room's large screen.
Everyone was stunned by its unparalleled beauty.
Everyone's, all level, plus 999,999. The fully rendered panoramic effect unfolded magnificently on the screen, delivering a breathtaking visual spectacle. The entire painting perfectly embodied the supreme artistic concept of lake and mountain scenery complementing each other. Tsuiyan Mountain's verdant depths gazed across the void at Mirror Lake's boundless ripples, echoing one another to form a magnificent dialogue between heaven and earth. Connected by the graceful cloud path of appointment, the scattered glimmering packs scattered throughout the mountains shimmered with crystalline brilliance. Strolling through the promised place, one can take in the vast expanse of Mirror Lake's azure waters and the bustling skyline of Yunzhou City without obstruction. The cloud encounter complex nestles discreetly among the trees halfway up the mountain, blending the architecture itself into a poetic stroke within this landscape scroll. The entire scene radiates an ethereal beauty of supreme romance. Sea of clouds flows between mountains and lake, light dances across trees and water. The steadfastness of Cuiyun Mountain complements the vitality of Mirror Lake, together composing an intoxicating rendezvous of mountains and waters. The landscape designers present were utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, this is insane, bro. This isn't just a landscape rendering, it's an unparalleled work of art. Even the construction foreman, a rough and tumble sort, couldn't help but marvel, holy cow, it can look this good? Never imagined this hunk of rock could be transformed into a painting by this hunk. The leadership team, being more cultured, responded with admiration. The executive deputy district chief even composed poetry on the spot. How beautiful! Truly magnificent Cuiyun Mountain. Emerald clouds stretch endlessly into the vastness, Mirror Lake shimmers with the glow of sunset. Lake and mountain scenery complement each other perfectly, together we journey deep into the clouds, forgetting to return. Even the inflexible, dogmatic secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission was moved by the scenery, showing a touch of humanity. Facts speak louder than words. The male model's work won him over. He no longer suspected Jiang of hiring this male model for sexual favors. Instead, he praised. Impressive. Truly impressive. This male model isn't the type who engages in illicit affairs, he's genuinely talented. Jiang clasped her hands tightly before her chest, her eyes brimming with disbelief, ecstasy, and immense pride. Gazing at Lin Feng's focused profile and the rapidly taking shape screen display of her long-cherished dream beyond the clouds, the promised place tears of emotion welled up in her eyes once more. Thank you. Thank you, Lin Feng. This is the vision I've sketched countless times in my mind, yet no one could understand. This is what I wanted. Lin Feng, only you could give this to me. Her voice choked, unable to continue. A profound happiness and awe, wrapped in deep understanding and ultimate romance, nearly took her breath away. Ying's affection plus 99,999. Seeing everyone's satisfaction, Lin Feng rose and said, District Chief Chi, there's no need to thank me. Though I am a male model, I am also a citizen of Yunzhou. Contributing to the development of our beautiful city is my duty. Let us wish the project every success and a brighter tomorrow for Shiyun District. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the crowd roared in unison, well said, followed by thunderous applause. Suppressing her excitement, Jiang approached Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you've made such an immense contribution to Shiyun District's development. Rest assured, we won't shortchange you. For the design fee, just name your price. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. District Chief Chi, that's absolutely out of the question. Haven't you noticed the Discipline Inspection Secretary is still here? Be careful he doesn't accuse you of using public funds to hire male models. Ha 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 ha. The entire room erupted in laughter. Even the disciplinary secretary himself covered his face and laughed along. After returning to his apartment from the district government, the system immediately began upgrading. Congratulations, host. You've acquired massive amounts of shock points and affinity points. Your upgrade is now underway. Lin Feng, hurry up, boss. I gotta pee. System, right away. The skill host has acquired is, I am yes, master of transformation. Skill description, when acting, the host becomes a true chameleon. Without preparation, instantly embody any role. Whatever you portray, you become. The essence, habits, and mindset of your character radiate from your very core. Whether high or low status, vastly different backgrounds perfectly replicate them flawlessly. Lin Feng, boss, I have zero interest in the entertainment industry. All I care about right now is making money and building the male modeling business into the world's largest industry. Then I'll get the immortality skill. What the hell use is an entertainment skill to me? Can we swap it out? System? Host, are you absolutely sure you don't fancy becoming an action movie star at Muggle Media? Lin Feng, boss, you're something else. Now that you mention it, I guess I don't want to swap it after all. The next day, before heading to work, Lin Feng stopped by the manager's office. Hua Xiongqiao seized the opportunity to report something to Lin Feng. Boss, it's mid-August now. Every year around this time, our Hanyi system bars have a special event. Have you heard about it? Lin Feng hadn't heard about it, so he casually asked, Brother Hua, I haven't heard about it. What kind of event is it? Hua Xiongqiao pulled out an event proposal and handed it to Lin Feng, explaining. It's a trip to Japan to conduct field research at host clubs there. We've done this every year. Ha! There's an event like that? Lin Feng was intrigued. He took the plan and began reading it with keen interest. Hua Xiongqiao continued his explanation from the side. Yes, Japan's host clubs are equivalent to our male models in China. Though Japan may be considered vulgar, their host industry started earlier than ours and developed relatively faster. Their business models and service offerings are more mature. That's why every year, Hanyi Bar Group sends a group of new prince male models to the host clubs in Kabukicho, Japan, to learn advanced practices. Very good, very good. After hearing the explanation and reviewing the event proposal, Lin Feng felt such study tours were essential. Indeed, we can learn from others' strengths. Though Japan may be despicable, it's not without merit. Take their borderline industries and adult film sectors, they've always been global leaders. We must study what works well. Go for it. With the leader's approval, Huo Xiongqiao could proceed with organizing the trip. He also asked with genuine concern. Boss, will you be joining this trip? While you're our leader, you're also a rising prince-like male model perfectly fitting the criteria for this study tour. I can go too? To be honest, Lin Feng was quite intrigued. After all, he was a man who grew up watching Japanese action films. Moreover, he had already acquired the skill, proficiency in foreign languages, Baka language. Once in Sakura country, he'd have no language barriers. So, why not go? At the very least, he had to make a pilgrimage to those action movie filming locations. Alright, I'm in. Lin Feng made the decision on the spot. Promoting international exchange in the male modeling industry, it's my duty. Chapter 122, Arrival in the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Lin Feng's scheduling policy was Monday off, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday available for bookings. Tuesday and Thursday were reserved exclusively for lucky new clients. Therefore, Ding Yuyan could only book Lin Feng for Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday. On Saturday night, Ding Yuyan finally secured a booking with Lin Feng and was overjoyed. In the private room at Secret Whisper Forest, Lin Feng spun her atop 3 times before she finally calmed down. Ding Yuyan lay back against Lin Feng. Oh my goodness. Lin Feng, being with you is such pure bliss. Lin Feng smiled and asked with a hint of curiosity, Sis Yin Yin, how are sales going for your brother-in-law's new vibrator? Ding Yuyan giggled, of course. How could something you developed possibly not sell well? The factory's practically smoking from overwork, and we still can't keep up with demand. Honestly, I never imagined there'd be such huge demand for this kind of thing out there. Lin Feng, Sis Yen, tell me honestly, have you tried it yourself? No way. Ding Yuyan declared with feigned pride, I have you. Why would I need that thing? I just want to be with you. I'll come see you again next Tuesday. Lin Feng replied honestly, sorry, Sister Yen, next week won't work. We new prince male models are heading to Japan's Kabukicho host clubs for a week-long study tour. Sister Yen, let's hang out after I get back. What? Ding Yuyan sat up abruptly, a hint of excitement flickering in her eyes. Lin Feng, you're going to Japan too? Yes, Sister Yen. You ask like that, is there someone else going to Sakura country? Exactly. My husband and I are also planning a trip to Japan soon to research the female adult products market and new releases. Ding Yuyan said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, what a coincidence. It's true, Japan is quite advanced in these areas. You bet. Ding Yuyan wrapped her arms tighter around Lin Feng. We were originally planning to go the week after next. Since you're heading to Sakura country next week, we could move ours up a week. That way, we could all go together for the research trip. How about it, Lin Feng? Sure thing, Sis Yen Yen. That way, you can tag along with us to the host clubs and experience the virility of Wu Dalong's descendants. Ha 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 ha. Ding Yuyan burst out laughing again at Lin Feng's joke. 10 of them combined wouldn't hold a candle to you. Equals. On Tuesday afternoon, led by Huo Xiongqiao, Lin Feng and 23 male models from the Hanyi system boarded the flight bound for Sakura country. While Manhwa and Ding Yuyan, the couple, had specially adjusted their schedule to travel with Lin Feng, boarding the same flight. Most passengers were familiar faces, chatting and laughing throughout the flight. Before they knew it, the plane had crossed the Sea of Cherry Blossoms and landed at Haneda Airport in Tokyo, the capital of Sakura country. After disembarking, heading into the city, and having dinner, the sunset had already painted the horizon crimson. The neon lights of Kabukicho began to glow. Lin Feng wandered through the streets with the group, soaking in the unique, decadent atmosphere unique to the land of cherry blossoms. As Lin Feng followed the crowd into the night of Kabukicho, the air suddenly thickened with a cloying sweetness. Fluorescent signs reading Free Information Center blinked like bewitching eyes. Lanterns bearing the words high-class club swayed gently in the evening breeze, casting suggestive, hazy shadows. Men in crisp suits, ties already loosened, eyes unfocused, staggered down the streets searching for the next dive bar to drown their sorrows. Mamassans with meticulously applied makeup stood before doors partially veiled by velvet curtains, beckoning with sweet, syrupy voices, welcome, honored guests. Women in sundresses, schoolgirl uniforms, evening gowns, and other attire fluttered about like butterflies, their high heels clicking on the pavement. Their eyes sparkled with allure, each one seeming to promise a night of passion waiting to unfold. The music and dancing never ceased, laughter and chatter filled the air, and the neon lights and flowing liquor enveloped the entire district in a decadent, intoxicating dream from which no one wished to awaken. After exploring nearly every corner of the district and fully experiencing the decadence and corruption of this old capitalist nation, Lin Feng proposed. Guys, time to get down to business. Let's go check out the host clubs. Lin Feng pointed toward a bar bearing the sign, Love's Original Store. Where his hand pointed, a massive neon sign blazed brightly in the night. At the top, the flowing pink English word love cascaded downward, beneath which sat the bold, eye-catching red Chinese character for love. Below the sign, numerous photos of host club men were densely arranged. Their makeup was meticulously applied, their gazes alluring, and the light lighted across their handsome faces, radiating pure seduction. This was the most famous host club in Kabukicho, Shinjuku, Tokyo Love's main store. Let's go! The group of prince-like male models were in high spirits, curious to see how their cherry blossom counterparts worked. Come on, brother Gu, sister Yan, let's go in together. Lin Feng didn't forget to invite the married couple, Gu Minghua and Ding Yuyan. However, Gu Minghua smiled and said, "You guys go ahead. You're here to observe and learn. We won't disturb you. Your sister-in-law and I will just relax and grab a few drinks at a bar." Lin Feng didn't press the issue. "Alright, brother Gu. We'll meet up again after we're done." "Alright, little brother, hurry up." "Alright." Lin Feng turned and charged toward Love's original store with the group of male models. Lin Feng and his group smoothly entered Love's main store. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of noise, a mix of alcohol, perfume, and human energy washed over them. Compared to outside, the volume and intensity here were amplified several times over. The main hall was open and spacious. The central area was brightly lit by dazzling crystal chandeliers, while the private booths relied on flickering candlelight or warm-tone lamps on the tables. These lights cast a glow over the guests' flushed, tipsy faces and the host boys' attentive smiles. The air vibrated with heavy bass from the background music, mingling with the clinking of glasses, giggles, and animated chatter, collectively creating an atmosphere of decadent luxury and heart-racing ambiguity. Because, like the Scarlet Platform Bar, Love's main branch operated similarly, the first floor served walk-in customers and welcomed both men and women. Only the second floor and above catered exclusively to female patrons. Thus, Lin Feng and his group entered without hindrance. However, it was unusual for so many male patrons to arrive at once. As they entered, the bar's security, bartenders, waitstaff, and the diverse female clientele all cast rather peculiar glances their way. Noticing this, Lin Feng gave a subtle signal, instructing everyone to spread out and find separate seats to avoid drawing too much attention. After dispersing, Lin Feng, Xiangqiao, Rui Yang, and Feng searched for a suitable booth together. Finally, they settled into a booth with a good view and began observing their surroundings, carefully studying the scene. Chapter 123, Nothing But Scum. After taking his seat, Lin Feng scanned the room, observing how these descendants of Wu Dalong indulged themselves. Surveying the hall, he noted a stark contrast to the lively revelry of the Crimson Platform. Here, within the Cherry Blossom Nation's Love Headquarters Host Club, an atmosphere of indulgence and decadence permeated the air. Amidst the interplay of warm lights and flickering candlelight, host boys and female patrons were tangled in physical contact, their flirtatious banter loud and unrestrained. Some lay half drunk in each other's arms, spilled wine soaking clothes without a care. Others openly caressed each other's ears and temples, fingers wandering suggestively, candlelight tracing their lost silhouettes. Deafening music pulsed through the air, catalyzing everything, filling every corner with uncontrolled revelry and open abandon. Lin Feng scrutinized the details further. Not far away, at a booth, a male escort in a sequined suit knelt on the coffee table, surrounded by several wealthy women laughing and snapping photos. One woman picked up a freshly opened bottle of ice-cold beer and gestured with a laugh. The gigolo immediately tilted his head back, mouth agape, like a fledgling bird awaiting feeding. Instead of pouring it into his mouth, she tilted her wrist. Golden liquid, frothy white foam trailing behind, cascaded down over his head with a loud splash. The icy beer soaked through his meticulously styled hair, trickling down his cheeks and neck into his sequined suit. Yet instead of anger, he stuck out his tongue amidst her laughter, licking the beer from his face with an expression of pure delight, shouting, "Delicious." Lin Feng. Damn, the descendant of Wu Dalong is such a ing wimp. Lin Feng sneered at this gigolo groveling at the rich woman's feet. "Father, look over there." Rui Yang directed Lin Feng's gaze toward another booth where the revelry seemed even more extravagant. A slightly overweight male gigolo lay flat on the floor, using his broad back as a footrest for a female customer. A tall female client hadn't even removed her high-heeled shoes, she simply planted them directly on his back, occasionally grinding down hard as if testing the rug's elasticity. The host's face was distorted from the pressure, yet he strained his neck to turn his head, flashing the customer a flattering smile while repeating, "Ah, squeak. You're stepping so comfortably, it's my honor." In the adjacent booth, a new twist unfolded. A male escort wore a pet collar adorned with rhinestones around his neck, connected by a slender silver chain held by a young female customer. With a gentle tug, the host had to mimic a dog, barking twice before lying down to catch treats tossed onto the floor with his mouth. He even had to mimic the posture of wagging his tail pitifully, making the three female customers laugh so hard they were shaking with laughter. Rui Yang spat angrily. "What a ing disgrace. Men from the land of cherry blossoms are only fit to be dogs." However, Xiangqiao seemed to have spotted something even more thrilling and hurriedly alerted Lin Feng. Boss, look quick. It's a real pervert." Lin Feng followed his gaze and witnessed a scene that shattered all sense of decency. A lightly intoxicated female customer, her makeup flawless, gracefully removed one high-heeled shoe and tossed it to the male escort. The host's hands trembled as he solemnly cradled the shoe, as if holding some sacred relic. Under the jeering stares of the customer and her companions, he closed his eyes and began licking the shoe with an almost kiss-like fervor, completely lost in the act. Ha ha ha! The woman burst into laughter and clapped, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the host licked and chanted, "Delicious! Delicious!" as if savoring the ultimate divine gift. Trash, nothing but trash. Having witnessed so many scenes with no bottom line, Lin Feng immediately reached a conclusion about Japan's host industry. Mr. Hua, effective immediately, cancel all inspection trips to Japan's host clubs. These idiots have been utterly dehumanized, they possess no dignity whatsoever. This runs completely counter to the spirit of the new era male models we advocate. Yeah, boss, it's disgusting. I never came along before, never imagined these Japanese guys had no bottom line. Even the filial son Rui Yang couldn't bear to watch. Father, let's not subject ourselves to this eyesore. Let's head over to the adult entertainment establishment next door, that's where real men belong. But just then, a Japanese girl approached. Lin Feng watched her approach with mild surprise. The cherry blossom girl stood timidly beside a booth, her pale pink school uniform accentuating her snow-white skin. Her legs were slightly together beneath her pleated skirt, revealing a slender ankle between white socks and black leather shoes. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her skirt as her eyelashes fluttered. She spoke softly to Lin Feng. "Excuse me. If you don't mind, would you like to join me for a drink?" Her cheeks flushed instantly, like newly bloomed cherry blossoms. Xiangqiao, Rui Yang, and Feng were all utterly dumbfounded. Even if they'd watched countless anime, they only knew words like kawaii and yame. But this string of gibberish? They couldn't make heads or tails of it. They looked around helplessly, utterly bewildered. However, Lin Feng, who had long mastered the Baka language skill under foreign language proficiency, understood the cherry blossom girl's meaning perfectly. She was hitting on them. What she meant was, excuse me, if you don't mind, could I buy you a drink? Lin Feng was thoroughly disgusted with the men in this bar, but the schoolgirl before him still made his eyes light up. In a daze, it felt like certain scenes from cherry blossom-themed films were being reenacted in real life. So Lin Feng didn't reject her. Instead, he offered a polite smile and replied in a clear, gentle tone. Of course. It's a pleasure to meet you. Of course. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiangqiao, Rui Yang, Feng, shock level, plus 66,666. Holy crap, the boss actually speaks Baka speak, and he's so damn good at it. Lin Feng speaking, big hair language, they'd already witnessed that. But that he also knows Baka speak? That just blows their minds all over again. They once again felt the full force of Lin Feng's omnipotence. Xiangqiao, holy. Boss, you're incredible, you even know Baka speak. You're a total jack of all trades. When did you learn that? Lin Feng chuckled, no need to study it on purpose. Next time you watch videos, don't just fast forward to the fight scenes. Watch the middle parts too, and you'll pick up the language naturally. Holy. Boss, you're something else, watching movies and still finding time to learn a language. We're hopeless. All three men present gave him a thumbs up. Alright, you guys go explore elsewhere. Me and my girl are gonna have a couple drinks. The three nodded and tactfully excused themselves. After they left, the Japanese girl's face lit up like a clear blue sky as she exclaimed excitedly. You're from the Dragon Country, big brother. Amazing. So you're a brother from the Dragon Country. You're so amazing. Chapter 124, The Sakura Girl's Charm. After Xiangqiao, Rui Yang, and Feng departed, Lin Feng and Sakura sat side by side on the booth sofa. They ordered champagne and plum soda, sipping and chatting. Her voice was sweet and soft. You're from the Dragon Kingdom? That's amazing. What should I call you? Lin Feng, my name is Lin Feng. What's yours? Wow, Feng-chan, you're so impressive. Lin Feng's overwhelmingly handsome presence, especially against the backdrop of the self-indulgent host boys in the bar, made him seem exceptionally refined and otherworldly. Thus, the Japanese girl reacted with exaggerated surprise, repeatedly exclaiming so impressive as she expressed her unmistakable admiration for Lin Feng. Sakura Yui. Just call me Yui. Yui-chan, kawaii. Lin Feng followed local customs, complimenting the girl on her cuteness. Really? Feng-san is so handsome, I feel like little Yui isn't worthy of you. In the nightlife of Sakura Country, girls tended to express themselves directly. Unlike in Dragon Country, where women would feign reserve even when clearly interested, waiting for men to make the first move utterly fake. Cherry Blossom girls were different, they wanted what they wanted and opened up easily. Lin Feng sipped his champagne lightly and replied, not at all. Xiao Wei is adorable too. I bet lots of boys like you, right? Sakura Yui's eyes sparkled as she paused briefly before replying. None of them matter. I feel like Feng-san has a different aura than other boys. To be honest, the moment you walked into the bar, I noticed you. I kept staring at you until I couldn't resist anymore and came over to talk to you. I'm so lucky I succeeded. With that, Sakurai Yui struck a triumphant pose, as if she owned the entire world. Lin Feng, accustomed to the reserved and demure women of his homeland, found this bright and open-hearted Japanese girl refreshingly different. He was more than happy to chat with her.
I'm so lucky too. With so many handsome guys here, you still chose me. I'm choosing you. I want to pick Feng-chan every day. Feng-chan, do you work here every day? Yui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She assumed Lin Feng was a host and was already planning to visit him daily.
Lin Feng shook his head honestly. No, I'm not a host here. I'm from Longwa, here for research and study.
I'll be returning to Longwei in a few days. Oh, I see. Sakurai Yui's delicate face couldn't hide her disappointment, a melancholy of hope dashed.
Lin Feng keenly sensed this and offered comforting words.
Yui, it's okay. Transportation and communication are so convenient now, we'll definitely meet again.
Besides, Dragon Country and Sakura Country are separated only by a narrow strip of water, with deep bonds between us.
Hearing Lin Feng's soft murmurs, Yui's mood instantly brightened considerably. Feng-chan, you're so right.
It's true, staying in touch is easy now, and exchanges between Dragon Country and Cherry Blossom Country are frequent. Plus, I heard from my elders that our ancestors in Cherry Blossom Country might actually be from your Dragon Country. Hearing this, Lin Feng perked up.
Excellent. This Sakura Country girl comes from a family with strong values. She hasn't forgotten her roots.
Lin Feng perked up and began imparting ancestral knowledge to the Sakura girl.
That's right, Xiao Wei. Your elders are absolutely correct. We are family. The ancestors of Sakura Country were indeed ancient Dragon Country people. His name was Wu Dalong. Wow, Wu Dalong, how impressive.
Sakurai Yui exclaimed sincerely, captivated not only by Lin Feng's looks and charisma but also deeply impressed by his profound historical knowledge.
Feng-san, our ancestor Wu Dalong, what kind of person was he?
His name sounds so mysterious. Lin Feng cleared his throat and began detailing Wu Dalong's story. Yui, Wu Dalong was a hard-working and resilient man. Aside from being a bit short, he was quite remarkable. In ancient times, due to family disputes, Wu Dalong left his homeland, crossed the ocean, and came to the land of cherry blossoms, where he settled down and lived a peaceful life. His descendants followed the naming tradition, with the eldest son usually named Taro, the second son Jiro.
Oh, that's so right. Sakura girl Xiao Wei nodded repeatedly. Feng-chan, you're absolutely right. My dad is Sakurai Jiro, he's the second son in our family.
Exactly. So we all share historical roots. Lin Feng continued his tale. Moreover, most surnames in the land of cherry blossoms were essentially established by Wu Dalong.
Wow, really? Wu Dalong was so amazing.
Xiao Wei began to feel proud of her ancestors.
Yeah. He really was amazing.
Lin Feng continued.
For example, if a child was conceived under a pine tree, Wu Dalong would name them Matsue.
If conceived in a rice field, he'd name them Tanaka.
If conceived by a ferry crossing, he'd name them Watanabe. Oh. No wonder.
So that's how it was. Xiao Wei seemed to grasp the concept, then shifted the question to her own surname.
Feng-chan, you said my surname is Sakurai. How did the Sakurai surname come about? Holy crap, this Sakurai is something else. Lin Feng declared with exaggerated solemnity. Impressive? Why?
Sakurai Yui's face lit up with curiosity. Lin Feng revealed the mystery. Well, Yui, your ancestors must have been conceived by a well where cherry blossoms were falling.
That's why your surname is Sakurai.
Sakurai Yui's shock level plus 66,666.
Wow, really? That's amazing. Such a beautiful image.
Sakurai Yui couldn't help but imagine the scene, a spring afternoon with cherry blossoms drifting down, two ancestors by the well, passionately creating new life.
Yeah, it's amazing, so beautiful. Lin Feng added fuel to the fire. That's why you're so kawaii, Yui.
Because your ancestors were born in such a beautiful place.
Wow, Feng-san, you know so much. I admire you so much.
Sakurai Yui's affection level plus 66,666. The two chatted happily, taking turns speaking. As their conversation deepened, the distance between them quickly closed. Sakurai Yui already regarded Lin Feng as a confidant she could share anything with. So when Lin Feng asked her, Xiao Wei, what do you do for a living? Sakurai Yui couldn't bring herself to deceive Lin Feng. She paused, gathered her courage, and said,
Feng-chan, I wonder if you'll look down on me?
Lin Feng was completely baffled, but he met Sakurai's intense gaze and replied sincerely.
Of course not, Yui. How could I look down on you? I truly think you're amazing. Sakurai Yui made up her mind. She decided to tell Lin Feng everything about herself. Well, Feng-chan, actually. I'm actually an action movie actress. Chapter 125, Unraveling the Mystery. Lin Feng's shock level plus 99,999. What the hell? This was the biggest shock Lin Feng had ever experienced. He never imagined that this pure, adorable, gentle, and sweet Japanese girl before him could be a Japanese adult film actress.
Until now, Lin Feng could only fantasize about these Japanese adult film actresses through the screen. But now, with a real-life Japanese adult film actress sitting right beside him, the usually composed Lin Feng suddenly found himself at a loss for words.
What? You're not joking, right? You really are an adult film actress?
Lin Feng stared intently at her beautiful, delicate face.
Sakurai Yui nodded firmly. I'm sorry, Feng-chan. Did I scare you? No.
To be honest, Lin Feng harbored no prejudice whatsoever toward the teachers of Cherry Blossom Films. On the contrary, he always held profound respect for these educators willing to dedicate themselves to their art. So Lin Feng hurriedly explained.
No, absolutely not. I'm just so happy. Yui-chan is amazing, a true artist.
I'm thrilled to see your work.
As he spoke, Lin Feng wore an expression of genuine delight, hoping to prevent Sakurai Yui from feeling inferior.
Sure enough, seeing that Lin Feng didn't look down on her but instead recognized her artistry, Sakurai Yui's heart blossomed with joy.
Feng-chan, you really don't mind? Wow, Feng-chan, you're so kind.
I love you so much. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sakurai Yui threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, their skin touching. A wave of warm, sweet fragrance instantly enveloped him.
Sakurai Yui, affection, plus 88,888.
Being able to get up close and personal with the Cherry Blossom film teacher, Lin Feng perked up and casually asked.
Yui, which company did you sign with? What series are you filming? DMM? SOD?
However, Sakurai Yui gently shook her head and murmured softly.
Feng-chan, you think too highly of me. How could I possibly be worthy of those high-level Cherry Blossom production companies? I'm nowhere near their level. No, that's not true. I don't think you're any worse than them. This wasn't flattery from Lin Feng.
In his eyes, Sakurai Yui before him truly possessed fair skin, striking beauty, a curvaceous figure, and a gentle charm. Even within the adult film industry, her overall qualities were undeniably impressive. So Lin Feng added, even compared to stars like Habe Kaiflower, Matsumoto Kazuka, Tanaka Ningning, and Jinguji Now, you hold your own. Giggle. Receiving Lin Feng's affirmation, Sakurai Yui felt genuinely happy. Oh no, Feng-chan, how could I compare to those established seniors? Yui, don't be so hard on yourself. To me, you're incredibly beautiful, just as stunning as any teacher out there.
Could you tell me your work ID number?
Sakurai Yui hesitated, then stammered out.
To be honest, I couldn't sign with a major studio. I only signed with a very small production company.
The catalog number, it's really long, hard to remember.
Honestly, I haven't memorized it myself.
Hearing this, Lin Feng grew even more puzzled.
Yui, that can't be right. You're so beautiful and adorable, why would you only sign with a small company?
Sakurai Yui paused, pressed her lips together, and finally revealed the truth. But when I work, my facial expressions are terrible. They're pretty scary.
The directors can't handle it.
Lately, they haven't given me any work.
If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll have to retire.
As she spoke, tears welled up in Sakurai Yui's eyes. Her pitifully vulnerable expression was something no man could resist. Lin Feng understood exactly what she meant by poor facial expression control. It was true some actresses looked incredibly beautiful and adorable, but once they entered their working state, certain female teachers' facial expressions could become quite fierce, which did affect the viewing experience. Lin Feng nodded in understanding.
He gently pulled Sakurai Yui into his broad embrace and offered soft reassurance.
Yui, it's not your fault if your facial expressions slip during work.
Don't blame yourself too much.
There are innate genetic factors at play here.
Honestly, I think it's unfair to you, Yui. You have such great natural gifts.
Lin Feng's words, tender and considerate, amplified by the effects of the whispering softly and manly scent within reach skills, instantly melted Sakurai Yui into a puddle. Her body began flooding with estrogen, progesterone, oxytocin.
Feng-chan, you're so kind, truly kind.
There's no one as wonderful as you on Sakura Island. Deeply moved, Sakurai Yui finally shed tears, her tears mingling with the powdered fragrance on her cheeks.
Sakurai Yui's affection plus 99,999. Lin Feng gazed at the distant view within the bar and said earnestly. Yui, you know what?
Actually, once you get into the zone, poor expression management, while it has genetic factors, can also be adjusted through practice.
So please, don't retire. Trust me, you can change, and I can help you.
Indeed, Lin Feng was confident he could help her. Because the system had rewarded him with a new filming skill, I am Art's versatile film emperor. Lin Feng harbored deep affection for the teachers of those Cherry Blossom films. After all, these films had accompanied him through countless nights of pent-up restlessness, guiding him out of his bitter, bewildered youth. Moreover, this would also allow him to boost the proficiency of his versatile film emperor skill while earning Sakurai Yui's affection. Therefore, to help this teacher continue her artistic career, Lin Feng decided to lend a hand. Lin Feng offered to help Sakurai Yui refine her facial expression management, which surprised her.
Ah! Can facial expressions actually be altered during action scenes? You can help me? Is this real? Yui looked at Lin Feng with teary eyes. It's true, Xiao Wei. I've actually done some research in facial expression studies, especially in facial expression management. I believe I can help you. With that, Lin Feng began demonstrating the true skill of the versatile film emperor. He started shifting his expressions constantly in front of Sakurai Yui. One moment he was overjoyed, as if he'd just won 600 million in the lottery. Then heartbroken, as if his entire family had just been blown to bits. Then full of energy, like a teenager who'd never had sex. Then melancholy and world-weary, like a guy who'd been impotent for years. Sakurai Yui, shock level, plus 66,666. Oh my god. That was incredible. If Sakurai Yui's earlier amazingness had some element of politeness, this amazing was entirely genuine. Action actors are actors too. Merely through the expressions Lin Feng made, Sakurai Yui could already sense his absurdly powerful control over facial expressions. Oh my god. Feng-chan, how did you do that? You can embody any role, make any expression you want to. You're practically an Oscar-worthy actor. Lin Feng smiled. Xiao Wei, I wouldn't go so far as to call myself an Oscar winner, but I do have some expertise in acting. If you trust me, let me take a look at your work. I can give you some targeted advice based on your performance and expressions. Truth be told, Lin Feng was really eager to see Sakurai Wei's acting in a film. After witnessing Lin Feng's capabilities, Sakurai Yui completely let go of her reservations and placed her full trust in him. Feng-chan, really, you've gone out of your way for me. Saying this, Sakurai Yui pulled out her phone, found her work, and played it for Lin Feng. Chapter 126, Conquering Oneself. Lin Feng leaned in to watch, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sharing this experience with Sakura-sensei as they viewed her own starring performance felt truly surreal. At the beginning, Sakurai Yui's performance and expressions were quite natural. But when the plot reached a crucial moment, Sakurai Yui suddenly lost control of her expression, completely distorting her face. Her eyes bulged wildly, her mouth twisted, and her teeth chattered uncontrollably as if possessed by a demon. Sakura Yui couldn't bear to watch herself. She quickly shut off the video, her face flushed with shame as she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Feng-chan. I scared you. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. After calming his startled emotions, Lin Feng comforted Sakurai Yui. Yui, it's true your facial control slips when you get into character. But don't worry, I have a solution. After reviewing the clip, the versatile film emperor skill had already provided Lin Feng with a precise solution. Gazing at Sakurai Yui's flushed, embarrassed face, Lin Feng spoke gently yet confidently. Yui, the root of your problem is that during peak moments, your entire body's muscles involuntarily contract violently, causing your facial expression muscles to completely lose control. To fix this, you don't need to study complex acting theories. Instead, you need to master a physical form of control, what we call facial lock. Facial lock. Sakurai Yui's shock level plus 88,888. Facial lockdown? Sakurai Yui's eyes widened. The term felt both novel and promising to her. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded, lightly tapping his own cheek with a finger. It's like using invisible braces to fix your expression. No matter what your body goes through, your core facial muscles must maintain a preset, aesthetically pleasing state. This requires you to learn precise perception and control of your facial muscles. Lin Feng had Sakurai Yui open her phone's front camera, then demonstrated while facing the screen. First, we need to locate and activate your most crucial smile muscle, the zygomaticus major. He demonstrated as he spoke, ignore your mouth. Try lifting upward using only your cheek muscles, feeling the apples of your cheeks rise. Yes, that's a slight, subtle movement. Sakurai Yui, ha! Lin Feng's professionalism and patience completely won over Sakurai Yui, who followed his instructions without question. Sakurai Yui stared intently at the mirror, concentrating on engaging that muscle she'd never consciously noticed before. At first, it felt unnatural, either her mouth corners would twitch, or her expression would look stiff. Don't rush, Lin Feng encouraged her. Feel the sensation of it contracting. Remember that feeling. Practice it several times until you can instantly tighten it slightly without moving other muscles. This is the foundation for locking your expression. Hey! Feng-chan, I'll do my best. Sakurai Yui followed Lin Feng's instructions, practicing over and over to master controlling her expression at the peak moment. Over the next hour or so, control of the orbicularis oculi muscle. Relaxation and shape maintenance of the orbicularis oris muscle. Relaxation of the procerus muscle. Lin Feng imparted all these key techniques for facial expression locking to Sakurai Yui. Sakurai Yui studied diligently, and with Lin Feng's patient guidance and hands-on instruction, she achieved subjective control over the mobilization of her key facial muscle groups. Excellent! Your proprioception is adapting. Remember this feedback sensation that resists interference. Lin Feng affirmed. Now, for the final integration, simulate your work scenario.
Gradually increase breathing intensity and heart rate while maintaining your facial expressions within the set parameters: masseter muscle tension, orbicularis oris shape, and relaxed glabellar muscles. Transform your willpower into an invisible muscular support system. Hey! Under Lin Feng's precise guidance, Sakurai Yui commenced high-intensity simulation training. Another half-hour passed. Sakurai Yui found her rhythm, steadily anchoring her facial expressions within a captivating, controlled range without compromising physical performance. Even when self-simulating extreme states, no signs of breakdown emerged. Seeing she was ready, Lin Feng signaled it was time for practical application. He addressed Sakurai Yui. Yui, you're ready. Let's move on to practical training. Yes. Feng-chan, please guide me. Sakurai Yui closed her eyes, placing her complete trust in him. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He resolved to test Sakurai Yui's expression control using the intricate massage techniques of the oil massage prince. With a swift motion, Lin Feng applied sudden pressure with his fingertips without warning, precisely pinching the most sensitive Ifeng acupoint behind Sakurai Yui's ear. A sharp, tingling numbness shot straight to the top of Sakurai Yui's skull. Taken completely by surprise, Sakurai Yui's body jerked violently. Yet she immediately clenched her teeth, the key principle of relaxing the brow muscles flashing through her mind like lightning. She forced back the cry and the impending distortion of her expression, leaving only a rapid flutter of her eyelashes. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes, replaced by a look of approval. Immediately, Lin Feng began a deeper probe. His fingertips shifted, his thumb pressing hard into the Fengqi acupoint at the base of her neck. Simultaneously, the fingers of his other hand applied an irresistible force, pressing into the Shinshu acupoint at her waist. The dual assault sent waves of intense sensations: soreness, swelling, and numbness crashing over her nerve endings like overlapping tides. Sakurai Yui sucked in a sharp breath, her body instantly tensing like a drawn bow. She could feel her facial muscles screaming to lose control under the intense stimulation, but her formidable willpower seized control in an instant. She silently recited the mantra. Masseter muscles, lift slightly to lock the smile's curve. Forcibly maintain the soft, supple form of the orbicularis oris muscle. Bolstered by sheer willpower and precise technique, through the phone screen, one could see Sakurai Yui's smile forcibly welded onto her face. Though somewhat eerie, it was 1,000 times more beautiful than her disfigured appearance. Yui, you're amazing. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise her. At the same time, he held nothing back. His fingers spread slightly, applying the most intense technique from the oil massage prince method. Simultaneously covering the Tianrong acupoint on the side of her neck, the most sensitive Ifeng acupoint, and the Inshang acupoint beside her nostrils, he abruptly increased the pressure, aiming to completely shatter her defenses. Ugh! Sakurai Yui's entire body convulsed violently, her vision even darkening in waves. On the brink of collapse, she recalled Lin Feng's teachings once more. All her mental energy condensed into absolute control over those core muscle groups, like clutching the last steering wheel amidst raging storms. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The excruciating stimulus, enough to shatter anyone's composure, was forcibly endured by her with a willpower bordering on the inhuman. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Success! Sakurai Yui held out for a full 5 minutes at the highest setting. This was more than sufficient for the performance requirements. When Lin Feng finally withdrew his fingers, Sakurai Yui collapsed forward as if all her bones had been instantly pulled out, collapsing limply forward and being caught by Lin Feng's arms. She lay limp in his arms, gasping for breath, soaked through as if pulled from water. Yet her flushed face bore a clear, frozen smile, exhausted yet utterly blissful. Chapter 127, Dragon Country Male Model Beats Up Island Nation Host. Lin Feng gently stroked her sweat-drenched hair, saying with satisfaction, "Xiao Wei, you're incredible. You did it. You don't have to retire anymore." Sakurai Yui gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a god who had helped her rise from the ashes. "Feng-chan, arigato, thank you." "Arigato." "Lin Feng, Xiao Wei, don't thank me. You should thank yourself. It was your hard work and sweat that made you grow." Sakurai Yui shook her head softly. "No, Feng-chan, I was about to give up. Before meeting you, I truly was ready to quit. It was you who saved my career. You saved everything." The Japanese girl was completely overwhelmed. She wanted to thank her benefactor, to thank him with everything she had. Suddenly, she sat up, lunged toward Lin Feng, and began unbuttoning his jacket. "Holy crap bastard, what the hell?" Lin Feng was startled. He hadn't expected this Sakura girl to go all out right there in the booth, not even in a private room. "Damn it, get off me." Yet the Japanese girl was utterly consumed. She seemed deaf to Lin Feng's words, consumed only by the desire to surrender everything to him. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, suddenly, Boss, something's wrong." Hua Xianqiao rushed over frantically from afar. "Bad news. Something's wrong. Boss." "Ah." Suddenly, a burly man darted over to watch the scene. Sakurai Yui was instantly terrified, her face draining of color. She regained her senses and quickly grabbed the school uniform she had just taken off, using it to cover herself. Cough cough. Hua Xiangqiao saw Sakurai Yui half exposed and realized he'd arrived at the worst possible moment, ruining the boss's fun.
He stammered an apology. Boss, I really didn't know about this. You two were just here. Cut the crap. What happened?
Lin Feng was actually relieved that Hua Xiangqiao had arrived to save him from the awkwardness.
As for the cherry blossom teacher?
He preferred to admire her in artistic works. When it came to the real thing, Lin Feng still had some psychological barriers. For the real thing, better leave it to guys like Suzuki Ichiro, Yuzuru Yuki, Tonioki, and Kato Taka.
Lin Feng smoothed his clothes and asked seriously again, Brother Hua, what exactly happened?
Seeing Lin Feng showed no sign of blame, Hua Xiangqiao exhaled deeply and said,
Boss, trouble's brewing. Goo. Mr. Gu got beaten up by a gigolo at a bar in the next block.
Lin Feng, shock level, plus 66,666.
What, beaten up by male escorts?
This was something Lin Feng truly never imagined. Just as Lin Feng was about to ask for details, Gu Minghua came running over, clutching his swollen face.
Bro, hurry bro, save my wife.
Upon seeing Gu Minghua, Lin Feng rose to meet him, asking with concern.
Mr. Gu, what happened to you?
You're covered in bruises.
How did you end up fighting with that gigolo? Forget about me. My wife's been beaten to a pulp. We gotta save her. What? Ding Yuyan got beaten too, and she's a bloody mess.
Lin Feng, shock level, plus 88,888.
How abstract can this couple get?
They came to the land of cherry blossoms all happy and cheerful, only to get beaten to a pulp.
No time to waste.
Lin Feng raised his hand decisively.
Guys, follow me. Avenge Mr. Gu and his wife. Take down these Japanese gigolos.
Inside Love's main store, all the Hanyi-affiliated male models sprang into action upon hearing Lin Feng's command. They followed him in a mighty procession, heading straight for the bar where the incident occurred. Every host, female customer, and staff member inside Love's main store was instantly frozen in terror by the sheer force of their advance. Lin Feng led the male model squad through Kabukicho with unmatched swagger and confidence, creating a scene straight out of anime. Walking at the front of the group, Lin Feng inquired about the details as they advanced.
Mr. Gu, what exactly happened? Gu Minghua clutched his swollen jaw, struggling to speak through the pain. Damn it!
It's all my wife's fault, she insisted the gigolo slap her hard across the face.
Lin Feng.
Gu Minghua explained in detail why he and his wife Ding Yuyan had been beaten. Bro, after you guys went to Love's original store, my wife wanted to hook up with a male escort too.
You know me, I've got a bit of a cuckold fetish.
I wanted to see how my wife would play with a male escort. So we found a male model bar next door.
After my wife picked a gigolo, she didn't get intimate with him at all.
Instead, she kept telling him to slap her hard across the face.
I was completely dumbfounded.
Then, that gigolo seemed high on drugs. He slapped her so hard he made both her nostrils bleed. My wife got scared and didn't want to play anymore, but the gigolo was high and kept chasing her to hit her. I stepped in to protect her and confronted the male model, only to discover the entire staff was in cahoots. They ganged up on me while also assaulting my wife. We both ended up beaten to a pulp. That's when I scrambled out crawling and running, coming to you for help.
Lin Feng.
While speechless at this couple's story, Lin Feng grew increasingly furious at these Japanese men. Not only were they cowards, but they bullied the weak and feared the strong.
How dare they attack Chinese men? They deserve to be beaten to a pulp. As he walked, Lin Feng rallied his men. Brothers, these Japanese bastards don't know their place.
They dared to hit Dragon Country people. Today, we'll make them taste the iron fists of Dragon Country male models.
Let's take down those Japanese bastards, the male models shouted in unison.
Rui Yang, Feng, and the rest of the male models were fired up, their fists itching for action. Soon, Lin Feng and his crew arrived at the bar where the incident occurred. As Lin Feng pushed open the door, he saw Ding Yuyan still cornered by several gigolos, subjected to brutal assault. Ding Yuyan was now a battered mess, slumped lifelessly as the drug-addled host boys took turns abusing her. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with fury as he roared.
ING bastards. Those Japanese bastards have had enough. Brothers, beat them. Beat them to death.
With that, Lin Feng charged ahead, leading a group of Dragon Nation male models on a rampage through the bar, slaughtering the gigolos. Leading the charge, he leapt over tables and coffee tables, sprinting to Ding Yuyan's side. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Kung Fu King's Leg of Destruction, targeting the groins of the 5 Japanese men present.
Ah! Aya ah! Aya aya waya! 5 agonized screams echoed as the Japanese men instantly suffered shattered testicles, their semen splattering across the floor.
They clutched their groins, writhing on the floor. Other host boys in the shop rushed over, trying to block Lin Feng. At that moment, the former double-blade man Hua Xiangqiao grabbed 2 wine bottles and swung them wildly at the host boys' heads. Wherever the bottles struck, blood spattered and wails erupted. Rui Yang, who loved a good fight anyway, was especially fired up against the Japanese guys. He knocked one out with every punch, far more satisfying than beating up his aunt. The Japanese men truly became complete sissies.
These male escorts were practically useless against the Chinese male models. The entire bar became a battlefield for the Dragon Nation male models to run rampant. The Dragon Nation models charged like tigers into a flock of sheep, their fists and feet whistling through the air, bottles shattering skulls as they beat the host boys senseless. Neon lights flickered amid the brawl, shards of glass and spilled liquor splattered everywhere, mingling with the Japanese men's screams and the customers' horrified shrieks. The female patrons had long since turned pale with terror. Some cowered in corners, clutching their heads, others trembled beneath tables, and some were so frightened they wet themselves. Lin Feng's fighting stance was the most heroic, and his record the most formidable. In no time at all, he had kicked half the male escorts in the bar into submission. Just as Lin Feng and the other male models continued their rampage, suddenly, a Japanese woman burst forward, wailing and pleading. No! 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 Lin Feng turned at the sound. There knelt a woman in her 30s, dressed in a black skirt suit, begging for mercy. Her eyes brimmed with terror-filled tears, her crimson eye makeup smudged by the wetness. From repeatedly bowing her head in supplication, her once neat side-swept bangs lay disheveled, clinging to her tear-streaked cheeks. Yada! Yada! Yamit! Please, please stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Kneeling on the ground, she pleaded almost desperately to the group of Dragon Nation male models led by Lin Feng. From her attire, Lin Feng recognized this cherry blossom-clad woman as sharing the same role as Jiang Dai, the female manager of this host club. Indeed, they couldn't beat her anymore. Half the host boys had already had their balls kicked to pieces. If they continued, every last one in the shop would be left without a single intact testicle. How could the place even stay open then? As Lin Feng looked at the kneeling manager begging for mercy, he felt a sense of familiarity. The more he stared, the more familiar she seemed. Holy! Lin Feng gasped in shock. No way! Stop! Lin Feng raised his hand and shouted to halt the fight immediately. All the male models immediately stopped upon hearing Lin Feng's command, turning to look at him, waiting for their boss's next instructions. The beaten gigolos lay sprawled across the floor, some clutching their groins, others their stomachs, moaning and writhing in pain. At that moment, Lin Feng's attention was entirely focused on the female manager kneeling on the floor, begging for mercy. He kept moving forward, trying to get a clearer look at her face. Yada! Yada! Please, please stop, stop hitting me! Though the male models had stopped, the female manager continued kneeling and begging out of sheer habit. He saw it. He saw it clearly. Lin Feng finally saw the female manager's face clearly. Lin Feng's shock level plus 999,999. Miyuki Mikami. Ms. Miyuki Mikami. Chapter 128, Fame Spreads. Lin Feng shouted the female manager's name with overwhelming excitement. Because this person. Lin Feng knew her all too well. As the top-tier actress in the adult film industry, Ms. Yuga Mikami had essentially accompanied Lin Feng through his youth. So even though she had retired a year ago and now wore a professional skirt suit, Lin Feng would still recognize her. Even if she were reduced to ashes, he'd still know her. Lin Feng hurried forward to help her up, his voice filled with surprise and concern as he asked. Ms. Mikami, I never imagined I'd meet you here. I'm a huge fan. Miyuki Mikami was completely dumbfounded. Indeed, Mikami Yua had leveraged her influence to turn this host club into a thriving enterprise. Yet this was the first time she'd encountered a fan quite like this god of war. Unable to understand Japanese, the other male models were all a bit bewildered, unsure of the relationship between Lin Feng and this woman. Moreover, none possessed the discernment to recognize Mikami Yuya. So they all stood by silently watching the spectacle unfold. When Mikami Yuga realized this warrior-like fan who had initiated the fight was indeed her own supporter, she felt a bit more at ease and her emotions stabilized somewhat. Sir, considering you've watched so many of my works, could you please spare them? She gestured toward the host boys writhing on the floor. If you keep kicking them like this, our club won't have any hosts left to work. You could refuse others' requests, but you absolutely had to give Mikami Yuya face. Besides, this fight had achieved its purpose, people were saved, revenge was exacted, hatred was vented. And along the way, it showcased the iron fists of Dragon Nation male models, boosting the nation's prestige. So Lin Feng agreed readily. No problem, Teacher Mikami. We'll stop fighting. Then, Lin Feng asked the question that mattered most to him. Ms. Mikami, you've been retired for over a year now. Do you plan to return to filming? Facing her fans' anticipation, Mikami responded with elegant candor. At the moment, I have no such plans. I still want to pursue new challenges, and I'm quite satisfied with my current work. Oh. Lin Feng instantly regretted it. He regretted agreeing to stop. He really shouldn't have stopped. He should have kicked every host in the shop out and ruined them. Then, with no hope of earning money, Mikami Yuya would have no choice but to return to filming. But a man's word is his bond. Lin Feng could only let it go. Alright, Ms. Mikami. Regardless, I wish you success in your work and happiness in your life. If you do make a comeback, please post updates on Instagram. I'll be following you. Hi. Mikami Yuka kept bowing while repeatedly saying hi and thanking him, arigato. Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. Lin Feng bid a reluctant farewell to Mikami Yuya and called it a day.
Over the next few days, he took Ding Yuyan to the hospital for treatment, arranged for his brothers to unwind at a massage parlor, and joined Gu Minghua in researching Japanese adult product factories and the male model market's potential, laying groundwork for opening a male model agency in the land of cherry blossoms. 5 days later, concluding his fruitful journey through the land of cherry blossoms, Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Just back home, Lin Feng flopped onto the couch and scrolled through Douyin. What the hell? Lin Feng jolted upright. Who the hell filmed this? The Douyin homepage was flooded with videos titled, "Chinese male model beats up Japanese host club guy in the dead of night, showing off our national pride."
Our heroic male model takes down weak Japanese hosts, wipes the floor in Kabukicho.
Mysterious Dragon Nation male model unleashes long-lost secret technique leg of destruction, knocks out 15 hosts. It turns out that when Lin Feng led his male model brothers to beat up Japanese host boys, their constant shouting of national treasures like "Holy, what a joke," and "I'm your daddy," attracted crowds of Dragon Country passers-by rushing into the store to film. These bystanders instantly transformed into battlefield reporters, capturing the heroic combat poses of the Dragon Nation male models. These videos spread rapidly through Douyin domestically, greatly boosting national morale and enhancing ethnic pride. The influence of male models on the modeling industry expanded exponentially. System, experience points, plus 9999999. This surge in experience was truly massive, prompting the system to begin upgrading Lin Feng. Thank you, host, for showcasing the prowess of Dragon Nation male models in Sakura Nation. Immediate upgrade granted. Rewarding host with new skills. Lin Feng, alright, hurry up, boss. Get me the upgrade now. System, the skill awarded punished to the host this time is Legal Elite. Skill description, the host will instantly master global legal systems from constitutional principles to local ordinances, international conventions to obscure precedents with unparalleled expertise. Not only can the host precisely cite every legal provision, but they will also dissect cases with a sharpness beyond ordinary imagination. In courtroom debates, they will become an artist of logic and sophistry, delivering fatal blows. Whether it's the subtle cracks in the chain of evidence or the hidden loopholes in procedural justice, all will be within your grasp. Lin Feng, alright, this works too. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the Legal Elite skill. After all, the male modeling industry currently operates in a gray area, and there was no guarantee his company wouldn't face legal disputes or lawsuits down the line. With the Legal Elite skill, Lin Feng could dominate opposing lawyers or prosecutors in court, ensuring the smooth and rapid development of his male modeling business. As the male modeling industry gained increasing attention and acclaim, the 22 Hanyi-affiliated male modeling establishments in Yunzhou City began experiencing nightly sold-out crowds in consistently packed venues. It's no exaggeration to say Yunzhou male models have become one of the city's shining calling cards. Come to Yunzhou, find male models. These 6 words are practically ready to be featured on Yunzhou's tourism promotional posters. Though women from across the country always claim they come to Yunzhou to tour Mirror Lake and experience its legendary, heartbreaking love story that has echoed for millennia. But deep down, every visitor knows the truth: Mirror Lake's love story is nonsense. They come to Yunzhou for one reason: to find male models. Lots and lots of male models. Seeing this explosive popularity, Lin Feng felt genuine joy in his heart. Because the Yunzhou male model industry's success today was entirely his creation. The male modeling industry was like Lin Feng's own child. Under his careful nurturing, it was now thriving and expanding with vigorous growth. This also solidified his resolve to acquire the Hanyi Male Modeling Agency. Despite the Hua family of Magic City being deeply grateful to Lin Feng and treating him with utmost courtesy. But ultimately, if the shares weren't in his hands, Yunzhou's 22 stores would still be the Hua family's assets. They couldn't truly be his. He must secure them swiftly. Only then could he operate freely and make his mark. Thus, Lin Feng resumed his aggressive maneuvers in the stock market. With Yi Shuyun's steady stream of substantial capital and the formidable power of the God of Stocks skill, Lin Feng's profits skyrocketed daily, snowballing into an ever-growing fortune. Soon, merely from commissions on Yi Shuyun's profits combined with his own investment returns, Lin Feng amassed a colossal fortune. Yet, just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, Hua Yingguang, the head of the Gu family from the Magic City, called Lin Feng. "Hello, Lin Feng. Are you free lately? Could you come to Magic City?" "Sure, Mr. Hua." Lin Feng agreed. After all, officially speaking, Hua Yingguang was the chairman of Hanyi Group, while Lin Feng remained the general manager of Hanyi Group's male modeling division in Yunzhou district. "Mr. Hua, is this for a meeting at headquarters?" Lin Feng inquired. "It's not just a meeting." Hua Yingguang's voice sounded heavy on the other end of the line. "Xiangjie. Xiangjie's in trouble. Come over. We need to discuss what to do." Through Lin Feng's 6 months of dedicated effort, the Yunzhou male modeling division had flourished and gained national recognition. This success earned the full satisfaction and recognition of the Hua family for Lin Feng's capabilities. Thus, when the Hua family faced this sudden crisis, Rui Yang immediately thought to summon Lin Feng to devise a strategy.
Brother Xiangjie. What happened to Brother Xiangjie?
Hua Xiangjie was Rui Yang's eldest son, primarily overseeing Han Yi Group's nightclub operations in the Magic City. Lin Feng, head over here first. Xiao Chao will fill you in on the details on the way.
Understood, Chairman Hua. I'm heading out immediately. Alright, Lin Feng.
Thank you for your hard work. Shortly after hanging up, Hua Xiangchao arrived in his car to pick up Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng got in the car, he asked,
"What's going on? What happened to your brother? Damn it."
Hua Xiangchao cursed first. That idiot got set up.
He's been arrested. Locked up in a detention center. He might end up doing time. Lin Feng, arrested? What's the charge? Hua Xiangchao, heard it's organizing prostitution. Lin Feng. Chapter 129, The Old Pervert Guardian.
On the highway to Shanghai, Hua Xiangchao filled Lin Feng in on the details. Damn it, my big brother that idiot got too cocky and pissed off some competitors. They set him up, sending people with hidden cameras to secretly film the big show at his Hanhai Heavenly Palace nightclub. The venue's security caught them red-handed and beat the hell out of the perverts. But turns out it was a setup. They filmed the beating and called the cops, accusing my brother of running a prostitution ring. When the cops showed up and saw the beaten guy, they had to open a case. Once they started digging deeper, everything just spilled out, didn't it? Lin Feng, being in the nightlife business, understood immediately. He asked, "Didn't Chairman Hua try to smooth things over? This doesn't seem like a big deal to me." Of course they did. But this time it's different. Our opponents deliberately set us up. Hua Xiangchao fumed. Someone deliberately filmed the security guard beating the guy. It's already been uploaded to Douyin, causing a huge stir in Shanghai. They're calling Han Yi Group a gangster front and a den of prostitution. The public outcry is so bad that even if higher-ups wanted to protect us, they wouldn't dare get involved now. Finally, he couldn't resist another dig at his boss. Damn, my boss is such a fool. What kind of world is this where you still beat people up in the lobby? Didn't he know to drag the person filming into a back room to beat them up? Even if you crippled them, as long as there's no video evidence, it wouldn't cause a stir. Everything could be handled. But no, he got caught red-handed, and it went viral online. The higher-ups can't even help cover it up now. They say there's nothing they can do but go through legal channels. Oh, I see. Lin Feng understood the whole story and agreed that Hua Xiangjie was a complete idiot. Lin Feng and Hua Xiangchao had long issued strict orders to all nightclub security, never beat anyone in public, lest they give others ammunition. But Hua Xiangjie, relying on his status as the eldest son, acted recklessly and arrogantly, offending his peers and leaving himself vulnerable. Now he was facing jail time. Upon arriving at the Magic City headquarters, Rui Yang personally received Lin Feng in the chairman's office. Lin Feng, Xiao Chao must have briefed you on the situation? Yes, Chairman Hua. Brother Hua has explained it to me. This situation is indeed quite tricky. Ah. Rui Yang slammed his hand on the table in frustration, letting out a deep sigh. This is partly my fault for letting the boss run wild. He was never cut out for this. Now he's caused such a huge mess. If Hanhai Heavenly Palace falls through, the entire Han Yi Group's reputation in Magic City will be ruined. One misstep and the whole game is lost. Indeed, Ocean Palace was Han Yi Group's premier nightclub in Shanghai, the face of the entire Han Yi Empire, holding the same status as Scarlet Stage among Yunzhou's male model establishments. If Ocean Palace were confirmed as a den of debauchery, the reputation Han Yi Group had painstakingly built over decades would be destroyed overnight. This cost was something Rui Yang could never bear. Mr. Hua, how do you propose to handle this situation now? There's nothing we can do. Rui Yang remained deeply troubled. We've pulled every string and begged every favor, but the assault video has already spread. Higher-ups can't intervene. Let's find a top-tier lawyer and fight this case. The moment litigation was mentioned, Lin Feng's legal elite skill immediately kicked into gear. Lin Feng swiftly identified the most critical element of the case and asked on the spot. Mr. Hua, the assault video is out there, there's no stopping that now. The priority is the secretly recorded, whole thing, video. What's the status? Has it been destroyed? Lin Feng had pinpointed the critical issue. If the secretly recorded big event footage also leaked, it would irrefutably expose Hanhai Heavenly Palace as a major den of debauchery. Fortunately, the recording equipment was crushed and destroyed on the spot by those security guards, replied Rui Yang. We've retained Shanghai's most prestigious law firm, Xinhe Law Firm, and their top-tier legal team is here to defend us. They're currently in the conference room. Let's go over there and hear their courtroom strategy. Understood, Chairman Hua. Lin Feng rose and followed Rui Yang to the conference room. Once everyone had arrived at the meeting venue, Rui Yang opened the session. Everyone present here is either a director of the group or a regional manager. Attorney Zhou, please outline your courtroom strategy. Let us all listen so we can support you effectively in court. Attorney Chen, whose full name was Zhou Ruodong, was a top-tier lawyer at Xinhe Law Firm. Though only 32 years old, she was already a rising star in the legal world. A graduate of a top law school, she was renowned for her meticulous logic and sharp courtroom style. Even more remarkably, she was a renowned firefighter in the legal consulting field for gray area industries. She deeply understood the unspoken rules and legal boundaries of the entertainment industry, specializing in handling cases involving prostitution, gambling, violent disputes, and sensitive moral accusations in nightlife venues. By precisely exploiting loopholes in public security regulations in criminal law, she had repeatedly helped nightclub owners, entertainment venue investors, and even clients accused of sexual offenses dubbed old perverts by the underworld to avoid charges or significantly reduce their sentences. Known in the underworld as the guardian angel of old perverts. In appearance, Zhou Ruotong commands attention in sharply tailored suits and high heels, her stride confident and her presence commanding. Her gaze is sharp and bright, her makeup refined yet dignified. Her long hair is often pulled into a high ponytail, framing a crisp, professional silhouette. At first glance, it's hard to imagine this sophisticated city woman is passionate about protecting the legal rights of old perverts. Zhou Ruotong rose, opened her PowerPoint, and began flipping slides with a clicker as she introduced the case in a clear voice. Chairman Hua, fellow shareholders, and managers, we're all on the same team here, so I won't beat around the bush. Frankly, our case is extremely challenging. The prosecution's evidence chain is rock solid and extremely unfavorable to us. The bank statements are clear as day. There are regular large transfers between our club's accounts and those of the girls, amounts that simply don't match normal expenses. Any reasonable person would see this as a clear commission from escort services. She switched to the next slide. Even more troubling are the internal chat logs. Our managers were indeed scheduling shifts and assigning girls, even saying things like, "This client is important, take good care of them." Plus, clients testified that they directly asked our managers to select girls, with payments made uniformly to the nightclub. Putting all these pieces together, each linking to the next, we simply can't untangle the relationship between the nightclub and those girls. The court has practically concluded we were organizing and managing them. Our position is extremely vulnerable. Hua Yingwang's expression turned tense at this point. If the charge of organizing prostitution were confirmed, his eldest son would face serious consequences, and it would also damage the reputation of Hanya Group. He urgently asked. Attorney Zhou, then, what should we do? Chapter 130, Spotting the Female Lawyer's Flaw. Zhou Ruotong proved her professionalism, immediately formulating a defense strategy based on the prosecution's evidence. Distinguished directors and managers, our defense strategy must center on one point. Admit the facts, but completely overturn the characterization. Admit the facts, but completely overturn the characterization. The entire room's attention snapped to her words. Zhou Ruotong flipped to the next slide and elaborated. First, regarding the fund flows, we absolutely deny these represent commissions paid to hostesses. We assert these are platform information service fees and high-performance bonuses for legitimate services. The substantial fees paid by clients cover our club's ambience, beverages, and the matchmaking information services we provide. The money given to the girls is their commissions and bonuses for facilitating beverage consumption and enhancing client satisfaction. It is absolutely not a share from transactional services. The prosecution cannot prove that every single transfer corresponds to an illegal transaction. Professional. Truly professional. Everyone listened, nodding frequently, their eyes glistening with hope. Zhou Ruotong turned the page again, her tone brimming with confidence. Second, regarding management practices, we acknowledge management, but its purpose was to provide high-end, compliant escort services. Scheduling ensured service quality, while dispatching optimized customer experience. When managers instructed to take good care of them, it meant delivering more attentive, lawful services like pouring drinks, conversing, and energizing the atmosphere. We never explicitly directed any illegal activities in our records. In summary, our defense strategy centers on this core argument. We operated a high-end social platform that may have faced ethical scrutiny but never crossed legal boundaries, not a prostitution ring. We must shift the burden of proof back to the prosecution, demanding they present ironclad evidence of the club organizing a specific full-service transaction, not convicting based on conjecture and circumstantial links. Director Liu slammed his hand on the table in admiration. Attorney Zhou, that's brilliant. The prosecution has no ironclad evidence of us facilitating full-service transactions because it's been destroyed. This puts us in an unassailable position. Director Su chimed in immediately. Exactly. As long as the prosecution lacks video evidence of the girls performing full-service transactions, we have nothing to fear. We've done nothing wrong, so we have nothing to hide. Manager Ding breathed a sigh of relief. Exactly. As long as we stick to our story and maintain consistent testimony following Attorney Zhou's plan, even the king himself couldn't prove we're a den of iniquity. Hua Yingwang finally broke into a smile. Top-tier law firms and star attorneys really are different. They've instantly put our minds at ease. A barely perceptible smugness flickered across Zhou Ruotong's delicate features. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's finalize this. Remember, during the trial, we must maintain a unified stance. This way, the case shouldn't run into any unexpected complications. However, at that moment, a dissenting voice emerged in the meeting room. Attorney Zhou, there's a problem with this plan. Lin Feng's voice cut through the meeting's harmonious atmosphere. All eyes in the room turned to Lin Feng. Zhou Ruodong's defense strategy seemed flawless on the surface, but to the ears of legal elite Lin Feng, it was utterly flimsy. He instantly pinpointed the core flaw in the defense strategy. Yet Zhou Ruodong remained oblivious, her gaze coldly fixed on the handsome jerk across from her. Even though she admitted Lin Feng was handsome, she still had to uphold her authority as a top-tier lawyer.
Oh? And who might this gentleman be?
She turned to Huang Wang, seeking confirmation of Lin Feng's identity. After all, Lin Feng was far too handsome and youthful to resemble these seasoned executives. Zhou Ruodong momentarily struggled to place him.
Oh.
Huang Wang formally introduced him. This is Lin Feng, Regional General Manager of our Hanyi Group's Male Modeling Division for Yunzhou District. Zhou Ruodong, shock level, plus 66,666. Damn, so young, so handsome, and his hair is perfectly styled, and he's already the Regional Manager for the Male Modeling Division in Yunzhou. But it's such a waste for this hottie to be a manager, he'd be perfect as a male model.
Zhou Ruodong's mind wandered for a moment, but she snapped back to reality instantly. After all, this was a serious work setting. And Lin Feng, as a male modeling industry manager, actually questioning her professional competence?
This is intolerable, utterly unacceptable.
So Zhou Ruodong retorted immediately. Oh, so it's you, Mr. Lin. You're quite the rising star, aren't you? Well then, I'd be delighted to hear your thoughts. What exactly is wrong with my courtroom defense strategy?
Lin Feng met her gaze and replied calmly. Attorney Zhou, your strategic direction is sound, but one critical point requires adjustment, otherwise it will become the focal point of the opposing side's attacks. He then pointed directly to the section on the PowerPoint titled, High Performance Bonuses, under Legitimate Services. We offer the hostesses, beverage commissions, and service bonuses, but this explanation has a fatal flaw. The amounts are wildly inconsistent with industry norms. The prosecutor need only call one seasoned industry expert to testify about standard commission rates for normal escort services. Our high-value transfers would instantly appear abnormal and suspicious, solidifying suspicions that we're operating under false pretenses. The amounts are wildly inconsistent with industry norms. Hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Lin Feng's words pinpointed the crux of the problem. The attendees, all directors and managers with venue management experience, had just relaxed when Lin Feng's reminder sent their hearts racing again. Among them, Director Hu, a major shareholder, voiced similar concerns. The industry standard issue raised by Mr. Lin is indeed noteworthy. This could easily become a point of contention that the opposing side seizes upon during the trial. Attorney Zhou's expression tightened slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her professional composure.
Turning to Lin Feng, her tone was calm yet firm. Mr. Lin's observation is exceptionally astute. I fully concur that this is indeed the weakest link in our current proposal.
She paused briefly, scanning the room before continuing. However, within the existing framework of evidence and judicial practice, this represents the optimal solution we could propose after multiple considerations, or rather, the proposal with the lowest relative risk.
No solution is flawless.
Choosing performance incentives as our entry point, though subject to debate over the amount, has the advantage of being logically straightforward and consistent with our core positioning of high-end platform services. Consistency is already a significant achievement. Our task now is not to find a flawless solution that is virtually impossible given such unfavorable evidence.
No, it's not impossible.
Lin Feng cut in with unwavering certainty. I have a flawless solution.
Chapter 131, The Defense Genius. Lin Feng has a flawless plan? All eyes turned back to Lin Feng.
Ha! Zhou Ruodong sneered coldly once more. Mr. Lin, while your insight is sharp, you remain an outsider to this field. Litigation isn't like negotiating a business deal. Everything must operate within the legal framework. You can't just run wild with imagination.
It's not imagination.
Within the existing legal framework, we can absolutely find a flawless defense basis.
Perfect defense grounds. Lin Feng's words were delivered with unwavering certainty, resonating with authority. The entire crowd couldn't help but tremble at his words.
Zhou Ruodong furrowed her brow slightly, arms crossed over her chest.
Very well, Mr. Lin. I'd love to hear the details. Go ahead and tell us what you mean by a perfect defense. It's simple.
Lin Feng immediately stated, we should argue that the large sum of money given to the young lady was confidentiality compensation.
Confidentiality compensation. Lin Feng's argument was unexpected and took an unconventional approach.
The directors and managers present, lacking legal expertise, looked utterly bewildered. Zhou Ruodong's team, however, were all legal experts.
The moment they heard the phrase confidentiality compensation, they were instantly horrified.
Zhou Ruodong's shock level plus 66,666. Legal team's shock level plus 66,666. Lin Feng elaborated further. What we need to do isn't merely redefining it, we must provide a more reasonable, more revolutionary explanation to justify the massive transfers to the ladies. And that explanation is confidentiality compensation. We need to construct a new narrative. Our club is dedicated to creating a top-tier, private business networking environment. Therefore, we signed confidentiality agreements with these women.
We must absolutely guarantee our clients' privacy.
They must keep everything seen or heard within the club strictly confidential, for which they receive additional compensation.
This is reasonable compensation for relinquishing a portion of their freedom of speech.
Within the industry, there are no universally accepted pricing standards for confidentiality agreements.
The margins for fluctuation can be enormous, leaving us ample room for interpretation.
For the prosecution to refute this, they must first dismantle our entirely new, meticulously constructed business logic, a task that is virtually impossible for them.
Genius. Absolute genius.
Zhou Ruoton, shock level, plus 88,888. Legal team, shock level, plus 88,888.
Oh my god. How did this male model boss come up with this?
He actually thought to use a confidentiality agreement, a novel framework with unclear industry standards, to counter the prosecution.
He's left the prosecution speechless, unable to voice their grievances. Absolutely brilliant.
However, Zhou Ruoton was a top-tier lawyer after all. Beyond her initial shock, she swiftly recognized the potential pitfalls of this approach and immediately challenged Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, your strategy is truly brilliant in some respects. But there's one critical issue: the retroactive signing of the NDA. Given the timing after the incident, prosecutors will likely question its authenticity, viewing it as an after-the-fact remedy or even evidence tampering. How do we mitigate this risk? This was indeed a major concern. The directors and managers present grew uneasy once more.
If mishandled, it could provide grounds for accusing us of fabricating evidence, adding insult to injury.
Lin Feng, however, smiled calmly, as if he had anticipated this. This isn't a retroactive signing, but a supplementary agreement for renewal. We must emphasize that the core confidentiality obligations are already outlined in principle within their initial standard employment contracts. The confidentiality compensation paid represents an additional confidentiality consideration corresponding to upgraded services for specific high-end client groups. Therefore, a supplementary agreement is necessary to clarify the rights and obligations of both parties.
Renewal supplement agreement. Brilliant.
So Lin Feng had already laid the groundwork.
This logical reasoning is incredibly meticulous. Brilliant. Turning the renewal into a natural extension of business logic. So ingenious.
Zhou Ruoton couldn't help but praise aloud, a flash of understanding lighting up her eyes as she swiftly jotted down the key points Lin Feng had outlined. After finishing her notes, she suddenly looked up, as if another flaw had occurred to her.
But what about the huge discrepancies in the amounts we transferred to the girls? How do we explain that?
The prosecution will see it as proof of a direct exchange for services like full service or half service corresponding to different prices. Lin Feng smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, no wonder she's the guardian angel of the old pervert, she really knows her stuff.
After his smile faded, he promptly offered a countermeasure. Differential pricing is standard business practice.
The core criteria are client privacy level and potential leak risk factor. The more important the client being accompanied, the higher the sensitivity of the commercial secrets or privacy involved, the heavier the confidentiality obligations, and naturally, the higher the compensation amount. Additionally, senior employees pose a greater potential risk of disclosure due to their familiarity with internal processes, hence their base compensation should be correspondingly higher. We must refine a comprehensive, quantifiable risk assessment model in the renewal addendum to justify these differential amounts, not evade them.
This task falls to you all.
Zhou Ruoton was thoroughly impressed, her slightly furrowed brows now softened into two willow leaf arches.
Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Mr. Lin, I must admit your interpretation of the non-disclosure agreement is flawless. I'm thoroughly impressed.
We'll return to the firm immediately and refine our court defense strategy based on your insights. The legal team members chimed in with praise.
Absolutely. This is entirely feasible. After all, the non-disclosure agreement leaves ample room for interpretation. Brilliant. Mr. Lin is brilliant. He must have a legal background.
As the entire room breathed a collective sigh of relief, curiosity about Lin Feng's background surged.
Though not legal experts, Wang and the directors and managers fully grasped the ingenuity of the plan thanks to Lin Feng's clear, accessible explanation.
Wang felt particularly proud, inwardly relieved that he had invited Lin Feng to discuss the lawsuit. In high spirits, Wang laughed heartily.
Ha 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 ha. You won't believe this, but our CEO Lin is truly extraordinary.
Just a year ago, he was merely a new male model at our company. After a year of training and growth, he's now become the male modeling industry manager for Yunzhou District, proficient in medicine, law, and the arts.
Truly a talent that comes along once in a century.
Zhou Ruoton's shock level plus 99,999. Legal team, shock level plus 99,999.
What? This manager started out as a male model? A male model boss coming from a male modeling background, that makes perfect sense. But how could a male model be so well versed in law and courtroom tactics? I just can't wrap my head around it.
The bafflement sparked mystery, and that mystery triggered a surge of estrogen. Zhou Ruodong slowly began to sink into the charm of the handsome jerk before her. Zhou Ruodong, affection level, plus 66,666.
Chapter 132, The Courtroom. After the session adjourned, Zhou Ruodong approached Lin Feng with great humility to discuss the trial details in depth.
Lin Feng provided further directional guidance on refining the contract, core emotional points, and liability allocation. Deeply inspired and greatly benefiting from the insights, Zhou Ruodong sincerely exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, with your mastery of legal knowledge and application, if you were to practice as a lawyer, people like us would truly be out of a job."
Lin Feng responded with a modest smile, "Attorney Zhou, you flatter me."
Male models in this new era should study the law, understand the law, and apply the law, promoting the spirit of the rule of law and setting an example as models who uphold the law.
Zhou Ruodong. The mindset of a top male model is truly extraordinary.
With such awareness, no wonder Yunzhou's male modeling industry thrives so spectacularly, gaining nationwide fame.
Zhou Ruodong's admiration for Lin Feng reached new heights. "Truly, Mr. Lin, you are extraordinary.
Thank you so much for your guidance."
Lin Feng, Attorney Zhou, you're too kind. If anything, it's us practitioners in this borderline industry who should be thanking you.
Thank you for dedicating yourself to this niche field all these years, tirelessly safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of old perverts.
Zhou Ruodong. Ha 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 ha.
It's only natural, only natural.
Zhou Ruodong laughed awkwardly. What exists is justified.
It's our duty as lawyers to fight for procedural justice for every client within the legal framework.
That's the very foundation of a society governed by law. Yes.
Attorney Zhou, you put it perfectly. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Let's work together to contribute our part to building a law-based society in Longwa.
Zhou Ruodong, right, working together. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, if you ever need legal advice again, how should I reach you?
Lin Feng replied calmly. Attorney Zhou, you can reserve a booth or call the front desk of Yunzhou's Scarlet Stage bar to book my booth.
Zhou Ruodong's shock level, plus 99,999.
What, Mr. Lin, you're a high-level executive now, and yet, you're still working as a frontline male model? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, one must never forget their original aspirations.
Zhou Ruodong's heart began racing. Good heavens, could she really meet Mr. Lin as a client?
Zhou Ruodong was already lost in daydreams.
For days later, the trial for the core members of Hanhai Heavenly Palace, accused of organizing prostitution, officially commenced.
The 5 defendants, including Hu Xiangjie, gathered in the dock. Zhou Ruodong led her legal team to take their seats at the defense table. Opposite them, 3 prosecutors, 2 men and 1 woman, represented the prosecution. The central courtroom featured a presiding judge, 2 jurors, and a court clerk. Key directors and managers of Hanye Group, family members of the defendants, some involved sex workers, news media, and citizen representatives observed the proceedings from the gallery.
With the presiding judge's gavel strike, the trial formally commenced.
The air in the courtroom seemed to freeze. After both sides concluded their opening statements, the prosecutor rose first, his gaze sweeping sharply across the defendant's bench. His first line of attack struck at the heart of the matter.
Your Honor, distinguished judges. The defendants used so-called high-end services as a front for what is essentially organized prostitution.
The most direct evidence lies in these transaction records with wildly varying amounts far exceeding normal labor compensation. These are not performance bonuses, but clearly priced payments for illegal services. We request to summon a senior industry consultant to testify that these transaction amounts completely defy any legitimate service industry norms. The pressure instantly shifted to the defense bench. Zhou Ruodong rose calmly, her first glance not toward the prosecutor but a swift sidelong look at Lin Feng, who sat composed in the gallery.
Sure enough, the first move, the discrepancy between the amounts and industry norms, was entirely within his expectations. Objection.
Zhou Ruodong's voice rang clear.
The prosecutor is attempting to force outdated standards from traditional industries onto our innovative business model, a fundamental fallacy. We assert these transfers are not service commissions, but confidentiality compensation.
She promptly submitted internal management policies and supplementary agreements to the court. To create a top-tier confidential environment, we signed strict confidentiality agreements with our employees. These payments represent reasonable compensation for their sacrifice of free speech and their commitment to safeguarding client privacy. The pricing of confidentiality obligations inherently fluctuates based on the sensitivity of the information and the importance of the client's identity. How could there be any industry standard to speak of? This subversive explanation visibly stunned the prosecution.
The presiding judge also wore a pensive expression.
After a moment's pause, the prosecutor quickly regained composure and launched a second offensive, seizing upon a loophole in the agreements.
The defense counsel is silver-tongued.
But these so-called confidentiality agreements and supplemental agreements were all signed around the time of the incident. This is clearly retroactive signing, fabricated evidence intended to cover up the crime. Their authenticity and legality are both questionable.
Zhou Ruodong's lips curled in an almost imperceptible smile. This was the second point Mr. Lin had accurately predicted.
She responded immediately, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. The prosecutor's allegations precisely reveal their failure to comprehend the ongoing self-improvement process of modern corporate compliance. This is not retroactive signing, but rather a proactive compliance upgrade initiated by the company upon identifying issues. It is precisely out of reverence for the law that we formalized and standardized previously verbal confidentiality obligations through written agreements. Far from being a fault, this demonstrates our proactive fulfillment of social responsibility and strict adherence to legal boundaries. Her explanation was both reasonable and logical, skillfully turning the prosecution's attack into an advantage for her side. Several directors and managers in the gallery couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. The prosecutor's face darkened as he launched a third offensive, calling a previously interviewed lady as a witness in an attempt to undermine the defense from within.
Please answer truthfully, witness. When you received these funds, what was the company's stated purpose? Did you sign the so-called confidentiality agreement? The witness, clearly nervous, gave evasive answers. Zhou Ruodong immediately stood. Your Honor, we object to any questioning that may coerce the witness or cause secondary harm. Our witness's appearance here fulfills the core obligation of her confidentiality agreement to never disclose any details that could compromise client privacy, even under judicial proceedings. Her nervousness precisely demonstrates how seriously she takes this duty. Her words not only shielded the witness but also reinforced the core narrative of confidentiality, fully executing Lin Feng's strategy to cultivate a responsible corporate image. Guided by her, the witness gradually steadied her emotions and maintained her previous testimony. Seeing this, the prosecutor delivered a final blow, attempting to logically dismantle the entire defense framework. Fallacious. All of it is fallacious. If this were truly confidentiality compensation, why does the amount show a clear positive correlation with the time and frequency spent accompanying the client? Isn't this the best proof of service duration and content? Zhou Ruodong took a deep breath, knowing this was the decisive round and the answer had already been provided by Lin Feng. Her gaze steady, she addressed the judge. Your Honor, this precisely demonstrates the scientific rigor of our client privacy risk assessment model. The longer the accompaniment and the deeper the engagement, the greater the potential exposure to core confidential information and the higher the risk of leakage. Naturally, higher compensation is required to constrain and compensate for this risk. Far from being incriminating evidence, this is ironclad proof of our meticulous business logic and refined management practices. The prosecutor's inability to comprehend advanced business practices cannot serve as grounds for conviction. After several rounds of exchange, each fierce attack from the prosecutor seemed to collide with a pre-established, impenetrable iron wall. Zhou Ruodong's responses were precise, incisive, and struck directly at the heart of the matter, executing Lin Feng's pre-planned strategy to perfection. The momentum of the trial had shifted decisively in our favor. In the gallery, Huang Wan and other Hanyi Group executives nodded and smiled frequently, their expressions already radiating confidence in victory. However, at that very moment, the prosecution suddenly received a stroke of luck. It was recovered. The illicit video recording of the full-service sexual transactions secretly filmed inside the nightclub had been restored through technical means. Chapter 133, The Absolute Purity of Hanyi Group. The full-service video had been recovered. Yet, at this very moment, no one from Hanyi Group was aware. They remained immersed in the anticipation of an imminent victory. Having obtained this crucial new evidence, the prosecution immediately ceased debating contract details with Zhou Ruodong. Instead, they rose to their feet and declared in a clear voice. Your Honor, the prosecution has just obtained crucial new evidence. Major evidence. The entire courtroom's attention instantly focused on the prosecution. The hearts of Hanyi Group's executives collectively skipped a beat. What major evidence? How could this be? Zhou Ruodong's previously triumphant expression abruptly darkened. Having practiced litigation for years, she knew exactly what it meant when the prosecution suddenly obtained crucial evidence. It could very well mean the entire case would be turned upside down by this new development. Her breathing quickened involuntarily. Caught off guard, even Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. It seemed the battle ahead would be a tough one. The onlookers in the gallery, however, were delighted to witness more drama. They craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the prosecution's new evidence. Presiding Judge, prosecution, what is the new major piece of evidence you intend to present? The full-length sex tape. The prosecutor's voice betrayed his excitement. Your Honor, it's a full-length sex act video secretly recorded by the victim. Full-length sex video. Wang Wang and all senior executives of Hanyi, shock level, plus 99,999. Zhou Ruodong and the entire legal team, shock level, plus 99,999. Hua Xiangjie and all defendants plus their families, shock level, plus 99,999. All onlookers, shock level, plus 99,999. Presiding judge plus jurors plus court clerk, shock level, plus 66,666. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 22,222. It's over, completely over.
A wave of overwhelming despair and helplessness washed over him.
Ironclad evidence, absolutely ironclad.
Everyone understood that once the full-length explicit video surfaced, all defense arguments would crumble into insignificance.
Hanye Group would be cemented as Shanghai's #1 den of iniquity.
The consequences were unimaginable. As new, critical evidence emerged in the courtroom, the presiding judge acted with extreme caution, immediately announcing, due to significant new developments arising during the trial proceedings, and to ensure equal procedural rights for all parties involved, this court hereby declares, the session is now adjourned for examination of the new evidence.
The trial will resume in 30 minutes.
Typically, when substantial new evidence emerges, the panel of judges reviews it, leading to an adjournment. In the waiting area, a palpable sense of despair permeated the Han Yi Group delegation.
Hua Yingguan looked completely dazed. How could this happen?
That hidden camera was clearly crushed and destroyed, and the device was disposed of.
How could the video inside be recovered? Zhou Ruotong also wore a look of utter defeat.
The police probably dug up the memory card we crushed, and technicians recovered it from that.
Hua Yingguan lost his composure on the spot. Useless. All of you are useless. How could you not destroy this properly? How could you let the police find it? Good for nothings. A bunch of good for nothings.
After venting his rage, Hua Yingguan turned to Zhou Ruotong with pleading eyes.
Attorney Zhou, what should we do now? How can we win this case?
All the executives from Han Yi turned to Zhou Ruotong, relying entirely on her quick thinking. Yet the spark in Zhou Ruotong's eyes had vanished. Chairman Hua, fellow directors and managers, winning this case is now utterly impossible.
The full package is irrefutable evidence, there's no overturning it.
As lawyers, we can only defend within the legal framework to the best of our ability. Therefore, the only course of action now is to seek a reduced sentence for the defendant under the condition of a guilty plea.
No.
Upon hearing the verdict was undoubtedly against him, Hua Yingguan nearly roared.
No, I can't accept this, I can't accept it. If convicted, my Han Yi Group will be branded a den of debauchery. We can't afford that cost. Other directors chimed in. No way. Attorney Zhou, we paid you handsomely, you absolutely cannot give up. Exactly. If Han Yi Group is branded a den of prostitution, our investments will go down the drain. I absolutely refuse to accept that.
Attorney Zhou, you must find a way. Since you accepted our case, you have to hold firm and mount a not guilty defense.
However, having navigated courtrooms for years, Zhou Ruotong had weathered every conceivable scenario and wouldn't be intimidated by these old fogies. I'm sorry, everyone.
Zhou Ruotong abruptly stood up, her gaze cold and resolute as she swept across every executive present. My duty is to maximize my client's interests within the legal framework, not to disregard facts for a false defense.
Based on the existing evidence, a not guilty plea has no chance of success and is highly unprofessional.
If you insist on this path, I can do nothing to help.
I must withdraw. Han Ye Group will have to find another lawyer. What do you?
Hua Yingguan, seeing Zhou Ruotong about to walk away, was overcome with rage. His trembling finger pointed at her, speechless with fury.
Wait.
In this moment of utter despair, Lin Feng stepped forward once more.
Fine, we can pursue a not guilty defense. Han Yi Group absolutely cannot be portrayed as a den of debauchery. Lin Feng had to act. First, Han Yi Group had given him his big break. Stepping up in their hour of need was only right.
Second, he was about to acquire Han Yi Group's male modeling division. If the company were branded a den of debauchery now, it would inevitably damage his modeling business. Therefore, Han Yi Group must remain pure.
Positive. It absolutely cannot be a den of debauchery. Ah, Lin Feng.
Hua Yingguan clung to this like a last lifeline. Lin Feng, you're absolutely right.
Han Yi Group must be pure and positive. We absolutely must deny everything. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ruotong burst out laughing. She now felt these people were all ignorant of the law, and even Lin Feng was acting too impulsively. Where was the spirit of justice? Therefore, she stated on the spot, the law does not hinge on whether you admit guilt or not. The law only speaks to facts. I advise you all to recognize the situation, abandon attempts to evade punishment, and focus your efforts on seeking a reduced sentence. No.
Attorney Zhou, you're wrong. Lin Feng rose, his voice steady and powerful, instantly capturing the room's attention. The law is not rigid text, but a living spirit that evolves and improves with societal progress. Practicing the rule of law means not merely adapting to existing frameworks, but using professional wisdom and courage to explore and define the boundaries of legal application within new business models. Lin Feng's words rang out with force and conviction. They instantly ignited the momentum among Han Yi Group's senior executives. Several executives were immediately fired up, blurting out proposals on the spot.
Absolutely right, President Lin.
Han Yi must uphold the spirit of the rule of law and never tolerate any sleazy operations. What a load of crap about top-tier lawyers. I say Lin Feng will crush you guys in minutes. With Lin Feng on our side, we don't need any lawyers.
Exactly. He's spot on. For the second half of the trial, we'll kick the lawyers to the curb. Bring in Lin Feng. Chapter 134, Desperate Counterattack. The shareholders of Hanyi Group were visibly agitated, with several demanding Zhou Ruotong be replaced immediately and Lin Feng appointed as the group's defense counsel. As a top-tier lawyer with a proud spirit, Zhou Ruotong responded directly. Fine. Since the directors have made up their minds and questioned my professional judgment, I, Zhou Ruotong, hereby resign. I'm out of this case. I sincerely wish Mr. Lin every success as the litigation representative. And frankly, I'm genuinely curious to see if our Mr. Lin can turn this around with such overwhelming evidence against us. That would be nothing short of a miracle in the history of Long Nation's judiciary. I'll be watching from the gallery. With that, Zhou Ruotong led her legal team out in a huff, heading for the gallery to quietly await the spectacle of Hanyi Group making a fool of itself. Seeing this, Jiang grew uneasy and began scolding the other directors who had hurled insults. I said, why are you resorting to personal attacks? What time is it now? You're still squabbling amongst yourselves? Now Attorney Zhou won't handle this. What? What are we going to do? Several senior directors also regretted their impulsive outbursts, momentarily at a loss. However, Lin Feng, now possessing the peerless legal elite skill, remained utterly unflappable. For this skill not only allowed him to precisely invoke every legal provision but also enabled him to dissect cases with a sharpness beyond ordinary comprehension. In courtroom debates, he transformed into an artist of logic and sophistry, delivering fatal blows with a single strike. Whether it was a subtle crack in the chain of evidence or a hidden loophole in procedural justice, everything lay within Lin Feng's grasp. Thus, Lin Feng swiftly identified a turning point to overturn this seemingly hopeless case. He declared in a clear voice, "Everyone, stay calm. Even if they have the full video, it doesn't mean we're finished. We still have a glimmer of hope." Then, he turned directly to the directors and managers present. Does anyone here know the exact date the full-service video was recorded? August 18th. I remember it clearly. It was the night of the Qixi festival. Manager Ding, who was privy to the details, answered immediately. Good. Excellent. The night of the Qixi festival. Lin Feng perked up and continued. Manager Ding, do you know if the performance bonuses for the girl who did that stunt on Qixi night have been issued? No. Manager Ding replied with certainty. The company typically issues all August service and performance bonuses on September 5th. Excellent. Lin Feng declared on the spot. Chairman Manhwa, fellow directors and managers, rest assured. I can represent the company in court as the litigation agent. The integrity of Hanyi Group is entirely in my hands. Lin Feng's confident, assured demeanor infected everyone present. Huang stepped forward and clasped Lin Feng's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. All right, very well, Lin Feng. I entrust everything to you. Equals. The trial resumed. At this point, following an application and court approval, Lin Feng had officially replaced Zhou Ruotong as the litigation representative. Zhou Ruotong and her team sat in the gallery, seething with frustration, watching Hanyi Group make a fool of themselves while preparing to step in and clean up a mess at any moment. After the gavel fell, the presiding judge announced in court. Upon review, the prosecution's submitted, full-length video is authentic and reliable. The evidence will now be displayed in court. Court staff began playing the full-length video on the large screen. Holy! This is insane. On Qixi night, the illicit activities between a nightclub hostess and a customer in a corner booth were laid bare for all to see. The executives of Hanyi Group were left trembling in their seats. The prosecution watched with smug satisfaction. Zhou Ruotong and her team gloated over the misfortune. The onlookers were utterly enthralled. A few lecherous representatives watched until their noses bled. Only Lin Feng remained as calm as a still lake, utterly unruffled. Full service, video evidence concluded. The prosecutor rose immediately, launching a fatal attack. Your Honor, members of the jury. The prosecutor's voice boomed with unquestionable authority. As you have witnessed, this footage was captured on the evening of the Qixi festival at the Hanhai Tiangong establishment operated by the defendant, Hanyi Group. The video is clear, complete, and irrefutably documents the entire process of its employees' so-called escorts engaging in blatant sexual transactions with patrons during business hours and within the premises. Such conduct utterly transcends the bounds of ordinary entertainment services, its transactional nature laid bare. Pursuant to Article 358 of the criminal law, the crime of organizing prostitution refers to controlling others to engage in prostitution through means such as recruitment, employment, coercion, enticement, or harboring. Hanyi Group provided venues for its employees, set performance targets, organized management, and profited by taking commissions. Its organized and profit-driven nature is starkly evident in this video evidence. This video segment constitutes the most direct and compelling irrefutable evidence of their organized prostitution activities. The facts are clear, the evidence is conclusive, and it is sufficient to establish the elements of the crime. We request that the collegiate bench lawfully recognize the illegal conduct of the defendant entity, uphold the dignity of the law, and safeguard social morality. Bull. Damn it. The prosecutor's intensity was overwhelming, and the core emotion was delivered with devastating precision.
The directors of Hanyi Group, who had just begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, were stunned into silence by the prosecutor's overwhelming presence, their faces drained of color. Even the presiding judge, having heard the arguments, felt the outcome was already decided. He prepared to hear the defendant's routine rebuttal before gavel-banging the verdict. Little did they know, Lin Feng's counterattack had only just begun. Presiding judge, very well. Now, the defense may present its closing arguments. Lin Feng rose calmly, "Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the jury." He bowed slightly to the courtroom. His voice was calm and clear, forming a stark contrast to the prosecutor's impassioned speech moments before, yet instantly capturing the attention of the entire courtroom. First, we fully acknowledge the authenticity of this video. The events captured indeed occurred on the night of the Qixi Festival, within the premises operated by our client. The statements sent shockwaves through the courtroom. The board members of Hanyi Group turned ashen, while Huang Wang's blood pressure skyrocketed. Holy! Lin Feng! What the hell are you doing? Are you pleading guilty? A smug smile of impending victory spread across the prosecutor's face, as if to say, "Good for you for knowing when to quit." Zhou Ruotong and her team in the gallery nearly snorted with derision. Zhou Ruotong thought to herself, "Lin Feng, you disappoint me. Don't you even plan to put up a fight?" The presiding judge frowned slightly, signaling the clerk to record the defendant's admission, a sign the trial would soon conclude swiftly. Yet Lin Feng's tone abruptly shifted, like a sword drawn from its scabbard, its cold gleam flashing. "But..." Those two words hung heavy as 1,000 pounds, instantly silencing every breath in the room. "Lin Feng, the prosecutor claims this was a sexual transaction, but we completely reject that. The truth is, the relationship between our employee and the guest was not a cold exchange of money for sex, it was true love. It was true love between them." Chapter 135, Love at Sanpei. Lin Feng, our employee and the guest engaging in intimate activities at the store on Qixi night was not a transaction, but true love. Prosecutor. Presiding judge. Audience. Zhou Ruotong and her team. Even Hua Ingguang and the other directors. Not a deal, it's true love. The entire courtroom seemed frozen in time, utterly dumbfounded. Everyone's worldview was shattered by the earth-shattering declaration, "It's not a deal, it's true love." Immediately, the court erupted in uproar. The three prosecutors burst out laughing. Their laughter seemed to say, "The lady and the client, because of true love." "Ha ha ha, what the hell kind of bull are you peddling?" Even the judge couldn't hold back, shaking his head gently with suppressed laughter. They'd witnessed countless trials, yet never heard such an explosive defense. Zhou Ruotong felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She even began to wonder if Lin Feng had come to stir up trouble. It seemed that whenever Lin Feng got involved in legal matters, they became filled with absurdity. The board members gaped, as if what Lin Feng described had never happened in their own company. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, whispering to each other, "What kind of abstract nonsense is this? Who knew court could be this entertaining? Damn, this is thrilling." Yet Lin Feng remained utterly oblivious to the room's reaction. By now, his legal elite skill had fully activated, his tone now carrying the precision of a legal scholar. The Qixi Festival, when the coward and weaver girl meet across the Magpie Bridge, is the most romantic day in Dragon Nation's traditions. The two individuals in this video, one our employee, the other a customer, may have met by chance. On such a special night, steeped in love, their feelings ran deep and they couldn't control themselves. Isn't this the most primal, purest expression of human emotion? Brilliant! Lin Feng seized upon the timing of the Qixi Festival, elevating what was essentially an illicit transaction into an uncontrollable outpouring of genuine emotion. At any other time, such an argument might seem far-fetched. But with the backdrop of the Qixi Festival, coupled with Lin Feng's penetrating and compelling defense, the entire logic began to form a closed loop. The prosecution caught on to the scent, instantly growing wary and immediately countering. Defense counsel, do not confuse the issue. Love is love, and a transaction is a transaction. Two people in love engaging in sexual activity at a bar would never involve any monetary exchange. But what about you? Would your escort girl perform oral sex without payment? His gaze swept over the prosecutor as he calmly countered. No payment was received. Our employee took not a single penny. Her entire August labor compensation and confidentiality fee, following company policy, will be disbursed collectively on September 5th. As we speak, the company's finance department is conducting the final calculations and assessments. Not only will we not pay her, but we will also impose a fine on her. According to company regulations, such conduct disrupting business operations within the premises is explicitly prohibited and subject to disciplinary action. What? No paycheck? The entire courtroom's shock level plus 66,666. The prosecutor deflated instantly like a punctured balloon. Holding that incriminating video footage, he'd expected to deliver a knockout blow only to discover Hanyi Group hadn't paid wages yet. Zhou Ruotong's body trembled visibly. Ah! Lin Feng so powerful. Her admiration for Lin Feng had reached new heights. When she learned the prosecution had secured the full explicit footage as evidence, her first thought was, we're screwed. This is hopeless. Yet Lin Feng calmly identified the weak link in the entire chain of evidence and delivered a fatal blow right in court. Too formidable. Such composure and insight were likely beyond her reach forever. The presiding judge had intended to wrap up the case swiftly, yet Lin Feng's flawless closing argument made him hesitate once more. What followed was Lin Feng's closing argument, a blend of legal rigor and poetic eloquence, brimming with power and philosophical depth.
The act of procreation is a fundamental human instinct.
The emergence of love is an unpredictable variable beyond the scope of any corporate charter. As a corporation, Hanyi Group can provide facilities, establish rules, and manage employee conduct.
But how can we possibly intervene to suppress the sudden blossoming of genuine affection?
Where in the law does it state that a company must bear criminal liability for organizing prostitution due to its employees' spontaneous, emotionally driven private actions? Good. Lin Feng's courtroom defense was well-reasoned, compelling, and highly persuasive. Even some spectators in the gallery couldn't help but shout their approval. At this moment, the prosecutors' faces turned ashen.
Unwilling to be outmaneuvered, they launched a desperate counterattack.
This is pure deception. Even without direct payment, Hanyi Group provided the venue and tacitly permitted such activities, essentially facilitating illegal transactions. Lin Feng remained composed, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. Counsel, please control your emotions. You're confusing the fundamental difference between providing a venue and facilitating transactions. Holding a company criminally liable for its employees' private actions is like demanding a restaurant bear joint liability for organizing prostitution because patrons engage in illicit activities.
Who would dare run a restaurant then?
The prosecutor struck back immediately, her tone sharp.
Even if a single act wasn't settled, your three accompaniment system exists.
This system uses suggestive services to stimulate consumption, essentially exploiting sexual innuendo for financial gain.
Lin Feng's gaze blazed as he countered with fluid precision.
The three training system is a common customer relationship management model in the service industry. Training content is strictly limited to etiquette and hospitality, singing and dancing skills, and wine tasting knowledge. All procedures comply with cultural communication and service industry standards.
The prosecutor is substituting moral imagination for legal definition. Damn it, I'm talking about escort services, not training programs. Stop playing dumb.
The prosecutor was so enraged he was on the verge of tears, abandoning all pretense of decorum. The presiding judge couldn't bear it any longer and banged the gavel furiously.
Prosecutor! What are you shouting about? Control yourself. Control yourself. The opposing counsel, humiliated and enraged, saw the trial's outcome sealed.
Lin Feng delivered his closing statement with conviction. We acknowledge management oversights in failing to promptly detect and halt the improper practice of full-service escorting. We accept the corresponding administrative penalties and commit to strengthening internal training, promoting civilized expressions of affection, and compliant romantic relationships. However, characterizing an uncontrollably romantic interlude on Qixi night as a cold, organized crime is not only a gross misinterpretation of facts but a desecration of humanity's noble emotions.
In summary, the charge of organizing prostitution is entirely unfounded.
We respectfully request the court to dismiss this prosecution charge in accordance with the law, restore the truth to its rightful place, and uphold justice for love.
Chapter 136, Lin Feng's Ambition. The tide has turned. The situation has completely reversed. Under Lin Feng's forceful, well-reasoned, and airtight defense arguments, the courtroom dynamics shifted dramatically. The prosecution bench lay in disarray, unable to muster any compelling grounds for accusation.
Huang Wang and the other directors were visibly stirred, unable to contain their excitement. Zhou Ruodong seemed utterly in awe of Lin Feng, having confirmed he was the pinnacle of male models and the pinnacle of lawyers. Zhou Ruodong's affection level plus 99,999. The onlookers in the gallery had completely switched sides. They had originally come for the spectacle, eager to witness Hanyi Group branded as a den of debauchery.
Yet, after Lin Feng's persuasive arguments, they now felt deep empathy for the adult entertainment industry.
A consensus had crystallized among them.
Gray area industries are not criminal. They benefit the nation and its people.
Even the presiding judge was thoroughly persuaded, completely shifting his stance. He declared in court.
This court finds that the evidence presented by the prosecution is insufficient to form a complete chain of evidence.
It has failed to conclusively and adequately prove that Hanyi Group organized, managed, or otherwise controlled others to engage in prostitution.
The alleged criminal acts cannot be substantiated.
Therefore, the court hereby rules as follows: Hanyi Group is found not guilty.
The defendants are released immediately.
With the judge's gavel striking, the case was finally settled. A thunderous round of applause erupted in the courtroom.
Everyone applauded for Lin Feng's outstanding performance, applauded for the justice served.
The prosecution team's faces turned ashen. Without exchanging a word, they hastily gathered their case files and nearly stumbled out of the courtroom in disarray. Meanwhile, the directors and managers of Hanyi Group celebrated triumphantly on the spot. They rose one after another, embracing and shaking hands, all making their way toward Lin Feng to express their endless gratitude. Huang Guang's eyes glistened with tears as he exclaimed, Lin Feng. You're incredible. You're truly a benefactor to our Hua family, a benefactor to Hanya.
Zhou Ruodong also approached, her eyes brimming with admiration for Lin Feng even tinged with affection.
Lin Feng, truly, you've taught me a lesson today, a very vivid one.
You've shown me the gap between myself and a top-tier lawyer. Thank you for helping me grow. I will repay this debt with all my heart. Hua Xiangjie, newly freed in court, was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly kneeling before Lin Feng on the spot. Brother Lin Feng, thank you so much.
I won't have to work on that sewing machine anymore.
You saved me. You're like my second parent. If my dad weren't here, I'd kneel right now and call you dad.
Ha ha ha, the entire courtroom erupted in laughter, genuinely feeling a sense of relief. Lin Feng smiled modestly in return. Everyone, truly, there's no need for such formalities.
I'm already a member of Hanyi Group. Resolving the group's troubles, restoring its reputation, and upholding its authority, these are simply my duties. It's what I should do.
Huang Guang immediately responded, Lin Feng, you're too modest. Despite your humility, the group absolutely cannot shortchange you.
We intend to reward you handsomely.
Huang Guang was a man of his word. Upon returning to the group headquarters, he immediately convened a board meeting to discuss the substantial rewards for Lin Feng.
Huang Guang proposed.
In recognition of Lin Feng's outstanding contributions to the group, I propose rewarding him with a permanent 5% dry shareholding stake in the group, making him an honorary board member. Additionally, he shall receive a one-time cash bonus of 5 million yuan and be promoted to senior vice president, overseeing core legal affairs. His triumph not only restored the group's reputation but also averted tens of millions in potential losses. Such merit warrants treating him as a pillar of the group. What are your thoughts?
I second it. No objections. Fully agree. Unanimous approval.
With the board's unanimous approval, Huang Guang said to Lin Feng with delight.
Lin Feng, the board has approved it.
We hope you'll kindly accept this token of our appreciation. Lin Feng could sense the gratitude and sincerity from Huang Guang and the other directors. But what Lin Feng wanted wasn't this. What he wanted, he had already decided before coming to the Magic City.
Moreover, he had made thorough preparations. Now was the moment. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng rose to his feet and addressed Huang Guang and the board members with solemn sincerity.
Thank you, Chairman, and all the directors, for your kindness.
Thank you to the group for your care and cultivation over the past year.
Hanyi Group is where my male modeling career began. This recognition and nurturing, I shall never forget it. With that, Lin Feng bowed deeply.
Huang Guang, shock level, plus 66,666.
All other directors, shock level, plus 66,666.
What just happened? Lin Feng's reaction caught them off guard.
The usually composed and optimistic Lin Feng suddenly became so serious and formal.
Moreover, shouldn't we be the ones expressing gratitude? Lin Feng. Why is he thanking us instead?
In this moment, Huang Guang also stood up and replied.
Ah, Lin Feng, you're too kind. We're all family here.
Besides, your contributions far outweigh what Hanyi Group has given you.
So today, don't hold back. Whatever you need, just ask. As long as it's within Hanyi Group's capabilities, we'll absolutely fulfill your wishes. The other directors chimed in.
Lin Feng, from now on we'll be working together at the same table.
Hanyi Group is yours too. Exactly. Don't feel like an outsider. Truly, Lin Feng, you are the future of Hanyi Group.
Exactly, Lin Feng.
Whatever you need, just say it. We'll decide on the spot and get it done immediately.
With things put so plainly, Lin Feng saw no point in beating around the bush. He cut straight to the chase.
Alright, thank you for your kind consideration, Chairman and fellow directors. I truly appreciate your generosity.
However, I decline the 5% perpetual dry shares in the group, the honorary board membership, the 5 million yuan bonus, and the position of senior vice president. Huang Guang, shock level, plus 77,777. All other directors, shock level, plus 77,777.
None of it? This instantly left every man present utterly dumbfounded. She doesn't want any of this. Why? Isn't that what men strive for in society? Money, power, and women? This time, he doesn't want money. He doesn't want power. Then what does he want? Could it be women? That doesn't make sense. Lin Feng is a top male model, sleeping with women daily. What on earth does he need more women for? The entire board racked their brains but couldn't fathom it. Completely baffled, Huang Guang asked directly. Lin Feng, you don't want any of this, then what exactly are you demanding? The male modeling industry. The male modeling division of Hanyi Group.
Lin Feng answered loudly, his voice firm and clear. Chairman, fellow directors, my sole request is to acquire 100% equity in the entire male modeling business division of Hanyi Group's Yunzhou region. I respectfully request your consideration and welcome your counteroffer. Chapter 137, Male Models Take Flight. Lin Feng wants to buy Yunzhou City's male modeling division.
Huang Guan, shock value, plus 88,888. All other directors, shock level, plus 88,888. Huang Guan and the directors present were utterly stunned. No one could have imagined Lin Feng would make such a request. Lin Feng added, Chairman Hua, fellow directors, to be honest, I'm unfamiliar with and have little interest in the group's other businesses. The only venture I truly love is the male modeling industry. And, to be perfectly candid, I also aspire to build my own male modeling enterprise. Having worked as a male model at Hanyi Group for a year, I've grown deeply attached to the group's Yunzhou bars like Crimson Stage and Nightline. Therefore, I wish to prioritize purchasing shares in these establishments as a foundation to build my career. Of course, if the directors deem these bars to be valuable assets of the group and prefer not to sell them, I won't insist. I'll simply seek other buyers to negotiate with. Everyone here is my leader. Once again, thank you all for your care and guidance. Lin Feng's words were sincere and straightforward, neither servile nor arrogant. While maintaining decorum and politeness, he also candidly expressed his aspiration to spread his wings and soar. Huang Guang and the assembled directors were deeply moved upon hearing his words. They admired Lin Feng's passion and dedication to the male modeling industry, yet simultaneously felt regret at the group's impending loss of such a prodigiously talented individual. Huang Guang paused thoughtfully before offering a heartfelt plea. Lin Feng, please reconsider. With your abilities and caliber, limiting yourself to modeling alone would be a tremendous waste. Our Hanyi Group encompasses numerous industries including clubs, dance halls, arcades, restaurants, internet cafes. Next, we plan to expand into cultural media and other fields. This is precisely the stage where you can fully unleash your talents and showcase your abilities. Moreover, the group will treat you with the utmost respect, granting you top-tier compensation and a position of honor. The other directors echoed this sentiment, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng with an imploring quality. Mr. Hua, thank you. Lin Feng expressed his sincere gratitude before reiterating, Mr. Hua, distinguished leaders, thank you for your appreciation and trust. However, please forgive my lack of ambition. I truly have no interest in anything else. I am solely committed to being a male model. My youth and passion will burn exclusively for the male modeling industry. The male modeling system wept upon hearing Lin Feng's confession. Experience points plus 99999. Huang Guang's shock level plus 99,999. All other directors, shock level plus 99,999. With Lin Feng having spoken so decisively, Huang Guang knew further argument was futile. He could only accept reality. However, having navigated the business world for half a lifetime, Huang Guang quickly regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he had already weighed the pros and cons. He looked up at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with goodwill as he said, Lin Feng, a golden-scaled dragon is no creature for a pond. I understand that this small pond of Hanyi Group can never hold back a true dragon like you. Therefore, I sincerely wish you the best. May you soar like a fish in the boundless sea and fly like a bird in the limitless sky, carving your own legend in the male modeling industry of Dragon Country. The other directors, though reluctant to see him go, knew his resolve was firm and could only agree. Lin Feng, thank you, Chairman Hua, for your understanding. And once again, thank you all for your kindness and support. Lin Feng. Huang Guang's voice rose sharply, his expression resolute. Though you're pursuing your modeling career, Hanyi Group will never forget your outstanding contributions. As I said before, you saved Hanyi Group from being branded a den of debauchery. Without you, we might have been finished today. Therefore, I propose that Hanyi Group transfer the Yunzhou District Male Modeling Division to Lin Feng free of charge as a token of our gratitude. Simultaneously, this serves as our congratulatory gift to mark the beginning of your new chapter in the male modeling industry. Lin Feng's shock level plus 99,999. What? Free transfer. They're giving me the entire Yunzhou District Male Modeling Division for free? Lin Feng had a favorable impression of Huang Guang, but he never imagined the man could be so generous and chivalrous. However, Lin Feng had never been one to take advantage of others. He immediately responded. No, Mr. Hua. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness, but this would be unfair to Hanyi Group and to the directors present. There's nothing unfair about it. At that moment, Director Liu, who held a significant stake in the company, also spoke up. Lin Feng, your contributions to Hanyi Group far exceed what we've given you in return. Besides, Hanya's core business is primarily in Magic City. The total valuation of the male model business in Yunzhou won't exceed 20 million. This is what you deserve. Moreover, we're not suffering any significant loss. I'll be the first to say I'm more than willing. Saying this, Director Liu raised his hand first, signaling his agreement with Huang Guang's proposal. I agree too. Director Su followed suit, raising his hand. No question about it, I agree. Director Guo declared without hesitation. With over half the directors raising their hands, the decision was sealed. Lin Feng now held full ownership of Hanyi Group's male modeling division in Yunzhou. At that moment, the entire board erupted in applause, congratulating Lin Feng. After the applause, Huang Guang stepped forward, clasped Lin Feng's hand, and said,
Lin Feng, congratulations on establishing your own enterprise. However, I hope you will continue to support and contribute to the development of Hanyi Group.
I have an unasked request. Would you consider serving as the group's senior legal advisor on a part-time basis?
This way, our business paths would remain intertwined, and I'd still have your expertise to rely on in the future. It must be said that Rui Yang was adept at reading the situation and thinking long-term. He knew full well that Lin Feng possessed extraordinary talent and was destined for great achievements. Gifting the male modeling industry in Yunzhou to Lin Feng might well be the most successful investment of his career. Moreover, by maintaining long-term contact with Lin Feng through the role of senior legal counsel, Hanyi Group would undoubtedly reap lasting benefits under Lin Feng's patronage.
These calculations were no secret to Lin Feng.
However, Lin Feng was a man who understood gratitude. After all, Hanyi Group had provided him with the platform to take flight. Therefore, Lin Feng readily agreed on the spot.
Rest assured, Chairman Hua.
Though I've started my own venture, Hanyi Group will always be my home base.
I won't forget my roots.
Chairman Ho and fellow directors, should you ever need me, Lin Feng, I will absolutely step up without hesitation. It's my duty.
Good, that's wonderful, Lin Feng. Hearing these words from Lin Feng, Rui Yang was nearly moved to tears.
The other directors were deeply moved.
President Lin truly stands apart, a man of principle and loyalty.
Chairman Ho truly had the right eye for talent.
Mr. Lin's magnanimity and character command genuine respect. It's not just his capability, what's truly rare is this breadth of vision and magnanimity. It's an honor for us to know someone like Mr. Lin.
After exchanging pleasantries with the directors present, the sky grew dark, signaling it was time to return to Yunzhou.
Lin Feng rose to take his leave. Honorable leaders, it's getting late. I shall return to Yunzhou first. Though mountains may change, rivers remain ever flowing.
I, Lin Feng, shall forever cherish the trust bestowed upon me by Han Yi and the steadfast support of all present. Moving forward, let us continue our close collaboration, advancing hand in hand to pioneer a new era. With that, Lin Feng left a business card on the conference table. Then, he politely took his leave. After Lin Feng departed, Rui Yang and the other directors gathered curiously around the card he had left behind. Everyone's shock level plus 999999999. The Crimson Dragon card. Good heavens, it's the Crimson Dragon card. Chapter 138, The Male Model Era. When Rui Yang and the other directors realized the card Lin Feng had left behind was the Crimson Dragon card, their jaws nearly hit the floor. For in Dragon Nation, the Crimson Dragon card symbolized the pinnacle of prestige. This kind of prestige isn't something money alone can buy. For the Crimson Dragon card was an exclusive bank card issued directly by the Dragon Nation's central bank to the privileged elite. Only the most exalted privileged class within this nation was deemed worthy of holding it. To put it bluntly, only the descendants of the dragon were worthy of holding it.
Lin Feng.
Lin Feng actually possesses a Crimson Dragon card. And look at the amount engraved in gilded letters on that Crimson Dragon card, 50 million. Lin Feng had just left behind 50 million. That's right, this Crimson Dragon card was precisely the reward bestowed upon Lin Feng by Yi Shuyun, the third-generation descendant of the Dragon clan. In just over a month, Lin Feng had generated nearly 200 million yuan in profits for Yi Shuyun in the stock market. This 50 million was precisely Yi Shuyun's share of the profits, distributed to Lin Feng according to their agreed-upon split ratio. And it was presented in the form of the Crimson Dragon card.
Rui Yang, shock value, plus 99,999.
All other directors, shock level, plus 99,999. Consider this, the entire male modeling industry sector in Yunzhou was valued at only around 20 million yuan. Lin Feng had just left behind 50 million. And this was after the board had promised to give it away for free.
This is vision. This is mastery. It was utterly moving. Everyone took a deep breath, filled with awe and reverence for Lin Feng. Soon, the male modeling division in Yunzhou was swiftly spun off from Hanyi Group.
Lin Feng became the true owner of all 22 former Hanyi-affiliated male modeling agencies in Yunzhou City. Moreover, drawn by Lin Feng's unique charisma and leadership presence, all core team members pledged their continued loyalty to him. Zhang Dai, Song Tao, Zheng Ping, and others all pledged their unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng. Among them was Rui Yang's third son, was Xiangqiao. Originally, with the Yunzhou male model industry severed from Hanyi Group as the family's male heir, Xiangqiao should have returned to the Magic City to assist Rui Yang in managing Hanyi Group's operations there. However, Xiangqiao was a shrewd individual. After a year of close interaction, he had witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Compared to Lin Feng, his own father seemed like a mere novice. When one person ascends to greatness, even the dogs and chickens are carried alone. Serving as a lackey to such a prodigy, how could he not rise to the heavens himself? Thus, Xiangqiao resolutely rejected the family's summons, choosing instead to serve Lin Feng as his loyal dog. The most loyal dog. Lin Feng, too, was one to honor old ties, entrusting all his original core members with important responsibilities. Hua Xiangqiao, Jiang Dai, Songtao, Jingping, plus his 3 adopted sons Rui Yang, Xuesong, and Junchuan all received promotions and pay raises. While finalizing all handover procedures, Lin Feng officially named his male modeling agency Male Model Era Entertainment Services Company, Limited.
Male Model Era burst onto the scene.
The moment Male Model Era launched, the system immediately arrived to reward Lin Feng for his upgrade. System, congratulations, host.
You have officially become the owner of Male Model Era. To celebrate your soaring career, we present you with skill rewards.
Lin Feng was in high spirits. Ha, congratulations to us both.
It's all thanks to the system boss's brilliant leadership. Come on, hurry up and reveal the rewards.
System, alright, the skill awarded to the host this time is Unrivaled National Physician's Genius Pharmacist.
Genius Pharmacist skill description. The host will master all principles and techniques of pharmaceutical preparation throughout history and across cultures.
From traditional Chinese medicines like ointments, pills, powders, and decoctions, to modern Western pharmaceuticals such as injections, tablets, and sustained-release formulations from classic antibacterial and antiviral drugs like penicillin and interferon, to the latest targeted anti-cancer drugs and gene therapy medications, even neuropsychiatric drugs that regulate neurotransmitters and repair brain function, all can be flawlessly replicated or radically innovated through extraordinary
intuition and precise techniques.
The host possesses innate insight into drug molecular structures, pharmacological mechanisms, and production processes. Not only can they rapidly analyze and optimize any existing formula, but they can also independently develop novel, highly effective drugs tailored to disease characteristics. Their therapeutic efficacy transcends the limitations of their era, truly deserving the title of pharmaceutical god incarnate.
Awesome. Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. Boss, this skill is amazing. Can we use it to develop a super effective Viagra? System, absolutely. But host, haven't you cured your erectile dysfunction yet? It's been so long. Lin Feng, damn it, how many times have I told you? It's not for me.
It's for those weak male models at the shop.
System, right, you're absolutely right. Equals. Double the good news.
Just as Lin Feng secured ownership of the Yunzhou Male Model Agency, the city government approved the renovation of the newly opened flagship male model agency in the heart of Dongqing District's prime commercial district, Fashion Hub. It will be ready for use by the end of September. Lin Feng did the math in his head.
Late September? Holy crap, that's right around National Day. Perfect timing.
On National Day itself, my Male Model Era East City flagship store will officially open.
Celebrating alongside the nation.
Lin Feng shared this plan with Hua Xiangqiao, instructing him to prepare for the opening of the Dongqing flagship store. However, Hua Xiangqiao looked troubled.
Boss, opening on National Day itself might not be feasible. Why not? Boss, it's the industry rule.
Hua Xiangqiao elaborated, to celebrate National Day and promote positive energy, every year during the holiday, all adult entertainment venues in Yunzhou City are strictly prohibited from operating.
So even regular business is off limits, let alone a grand opening. What the hell? There's such a rule?
You bet. The higher-ups are so damn picky. No business during National Day, no business when important leaders inspect, no business during major conferences or events. Sigh, this gray area business of ours just isn't welcome.
This is how unwelcome our borderline business is.
This statement struck a nerve with Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng hadn't thought much of it, but now it was settled they absolutely had to open during National Day. With the grand opening of the Dongqing flagship store of Male Model Era, he would completely establish the male modeling industry's glorious image in Yunzhou City. So Lin Feng made the decision on the spot.
No way. The Dongqing flagship store of Male Model Era must open on National Day.
Celebrating alongside the nation is our unshirkable duty as male models. Hua Xiangqiao wiped cold sweat from his brow as he tried to dissuade him.
Boss, this is impossible. The higher-ups won't approve it. We shouldn't risk this trouble.
Even if we open after National Day, say on Mid-Autumn Festival, no one will bother us.
No. It must open on National Day. The Dongqing flagship store of Male Model Era must share the same birthday as the Dragon Nation.
Lin Feng's stance was unwavering. Leave the higher-ups to me.
I'll handle the coordination. You just focus on preparing for the opening celebration. Security must be airtight.
I'll also reach out to Qiao Yichuan and Master Hua to perform live at the flagship store opening. Hua Xiangqiao's shock level plus 999,999. Hua Xiangqiao knew Qiao Yichuan was acquainted with Lin Feng, but the idea of Lin Feng bringing in Master Hua, the eternal legend of the Dragon Nation music scene, to perform? That utterly blew his mind.
Boss, you're something else. Master Hua. Master Hua coming to a male model club opening? That's unbelievable.
Lin Feng offered no further explanation, merely smiling. Brother Hua, this isn't your concern.
Just focus on your arrangements. You've worked hard. Chapter 139, Male Models Meet the Female Mayor.
During the National Day holiday, all borderline industries in the city were required to suspend operations, meaning the flagship store of Male Model Era couldn't open either. To resolve this issue, Lin Feng immediately dialed Vice Mayor Su Qingyu's number.
Hello, Lin Feng. Good to hear from you. What have you been up to lately?
Su Qingyu was exceptionally courteous after all. Lin Feng had once done him and his daughter a tremendous favor.
Hello, Mayor Su. It's male model here. What else could I be busy with?
Just the usual male-female stuff.
Ah, you're so lucky.
Look at you, spending every day with beautiful women and not even visiting Ningning.
I'm telling you, Ningning is really upset about this. This part was true. Although his daughter Su Shangning's application for the Outstanding Young Talent Award was nearly approved, she had been gloomy lately due to their reduced contact. Su Qingyu had noticed this. Hey Mayor Su, what can I do? Working in nightlife, I'm tied up.
Once I clear this backlog of clients, I'll set up a private table just for Ningning.
You'd better give me a discount. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingyu got to the point. Lin Feng, is there something specific you need? Mayor Su, there's something I need your understanding on.
Lin Feng explained the situation in detail.
Here's the situation.
Our flagship men's modeling boutique at Fashion Hub has completed renovations and is scheduled to officially open on National Day. However, according to tradition, businesses in borderline industries are prohibited from operating or opening on National Day.
Could you possibly grant us an exception to allow our opening on that day? Oh, I see. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment.
He was actually quite interested in the male model store at Fashion Hub after all. Opening that store there was his way of thanking Lin Feng, and he had proposed the special municipal government approval for it.
Lin Feng, must the opening be on National Day? Couldn't you postpone it by 2 days?
Mayor Su, to transform the male modeling industry from its current underground status and integrate it into the mainstream economic sphere, we still wish to open on National Day to celebrate alongside the nation. Su Qingyu knew Lin Feng well. Once he set his mind on something, he rarely wavered.
After pondering, he replied.
Lin Feng, here's the thing.
Entertainment venues aren't under my direct purview.
They fall under Mayor Chu, who oversees education, culture, and health affairs.
I can arrange for you to meet with her.
You should discuss the specifics with Mayor Chu and see if she can give you the green light.
Great, thank you for your help, Mayor Su. Alright, Lin Feng, I'll make the arrangements. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, come to City Hall tomorrow morning to discuss matters with Mayor Chu. Oh, Mayor Su, but tomorrow is the weekend. Is Mayor Chu still working?
She works. Mayor Chu divorced her husband long ago and has no family obligations.
She usually spends weekends at City Hall. Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Lin Feng nodded, thinking to himself, how strange.
Why is it that almost every woman who becomes a high-ranking official ends up divorced? Are their husbands just unable to handle them? This is another market, the female civil servant market. The next step is to focus on tapping into this. The next morning, Mayor Chu Qing was indeed at City Hall.
Through Su Qingyu's arrangement, she scheduled a meeting with Lin Feng at 10:30 a.m. in the vice mayor's office. Lin Feng arrived punctually at the office and knocked on the door. Come in, a clear female voice called out. Lin Feng pushed the door open. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room, while a subtle, elegant fragrance lingered in the air.
Behind the desk, Vice Mayor Chu Qing looked up at the sound.
In her early 40s, she wore a light gray suit skirt, standing tall with her jet-black hair pulled back into a bun that accentuated her dignified and beautiful features. Her eyes were bright and intelligent, her skin fair, and her demeanor poised and capable. She looked nothing like the middle-aged woman Lin Feng had imagined. She appeared much younger than her actual age, and even compared to those young, flirtatious women who frequently sought out male models, Vice Mayor Chu's elegance and charm were a cut above. Good afternoon, Mayor Chu, Lin Feng greeted politely upon entering. Having interacted with many women, he felt no awkwardness whatsoever in the presence of a female mayor. His composed poise, combined with Lin Feng's spring breeze smile, plus art of flattery, instantly made Chu Qing's eyes light up. Her heart, long as still as dead water, stirred involuntarily, sending ripples of long-forgotten emotion across its surface.
Comrade Lin Feng, please take a seat.
Chu Cheng appeared warm and welcoming, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Mayor Su often speaks highly of you. You're a hero citizen of Yunzhou City. She was, of course, referring to the Dayaoshan mining disaster, where Lin Feng had led a large team of male models to rescue the trapped miners.
Mayor Chu, you flatter me.
After taking his seat, Lin Feng replied modestly, we were simply fulfilling our duty as male models.
Comrade Lin Feng, you're too modest. The city had considered giving you a proper commendation and publicity, but considering the unique nature of your male model group, we decided against it. No need. The city already supports our male modeling industry tremendously. Lin Feng smoothly steered the conversation toward the upcoming National Day opening of the Fashion Hub male model flagship store. After hearing Lin Feng's request, Mayor Chu fell into deep thought.
Several minutes passed before she lifted her head, a faint blush on her face tinged with apology.
Lin Feng, Mayor Su also mentioned this matter to me yesterday.
I understand your desire to elevate the image of Yunzhou's male models, but... Chu Cheng paused to gather her thoughts before continuing.
However, at this stage, the male modeling industry remains a borderline business. After all, Yunzhou City is among the first batch of national civilized cities. We city leaders can quietly support your development of the male modeling industry. But during sensitive periods like National Day, openly granting special permission for just your male modeling agency to open would likely draw too much attention. This could also have negative repercussions for you. Mayor Chu phrased it diplomatically, but the message was clear. No opening during National Day. No green light. Lin Feng remained unflappable upon hearing this. This outcome was entirely within his expectations, and he had come prepared. He understood the many unspoken rules of the bureaucratic world. To get things done smoothly, understanding the rules was essential and making token gestures was non-negotiable. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't insist stubbornly. Instead, he immediately changed tactics and shifted the topic. Thank you for your guidance, Mayor Chu. Your insights have been truly enlightening. We would also be honored to have you advise us on the development of our male modeling industry. As he spoke, Lin Feng rose and handed over a card. Male Model Era VIP card. What is this? Chu Qing was startled on the spot, her face instantly draining of color. In all her years as a leader, she'd received money, alcohol, shopping cards, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. But never a VIP card for a male model agency. Chapter 140, The Female Mayor Faces an Emergency. Lin Feng pulled out the Male Model Club VIP card right in the mayor's office and presented it with both hands, causing the mayor to flinch in shock. She never imagined Lin Feng would try to use a Male Model Club VIP card to exploit her. Chu Qing, trembling with fear and shock, demanded, "Oh my god, Lin Feng, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Feng remained as calm as ever. Mayor Chu, no hidden meaning. It's simply an invitation for you to grace our newly opened flagship store, Male Model Era, with your presence for an inspection and guidance. While Lin Feng phrased it this way, the gift was no small gesture. This VIP card came with a 500,000 yuan credit limit for wine purchases, enough for Mayor Chu to hire male models for half a year under normal circumstances. Quick, put it away. Quick, put it away. Chu Qing's heart pounded wildly in her chest. Truthfully, the moment she recognized the Male Model Club's VIP card, her heart had indeed skipped a beat. Divorced for years, she hadn't shared intimacy with a man in far too long. The thought of male models had undeniably stirred a primal desire within her. However, as a high-ranking official, she possessed strong self-awareness and discipline. Reason quickly overpowered her primal impulse, guiding her to make the right decision. Lin Feng, we are leading officials. The organization has strict regulations prohibiting us from casually frequenting entertainment venues. Lin Feng actually wanted to say, Mayor Chu, it's fine. District Chief Qiying from Shiyun District comes here all the time. But he couldn't betray District Chief Qi, one of his clients. So Lin Feng prepared to deploy his backup plan. Lin Feng reached into his pocket, ready to pull out another card, the Male Model Era VIP card for taking male models home. This card guaranteed absolute safety for the leader by allowing him to take male models home. Just as Lin Feng was about to pull out the card, suddenly, Ring. Mayor Chu's phone rang. Hello, what is it? Chu Qing answered the call. This is bad. Mayor Chu. There's been a food poisoning incident at Jiaoyang Kindergarten. 25 children have fallen unconscious from poisoning and are currently being treated at the city hospital. Could you come over? What? 25 cases of food poisoning? At the city hospital? Chu Qing turned pale with shock, jumping to her feet and urgently demanding details. As the city official in charge of healthcare, 25 children poisoned and unconscious constituted a major public health incident. If mishandled, the consequences would be severe. On the other end, the health bureau director urgently relayed the details. You, stay there. I'm coming immediately. Chu Qing hung up frantically. The situation was critical, she had to get to the scene immediately. She hurriedly told Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. An emergency has come up. I need to rush to the city hospital immediately. Excuse me. Lin Feng had overheard most of her conversation with the health bureau director and understood the situation. He replied. Mayor Chu, please handle the emergency first. We can discuss this later. All right. Chu Qing grabbed her bag and keys, then hurried out in quick, small steps, her high heels clicking on the floor. Lin Feng stepped out of the municipal government building and got into his car, his mood equally heavy. Children are the flowers of the motherland, the hope for the future. Moreover, these blossoms of the nation might one day grow up to become male models. It was truly heartbreaking that such young children had suffered food poisoning. Moreover, having acquired numerous sub-skills from the unrivaled national physician, he understood that with great power came great responsibility. Now that he knew about it, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Thus, Lin Feng made up his mind, immediately turned his car around, and headed straight for the city hospital. When Lin Feng arrived at the city hospital, the emergency department was in complete chaos. 25 small bodies lay motionless on hospital beds, their faces deathly pale, lips tinged with a faint bluish-purple hue. The shrill alarms from the cardiac monitors blared incessantly, sounding like death knells. Medical staff moved with grim expressions and hurried steps, sweat beading on their foreheads. Their voices were hoarse with urgency. Quick! Administer epinephrine. We need a defibrillator over here.
The children's parents had long since broken down. Wails, screams, and desperate pleas nearly shook the ceiling.
Save my child. Please, I beg you.
One mother collapsed to the floor, clutching a doctor's white coat desperately.
Another father, eyes bloodshot, pounded the walls frantically.
Vice Mayor Chu Qing, who had rushed to the scene, was instantly engulfed by this vortex of despair. Forcing herself to remain composed, she led officials from the health bureau and hospital administrators forward to calm the parents. Please stay calm.
We will do everything in our power to save them. But her voice seemed feeble amid the overwhelming grief and panic.
Fear permeated the air, undiminished by the scent of disinfectant. Upon arriving, Lin Feng bypassed formalities and went straight to the bedside of the unconscious children, activating his unrivaled national physician skill to diagnose their conditions.
An extremely tense Chu Qing confronted the health department director on the spot. What the hell is going on here? The director of health turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He rapidly flipped through the preliminary investigation report in his hands, reporting to Chu Qing in a hurried tone. Mayor Chu, the preliminary findings are as follows. A chef at the Jiayan kindergarten cafeteria, while preparing the morning vegetable congee, mistakenly added a small bucket of approximately 500 milliliters of concentrated nitrite cleaning solution, intended for sanitation purposes, into the congee instead of the pre-prepared edible salt due to operational error and carelessness. The cook intended to use this salt for seasoning, but it was actually an industrial chemical used by the kindergarten's maintenance staff to remove stubborn grease and clean floors. This nitrite solution has a high purity level and closely resembles table salt in appearance. Its storage location, adjacent to the food ingredient area, led to this serious misuse incident. After ingestion by the children, nitrite ions rapidly entered the bloodstream, binding with hemoglobin to form methemoglobin, causing severe oxygen deprivation in the body. Currently, the municipal hospital is implementing emergency measures based on the poisoning mechanism. All children have undergone emergency gastric lavage and induced vomiting to eliminate residual toxins. Simultaneously, they are receiving high-dose intravenous injections of the specific antidote methylene blue, supplemented with high-flow oxygen therapy and vitamin C. However, due to the children's immature metabolic systems and the relatively high toxic dose, all 25 children remain in critical condition. The emergency department director just reported that they are preparing to implement more aggressive blood purification measures, specifically continuous hemodialysis to directly remove toxins from the bloodstream. We are racing against time. Chu Qing, lacking medical training, could only issue urgent orders after hearing the health bureau director's report. Proceed immediately. Begin hemodialysis without delay. We must save every single child. No. Absolutely no hemodialysis. At that moment, a voice from within the emergency room silenced the chaos. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Standing under the harsh, pale light, Lin Feng repeated each word deliberately. No. Absolutely no hemodialysis. Chapter 141, The Misunderstood Male Model. While Vice Mayor Chu Qing conversed with the Health Bureau director, Lin Feng had already conducted a comprehensive diagnostic analysis of the child patient through the unrivaled national physician system. He had fully grasped the child's condition and, utilizing the genius pharmacist skill, formulated a detoxification protocol. However, everyone present except Chu Qing had never seen Lin Feng before. They could only see that he was a handsome guy, knowing nothing else about him. The director of the Health Bureau asked in astonishment, Who are you? What gives you the authority to say hemodialysis shouldn't be performed? Lin Feng immediately explained, the core issue with nitrite poisoning is the formation of methemoglobin, which impairs oxygen transport. While hemodialysis can remove some free toxins, it has limited effectiveness against toxins tightly bound to hemoglobin, and the process is slow. More critically, children have narrower blood vessels and lower blood volume. Hemodialysis carries a high risk of inducing hypotension and circulatory failure. For a child already in severe hypoxia, this would be adding insult to injury, significantly increasing the risk of death. Hearing this, the flustered Health Bureau director hesitated, then turned to the director of the People's Hospital Emergency Department. After all, this treatment plan had been proposed by him. Seeing his plan questioned, especially by a young man barely 20, the director felt his face burn with embarrassment. He retorted urgently. Who are you? Are you a doctor? What time is it now, wasting time like this? Look at these data. The methemoglobin concentration has already exceeded 60%. The children's organs are suffering severe oxygen deprivation, every minute bringing them closer to irreversible damage or even death. Hemodialysis is currently the only effective method we can use to rapidly clear free toxins and some metabolic byproducts from the blood. As they argued, Chu Qing rubbed his eyes hard, double-checking until he finally confirmed that this handsome jerk was indeed Lin Feng, the guy he'd met that morning. Lin Feng? What are you doing here? The director of the Health Bureau and the emergency department chief were stunned on the spot. How could Mayor Chu recognize him? Could it be? Could he have connections? Could he be a medical prodigy? Uncertain of Lin Feng's background, both immediately fell silent. The other medical staff present, along with the children's parents, were all collectively dumbfounded, having no idea who this handsome stranger who had suddenly barged in was. Mayor Chu, I heard there was an incident at the municipal hospital and couldn't help but drive over to see for myself. Lin Feng answered truthfully, then emphasized again, Mayor Chu, hemodialysis is absolutely inadvisable. The immediate priority is rapid, repeated administration of the specific antidote methylene blue, supplemented with high-dose vitamin C and hyperbaric oxygen chamber support to directly promote methemoglobin reduction. Enough! Lin Feng, you're not a medical professional. Stay out of this. With the situation already critical, Chu Qing saw a male model following along and attempting to interfere with treatment, so he cut him off immediately. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would never meddle in such matters. But this concerned the life and safety of the nation's future generation. He had to stand his ground. Mayor Chu, while I'm not a medical professional, I understand medicine. Hemodialysis is too late now, and the side effects are too harsh for a child to endure. We must switch to methylene blue combined with hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Enough, Lin Feng. Under immense pressure, Chu Qing had lost her patience. She pointed out emotionally. Lin Feng, you need to understand your place. Matters of life and death aren't for you to meddle in. After all, you're just a male model. Holy crap, a male model. Director of Health Bureau, shock level, plus 99,999. Emergency Room Director, shock level, plus 99,999. Medical Staff, shock level, plus 99,999. Patient's parents, shock level, plus 99,999. The Health Bureau Director's blood pressure shot through the roof on the spot. His face turned green with rage, and his finger trembled as he pointed at Lin Feng. Nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. A male model dares to pontificate in the city hospital's emergency department? This is a major safety incident site. If anything goes wrong, can you take responsibility for it? Security. Where's security? The emergency department director was so furious he nearly threw his stethoscope. A male model questioning my treatment plan? This is a hospital, lives are at stake. Not a stage for you to show off and act like a know-it-all. The medical staff nearby erupted in outrage, their whispers turning into loud condemnation. What the hell? I thought it was some medical prodigy, but it's just a male model. Absurd. Hearing this, the parents of the patients lost it completely. Their despair and anger found an outlet instantly. Several emotionally charged parents even lunged forward, ready to shove. Get out. Why are you here, some male model? Trying to harm our children? Get out. With that, no one paid attention to Lin Feng's opinion anymore. The emergency department director proceeded with the original plan and began performing hemodialysis on the child. Medical staff sprang into action, swiftly establishing femoral or internal jugular dialysis catheters. The transparent dialysis tubing connected to the child's tiny blood vessels created a stark, cruel contrast. The blood pump began its cycle, drawing dark red blood from the body. After passing through the dialyzer, it was returned to the patient. Parameters were set with extreme caution: low blood flow approximately 50-80 milliliters min, low ultrafiltration rate, and a small-sized dialyzer, all aimed at minimizing impact on the child's circulation. Yet, barely minutes into one child's dialysis session, suddenly, the vital signs monitor began screaming alarms. Blood oxygen saturation plummeted from a barely maintained 80% to below 70% and continued dropping. The heart rate first surged compensatorily above 160 beats per minute, then rapidly shifted into alarming bradycardia, plummeting below 80 beats per minute. The blood pressure monitor curve plummeted like a cliff, with systolic pressure instantly dropping below detectable levels. No radial pulse could be felt. The patient even developed life-threatening ventricular tachycardia, triggering the monitor's piercing alarm. Blood pressures crashing. Stop dialysis immediately. Rapid fluid resuscitation. Dopamine bolus. Now. The emergency director's voice cracked, filled with terror and disbelief. The once orderly resuscitation room instantly descended into chaos. Nurses scrambled to shut off the blood pump, rapidly return blood, and administer emergency medications. Doctors surrounded the rapidly deteriorating child, performing CPR and defibrillation. But all seemed futile. The child's small face turned ashen and cyanotic at a visible pace. Ah, my child. What's happening to my child? Let me in, let me in. The parents' cries turned into a heart-wrenching, desperate wail. He tried to break through the isolation barrier but was held back by security. The entire emergency hall was engulfed in an apocalyptic sense of collapse and madness. The director of the health bureau was ashen-faced, his lips trembling. How could this be exactly what that male model said? Chapter 142, The Male Model Steps Up. Vice Mayor Chu Qing froze in place, a chill running through her body as overwhelming dread washed over her. The child's life hung in the balance. The very thing she feared most was about to happen. But at that very moment, a lithe figure suddenly burst onto the scene. Yes, Lin Feng hadn't gone far.
Though misunderstood and falsely accused, Lin Feng, for the sake of the nation's future, chose not to dwell on the injustice.
He stood silently guarding the emergency room door.
The moment he heard the emergency room's sudden commotion, he charged inside without hesitation. The security guards stationed at the door were startled to see Lin Feng charging in. While maintaining a tight guard, they shouted,
"Male model! What are you doing? Don't come and get back to the club."
Yet Lin Feng paid them no mind whatsoever. Like a roaring locomotive, he charged forward with overwhelming force. These weaklings stood no chance against Lin Feng, wielding the Kung Fu King skill. Instantly, they were knocked flying in all directions, sprawling on the floor.
"Damn it, male model, what are you doing? Don't touch my child."
Several distraught parents, losing their composure, lunged at Lin Feng.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
Lin Feng delivered several sharp slaps, sending them crashing to the ground as well. Overwhelmed by fear and shock, the entire crowd was cowed by Lin Feng's imposing presence. No one dared to step forward to stop him. At that moment, Lin Feng paid them no mind.
His eyes were fixed only on the critically ill child. "Get out of the way!"
Lin Feng's commanding shout drove back the medical staff, who were already panicking and at a loss. Immediately, Lin Feng began emergency treatment on the child whose life was slipping away due to the blood dialysis. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted to the bedside. His left hand tore away all the dialysis tubing while his right hand swiftly pulled a portable ultrasound probe from the emergency cart. He pressed the probe against the child's precordial area with one hand, his gaze scanning the right ventricle displayed on the screen. With a swift motion, he retrieved a vial of alteplase from the medicine cabinet. The instant the needle pierced the vein, his right foot hooked over a percutaneous catheterization kit. Guided by real-time ultrasound imaging, his left hand precisely inserted the catheter needle into the femoral vein while his right hand simultaneously advanced the guide wire. With a twist and push, he delivered the microaxial flow pump into the right ventricle. "Good heavens, he's performing percutaneous ventricular assist," the anesthesiologist gasped.
Several senior physicians watched in stunned silence.
This procedure, one typically seen only in instructional videos, requiring multiple highly skilled operators, was being performed flawlessly and single-handedly by this male model.
"What?" Shu Qing gasped aloud. He said he wasn't a male model?
Male models are supposed to be all about flirting and clubbing.
How could he possibly master such cutting-edge medical procedures? The child's parents, who had been about to confront Lin Feng, were now utterly stunned into silence by his medical prowess. Holy crap, this male model looks more reliable than the actual doctors.
At that moment, Lin Feng held a syringe in each hand, norepinephrine in his left, vasopressin in his right, simultaneously injecting them into the foreline. As the blood pressure curve on the monitor shot upward, he had already hooked up the sodium bicarbonate infusion bag.
Within 30 seconds, the child's cyanotic lips turned rosy.
1 minute later, all vital signs had turned from red to green. Heart rate stabilized at 120 beats per minute, blood pressure at 95/60 millimeters of mercury, and oxygen saturation at 94%. Finally, Lin Feng pressed his stethoscope against the child's precordial area. Hearing clear, strong heart sounds, he loosened his collar and exhaled deeply.
"Out of danger,"
one physician exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the vital signs readings on the monitor. The entire medical team turned to look at Lin Feng with eyes filled with admiration and awe. The emergency department director collapsed onto the floor with a thud, gasping for breath as he repeatedly thanked him.
"Ah, Mr. Male Model. Thank you so much. Without you, we would have been finished. Mr. Male Model."
"I'm so sorry, truly, I'm so sorry." Shu Qing's lips still trembled as she stared at the man before her in disbelief.
Lin Feng, you actually know medicine? How is that possible? You're unbelievable." The parents in the crowd instantly changed their view of Lin Feng.
One by one, they threw themselves at his feet as if they'd found their children's savior, pleading,
Male model, we're counting on you. Save our children, save our children. Everyone, calm down."
Lin Feng immediately restored order, then declared in an unquestionable tone.
"Everyone saw it, right? The hemodialysis treatment plan absolutely cannot be used anymore. We must immediately switch to the methylene blue plus hyperbaric oxygen chamber protocol. There are too many poisoned children, I can't handle them all alone.
I need every medical staff member to join me in completing this."
Yet no one responded to Lin Feng's proposal. For although they had witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary abilities, the doctors and nurses present still followed their superiors' orders.
Following orders meant that even if something went wrong, the leadership would bear the responsibility, it wouldn't fall on their shoulders. But listening to the male model was different. What if, after following the male model's instructions, these children still couldn't be saved? The consequences would be severe. Yet, in this critical moment, the hospital administrators present also hesitated. Though they were all at a loss, none dared to order the medical staff to follow the male model's instructions. After all, as impressive as the male model was, he remained just that, a male model. Not a single person had the guts to stake everything on a male model.
Including Shu Qing.
The deputy mayor was still in a daze, unable to believe what she had witnessed. Without a medical background, she had nearly caused a catastrophe moments ago and now dared not interfere with the command. In the emergency room, everyone suddenly froze in place.
Time ticked away, and the children's conditions deteriorated by the minute.
At that moment, the parents completely broke down, each of them wailing heart-wrenchingly.
What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and save our children? What are you doing? Playing dead? You doctors aren't even as good as male models. That's right. If you're useless, just listen to the male models. They're 100 times better than you.
Yet no matter how fiercely the parents screamed, the medical staff remained frozen in place, still hesitating to act.
Lin Feng couldn't stand by any longer. He couldn't wait, he had to start treatment immediately. Every life saved counted. Just as he turned to act alone, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Lin Feng, is that you? Everyone turned their heads. Ma Hongyan, director of Yunqing City People's Hospital, had arrived. After rushing into the room, Ma Hongyan grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly. Excellent. Lin Feng, your presence gives us hope.
Then, Ma Hongyan turned to report to Vice Mayor Chu Qing.
Deputy Mayor Chu, I sincerely apologize.
I was attending a meeting out of town when the incident occurred and rushed back to Yunzhou immediately. I've only just arrived. Chu Qing was still reeling, asking in astonishment, Duh.
Dean Ma, you know Lin Feng? Chapter 143, Conquering the Female Mayor. Ma Hongyan responded with excitement.
Mayor Chu, we don't just know him, Lin Feng is nothing short of a benefactor to our people's hospital. It was Lin Feng himself who performed the surgery on Hongyuan Group Chairman Gu Jie.
Thanks to Lin Feng's intervention, Gu Jie pulled through and made a full recovery. What? It was him.
Rumors had long circulated in the business world that Yunzhou's renowned entrepreneur Gu Jie had been saved by a mysterious young surgeon. But no one could have imagined that the surgeon was this handsome male model standing right before them.
The entire crowd's shock level plus 99,999.
Yet, saving lives was like fighting a fire. Lin Feng knew this was no time for showboating. He immediately urged.
Director Ma, time is critical. Saving lives comes first. Please arrange for medical staff to assist me in the emergency treatment. Right. Ma Hongyan trusted Lin Feng implicitly and immediately issued orders. Quickly. Everyone, follow Lin Feng's commands in coordination. Dedicate all efforts to the rescue. Yes, sir. The entire medical staff responded with thunderous applause.
With leadership taking charge, the medical staff lost all fear, becoming as docile as rabbits. Lin Feng immediately took his place at the resuscitation station and addressed the entire team. With numerous affected children here, we're forming teams. Team 1, establish 4 access and administer 2 mg kg methylene blue 4 immediately to each child. Team 2, prepare the hyperbaric chamber and preheat it to 2.5 atmospheres. Team 3, monitor ECGs, focusing on methemoglobin concentration changes. Lin Feng's clear, professional commands instantly instilled a sense of security in everyone present. The medical team sprang into action instantly. Lin Feng darted between the beds, his finger pointing precisely at critically ill patients. This one needs a 50% glucose solution combined with vitamin C4 drip immediately. That one requires coenzyme A support right now. Each command hit the mark, simultaneously directing 3 nurses in distinct tasks. This one needs pressurized oxygen. Adjust the infusion rate. You prepare the blood gas analyzer. Amidst the beeping monitors, Lin Feng's movements blurred into afterimages. He personally performed femoral vein puncture on the most critically ill child, establishing central venous access with precision on the first attempt. Simultaneously, he directed the head nurse, monitor all children's blood oxygen saturation every 15 minutes. Report immediately if methemoglobin concentration drops below 10%. As the first patient was wheeled into the hyperbaric oxygen chamber, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the monitor. Oxygen saturation jumped from 65% to 85%. Good. Maintain the pressure. He suddenly strode toward bed 15. This child has developed metabolic acidosis. Administer 5% sodium bicarbonate immediately to correct it. Lin Feng alternated between personally adjusting parameters on the blood purification machine and swiftly reviewing blood gas analysis reports to issue new orders. Patient in chamber 2 requires increased positive end expiratory pressure ventilation. Team 4, adjust the ventilator settings immediately. The entire resuscitation process unfolded like a precision surgical procedure, proceeding methodically under Lin Feng's calm, clear, and precise command. This scene instilled a profound sense of reassurance in the attending leaders and the child's parents. Now, in their eyes, Lin Feng was no longer a male model, he was clearly a savior capable of bringing the dead back to life. 3 hours later, a miracle finally occurred. The readings on all 25 monitors gradually stabilized into steady green. Heart rates all maintained between 100-120 beats per minute. Oxygen saturation levels had all rebounded to above 95%, and blood pressure stabilized within normal ranges. The final blood gas analysis report showed that all patients' methemoglobin levels had dropped to safe ranges. Lin Feng finally straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Throughout the resuscitation room, the pallor had faded from the faces of the 25 children on the beds. Their breathing was steady, and several had even opened their eyes. Success! The rescue was successful. The medical staff watching the scene simultaneously paused their work. They couldn't help but embrace each other quietly in celebration. Director Ma Hongyan gripped Lin Feng's hand excitedly. Lin Feng, this is incredible. Thank you so much. Today, it was all thanks to you. Only you could turn this crisis around, only you possess that multitasking command ability and emergency response skills. Today, we've all witnessed a medical miracle. The deputy director of the health commission wiped sweat from his face and said sincerely. Lin Feng, this is truly moving. What touches us isn't just your masterful medical skills, but your noble character. I solemnly apologize to you for my rudeness and ignorance. With that, the director bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward to help him up. Director, you're too kind. The situation was indeed critical just now. Everyone was understandably emotional. Vice Mayor Chu Qing, tears welling in her eyes, approached. Lin Feng, you didn't just save 25 children, you saved 25 families. On behalf of the Yunzhou city government, I thank you. Your exceptional skills prevented a major public health crisis. This city is proud to have heroes like you. Lin Feng responded modestly. Deputy Mayor Chu, I wouldn't call myself a hero. Children are the future and hope of our city. If I have the ability, it's only right that I step forward. The parents of the affected children were already weeping uncontrollably. One father suddenly knelt down with a thud. Benefactor. Just moments ago, I was not human. He bowed his head heavily. You are the reborn parent of our entire family. You snatched this child's life back from the jaws of death. Other parents rushed forward, choking back tears as they tried to bow deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly pulled them all to their feet, urging, Parents, please don't do this. It was simply my duty. The child is just beginning to recover. Don't get too emotional, it might frighten him. His words calmed the parents, though they continued wiping tears and expressing gratitude. Once order was restored, Lin Feng addressed the assembled doctors. Doctors, it's the weekend today. I have to go to the bar for work this afternoon and can't stay here. The patient requires continuous monitoring of methemoglobin levels for 24 hours, with blood gas analysis repeated every 4 hours. Closely observe for signs of hemolytic anemia, particularly changes in urine color. These children have experienced severe hypoxia, making their nervous systems especially vulnerable. Continuous cerebral oxygen saturation monitoring is recommended, with neuroprotective medication administered as needed. Lin Feng patiently outlined the follow-up treatment details with professional precision. The senior physicians in the emergency department listened attentively while taking meticulous notes. After finishing his instructions, Lin Feng bid everyone farewell. All right, everyone, continue caring for the patients. I'm heading back to the bar. If any issues arise, contact the front desk at Crimson Platform Bar and ask for Prince Male Model number 31. The entire room. After speaking, Lin Feng bid farewell and departed under everyone's earnest gazes. Not long after leaving the hospital, Chu Qing's private car caught up with him. The car stopped ahead of Lin Feng. Chu Qing pushed open the door, stepped out, and walked up to him. Lin Feng, get in. My car will take you to the bar. Lin Feng smiled faintly. No need, Mayor Chu. This is a government vehicle. Driving it to a male model establishment might not reflect well. It's fine. Even if it looks bad, I don't care. Not only had Lin Feng helped her defuse a major health crisis today, but he had also completely won her over with his charm. Therefore, to support Lin Feng's venture, Chu Qing could disregard anything else. She declared on the spot. Lin Feng, I support you. Your flagship store, Male Model Era, can open on National Day. I'll give you my full backing. Chapter 144, For Love. Completely won over by Lin Feng, Chu Qing was willing to give him the green light, permitting the Male Model Era flagship store to open on National Day to celebrate alongside the nation. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Mayor Chu, thank you. Thank you for your care toward our male modeling industry. With your support, I believe Yunzhou City's male modeling sector will surely reach new heights. Yes, Lin Feng, I believe in your capabilities. Keep up the good work. Yunzhou needs practical talents like you. Chu Qing's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Yes. Mayor Chu, I will work hard. After speaking, Lin Feng once again pulled out the Male Model Era VIP card and the Male Model Era Takeout Male Model card, extending them toward Chu Qing. Mayor Chu, you're always welcome to visit and guide our work. If it's inconvenient, I also have these Takeout Male Model cards. You can take models from the store out for guidance. This time, Chu Qing felt no fear, no resistance. She could fully sense the goodwill and warmth emanating from this handsome guy before her. Instead, she reached out to take the Male Model Era VIP card and take out Male Model card, replying with a meaningful look. Lin Feng, I'll be honest with you. Since taking the position of deputy mayor, I've never accepted a card from anyone. You're the first. I'm giving you my first. I'm deeply honored. Lin Feng immediately responded, "Thank you, Mayor Chu, for recognizing male model era. We will repay your trust with outstanding performance." Chu Qing gave a faint smile and tucked both cards into her clutch. "Get in the car, Lin Feng. I'll drive you back to the bar and take the opportunity to inspect your business venture." Lin Feng accepted without further hesitation. "Certainly, Mayor Chu. I look forward to your valuable insights." With Mayor Chu Qing's directive, the Yunqing City Culture and Tourism Bureau immediately gave Lin Feng the green light. The flagship store of male model era could open on National Day. Every male model and staff member in the company was utterly stunned. On National Day, a borderline industry could not only operate but actually open for business. This was truly unprecedented. Everyone was once again utterly bowled over by Lin Feng. Hua Xiongchao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Holy crap, boss, how did you pull this off?" Lin Feng didn't elaborate, simply issuing instructions. "Brother Hua, don't worry about coordinating with higher-ups. Just focus on opening day preparations. Distribute flyers across Yunzhou's major commercial districts and secure promotional coverage from influential local marketing accounts. We need to build momentum. Our opening theme is, Male Models Take Flight, Celebrating the Nation Together." "No worries, boss. On opening day, I'll make sure every hot chick in Yunzhou City shows up," Hua Xiongchao declared with confidence. After assigning tasks, Lin Feng contacted performers for the opening celebration. Third and fourth tier celebrities were easy to secure money talks. The main challenge now was securing the headliner. Longhua's newly crowned pop diva Xiao Yichuan. And the eternal legend of Longhua's music scene master Hua. One is the top female vocalist in the music industry, the other the top male vocalist. On opening day, they absolutely must headline the show. The song they'll perform because of love. That's right. Lin Feng composed an original theme song for the male model era flagship store. Because of love. This also embodies Lin Feng's heartfelt wish. He hopes the male models in the store will flirt with the female customers not just out of desire but because of love. Lin Feng always acts decisively. Without hesitation, he contacted Xiao Yichuan and extended an invitation. Upon learning this and hearing the demo of Because of Love, Xiao Yichuan was thrilled beyond words. She loved Lin Feng and she would support his career unconditionally. Therefore, she agreed without hesitation to perform on opening day. Moreover, Lin Feng had even written Because of Love for her. Because of Love was absolutely incredible. Heart-wrenching lyrics, a beautiful and soulful melody, and an arrangement that was simply perfect. It was nothing short of another heavenly masterpiece. With this song, Xiao Yichuan gained another chart-topping masterpiece, further cementing her status as the queen of the Dragon Kingdom's music scene. Yet even so, Xiao Yichuan voiced one reservation. "Lin Feng. I'll definitely be there to support you on opening day. And I absolutely love Because of Love, but what?" "It's fine, Sister Chun. If you have any concerns, please speak up." Lin Feng remained open-minded. Xiao Yichuan paused before finally speaking. "Lin Feng. I really don't want to duet with that shamanic dancer Hua Feisher. It's just too awkward. Especially singing Because of Love together. I want to duet with you. Let's sing Because of Love together because the love between us is the real thing." Ha ha ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh himself. After the laughter subsided, he patiently reassured her. "Sis Chun, Because of Love is just an artistic performance. You and the shaman are only portraying love on stage, it's not real. Besides, I'm the boss. During the opening, I'll be handling so many tasks and relationships that I probably won't have time to perform on stage. So, Sister Chun, please bear with Master Hua for me. Consider it doing me a favor." With Lin Feng putting it that way, Xiao Yichuan naturally agreed without hesitation. "All right. Lin Feng, if it helps you, I'll do anything." After securing Xiao Yichuan's agreement, Lin Feng turned his attention to contacting Master Hua. This proved relatively more difficult. After explaining his intentions and having Master Hua listen to the demo of Because of Love, Master Hua still had reservations. Teacher Lin, I really, truly want to help you." Master Hua's words were sincere. For though he crowned himself the eternal god of the Dragon Nation music scene, beyond his abstract, spirit possession-themed songs, he truly lacked a single representative hit familiar to the masses. It was only after Lin Feng wrote The People of Our Village for him that Master Hua finally gained mainstream recognition and acceptance among the masses. Thus, Master Hua felt profound gratitude toward Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he absolutely adored this song, Because of Love. But his reservations were genuine. Master Hua didn't beat around the bush, he laid it out plainly for Lin Feng. "But Teacher Lin, if you ask me to do anything else, I'll support you wholeheartedly, I'd walk through fire for you. But you're opening a male model agency. I can't sing in a male model agency. If I sing in a male model agency, what would that make me? Would I become a male model too? It just won't work. My fans wouldn't accept it either." Lin Feng was someone who understood perspective taking. He didn't blame him for being disloyal but patiently guided him.
Brother, I totally get where you're coming from. But as an artist, what matters most isn't where you perform, it's having solid work. So, if you can help me out this one time, I'll write you 3 songs in return. 2 butterflies. Mice love rice. The most dazzling ethnic style. Chapter 145, Grand Opening of the Male Model Era. 2 butterflies, Mouse loves rice, the most dazzling ethnic style. Though these 3 works were wildly popular on Blue Star, they still felt somewhat unrefined. Yet in this parallel world, they could instantly outshine every other composition except those created by Lin Feng himself. So when Lin Feng sang these 3 songs for the Flower Mage to hear, Master Hua's shock level plus 999,999. Especially when the most dazzling ethnic style had the Flower Mage singing like a madman, he started dancing like a god on the spot. Lin Feng made it clear. Hua Fa, if you come to support my grand opening, these 3 original songs are all yours. Think it over? Hua Fa was completely won over and immediately replied. Teacher Lin, no question. Your business is my business. You're absolutely right, what matters most for an artist is their work. With great work, the world is your stage. I absolutely must be there on National Day. All secured. The King and Queen of Pop both secured. Under Huo Xiongqiao's coordination, all other opening ceremony preparations were also finalized. Everything is ready, all that's left is to wait for National Day. On National Day itself, the streets and alleys of Yunzhou were already filled with a jubilant festive atmosphere. As the first rays of sunlight swept across the 5-starred red flag atop the tallest building in the East District's Fashion Hub commercial zone, an eager crowd had already begun gathering before the flagship store of Male Model Era. At 9 a.m. sharp, 88 ceremonial cannon blasts echoed through the air. Golden silk ribbons cascaded dramatically from the 20-meter-high signboard, revealing the gilded relief characters spelling out Male Model Era. A grand celebration, blending the solemnity of a national ceremony with the allure of a nighttime spectacle, officially commenced. The flagship store's entrance was designed as an triumphal arch, flanked by 36 male models dressed in deep black satin suits and wearing National Day commemorative badges. Holding red roses and miniature national flags, they performed a 90-degree bow for each arriving guest. The celebration commenced at 9:30 a.m. sharp. Distinguished guests made their appearances. Gu Jie of Hongyuan Group presented a golden jade pie show. Huo Ningguan, chairman of Magic City Hanyi Group, generously presented a 9-turn heavenly cauldron. Ma Hongyan, director of the Municipal People's Hospital, presented a jade Rui scepter. Professor Chen Yenzhou from the Materials Science Research Institute presented a glass Wenchuan pagoda. As the gift-giving ceremony reached its climax, the MC, Huo Xiongqiao, solemnly unfurled a silk scroll, his voice suddenly filled with reverence. Next, on behalf of the esteemed and mysterious benefactor, Ms. Yi Shuyun, we present a Xuanda blue and white porcelain moon-shaped vase adorned with 5-clawed dragon motifs as a congratulatory gift. A Xuanda blue and white porcelain moon-shaped vase with 5-clawed dragon design. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Even tycoons like Gu Minghua and Hua Yingguan couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This wasn't just a congratulatory gift, it was a damn national treasure. Yi what? Who on earth is this woman? Immediately, 4 guards clad in Mao suits carried a jet-black steel case steadily onto the stage. As the lid opened, a wisp of white mist rose. Resting within was a Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white dragon-patterned moon-hugging vase. Under the spotlight, the 5-clawed dragon design glowed with a cobalt blue radiance, shimmering brilliantly against the backdrop of the national flag's crimson glow. Host Huo Xiongqiao announced in a resonant voice, "This is a unique imperial kiln piece from the Yongkai era of the Ming Dynasty. Ms. Yi wishes Mr. Lin's male modeling career to soar like a dragon through the heavens. She specially presents this national treasure as a gift, hoping we may all admire the splendor of this prosperous era together." The venue erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere reaching its peak. In truth, among the female guests who had come to show their support, many familiar faces were present. Among them were Police Station Chief Qin Yang, District Chief Qiying, Physician Chen Xinghe, and Dr. Su Shangning. Though their positions prevented them from taking seats on stage, they had all disguised themselves and sat quietly below, silently wishing Lin Feng well. They wished Lin Feng brilliant success in his career and prayed that he would love them forever. Next came the stage performances. The stage performances featured a meticulously designed sequence of alternating acts. The nightclub dance performance Enchanting Fragrance kicked things off, featuring 8 male models in black and female dancers performing a passionate tango. Next, a 40-member choir dressed in formal attire sang My Dragon Kingdom as a giant red dragon flag projection slowly filled the entire backdrop wall. Later, during the magician's performance of Rose Shackles, handcuffs were cleverly transformed into a flock of doves. The medley segment featured renditions of The Fluttering Dragon Flag and Entering the Dragon Era. This alternating choreography maintained the solemnity of the main theme while unapologetically showcasing the nightclub's signature flair, eliciting waves of screams from the audience. The stage performance reached its climax as diva Qiaoichuan and singing legend Hua Fashi took the stage. Under a spotlight, the prelude to Because of Love gently unfolded.
Xiao Yichuan glided in a floor-length satin gown, while Hua Fashi exuded regal elegance in a black tuxedo. Their gazes locked as their voices flowed together. Hua Fashi, I'll give you a CD from the past. Listen to our love back then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I still love you. Xiao Yichuan, I can no longer sing songs like that. Hearing them makes me blush and hide away. Though I often forget. I still love you. Oh my god. What divine lyrics and melody. Lyrics like love's maxim, melody like heavenly music on earth. Every word and phrase pierces straight to the heart. Every woman in the audience was instantly captivated. Yes, the ladies came to meet male models, ostensibly to flirt, but deep down, they yearned to be enveloped by true love. And Lin Feng's rendition of Because of Love perfectly voiced their innermost feelings. Xiao Yichuan plus Master Hua duet. Because of love, how could there be hardship? So we remain forever young. Because of love, in that place. People still wander there. People come and go. So moving. As the chorus rose, the entire venue fell silent as if under a spell. The female guests' eyes glistened, their carefully drawn eyeliner quietly softening. The male models' polished smiles gradually melted, revealing genuine emotion. The lyrics pierced hearts like arrows, leaving no room for pretense. In that moment, the flirtatious woman finally let down her guard, and the boy who sold smiles suddenly recalled his first love. As the final note faded, the thunderous applause carried a tremor of choked emotion. Beneath the veneer of sensual indulgence, everyone harbors the most primal yearning for true love. This is the significance of Lin Feng ushering in the era of male models. As the music ended, a National Day-themed cake rolled out, ribbons and flags dancing in unison. Amidst a shower of golden confetti, Lin Feng raised his glass and addressed the crowd. On this joyous night of national celebration, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of all colleagues at Male Model Era to every distinguished guest present. It is your unwavering support that gave us the courage to embark on this magnificent adventure. We pledge, with wholehearted dedication, we will craft the ultimate emotional experience, ensuring every woman finds her own tender refuge here. Through the most moving companionship, we will define the essence of service with surprises that exceed expectations. We will weave unforgettable nights. Believe us, Male Model Era will become the most trusted sanctuary for women in this era of great repression. Finally, let us raise our glasses together. May this new industry ecosystem of standardization and branding inject more romantic energy into our nation's prosperity. May today's sunshine forever illuminate every family member's path toward beauty. Cheers! Chapter 146, The Fall of the Top Star. Following the grand opening of the Male Model Era flagship store, the system immediately granted Lin Feng generous rewards. System, congratulations, host. Your male modeling career has embarked on a new journey. This reward grants you 3 new skills. Lin Feng, awesome, boss. Generous as ever. Hurry up and hand out the rewards. System, first, a little appetizer for Lin Feng, hypnosis. Hypnosis skill description, through eye contact, gestures, and verbal guidance, influence others' subconscious minds. Guide emotionally unstable individuals into a state of deep relaxation. Through induction, rapidly induce natural sleep in subjects. Particularly effective as a sleep aid for those suffering from insomnia, anxiety, or depression, with remarkable results. Lin Feng, alright, the first one's useless as hell. Open the second prize. System, the second skill awarded to the host is literary genius. Skill description, the host gains absolute mastery over all forms of literary creation. Whether classical poetry, modern novels, film scripts, avant-garde experimental texts, or specialized genres like academic papers, commercial copy, and diplomatic rhetoric, all can be instantly elevated through activation of the cranial hyperdimensional inspiration hub. Stylistic barriers across time and space dissolve, knowledge reservoirs tap directly into civilizational galaxies. Every stroke becomes an immortal classic, each word carrying weight for millennia. Lin Feng, damn. This is awesome. I'll write something for Uncle Emperor to read when I'm bored. Then Lin Feng immediately urged the system. Hurry up, old man. Skip the appetizers. Got any golden legends? System, understood. Initiating golden legend skill reward for the host. Lin Feng, awesome. The golden legend is here. System, the golden legend skill awarded to the host this time is immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons skill description, the host gains absolute immunity to all toxic substances. Whether natural biological toxins, chemically synthesized poisons, radioactive element damage, or specialized toxicological attacks like biological warfare agents and nerve gases, all will be instantly metabolized and decomposed by activating the host's universal detoxification enzyme system. Lin Feng, holy crap, immunity to all poisons. I'm invincible. I'm completely invincible. Bulletproof plus immunity to all poisons. I'm utterly unstoppable. System, host, don't get carried away. You haven't acquired the immunity to all diseases skill yet. Cannot prevent host from developing prostatitis. Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't get carried away. After the flagship store of Male Model Era opened, he continued working as a top male model, faithfully accompanying female clients every night. To boost the flagship store's popularity, he'd been personally greeting new clients there for the past few days. Tonight, a new client arrived specifically seeking him out, insisting on meeting Lin Feng. Upon hearing the request relayed by the front desk, Lin Feng generously agreed. Sure. Arrange a private room for them right away. The private room was arranged in the Butterfly Dream corridor. When Lin Feng arrived, the female guest was already waiting inside. Unlike other guests who lazily sank into the sofas, she stood gracefully by the bar counter. A well-tailored silver mini-suit dress accentuated her exquisite figure, while her chestnut brown bob fell neatly around her ears, radiating a sharp, refined elegance.
Lin Feng. You must be Lin Feng? The top male model among the four greats of Jiangnan.
Spotting Lin Feng enter, the woman approached with radiant warmth, her face alight with delight. For a moment, Lin Feng felt disoriented, as if he were the client and the girl across from him were the service provider. Why did this feel like he'd walked into a private club?
Yes, hello. I am Lin Feng. I wouldn't dare claim to be one of the four great male models of Jiangnan, just a frontline practitioner in emotional companionship. Ah, so humble. Please, have a seat. The female customer warmly invited Lin Feng to sit down. After both sat down, the lady kept scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe, especially his handsome face. She examined it over and over, as if afraid to miss a single pore. Wow, so handsome, so handsome. So perfect, so perfect. Lin Feng had never encountered a client like this before. Typically, female customers would cling to him like kittens the moment they saw him, craving affection and attention. But this woman before him seemed to be appraising him. Puzzled, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Ma'am, if I may be blunt, it feels like you're not here to relax, more like you're here to hunt for treasures. Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed brightly and replied on the spot. You truly live up to your reputation as the top male model in Jiangnan sharp wit.
Lin Feng, let me tell you, I really am here to treasure hunt.
To treasure hunt for this gem.
With that, she pulled a business card from her clutch and handed it to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng took it and read. Brilliant Star Path Culture Media. Chief Agent Talent Director. Su Lingman. Tel XXXXXXXXX. Email xxxxxxxxx@xxxx. Dedicated to cultivating top talent and creating phenomenal superstars. Star Agent.
This identity truly caught Lin Feng off guard. Lin Feng signed with Brilliant Star Path.
Su Lingman formally extended the invitation. Lin Feng, with your credentials, I can absolutely package you into the next generation's top idol. Who is this woman? How can she talk so big?
Lin Feng wasn't familiar with, nor particularly interested in, the inner workings of the entertainment industry. So he smiled and replied on the spot. Sis Lingman, I just barely made it to the top spot among the four great male models of Jiangnan.
My seat isn't even warm yet. No rush to debut. Su Manling gave a seductive smile and declared solemnly.
Lin Feng, you might not know much about Brilliant Star Path or me, but you know Lu Han.
Lu Han was my protege. I'm Lu Han's agent. Holy crap? This woman is Lu Han's agent? Lin Feng was taken aback once more. Because whether you follow the entertainment industry or not, the name Lu Han is known to everyone in Dragon Nation.
10 years ago, he was the undisputed top star in the Dragon Nation entertainment industry. The kind of star who could shoot to the top of Weibo's trending topics just by changing his hairstyle. Countless young girls went crazy over him.
Damn, sis man, you're impressive.
Lin Feng remained unfazed, following her lead to offer praise.
Seeing Lin Feng's lack of reaction, Su Lingman assumed he thought she was bragging.
So she immediately pulled out her phone, opened her photo album, and showed him.
Here. Lin Feng, look, these are photos of me and Lu Han, both work-related and personal. She swiped through her phone while explaining the context behind each photo.
Indeed, the photos were genuine, some taken on film sets, others at concerts, at Lu Han's birthday party, or aboard luxury yachts.
This undeniably proved Su Lingman's true identity. But Lin Feng couldn't care less about any of this. He merely chimed in. Damn impressive, sis man. You're a true talent scout in the entertainment industry.
A hint of pride flashed across Su Lingman's face as she continued persuading Lin Feng. Lin Feng, trust my judgment.
Trust my capabilities. I can elevate you to the same level as Lu Han.
Please give this serious consideration.
Lin Feng didn't give a damn about considering it. Instead, he retorted.
Sis man, you already have a top-tier star like Lu Han under your wing.
Why go hunting for new talent? Wouldn't it be better to focus on maintaining Lu Han's status as your flagship artist instead of nurturing newcomers? Sigh. Hearing this, Su Lingman sighed deeply and shook her head in disappointment. There's no choice. Lu Han is finished. Haven't you noticed he hasn't made a public appearance in ages? Su Lingman's reminder made Lin Feng pause.
He recalled that indeed, there had been no news of Lu Han for quite some time. Whether it was concerts, movies, TV dramas, variety shows, album or single releases, advertisements, there was no trace of Lu Han anywhere.
Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng asked. Yeah, now that you mention it, it's true we haven't heard anything about Lu Han in ages. What happened to him? Su Lingman wore an exasperated expression. He's got relationship issues. Being such a love-struck fool, he couldn't handle it and developed depression. Now he wants to quit showbiz. Ugh, I'm seriously about to explode with frustration. I poured so much energy into him. Blah 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 blah. Su Lingman vented about Lu Han, clearly showing her genuine disappointment. Lin Feng sat quietly beside her, listening. But as he listened, a bold thought suddenly popped into Lin Feng's head. Holy crap! Quit the entertainment industry. Quitting showbiz? Hell yeah! Quitting the entertainment industry would be perfect for joining Male Model Era as a male model. My Male Model Era Entertainment Services Company, Limited, is looking for a top model right now. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he got and the more certain he became. It must be done. Lu Han must become a male model. Chapter 147, Let Lu Han be a male model. Lu Han must become a male model. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng began scheming, carefully maneuvering his way through negotiations with this beautiful agent. Su Lingman continued her critique. Lu Han's personality is too weak. His career and love life have always been smooth sailing before. So when Guan Tongtong refused to marry him this time, his love-struck brain just completely broke down. Then, Su Lingman made her feelings clear to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I genuinely have a strong connection with you. You instantly caught my eye. Need I say more? Did I learn the art of flattery for nothing? Su Lingman, Lin Feng, Lu Han's got depression now. He's completely washed up and unlikely to return to showbiz. So my next focus is on you. Trust my skills and judgment, you're leagues ahead of Lu Han in both looks and substance. Compared to you, he's trash. I'll make you a top-tier star. However, Lin Feng's focus was entirely different. He didn't respond to her words but instead asked. Sis man, you just said Lu Han has depression and isn't planning to stay in showbiz anymore. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? He's constantly talking about ending it all. There's no way he's coming back to showbiz. Then, Lin Feng asked with utmost seriousness. Sis man, if Lu Han isn't returning to showbiz, do you think he might switch careers and become a male model? Su Lingman? Su Lingman felt like she'd misheard. Her head filled with question marks as she asked. What? What did you say? Lin Feng asked earnestly again. Sis man, do you think Lu Han would switch to being a male model if he doesn't pursue acting? Now she got it. Su Lingman's shock level plus 99,999. Holy crap, what did you just say? Lin Feng's earth-shattering question completely shattered the beauty's composure, causing her to blurt out profanity. Holy crap, get out of here you, your imagination is truly wild. Holy crap, holy crap. Su Lingman was utterly stunned, gasping for breath as she pressed her hands against her chest. Yet Lin Feng's expression remained utterly serious as he elaborated. Sis Lingman, you don't know this, but I'm not just a top male model, I'm also the actual controller of Male Model Era Entertainment Services Company, Limited. Our Male Model Era venture is just getting started, and we desperately need an influential man to be our top star. You see, Lu Han has no interest in showbiz anymore, but his influence remains. His looks and physique are still top-notch. Joining us as our top star could reignite his career while expanding our brand's reach, a win-win situation. Su Lingman. At a loss for words, Su Lingman placed her delicate hand on Lin Feng's forehead and asked earnestly. Listen, handsome, are you running a fever? What kind of joke is this? Lin Feng replied with solemn earnestness. Sis Lingman, I'm perfectly fine. Please give Male Model Era a chance and give Lu Han a chance. You don't need to do anything special. Just help introduce Lu Han to me and I'll handle convincing him. Ha 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 ha. Su Lingman burst out laughing on the spot. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, you're something else. I came here today to poach you, and now you're trying to poach my talent. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew he had to win Su Lingman over to get her to introduce Lu Han. After a moment's thought, he said. Sis Lingman, I wouldn't call this poaching. You just said Lu Han is finished, unable to survive in the entertainment industry. At most, I'm recycling a has-been. Su Lingman. Lin Feng pressed on relentlessly. Sis Lingman, I won't let you lose out. If you help introduce Lu Han, I'll make you F3's exclusive agent. F3. Su Lingman was stunned on the spot. What? You mean F3? The hottest trio in the Dragon Nation music scene right now? The F3 who performed Meteor Shower on the singer stage? Lin Feng nodded. Exactly. Them. They all listen to me because they're my 3 adopted sons. Su Lingman. He. Su Lingman burst out laughing again. Hey, handsome, it's not just Lu Han who's crazy, I think you're pretty out of your mind too. Do you have any idea how popular F3 is right now? You actually know them? Indeed, the F3 trio comprising Rui Yang, Feng, and Junchuan had taken the nation by storm after performing Meteor Shower on the singer stage under Lin Feng's management. Because Meteor Shower was simply breathtaking, poetic, picturesque, and utterly magnificent.
These three mysterious unknowns delivered an unparalleled rendition of Meteor Shower, instantly winning the fervent adoration of audiences across the Dragon Kingdom. However, to maintain their mystique and fuel buzz, Lin Feng kept them under wraps after releasing just Meteor Shower, allowing them to continue working as top male models. This strategy ensured they could reignite public excitement later. Thus, most people remain unaware that this wildly popular yet enigmatic F3 trio are actually Lin Feng's three devoted protégés. You train soldiers for 1,000 days, but use them for just one moment. Now, these three devoted sons were truly put to use. Seeing that Su Lingman didn't believe he knew F3, Lin Feng didn't bother explaining further. He simply dialed Rui Yang's number. Hey, Rui Yang, grab Feng and Junchuan and meet us at the Butterfly Dream Corridor private room. After hanging up, Lin Feng addressed Su Lingman. Sis Lingman, hold on a moment. F3 will be here shortly. He. Su Lingman teased, fine, I'll wait. I'll see if you've called F3 or F4. Clearly, she didn't believe a word of it. Barely 5 minutes later, Rui Yang, Feng, and Junchuan knocked on the door and entered the Butterfly Dream Corridor private room. Su Lingman's shock level plus 88,888. Holy crap! F3. It really is F3? Oh my god? How can they look so much alike? As a talent scout, Su Lingman had watched F3's live performance of Meteor Shower on the toilet-shaped stage countless times. She knew every detail of their appearance by heart. So, they looked too much like them. The three people before her eyes looked exactly like F3. So when the real F3 appeared before her, her shock meter went through the roof. Finding one person to impersonate someone is relatively easy, but finding three people to impersonate them all and all looking this much alike was truly a 1 in a million occurrence. The trio approached Lin Feng, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Father. Su Lingman's shock level plus 99,999. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Hearing all three address Lin Feng as father instantly sent chills down Su Lingman's spine. What's the deal with this male model? You guys, are you doing this for show? They look way too much like F3. Su Lingman asked, utterly speechless. Honestly, Su Lingman still couldn't believe that the three men calling Lin Feng father were the real F3. Lin Feng noticed this, so he merely smiled faintly before addressing the microphone on the coffee table and giving his three sons an order. Come on, since Sister Man is here for a rare visit, sing Meteor Shower for her. Chapter 148 F3s, the sky is wide and the sea is vast. Lin Feng had the three male models perform Meteor Shower for Su Lingman. The three devoted sons immediately obeyed. Rui Yang, Feng, and Junchuan sang in unison. The gentle starlit sky should move you deep within. I stand behind you, crafting a sky just for you. You mustn't feel sad, I'll smooth away your loneliness. Entrust the weight of your dreams entirely to me. Su Lingman's shock value plus 99,999. Holy crap. It's real. The three people before her eyes were actually F3. No need for doubt, just hearing their voices confirmed they were the F3 from the singer stage, the wildly popular, mysterious F3 from Manhwa. But why would such legendary F3 call Lin Feng father? After F3 finished singing Meteor Shower, Su Lingman completely dropped her teasing expression, replaced by Lin Feng's solemn respect. Lin Feng. They really are F3. But why would they call you father? Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Sister man, forgive me for making you laugh. There's no such thing as father or not father, we're just colleagues, both male models. We call each other whatever we feel like for fun. Su Lingman's shock level plus 99,999. Su Lingman was so shocked her scalp went cold. What they? F3 are actually male models. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the F3 group, famous throughout Dragon Country, be male models? At that moment, the dutiful son Rui Yang stepped forward to explain. Sis Lingman, Mr. Lin is correct. We are male models from Male Model Era. Mr. Lin is the owner of Male Model Era and also our father. Moreover, this song Meteor Shower was written for us by our father. Su Lingman's shock level plus 99,999. What Lin Feng? You wrote Meteor Shower? Su Lingman's mouth gaped wide in utter disbelief. Meteor Shower. But the composer of Meteor Shower is clearly teacher, one mold. Lin Feng, I am indeed one mold. Su Lingman, shock level plus 99,999. Good heavens, your teacher one mold? Su Lingman covered her mouth, as if witnessing a deity descending from the heavens. Could you be that one mold teacher who wrote Tomorrow Will Be Better, Courage, and the People of Our Village? Yes. Sister man. Seeing Su Lingman's utter adoration, Lin Feng seized the moment to fan the flames. Sis man, if you can introduce me to Luhan, I'll become F3's exclusive agent. Plus, F3 is about to release my new song, The Sky's the Limit. After speaking, Lin Feng shot a glance. Quick, play Sister Man another round of The Sky's the Limit. Before the three devoted microphones could be put down, they immediately launched into the song. Tonight, in the cold wind, I watch snowflakes drift by. With a heart grown cold, drifting toward the horizon.
Chasing through wind and rain, lost in the fog, unable to find my way. The sky is vast, the sea is wide, will you and I ever change? Su Lingman's shock value, plus 99,999. Good heavens, what kind of divine song is this?
F3's rendition of Vast Sky stands in stark contrast to the tender melodies of Meteor Shower. From the initial low, lingering murmurs, it gradually builds to the chorus's monumental explosion. The layered progression of the melody instantly creates a narrative sense of trudging through adversity. No longer a lingering confession, it becomes a declaration of breaking through obstacles and yearning for freedom. This flawlessly crafted song completely immersed Su Lingman. Her keen musical intuition instantly recognized the composition's intricate craftsmanship and layered depth. Compared to the romantic thrill of Meteor Shower, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast offered her a deeper aesthetic enjoyment. An artistic rooted in masterful musical arrangement and sincere emotional expression. The song seamlessly blended delicate melodic nuances with a grand emotional scope, a fusion that left her in awe. With Lin Feng involved, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast is bound to be a hit. F3 is bound to be a hit. Su Lingman fully realized becoming F3's agent would make her unbeatable, elevating her to China's premier top-tier talent manager. Su Lingman was no fool, so she immediately betrayed Lu Han. Lin Feng, oh, no, Mr. Lin, thank you for giving me the opportunity to work with F3. I will do my utmost to assist you and secure Lu Han as a male model. Lin Feng preferred dealing with smart people. He extended his hand to shake Su Lingman's. No problem at all. Looking forward to a fruitful collaboration. I'll leave the introduction to you, sister man. Su Lingman beamed with delight, her face lighting up with joy. But after the initial happiness faded, a problem suddenly occurred to her. Mr. Lin, I can certainly make the introduction. But here's the situation, Lu Han is extremely unstable right now, constantly on the verge of breaking down. Sometimes he even goes live to rage rant at his followers. He doesn't want to see anyone at all, locking himself away in his mansion day after day. So I'm worried my words might not carry much weight. However, Lin Feng had anticipated this and replied calmly. Sister man, that's easily arranged. Just tell Lu Han you found him a hypnotherapist who can help him fall asleep quickly and forget his troubles. I'll go see him as the hypnotherapist and talk with him. Lin Feng's approach was brilliant. People with depression commonly struggle to fall asleep. What they crave most is a deep, satisfying sleep. The craving for sleep far outweighs the desire for sex. But Su Lingman hesitated. Mr. Lin, isn't this inappropriate? What if Lu Han discovers we're deceiving him? Won't that make him even more devastated and volatile? Lin Feng shook his head gently. No, we're not deceiving him. I'm a hypnotist. I can make Lu Han sleep like a dead pig within 3 minutes. He. Su Lingman giggled, clearly finding Lin Feng's claim exaggerated. Mr. Lin, you're joking. How could that be possible? Impossible? Lin Feng smiled faintly and offered on the spot. Sis Lingman, fancy a good night's sleep? Why don't we give it a try? Ha ha ha. Sure thing. Su Lingman's cheeks flushed as she purred. Mr. Lin, then sleep with me. Su Lingman's affection level plus 66,666. She had to admit, she didn't believe Lin Feng possessed hypnosis. But her desire to sleep with him was very real. In the short time they'd interacted, the charm and prowess Lin Feng displayed had long since left her utterly captivated. Logically speaking, having been immersed in the entertainment industry for years, she should have long been immune to the charms of handsome men within the circle. Yet in this world, Lin Feng was likely the only man who could trigger such a surge of estrogen, progesterone, melatonin. Seeing her consent, Lin Feng addressed his 3 sons. Alright, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll let sister man get some rest. Got it, Dad. The 3 sons wisely withdrew without further ado. Now, only Lin Feng and Su Lingman remained in the butterfly dream corridor. Lin Feng turned off the room's music, dimmed the lights, and facing Su Lingman's yearning gaze, began to perform the ritual. Chapter 149, Sleeping with Su Lingman. Seated facing each other, Lin Feng began to hypnotize Su Lingman. Lin Feng gently pressed his fingertip against Su Lingman's forehead. His touch was light, carrying an undeniable authority yet strangely blended with a tender, bewitching allure. Look at me, sister man, his voice deepened. Only at me. Su Lingman found herself drawn into his deep, pool-like eyes, where swirling currents seemed to pull away all scattered thoughts. Her playful smile froze on her lips as her breathing unconsciously slowed to match his rhythm. Lin Feng's fingertips drifted downward, lightly brushing her nose before pausing just before her slightly parted lips, forming a shushing gesture. The gesture was intensely suggestive, brimming with silent possession and implication. Su Lingman felt a subtle shiver run up her spine, mingled with intense anticipation and a tingling relaxation. At that moment, Lin Feng's hypnosis still began to unleash its full power. Su Lingman's mind instantly emptied, her consciousness beginning to blur. Your eyelids feel heavy. Lin Feng murmured, his other hand having gently settled over the back of her hands, which were folded on the table. Warmth seeped through her skin into her bloodstream. Lin Feng's thumb moved with extreme slowness, tracing a hypnotic rhythm across the delicate skin of her hand. The touch was focused and intimate, as if caressing a precious personal possession. Su Lingman felt her consciousness grow even more hazy, her rationality completely receding. Even if he stripped her naked right then and there, she probably wouldn't resist. All that remained was a floating, utterly surrendered sense of comfort. Her body leaned forward slightly, almost nestling into his embrace.
Can you hear my heartbeat?
Lin Feng's voice drew closer, his breath brushing against her earlobe, sending tingles down her legs.
Let my heartbeat lull you to sleep.
Lin Feng's words carried a spellbinding power that shattered her last defenses completely. Su Lingman parted her red lips, letting out a soft, seductive sigh, a mix of satisfaction and endless longing. The handsome features of Lin Feng in her eyes blurred completely, transforming into a phantom that both soothed and stirred her heart. Every taut nerve gently snapped at that moment. She collapsed forward, her forehead gently resting against Lin Feng's solid shoulder. Her thick, curled lashes fell completely shut as her breathing became long and even. She sank into deep slumber, a faint, dreamy smile almost sweet still lingering at the corners of her lips. Lin Feng caught her limp body with steady hands, gazing at her defenseless sleeping face as he murmured softly.
Good night, sister man. Su Lingman fell into a deep, dead sleep.
When Su Lingman awoke again, daylight flooded the room. The bar was deserted in the morning. Compared to last night's decadent clamor, it now felt eerily quiet and absurdly empty. But Lin Feng hadn't left. After all, he was the one who had slept with Su Lingman. He had stayed by her side in the private room all night, displaying the dedication and thoughtfulness of a prince-like male model. When a beam of morning light roused Su Lingman, she opened her dazed eyes and gasped in shock.
I'm still here?
Lin Feng, roused by the noise, rubbed his eyes and explained gently. Sis Lingman, I administered hypnosis last night. You slept straight through until now. Su Lingman immediately crossed her arms over her chest and inspected her clothing.
Lin Feng, you didn't do anything to me, did you? You didn't sleep with me, did you?
Sharing a room with a handsome guy, especially while she was completely passed out, made her mind wander.
Lin Feng joked, haha, sis Lingman, relax. I'm a male model. You haven't even stocked up on booze yet? How could I get to work? Ha ha ha. Su Lingman laughed happily too.
The deep sleep had instantly refreshed her, making her feel rejuvenated as if her youth had returned, with all kinds of hormones flowing more freely. Lin Feng, seriously, your hypnosis is incredible. I haven't slept this deeply and satisfyingly in ages. Indeed, a childlike slumber like that was practically a luxury for most adults nowadays. Especially for Su Lingman, an entertainment industry agent bombarded daily by information and constantly caught in emotional whirlpools, her sleep had always been shallow and brief. Only Lin Feng had ever granted her this childlike sleep experience. She slept so soundly, it felt like pure bliss. Su Lingman's affection level plus 99,999. Lin Feng, you're incredible. Only you could do this. Only you could put me to sleep like this. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then got straight to the point.
Sis man, now that you've experienced my hypnosis, could you introduce me to Lu Han?
I'll meet him as a hypnotherapist.
Su Lingman had come to terms with it too. Lu Han's career was completely ruined anyway.
She might as well do Lin Feng a personal favor and let Lu Han become a male model. Besides, Lin Feng had promised to make her the exclusive agent for F3. With F3's influence, her career would take off again in no time.
So Su Lingman answered without hesitation. No problem, Lin Feng. I'll talk to Lu Han. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to meet you.
He hasn't slept properly in over a month and is practically on the brink of collapse.
Lin Feng, great. Thanks for looking out for me, sister man. Lin Feng, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Here's to a fruitful partnership, forever and ever. After seeing Su Lingman off, Lin Feng didn't return to his apartment. He had something else to do. Develop a new, highly potent antidepressant. Because, through Su Lingman's description, Lin Feng understood clearly that Lu Han's condition was terminal. Hypnosis could only alleviate his symptoms, it couldn't cure his depression. He must harness the genius pharmacist skill to create a potent antidepressant that could cure Lu Han, restore his vigor, and enable him to resume his career as a male model. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that developing such a drug would be an act of immense merit and kindness. In today's society, far too many people suffer from depression, leading to a cascade of social issues. While antidepressants are available on the market, their efficacy is mediocre.
Moreover, they are addictive, carry significant side effects, and cause memory loss. Some users even fail to recognize their own mothers after taking them. Therefore, developing a potent antidepressant was imperative, one that would instantly energize men, making them ready to charge into clubs, while instantly arousing women, driving them to seek out male models at every opportunity.
No time to waste.
Lin Feng immediately called Ma Hongyan, the director of the Municipal People's Hospital.
Hello, Director Ma. Could I ask for your assistance?
Ma Hongyan was flattered beyond belief. Lin Feng had already assisted him twice, both times in major hospital matters that had earned Ma Hongyan commendations.
Thus, he eagerly offered to repay the favor. Lin Feng, you're being too formal. Your matters are my own. Just tell me what you need. Lin Feng, thank you, Director Ma. Could you connect me with the pharmaceutical lab? I need to develop a potent antidepressant. Ma Hongyan's shock level plus 99,999. Powerful antidepressant. He's making his move. Lin Feng is about to make his move. Chapter 150, Not Recognizing Mount Tai. Upon hearing Lin Feng planned to develop a potent antidepressant, Ma Hongyan of the Municipal People's Hospital was utterly stunned. Lin Feng, you're actually a pharmaceutical expert too? Your medical expertise is so comprehensive, truly a prodigy. Lin Feng humbly replied, Director Ma, I wouldn't call myself an expert. I'm just borrowing the lab to develop some drugs to facilitate hiring male models. Ma Hongyan. Though Lin Feng's reason seemed peculiar, Ma Hongyan harbored no doubt about his capabilities. He immediately offered. Alright, Lin Feng. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Chen Wei, the RD director at Zhejiang Province's Konghong Pharmaceutical RD Center, is an old classmate of mine. I'll have him give you his full cooperation. Thank you, Dean Ma. I appreciate it. Don't mention it, Lin Feng. As I said before, your matters are my matters. Ma Hongyan worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly making the necessary arrangements and personally escorting Lin Feng to the Zhejiang Province Konghong Pharmaceutical RD Center. Yunzhou People's Hospital and Zhejiang Province Konghong Pharmaceutical RD Center maintained a long-standing cooperative relationship. Therefore, upon hearing that Ma Hongyan was bringing a medical prodigy to borrow the lab for new drug development, Chen Wei took it very seriously. He personally led the center's core pharmaceutical technicians to welcome them. Welcome. We're honored to have Director Ma visit our center for guidance. Chen Wei beamed warmly. Enough with the pleasantries, old Chen. Is the lab ready? Ma Hongyan cut straight to the point. Ready and waiting. Your instructions will be implemented immediately. Moreover, I've brought our center's core team members to fully support you and the experts. Good, old Chen, you're a real pal. Our relationship speaks for itself. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Wei asked curiously, Hey, old Ma, where are the experts? Why didn't they come with you? This is him. Ma Hongyan gestured for everyone to look at Lin Feng beside him. This is the medical expert I mentioned, Lin Feng. Chen Wei shock level plus 66,666. Technical backbone of the pharmaceutical RD center present shock level plus 66666. What? He's this young? Chen Wei was so astonished he stuttered, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief. An expert this young? Good day, Director Chen. Lin Feng greeted him politely. President Ma is too kind. I wouldn't call myself an expert. I just need to make some medicine for personal use and came to trouble Director Chen. I'm truly grateful for your help. Lin Feng's words were exceptionally courteous, leaving Chen Wei with a favorable impression. My. This is truly remarkable. To command such respect from President Ma at such a young age, you must be an extraordinary medical prodigy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Wei warmly stepped forward to shake Lin Feng's hand, asking as they clasped hands. Professor Lin, where do you currently hold your position? Director Chen, I work at Scarlet Stage. Lin Feng answered truthfully. Lin Feng was nostalgic. To commemorate the place where his male modeling career began, he had renamed the flagship store of Fashion Hub's Male Model Era to Crimson Platform. The original Scarlet Platform bar had been renamed Scarlet Station. Chen Wei? The technical backbone of the pharmaceutical RD center present? The name Scarlet Platform was utterly unfamiliar to Chen Wei and his colleagues. Where? Mr. Lin, where exactly do you work? Crimson Platform. Lin Feng elaborated, the flagship bar of Male Model Era in the Fashion Hub area. Chen Wei's shock level plus 88,888. The core technical staff of the pharmaceutical RD center present, shock level plus 88,888. Bar, a male model bar? Chen Wei froze on the spot, looking utterly dumbfounded. This. Professor Lin, what are you doing at a male model bar? Seeing the room filled with question marks, Lin Feng didn't hide anything and simply stated the truth. Director Chen, I'm working as a male model at Prince Male Model Bar. Chen Wei's shock level plus 99,999. Technical backbone of the pharmaceutical RD center present, shock level plus 99,999. What the hell? Prince Male Models? Chen Wei and the others were utterly floored, staring at Lin Feng with wide eyes and gaping mouths, practically unable to breathe. Old Ma, what the hell are you doing? How could he be a male model? You brought a male model here to mess with me? Ma Hongyan, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward to explain. Old Chen, calm down and hear me out. Lin Feng may be a male model, but he's an absolute genius in medicine. What the hell are you talking about? Before Ma Hongyan could finish, Chen Wei cut him off. Seeing how young this so-called expert was, Chen Wei had already suspected something fishy. He never imagined it would get even more absurd. He even wondered if old Ma had come purely to prank him. Old Ma, go chill somewhere else. I don't have time to play games with you lot. With that, Chen Wei turned to leave in a huff. Hold on. Ma Hongyan immediately cut him off. Old Chen, I'm too old for this nonsense. Let me tell you straight, this Lin teacher is the hero who saved 25 poisoned children just the other day. With that, Ma Hongyan pulled out his phone and showed everyone the surveillance footage of Lin Feng saving the children in the emergency room that day. Damn, that's incredible. The footage left everyone at the medical research center utterly speechless. In the footage of the rescue scene, Lin Feng resembled a god of war. At the child's most critical moment, Lin Feng ripped the monitor's cables apart, swiftly attached 3 sets of electrode pads with his fingertips, and shouted over the alarm, methylene blue 2 mg kg4 push. Complete injection within 30 seconds. The syringe exploded with a silver arc in Lin Feng's palm, piercing the child's femoral vein with pinpoint accuracy. He flung the blood gas sample aside. Prepare sodium bicarbonate. 5% concentration 4 drip. Lin Feng yanked open the door of the second hyperbaric chamber, issuing a clear command, pressure to 2.5 atmospheres. Synchronize with positive and expiratory pressure ventilation. Lin Feng spun suddenly, pinning the trembling arm of patient 15. As the needle pierced the jugular vein, the medication surged explosively into the heart. Lin Feng snatched the prothrombin complex handed by the head nurse. The child's cyanotic fingernails visibly faded to pale pink. All patients survived. Chen Wei's shock level plus 99,999. Technical backbone of the medical or D center present, shock level plus 99,999. This man is beyond extraordinary. Everyone present was a medical professional. They knew that such peak-level execution, such command and coordination, such seamless medical teamwork, could only be achieved by a master practitioner at the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet seeing is believing. This model with the flowing hair had actually pulled it off. Chen Wei was the first to be utterly impressed, immediately changing his demeanor. Ah! Professor Lin, I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Quickly, please come inside. Chapter 151, The Genius Pharmacist. Through the video, everyone witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary prowess. In the conference room, the director of the pharmaceutical or D center expressed his heartfelt admiration. Professor Lin, your medical skills leave us utterly speechless. It's truly incredible at such a young age, you've already attained the level of a master who can turn rotten wood into a miracle. Old Ma certainly didn't deceive me. Ma Hongyan tucked away his phone with a satisfied smile. Of course. I've never seen a contemporary master physician like Professor Lin. I believe in Yunzhou, in Zhejiang, or even across the entire Dragon Nation, it would be hard to find anyone surpassing him. Lin Feng waved his hand modestly. You two seniors are too kind. I'm not a professional after all. I truly don't deserve such praise. Eager to secure Lu Han as his top male model, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. Director Chen, may I borrow the lab now? Absolutely. Professor Lin, it's an honor for our center to have you conduct research here. Chen Wei then inquired, Professor Lin, what exactly is the project you're developing this time? Lin Feng answered truthfully, Director Chen, I'm developing a potent antidepressant. It's crucial for recruiting male models. This individual is vital to us. But he's suffering from depression, so we must treat him effectively to ensure he's healthy and fit for duty. Chen Wei. The technical backbone of the pharmaceutical or D center present. Recruit male models? Chen Wei was utterly baffled once more. He stared at Lin Feng and Ma Hongyan with a look of utter bewilderment, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Ma Hongyan smiled and clarified. Old Chen, you didn't know? Our Professor Lin isn't just a top male model, he's also the owner of Male Model Era Entertainment Services Company, Limited. Everyone was utterly stunned once more. Damn impressive. Not only a top-tier male model, but also the legitimate head honcho of the modeling industry. Indeed, an amazing life needs no explanation. Teacher Lin, you're so versatile. You've really opened our eyes. Chen Wei was thoroughly impressed and immediately offered, Professor Lin, our lab is at your disposal. Moreover, our center's core technical staff will fully support your research efforts. Chen Wei pointed to a female expert and introduced her with emphasis. This is Dr. Liang Xue, our center's youngest neuropharmacology project leader. She earned her PhD in neuroscience from Johns Hopkins University at just 28. The novel targeted analgesic drug she spearheaded is now in phase 2 clinical trials. It precisely inhibits pain signal transmission without affecting motor function. Professor Lin, I'm confident she can provide invaluable support for your research. Excellent. Thank you very much, Director Chen. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the female doctor. She appeared to be around 35, possessing a striking and refined beauty. Her skin was fair, her nose high and straight, her lips soft and full. Behind her thin-rimmed glasses, a pair of clear eyes shone with an intelligent radiance. Her jet-black hair was simply pulled back, with a few strands falling softly around her ears, accentuating her elegant features. She stood tall and poised, her white lab coat immaculately tailored, her demeanor naturally radiating intellect and grace.
Lin Feng greeted her politely. Good day, Dr. Li.
I look forward to working closely with you. In the realm of pharmaceutical research, Liang Xue could be called a prodigy.
Despite her youth, she had already led the development of drugs that had entered clinical trials. Such individuals were as rare as morning stars across the entire Dragon Nation. Such youthful achievement naturally bred a certain pride.
Especially women.
Although Liang Xue had just witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary emergency medical skills via video, she possessed absolute confidence in her own abilities within the field of pharmaceutical research. Moreover, she found it hard to believe that this 20-something male model could possibly surpass her level of expertise and actually come to lead her. Thus, when Lin Feng greeted her, the expression on her charming face was quite telling.
Not at all, not at all. It's I who should learn much from teacher Lin.
After all, juggling modeling and developing new drugs, that's truly beyond the capabilities of most people.
I'm genuinely eager to witness it firsthand.
Liang Xue's words carried a sharp edge, and Lin Feng clearly picked up on it. But he never bothered arguing with women over trivial matters, he only soothed their restless souls when they were in a mood. So, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then turned to ask Chen Wei.
Director Chen, shall we get to work now? Chen Wei replied immediately, absolutely, Professor Lin. Please proceed.
All right. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker pen, and began introducing his pharmaceutical approach to the technical staff present.
Everyone, current mainstream antidepressants like SSRIs or SNRIs operate by unidirectionally increasing the concentration of 5-HT or NE in the synaptic cleft.
This approach essentially involves chemical substitution, attempting to compensate for neural circuit dysfunction by amplifying signal strength. However, for severe depression characterized by neuronal atrophy in brain regions like the hippocampus and significant reduction in synaptic connections caused by chronic stress, this approach has fundamental limitations.
My core approach bypasses neurotransmitter modulation to directly target and repair impaired neural plasticity. Bypass neurotransmitter modulation. Directly target and repair impaired neural function. The entire audience of pharmaceutical experts was stunned upon hearing this. This truly represented an entirely new approach to pharmaceutical development. Even the usually haughty Liang Xue couldn't help but sit up slightly straighter. Lin Feng continued to elaborate on his reasoning.
In the brains of depression patients, significant atrophy and degeneration occur in the synaptic connections of neurons in key regions like the hippocampus. This isn't merely a simple imbalance of neurotransmitters, but rather a disruption to the physiological foundation for perceiving and generating positive emotions. Therefore, I designed a highly selective small molecule TRKB receptor agonist, tentatively designated LY001. Its core mechanism precisely activates key nodes downstream of the BDNF-TRKB signaling pathway, specifically PI3K-ACT and MAPK-ER, to powerfully drive the regeneration, repair, and functional enhancement of neuronal synapses.
This structurally rebuilds healthy neural circuits.
Small molecule TRKB receptor agonist. Precision activation of the PI3K-ACT and MAPK-ER pathways downstream of the BDNF-TRKB signaling pathway.
A winning strategy. Taking an unconventional approach. An unbeatable concept.
Lin Feng had another ace up his sleeve. Moreover, the environment-responsive unit in its molecular structure enables more efficient targeted delivery under pathological conditions like oxidative stress, achieving pathologically state-dependent precision activation. This aims to fundamentally reverse neural structural damage and restore the brain's intrinsic capacity for positive emotional regulation, rather than merely providing peripheral chemical substitution. We believe shifting from neurotransmitter compensation to neurostructural repair represents a more fundamental pathway to resolving moderate to severe depression.
Reverse neurostructural damage.
Restore the brain's inherent capacity for positive emotional regulation.
Addressing both symptoms and root causes. Cut the problem at its root.
Cut off the supply at the source. Transform depression sufferers into joyful individuals. Lin Feng truly is a genius pharmacist.
Chapter 152, The Birth of a Powerful Antidepressant.
Small molecule TRKB receptor agonist.
Bypassing neurotransmitter regulation.
Directly targets and repairs damaged neurons. Lin Feng's proposed drug development approaches for treating neurological disorders were exceptionally forward-thinking.
The professionals present couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement.
However, as the chief team leader for neuropathic drug development at the center, Liang Xue immediately and astutely pointed out flaws in Lin Feng's proposal.
Professor Lin, you truly are a genius. Not only do you possess exceptional medical skills, but you also demonstrate such profound insight in pharmaceutical development. It's truly admirable. However, her critique was sharp and professional, striking directly at the theoretical core of the proposal.
Professor Lin, your molecular design appears flawless, yet it offers no advantage over traditional drugs.
Neuronal synapse regeneration and remodeling is a slow process measured in weeks or even months. How do you prove LY001 can powerfully drive and achieve rapid repair? If its onset speed is no different from traditional SSRIs also requiring weeks, then this so-called structural repair is merely another form of slow-acting effect. How does that demonstrate superiority? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?
Lin Feng was unsurprised by her skepticism.
With a calm smile, he offered an answer that caught everyone off guard. Dr. Li, your question hits the nail on the head.
The molecule I designed not only activates pathways, but its chimeric partner protein also disables the neuron's intrinsic growth inhibition mechanisms.
We don't need to wait weeks.
In animal trials, within half an hour, we'll observe rapid sprouting and morphological changes in the dendritic spines of hippocampal neurons in treated mice under 2-photon microscopy.
What? Half an hour? To induce structural plasticity changes? Liang Xue's face betrayed utter disbelief, convinced this defied established neurobiological principles.
This is pure fantasy. It completely surpasses all known literature records.
Rapid dendritic spine sprouting in mouse hippocampal neurons? Do you think you're injecting them with growth hormones?
Liang Xue, overcome with emotion, inadvertently revealed her own secret. She had been suppressing the fact that she often secretly went to the hospital to get high-dose injections herself. Thus, in the heat of her argument with Lin Feng, this detail slipped out.
Ha 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 ha.
Her description instantly turned the serious academic discussion into an uproar of laughter. Liang Xue suddenly realized her slip up, quickly covering her mouth as her face flushed crimson like a red apple.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Feng laughed heartily. Dr. Li, you truly have a way with words.
Your analogy is spot on.
What we need to do is administer high-dose injections to the hippocampus in the brain, triggering a complete high-dose response in the neurons of depression patients.
Through wave after wave of high-dose stimulation, we achieve their complete self-redemption.
Then, Lin Feng concluded.
Alright, everyone, debate ends with empirical evidence. Let's get to work. Let the experimental results bear witness to the occurrence of hyperstimulation. With that, Lin Feng led Liang Xue's team to the laboratory. The male model system was truly incredible.
Lin Feng's lab god skill seamlessly integrated with pharmaceutical experiments. Combined with his genius pharmacist skill, Lin Feng became unstoppable. Under his command, the entire pharmaceutical process flowed like water, executed with effortless precision and control. Stepping into the synthesis lab, Lin Feng's gaze scanned every piece of equipment like a precision sensor. Without a moment's pause, his clear and decisive commands echoed.
System initialization. Confirm rated airflow velocity of fume hoods, conduct airtightness tests on reactors. All parameters must remain within critical ranges. Copy.
Airflow 0.5 ms, airtightness compliant, system green. The assistant responded swiftly as the lab began operating like a precision instrument. He didn't linger at the command station but strode directly to the central synthesis bench, personally donning chemical-resistant gloves. Starting material, for fluorobenzoic acid, purity 99.9%. Precisely weighed, 125.6 mg, calibrated and zeroed on 0.0001 g precision balance.
Material in place.
The researcher handed over the weighing dish with precision.
Good.
Lin Feng nodded, then stepped forward again. He picked up a dry syringe and precisely injected 5 milliliters of anhydrous tetrahydrofuran into the cryogenic reaction vessel under nitrogen protection. He performed the operation himself, creating a uniform vortex in the flask to ensure homogeneity at the reaction's onset.
This technique is incredibly seasoned.
Even Liang Xue, a veteran with over a decade in pharmaceutical labs, felt a pang of inadequacy witnessing Lin Feng's millisecond precision. This reverence and mastery over critical materials and pivotal steps was textbook-level execution. Lin Feng's focused expression and slender fingers seemed particularly captivating at that moment. Suddenly, Liang Xue, who should have been focused on her work, felt a wave of distraction wash over her.
A daze where she wanted to ask Lin Feng to sit at the counter. Yet Lin Feng remained utterly focused as ever. He meticulously adjusted the parameters while issuing commands. Add the activating agent THF solution of tert-butyl potassium, 1.0 m slowly, at 0.5 milliliters min. Maintain low temperature. Monitor color changes. Roger. Drip addition initiated.
The assistant concentrated intently on controlling the pump speed, while every pair of eyes in the lab focused on the slowly shifting liquid surface. Lin Feng possessed an almost instinctive intuition for the reaction process, often able to predict the next step through the slightest phenomena. When the reaction mixture turned pale yellow as expected, Lin Feng personally took charge of the critical step. Weighing the TRKB targeting ligand intermediate C28 to 0.1 mg precision. This material was extremely sensitive to humidity, requiring the operation to be performed in a nitrogen-filled glovebox environment. Lin Feng performed the final airtightness check and oxygen content verification on the glovebox before entering it himself to conduct the final weighing on the balance. C28, 56.3 mg, ready, his steady voice announced. For the most critical and fragile stages, Lin Feng always chose to handle them personally, reducing uncontrollable risks to zero.
Addition complete. He withdrew from the front lines and issued follow-up instructions: raise temperature to room temperature and stir slowly for 16 hours. Monitor reaction progress every 2 hours via TLC spot analysis. Report any abnormal spots immediately. Assistant, Roger. Monitoring is arranged. 2 hours later, Lin Feng stood before the reactor once more to personally evaluate the TLC plate spot results. Reaction complete. Primary spot is clear. Impurities negligible. Liang Xue shock level plus 66,666. Standing nearby, Liang Xue stared at Lin Feng's focused, confident profile and the flawless spot results on the plate. Her mind was shaken like never before. She had to admit Lin Feng had actually achieved 0 errors. Every step was precisely anticipated, even the most minute-side reactions perfectly avoided. This near absolute mastery over chemical reactions transcended her comprehension. Her long-held pride shattered silently in that moment. Add 10 milliliters saturated ammonium chloride solution to quench. Quenching complete. Merge the organic phase. The evaporator hummed as a white solid gradually precipitated at the bottom of the flask. Final purification preparative HPLC, C18 reversed phase column, mobile phase acetonitrile water gradient elution, flow rate 15 milliliters min. The team worked in tight coordination as the instruments operated efficiently. Hours later, Lin Feng retrieved the target product vial from the automatic fraction collector. Gently twisting it, pure white needle-like crystals began to precipitate on the inner wall. LY001 active ingredient synthesis complete. No need for testing or structural confirmation. Direct animal testing could proceed. Lin Feng possessed that confidence. Chapter 153, The Mysterious Ace. LY001 active ingredient synthesis complete. Lin Feng immediately directed the initiation of animal testing. The LY001 active ingredient was precisely formulated into a solution and administered via gastric gavage to depression-modeled mice. After administration, the experimental mice were carefully placed on the observation platform of a 2-photon microscope for live brain imaging. The entire lab fell silent as all eyes focused on the high-resolution display, revealing real-time microscopic dynamics within the mice's hippocampal neurons. Holy crap! It's starting! A researcher glued to the screen couldn't suppress a low exclamation. On the screen, the once bare, shrunken dendrites of neurons, a hallmark of depressive states, were visibly transforming at a rapid pace. Tiny, newly formed dendritic spines sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing the dormant cell membranes. They rapidly sprouted and extended, gradually forming a healthy and dense network of synaptic connections. Exactly the same. Exactly as Lin Feng had predicted. Rapid sprouting of dendritic spines in the brain's hippocampus neurons. The dendritic spines of hippocampal neurons were sprouting as if injected with a growth hormone. Liang Xue stared in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the screen displaying what could only be described as a miracle of neuronal regeneration. Each newly formed dendritic spine felt like a heavy hammer striking against the walls of her previously entrenched beliefs. How is this possible? How could this be achieved? In just over 10 minutes, the dendritic spines have proliferated wildly. This is nothing short of a miracle. But that wasn't all. Simultaneously monitored neurophysiological signals revealed a dramatic increase in both frequency and intensity of electrical activity within the mouse's brain region, shifting toward an active, healthy pattern. Simultaneously, biochemical analyzers detected real-time surges in endogenous neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin in the mouse's cerebrospinal fluid and peripheral blood far exceeding baseline levels. After taking the drug, the mice were instantly energized. The mouse, previously curled up in a corner with a listless expression, seemed to be infused with new vitality after taking the drug. It shed its previous lethargy, becoming unusually active within the observation chamber. Its pink nose sniffed constantly, whiskers twitching rapidly. It even attempted climbing and jumping, displaying an energetic and curious state that clearly exhibited a positive, almost euphoric behavioral pattern. Holy crap! Look, that mouse is bouncing. It looks like it's dancing with joy, exclaimed one technician in the group excitedly. How amazing! If mice get this high from eating it, wouldn't humans go straight to ecstasy? A female technician couldn't help but imagine. Even more astonishingly, this unusually active state did not fade quickly and lead to exhaustion like it would with stimulants or drugs. Follow-up observations revealed that the high activity level persisted for an extended period before gradually stabilizing, yet it remained significantly higher than that of the depressed model control group. This conclusively demonstrates that this positive behavioral change is grounded in the significant regeneration of hippocampal neuronal dendritic spines and the permanent enhancement of synaptic connectivity. It represents an external manifestation of fundamental repair in the brain's neural network function, not a fleeting chemical stimulus. Therefore, it brings about a sustained, stable, and healthy improvement in emotional state, fundamentally distinct from the addictive and neurotoxic properties of drugs. All doubts and concerns instantly dissipate in the face of such intuitive, compelling evidence, revealing themselves as utterly superfluous and laughable. Liang Xue and the entire team's shock level plus 99,999. At this moment, Liang Xue felt not a shred of arrogance left in her heart. She was utterly humbled by Lin Feng's unfathomable professional expertise and visionary foresight. She nearly fell to her knees in adoration. Professor Lin, you are truly extraordinary. You've made history. This breakthrough may completely eradicate depression forever. No more depression in the world.
Calling you a savior of humanity would be no exaggeration. Shen Wei, director of the Pharmaceutical R&D Center, gripped Lin Feng's hand with trembling excitement.
Professor Lin, this isn't just a new drug, it's a paradigm shift.
This represents a monumental breakthrough in targeted neural repair, setting an entirely new benchmark for our entire pharmaceutical R&D industry.
Ma Hongyan, director of the municipal hospital, was astonished upon seeing the data.
Lin Feng, you've truly accomplished a monumental act of compassion.
You've not only addressed depression as a disease but resolved a colossal societal issue.
Too many people in this society suffer terribly from depression. The success of this new drug means patients will finally bid farewell to the torment of long-term medication and recurring episodes, achieving true recovery.
What you've brought isn't just medicine, it's hope for countless families to start anew. Lin Feng smiled modestly and replied, "You seniors are truly flattering me. Honestly, I never thought that far ahead.
I just wanted to develop this drug quickly to cure someone so they could get back to work as a male model at male model era."
Lin Feng's remark piqued everyone's curiosity. Who could be so important that Lin Feng insisted they become a male model?
Shen Wei couldn't help but ask, Teacher Lin, the more you say, the more curious we get.
Who exactly is this male model you're recruiting? All eyes turned to Lin Feng, waiting for his answer.
Lin Feng was straightforward. After all, he knew this person would eventually become the top male model at male model era, so there was no need to hide anything.
He answered directly. Lu Han. The male model I'm recruiting is Lu Han. The entire room?
Liang Xue, in her 20s, had once been a star-struck fan herself. Lu Han had been the object of her fantasies back then.
With a smile, she asked. Teacher Lin, you're not talking about that former top-tier idol Lu Han, are you? Lin Feng, that's right. It's him. Liang Xue, shock level, plus 99,999.
Shen Wei, shock level, plus 99,999.
Ma Hongyan, shock level, plus 99,999.
Other team members, shock level, plus 99,999.
Liang Xue could scarcely believe her ears. Could her former fantasy figure truly materialize in reality? She drifted into a daze once more. Teacher Lin. Are you serious? Lu Han. He was once a top-tier celebrity. How could he possibly become a male model? Lin Feng nodded earnestly. Absolutely true. To establish the reputation of male model era, Lu Han must be their top male model. Lin Feng acted swiftly. After obtaining the potent antidepressant LY001, he immediately contacted Lu Han's agent, Su Lingman. Hey, sister man, have you talked to Lu Han? Can I come over to perform hypnotherapy on him?
True to her reputation as a top agent in the industry, Su Lingman delivered promptly.
Mr. Lin, it's settled.
Lu Han heard he'd found a reliable hypnotherapist and jumped at the chance like grabbing a lifeline.
He agreed immediately. Mr. Lin, if you can make it, come over tonight. The way he looks, if he doesn't get some proper sleep soon, he'll be done for. This bad? I gotta get there ASAP. The future top model of male model era absolutely cannot collapse. Chapter 154, The Grand Hypnotic Technique. Upon hearing Lu Han's dire situation, Lin Feng rushed to his residence in the metropolis that very night. Lu Han's mansion was hidden deep within the lush greenery along the city's riverside. Guided by Su Lingnan, Lin Feng entered the estate.
He strode through the entrance hall, the marble floor gleaming coldly beneath his feet. Passing a smart cabinet displaying limited edition sneakers, he walked along a corridor lined with sensor-activated light strips.
Modern artworks hung silently on both sides of the corridor under the cool lighting.
The entire space felt vast and quiet, with only the echoing footsteps of him and Su Lingman filling the air. Opening the door into the living room, he found it spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows framing the night view of the Huangpu River. A gray Italian sofa and Persian rug dominated the center, while an electric fireplace flickered with a soft blue glow. Lu Han was slumped in the corner of the sofa, his face as pale as paper, deep dark circles encircling his sunken eye sockets. He wore rumpled loungewear, his gaunt frame nearly swallowed by the oversized sofa, his prominent collarbones clearly visible beneath the collar. At a glance, Lin Feng recognized that this once top-tier celebrity had been ravaged by depression until he was barely recognizable. His dry lips were slightly cracked, his unfocused gaze fixed blankly out the window. He curled weakly into the sofa, his fingers occasionally trembling slightly, his entire being radiating an aura of impending withering. Despite the ravages of illness, his once handsome features remained discernible. His high nose bridge and sharp jawline remained distinct. Thick lashes cast shadows across his pallid face, and beneath messy bangs, eyes that once sparkled with vitality now held a dullness, though their deep-set shape persisted. The delicate bone structure lingering in his features hinted at the former stardom of a top-tier celebrity. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, thinking to himself, her foundation is truly excellent. Once cured, she'll have no trouble becoming a top star for several years. Lu Han, Teacher Lin is here to assist with your hypnosis. Su Lingman approached the sofa softly and spoke in a gentle voice. At the sound of her voice, Lu Han's previously vacant eyes flickered slightly. He lifted his head with effort to look at Lin Feng, then gently closed his eyes as silent greeting.
Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Lin Feng. When shall we begin?
Lu Han's voice was weak and faint. Let's start now.
Mr. Lin, you'd better make sure I never wake up again.
Lin Feng smiled gently and reassured him. Mr. Lu, please don't say that.
Tonight, just get a good night's sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, you can experience this world anew. There's nothing to experience. This world is too fake, too filthy. I truly hate myself for lacking the courage to jump off the building. I should have jumped into the Pujiang River to feed the fish long ago. Facing this delirious, terminally ill patient spouting nonsense, Lin Feng remained remarkably patient. Teacher Lu, we may not be able to change the world, but we can change our perspective on it.
It's like how men see women from one angle, their peaks from another, their ridges,
their shapes and sizes vary endlessly.
Lin Feng's words instantly jolted Lu Han back to life.
Though Lu Han cultivated a flamboyant, effeminate style, he was still a man. Hearing Lin Feng's analogy from one angle, a ridge from another, a peak, shapes and sizes very endlessly stirred a ripple within him.
Teacher Lin, you truly are different from others. Your words stir the heart. Lin Feng smiled faintly, thinking to himself, stirring the heart is good. A stirred heart proves there's still a wandering mind.
And a wandering mind can serve women well. He then said. Alright, Teacher Lu, stop daydreaming. Let's get started. Lu Han nodded lightly. Alright. Teacher Lin, thank you for your trouble.
Lin Feng nodded in response, pulled over a chair, and sat facing Lu Han. He formally began casting the grand hypnosis technique. Lin Feng's system ability, hypnosis, activated, a faint golden glow flickering imperceptibly in his eyes. Lin Feng quietly retrieved an ancient silver suspension ring from his robe and slipped it onto his right index finger. As the ring face tilted slightly, a visible sonic resonance pattern rippled through the air, silently enveloping Lu Han.
Lu Han's body trembled slightly as his unfocused gaze was involuntarily drawn to the rippling pattern.
Lin Feng raised his left hand, and a faceted crystal materialized between his fingers. In the nightlight streaming through the window, it refracted several precise beams of light, their intersection points landing precisely on Lu Han's brow, throat, and heart. At the points where the beams landed, a faint glow rippled beneath Lu Han's skin, like guided energy pathways.
Look here, relax.
Leave it to me, Lin Feng guided softly. As the beams flowed and Lin Feng guided him, Lu Han's breathing suddenly deepened. His eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, his previously stiff shoulders and neck loosened slightly, and his head tilted forward without conscious effort.
He was drifting off. Lu Han's consciousness was genuinely beginning to fade. Su Lingman, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. Because she, too, had once undergone Lin Feng's hypnosis.
But what puzzled Su Lingman was why Lin Feng's method this time felt so different from the last time he'd hypnotized her. She vaguely recalled that when Lin Feng hypnotized her last time, he had been touching her all over. Lin Feng had merely touched her here and there, and she had gradually drifted off to sleep.
It was indeed different.
This was Lin Feng's true mastery. His hypnotic techniques were like a kaleidoscope, adapting freely to different people, environments, and props, putting anyone to sleep at will.
Lu Han's consciousness grew increasingly hazy.
Seeing the moment was ripe, Lin Feng suddenly emitted a low, resonant hum from his throat. The sound started faintly, like ancient temple bells echoing through misty mountains, then gradually intensified. Visible sonic ripples coalesced in the air, slowly advancing toward Lu Han. Wherever the waves touched, Lu Han's body trembled slightly. His eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, yet he forced them open, as if resisting the overwhelming tide of sleepiness. Even Su Lingman, standing beside him, felt her gaze grow hazy and unfocused upon hearing Lin Feng's humming, and began secreting oxytocin. At that moment, Lin Feng's hum abruptly shifted in tone, transforming into a peculiar dual-frequency resonance as if the melodies of two worlds converged here.
Lu Han's last shred of lucidity dissolved completely within this sonic wave.
His body tilted forward, held upright only by sheer instinct. At that very moment, Lin Feng stopped beating around the bush. He lunged forward, his right palm soaring high with a piercing momentum, aiming straight for the center of Lu Han's forehead with a brutal strike. A sharp crack echoed through the living room.
"Ah!"
Su Lingman's startled scream snapped her out of her dazed reverie, and she clutched the sofa back in terror. Lu Han, however, was knocked completely unconscious by Lin Feng's blow. He fell backward, utterly limp. All traces of struggle faded from his face, his brow relaxed, his lips softened, and his breathing deepened into steady, even rhythms. That single blow seemed to scatter the last remnants of his consciousness, even the unconscious twitching of his fingertips ceasing. Amidst the faint, even snores, Lu Han fell into a deep slumber.
Chapter 155, Must Take Drugs. When Lu Han awoke again, it was already 10 a.m. the next day. As Lu Han opened his eyes, a sliver of sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, landing on his face. He stared blankly for a moment before suddenly drawing in a deep breath like a drowning man finally surfacing, his chest expanding freely for the first time. The air carried the coolness of dawn, so crisp it stung his nostrils. 13 hours. Lu Han had slept for a full 13 hours. That was more sleep than he'd gotten in the entire damn month.
After Lu Han awoke, Lin Feng and Su Lingman heard the commotion and hurried to the living room to check on him. Seeing them enter, Lu Han abruptly sat up. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been reassembled, so lucid nearly cracked with a crisp snap. The iron band that had clamped around his head for months vanished. His temples stopped throbbing. The world before his eyes was painfully clear, even the dust particles floating in the air were visible, each one distinct. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his face. His skin felt warm, no longer the cold numbness of before. A nearly unfamiliar lightness seeped through his limbs and bones, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. He couldn't resist stretching his back, joints popping softly. It brought not fatigue, but a sense of power accumulated during slumber. This feeling was too luxurious. Like cracked, parched earth finally receiving a soaking rain, every dehydrated cell greedily absorbed the moisture. He lifted his head to look at Lin Feng and Su Lingman, a smile curling up at the corners of his mouth, stiff and uncontrolled, a sigh of relief. Holy! That felt amazing. Lu Han rubbed his sleepy eyes vigorously, exclaiming from the bottom of his heart, I slept like a ing baby. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng and Su Lingman both beamed with joy. Su Lingman, Lu Han, you know what? You slept for a full 13 hours. Ha, just like a sleepy kid. Lin Feng, Teacher Lu, how do you feel? Doesn't the world seem different now? Kind of interesting, right? Holy. It's amazing. Lu Han leapt to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement at this long-forgotten sense of refreshment. Teacher Lin, you're incredible. Seriously, you were absolutely right. After a good night's sleep, my whole mindset has changed. Teacher Lin, you saved me. You're my benefactor. Lu Han was overcome with emotion. Having suffered from chronic mental illness, his reactions were extreme. He lunged forward to kneel before Lin Feng, about to call him dad. Lin Feng quickly pulled him up. Mr. Lu, no need for that. We're brothers, no need for thanks between brothers. Indeed, Lin Feng treated every male model as a brother. Right. Teacher Lin, from now on we're brothers. You're my big brother. Lu Han's mental instability hadn't subsided, and his neurological damage was still severe. In his moment of fervor, consumed by reverence for Lin Feng, he failed to notice that he was actually over 10 years older than Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained level-headed and corrected him on the spot. No. Teacher Lu, I'm younger than you. I wouldn't dare be presumptuous. I should call you Brother Lu. Ha ha ha. Whatever works. Teacher Lin, no matter what, you're my benefactor and my good brother. Lu Han, having just woken from a deep sleep, was in an excited state, chattering away non-stop. However, a patient remains a patient. Lu Han's neurons were severely damaged, with nearly all the dendritic spines in his hippocampus atrophied. So, after only a brief burst of energy, Lu Han wilted again. His eyes grew hollow and lifeless once more, his demeanor sinking into listlessness. His eloquence vanished, replaced by stammering speech. Lu Han began speaking weakly again. Teacher Lin, I can't. I'm having an episode again. I feel awful. I'm sorry. I can't. Please hypnotize me again. Just let me sleep it off. Upon hearing this, his agent Su Lingman couldn't help but twist her mouth in exasperation. Just as expected, he really was hopeless. Yet Lin Feng refused to abandon Lu Han, immediately pointing out. Brother Lu, sleeping all the time is pointless. It only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If you want to cure this illness, you still need to take your medicine. Lu Han slumped listlessly. Medicine doesn't work anyway. Look at me, I've taken this whole table full of pills, and I just get more and more dazed. Lin Feng glanced at the coffee table. Indeed, it was covered with medications for mental disorders. Yet Lin Feng always managed to offer hope. Brother Lu, these pills really are useless, but I have a miracle cure. I guarantee you'll be back on your feet after taking it. A glint of hope flashed in Lu Han's eyes. What, Teacher Lin, you have a miracle cure? Where is it? Having witnessed Lin Feng's almost magical abilities, he trusted him completely. Lin Feng pulled a medicine bottle from his pocket, popped out a freshly synthesized LY001 tablet, and declared loudly. Brother Lu, this is our latest high-potency antidepressant. Here, take one. Guaranteed to get you buzzing. The latest powerful antidepressant. Lu Han, shock value, plus 66,666. Su Lingman, shock level, plus 77,777. To Lu Han, Lin Feng was a savior. He trusted him unconditionally. Quick, Teacher Lin. You're my savior. Hurry up and let me take one tablet. However, Su Lingman harbored doubts. After all, she was still Lu Han's agent. She immediately asked. Lin Feng, you can't just take medicine recklessly. What kind of medicine is this? Where did you get this new drug? Lin Feng was always straightforward and honest. Sis man, this is my latest breakthrough, a powerful antidepressant. What? Lu Han, shock level, plus 99,999. Su Lingman, shock level, plus 88,888. What, you developed it?
You know how to develop psychiatric drugs? This is insane. Did you even study medicine? Su Lingman could scarcely believe her ears.
Lin Feng smiled faintly. Yes, sister man, I studied medicine. Lin Feng wasn't lying to her. After all, veterinary medicine was still medicine.
How did you study medicine? Aren't you a male model? Overwhelmed by shock, Su Lingman inadvertently revealed Lin Feng's true identity. Lu Han's shock level plus 99,999. Lu Han was utterly dumbfounded. What, teacher Lin, you're a male model?
Lin Feng thought to himself, what the hell are you freaking out for?
You'll be a male model too someday. But outwardly, he remained composed. Yes, brother Lu, it's true I'm a male model. But it's also true I'm developing new drugs. Brother Lu, if you trust your brother, just pop a pill and relax. If you don't trust me, no problem, I'll hypnotize you now. Once you're asleep, I'll get started.
Lin Feng's words rang out with force and conviction, gripping Lu Han like a father's firm grasp.
Lu Han immediately stood up and shouted. Quick, teacher Lin, give me the pills now. I need them. Chapter 156, Massive Exposure to Women.
Lu Han was already beyond salvation, consumed by an insatiable craving for drugs. Coupled with his absolute trust in Lin Feng, he immediately declared he would take the drugs right now.
This terrified Su Lingman. Lu Han, you're insane. You dare take drugs made by a male model? Do you want to die?
She lunged forward to stop him.
You damn, get the hell out of my way.
Lu Han cursed at Su Lingman directly. If you keep your damn mouth shut and dare question my brother again, watch out, I'll slap you silly.
Su Lingman, shut up. This lunatic was truly untouchable. Quick, teacher Lin, give me a pill right now. No problem, brother Lu.
Lin Feng immediately pulled out a tablet of LY001 raw medicine and shoved it into Lu Han's mouth. Lu Han grabbed the Baishui mountain mineral water from the table and gulped it down.
Too fast. The LY001 active ingredient kicked in way too fast. It kicked in faster than Viagra. In under 10 minutes, the dendritic spines of Lu Han's hippocampal neurons rapidly erected. The tablet slid down Lu Han's throat with water and rapidly disintegrated.
The active ingredients of LY001 were efficiently absorbed, speeding through the blood-brain barrier via the circulatory system to precisely target the central nervous system. First, within the hippocampus, this brain region intimately linked to emotion and memory, astonishing changes unfolded. Neurons that had shrunk and lost connections due to prolonged depression suddenly revived, as if drenched by long-awaited rain. The drug powerfully stimulated the synthesis and release of brain-derived neurotrophic factor BDNF, like infusing life-giving water into parched trees. Neuronal cell bodies became active, and the key signal-receiving structures' dendritic spines rapidly erected, grew, thickened, and densified at an unprecedented rate, swiftly rebuilding damaged neural circuit networks. Simultaneously, the drug's components targeted the brain's reward pathways. Dopamine neurons were specifically activated, releasing a torrent of dopamine into the nucleus accumbens, delivering intense, pure pleasure and a craving for satisfaction. Serotonin neurons in the dorsal raphe nucleus were also precisely regulated, steadily releasing neurotransmitters that brought calm and contentment. Under the synergistic effect of multiple positive hormones, Lu Han felt the thick, gloomy curtain shrouding his mind violently torn apart. An unprecedented brightness, lightness, and euphoria surged forth from the core of his brain. The drug's effects washed over Lu Han's consciousness like a precise tidal wave, completely cleansing his perception. After taking the drug, not a trace of gloom remained in Lu Han's eyes. His gaze was astonishingly bright, sparkling with vitality. The world became vividly alive and sharply defined in his perception, every color saturated, every detail vibrant. The heavy cloud that had long weighed down his prefrontal cortex vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost transcendent cognitive flexibility and emotional liberation. As for that petty nonsense about Guan Tongtong not marrying him, he'd finally come to terms with it. Screw that. Lin Feng's medicine worked wonders like that. After taking it, one could develop a healthy, rational, and positively grounded reassessment of women. The emotional dependency once cherished like life itself now felt like tattered rags, overshadowed and replaced by a grander, more vibrant sense of self-awareness. Lu Han gazed at Lin Feng, his savior, and deeply understood the truth of that saying. Women are like clothes, but brothers are like limbs. He embraced Lin Feng with excitement. Holy! Lin Feng! My brother! This isn't just medicine, it's a goddamn elixir. After taking it, the whole world suddenly became crystal clear. Guan Tongtong is nothing but a piece of junk. You're my true benefactor. Su Lingman. Guan Tongtong is a wall breaker. Lu Han had suddenly grasped it all. Su Lingman, shock level, plus 66,666. As his agent, Su Lingman had repeatedly instilled this concept in Lu Han. But Lu Han stubbornly stuck to his guns, refusing to budge. He remained trapped in his heartbreak for so long that it eventually consumed him. Who'd have thought that after popping one of Lin Feng's pills, he'd suddenly see the light? Damn, that's some miracle drug. Honestly, a pill this good? Su Lingman wanted one for herself. Seeing Lu Han finally grasp that Tong Tong was just a fling, Lin Feng felt genuinely relieved.
Brother Lu, that's just how it is. Those little things between men and women aren't worth getting hung up on. You're absolutely right. Teacher Lin, you're so spot on. Teacher Lin, you've given me a new lease on life, you've saved me. Lu Han exclaimed excitedly, quick Teacher Lin, give me more of this medicine. I need to buy it in bulk, buy your miracle drug in bulk.
However, Lin Feng shook his head on the spot and explained.
Lu teacher, medication is only part of the solution.
It can treat your symptoms, but it can't completely rid you of your inner demons.
Ah, my inner demons? Lu Han stared at Lin Feng in astonishment, desperate for answers.
Yes. Lin Feng began a deep analysis of Lu Han. Brother Lu, you're far too emotionally invested.
Your devotion runs too deep.
The fact that you publicly announced your relationship with Guan Tongtong back when you were at the peak of your fame proves it.
It was true.
Back when Lu Han was at the peak of his fame, countless female fans were madly obsessed with him. Under such circumstances, the standard practice for celebrities was to conceal their relationships from the public, leaving female fans room for sexual fantasies and allowing them to wildly imagine themselves in his place. Yet Lu Han, driven by his deep affection and desire to reassure Guan Tongtong, chose to announce their relationship publicly on the spot. This move caught everyone completely off guard at the time. It cemented Lu Han's image as a devoted lover, but it also cost him a massive following of female fans who had fantasized about him.
Lu Han and Su Lingnan nodded in agreement as Lin Feng's analysis hit the nail on the head.
Then Lin Feng abruptly changed the subject, but those who are too sentimental are most vulnerable to emotional backlash, especially in love.
A deeply engraved love affair, once troubled, can easily destroy you.
This time Tong Tong ruined you, next time it might be Yang Mi.
The time after that, it could be Reba. Holy crap! Is Reba going to ruin me too? Lu Han couldn't help but startle, quickly asking, Teacher Lin, what should I do?
Lin Feng delivered his answer without hesitation. Brother Lu, it's simple, get out there and meet women.
Meet tons of women. Massive exposure to women. Lu Han, shock level, plus 66,666.
Su Lingnan, shock level, plus 66,666. Lin Feng, Teacher Lu, only by massively interacting with women, constantly experiencing emotional collisions with them, can you demystify women.
Simultaneously, it strengthens and toughens your neural pathways.
Only then can your soul remain unshaken by emotions, completely banishing your inner demons. Lin Feng's words sent Lu Han's heart racing.
Teacher Lin. You've put it so well. But, how exactly does one interact with women on a large scale?
Lin Feng delivered the ultimate answer on the spot.
Become a male model. Become one immediately. Chapter 157, Lu Han signs with Male Model Era.
To completely eradicate Lu Han's inner demons, Lin Feng proposed the ultimate solution: become a male model.
Become a male model. Lu Han's shock level, plus 99,999. He might have considered being a slave or a beast of burden, but becoming a male model? Never crossed his mind. Teacher Lin, are you serious?
Lin Feng's gaze was piercing, his voice steady and commanding. Brother Lu, I absolutely am serious.
A male modeling agency is the most complex arena of human desire.
There are no fan filters, no celebrity halos, only the most brutal emotional tug of war.
Every interaction tests your resolve to its limits.
When sweet talk becomes routine and insincerity the norm, you forge your purest core. You'll see through emotion's true nature, never again fooled by superficial tenderness.
This training cuts deeper than any therapy.
Working as a male model isn't a fall from grace, it's spiritual cultivation. When you remain lucid amidst countless temptations, steadfast as a rock in emotional whirlpools, you'll forge an iron will, truly master your emotions, and shatter inner demons without effort.
Lu Han, shock value, plus 99,999. This is ing epic. Being a male model is ing thrilling.
Lin Feng's words ignited Lu Han like a pre-battle rallying cry, a manifesto of combat.
Teacher Lin, you've said it perfectly. I've found my life's purpose.
Besides, with this illness, I've already died once.
What's left to care about pride?
Teacher Lin, you've given me a new lease on life, I must follow your lead. Besides, if someone as outstanding as you can be a male model, it proves male modeling is the true path for men.
Su Lingnan. Lin Feng was deeply gratified by Lu Han's realization.
He hadn't misjudged him. Lu Han truly possessed innate talent for male modeling.
Alright, Brother Lu. Come develop in Yunzhou.
I'll be waiting for you at the peak of Yunzhou's male model era.
No question. Teacher Lin, I'm following you all the way. Lu Han was now absolutely determined he would become a male model. A week later, Lu Han's onboarding paperwork was swiftly finalized. A big shot like Lu Han certainly didn't start as a lowly waiter.
He was immediately hired as a prince male model at the flagship store of Male Model Era, the Scarlet Stage. On his first day, a giant poster of Lu Han hung at Wanda Plaza, the heart of the fashion hub, commercial district. It featured the official portrait of Prince male model Lu Han, accompanied by a bold, decorative inscription.
China's eternal top star Lu Han joins Male Model Era. Every female family member deserves gentle treatment. Crazy. Completely insane. Lu Han joining male model era as a male model has completely ignited Dragon Nation's public discourse. Entertainment Weekly front page headline: Top idol Lu Han officially signs with male model era as male model, marking an epic transformation in the entertainment industry. New Dragon Society published an editorial: Lu Han becoming a male model, moral decline or a new era's opportunity? Mass Daily's front page supplement: The rise of new emotional consumption models, examining cultural market supply side reform through Lu Han's transition. The article analyzes in detail this national idol, who once created a star-making myth, has chosen to reshape his career in a subversive way. This is not merely a personal choice, but signals a revolutionary shift in the entertainment industry's consumption model. Female consumer power is officially stepping into the spotlight. Bushi Toei publishes another headline article: Lu Han, you've once again reached the peak of the age of great repression. However, fan reactions immediately split into two extremes. The Weibo topic hashtag Lu Han becomes male model hashtag instantly trended, with fans polarized. Longtime fans wailed, the sky is falling. No, brother, don't do this. Brother has been hijacked by capital. Brother, don't sell your kidney, we'll crowdfund to support you. Yet some mature, big picture fans declared, supporting brother's new career breakthrough. This isn't a fall from grace, it's our idol descending to enlighten the masses. One popular comment read, so happy. Before, I could only drool over his looks through the screen. Now I can save up to support brother's career. Of course, the happiest ones are undoubtedly the vast army of suppressed female fans. The official mini-program for Male Model Era was completely overwhelmed that night by female fans flooding in from across the country. Customer service lines were flooded with calls, all trying to book Lu Han's table. Socialites, beauties, and wealthy matrons lined up with their Hermes bags to get numbers, driving the minimum spending in private rooms up tenfold. One wealthy woman posted on her social feed, back then you graced the stage, today I book your table paying for youth? Worth every penny. Everything unfolded exactly as Lin Feng had envisioned. The grand opening of Male Model Era had exploded onto the scene. The star power of celebrity male models proved explosive. Clearly, he must now aggressively recruit washed-up male celebrities into modeling, facilitating a seamless transition for male entertainers into the industry. No time to waste. Lin Feng immediately called the station chief of Toilet TV to share his idea. Director Gua, I have an idea. Our Male Model Era will sponsor your reality show, Brothers Overcoming Hardships, featuring washed-up male stars. We'll encourage eliminated contestants to join us directly as male models. Director Gua. The Toilet Channel's director couldn't afford to cross Lin Feng right now. After all, the songs Lin Feng had written for the channel had become its highest-grossing segment. Lin Feng was now the station's god of wealth. Therefore, Director Gua could only comply. Yes, Mr. Lin. We'll get a proposal ready ASAP. After hanging up the phone with satisfaction, Lin Feng promptly received the system's reward notification. Congratulations! Your command has gained a formidable warrior. This reward is granted for your upgrade. Lin Feng beamed, he truly is a fierce warrior. Lu Han is far more capable than those so-called 4 great male models of Jiangnan. Quick, boss, just give me the reward now. System, very well. This reward grants the host the skill Hacker Emperor. Lin Feng, holy crap. Hacker Emperor, that's insane. Hacker Emperor skill description: the host gains absolute dominion over the digital realm, mastering all information security technologies from classical cryptography to quantum computing. From fundamental network penetration, vulnerability mining, and social engineering to advanced zero-day exploits, APT persistent attacks, and hardware-level intrusions, from bypassing traditional firewalls and deceiving intrusion detection systems to breaching modern cloud security frameworks and cracking blockchain traceability, even satellite communication hijacking, IoT device cluster control, and AI model reverse engineering, all can be achieved through extraordinary code intuition and architectural insight, delivering devastatingly effective attacks. All encryption protocols, verification mechanisms, and physical isolation measures in the digital realm prove utterly futile before the host, truly the uncrowned king of cyberspace. Lin Feng, holy crap. Unstoppable. Chapter 158, Everyone Spying. Lu Han's arrival brought a massive influx of customers to Male Model Era. Women from all corners of the country flocked to Yunzhou, eager to experience Lu Han's charm and pay for their youth. However, Lu Han could only be one man. At most, he could accompany 2 or 3 female clients each day. The rest, those who couldn't book a table, might not have gotten intimate with Lu Han, but their estrogen, progesterone, and oxytocin were already surging. Their lust was running wild, demanding release. So they started seeking revenge by going after male models. Unable to book Lu Han, these women swept through other branches of Male Model Era. Thus, night after night, male model bars under the Male Model Era umbrella such as Nightline, Roland's Secret Garden, Black Diamond Club, and Left Bank Gentleman's Lounge exploded in popularity, overflowing with beautiful women. The night economy in Yunzhou City has reached unprecedented prosperity.
Yet, as the moon waxes full it spills over, and a tree that stands tall in the forest is sure to be struck down by the wind. Due to the overwhelming influx of female patrons, the existing male models were insufficient to meet demand. To satisfy the surging needs of the female clientele, Male Model Era hastily recruited a large cohort of new male models. This rushed approach meant there was no time for proper training. Many models were thrust into their roles wielding electric wands before they were adequately prepared. Consequently, many of these male models lacked the necessary professionalism and composure. Suddenly, a massive influx of female clients overwhelmed the bar's management capacity. Compounding the issue, some female patrons became overly enthusiastic and carried themselves away. The convergence of these factors led to a severe consequence. Incidents of accidental encounters became frequent, with scenes of getting down to business happening non-stop. Moreover, the lack of management resources meant insufficient security personnel, leading to a critical issue: the inability to prevent secret filming incidents. Sure enough, trouble struck. Less than 3 days after Lu Han joined the company, secretly filmed videos began surfacing on the Douyin short video platform. Leaked footage from Yunzhou's Night Dark Line bar's live show. East District, Black Diamond Club, accidental exposure incident leaked. Smoke-filled chaos erupts at Roland's Secret Realm bar. Yunzhou, Left Bank Gentlemen's Club, breeding behavior showcase. Although Douyin has activated its review mechanism, mass deleting leaked videos. However, there are simply too many. The number of covert recordings is overwhelming, and some ill-intentioned individuals have even started live streaming, making it impossible to guard against every threat. This situation was immediately detected by the Yunzhou City Online Public Opinion Monitoring Center. The director of the monitoring center broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. This is outrageous. How did Yunzhou become a den of depravity? He immediately grabbed the phone and called the head of Douyin's server division in Yunzhou City. What the hell are you people doing? How did such explicit videos get on Douyin? Forget calling yourselves Douyin, you might as well rename yourselves Quickplay. The Yunzhou server manager wiped away cold sweat. Director. We can't delete them all, it's impossible. Some videos don't expose private parts, just suggestive actions, so they slip through moderation. There are hidden camera recordings and live streams. Even with everyone working overtime, we can't keep up. There's just too much explicit content. Holy! The director of the Public Opinion Center jumped up and cursed. Because once these shocking videos spread widely, they would directly trigger massive negative public sentiment, severely damaging Yunzhou's city image. Then, as the head of the Public Opinion Center, he would face severe accountability. If things went badly, he might even be dismissed or demoted. That's why he was so furious right now. Holy, you must delete them. Whatever number there is, you delete them all from the back end. Otherwise, I'll fine you into bankruptcy. The Douyin Yunzhou server manager remained relatively level-headed. Director, no amount of fines will work. We simply don't have the manpower to delete all of them. As soon as we remove one, new explicit videos get uploaded. Targeting us is pointless. So, director, instead of punishing us, why not shut down the male model shops first? That's how you stop these explicit videos at the source. The director of the Public Opinion Center snapped to attention. He's right. Tackling the root cause is the only real solution. We must shut down the male model agency, Male Model Era. Just as the director was about to contact law enforcement to coordinate the raid, a sudden thought struck him. Holy crap! No way! This kind of matter must first be reported to Vice Mayor Chu Qing and Vice Mayor Su Qingyu. After all, Chu Qing oversees science, education, culture, health, and entertainment venues citywide, while Vice Mayor Su Qingyu recently took charge of public security and law enforcement. A citywide crackdown requires approval from both leaders. More importantly, the director had heard rumors that both vice mayors had subtle connections to the male model industry. Su Qingyu had personally approved Male Model Era opening a male model shop at East City's fashion hub, while Chu Qing had specially authorized Male Model Era to open on National Day. And, moreover, rumors circulated that Mayor Chu himself occasionally made covert visits to the male model establishments to inspect operations. Holy! At this thought, the director suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sending shivers through his body. The head of Male Model Era was no ordinary figure. He couldn't be provoked lightly. This had to be reported immediately. After making up his mind, the director of the Public Opinion Center immediately called both deputy mayors to report the urgent situation involving the secretly filmed video. Chu Qing, Su Qingyu. Both leaders were usually busy with work and rarely scrolled through Douyin, so they hadn't noticed this situation themselves. Upon hearing the director's report, both leaders felt a chill run down their spines. After all, both had supported the development of Male Model Era. If Male Model Era ran into trouble, they'd be held accountable. Without hesitation, they rushed to Douyin's Yunqing server branch to handle this emergency on site. The director of the Public Opinion Center and the head of the server branch provided a detailed briefing to the two leaders in the main server room. Hearing this, both men sucked in sharp breaths and exchanged stunned glances. Chu Qing, Mayor Su, I never imagined things would escalate to this point. Su Qingyu, indeed.
If these videos spread widely, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xu Qing was sweating profusely with anxiety. Mayor Su, then, how should we respond? After a moment's deliberation, Su Qingyu made an immediate decision. Get Lin Feng here. We must summon Lin Feng immediately. Xu Qing nodded in agreement. First, Lin Feng was the owner of male model era. Second, in such an extreme situation, Lin Feng was likely the only one who could resolve it. Xu Qing personally called Lin Feng. When Lin Feng answered, he initially thought she was calling to book a booth again. But upon hearing the details, he was horrified. After hanging up, he rushed straight to the main server room of Yunzhou Duiying's branch office. Upon entering the facility, Lin Feng immediately apologized. My sincere apologies, both leaders. Due to the overwhelming influx of female clients nationwide recently, our service management has fallen behind, causing such significant trouble. Su Qingyu waved him off. Lin Feng, we called you here to inform you that all male model shops must be shut down immediately to prevent any further leaked videos. We still have room to remedy the situation before it escalates further. Understood. Rest assured, Mayor Su. We'll close the shops immediately and implement corrective measures. This situation will not recur. Lin Feng always prioritized the greater good and wouldn't let petty issues tarnish the city's image. But just then, the head of Yunzhou's server team suddenly cried out in despair. It's over. It's over. A segment of the leaked video has already started being mass shared by multiple users. Someone must have recorded the screen. We can't keep up with the deletions. We just can't keep up. The leaked video is about to hit the trending charts. Chapter 159, The Hacker Emperor. Live sex video hits trending. Vice Mayor Xu Qing, shock level, plus 66,666. Deputy Mayor Su Qingyu, shock level, plus 66,666. Director of Public Opinion Center, shock level, plus 66,666. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 66,666. This is spiraling out of control. Once the live sex video goes viral, everything will spiral into chaos. Once this live sex video becomes a hot topic and spreads widely, both Yunzhou's city image and the reputation of male model era will face catastrophic damage. The usually composed Su Qingyu nearly shouted. Quickly find a way to fix this. We absolutely cannot let that video go viral. The server department head stammered in response. Mayor Su, we just consulted the network engineers. The video has been massively screen recorded. Too many users are uploading simultaneously, it's impossible to block. Plus, a huge number of uploads are from out-of-province IPs. We don't even have operational permissions for some of that data. Xu Qing was so frantic she was nearly crying. No. We have to find a solution no matter what. Otherwise, no one can bear the consequences. The network engineer gasped for breath. The only immediate solution is to rebuild the video review mechanism on the server backend to stop the flood of live sex videos. But this is a massive undertaking. We can't pull it off in a short time. Xu Qing was on the verge of breaking down. Then what should we do? Let me try. A voice cut through the panic in the server room. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, who had stepped forward. This happened in our store. I must take responsibility. Let me operate the server backend and rebuild the video review system. What? Vice Mayor Xu Qing, shock value, plus 77,777. Deputy Mayor Su Qingyu, shock level, plus 77,777. Director of Public Opinion Center, shock level, plus 77,777. Network Operations Engineer, shock level, plus 77,777. Head of Server Division, shock level, plus 77,777. What? You? Who are you? Aren't you from that male model agency? The director of the Public Opinion Center immediately sneered. What are you, a male model, doing meddling here? Do you even know anything about server operations? Isn't this all your fault anyway? Server Division Director, you, a male model boss, just stop causing trouble. Go back and shut down your shop for a cleanup. The Network Operations Engineer retorted immediately. You want to touch the servers? Think anyone can just mess with them? You clearly don't know what you're talking about. Yet while these men could dismiss the male model, the two mayors had long been impressed by Lin Feng's capabilities. Hearing he was stepping in, hope ignited within them. Su Qingyu leaned toward Lin Feng, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin Feng, do you know computer operations too? Lin Feng nodded decisively. This was no time for modesty. Mayor Su, rest assured. Hand the server over to me, and I guarantee I can extinguish this viral outbreak and prevent that explicit video from trending. Xu Qing's face regained some color. Lin Feng. That's wonderful. Quickly, get to work immediately. Everyone else present? Everyone else on the scene collectively dumbfounded. How could this happen? Why would two mayors place unconditional trust in a male model? The operations engineer firmly defended his technical authority. Leaders, this won't do. What if this male model crashes my servers? Su Qingyu said sternly, please cooperate. I trust Lin Feng, and our government leadership trusts Lin Feng. I order you to give up your workstation to Lin Feng. With the vice mayor issuing a direct administrative order, the operations engineer dared not resist further, no matter how stubborn he felt. He could only grudgingly step aside. Lin Feng smoothly took over the workstation and began operating the server's back-end programs. He completely ignored the surrounding skepticism and contempt, his expression stern, eyes like lightning, hands steady on the keyboard. The instant his fingertips touched the equipment, an intangible, near-absolute mastery radiated outward. The Hacker Emperor skill had awakened. This skill not only granted him unparalleled network attack defense and system manipulation abilities but also forged a profound, almost telepathic connection between him and the server array before him. Without hesitation, his slender fingers erupted into a heart-stopping rhythm on the keyboard, like the rapid drumbeat before an attack. Tap 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 tap. Command line interface CLI windows cascaded across the main screen like a waterfall, spewing forth a torrent of code. His operations bypassed the graphical user interface GUI entirely, communicating with the machine directly through the most fundamental, core-level commands. grep nr specific feature code videos awk print RMF $1 sh. Find user upload delete log purge log. A series of complex, hair-raising compound commands, combined with custom scripts and deep scan tools, flowed effortlessly from his fingers. Holy! Network operations engineer, shock level, plus 88,888. He's doing regex matching and bulk deletion directly in the root directory? And that deep scan script he's using. I've never seen anything like it. What is this? Server department head, shock level, plus 88,888. Permissions. How did he escalate his privileges so fast? Bypassing triple security verification. This can't be possible? Su Qingyu and Xu Qing, the two leaders, weren't tech-savvy, but seeing Lin Feng's commanding presence and lightning-fast execution, their hearts instantly settled by half. Lin Feng, we truly didn't misjudge you. While everyone was still reeling in shock, Lin Feng had already quietly established a temporary digital sentinel system. This system could perform real-time frame analysis directly on video content. Its commands precisely targeted files containing specific large-scale action sequences, male model-era background environments, and all files uploaded by the most widely circulated key user IDs. Back-end logs scrolled frantically as tens of thousands of video files were instantly marked and obliterated by forced deletion commands. Not even backup caches were spared. This achieved true bulk deletion of large-scale illicit video files 1,000 times more efficient than manual review and deletion. Inside the server room, technicians relayed triumphant reports. Report. Abnormal traffic interruption detected at the North Zone mirror node. Report. Suspected video copies synchronized via third-party platform APIs are rapidly disappearing. Report. The growth curve of the popularity index has slowed. The heat is dropping. It's really dropping. Within minutes, all major live streams were completely erased from the internet. The director of the Public Opinion Center stared at the real-time data on the monitoring screen, his mouth agape. His earlier disdain vanished, replaced only by stunned disbelief. Su Qingyu and Xu Qing exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and relief in each other's eyes. However, Lin Feng's actions did not stop there. Deleting existing files was merely a temporary fix. A firewall must be established immediately to prevent new non-compliant videos from being uploaded. Lin Feng took action once more. Rebuild the review mechanism. Chapter 160, No More Brother Pian Across the Web. Dui Ying's video review model is far too outdated. Lin Feng cut straight to the heart of the matter. Your review system relies too heavily on static feature databases and basic skin tone or shape recognition. It completely fails to meet the requirements of the Clean Internet Initiative. But this is the best solution achievable with current technology. The operations engineer tried to argue back, but having witnessed Lin Feng's formidable capabilities, his tone grew noticeably weaker. No. We must establish a video review mechanism based on an action-interaction model to fundamentally eliminate the spread of live-streamed sex videos. Lin Feng delivered the ultimate solution. Action-interaction model. Unheard of. Wildly imaginative. Even the head of the server division had never heard of such technology. He asked with deep respect. Action-interaction model? What is an action-interaction model-based review mechanism? Lin Feng immediately revealed the answer. The so-called motion interaction model enables the review system to precisely identify ambiguous actions performed by characters. For instance, actions like Old Han pushing a cart, Japanese soldier carrying a rifle, or lotus meditation, all ambiguous gestures can be instantly and accurately identified by the model, triggering immediate review. Any violations are nipped in the bud the moment they're detected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The operations engineer understood, but found it hard to believe. This technology has only existed in theory. It's impossible to implement in such a short time. The server backend couldn't possibly recognize Old Han pushing a cart. Is that so? Lin Feng gave a cold laugh and said no more. He intended to shatter their perceptions with facts.
His hands began to move again. Lin Feng cut straight to the core algorithm layer and began rewriting the review rules.
6 etc. AV engine config rule new.av. Define new pattern action sequence.
Real-time tracking of human posture in video frames based on the open pose skeleton keypoint model. Establish a multi-person interaction model to calculate relative distances, motion amplitude, duration. Implemented a temporal convolutional network to analyze action flows across consecutive frames. Inputted skeletal logic for old man pushing cart, Japanese soldier carrying rifle, and lotus meditation poses to identify specific ambiguous, revealing, or suggestive action sequences rather than isolated frame-based organ exposure, completely eliminating derivative actions like old man pushing cart, Japanese soldier carrying rifle, and lotus meditation. Weight adjustment significantly enhances recognition weights for specific environmental backgrounds, e.g., store displays, lighting, and specific clothing, e.g., school uniforms, fishnet stockings, halter dresses, combining motion analysis to form composite judgments.
Confidence threshold 0.92. Content exceeding this threshold is automatically intercepted and flagged for manual review.
Lin Feng wasn't merely writing rules, he was endowing the system with a kind of intuition, an AI intuition capable of understanding the intent behind complex human behaviors. He invoked a deeply hidden machine learning module interface unknown even to the original manufacturer's engineers, directly injecting the new algorithmic model.
Operations engineer, shock level, plus 99,999. He directly rewrote the core rule database. He actually built a dynamic behavior recognition model. This is insane. Server division director, shock level, plus 99,999. Holy, this is insane. If this model gets deployed across the entire network, there won't be a single porn star left on the internet. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng's temples, yet his gaze remained as unwavering as a rock. Finally, he hit the enter key. System will enable real-time scan daemon. The brand new intelligent review mechanism, based on ambiguous motion pixel sequences and dynamic behavior analysis, instantly took control of the entire upload portal. Almost simultaneously, the monitoring screen showed the rate of automatically blocked new uploads skyrocketed, while false positive rates plummeted. Several new explicit videos attempting to evade detection by changing angles or re-uploading with pixelated content were precisely identified and ruthlessly blocked by the new algorithm within seconds. Lin Feng slowly released his grip on the keyboard. On the screen, the data stream continued to flow smoothly. The new protective mechanism was firmly in place, barring all impurities from entering. The crisis, finally, was forcibly strangled in its infancy by imperial-level hacking techniques. The server room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Lin Feng's back as if he were a god. The operations engineer's face had gone deathly pale, his lips trembling so violently he couldn't utter a word. The head of the server division murmured, "A miracle. Absolutely a miracle. This male model's skills surpass even those of the Dragon Nation's red hackers." Shu Qing was so overcome with excitement she nearly rushed to hug Lin Feng, but constrained by her position, she could only shoot him intense, admiring glances. Su Qingyu exhaled a long sigh of relief, slapped Lin Feng's shoulder hard, and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, you've created another miracle." "Thank you." However, Lin Feng replied, "Mayor Su, please don't say that. Male model era nearly caused a major disaster. We should thoroughly reflect and make corrections." After speaking, Lin Feng immediately declared, "Mayor Su, Mayor Chu, and all leaders present, in light of the lessons from this unauthorized filming incident, I will immediately return to upgrade all security measures in our stores. We will introduce a video shielding device to prevent video leaks from our male model establishments at the source." Video blocking device? Everyone was utterly baffled. What on earth was an image shielding device? However, Lin Feng already had a clear plan. He stated unequivocally, "This image blocking device is the ultimate hardware-level solution. Its function is straightforward. The moment anyone steps through our store's door, the camera functions of all their recording devices, phones, cameras, and more will be forcibly disabled. They won't be able to focus, start recording, or even take photos. It makes covert filming impossible at its physical root, forcibly disabling the camera functions of phones, cameras, and other recording devices. Unheard of. The entire venue's shock level plus 99,999. How is this possible? A device can only block networks or similar information. How could there possibly be equipment that blocks hardware devices?" The operations engineer stared in disbelief. This is unbelievable. It's pure fantasy. There's no theoretical basis for such technology." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Professor, the theoretical basis for blocking hardware recording functions does exist. It's called directional sensor pulse interference theory." Directional sensor pulse interference theory. The entire audience was utterly speechless once more, their shock level skyrocketing. Lin Feng revealed the solution on the spot. Using the directional sensor pulse interference theory, the core principle of our image shielding device isn't to brutally block signals. Instead, it transmits high-precision modulated pulses at specific frequencies toward the image sensors of recording devices.
These pulses instantly overwhelmed the effective exposure range of the sensor's photodiodes, completely disrupting the light signals it receives and preventing the generation of usable image data. Simply put, it doesn't render the device signal less, it causes instant blindness, creating an insurmountable physical barrier to photography.
This is possible? This is amazing. Chapter 161, Honey has issues too.
Lin Feng wasted no time. Upon returning, his first move was to upgrade the bar's security measures.
Instead of heading to the company, he went straight to Gu Minghua's female adult toy manufacturing plant.
Using their factory's machine tools, he mass-produced image blockers. With the dual boost of his Machine Tool God and Hacker Emperor skills, producing the image blockers went incredibly smoothly.
Lin Feng immediately activated the CNC system, forcibly importing his self-designed 3D blueprints for precision components along with machining parameters.
Lin Feng personally operated the precision engraving machine, guiding the cutting tool with millimeter-level precision to mill the core shielding device's outer shell and internal resonant cavity. Switching to the laser etching machine, he precisely carved the electromagnetic pathways required for the interference pulse generator onto the micro-circuit board. Lin Feng swiftly assembled all components and connected them to the control chip preloaded with the underlying driver program.
An unprecedented image shielding device took shape before his eyes. Following this process, Lin Feng commenced mass production.
Working through the night, Lin Feng produced a sufficient quantity of image shielding devices to immediately equip all bars under the Male Model Era brand.
After installation, on-site testing confirmed the results. All camera and recording functions on mobile phones and cameras were rendered completely inoperable. Anyone entering a male model establishment now had absolutely no chance of secretly filming videos. This move completely eliminated the risk of video leaks. Moreover, the image blocker precisely targeted only imaging functions, without affecting customers' normal phone calls or mobile internet access. This truly is an unparalleled technology.
After installing the image blocker, female customers and male models at Male Model Era instantly felt a surge of security.
Female patrons rejoiced. This is amazing. Nothing can be filmed at all so reassuring. Ha, this is how you play worry-free.
Next time I'll just wear a lace bra and go wild.
What? No more secret filming? Perfect, I'm broke anyway.
Next time I'll skip the private room and go wild right at the booth.
Once women feel secure, they develop a sense of dependence.
A large number of female patrons became heavily reliant on Male Model Era, driving its customer traffic to consistently explode. Meanwhile, the system rewards arrived as promised. Congratulations, host, on achieving a major technological breakthrough that ensures the sustainable development of the male model industry.
Lin Feng, haha, no seats? That really is a major technological breakthrough. Come on, boss, hand out the rewards. System, understood. The skill awarded to the host this time is Master of Medical Aesthetics. Lin Feng, holy crap. This is awesome, boss. It's that plastic surgery magic popular in South Korea, right? We really need this.
Some male models who apply have great physiques and all, but their facial features are lacking. With Master of Medical Aesthetics, we can give them a makeover.
System, no seats available.
Master of Aesthetic Surgery Skill Description. The host gains absolute sculpting power over biological appearance, mastering all aesthetic medical techniques from traditional surgery to cellular level regeneration and repair. From fundamental skin management, precise hyaluronic acid and botulinum toxin injections, and thread lifting, to advanced three-dimensional maxillofacial bone restructuring, biomimetic allograft implantation, and precision autologous cartilage sculpting. From classic nose-eye comprehensive reshaping and breast implant surgery to cutting-edge genetic-level skin optimization, follicle cloning regeneration, and targeted fat stem cell filling. Even whole-body golden ratio proportion calculations, dynamic facial expression fine-tuning, and personalized aura design all can be flawlessly achieved through extraordinary anatomical intuition and aesthetic insight. All genetic flaws, signs of aging, and aesthetic limitations of the physical body can be reshaped before the host. Compared to the host's skills, those petty tricks from South Korea are utter trash.
Lin Feng, damn impressive. From now on, the male model industry will never see another ugly duckling. Once everything was running smoothly, Male Model Era's profits skyrocketed.
To reward Lu Han for his positive contributions to the company, Lin Feng commended him.
Brother Lu, you were born to be a top star.
You were a top star in the entertainment industry, and now you're an instant top star as a male model.
You're truly the best.
After this period of medication and interaction with his female relatives, Lu Han's depression had completely healed, and he genuinely grew to love his work as a male model.
Now radiant with vitality and hope for the future, he declared. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lin. Without you, I wouldn't have this new beginning. And Mr. Lin, you're being too modest.
I'm hardly a top star, you're the real deal at Male Model Era.
So many female clients told me they came for my shows only because they couldn't book yours. Your shows are their first choice. Lu Han was speaking the truth.
It was only when Lu Han first joined that he caused a sensation, with everyone scrambling to book his slots. But once the novelty wore off, Lin Feng remained the undisputed top star. At this point, Lin Feng outshone Lu Han in every aspect: appearance, charisma, and charm. The ladies had sharp eyes naturally. Lin Feng was the most popular choice. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Brother Lu, thank you for your contributions to the company these past days.
As a token of appreciation, I'm awarding you a bonus of 1 million yuan.
I know this sum is insignificant to you, but it represents the company's gratitude. Please accept it with a smile.
With that, he presented Lu Han with a check for 1 million yuan.
Lu Han protested, Mr. Lin, you saved me.
This male modeling industry saved me. I can't repay you enough. How could I possibly accept extra money?
Lin Feng promptly slipped the check into his pocket.
Enough. This is part of the company's reward system. You've earned it. Taking the money is simply following company policy. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept it.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
After accepting the reward, Lu Han shared some news with Lin Feng.
Oh, right, Mr. Lin, I was just about to discuss something with you.
Go ahead.
Lu Han, a couple days ago, I had a long phone call with Yang Mi. I told her I'd recovered from my illness.
She was thrilled to hear it and wants to get treated too. Mr. Lin, if you have time, could you please visit Sister Mi? Lin Feng, Yang Mi? Which Yang Mi? The singer of Love's Embrace? Yes, Mr. Lin.
That's the same Sister Mi who sang Love's Embrace.
Meet Yang Mi?
Lin Feng, shock level, plus 66,666.
It really is Yang Mi? She's seeking treatment too? What's wrong with her?
Lu Han truthfully explained, Mr. Lin, Sister Mi and I are fellow patients.
We've been going through this for quite some time. She also has depression. What? This was news to Lin Feng. What the hell? She's depressed too? She seems so cheerful? So carefree? How could she be depressed?
Lu Han sighed deeply. Mr. Lin, Sister Mi is a pitiful soul too. She became increasingly anxious after a botched plastic surgery, her self-esteem plummeted, and gradually it developed into depression.
Haven't you noticed Sumi hasn't appeared in public for a very, very long time? That was true enough. The entertainment world hadn't heard much about Yang Mi lately. Lin Feng asked curiously, what happened? Where did Yang Mi mess up? Lu Han spoke with sympathy.
Her nose, the more Quan Yu altered it, the larger it became.
Lin Feng. Chapter 162, First Encounter with Sister Mi. Yang Mi's nostrils were large, a fact known to all in Manhwa.
But no one could have imagined she'd suffer a botched job, leaving her nostrils growing ever larger.
Lu Han, Mr. Lin, Sister Mi is a genuinely good person.
She's truly pitiful now. Please help her.
Indeed, Yang Mi had a solid reputation within the industry and was well liked by audiences.
She had been a top-tier star for years.
Top tier. Top tier again.
The moment Lin Feng heard the term top-tier star, an idea struck him.
Get her into the male model agency.
Male Model Era was essentially a recycling center for washed-up celebrities, and they were absolute masters at repurposing has-beens. Though Yang Mi is a woman and can't be a male model, she could.
She could become Male Model Era's chief experience officer. Yes. Have Yang Mi endorse Male Model Era and become its chief experience officer. Male top star Lu Han is the flagship of Male Model Era, while female top star Yang Mi is its spokesperson. Male Model Era soars to new heights.
At this thought, Lin Feng felt his heart surge with excitement. He immediately agreed to Lu Han's proposal.
Brother Lu, you're absolutely right. Sister Mi is a great person, we have to help her. You reach out to her, and we'll be there anytime. Wonderful, Mr. Lin. Lu Han was visibly moved.
Mr. Lin, you truly have the heart of a bodhisattva, a benevolent healer dedicated to saving lives.
Not at all, not at all.
Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile.
Brother Lu, we're brothers. Your sister is my sister. We absolutely have to help Sister Mi with this nose issue. Accompanied by Lu Han, Lin Feng once again headed to the metropolis, arriving at Yang Mi's private residence.
Nestled in a quiet corner of the bustling former French concession district, Yang Mi's residence exuded understated elegance with its wrought iron railings and white walls adorned with climbing vines. The housekeeper had been waiting outside, smiling as she ushered the two inside. Stepping into the courtyard, Lin Feng felt the warm herringbone parquet flooring beneath his feet, while a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air. Entering the hall, Lin Feng walked along a corridor lined with motion sensor lighting. Delicately painted portraits of women and ukiyo-e prints hung on both sides. The space felt neither empty nor vast, but enveloped in a soft, intimate atmosphere. Opening the door revealed the living room. Spacious and bright, the center featured a low, off-white fabric sofa piled with velvet cushions and soft throws. Yang Mi sat upright on the sofa, wrapped in a light gray cashmere cardigan, her figure appearing particularly slender. A mask covered her face, likely to hide her nostrils from Lin Feng. Yet, her pallor was evident, her lashes casting shadows of exhaustion, and her usually vibrant eyes now dull and lifeless. Lu Han stepped forward and said softly, "Hello, Sister Mi. I've brought Teacher Lin." Yang Mi lifted her gaze at the sound.
So refreshingly clean.
Lin Feng wore a simple white cotton shirt, his posture straight and upright, his gaze clear and steady. His face was handsome, not in an aggressive way, but in a way that felt approachable and comfortable to look at. This crisp, clean aura felt like a gentle breeze, inexplicably easing the tension in Yang Mi's nerves. The heaviness in her chest seemed to lift slightly.
Yang Mi gave Lin Feng a slight nod. Teacher Lin, thank you for your hard work on the journey. It really was Yang Mi.
Though her face was hidden behind a mask, the moment she spoke, there was no doubt about her identity. Her voice was simply too distinctive, a classic falsetto that had captivated countless listeners with her hit song Love's Embrace.
Hello, Sister Mi.
It's an honor to meet you, Lin Feng greeted her politely.
After everyone sat down and chatted for a bit, Yang Mi started acting up. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling restless again, like I can't stand it anymore. Quick, Teacher Lin, I heard you cured little Lu. Could you give me a shot too?
Lin Feng nodded readily. Sismi, you must have been suffering from insomnia for quite some time. You look terribly sleep deprived. You need to catch up on sleep and replenish your energy before proceeding with the next phase of treatment.
Sismi, would it be okay if I sleep with you for a bit first? Yes. Teacher Lin, you're absolutely right. My insomnia is so severe that if I don't sleep soon, I might really die. Quick, Teacher Lin, sleep with me.
Yang Mi was so eager to be put to sleep, her whole body wilting like a withered wildflower. Lin Feng hesitated no longer and immediately cast his hypnosis spell. The marvel of Lin Feng's hypnosis technique lay in its ability to tailor completely distinct hypnotic methods to different individuals and symptoms, ensuring remarkable therapeutic efficacy.
For Yang Mi, he employed the oil massage hypnosis technique.
As the saying goes, there are no gender barriers between doctor and patient.
To put Yang Mi to sleep, Lin Feng didn't hold back. Alright, Sister Mi, let's begin.
Please lie down comfortably.
Alright. Yang Mi was as docile as a fawn.
She slipped off her slippers, tucked her legs under her, and lay flat on the sofa. Lin Feng's gaze was calm and focused as he spoke softly. Relax, Sister Mi, feel your breath.
Follow my guidance. The hypnosis began.
Lin Feng's fingertips first gently touched Yang Mi's temples, massaging them slowly with just the right amount of pressure. The warmth of his fingertips and steady pressure drew an involuntary soft sigh from Yang Mi, her furrowed brow seeming to relax ever so slightly.
Lu Han watched with puzzlement. Is this really hypnosis? Why are the techniques different from when he hypnotized me?
Next, Lin Feng's long fingers slowly traced the meridians downward, reaching the hidden hollow behind her ear where the skull indented. This was an area exceptionally soothing to the nerves, yet also somewhat delicate. His fingertips lingered here, sometimes tracing circles, sometimes applying gentle pressure. Yang Mi's eyelashes fluttered violently a few times, her breathing suddenly becoming somewhat hurried, as if some taut string had been quietly plucked. Yet what followed was a deeper wave of languid weakness and relaxation. A barely audible whimper escaped her throat, like a cat being stroked against the grain. Lin Feng's technique was professional and focused, his movements tracing points that stirred subtle ripples in her emotions. His thumb traced her defined jawline, pressing the calming point beneath it, his knuckles occasionally brushing the delicate side of her neck. Each touch sent a subtle electric shock through her, causing Yang Mi's consciousness to waver between I should be alert and this feels too good I want to surrender. This very oscillation accelerated the erosion of her stubborn lucidity.
Lin Feng's hand continued its descent, settling gently yet firmly upon Yang Mi's shoulder while acupoint.
His thumb dug deep into the muscle, kneading it slowly and powerfully. Yang Mi was caught off guard, a suppressed soft moan escaping from deep within her throat. Her body instinctively stiffened at first, then softened under the wave of aching pleasure, as if pinned at her most vulnerable spot, unable to move. Lin Feng's fingertips, through the thin layer of cashmere cardigan, continued their descent along the Fengmen and Feishu acupoints on either side of her spine.
The sight nearly made Lu Han drool. Teacher Lin, are you seriously here to hypnotize her? Are you sure you're not here to sleep with Yang Mi? Chapter 163, Sister Mi's Inner Demons. As Lu Han drooled uncontrollably, Lin Feng's hands kept moving downward. His touch felt like both comfort and probing, as if he could pierce through her skin to reach the deep-seated unease within Yang Mi. Yang Mi's breaths grew deep and moist, her body trembling involuntarily like a taut bowstring, yet under his control, it couldn't snap. Lin Feng's right hand moved to her lower ribs, his thumb pressing precisely on the Chiman acupoint where chest and ribs met. Yang Mi gasped sharply, her body shuddering as if electrified. A muffled whimper escaped her lips, an unnatural flush spreading across her cheeks as her consciousness began to dissolve under this intense physical stimulation. Finally, Yang Mi's will was utterly shattered. All her struggle and tension dissolved into a long, weary sigh that slipped feebly from her lips. Her body relaxed completely, sinking deep into the sofa. Her chest rose and fell with deep, steady breaths as she slipped into a long-awaited, profound slumber. Lin Feng gently withdrew his hand and tucked the blanket around her. The room was filled only with the sound of her peaceful breathing. Only after Yang Mi had fallen into a deep, unbroken sleep did Lu Han wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth and ask softly. Hey, Teacher Lin, this hypnosis technique of yours, it's different for men and women, right? With a woman, this doesn't feel like hypnosis at all.
It feels more like a massage.
Ha ha.
Lin Feng chuckled himself.
Can't help it. Been a male model too long, it's a professional habit. Lu Han.
After waking up from a deep sleep, Yang Mi felt refreshed and excitedly exclaimed.
Teacher Lin, you're truly amazing. I slept so soundly, and I even had a wonderful dream.
As she spoke, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Needless to say, she had undoubtedly been swept away by Lin Feng, experiencing a deeply satisfying erotic dream. After such intimate contact and such an intoxicating experience, the way Yang Mi looked at Lin Feng had changed.
There was no longer any trace of unfamiliarity or distance in her eyes. Instead, they held a hint of admiration and longing.
Yang Mi's affection level plus 66,666. Just like Lu Han when he woke up, Yang Mi was also excited after waking from her sleep and chatted animatedly with Lin Feng. But she suffered the same ailment as Lu Han after chatting for a while. Her energy began to wane again and she needed to sleep, desperately so. Lin Feng immediately pulled out the miracle drug LY0001.
Sisme, stop thinking about sleep. If you want to keep the party going, you gotta pop some pills.
Lu Han recovered gradually after taking this stuff.
Really?
Excitement flashed back into Yang Mi's eyes. She turned to look at Lu Han, seeking confirmation.
Lu Han nodded frantically. Absolutely. Sisme, it's this miracle drug from Teacher Lin. Take it and you'll be buzzing in no time. Having heard someone else had tried it, Yang Mi's hesitation vanished completely. She beamed and said, Quick, Teacher Lin, let me try some. All the pills I bought are useless now, only yours can keep me going. Lin Feng was generous, directly popping 2 pills from the bottle for Yang Mi to take.
After receiving them, Yang Mi quickly turned her face away and swallowed both pills with water. The reason she turned away, of course, was to avoid Lin Feng seeing her nostrils. Less than 10 minutes after taking the pills, the potent antidepressant LY001 kicked in. The effect was swift yet gentle, like a warm, clear spring washing over her from the inside out. Yang Mi felt a wave of warmth slowly spreading from her stomach throughout her entire body. The heavy weight that had been pressing down on her chest for days seemed to suddenly shatter and dissipate. She drew a deep breath and found the air, once thick and oppressive, now refreshingly crisp. The world before her eyes seemed to have shed a thin haze, even the light appearing softer and brighter. A long-forgotten, light vitality re-energized her body, making her unconsciously straighten her spine. The chill left her fingertips, and even the curve of her lips became natural and genuine.
Wow, this is amazing.
This feeling is truly incredible, Teacher Lin, you're so incredibly talented, so amazing. Yang Mi gazed at Lin Feng with excitement and gratitude, her eyes brimming with disbelief and delight. This wondrous sense of ease didn't stem from illusory stimulation, but genuinely from the pills he'd given her, from him as a person. A complex emotion, a blend of dependence, trust, and fondness quietly blossomed within her heart. Unconsciously, the gaze she cast upon Lin Feng grew more intense and passionate than before.
As Yang Mi's brain frantically secreted dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, it also began mass-producing estrogen, progesterone, melatonin. Yang Mi's affection level plus 88,888. Teacher Lin, you're truly my savior, my benefactor, my benefactor. With your miracle medicine, my mental illness will definitely be cured.
However, Lin Feng shook his head firmly and said earnestly,
Sisme, you're mistaken. Medication and sleep alone won't completely cure your neurosis. To truly heal it, we must find the root cause and sever it at its source. Cut off the root cause. Yang Mi urgently asked, The root cause? Where is my root cause? Your nostrils. Lin Feng pointed out unequivocally. The nostrils. Yang Mi's heart instantly tightened. Lin Feng actually knew. Lin Feng. How did Lin Feng find out? Could it be that Xiao Lu told him? Xiao Lu. You? How could you do this?
Yang Mi's face instantly turned ashen, her expression one of utter collapse.
She shot Lu Han a reproachful glare.
Sisme, please don't take offense. Lu Han quickly stepped in to explain.
Teacher Lin, treating illness always requires cutting the root.
The reason I recovered is because Teacher Lin identified the root cause of my condition, my excessive emotional attachment to women. He suggested I become a male model to temper my emotional nerves. I followed Teacher Lin's advice and worked as a male model for this past month.
Sure enough, I'm completely cured now, not a trace of neurosis left.
Lin Feng nodded deeply.
Sisme, Brother Lu is right. Don't avoid the problem.
Only by facing it head-on, analyzing it, and solving it can you completely cure neurosis.
Yang Mi's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, though her voice remained heavy with despair. Teacher Lin, my situation is different from Brother Lu's.
His root cause was psychological, being a male model fixed it. But mine is physiological. I had botched plastic surgery. I can't show my face in public.
Wah!
With that, Yang Mi burst into tears. Lu Han quickly stepped forward, offering his shoulder for Yang Mi to cry on.
Wah! Yang Mi wept even harder.
That bastard ruined my nose. My nostrils weren't that big to begin with, but that idiot made them even bigger.
Wah. I'm disfigured now. There's no way to fix it. Wah. No. Yeah, you can be restored.
Lin Feng declared with unwavering certainty, "Sismi, not only can you be restored, but you can become even more beautiful."
Chapter 164, Completely Conquering Sister Me. My nostrils can be restored. And I can become even more beautiful.
Yang Mi could scarcely believe her ears.
Shock level, plus 66,666. Yet, after the initial shock, Yang Mi quickly regained her composure.
To her, Lin Feng's words were nothing more than well-meaning consolation. Sniffling, Yang Mi lifted her tear-filled eyes. "Teacher, I know you're trying to comfort me, but at this point, my nose is truly ruined." Professor Kim Jiang-hoon from the Asia-Pacific Plastic Surgery and Reconstruction Center personally examined me in Shanghai. He said the mucosa of my nasal septum has been severely damaged through multiple surgeries, and the supporting structure of my alar cartilage has been destroyed. The reason my nostrils keep getting larger is due to a combination of internal scar contracture and soft tissue atrophy. He said this damage is irreversible. Any further surgery risks completely severing the blood supply, and then the entire nose could necrotize and collapse. Poof. Lin Feng sneered contemptuously, "Sismi, you actually believe what those Koreans say? Especially those so-called South Korean cosmetic surgery experts, they're nothing but a bunch of quacks who kill people without remorse. Sismi, your nose was ruined by them." Empowered by the skill, medical aesthetics master, Lin Feng swiftly analyzed Yang Mi's condition. His gaze sharpened like a blade as his voice carried undeniable authority. "Sismi, you were ruined by those Koreans. They made a fundamental mistake. To forcibly narrow your nostrils, they performed a brutal nasal alar base resection, but they removed far too much tissue, destroying the natural curve of your nasal bridge. Even more critical is that they employed excessively tight vertical suturing techniques during the procedure, severely compressing the branches of your nasal alar arteries and capillary networks. This has resulted in prolonged ischemia of the soft tissues in your nasal tip. This persistent microcirculatory impairment is the true cause of your increasingly enlarged nostrils." The Korean plastic surgeons completely disregarded the long-term stability of physiological structures, resulting in your nose becoming utterly pig-like. Yang Mi, shock level, plus 66,666. Lu Han, shock level, plus 66,666. Lin Feng actually understands medical aesthetics. And he understands it so thoroughly, so professionally, pinpointing the root of the problem with such precision. Teacher Lin, how do you know all this? Could it be you're also skilled in medicine? Yang Mi asked, utterly speechless. Yes, Miss Mi. Lu Han chimed in, "Sismi, did you know Teacher Lin is a true medical genius? The medication you just took was actually developed by him personally. What, this person actually developed a miracle drug himself?" Yang Mi's shock level, plus 99,999. Unbelievable. Yang Mi had never encountered anyone like this before. Lin Feng seemed to embody the essence of all creation, the culmination of heaven and earth. To Yang Mi, Lin Feng now appeared like a beacon of life itself. She felt he was her sole hope, and so she asked urgently, her voice trembling with emotion. Teacher Lin, you said my nose could still be saved? Is that really true? How can it be saved?" "Absolutely true." Lin Feng's words carried unwavering conviction, offering hope. "Not only is it true, but Sister Mi, you can become even more beautiful." He immediately outlined the corrective plan. "Sismi, the core issue with your nostrils lies in restoring blood supply and restructuring the tissue. If I perform the surgery, I'll use your own rib cartilage to build a new columellar support framework. Simultaneously, I'll meticulously dissect and release the contracted scar tissue. The most crucial step is transplanting your precious retroauricular fascia flap to envelop the cartilage. Rich in capillary networks, it will nourish your nasal tip like fertile soil, completely eliminating the risk of ischemia and necrosis. This not only restores natural, delicate nostril contours but also leverages this reconstruction to sculpt a more prominent, natural-looking nose with a perfectly defined seagull line, achieving an authentic, beautiful result. Nostril reduction. Straight bridge. Perfect seagull line." This series of words sent Yang Mi's heart soaring with excitement. "It's incredible, truly incredible." Yang Mi felt thrilled just thinking about it. Yet, after the excitement subsided, a new wave of apprehension rose within her. After all, this involved surgery on her nose and ears. One misstep could permanently disfigure her. She had to be extremely cautious. "Teacher Lin, I trust you completely and have witnessed your remarkable skills. But, cosmetic surgery is such a specialized field. Have you had experience in this area?" Lin Feng gave a faint smile. Yang Mi's hesitation had been entirely within Lin Feng's expectations. To secure Yang Mi as the spokesperson for male model era, Lin Feng had made thorough preparations. He had already visited Yunzhou City People's Hospital to copy the video of his heart surgery on Gu Jie. This move was solely intended to persuade Yang Mi. So now, Lin Feng calmly pulled out his phone, opened the video, and showed it to Yang Mi. "Sismi, I wouldn't make empty claims without solid proof.
You might not know this, but I'm not just a male model, I'm also the chief external consultant at Yunzhou City People's Hospital. Yang Mi's, shock level, plus 99,999. Chief external consultant at Yunqing City People's Hospital. Yang Mi's eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock. Holding her breath, she stared at the thrilling video. The video showed Lin Feng's wrist flickered lightly as a razor-sharp scalpel sliced a precise incision along the midline of the sternum. The electrosurgical knife dissected tissue, and the sternum saw split open, all executed in one fluid motion. With a subtle flick of his fingertips, two ultra-fine microcatheters glided like dancing dragons. On the surface of the beating heart, at the bifurcation of the coronary artery, he performed balloon angioplasty and stent deployment with millimeter precision. Lin Feng employed his pioneering suspended figure-8 suturing technique to repair a ruptured microvascular vessel. The needle tip navigated with micrometer precision through areas invisible to the naked eye, creating a knot that was both secure and completely unobstructive to blood flow. Lin Feng performed a vibratory dissection using a specialized micromesh basket at the catheter tip, shattering and suctioning debris with hundreds of microscopic vibrations per second. During the final pericardial suturing stage, Lin Feng wielded two needle holders, simultaneously performing continuous suturing with bidirectional barbed sutures. The two rows of stitches aligned with precision machine symmetry, perfectly sealing the pericardial cavity. Seeing was believing. Yang Mi was utterly convinced. Yang Mi, shock value, plus 99,999. Yang Mi, affection level, plus 99,999. Lin Feng's series of miracles had utterly conquered Yang Mi. Not only was she conquered, but she also saw hope for her comeback. Since her botched surgery, Yang Mi had plummeted from the pinnacle of fame to the depths of despair. Once inundated with film offers, endorsements, and variety show invitations, she now shut herself away, afraid to face anyone. Her popularity plummeted rapidly, and her mental resilience nearly collapsed. It was Lin Feng's arrival that reopened the door to life for her. Yang Mi felt as if bathed in divine light. She sprang from the sofa and knelt on the spot with a thud. Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin, please, save me. Chapter 165, Condemning the Bastards. Kneeling in supplication, Yang Mi pleaded with heartrending sincerity, begging Lin Feng to save her reputation. Lin Feng, ever the gentleman, readily agreed. Sis Mi, rest assured I'll protect your beauty. With that, he and Lu Han stepped forward to help Yang Mi to her feet. Yang Mi burst into tears on the spot, her gratitude beyond words. Thank you, Lin Feng. Without you, I truly don't know how I'd go on. Lu Han chimed in to comfort her. Sis Mi, don't get too emotional. Your nostrils are already big enough as it is. If you keep crying, Teacher Lin will have an even harder time working on them. Ha ha ha. Yang Mi's tears turned to laughter. Little Lu, you're right. I won't cry anymore, I won't cry anymore. Once Yang Mi had calmed down, Lin Feng made a direct request. Sis Mi, since I need to examine and operate on you, I must first understand the condition of your nostrils. So, Sis Mi, could you please remove your mask so I can take a look? Sure. Facing her savior, Yang Mi no longer held back, promptly removing her mask on the spot. Forget taking off her mask. If Lin Feng asked her to drop her pants right then, she'd probably do it without hesitation. Lu Han, shock level, plus 66,666. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 66,666. I'd heard Yang Mi's nose was ruined, but I never imagined it would be this horribly disfigured. The moment the mask was slowly removed, the air seemed to freeze. Yang Mi instinctively turned her head away, her lashes fluttering as they lowered. Her once delicate, straight bridge now appeared rigid. Most jarring were the asymmetrical nostrils. The right side was noticeably flared and deformed, the edge of the nostril slightly upturned due to scar tissue contraction, exposing too much of the nasal passage. The left side, though slightly better, still presented an unnatural oval shape. The tip appeared flattened due to soft tissue atrophy, robbing the entire nose of its original delicate curve. It resembled a brutally altered work of art, its distorted structure and exposed cavities utterly shattering the harmonious beauty of her features. Lu Han sucked in a sharp breath, then quickly suppressed it, his eyes filled with pity. Did I scare you? Yang Mi said sadly, her face flushed with shame. Yet Lin Feng's words soothed her wounded heart. It's far worse than I imagined. Rest assured, Sister Mi, you will fully recover and become even more beautiful. Yang Mi was overjoyed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. That's wonderful, Teacher Lin. Can we schedule the surgery as soon as possible? I truly can't bear to live like this another day. No problem. As Lin Feng agreed, he outlined a condition. Sis Mi, given the condition of your nose, we'll need to use 4K ultra-precise equipment for the surgery. The scar tissue inside your nose is tightly adhered to the blood vessels and nerves. We must perform millimeter-level precision dissection to completely release the contracture without damaging the remaining blood supply. He paused and asked, Sis Mi, do you know which hospital has this kind of equipment? Yang Mi thought for a moment and replied, the 4K precision system? I think only the Shanghai Asia-Pacific Plastic Surgery and Reconstruction Center Hospital where I had my last surgery has it. Lin Feng nodded. Alright, honey, let's go to that hospital then. But
Yang Mi voiced her hesitation, but the lead surgeon at Asia Pacific Plastic Surgery and Reconstruction Center is Professor Kim Jae-hoon from Korea.
He's against me having another operation. Lin Feng sneered contemptuously, what the hell does that Korean know? Honey, ignore him. Honestly, you've been screwed over by that bastard. Come on, let's go get him. The next day, Lin Feng, Yang Mi, and Lu Han headed straight for the Asia Pacific Plastic Surgery and Reconstruction Center Hospital in Shanghai.
Upon seeing Yang Mi arrive, Kim Jae-hoon, feeling guilty, put on a forced smile and said,
Miss Yang, your nose truly cannot undergo any further surgical intervention. While the current state isn't perfect, it at least preserves basic functionality. The risks of another operation are extremely high and could very likely cause irreversible necrosis. He adjusted his glasses and handed over a document. This is the comprehensive post-operative care plan our expert team has developed for you, including scar massage techniques, specialized restorative ointments, and physical support therapy. While it won't restore your original appearance, it will help maintain the current condition to the greatest extent possible and prevent further deterioration. Yang Mi had seen right through his true colors. She flung the documents he offered onto the floor and refused to listen to his nonsense any longer. Bull! You bastard! You ruined my nose! Open the operating room now, I don't need you as the surgeon. I've already hired a master to fix this. You. Yang Mi's fierce aura stunned the Korean doctor into a daze. He stammered back. Miss Yang, please mind your manners. As a public figure, how could you insult me by calling me a bastard? You. Yang Mi had nothing left to lose. You've made me too embarrassed to show my face in public. Calling you names is the least of it. Keep talking nonsense and I'll sue you. Stop stalling, open the operating room now. This Dr. Lin is here to operate on me. What? Teacher Lin? Kim Jae-hoon looked at Lin Feng in bewilderment. You want this greenhorn to be the lead surgeon? And use my surgical equipment? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who's going to take responsibility if something goes wrong?
Lin Feng smiled faintly. Kim, I don't know who'll be held accountable if something goes wrong. But if you don't hand over control of the operating room, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Lin Feng stepped forward, his voice as sharp as a blade, carrying the unquestionable authority of a professional. Kim, not only did you excessively resect Miss Mi's alar cartilage during the initial surgery, destroying the circular support structure of the nasal threshold area and causing nasal collapse and flaring. More critically, you brutally damaged a crucial branch of the alar arterial arch during dissection, directly causing permanent local blood supply impairment, a universally recognized elementary error in rhinoplasty. Kim Jae-hoon was scared less on the spot. How does he know everything? After completing the procedure, Lin Feng had reviewed all of Yang Mi's medical records from Kim Jae-hoon's office, gaining a thorough understanding of every detail of this cosmetic surgery. The more he learned, the more despicable this Korean seemed. This Kim Jae-hoon was nothing but a charlatan. He possessed cutting-edge equipment and a pile of fancy titles, but his surgical skills were extremely crude, even violent. He had literally destroyed Yang Mi's nostrils. Facing a true expert, Kim Jae-hoon completely panicked. You're lying. Damn it, you have no proof. This is defamation. Evidence? Lin Feng grabbed the CT scan he'd brought and held it up to the light. Look here. The scar tissue adhesion between soft tissue and residual cartilage perfectly corroborates your violent manipulation in the critical area. Just present Sister Mi's medical records alongside this CT scan, and the vascular neural adhesions and structural cartilage defects you caused will be fully exposed. Jin Zixuan's jaw trembled violently, his face drenched in cold sweat. What do you want? Lin Feng's piercing gaze locked onto him. Open the operating room immediately. This isn't a request, it's your final chance to cover up this level 3 medical malpractice. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll face a joint investigation by the health commissions of both Longbang and China, plus a global medical malpractice announcement from Sister Mi's studio. Kim Jae-hoon. Chapter 166, Saving Honey Sister. Lin Feng's single sentence exposed Kim Jae-hoon's critical surgical error, terrifying him into near paralysis. Thus, when confronted with Lin Feng's demand to use the lab, Kim Jae-hoon dared not refuse. Alright, fine, but you must sign a liability waiver with me, stating that I only provide medical equipment. The success or failure of the surgery is entirely unrelated to me. No problem. Lin Feng agreed readily. After the agreement was signed, Lin Feng and Yang Mi proceeded directly to the operating room. Because Lin Feng had signed an agreement with the hospital, Yang Mi's surgery was entirely under his sole responsibility. Therefore, the entire procedure from anesthesia to the surgical process to the final sutures was performed entirely by Lin Feng alone, with no assistance from anyone else. Performing such a high-precision, complex surgery without a physician assistant or nurse support was virtually unthinkable. However, for Lin Feng, who possessed both peak surgery and medical beauty master, no challenge was insurmountable. He spoke softly to Yang Mi as she lay on the operating table. Sis Mi, get some rest now. When you wake up, you'll see the perfect version of yourself. Tears welled up in Yang Mi's eyes before she could speak. Lin Feng, truly.
I'm so fortunate to have met you. If only I'd met you sooner, I would have. Lin Feng made a shushing gesture, activating whispering charm on the spot. Sisme, it's best not to get too emotional before surgery. Let's close our eyes now. Yang Mi obediently lowered her eyelids. The surgery began. Peak surgery and medical beauty mastery activated simultaneously. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with unwavering focus. Inside the operating room, the cold, precise light of the overhead surgical lamp poured down. Lin Feng instantly activated his advanced X-ray vision, magnifying the world around him and revealing every minute detail. He first administered a local nerve block anesthetic, inserting the needle at a unique angle to precisely avoid blood vessels, slowly injecting the solution around the target nerve. Throughout the process, Yang Mi felt no pain whatsoever. She remained immersed in the lingering whisper of Lin Feng's earlier words, gradually drifting into a peaceful, light sleep. Next, with a wrist steady as a rock, Lin Feng made an exquisite bird-shaped incision along the existing, inconspicuous scar on Yang Mi's columella. Though minuscule, the incision was sufficient to expose the underlying structures while minimizing new trauma. Simultaneously, his other hand completed a 2-centimeter micro-incision beneath the right costal margin. Using a specialized retractor, he swiftly and gently extracted a small segment of costal cartilage, approximately 3.5 centimeters long, employing an astonishing technique akin to blind cutting in midair, with minimal bleeding. Returning to the nasal area, the combined insight of peak surgery and transparency technique allowed him to visualize the intricate world of internal scar adhesions through the limited incision. Using ultra-microscopic instruments under 40x magnification from the transparent vision system, he commenced millimeter-level dissection. The instrument tips glided like embroidery needles, precisely separating contracted scar tissue from fragile residual cartilage and vascular nerves. Each step was as delicate as walking on thin ice, yet executed with the steadiness of a mountain. In the surgical monitoring room, Kim Jae-hoon and his team of Korean cosmetic surgeons watched it all unfold on the screen. Originally watching with a critical eye, expecting to find flaws or witness a fiasco, they were utterly dumbfounded by Lin Feng's masterful, razor-sharp precision. Kim Jae-hoon, shock level, plus 66,666. Medical aesthetics team members, shock level, plus 66,666. Kim Jae-hoon's pupils suddenly contracted. Holy! How is this possible? Suspended blind dissection. Is this even humanly possible? As he witnessed Lin Feng's masterful dissection technique, which didn't touch a single major blood vessel, the core members of the medical aesthetics team broke out in cold sweat on the spot. Holy! This dissection technique. Is it more precise than a microscope? Does he have X-ray vision? Next, Lin Feng continued his work, tackling the scar near the alar arterial arch, the most challenging, untouchable area. His movements were gentle yet decisive, perfectly preserving the precious blood supply channels. Kim Jae-hoon nearly licked the screen. Kim Jae-hoon's shock level, plus 99,999. How did he manage this? This is exactly where I failed. Oh no, is he really a monster? Lin Feng had no time to spare. He swiftly sculpted the harvested rib cartilage between his fingertips, instantly shaping it into a sturdy yet lightweight nasal columella support rod. Implanting it into the nasal tip, he instantly restored its core structural integrity. Next, he retrieved the pre-harvested auricular fascia flap, meticulously wrapping it around the sculpted cartilage surface. Using absorbable sutures finer than a strand of hair, he performed countless precise stitches to firmly secure the flap, ensuring seamless vascular reconstruction. Finally, Lin Feng employed his proprietary intermittent mattress suture tension relieving technique to close the columellar incision, the stitches as dense and intricate as a work of art. Thanks to Lin Feng's exceptionally meticulous suturing, Yang Mi would wake up to a perfectly sculpted nose. As Lin Feng set down his instruments and exhaled deeply, Kim Jae-hoon, watching via the monitor, had slumped back in his chair. His eyes were vacant as he muttered repeatedly. A miracle. This isn't surgery. It's a miracle. How could Longhua produce such an extraordinary doctor? Damn it. As the anesthesia gradually wore off, Yang Mi slowly opened her eyes. The first faces she saw were the handsome features of Lin Feng and Lu Han. Lin Feng wore a spring breeze smile, his voice soft and murmuring. Sisme, congratulations. The surgery was a complete success. Yang Mi's eyes snapped open, her consciousness instantly clear. Really? She instinctively reached to touch her nose. Lin Feng quickly grabbed her forearm. No, Sister Mi, the stitches are fresh. You can't touch it yet. Oh, okay. Yang Mi asked again, then, can I take a look? Lin Feng nodded gently. Sure, Sister Mi. I can temporarily remove the bandage so you can see the results. Lin Feng gestured for Yang Mi to close her eyes and relax as he leaned down to remove the bandage. He worked with extreme care, handling it as gently as if it were a priceless treasure. Using the tip of sterile tweezers, he gently probed the edge of the bandage, peeling it back layer by layer, slowly and deliberately. Lin Feng's gaze was focused and serene, as if the entire world had shrunk to this precise, intricate operation. There was no trace of haste throughout the process, only a steady rhythm and absolute control.
Every minute movement radiated utmost patience and care.
As each barrier was removed, Yang Ni's new nose gradually emerged, leaving Lu Han, watching nearby, utterly transfixed. Good heavens! A work of art! Yang Ni's nostrils were nothing short of a flawlessly crafted masterpiece. Lu Han's shock level plus 99,999. Finally, the last layer of ultra-thin dressing was removed. Lin Feng didn't step back immediately. Instead, he meticulously examined the suture area. Only after confirming everything was perfect did he rise slowly, as if unveiling a masterpiece. Lin Feng, Sismi, the gauze is temporarily removed. Take a look at the results first. Chapter 167, Sister Mi's Endorsement, Male Model Era. The Medical Aesthetics Hospital's operating room had a full-length mirror. When Yang Mi walked up to it and looked at her reflection, seeing her reborn nostrils. Yang Mi, shock level, plus 99,999. Yang Mi froze in place, her pupils slightly contracting from the shock. The reflection revealed a nose bridge as smooth and high as distant mountain ridges, with a delicate, slightly upturned tip, a masterpiece sculpted by an artistic genius. But what truly took her breath away were those flawless nostrils. These nostrils formed a perfect teardrop shape, their size, angle, and orientation adhering to flawless golden proportions. Symmetrically set beneath the nostrils, they showed not a hint of protrusion or distortion. This was no ordinary physiological structure, but an artistic masterpiece crafted by Lin Feng's extraordinary skill, a work that combined respiratory function with breathtaking form. Clean, sharp, and noble, they imbued the entire nose with an ethereal beauty that seemed to breathe divine grace. This stroke of genius instantly awakened the radiant brilliance across her entire face. It neutralized any previous hint of dullness, bestowing unparalleled dimensionality and refinement upon her features. Her features became more defined, her eyes appearing deeper and brighter. Her entire aura transformed from vibrant to a sophisticated, breathtaking allure of beauty that was intensely captivating yet perfectly harmonious. All of this stemmed from Lin Feng's godlike aesthetic vision and masterful craftsmanship. Oh my god! Yang Ni gasped in astonishment and delight. She was utterly stunned by her reflection in the mirror, on the verge of tears from overwhelming joy. Sismi, don't get too excited. Lin Feng promptly halted Yang Mi. Sismi, your incision has just been sutured. Avoid any emotional outbursts to prevent facial expressions from straining your nasal muscles and causing a second disfigurement. Lin Feng's warning came just in time. Yang Mi instantly reined in her emotions, daring not to make any more random expressions. She suppressed the torrent of gratitude she felt toward Lin Feng deep within her heart. Though unable to make exaggerated expressions, Yang Mi could still speak. Suppressing her gratitude, she said word by word. Teacher Lin, truly, your immense kindness to me will be forever engraved in my heart. I will repay you with everything I have. Lin Feng replied warmly, Sismi, let's not talk about that now. Just focus on your recovery. Once your incision heals, you'll be even more beautiful than you are today. With that, Lin Feng continued to gently wrap the gauze around Yang Mi with his expert technique. After her nostrils were rebandaged, Yang Mi's gratitude still overflowed. No, Teacher Lin, you've saved my life. I must repay you properly. To be honest, after all these years in the industry, I've accumulated quite a fortune. Lin Feng, you could stop working so hard. As she spoke, a blush spread across Yang Mi's cheeks. Yang Mi's affection level plus 99,999. However, Lin Feng gently shook his head. Sismi, everyone knows what kind of person you are after all these years. I've always been your fan. Helping you has nothing to do with money. Ha! This hottie isn't after my money. Could it be? Could she be after my body? Yang Mi plunged back into her fantasies, her voice trembling as she spoke. Teacher Lin, if you're not after money, then I truly have nothing else to offer you. I can only give myself to you. Faced with Yang Mi's blatant offer, Lin Feng still felt uneasy about her arrogant demeanor. So he replied casually. Sismi, thank you for your trust. I'm truly honored. Then, shifting gears abruptly, he got straight to the point. Speaking of which, Sister Mi, there is actually something I'd like to ask your help with. It's just a bit awkward to bring up. My idol wants my help. Yang Mi instantly perked up, patted her chest, and offered to take care of it. Teacher Lin, there's nothing awkward about it. You've done me such a huge favor, anything I can do to repay you, even if it's just a fraction, would be my honor. I'd gladly give my life for it. Yang Mi was already daydreaming about the possibilities. Sismi, it's nothing like that. Lin Feng began to reveal his true request. Sismi, as you know, I'm a male model and also the owner of Male Model Era. Lu Han is currently our top male model. However, our company is currently lacking a spokesperson. As you know, only a female customer would be suitable for this role. We're actively seeking an influential woman to endorse Male Model Era and become our chief experience officer, but we've yet to find the right candidate. This woman must endorse the male modeling industry, possess social recognition and reputation, and embody unparalleled elegance with positive energy. After much consideration, I believe that in our Dragon Nation, only you, Honey Sister, would be the most suitable spokesperson for Male Model Era. Sister Mi, would you be willing to endorse Male Model Era? Would you be willing to become our chief experience officer? I accept. Yang Mi accepted immediately, without a moment's hesitation. This is the charm of Yang Mi. Lu Han's shock level plus 66,666. Lin Feng's shock level plus 66,666. Yang Mi's promptness caught Lin Feng off guard. Me? Sister Me, shouldn't you give this some serious thought? After all, some of your fans might not accept our male modeling industry. No need to think about it. I'm endorsing male model era. Yang Mi declared with unwavering resolve, what fans accepting it or not, Teacher Lin. Even if all my fans vanished right now, I'd still help you. Without you, I wouldn't even be alive. Why would I care about those trivial fans? Besides, Yang Mi trailed off. But the more she held back, the more curious Lin Feng and Lu Han became. Sis Me, what's the besides? Yang Mi hadn't intended to reveal it, but Lin Feng was her benefactor. Before someone who'd saved her, there was no need for secrets. So she laid it all out. Besides, I'm hiring a male model myself. Lu Han, shock level, plus 99,999. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 99,999. This revelation was truly explosive. Yang Mi, Teacher Lin and Lu are both my people, so I have nothing to hide. Ever since I divorced that ex-husband who loved binge-watching scripts late at night, I started dating male models. Honestly, these male models have brought me so much joy over the years. They've offered my heart so much comfort. My ex-husband betrayed me, staying up late with another woman reading scripts. It broke my heart. How did I survive all these years? It was all thanks to male models. Without male models, I wouldn't even have the drive to pursue my career. I am incredibly grateful to the male modeling industry. Mr. Lin, today, it's you, this male model, who saved me once again. This divine intervention signifies that I share some kind of bond with male models. So now that this opportunity has come, I want to show my gratitude to my benefactor in the male modeling industry through concrete actions. Unbelievable. Yang Mi's level of understanding is truly extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Sis Me, your words are truly moving. On behalf of all 300 plus male models at Male Model Era, I extend our sincere gratitude and highest respect to you. May our collaboration usher in an even brighter spring for the male modeling industry in Dragon Nation. Chapter 168, Male Models on the Spring Festival Gala. It's settled. Everything's settled. Yang Mi officially signed the endorsement contract, becoming the chief experience officer of Male Model Era. Once Yang Mi's nostrils had fully recovered, Lin Feng mobilized resources to shoot promotional ads for Male Model Era, with Yang Mi as the star. The endorsement video was quickly completed. In the ad, soft golden light cascades as Yang Mi, clad in a velvet halter dress, sinks into a feather-stuffed sofa, her eyes lazily glancing around. Two male models approached from the shadows. The one on the left let his fingertips brush her bare back, while the one on the right gently raised a stemmed glass to her lips. As the camera zoomed in on her fluttering eyelashes, the model's lips nearly grazed her earlobe as he whispered, "Sis Me, enjoy." Yang Mi lifted her chin toward the camera as the two models behind her drew back diamond-studded curtains, flooding the space with morning light. Yang Mi's distinctive husky voice narrated, "Every moment of urban brilliance deserves meticulous care. Happiness is never a myth." The two male models placed their hands gently on her shoulders in a gentlemanly gesture. Her eyes swept across the screen with a soft smile as she declared to all the women of Longwei, "The joy a woman seeks is always within reach." Finally, the ad freezes on a golden promotional tagline from Male Model Era. Male Model Era, define your exclusive pampering. It blew up, absolutely blew up. As Yang Mi's endorsement video spread widely across Douyin, Tushio, Weibo, and other platforms, it once again ignited public discourse in China. Hashtag Weibo trending exploded. Hashtag Yang Mi Male Model Era endorsement. Yang Mi surrounded by male models. Hashtag trending. Women's desired pleasure within reach. Hashtag trending. Entertainment Weekly once again featured a front-page report. Top actress Yang Mi appointed Chief Experience Officer of Male Model Era, redefining new paradigms in female consumption. New Dragon press releases commentary. Yang Mi's male model endorsement, objectification of men or awakening of female consumer sovereignty? Mass Daily's front-page supplement delves deep. Yang Mi's endorsement signals compliance and high-end emotional consumption. Hushi Tue publishes another headline article. Yang Mi, you've pressed the nuclear button for women nationwide to unleash their consumer sovereignty. Netizens flooded the comments. Holy crap, I was wondering why Yang Mi hasn't been seen lately. Turns out she's been obsessed with male models. After her divorce, Sister Mi has totally let loose. Holy crap, what about Little Nomi? Anyone watching? Wow. I kinda wanna try Yang Mi's dual model package too. China's top female star reduced to endorsing a male escort service? Is Yang Mi's team so broke they're taking these gigs? Off with your bull, your family runs a pimp shop, and every one of you is a pimp. Just like Lu Han becoming the top male model for Male Model Era last time, Yang Mi's endorsement has once again ignited the male model economic boom. More and more repressed women in Longwei have finally taken a revolutionary step hiring male models.
From now on, they have one more reason to hire male models. If Yangmi can openly hire male models, why should I hide?
Male models are innocent. Long live male models. Male model era exploded, reaching unprecedented popularity. The system's satisfaction meter is maxed out. Only someone like Lin Feng could propel the male model industry to such heights. Reward. I demand a hefty reward. System, thank you, host, for further expanding the male modeling industry's influence. Currently, it has become the 16th largest industry in Dragon Nation. Its GDP is about to surpass that of toilet paper. Keep it up. Lin Feng wiped away cold sweat. Damn it, it seems the road to making male modeling China's top industry is still long and arduous. System, host, don't lose heart. You've already created a miracle. I believe you will push the male modeling industry to its peak. Now, here's a skill reward for you. Lin Feng perked up again. Alright. Boss, hurry up. System, received. The skill awarded to the host this time is Boundless Mastery. Lin Feng, what the hell is that? System, Boundless Teaching, Skill Description. The host will become the ultimate mentor in education, possessing the innate teaching talent to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Capable of precisely identifying each individual's potential and weaknesses, they can solve learning challenges in the most down-to-earth ways. The host can make knowledge flow into a student's mind as naturally as breathing, truly a human alchemist's touch, the pinnacle among gold medal teachers. Lin Feng wiped his brow again. Fine. This skill might actually come in handy. I could teach male models how to use an electric wand. Some of them are genuinely dumb as rocks, can't even figure out how to use a damn wand. Equals. Everything fell into place. Business remained booming, and Lin Feng was constantly swamped with clients. Amidst this thriving momentum, the year's end approached swiftly. As the year drew near its close, Su Lingman, manager of the F3 group, whose fame had already echoed throughout the Dragon Nation, approached Lin Feng with urgent news. Mr. Lin, it's a big project. A huge project. Lin Feng smiled and said, Sister Lingman, please sit down. No need to get excited. Let's talk this through calmly. Lin Feng held Su Lingman in high regard for her professional skills. Ever since she became the manager for the three devoted sons Rui Yang, Feng, and Junchuan, the F3 group had consistently secured top-tier opportunities, further elevating their fame and influence. Su Lingman settled into the manager's office, took a sip of hot tea, yet still couldn't contain her excitement as she exclaimed. Mr. Lin, it's a major project, the Spring Festival Gala. F3 has a chance to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Feng's shock level plus 66,666. To be honest, this was something Lin Feng hadn't anticipated. Male models getting a chance to appear on the Spring Festival Gala? This is truly unprecedented in history. From now on, top male models wouldn't be confined to dancing on flimsy nightclub stages. They could actually grace the most prestigious stage in all of Longwei, the Spring Festival Gala. That leap was a bit too drastic. Sis man, you're not joking, right? Holy crap, sis man, you're seriously well connected. You actually have connections to the Spring Festival Gala? A hint of pride flashed across Su Lingman's face. Hey! This time it was pure luck. A friend introduced me to Dong Qing, the Spring Festival Gala host at China's Central Television. Turns out we hit it off pretty well. She also happens to be the producer of I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala. I told her about F3 and tentatively asked could our F3 audition for I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala? To my surprise, Dong Qing is a straightforward person. She said no problem, they could give it a shot. Good heavens, Mr. Lin. If F3 really makes it onto the Spring Festival Gala, your three sons will have truly made something of themselves. Lin Feng was equally thrilled by the news. If male models Rui Yang, Feng, and Junchuan actually made it onto the Spring Festival Gala, the male modeling industry's influence would skyrocket to nuclear-level proportions. After all, the Spring Festival Gala's reach was unmatched by any other platform. Not only would F3 become the top tier in the entertainment industry, but male model era would also become the top tier in the national consumer market. Moreover, male models appearing on the Spring Festival Gala signifies the industry's official acceptance by mainstream Chinese values. From now on, the male modeling industry will walk tall and proud down the glittering avenue of society. They must appear. They absolutely must. Male models must appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 169, Conquering Dongqing. Lin Feng made up his mind he had to push for male models to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. So he immediately informed Su Lingman. Excellent. Having F3 on the Spring Festival Gala is absolutely essential. Sister man, you truly are formidable. Both your vision for development and the resources at your disposal are top tier. Su Lingman was flattered yet slightly mocking. Mr. Lin, this wouldn't have been possible without your brilliant leadership, you know. Lin Feng cut to the chase. Sister man, how exactly do we proceed with F3 appearing on the Spring Festival Gala? Su Lingman replied, Dong Qing's idea is to first participate in the I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala program, get feedback from the judges, and then discuss the next steps. Great. No problem.
Lin Feng immediately instructed Jiang Dai, Sister Jiang, notify F3 right away. Tell them to step up their preparations and gear up for I want to go to the Spring Festival Gala.
Understood. Jiang Dai acknowledged the order and asked, Mr. Lin, which song should F3 prepare?
The sky is wide and the sea is vast. To pass the I want to go to the Spring Festival Gala audition, Lin Feng played his trump card. 2 weeks later, after rigorous practice, F3 took the stage at the I want to go to the Spring Festival Gala audition with their song The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast. Lin Feng took this audition extremely seriously, as he was determined to secure a spot for male models on the Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, on the day of the audition, Lin Feng and Su Lingman personally attended the venue to watch the performance. Su Lingman sat in the VIP section as his agent, while Lin Feng took his place as the owner of F3. That evening, the I want to go to the Spring Festival Gala studio was packed to capacity, the atmosphere electric. At the center of the massive circular stage, the golden gate symbolizing dreams stood silently in the dim blue light, awaiting its opening. Ultra-high-definition LED screens on both sides cycled through highlights from previous seasons, drawing waves of cheers from the audience.
The audience seats were already packed.
Glittering lightboards and cheering banners flowed like stars across the dimly lit stands, weaving a rhythm of fervent anticipation. At the judges' table, Dong Qing, dressed in a sharp blazer, leaned slightly to whisper and laugh with the seasoned musician beside her, a thick contestant dossier placed before them.
At the backstage entrance, the silhouettes of the F3 trio were faintly visible.
They took their final deep breaths before taking the stage, their eyes fixed intently on the stage.
Can we live up to Lin Feng's expectations?
Success or failure hinges on this moment. Suddenly, the venue lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight focused on the host's entrance. Instantly, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. The assessment was about to begin.
The assessment began.
First up was a group dance blending traditional and modern styles. The performance was solid with standout moments, flowing sleeves, high-tech flair, and lights dancing in sync drew thunderous applause.
After deliberation, the judges awarded a pending rating. Next came the language-based performances.
First up was a crosstalk routine.
Holy crap!
It was an absolute disaster. The jokes were stale, the pacing was sluggish, and the awkwardness had the entire audience squirming in their seats.
Then came a skit. Damn it, this one was even worse. The stiff dialogue and over-the-top acting perfectly embodied the phrase forcing it when you have nothing to work with. The dumpling smashing gag at the end was downright nauseating. Get the hell out. Both verbal comedy acts predictably earned the get lost treatment. The host took the stage to announce, next up, the mysterious idol group that's taken all of Dragon Nation by storm. F3. They're here with their brand new original song, The Sky's the Limit. F3. 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 Awesome. 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 The crowd roared with cheers for F3, a testament to their immense popularity across the nation. Even the Spring Festival Gala judges in attendance were swept up in the excitement. Spotlights suddenly converged, revealing three tall figures emerging slowly through the mist, radiating an aura of calm and icy elegance. Clad in crisp, tailored pure white custom suits, they shed the vulgarity of typical male models, resembling princes straight out of a fairy tale. As the prelude to The Sky is Vast and the Sea is Wide played, the massive circular screen behind them instantly transformed into a surging blue ocean tide, accompanied by the silhouette of a lone eagle soaring. The ultimate visual spectacle instantly silenced the cheers, replacing them with breathless anticipation. All the judges' eyes were fixed on them, and Dong Qing's eyes were already sparkling with astonishment. F3 began to sing. Tonight, in the cold wind, I watch snowflakes drift by. With a heart grown cold, drifting toward the horizon. Chasing through wind and rain, lost in the fog. The sky and sea stretch fast, will you and I ever change? As the piano melody of Vast Sky began to play, the once boiling broadcast hall was instantly enveloped in a quiet yet powerful aura. This melody, these lyrics, like a heartfelt confession, each word carrying the weight of weathered resilience and warmth, struck a chord in every listener's heart. At the judges' table, Dong Qing's slightly leaning body froze. She unconsciously set down the pen she had been twirling and listened with rapt attention. Beside her, a seasoned musician nodded gently, tapping his fingers silently on the table, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. The restlessness in the audience quietly subsided, waving lightboards and glow sticks now resting limp on knees. Many held their breath, eyes fixed on the stage's lights and vocals. Tears welled in countless eyes as the lyrics' confusion lost in the fog, unable to find my way, and the quest for answers seemed to mirror personal memories. The entire venue seemed transported by the song into a vast and profound emotional space, where only the moving melody echoed. F3 sang directly into the mockery. Forgive me for a life of reckless abandon, loving freedom. Though I fear the day I might fall. Anyone can abandon their ideals. Why fear a day when only you and I remain? As the three voices of F3 converged, their soaring high notes burst forth like sunlight piercing through clouds, striking every soul with precision and power. The moment "forgive me for this life of reckless abandon, loving freedom" echoed through the studio, an indescribable shockwave radiated outward from the stage. Dong Qing's shock level plus 99,999. So incredibly infectious.
Dongqing instinctively covered her slightly parted lips with her hand. The awe that had flickered in her eyes earlier had completely transformed into profound emotion. Her heart opened wide, utterly conquered by the performance. This profound emotional impact also deeply moved the other judges present, who were equally immersed in this immense artistic experience, utterly captivated. The frozen sea of stars in the audience instantly came alive. The song's immense energy compelled every spectator to rise to their feet, vigorously waving their glow sticks to the beat, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement and resonance. No frenzied screams, only a surging force pulsed through the venue, roaring with overwhelming power. When the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Though the song faded away, the bone-deep emotion and surging feelings lingered long after. When the venue finally quieted, the head judge's first words weren't to announce the result or praise the singer. Instead, he stood up and demanded, Who wrote this song? Chapter 170, the main melody. The sky is vast and the sea is wide, stunned everyone. The chief judge stood up immediately and asked directly, F3, who exactly wrote this song? The sky is vast and the sea is wide? Rui Yang beamed with pride for his father. My dad wrote it. Chief examiner, shock level, plus 66,666. Truly extraordinary, a musical dynasty, the chief examiner praised. Su Lingman sweating. Lin Feng sweating. May I ask if your father is here? The chief examiner pressed relentlessly. Dongqing and the other judges were equally eager and curious. He's here, the F3 members answered in unison. Where? The chief examiner scanned the venue with eager eyes. The audience was equally hooked, straining to see over the crowd. Dad's over there. Rui Yang executed the Immortal's Path technique, pointing directly at the VIP section where Lin Feng sat. With a swift swish, all eyes in the venue turned toward him. Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. What a young father. Everyone's faces betrayed utter disbelief. The chief examiner froze in disbelief. F3, you can't be serious. That young, handsome guy is your father. Ha 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 ha. The entire venue erupted in laughter at this surreal scene. At this moment, Lin Feng had no choice but to step forward and explain. He rose calmly, took the microphone, and explained. Esteemed judges and audience members, hello everyone. F3 was just joking, there's no father business here. We're all brothers who love to crack jokes. Actually, I'm F3's boss. Thank you all for loving F3's work. Please keep supporting us. The entire venue's shock level plus 99,999. The live audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap! A boss this young and this handsome? Damn, if I had a boss this charismatic, I'd call him Dad too. Chief examiner, may I ask your surname, sir? Lin Feng, my humble surname is Lin. Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. The chief examiner's main concern was the composition. Mr. Lin, F3 mentioned that you composed this piece. Is that really true? Lin Feng nodded, yes, sir. The entire venue's shock level plus 99,999. Good heavens, the sky is wide and the sea is vast was actually written by him. Unbelievable. Such a masterpiece coming from a young guy. What kind of god-tier boss is this? Not only can he nurture artists, but he writes songs himself. Unbeatable. The head judge was utterly speechless. Truly, every age has its own talented individuals who lead the way for centuries. Dongqing gazed at Lin Feng's upright figure, her eyes beginning to sparkle. She even felt that compared to this young boss, the F3 on stage instantly paled in comparison. Finally, it was time for the live scoring. Without a doubt, The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast received a unanimous perfect score. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Yet the chief judge rose, bowed deeply, and declared, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to F3, to Mr. Lin, and to all the audience members here. On behalf of the Spring Festival Gala production team, I offer my sincere apologies. F3 froze. Lin Feng was also a bit bewildered. Su Lingman was stunned. The entire audience was dumbfounded. Why on earth was this old man apologizing out of nowhere? Faced with collective bewilderment, the chief judge could only explain. My apologies, everyone. This year's Spring Festival Gala theme is The Rise of Dragon Nation, focusing on grand narratives and patriotic anthems. We're strictly limiting pop songs, and the pop song lineup and performers have already been finalized. No further additions are needed. Though The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast is truly excellent and perfect, this song cannot be included in the gala for now. It's truly regrettable. Holy! The entire audience erupted in outrage. Who the hell cares about your pre-selected songs? We want to hear The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast on the Spring Festival Gala. Grand narratives? More like delusional narratives. What else do your patriotic anthems do besides lull us to sleep? Year after year, the same old faces lip-syncing, year after year, the same sloganeering lyrics. The Dragon Kingdom's music scene is ruined by your so-called rise. No wonder the Spring Festival Gala is losing viewers, you old farts ruined it. If The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast isn't on the Spring Festival Gala, I'm not watching it dead. And I want to go to the Spring Festival Gala?
Too fake, too shady, just cancel it altogether. With public outrage boiling over and the situation spiraling out of control, the chief judge immediately declared, "While the sky is wide and the sea is vast may not make it to the Spring Festival Gala stage, I can guarantee it will absolutely be featured on the Lantern Festival Gala stage." FCK. The entire audience erupted in a barrage of criticism. Lantern Festival Gala? Does anyone even know what that is? Bull. Might as well just put it on the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Yeah, the Mid-Autumn Festival just passed. Let me wish everyone a belated holiday. This is ridiculous. I've never seen such a shameless production team. We don't want the Spring Festival Gala. This song not making it onto the Spring Festival Gala is the gala's loss. All major satellite TV stations, hurry up and snatch this talent. As the on-site discontent grew, Dongqing could no longer sit still in the judges' seats. She stood up immediately to calm the crowd. "Everyone here, please calm down. Our Spring Festival Gala aims to deliver a perfect audio-visual feast for viewers nationwide as the holiday approaches. However, the overall direction is set by our leadership and we performers must stay within that framework. So I ask for your understanding and support." Yeah, right. Dongqing reacted swiftly, shifting gears before the audience could erupt. Earlier, everyone enjoyed F3's flawless performance of "The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast" and witnessed Mr. Lin's talent. It would be a tremendous loss for such an outstanding team to miss the Spring Festival Gala. So, I'd like to ask Mr. Lin, with your remarkable talent, do you happen to have any patriotic songs ready? Currently, the Spring Festival Gala stage is still missing a patriotic song. If you have one available, you could perform it live here, and we would seriously consider adopting your work. It must be said that Dongqing's move effectively diffused the tense atmosphere in the room. All eyes turned to Lin Feng, awaiting his response. For everyone had been moved by Lin Feng's work, and everyone hoped his creation would shine on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Under the spotlight of the entire venue, Lin Feng answered in a clear voice. "Yes. Ms. Dong, I have a patriotic song." "Awesome." The entire audience erupted in excitement. "Mr. Lin has written patriotic songs too? What a jack of all trades. He's so versatile. Can't wait. If he can create an anthem like "The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast," his patriotic songs will surely be just as amazing." Exactly. China's patriotic songs are so lackluster these days. Mr. Lin, please step up. Mr. Lin, release the song already. We'll play it on repeat all year long. Dongqing breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At least the audience's attention had been diverted. She immediately turned to ask Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, may I ask what your patriotic song will be?" Everyone in the room turned to Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. Lin Feng answered boldly, "I love you, Dragon Nation." Chapter 171, I Love You, Dragon Nation. I love you, Dragon Nation. Dongqing perked up immediately upon hearing it. Great. I love you, Dragon Nation. That's a fantastic title. It sounds very patriotic right off the bat. Dongqing then asked, "Can F3 perform I Love You, Dragon Nation live?" "If they can perform it live, we can judge it on the spot." All the audience and judges eagerly anticipated F3 performing Lin Feng's I Love You, Dragon Country. However, all three members of F3 shook their heads on the spot. Rui Yang stammered, "This I Love You, Dragon Country, we've never sung it, never even heard it. It must be a brand new song Dad just wrote." A brand new song? The entire venue was stunned. Dongqing's eyes widened as she asked, "What a newly written song?" "Mr. Lin, I Love You, Dragon Country is a song you wrote on the spot?" "That's right." Lin Feng confirmed immediately. "Ms. Dong, esteemed judges, to meet the Spring Festival Gala's need for a patriotic anthem, I just composed this on the spot. I Love You, Dragon Nation." Composed on the spot. The entire audience's shock level plus 99,999. This is insane. The entire venue erupted instantly, with gasps of astonishment surging like a tidal wave. Holy crap! Improvising a theme song? Only a literary genius sent from heaven could pull that off? Writing a song while listening to the judges' feedback? What kind of god-tier brain does Mr. Lin have? I'm crying. A theme song others struggle to write for half a year, and he nails it live in minutes? This is insane. Hope it's not just a cheesy pop tune? Stop guessing, haven't heard it yet? Might be a surprise. The chief judge exclaimed on the spot. Impressive, truly impressive. This is the first time I've seen someone compose a patriotic song on the spot like that. But, Mr. Lin, this song is probably only something you can sing, right? Could you sing it for us? If both the lyrics and melody are excellent, align with the Spring Festival Gala theme, and promote the patriotic spirit, we could issue you a direct pass to the gala right here. No problem. To secure male models a spot on the Spring Festival Gala stage, expand the industry's national influence, and gain mainstream societal recognition for male modeling, Lin Feng resolved to speak up. No problem, everyone. I can sing it. Lin Feng personally sang I Love You, Dragon Country. F3 couldn't sing it, so Mr. Lin took the mic himself. The entire audience was filled with anticipation and curiosity. Mr. Lin is such an enigmatic figure, young, accomplished, exceptionally talented, and blessed with divine looks. So, what would his singing voice sound like? Mr. Lin, please sing. We're dying to know what I Love You, Dragon Nation sounds like. Will it be a grand, sweeping melody or a tender, heartfelt rendition? It's bound to be a hit. After all, with The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast setting such a high standard, I Love You, Dragon Country is destined to become a classic. Not necessarily. The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast was meticulously crafted, while I Love You, Dragon Country was an impromptu creation for the Spring Festival Gala. Its quality? Honestly, it's hard to say. Alright, stop grumbling. Quiet down and listen carefully. Amidst the audience's anticipation and rapt attention, Lin Feng gently raised the microphone to his lips. Clearing his throat solemnly, he began to sing. The lark soaring through the blue sky. The entire audience. Everyone in the audience, shock level, plus 999,999. Absolutely breathtaking. Truly breathtaking. Lin Feng struck with a critical hit from the very first note. His clear, soaring, and incredibly penetrating tenor voice suddenly illuminated the land of the motherland like the first rays of dawn. Lin Feng's voice carried an indescribable ethereal quality and boundless grandeur, as if a spirited lark had truly spread its wings to soar freely across the boundless azure skies of the Republic. All prior curiosity and speculation shattered completely by this sudden celestial melody. Some instinctively covered their mouths to stifle gasps that threatened to escape. More felt a chill surge up their necks, their arms instantly covered in goosebumps. Especially Dong Qing, her entire soul seemed seized by Lin Feng in that instant. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief and awe, utterly captivated by his flawless notes and the overwhelming power emanating from him. This singing carried a solemn and deeply moving power, effortlessly piercing through all psychological defenses to reach the softest depths of the soul. The entire broadcast hall fell deathly silent, echoing only with that magnificent, soulful song. It seized everyone's spirit, transporting them into the vast, deeply emotional world he sang of. After the resounding declaration, I Love You, Dragon Nation, Lin Feng's voice did not cease. Instead, it deepened into a more subdued, introspective tone yet still rich with the quality of gold and jade as he continued with profound emotion. I love you, Dragon Nation, I love you, Dragon Nation. I love you, spring's vibrant young rice seedlings. I love your golden fruits of autumn. I love your pine-like resilience. I love your red plum's noble character. Everyone in the audience is off factor plus 99,999. Unbelievable, absolutely incredible. Compared to the opening's soaring grandeur, Lin Feng's vocals in the verse sections carried a gentle, storytelling quality. His voice seemed to possess the warmth and hues of life, at times like spring breezes caressing fertile fields, at others like autumn sun bathing rippling wheat waves. Suddenly it transformed into the sturdy resilience of a pine tree standing tall on a cliff, then instantly became the subtle fragrance and tenacity of a red plum blossom defiantly blooming in the snow. This is no mere singing, it is a masterful vocal painting. Using his voice as a brush and his breath as pigment, he instantly sketches vivid, majestic landscapes of his homeland in the listener's mind. Each image is imbued with a unique sonic soul, yet seamlessly woven into a profound and unified declaration of deep love for the motherland. This supreme mastery of vocal control and artistic expression elevated the audience's awe into a deeper, more profound stirring. Before the goosebumps from his soaring high notes had even subsided, a warmer, more surging wave of emotion welled up from within. Many in the audience held their breath unconsciously, their eyes focused yet dreamy, as if following his voice on an emotional journey through the seasons and across the mountains and rivers. An indescribable sense of pride and belonging resonated and fermented intensely within their chests. Finally, the climax arrived. Lin Feng poured out his heartfelt emotion. I love you, Dragon Nation, I love you, Dragon Nation. I dedicate my youth to you. My mother, my motherland. Everyone's shock level plus 99,999. A colossal, irresistible flood of emotion finally breached the emotional barriers of everyone present. In the audience, like a rising tide, people spontaneously rose to their feet one after another. Many trembled slightly from overwhelming emotion, their eyes brimming with indescribable awe and profound moving. Dong Qing, already tear-streaked, rose to her feet and clapped vigorously, as if only this could express the storm raging within her heart. The entire broadcast hall was enveloped in an atmosphere that was solemn, sacred, and overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Feng's singing had ceased, yet the powerful resonance, brimming with boundless passion and devotion, seemed to continue reverberating through the air, lingering long after the notes faded. It had etched itself deeply into the soul of every person present. Chapter 172, Championing F3. As Lin Feng's song concluded, the final note seemed to tremble in the air, its lingering resonance stretching on. The broadcast hall fell into a brief, almost frozen silence. It felt as though everyone's hearts and minds were still firmly held captive by that deeply moving melody and overwhelming emotion, unable to break free immediately. The next second. Waya! Like a tsunami, thunderous applause erupted, instantly engulfing the entire studio. The roar of sound nearly shook the ceiling off the studio. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Amazing. Absolutely breathtaking. I've never heard such a moving patriotic song. It gave me goosebumps and made my blood boil. This is true artistry. This is the most heartfelt declaration of love for our motherland. I'm incredibly proud to be a citizen of Dragon Nation. Ah, Mr. Lin, my ears are pregnant. This is absolutely the most perfect, most breathtaking live performance I've ever heard. Rui Yang and the other two were once again completely transformed into adoring little fans, their eyes brimming with boundless admiration and pride for their father. Rui Yang murmured excitedly, "This is our dad. He can always create miracles." The chief judge's face flushed crimson with excitement. He couldn't even wait for the applause to die down completely before snatching the microphone, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Mr. Lin, your composition and performance are nothing short of perfection. Hearing your song makes me feel like my life hasn't been lived in vain." Another veteran music producer judge chimed in, his tone brimming with disbelief. "It's not just the flawless harmony of lyrics and melody, what's truly astonishing is your performance. That timbre, that penetrating power, those layers of emotion. Your vocal control and expressiveness are absolutely legendary. Could this really be written and sung on the spot? A miracle. An absolute miracle." Dong Cheng had wiped away her tears, but her eyes remained red and moist. She picked up the microphone, took a deep breath, and tried to steady her voice. "Mr. Lin, thank you. Truly, thank you. This song, I Love You, Dragon Country, is no longer just a simple patriotic anthem. It has touched the softest, most ardent patriotic sentiments in each of our hearts. It is the finest tribute song I have ever heard in my life without a doubt." The chief judge exchanged a quick glance with the other judges, receiving resounding affirmation. Rising to his feet, he picked up the gleaming golden Spring Festival Gala direct pass card symbolizing qualification and announced in a loud, solemn voice. "By unanimous decision of all judges, Mr. Lin has earned direct qualification for the Spring Festival Gala with this newly born masterpiece, I Love You, Dragon Nation. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. We eagerly anticipate your brilliant performance on the Spring Festival Gala stage." However, Lin Feng shook his head on the spot. "No, Chief Examiner, esteemed judges, it's not me who will perform on the Spring Festival Gala. It's F3 who will take the stage to sing I Love You, Dragon Nation." The entire audience was stunned. The chief examiner said earnestly, "Mr. Lin, your flawless vocal tone and singing technique are perfectly suited for I Love You, Dragon Country. You and this song are truly a match made in heaven. If you could perform it live on the Spring Festival Gala, it would become an eternal classic. I strongly recommend you take the stage yourself. Moreover, appearing on the Spring Festival Gala would be tremendous publicity for you personally and provide decisive momentum for your career in the entertainment industry. After all, the influence of the Spring Festival Gala is unmatched by any other platform." The judges and audience members present all nodded in agreement. However, Lin Feng remained firm. "Thank you for your recognition, but please understand that I have no interest in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. My primary purpose in participating in this program is to secure a performance slot for my company's F3 on the Spring Festival Gala stage. I kindly ask for your understanding." As Lin Feng finished speaking, a collective sigh rippled through the audience. "Ah, what a pity, truly a pity. If only Mr. Lin had chosen to debut, he could have absolutely dominated the entertainment industry. Truly, the most formidable figure remains the sweeping monk. Mr. Lin is undoubtedly the sweeping monk of the entertainment industry. Truly, with Mr. Lin's talent and vision, the entertainment industry of Dragon Nation is unworthy of him. Yet somehow, knowing he won't debut leaves me feeling so disappointed." At that moment, the seasoned music producer judge on the scene suddenly cut to the chase. "Mr. Lin, if I may be blunt, from a professional standpoint, only someone with your extraordinary vocal range and timbre could perfectly interpret this song, I Love You, Dragon Country. For instance, the opening high C clear, resonant, and passionate demands exceptional head resonance and breath control. The heartfelt narrative quality in the verses relies on your incredibly magnetic mid-range. And the final emotional outburst in the aria demands a tenor like yours, one who combines monumental power with steady control. Meanwhile, the three members of F3 have a more pop-oriented timbre with a relatively concentrated vocal range. If they were to perform this song, it would likely fail to capture the grandeur and layered depth it deserves, significantly diminishing its artistic impact. Therefore, I still recommend that you perform I Love You, Dragon Country. Otherwise, the song's integrity and presentation will suffer. If F3 were to perform it, it would likely fall short of the standards required for the Spring Festival Gala." He spoke the truth. Even F3, hearing it live, conceded his point. F3 had just witnessed the immense difficulty of performing I Love You, Dragon Country. To be fair, they knew they simply couldn't handle it. Rui Yang, Sifang, and Junchuan had all been the types to sing were different while downing shots at nightclubs. They wouldn't dare take on a high-difficulty song like I Love You, Dragon Country. Although they had undergone grueling vocal training from a voice coach to prepare for their debut, significantly improving their singing skills, it was only sufficient for performing ordinary pop songs. They were simply incapable of mastering a song like Lin Feng's original I Love You, Dragon Country, with its complex musical structure and rich emotional layers. Other judges agreed with this assessment, and the live audience also expressed concerns about F3's capabilities. Yet Lin Feng immediately declared, "No problem. F3 is fine. I can teach them."
The veteran producer shook his head and smiled faintly. Mr. Lin, while your vocal prowess is unmatched, singing and teaching are entirely different matters. Dramatically elevating F3's singing skills in such a short time frame is impossible. Moreover, with only a little over a month left until the Spring Festival Gala, can you realistically elevate F3 to a level where they can handle I Love You, Dragon Nation within a month? That seems like a tall order. Yet Lin Feng declared with unwavering certainty. Not a month, I only need half an hour. Half an hour, just half an hour? The entire audience was stunned. The veteran music producer felt like he was hearing things.
Mr. Lin, half an hour? What exactly do you mean by half an hour? Lin Feng declared emphatically once more. Give me half an hour.
I'll teach F3 this song and get them to master it to the standard required for the Spring Festival Gala stage.
Yes, when it came to training F3, Lin Feng possessed absolute confidence.
Because Lin Feng had awakened the skill, the way of the teacher knows no bounds.
Once a teacher, always a father.
Besides, Lin Feng had been acting as F3's father for over a year. Using the way of the teacher knows no bounds to teach his 3 sons was a piece of cake.
Chapter 173, Boundless Mastery Transforming Stone into Gold.
Lin Feng immediately proposed spending half an hour teaching F3 to sing I Love You, Dragon Nation, promising they would reach Spring Festival Gala standards. The judges on site were utterly astonished.
Even the audience dismissed it as pure fantasy.
However, Dong Chang was willing to give Lin Feng a chance.
Alright, Mr. Lin, we can only give you half an hour since the remaining program time is limited.
You may rehearse I Love You, Dragon Nation with F3 backstage.
After half an hour, have F3 return to the stage for their performance.
And we'll evaluate them then.
Does that work for you? No problem, Ms. Dong. Half an hour is plenty.
Lin Feng expressed his gratitude for Dong Chang's agreement. Thank you, Ms. Dong.
In half an hour, let F3's performance speak for itself. Understood. Dong Chang then consulted the judges present, none of whom raised any objections. Dong Chang, alright.
Then Mr. Lin, please get ready. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then led F3 to the rehearsal room backstage for instruction.
The on-stage evaluations continued.
Performances such as opera, magic acts, and patriotic songs and dances took the stage one after another. However, most audience members had lost interest in watching. They were all eagerly awaiting Lin Feng and F3's triumphant return. Upon entering the backstage rehearsal room, F3 was freaking out.
Rui Yang, holy crap, Dad, we can't pull this off.
I love you, Dragon Nation, I swear, you're the only one in the whole country who can sing that.
We can only manage some pop songs. This stuff is way too high level for us.
Feng agreed wholeheartedly. Yeah, Dad, making us sing I love you, Dragon Nation it's practically an insult to your artistic work, and to Dragon Nation itself.
Dad, you really should reconsider.
Jun Chuan backed down too. Dad, we're already super popular. We don't need to be on Spring Festival Gala to stay hot.
Let's just go clubbing instead. Go clubbing my ass.
Lin Feng had always been strict with his 3 sons.
If any of you 3 act like cowards again, I'll disown you. Disown you all. Rui Yang, fear level, plus 99,999. Feng, fear level, plus 99,999. Junchuan, fear level, plus 99,999.
Though F3 were low-tier male models with limited education and cultural refinement, they weren't fools. They understood one truth deeply: without Lin Feng's father, they were nothing. With a thud, all 3 fell to their knees.
Father, we won't dare again.
Father, please don't sever our father-son bond.
As long as you let us remain your sons, we'd gladly climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire. Rise. Seeing his son's sincere repentance, Lin Feng chose not to hold it against them. Thank you, Father.
The 3 sons rose to their feet, filled with gratitude. Lin Feng immediately lectured his sons.
Listen up, all 3 of you. Do you think I brought you to the Spring Festival Gala just to make you famous? Wrong.
What matters more is gaining mainstream societal recognition for you and for the male modeling industry. If you truly take the Spring Festival Gala stage as male models, it signifies the industry has firmly established itself in Manhwa.
Understand? Your appearance on the gala isn't just about yourselves, it's a landmark event for the entire male modeling industry. You're making history, do you grasp that? Rui Yang, shock level, plus 99,999. Feng, shock level, plus 99,999.
Jun Chuan, shock level, plus 99,999. Lin Feng's words were impassioned and well-intentioned. Hearing this, all 3 sons felt their blood boil with excitement, eager to take action.
Rui Yang, father, give the order. We'll do anything you ask, even eat. Shut up.
Lin Feng cut him off immediately. He knew these male models had low intellectual standards and limited vocabulary. When they wanted to express something, they often resorted to crude language. If you can't speak properly, you don't have to say anything. From now on, you'll listen to me. The 3 sons dared not speak out of turn, listening to Lin Feng's instructions as if frozen in fear. Lin Feng directly activated the way of the teacher knows no bounds, providing targeted guidance to his three sons.
First, he analyzed each son's vocal characteristics. Rui Yang, your voice is bright.
You can belt out high notes all night at drinking parties without cracking. I'm handing you the opening high notes and the chorus of this song. Don't be scared. Channel that same energy you used to impress Ding Yuyan back in the day. You gotta push through with that intensity.
Rui Yang's blood boiled instantly. Got it, Dad. I'll nail it.
Xie Feng, your voice is shaped by smoke and alcohol, but it carries a natural huskiness. That suits the narrative feel of the verses perfectly.
Remember, the emotional delivery in the verses doesn't need you to mimic me.
Just think back to when you got beaten up by Sister Wang's husband. The feeling will come naturally.
Xie Feng, got it, Dad. You've really inspired me.
Jun Xuan, your greatest strength is stability.
Back in the group, you always anchored the harmony, keeping it steady.
Same this time. When the others let loose, your backing vocals need to provide solid grounding underneath.
Grounding, got it?
Like when your sister Ting steps on you in her high heels, making you the cushion.
Got it? Jun Xuan, got it. Got it, Dad. Your analogy is spot on.
Lin Feng concluded his pep talk. Your voices once earned you a living, but today, I want them to sing for our motherland. Pour every ounce of your resilience from struggling at the bottom and your yearning for the future into this song. The Spring Festival Gala stage doesn't demand flawless vocals, it demands burning souls. Let all the people of Longwei hear the male models' soul-piercing voices.
Do you have the confidence? Yes, the three male models roared in unison.
After his pep talk, Lin Feng used the skills, Teacher's Way Knows No Bounds, plus King of Karaoke, to give his three sons targeted technical guidance. Rui Yang, your high notes require stable breath support. When inhaling, lower your diaphragm and maintain rib cage expansion.
During vocalization, control airflow output with steady abdominal pressure.
Xie Feng, your husky timbre stems from incomplete vocal fold closure.
Control airflow during singing to maintain edge vibration.
Use chest resonance for verses, keeping your throat stable and jaw relaxed. Jun Xuan, your harmonies require enhanced pitch awareness and sectional balance.
Monitor the melody line closely and maintain precise third intervals. Employ combined chest-abdominal breathing for sustained note stability, keeping the throat muscles relaxed. This is so damn professional. It's amazing.
When the boundless skill of the way of the teacher was activated, Lin Feng established incredibly robust mental connections with his three sons while teaching vocal techniques. Lin Feng's teachings flowed through these thick, golden streams of consciousness directly into his sons' minds, allowing the three male model sons to fully grasp the essence of his instruction. Their hearts moved in sync with Lin Feng's intent, and their previously concerning singing aptitude began to soar rapidly, approaching the level of people's artists. This was the alchemical magic of the boundless way of the teacher.
Chapter 174, Performing on Spring Festival Gala in the Name of Male Models. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Feng led F3 back onto the stage of I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala. Unlike half an hour earlier, Lin Feng had now transformed his three sons into vocal powerhouses through the robust connection of the boundless way of the teacher. Moreover, through clever division of labor that fully leveraged each member's unique vocal timbre, range, and pitch, the trio could now flawlessly master the song I Love You, Dragon Nation, a track destined to become a timeless classic. Seeing F3 standing confidently on stage, Dong Cheng asked Lin Feng,
Mr. Lin, is F3 ready to begin? Lin Feng nodded immediately, absolutely.
Ms. Dong, esteemed judges, thank you for giving F3 another chance.
In my view, they're now ready to take the stage. Ha ha ha, the audience erupted in laughter.
Dong Cheng pursed her lips and smiled. Alright then, F3, please begin your performance.
The music began.
This time, F3 showed no panic. Their mentor's words still rang in their ears, and the powerful bond of the way of the teacher knows no bounds continued to hold them steady.
F3 began to sing. Rui Yang, the lark soaring through the blue sky. I love you, China. Xie Feng, I love you, Dragon Nation. I love you, Dragon Nation. I love you, spring's vigorous seedlings. I love you, autumn's golden harvest. I love you, the noble spirit of the green pine. I love the character of the crimson plum blossom. Rui Yang plus Jun Xuan.
I love you, Dragon Nation. I love you, Dragon Nation.
I dedicate my beautiful youth to you. My motherland, my homeland. Audience, shock level, plus 33,333. F3's performance was a resounding success.
Though it couldn't compare to Lin Feng's original version, they captured the essence of the song with precision, delivering a surprisingly polished performance.
Thus, the entire audience rewarded F3 with thunderous applause. F3 exchanged joyful glances. Yes, Dad, we did it. Lin Feng's arrangement brilliantly showcased each member's vocal characteristics. Rui Yang's bright, penetrating high notes firmly anchored the chorus. Xie Feng's husky vocals lent the verses a unique narrative depth and emotion. Juan's steady harmonies solidly grounded the entire soundscape.
Their seamless collaboration and technical precision achieved the artistic quality and emotional impact demanded by the Spring Festival Gala stage.
The seasoned music producer judge understood music deeply, and the deeper his understanding, the more profoundly he was moved. F3's progress is astonishing, their performance fully meets broadcast standards. But what truly amazes me is Director Lin's teaching prowess.
Within half an hour, he provided personalized guidance tailored to each member's strengths and achieved such seamless collaboration. This is nothing short of a teaching miracle. Director Lin, you are truly remarkable. A university vocal instructor judge was equally awed by Lin Feng's teaching prowess. Mr. Lin, your teaching skills truly put us veteran music educators to shame. Honestly, in all my years of teaching, I've never witnessed such rapid and profound transformation in students through such efficient methods.
Dongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unbelievable. Mr. Lin, what happened in this half hour?
You're not just a genius creator, you're an educator who turns stone into gold. I have no doubt they're fully qualified for the Spring Festival Gala.
The entire audience murmured in astonishment.
F3 sang brilliantly, they've truly mastered Lin Feng's teachings. Lin Feng is such a gifted teacher, turning rotten wood into magic in just half an hour.
Now that's a true mentor.
Indeed, a son needs his father to teach him.
The chief examiner solemnly announced.
On behalf of the judging panel, I officially announce that F3 has earned a direct pass to the Spring Festival Gala. Their performance piece is I Love You, Dragon Nation.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
The venue erupted in jubilation. Although Mr. Lin's refusal to appear on the Spring Festival Gala was a great disappointment for Dragon Country, F3's scaled-down version of I Love You, Dragon Country was still more than enough to deliver a surprise to all Dragon Country citizens on the gala stage.
This could be considered a satisfying conclusion. Everyone felt genuinely happy. However, yet, at this very moment of perfection, Lin Feng rose to speak. Honorable judges, may I make a small request? The entire audience's attention instantly shifted to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin is invincible, his requests must be respected.
Dongqing asked directly.
Certainly, Mr. Lin.
You've contributed such an outstanding piece to the Spring Festival Gala.
Please state your request. Thank you, Ms. Dong. Thank you to all the judges here today.
Lin Feng spoke, stating his ultimate request. Esteemed judges, when F3 appears on the Spring Festival Gala, we must change our name. We must perform under the name of another group.
F3 is changing their name?
The entire venue's shock level plus 66,666.
Even the audience on site couldn't fathom Lin Feng's reasoning. What? Mr. Lin wants to rename the F3 group. That's so strange. F3 is already so popular. Yeah, performing under the F3 name would boost their national recognition even more.
It'd be a win-win for both artistic and commercial success.
Why would Lin? Mr. Lin want to change it? Maybe Mr. Lin wants to build a new IP brand? He could just promote new talent. Why diminish F3's influence?
Yeah, it's really strange.
Dongqing and the entire panel of judges were equally perplexed.
Speaking for them all, Dongqing asked.
Mr. Lin, F3's popularity in Longwei is already so high. Why would you rename them?
Lin Feng answered frankly, for our shared cause.
Oh.
Dongqing seemed to grasp the gist but not fully, so she asked curiously.
Mr. Lin, what name do you have in mind for the F3 group? Male Models F3. Dongqing? Other judges? The entire audience? Everyone couldn't believe their ears, thinking they must have misheard. What F3?
Dongqing asked, her eyebrows practically knotted together.
Male Models F3.
Lin Feng repeated in a crystal clear voice.
Male Models F3. The F3 group must take the stage at the Spring Festival Gala under the new name Male Models F3.
Dongqing's shock level plus 99,999. Other judges, shock level plus 99,999. Audience, shock level plus 99,999.
Hear that? Now everyone has heard it loud and clear.
Lin Feng is going to get F3 on the Spring Festival Gala stage as Male Model F3.
Unbelievable.
Lin Feng's demands sounded utterly outrageous to everyone present. Even Su Lingman, the F3 agent seated nearby, was utterly stunned. She frantically tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her voice almost pleading.
Mr. Lin, no. Please don't, why would you want to self-destruct?
Lin Feng smiled calmly, sister man, this isn't self-destruction.
It's a brand new beginning.
Dongqing fought back the storm raging inside her voice trembling as she asked.
Mr. Lin, why? Why change it to this kind of name? F3 is doing so well in Longwa now. Why change it to something so borderline? Lin Feng spoke with unwavering conviction, enunciating each word. Because F3 is male models. They're all male models. Holy. Dongqing, shock level, plus 99,999.
Other judges, shock level, plus 99,999.
Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. Chapter 175, Self-Revelation. We're all male models. F3 are male models. The wildly popular, mysterious, top-tier male idol group from Longwood that performed Meteor Shower is actually a male model group?
Everyone could scarcely believe their ears.
Su Lingman covered her face in despair.
Oh my god Lin Feng, you're insane, you just blew up such a massive IP with your own hands, I'm crying my eyes out. Dong Chang was utterly flustered, unable to fathom it. Mr. Lin, you're saying the 3 members of F3 are male models, this can't be possible. Not only Dong Chang, but every audience member and judge present was utterly stunned. Yet F3 instantly transformed into a self-destruct truck, following their father's lead and collectively blowing themselves up. Rui Yang, yes, Mr. Lin is absolutely correct. We are all male models. I am Prince Model number 13 from the Scarlet Stage Bar under Male Model Era Rui Yang. He promptly pulled out his ID badge and displayed it to the entire venue. Feng, I am Prince Male Model number 21 of the Crimson Stage Bar under Male Model Era Feng. He promptly pulled out his employee badge and displayed it to the entire venue. Jun Chuan, I'm Prince Model number 29 at Scarlet Stage Bar under Male Model Era Jun Chuan. He promptly pulled out his ID badge and displayed it to the entire venue. They're all male models, truly all male models. Defenses shattered. Everyone's defenses completely shattered. Dong Qing's shock level plus 99,999. Other judges shock level plus 99,999. Audience shock level plus 99,999. Mr. Lin's company actually signed 3 male models. This is insane. Dong Chang was so overwhelmed she was drenched in sweat. She couldn't wrap her head around it and could only ask Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, why did your company sign male models? This was the question on everyone's lips. Because I'm a male model too. Lin Feng declared his identity to the world once more. Mr. Lin is also a male model. Lin Feng's words hit like a nuclear truck, blowing everyone's minds on the spot. Dong Ching, shock level, plus 99,999. Other judges, shock level, plus 99,999. Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. Mr. Lin, divinely handsome, exceptionally talented, young and wealthy. This godlike man, Mr. Lin, is actually a male model. All members of F3 are male models? The entire audience couldn't fathom it, couldn't even begin to imagine. Holy crap! F3 are male models? I've been rewatching Meteor Garden nonstop. Lin Zong and F3 are both male models? This is absolutely the most explosive self-exposure in entertainment history. Are they playing some kind of grand game? My worldview just shattered. Male models singing I Love You, Dragon Country on Spring Festival Gala? This world is surreal. But, gotta say, they sang it really well. Facing the audience on the verge of losing control from the shock, Lin Feng immediately made an announcement. Yes, everyone. I am the owner of a male modeling agency. At the same time, I am also a frontline Prince male model. My employee ID at the flagship store Scarlet Stage of Male Model Era in Yunzhou City is 35. The entire venue erupted even more wildly. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is actually still working the floor. Is there any justice left in this world? Lin Feng's voice was steady and powerful, cutting through the uproar. Everything I've achieved today, every song I've created, the very confidence and ability to stand here, it all stems from what male model gave me. The male model system listened, deeply moved. This host is good, he knows gratitude and hasn't forgotten his roots. It went wild, pumping him full of experience points. Experience points, plus 99,999. Lin Feng's gaze swept across every frozen, stunned face in the room as he continued. The male modeling industry earns its rewards through labor and talent, soothing the emotional burdens of urban women, providing legitimate companionship and valuable services. It is inherently a legitimate, self-sustaining profession. Male models neither steal nor rob, they drive consumption through their charm and professional services, creating immense economic value for society. Moreover, the male modeling industry provides invaluable employment opportunities and a platform for self-realization to tens of thousands of young men. It deserves society's respect and equal treatment. That's great. Mr. Lin said it perfectly. Lin Feng's words instantly captivated the entire audience. Especially the female audience members, who were almost all tempted to seek out male models, including Dong Qing. Lin Feng's tone grew even more resolute. And today, the reason I brought F3 to I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala is crystal clear from the start. We aim to stand proudly on the Spring Festival Gala stage as genuine male models. On New Year's Eve, we, the male model group F3, will represent hundreds of thousands of male models across Dragon Nation to extend our New Year's greetings to the entire nation. Dong Chang. Su Lingman. All judges. All audience. Finally, Lin Feng delivered a passionate speech. If we conceal our identities as male models, even if we make it onto the Spring Festival Gala stage, it would be meaningless to us. We want the entire nation to see that male models aren't what they imagine, merely flirting with women. Male models can also pursue exceptional artistic excellence and sing out our deepest love for our motherland. Clap, 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 clap. The applause roared like a tidal wave. Everyone was moved by Lin Feng's sincere passion. Indeed, people shouldn't be ranked in tiers, and professions hold no inherent hierarchy. As long as they drive societal progress, why shouldn't male models be celebrated? The audience erupted.
Mr. Lin is absolutely right. What's the difference between high and low professions? Male models neither break the law nor violate ethics. They earn their living through skill. Why should they be looked down upon? Their ability to sing so well is proof of their talent. Who knew the male modeling industry could stimulate consumption and create so many jobs? This is a tangible contribution to society. My son will become a male model right after graduation. Exactly. Urbanites face immense pressure these days. Men can drown sorrows in drink, but women have no proper outlet for their emotions. I support hiring male models tonight. I'll wear a halter top and find one myself. Mind-blowing. Who knew male models could deliver patriotic anthems so movingly? This proves that the deepest love for our country comes from those striving at the grassroots level. Society really needs more tolerance. Anyone who works hard with their own hands deserves respect, especially when they wield electric batons. Their courage to appear on Spring Festival Gala under their real identities alone deserves applause. I support them being on the show. The audience's voices reached the judges present, and Dongqing heard them too. Now it was time for the judges to make their decision. Approved. 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 The entire audience chanted approved in unison, creating a powerful momentum for F3 and Lin Feng. Now, all the pressure was on the judges' panel. The 8 judges sat in a tight circle, exchanging heated opinions. Indeed, this was the first time in their careers they had encountered a situation like male models appearing on the Spring Festival Gala. They murmured among themselves for over 20 minutes before finally reaching a consensus. The chief judge took a sip of mineral water, composed himself, cleared his throat, and formally announced the final result. Chapter 176, The World's Greatest Con Artist. Regarding Lin Feng's proposal for F3 to appear on the Spring Festival Gala as male models and perform I Love You, Dragon Nation, after deliberation, the chief examiner announced on the spot. We regret to inform you, Mr. Lin, that F3 cannot appear on the Spring Festival Gala stage as male models. A collective gasp erupted throughout the venue. The audience erupted in an instant. What the hell? This is pure professional discrimination. What's wrong with male models? Why can't male models perform on Spring Festival Gala? If male models aren't on Spring Festival Gala, I'll never watch it again. On New Year's Eve, I'm heading straight to the nightclub to dance the night away and welcome the new year. Exactly. Why does the Spring Festival Gala keep getting worse? It's all because of you old fogies clinging to outdated ideas. Boycott it. We must boycott the Spring Festival Gala. Is there any justice left? Any law? Male models not on the Spring Festival Gala? I refuse to accept this. However, the chief judge completely ignored the audience's outcry and continued explaining to Lin Feng. As the spiritual feast for all Dragon Nation citizens on New Year's Eve, the Spring Festival Gala bears the crucial responsibility of showcasing national image, conveying mainstream values, and promoting positive energy. The stage style must be solemn, grand, and uplifting, maintaining zero tolerance for any potentially misinterpreted borderline elements. This is an unshakable principle. Mr. Lin, your piece I Love You, Dragon Nation is indeed epic in scale. However, the male model's identity fundamentally conflicts with the solemnity and direction required by the gala. We deeply regret this and earnestly request your understanding of the platform's unique nature and social responsibility. The audience erupted in outrage, with condemnations rising one after another. Yet Lin Feng remained unusually composed. Understood, chairperson and esteemed judges. I appreciate the platform's considerations. The Spring Festival Gala wields extraordinary influence, so the production team's concerns are entirely reasonable. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the audience below the stage, still filled with criticism, before continuing. But I firmly believe society is growing increasingly open and inclusive. Through the tireless efforts of male models like myself and the unwavering support of our female fans, the male modeling industry will one day overcome prejudice. It will gain genuine recognition in the mainstream and take its rightful place on the grand stage. I am confident in that day. My team and I will continue refining our work toward that goal. When that time comes, we will meet again at the summit. Audience, shock level, plus 99,999. Holy crap. Mr. Lin is a badass. Mr. Lin is so magnanimous. This is the mindset of a true master. Seriously, male models are leagues above these old farts. Mr. Lin, we're waiting for you. Waiting for your triumphant return with I Love You, Dragon Nation. Male model group F3's bid to appear on the Spring Festival Gala failed. The episode of I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala also cut all footage of Lin Feng and F3 due to the frequent use of the keyword male model, fearing it might have negative implications. Though Lin Feng couldn't get F3 on the Spring Festival Gala as male models, the system still rewarded him. Thank you, host, for your tremendous efforts in expanding the influence of the male model industry. I'm deeply moved. Continuing to upgrade and reward the host. Lin Feng was deeply touched. Boss, you're so kind. I feel a bit embarrassed accepting this upgrade reward after failing to persuade those stubborn old fools. System, host, no need for formalities. You've worked hard enough.
Moreover, I believe that with your intelligence and perseverance, our male models will one day grace the Spring Festival gala stage to greet the nation.
Lin Feng, alright, boss, I won't give up. Come on, stop dawdling, just give me the award already.
System, deeply moved by your dedication, the system grants you a special reward, a legendary skill.
Lin Feng, ecstatic? Boss, are you an angel?
System, awarding the host the golden legendary skill, Genius Physiognomist.
Lin Feng, holy crap. Golden legendary. Genius Physiognomist.
This male model just gained another god tier skill.
Genius Physiognomist skill description.
The host awakens absolute insight into the cosmic energies of heaven and earth, mastering all esoteric divination systems from physiognomy and palmistry to astrological charts and hexagrams.
Abilities include
whether conducting routine yang feng shui assessments, analyzing annual fortune cycles, or performing elite-level national destiny dragon vein perception, celestial trajectory calculations, and heaven-earth human trinity resonance, all can be precisely intervened upon through extraordinary spiritual perception and resonance with the Tao. Truly the ultimate grandmaster of esoteric arts.
Lin Feng, awesome boss, does that mean I'm now the world's greatest charlatan? System. ==
Ever since awakening the world's greatest con artist skill, Lin Feng became obsessed with reading fortunes for female clients who booked sessions.
Sister Lu, do you know why your investments keep failing lately? You have a chicken coop back at your village home, right? It's positioned wrong, it's squarely on the koan position of your courtyard. The koan position governs wealth storage. Having chickens scratch the ground there every day is like dismantling your fortune array.
Hurry and have your family move the coop to the southeast corner, the Jin position.
Sister Lu. Shock level, plus 99,999. Sister Ing, do you know why your husband suffers from erectile dysfunction at such a young age?
Is there a pile of 3 bundles of rotten firewood stacked in the southwest corner of your hometown's courtyard wall?
The Gen position represents the yang energy of the household's male descendants. Deadwood suppressing Gen is like severing the family line.
You must clear it all away and plant a pomegranate tree before the 15th of next month. By next spring, your husband will surely regain his vigor.
Sis Ing. Shock level, plus 99,999. Sister Kon, do you know why your best friend stole your boyfriend?
Some brat dug up your family graves back home, puncturing your romantic fortune. Hurry and buy 5 copper coins wrapped in red cloth. Fill the hole and pack it down firmly before sunrise. Remember to curse 3 times while filling the hole. Stinking men, whoever wants them can have them.
Guaranteed your next boyfriend will be more loyal than a dog.
Otherwise, next time it might be your own cousin trying to steal him away.
Sister Kong. Shock level, plus 99,999.
Every sister who came to consult the oracle marveled at Lin Feng's uncanny foresight and masterful solutions. From then on, whenever these ladies faced troubles, they stopped burning incense and instead came to worship Lin Feng.
Lin Feng thoroughly enjoyed this new dynamic.
With the skill world's greatest con artist, he no longer had to strain his brain for conversation topics. He could casually read fortunes, predict marriages, and forecast wealth for the female patrons chattering away non-stop.
The time spent at the booth flew by. Moreover, this arrangement had another advantage.
Previously, these pent-up women would inevitably get flustered when booking sessions with Lin Feng, drooling all over their faces and driving him crazy. Now, however, things had changed. Lin Feng would immediately give them a free reading on the spot, using a mix of deception and intimidation to make them deeply engrossed in their fortunes, unable to pull themselves away. Their flirtatiousness vanished completely, and the rhythm of the session was entirely in Lin Feng's control.
However, that night, Lin Feng received a female customer.
Habitually, Lin Feng activated his world's greatest con artist skill to read her fortune.
Holy! What a shock!
Lin Feng's shock value plus 66,666.
Chapter 177, The Strange Woman.
The moment he saw today's female customer who booked a table, Lin Feng sensed something was off about her. She came to the male model club wearing not a skirt, but tight jeans. Her hair was pulled into a bun, her eyes alert and watchful. Her thin lips were coated in thick lipstick, and faint freckles dotted her cheekbones. Her fingers were slender, yet hinted at hidden calluses. Under the lights, her smile felt unnatural, yet deep in her eyes lay an elusive weariness and detachment. Moreover, a contradictory aura radiated from her entire being. She leaned back with apparent languor, yet her core remained taut, never truly relaxed. Her shifting gaze carried an appraising quality, not the curiosity or flirtatiousness of an ordinary customer, but a cold, scanning scrutiny.
This woman is not normal.
Others might not notice, but Lin Feng sensed the peculiarity in her with just one glance.
She was nothing like the typical, subdued female attendant. In the service industry, you can't pick and choose clients. Since someone booked a table, you have to deliver good service. So, despite sensing something off about her, Lin Feng maintained the professional demeanor expected of a male model. He moved closer and greeted her warmly. "Good evening, ma'am."
She shot him a cold stare at first, but her gaze softened considerably. Still, she didn't speak. Instead, she lit a slim cigarette with her lighter and began puffing away, clouds of smoke drifting from her lips. After a few puffs, she offered a cigarette to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it, and the woman lit it for him with her lighter. Without a word, they both took a drag in silent respect. This served as a sort of icebreaker. After finishing the cigarette, the woman stubbed out the butt and suddenly asked, "Handsome, how long have you been modeling?" Lin Feng had hosted many female clients, but none had ever greeted him like this. It sounded almost like an interrogation. Lin Feng responded first, "Sis, I've been a male model for over a year now. I'm well versed in all aspects of the job." As he spoke, Lin Feng activated his world's greatest con artist skill and began reading the woman's face. Because something about this woman felt off in every way. He needed to figure out what she was really up to. The world's greatest con artist skill immediately began analyzing her facial features and soon delivered its verdict. A narrow bridge of the nose with slight ridges indicated a life of constant travel and toil, perpetually shifting between locations. A smooth forehead with faintly visible blue veins signified hidden needle, revealing deep scheming and hidden anxieties. Her pupils were slightly pale, with a small mole hidden at each outer corner of her eyes known as the peeping door mole. As physiognomy texts state, when two moles lock the pupils, what is seen is not true. This signifies that everything she sees or hears must be questioned, as she habitually conceals her true intentions. When smiling, the corners of their mouths lift while their eyes remain unmoved, a separation of skin and muscle known as the mask-like pattern. Thick lip color conceals their true form, yet their natural lips are thin as a blade's edge, signifying a nature that is unfeeling and secretive. Most notably, a minute defect exists on the right ear rim, the golden vault flaw. This signifies exile from one's homeland, ambiguous sources of wealth and fortune, and a frequent reliance on others' identities for survival. Overall, this woman's facial features reveal an extreme capacity for concealment. She must navigate daily between truth and falsehood, her identity ambiguous and her whereabouts unpredictable. She is a player in the shadows, using a mask as armor and lies as weapons. Lin Feng, shock value, plus 66,666. Mask as armor. Lies as blades. A player in the shadows. World's greatest con artist, you better explain what exactly is this guy's deal? However, the world's greatest con artist remains silent. Heavens will offers only directional guidance, never revealing everything outright. To uncover the truth completely, one must rely on their own investigation. Fine, Lin Feng remained unflustered. After all, armed with mastery of techniques like Iron Rod, 1000 Cups without drunkenness, Prince of Massage, Manly Scent within reach, the art of blow drying, and understanding women's hearts, handling a woman was no big deal. They smoked a few more cigarettes and chatted for a while. This woman was indeed different from ordinary people. She wasn't rushing to flirt but instead interrogated him like a police officer checking household registration, asking about his age, education, hometown. Lin Feng gave perfunctory answers, but his counterattack had already begun. "Sis, how should I address you?" Without hesitation, the woman replied. "Just call me sis." Lin Feng wasn't falling for that. He immediately activated his master of women's hearts ability and began reading her thoughts. "Why are you grilling me like this, asking all these questions, while refusing to say a word about your own background?" No matter how skillful the disguise, it was futile against the power of understanding women's hearts. To Lin Feng, this woman held no secrets. Her inner voice echoed. "What the hell are you asking? Nobody knows my name is Fu Erong." Fu Erong. Lin Feng. Damn, it is that even a real name? Does any normal person go by Fu Erong? Why not just call yourself Fu Sol? Just then, the waiter knocked and entered, carrying drinks. Suddenly, the waiter, in a moment of carelessness, knocked over a glass from the tray. The glass plummeted through the air. Whoosh! Fu Erong caught the glass mid-air with lightning speed. This was purely an instinctive reaction. The waiter apologized profusely. Miss, I'm so sorry, I'm truly sorry, miss." Meanwhile, Lin Feng's shock level plus 77,777. Words can deceive, but instinctive reactions cannot. Lin Feng glanced again at the thick calluses on this woman's slender fingers with his bladder. He was now 100% certain that this woman named Fu Erong was a martial artist. Moreover, possessing the Kung Fu King skill, Lin Feng had already deduced from Fu Erong's technique of catching the cup that she was using the snake-shaped hook hand technique, specifically the snake bites the toad move. Damn it! What the hell are you? Putting all of Fu Erong's actions together, Lin Feng suddenly had a bold guess. "You're not a female spy, are you?" Lin Feng instantly grew wary. Damn it, you know what? This chick really does look like a female spy. Lately, international tensions have been running high, with Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation trading barbs again. Moreover, during routine police inspections at bars lately, they've been posting warning signs. No minors allowed. Civilized consumption, green business practices. Prostitution, paid escort services, and related criminal activities strictly forbidden. No fighting allowed. Lose a fight, end up in the hospital. Win a fight, end up in jail. Dragon Nation values, patriotism, dedication, prosperity, democracy. In addition to posting such warning slogans, a new one has recently been added.
Counter-espionage is everyone's responsibility. Counter-espionage and anti-espionage are everyone's responsibility.
As a citizen of Dragon Nation, I must stay vigilant. A sudden surge of responsibility gripped Lin Feng, prompting him to immediately reopen the app, the Ultimate Woman Reader, to thoroughly investigate Fu Erong's background. Though his heart raced, Lin Feng remained composed, asking with a smile,
"Sis, what do you do for a living?"
Fu Erong sipped her drink and casually replied, "Sales." But Lin Feng had already read her true thoughts.
Asking pointless questions? Telling you would scare the crap out of you. Lin Feng.
Holy, just wait till I knock you out cold. With that, the feud between them was sealed. Lin Feng began to probe relentlessly, his tone turning sharp.
"Sis, you don't strike me as the sales type."
Fu Erong suddenly grew wary, her raised wineglass frozen midair as she glared at Lin Feng and demanded,
"Then what do you think I do?" Chapter 178, Battle of Wits and Courage. Fu Erong cut straight to the point, "What do you think I do?"
Her gaze now held a sharp, icy glint. Lin Feng showed no fear, pointing out immediately,
"I think you look like a spy." Buzz. Fu Erong's skull instantly buzzed, sending goosebumps crawling across his entire body. Fu Erong's shock level plus 99,999.
The icy glint in her eyes instantly turned to murderous intent. Her right hand instinctively reached for her waist. None of this escaped Lin Feng's observation, yet he paid it no mind, continuing to channel his power, most understanding of women's hearts.
Fu Erong's inner thoughts were crystal clear to Lin Feng. Fu Erong, holy crap! Did I slip up? Is this male model just guessing? Could he be a state security informant? Perfect. This is it. Everything confirmed Lin Feng's suspicion this guy is a spy. Damn it. We have to catch the spy. First, keep her calm. Don't let her panic.
Lin Feng's mind raced. Just as Fu Erong was about to act on her murderous intent, Lin Feng blurted out, "Customer service, you must be customer service, your voice is so pleasant, you must work in phone support."
Fu Erong? Fu Erong just lost it. Damn it, you called me customer service?
But you sounded like a spy. True, I was just too tense. Fu Erong instantly relaxed from her intense tension, her hands drifting away from her waist. Her entire body went limp as she let out a heavy sigh. Lin Feng poured Fu Erong a glass of wine and continued with a smile.
"Sis, was I right? You work in customer service, right?" Fu Erong didn't drink.
Instead, she relaxed, leaning back on the sofa, quietly observing Lin Feng. Female agents were still women, and women were emotional creatures. When emotions fluctuated wildly, hormones surged. Add to that Lin Feng simultaneously unleashing his skills, spring breeze smile, the art of hair blowing, whispering softly, and manly scent within reach.
How could Fu Erong resist?
Her sensuality surged forth. Indeed, she had come to the male model shop precisely to release the tension.
For spies operating under constant mental strain, without periodic release, their nerves would eventually snap. Once aroused, Fu Erong began shedding her inhibitions. "Alright, handsome, no more drinking. Let's get down to business." With that, she straddled Lin Feng, ready to get down to business right then and there. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated this female agent being so direct. He quickly issued a disclaimer. Sis, don't take it off. This is a legitimate entertainment venue. We operate with integrity and don't offer that kind of service." Fu Erong burst out laughing. He, isn't this a male model shop? Aren't you a male model? Do male models have green operations? Cut the crap and hurry up. Lin Feng insisted.
"Sis, really, this is the flagship store of male model era. We've always adhered to green business principles." Then, shifting his tone. "Sis, if you really want to unwind, we have some nice things in our private rooms that can help you relax." With that, Lin Feng flashed a devilish grin, sparking endless imagination in Fu Erong. Fu Erong stepped down from Lin Feng and asked with keen interest, "Oh? What kind of good stuff?" "Alright, sis, just wait a moment." Lin Feng immediately stood up and walked over to the tea cabinet on one side of the private room. He opened the cabinet and pulled out a vibrator. Fu Erong's shock level plus 66,666. What is this? This was the high-frequency ultrasonic massage wand Lin Feng had developed on site at Gu Minghua's factory, something Fu Erong had never seen before. Holding the device, Lin Feng sat back beside Fu Erong, cradling its streamlined form in his palm. His voice was low and amused. "Sis, this is our exclusive, male model era, massager. Every male model carries one. It uses high-frequency sonic micro-vibration technology. The core component achieves 16,000 high-frequency micro-oscillations per second. The output waveform is smooth as glass, with amplitude fluctuations controlled within 0.2% Celsius equivalent energy units. It precisely relaxes every inch of tense nerves." Giggle, giggle, giggle. Fu Erong felt a rush of excitement just listening, her cheeks gradually flushing. "Is it really as magical as you describe?" "Absolutely." Lin Feng's fingertip lightly touched the switch, and the device emitted a delicate, quiet hum.
Sis, listen, this massager switches seamlessly between 12 vibration levels, each transition smooth as silk. No extra hum or unwanted vibrations. Energy transfers with millimeter-level precision and zero loss, using wave resonance to reach deep muscle layers. Finally, Lin Feng flashed another mischievous grin. Sis, wanna give it a try? It's very gentle. Fu Erong was already thoroughly teased by Lin Feng and immediately replied. Alright, sure. I've never tried anything like this before. Alright, sis. Lin Feng immediately set the vibrator to its gentle 5th setting. The device hummed softly in his hand as he drew closer to Fu Erong. In an exceptionally soft tone, he whispered into her ear. Sis, please close your eyes and enjoy. Lin Feng's whispering charm took effect. Fu Erong instantly felt tingles all over her body. She obediently lowered her eyes, waiting quietly for Lin Feng's service. Lin Feng gazed at Fu Erong's exquisite face, his eyes settling on her closed eyelids. Thick, curled lashes cast faint shadows beneath her lids, fluttering slightly with each breath. There was an almost innate allure about her, a natural seductiveness. What a fox-like temptress, a harbinger of doom. Today, you've finally fallen into my hands. The time to catch the spy had come. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. Holding the vibrator, he suddenly switched it to the highest setting and aimed it directly at Fu Erong's large face, plunging it in. Fu Erong screamed in agony, what the hell? Why are you drilling into my face? Lin Feng defied conventional tactics. Instead of attacking the lower body, he targeted the face. This move was truly impossible to guard against. Fu Erong, herself a martial artist, instantly countered with a snake-shaped hook technique called monkey picking peaches, aiming straight for Lin Feng's lower body. Sure enough, female agents always resorted to dirty tricks. However, Lin Feng had anticipated her anticipation. His Kung Fu King skill activated instantly, executing the Dragon Snakebind technique to lock her arms behind her back, rendering her completely immobilized. This move radiated the aura of a true master. Fu Erong instantly realized she was facing a formidable opponent. Today, she was likely facing grave danger. Who are you? Why did you dive into my face? Lin Feng smiled faintly. I'm nobody special. Just an ordinary male model and a patriotic citizen. Sis, didn't you see? The bar's plastered with posters, counter-espionage is everyone's duty. So taking you down? That's my duty. What spy nonsense is this? Her cover blown, Fu Erong panicked instantly. She instinctively tried to wriggle out of it. You've got it all wrong. I'm not a spy, I'm customer service. Haha, sis, forget about customer service today, I'm gonna drill you into submission. Lin Feng immediately switched the vibrator back to its highest setting and began drilling furiously into Fu Erong's face. Chapter 179, Absolute Control. Fu Erong's screams pierced the private room like a pig being slaughtered. In truth, Lin Feng's drilling wasn't random, it contained profound skill. His movements appeared frenzied, yet executed with exquisite precision. His mastery of the oil massage prince technique had imprinted the facial muscle patterns and acupoint distribution of his partners onto his mind. The pinnacle of his divine physician needling artistry allowed him to pinpoint the most sensitive nerve clusters with precision. Thus, he avoided hard areas like the cheekbones, instead targeting densely innervated points such as the temples, shaguan, and jiacha. High-frequency vibrations precisely stimulated the branches of the trigeminal nerve. Under Lin Feng's control, the vibrator's unique frequency penetrated the subcutaneous tissue, like countless invisible silver needles piercing Fu Erong's neural core. Fu Erong felt an excruciating pain, a tangled web of sourness, numbness, swelling, and agony shoot through her skull like electric currents. It felt as if an invisible hand was clenching and twisting her entire cranium. Her temples throbbed violently, and the nerves around her eye sockets spasmed intensely. It truly felt like wearing an ever-tightening magic band, plunging her into unbearable agony. Yet at this moment, she was also tightly bound by Lin Feng's dragon snakebind. Fu Erong was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, utterly immobilized. Simultaneously, her head was being relentlessly drilled by Lin Feng, the sensation making her dizzy and disoriented, her mouth and eyes contorting. The blood-curdling screams persisted, rising and falling in waves. The deafening volume quickly drew attention from outside. What's that noise? What's going on with the woman inside? A male model in the hallway asked the waiter. The attendant frowned. No idea. Never heard a woman scream like that before. The male model marveled. Yeah, who's the guy pulling this off? He's got some serious skills. Who else could it be? Of course it's Mr. Lin. The waiter gave him a thumbs up. Holy! The male model stood in awe. Mr. Lin is truly incredible. Over half an hour passed, yet the blood-curdling screams continued inside. The cries grew louder and more agonized. Outside the door, people who had noticed the commotion gathered in growing numbers. Among them were waitstaff, male models, and several young married women. Scarlet Platform had a rule: outsiders couldn't enter private rooms unless the service bell was rung. Moreover, this private room was personally attended to by General Manager Lin.
Therefore, others dared only listen in astonishment outside the door, none daring to enter rashly. Until manager Jiang Dai and head waiter Song Tao arrived. Jiang Dai sensed something was amiss and knocked on the door first.
Mr. Lin, what are you doing in there? Everything okay?
Lin Feng was too engrossed in his task to hear her outside, so he ignored her. Seeing no response, Jiang Dai feared something had gone wrong and immediately forced her way inside.
Whoa! Jiang Dai pushed the door open, Mr. Lin. However, the scene before them was utterly shocking, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded.
There lay Lin Feng, pinning the female client beneath him as he furiously drilled into her forehead with a large drill bit. The tool was practically smoking from the intense drilling. Everyone's shock level plus 99,999.
Jiang Dai's jaw dropped. Mr. Lin, stop. She's a guest. Jiang Dai's reminder finally snapped Lin Feng out of his trance.
He was exhausted from drilling anyway, his hands numb from the effort. Having had his fill of tormenting her, Lin Feng then used the large drill-shaped vibrator like a hammer, pounding furiously on Fu Erong's head.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
He knocked her unconscious on the spot.
Everyone present was horrified. Mr. Lin, you. Lin Feng didn't bother explaining.
He pulled out his phone and called Qin Yang, the chief of the Dongqing police station.
Hello, Sister Yang? I just caught a spy. You guys come take her away.
Right at the Crimson Station platform.
Right. Caught in the private room. Right.
Oh, perfect, it's the same private room we used last time.
Alright, I'll wait for you guys to arrive. What a spy.
Everyone present, shock level, plus 99,999. Equals. Qin Yang trusted Lin Feng implicitly. After hanging up, Qin Yang immediately assembled a crack team and headed to Crimson Station. Inside the private room, police apprehended Fu Erong on the spot. By the time the police arrived, Fu Erong had also regained consciousness. Only to find a pair of handcuffs on her wrists. Fu Erong's panic level plus 99,999.
What are you doing? I'm an honest citizen.
Qin Yang conducted the interrogation on the spot, right there in the private room. State your name, ID number, occupation, and reason for coming to Yunzhou. Fu Erong, being trained, had a prepared script ready and answered smoothly. Tianyu, occupation, psychologist.
ID number XXXXXXX.
Feel free to verify. This false identity had been meticulously fabricated by hostile elements, and the police household registration system indeed found no discrepancies. Qin Yang contacted the command center to cross-check her identity information and found nothing unusual.
This left Qin Yang momentarily flustered.
He stared blankly at Lin Feng.
Could Lin Feng have made a mistake?
Having been a spy for so long, Fu Erong was highly skilled at reading people.
She immediately sensed Qin Yang's unease and began to act cocky. Unlock these handcuffs. Who gave you the authority?
And I'm calling the police this male model, he.
Fu Erong glared viciously at Lin Feng. This male model is a pervert. He assaulted me and violently beat my face.
Indeed, the situation at the scene had become rather complicated.
There was no tangible evidence proving Fu Erong was a female spy.
Only Lin Feng had heard her thoughts, but such things couldn't be explained to ordinary people. But there was no denying that Lin Feng had brutally beaten Fu Erong.
Anyone could see Fu Erong's face had been drilled into a mess by Lin Feng's vibrator drill bit.
Her forehead bore several swollen bumps from being struck by the same device.
Qin Yang was suddenly at a loss. Though she trusted Lin Feng, law enforcement demanded evidence. Without proof, they'd have to release her today.
So Qin Yang looked back at Lin Feng, her eyes seeking his guidance. However, Lin Feng showed no sign of panic. Without a word, he strode directly toward Fu Erong.
You, what are you doing? Fu Erong had already developed a psychological trauma from Lin Feng's giant drill.
Seeing him approach felt like encountering the living devil himself. Lin Feng offered no reply, instead reaching out to undo her belt.
Ah!
Fu Erong's face drained of color in terror. Dodging while screaming, she cried out, "Ah, pervert!
Get away, someone's being molested! Police!"
Qin Yang was also horrified. Lin Feng, stop.
What are you doing?
The other officers in the private room were stunned. They'd seen bold men before, but never one who dared to undo a woman's belt in front of fellow officers.
Chapter 180, Merciless Interrogation.
Now a master of kung fu, Lin Feng easily overpowered Fu Erong. In a few swift motions, he undid her belt and held it in his hand. Lin Feng wasn't a thug. After removing her belt, he didn't pull down her pants. Yet Fu Erong was already tense to the breaking point, clutching her pants tightly while staring fixedly at Lin Feng. Qin Yang, as the police station chief, though she trusted and liked Lin Feng deeply, now wore a look of displeasure.
Lin Feng, what are you doing? Removing a woman's belt like this shows a complete lack of respect. Do you understand?
Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. Chief Qin, female spies are traitorous lapdogs.
They don't deserve any respect.
With that, Lin Feng made a swift motion, ripping the outer leather of the woman's belt.
Qin Yang shock level plus 99,999.
Other officers, shock level plus 99,999.
Fu Erong, terror level plus 99,999.
Qin Yang, what is this? As Lin Feng peeled back the leather covering the woman's belt, the original belt transformed into a gleaming, cold steel soft blade. Qin Yang gasped, a flexible blade. This belt is actually a concealed flexible blade. The trickery of this belt had been detected by Lin Feng the moment Fu Erong moved her hand toward her waist. At that moment, Lin Feng had already activated his X-ray vision, conducting a comprehensive scan and analysis of the belt. Of course, inevitably, he also performed a comprehensive scan and analysis of Fu Erong's body. Lin Feng instantly saw through the deception of this disguised belt and had long wanted to pull it out and lash the female spy with it. Consequently, Qin Yang and the officers present grew even more convinced by Lin Feng's words.
Speak. What exactly are you doing? Why are you carrying a concealed blade? What's your purpose?
Fu Erong's face drained instantly as her cover was blown. Yet she stubbornly resisted, shamelessly arguing.
What's the big deal? I carry it for self-defense. There are so many perverts out there these days. Is there a problem with that? Self-defense? Who carries a knife for self-defense? I advise you to confess honestly, or else your punishment will be even harsher. Qin Yang tried to pressure her with the policy of harsher punishment for resistance and leniency for confession.
But Fu Erong was a diehard. She wasn't buying it. She stubbornly insisted.
It's for self-defense.
Perverts are always trying to rip my pants off.
Using my belt for protection is perfectly normal. Have I committed a crime?
At worst, I'm carrying a restricted knife without authorization.
What right do you have to handcuff me? This is trampling on human rights. You know the law, yet you're breaking it.
No one expected this brazen woman to turn on them at the last moment. Qin Yang was so enraged he trembled on the spot. But Lin Feng wasn't about to indulge her.
He barked at her. Fu Erong. How long do you plan to keep up this act? Fu Erong shock level plus 99,999.
Fu Erong was utterly panicked now. Lin Feng had actually called out her real name on the spot. After all, Fu Erong was a high-level spy meticulously cultivated by Eagle Nation.
Fewer than a handful of people worldwide knew her true identity.
And yet, Lin Feng had just blurted out her real name. Her bladder clenched so hard she nearly wet herself. Qin Yang and the other officers were utterly astonished.
Lin. How does Lin Feng know everything?
Without waiting for their reaction, Lin Feng slammed the buckle of the belt onto the floor.
Clatter.
The buckle shattered into pieces across the floor.
Qin Yang shock level plus 99,999.
Other officers, shock level plus 99,999.
Fu Erong, terror level plus 99,999.
Inside the shattered belt buckle lay numerous electronic components, including chips and micro batteries. Lin Feng saw through it instantly. Fu Erong, you claimed this belt was for self-defense.
Then explain how a listening device ended up hidden inside the buckle? A listening device. A listening device hidden inside the belt buckle.
This was a listening device meticulously disguised using technical means.
Truly, whoever invented this device was a genius. Because when Fu Erong carried out eavesdropping missions, she typically employed the beauty trap tactic, meaning her work locations were often in bed.
So after removing her pants and placing them on the bedside, she could conveniently use the belt buckle for eavesdropping, and the audio was often exceptionally clear.
Everyone present was utterly astonished. Sure enough, spies are brimming with technology. Fu Erong nearly wet herself.
But she quickly tightened her sphincter muscles, preparing to play dumb.
I don't know. Don't ask me. I have the right to remain silent. You have no evidence. You must release me within 12 hours.
You gotta hand it to her, this one knew her legal rights inside out. Indeed, if she kept digging her heels in like this, the police wouldn't be able to do much about her for the time being.
Qin Yang could only continue the stern interrogation. Fu Erong. You'd better cooperate, or else you'll face the consequences.
Humph. Fu Erong sneered with utter contempt. Humph, big talk.
What are you going to do? Torture me? Come on. Hit me. Faced with such brazen audacity, Qin Yang and the other officers present were at a loss. However, counter-espionage is everyone's responsibility. Lin Feng wouldn't let a female spy exploit legal loopholes.
He immediately activated the vibrator's drill mode. And he cranked it up to the maximum 12th gear. Lin Feng advanced step by step toward Fu Erong, drill bit in hand.
Fu Erong was terrified once more. Ah, what are you doing? Don't come any closer.
Indeed, Lin Feng's drill was her worst nightmare. Lin Feng's drilling technique inflicted torment far worse than the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty, like enduring endless purgatory in the 18th layer of hell.
Ha! Lin Feng sneered coldly. Fu Erong, I'm not a police officer. Drilling you with a big drill doesn't count as torture for interrogation. You can sue me anytime you want.
Don't come closer, don't drill me, I beg you, please don't drill me. This was no time for tenderness. Cruelty was necessary. Lin Feng stopped wasting words. He pinned her beneath him, raised the drill, and began drilling right then and there. Squeak 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 hiss hiss hiss. Where the drill bit pierced, smoke instantly billowed, filling the private room with the acrid scent of scorched flesh and fur. Oh my god, holy crap. The scene was truly unique. Jiang Yang and the police officers present couldn't bear to watch. Indeed, Lin Feng had gone all out this time. Unlike his first attack, which targeted only Fu Erong's broad face, he now drilled into the acupoints with the densest concentration of nerve endings all over her body, inflicting excruciating pain. Without a word, Lin Feng pressed the drill directly against the Shinshu acupoint on Fu Erong's lower back, a critical nerve cluster. With a slight tremor of his finger, the drill moved eerily along the governor vessel meridian. It would pierce the Wantiao acupoint, triggering spasms in her legs, or grind over the Chengfu acupoint, causing her to convulse in agony. Fu Erong's legs tensed involuntarily, tearing through her pants. Lin Feng suddenly drilled into her knee. The electric shock-like agony made her curl up like a shrimp, drenched in cold sweat, screaming in terror. Jiang Yang and the officers present all turned away. Indeed, they had never witnessed such a horrifying interrogation. Lin Feng demanded coldly, Fu Erong, speak, what is your mission? Tell me now, or I'll drill you to death. Chapter 181, Digressing. Torture. It was ing torture. Fu Erong had intended to hold out a little longer, but Lin Feng's merciless control of the giant drill left her trapped between life and death, unable to escape. Finally, Fu Erong broke. Her mental defenses collapsed completely. I'll tell you everything, let me go please, just let me go. Seeing this, Lin Feng paused the vibrator drill in his hand. Fine. Talk. If you hold back even a single detail, this drill goes full throttle. Terrified, Fu Erong was utterly terrified. The drill's power was so terrifying it made her heart race even if it didn't kill her. Moreover, she had witnessed Lin Feng's formidable skill firsthand. The belt hidden perfectly in her waistband had been pulled out on the spot and exposed by him. Clearly, any petty tricks were futile against him. So Fu Erong conceded defeat. She would spill everything she knew, hoping at least to secure leniency. Spies, it turned out, possessed no loyalty whatsoever. In their eyes, only maximizing personal gain mattered. Fu Erong spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, confessing her crimes, infiltrating the Dragon Nation, seducing engineers, and stealing state secrets. Fu Erong began, under orders from Eagle Nation, I employed seduction tactics to lure Zhang Mingzhi, a senior engineer at the 6th Research Institute of Longhua's East China Aviation Research Academy. Speak, how did you seduce him? Lin Feng pressed further, spill every detail. The more specific, the better. Fu Erong dared not withhold anything. Through internal channels, we obtained Zhang Mingzhi's medical examination and psychological counseling records from a top-tier hospital. We confirmed he suffered from moderate anxiety due to prolonged work stress, accompanied by marital intimacy difficulties, that is, ED. Holy. He has ED? How did you seduce him? Are you that good? Lin Feng found the story increasingly intriguing, gradually forgetting he was here to interrogate. Exactly. I exploited that very weakness. Fu Erong, having thrown caution to the wind, shed her inhibitions and grew animated in her recounting. First, I forged an identity. Using the name Su Wan, I posed as a sex therapist specializing in psychological counseling. At a social event hosted by their research institute, I staged a chance encounter. I pretended to be unaware of his condition, merely admiring his talent. Later, when he tentatively sought help, I told him, I can help you. How did you treat him? Lin Feng demanded sharply. Jiang Yang. All officers? Jiang Yang and the officers present both felt the situation was getting increasingly absurd. They all felt as if Lin Feng had forgotten he was interrogating a suspect. Instead, he seemed to be listening to gossip, thoroughly enjoying himself. But there was nothing they could do. Lin Feng had made the arrest, and he was the one who had broken through the suspect's resistance. For now, they had to let him continue the questioning. Fu Erong truthfully recounted the process of treating Zhang Mingzhi's ED. I told him that issue wasn't purely physiological. It stemmed from long-term psychological trauma and suppressed sexual energy caused by constant rejection. I encouraged him, telling him he was a true eagle, just temporarily winged. I hinted, even stated outright, that I didn't mind. Even if he remained this way forever, with permanent ED, I would still admire his superhuman intellect and fascinating soul. With me, he wouldn't face ridicule, only adoration and complete acceptance. Holy. Lin Feng couldn't help but applaud, damn, you're something else. Truly mastering the art of psychological warfare, you're a ing genius when it comes to handling men. A barely perceptible smugness flashed across Fu Erong's face. In her back and forth with Lin Feng, she seemed to forget she was the one being interrogated. Instead, she reveled in the thrill of confiding, launching into a boastful lecture on success. Hey, men? At the end of the day, they're just kids until the day they die. Just keep flattering them, telling them they're the best. Men get hooked on that. Ha ha, that's true. Lin Feng didn't deny that, but what concerned him most was Zhang Mingzhi's condition.
Cut the crap. What happened next? Did you cure Zhang Mingzhi? He was cured. Fu Erong nodded.
He found the understanding and admiration his wife never gave him here. He regained his masculine confidence. That confidence directly restored his dignity as a man and revived his vigor. Because of this, he became utterly dependent on and trusted me, seeing me as his salvation and liberation.
He couldn't get enough of me. You've got no shame.
Lin Feng cursed under his breath, but couldn't resist pressing further. Spill it. How often do you two get down to business?
Fu Erong. Qin Yang. Officers present.
All right, Lin Feng, stop asking questions that aren't relevant to the case.
Qin Yang couldn't bear to listen any longer. To prevent the interrogation from veering further off course, she quickly intervened to steer it back on track. Fu Erong, cut the nonsense. Get to the point. How did you extract the intelligence? What intelligence did you extract? Fu Erong felt bitter inside, thinking, how am I rambling?
It's only because this guy keeps pressing me about this batch that I'm telling him. But, fearing Lin Feng's relentless interrogation, Fu Erong truthfully answered everything. After establishing our relationship, I praised his abilities daily and gradually began extracting intelligence under the guise of caring about your important work.
The entire room was stunned.
After Fu Erong finished recounting the intelligence she had extracted, the entire room was stunned. Qin Yang's shock level plus 99,999. All officers shock level plus 999,999. Lin Feng shock level plus 99,999.
This is terrifying. Fu Erong had infiltrated so deeply it was utterly terrifying.
The details she revealed were utterly blood-curdling.
Fu Erong confessed that engineer Zhang Mingzhi was a core member of the Military Research Institute's Skylark project team.
This project was primarily responsible for developing a new generation of airborne active electronically scanned array ESA radar and its low-frequency anti-jamming data link system for the JF-17 Thunder Block 3 fighter jets exported to Pakistan. The core intelligence Fu Erong stole comprised the complete signal characteristic parameters, frequency hopping algorithm source code, and encrypted key exchange protocols for the data link of this ESA radar, codenamed Lingxi.
The Lingxi radar serves as a force multiplier for the FC-1 Block 3 fighter.
Its exceptional multi-target detection and tracking capabilities, coupled with formidable anti-jamming performance, are pivotal to ensuring Pakistan's Air Force achieves and maintains electromagnetic superiority against its neighbors in the region.
This breach signifies that
Indian intelligence agencies and analysts now fully understand the radar's operating frequencies, signal modulation methods, scanning modes, and vulnerabilities. They can develop and deploy targeted electronic countermeasure systems to blind the JF-17's radar during aerial combat. The exposure of data link protocols enables India to potentially decrypt or even infiltrate the command and communication networks of Pakistani aircraft, gaining real-time tactical awareness and achieving one-way battlefield transparency. Pakistan's Air Force had planned to receive its first batch of 8 fighters in 15 days, intending to deploy them along the Khyber Pass front to address urgent air defense pressures. Now, all tactical advantages have vanished. Should these fighters enter combat operations, India, with its preemptive access to classified intelligence, could inflict devastating damage on Pakistan's newest fighter fleet in the very first engagement. This would not only inflict major military losses on Pakistan but also deal a devastating blow to the reputation of Dragon-made military equipment. The perceived severe security flaws in the products would trigger a crisis of confidence, potentially affecting all of our country's foreign military trade cooperation with unimaginable consequences. The air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze solid. Everyone realized that an imminent military and diplomatic catastrophe was counting down. Chapter 182, Severe Consequences. Fu Erong is a complete bastard. He actually stole the core secrets of Dragon Nation's new generation of airborne active phased array radar and its low-frequency anti-jamming data link system, then handed them over to foreign forces. This is absolutely intolerable. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng drove the drill bit into her forehead with brutal force. Ah. Fu Erong's screams pierced the air with unearthly horror. Before long, unable to endure Lin Feng's torture any longer, she finally passed out. However, the matter was urgent, involving the military security and international credibility of the Dragon Nation. Qin Yang immediately reported the incident to the State Security Agency. The leadership of the National Security Agency was deeply shocked. The director of the Shanghai National Security Agency personally traveled to Yunzhou to investigate the situation. Accompanying him were the head of the 6th Research Institute of the Dragon Nation's East China Aviation Research Institute and the researcher in charge of the JF-17 fighter jets on-board active phased array radar project. Even the vice mayor of Shanghai in charge of military industrial projects was present. All gathered at the Zhujiang East Provincial National Security Agency, with relevant Yunzhou officials also present. Among them was Liang Zhenhua, the vice mayor of Yunzhou City responsible for military-civilian integration in science and technology, a figure familiar to Lin Feng. The representatives from various parties convened for a meeting. There were no pleasantries or small talk, they went straight to the heart of the matter. At the meeting, Lin Feng first recounted how he had come to know Fu Erong and the circumstances of her capture.
Everyone present listened with quiet amazement. The director of the Shanghai State Security Bureau keenly picked up on a detail and directly asked Lin Feng, "Tell me, Mr. Male Model, how did you instantly recognize her as a female spy while you were with her?" Indeed, the director was adept at discerning the finest details. Unable to reveal his true ability of understanding women's hearts, Lin Feng quickly thought on his feet and replied. It was easy to tell. When she was flirting, she used a snake-like hooking hand gesture. What normal woman would use a snake-like hooking hand gesture? The entire room was stunned. At the same time, they took Lin Feng's words as gospel truth. Xin Yang then detailed the specifics of Fu Erong's interrogation. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines over this military technology leak incident. In a fit of rage, the deputy mayor of Magic City even pointed directly at the head of the Dragon Country East Aviation Research Institute and berated him on the spot. "Xiao, how the hell did you manage this? Is your institute so dysfunctional that a female spy could manipulate you with a snake-like hook? Let me tell you, your team building is seriously flawed. We'll be conducting a thorough inspection of your institute soon." Yes. Director Xiao nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Mayor Gui is absolutely right. We will root out the problem and implement thorough reforms. After the scolding, it was time to get down to business. Deputy Mayor Gui of the Magic City began inquiring about technical matters. "Xiao, have your team explained how we can remedy the leak of the JF-17 fighters onboard active phased array radar technology? How do we fix this?" Right. After listening, Director Xiao turned to ask the project leader, Director Li of the Research Institute. "Director Li, please brief the leadership in detail." Director Li was extremely nervous, for he knew the situation was grave, almost beyond repair. Nevertheless, he must clearly explain the entire sequence of events to the leadership. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the briefing materials, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Mayor Gua, the core secrets of the Lingxi system have been compromised. Its signal characteristic parameters were finalized after 3 years of development, involving 17 rounds of field calibration and over 8,000 frequency point optimizations based on the electromagnetic environment around Old Ba country. Now, the enemy has stripped them bare. 2. To redesign a new signature that maintains multi-target tracking capability while evading detection by the Triad nations, we must overhaul the underlying waveform architecture from the ground up. This requires at least 6 months of simulation iterations and live fire testing, impossible to achieve within 15 days. Then there's the source code for the frequency hopping algorithm, our custom dynamic encryption system tailored to counter the cone-shaped jamming frequently employed by the 3 countries. That too has been fully compromised. Regenerating it would not only require fixing security vulnerabilities in the original logic but also conducting full-band anti-jamming verification. It would take at least 3 months to stabilize. Therefore, we genuinely cannot deliver the first batch of 8 JF-17 fighters on schedule. Even if we urgently restart development, it would take at least 6 months to produce a viable alternative solution. It is unlikely they will arrive at the KM frontline in time. No. Absolutely not. Mayor Gua slammed his fist on the table. We've made a commitment to Pakistan that the first batch of fighters will arrive on the Khyber front on schedule to deliver merciless strikes against India. The Pakistanis are eagerly awaiting us, counting on our fighters to demonstrate military might. If we renege on our promise now, arbitrarily breaking our commitment, where would the credibility of our dragon nation stand? Where would the reputation of our military industry be? Would our allies continue to trust us? Mayor Gua issued his order. The JF-17s must be delivered to Pakistan on schedule. The mistakes made by your research institute are your responsibility to clean up. Dragon Nation's affairs cannot be delayed for even a moment. Every researcher present was drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked through. The other attendees likewise held their breath, not daring to breathe. Finally, Director Xiao had no choice but to step forward once more to plead for leniency. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his tone bordering on humility. Mayor Gua, we too wish to deliver immediately. But Lingxi's replacement solution is truly beyond our immediate capabilities. It's practically impossible for human hands to achieve. First, the new signal characteristics must undergo low-level protocol coupling with the JF-17 avionics and flight control systems. The entire existing waveform architecture needs to be overhauled, and rewritten software adaptation alone will take 2 months. The frequency hopping algorithm must simulate the cone-shaped interference scenarios of the 3 countries. Full-band anti-jamming verification won't be stable for at least 1.5 months. Additionally, the data link protocol Pakistani aircraft are pre-installed with the old version, requires us to dispatch a team for on-site upgrades. We also need to conduct joint debugging with their early warning aircraft and ground stations. Cross-border coordination alone will take 1 month. Please grant us a 4-month extension. We'll work round the clock shifts and push ourselves to the limit to deliver a qualified system. No way. Mayor Gua exploded upon hearing this. 4 months? By then it'll be too late. 4 months and India will be dancing on Pakistan's head. 4 months? The Dragon Nation's defense ministry will be holding us accountable. You must present an alternative solution within half a month and install it on the JF-17 fighter jet. Otherwise, you can forget about being director.
Facing dismissal, old Xiao trembled violently. Had no one else been present, he would have knelt before Mayor Guo on the spot.
Mayor Guo, we truly are powerless. This is beyond human capability.
But just then, a voice cut through the room. Lin Feng declared, half a month is sufficient. Within half a month, we can fully replace the Lingxi system with new technology, complete installation on all 8 fighters, and deliver them without delay. The FC-1 will arrive on schedule at the KM front to give those Indians a proper beating. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn by this commanding declaration, all eyes turning toward him.
Who is this guy? Isn't that the male model who caught the spy? Chapter 183, The Perfect Plan.
Facing the impending credibility crisis in Dragon Nation, Lin Feng stepped forward once more. Amidst the puzzled looks of those present, Lin Feng declared on the spot.
Half a month is sufficient to replace the Lingxi system with new technology and complete fighter jet assembly.
However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Feng was merely a male model. Thus, their initial reaction was one of disbelief, even bordering on absurdity.
Mayor Gui, this male model, what are you saying?
Having already mastered the great nation military industry skill, the moment Lin Feng grasped the technical details, an alternative solution had already formed in his mind. Thus, he laid out his plan directly. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the stunned faces in the room. His speech was measured, yet each word was clear, delivered with unwavering certainty. Mayor Guo, distinguished leaders, my proposal consists of 3 steps. First, we need not overhaul the JF-17's existing avionics and flight control protocols. We will build upon the JF-17's existing systems using modular grafting technology to construct a virtual signal layer. This new system will perfectly emulate Lingxi's external interfaces and signal characteristics. To both the JF-17 and the Pakistani ground systems, it will remain the original Lingxi. However, internally, its computational logic and data structures will be entirely new. This ensures zero-delay compatibility without requiring any hardware modifications. Second, to counter comb-shaped jamming, we'll abandon the original code and adopt my proposed chaotic encryption protocol. This AI-driven adaptive frequency hopping system generates and switches encryption keys and frequency hopping patterns in milliseconds based on real-time interference conditions. Not only does it resist jamming, but it also generates massive amounts of false signals, turning Indian radar screens into snowy static. Third, bypass complex cross-border joint debugging. We'll encrypt the final solution and upload it to the cloud for local verification and one-click activation by Pakistani technicians. Only a core engineering team will be dispatched for final calibration and battlefield coordination, completing the task within 1 week. Total timeline, 7 days for RD, 7 days for assembly and debugging. A fortnight is more than sufficient. As long as we follow these steps, on-time delivery is guaranteed. Old Pakistan will definitely give India a good thrashing. Dimensional compatibility, virtual signals. Chaotic encryption, dynamic frequency hopping. Cloud preloading, on-demand activation. Every military expert present was utterly stunned. A genius idea. Truly revolutionary. However, Mayor Guo knew nothing about Lin Feng's background or military technology. To him, Lin Feng's words were gibberish. Moreover, he was quite displeased that a male model like Lin Feng was pontificating on military matters. Mr. Male Model, you speak very well. Clearly you've read countless military novels. We're deeply grateful for your capture of the female spy. Your courage and wit are commendable. However, regarding military affairs, it would be best if you refrained from commenting. The situation is urgent. We have no time for idle chatter. Just then, someone in the meeting room spoke up clearly. Mayor Guo, Lin Feng isn't just a male model, he's a genius in the military industry. All eyes turned toward the voice. Liang Genhua, the vice mayor of Yunzhou City responsible for military-civilian integration in science and technology. Mayor Guo from the Magic City was completely dumbfounded. Mayor Guo, what did you say? A male modeling major? That's right. Liang Genhua could fully vouch for Lin Feng's professional competence. Last year, it was Lin Feng who proposed the concept of the molybdenum nickel cobalt composite warhead cover, optimizing the technical shortcomings of the anti-tank missile Longyan 9 and facilitating a major order between Yunzhou's military industry and the Great Bear Nation. Subsequently, the facts prove that the Dragon Flame 9, enhanced by Lin Feng's modifications, was indeed formidable. It dominated battlefields across the Greater and Lesser Bear territories, propelling the Greater Bear Nation to successive victories. Therefore, at the meeting, Liang Genhua recounted these achievements in full detail to Mayor Guo. Mayor Guo's shock level plus 66,666. Everyone present, shock level plus 66,666. What this male model actually understands military technology? Mayor Guo, utterly astonished, turned directly to the Research Institute director. Old Xiao, you heard what that male model just said. Did you understand it?
Director Xiao, a trained military industry expert himself, fully grasped Lin Feng's reasoning. Moreover, after hearing Lin Feng's insights, he felt as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Thus, old Xiao now held Lin Feng in profound respect. Leaning forward with both hands braced on the table edge, his voice tight with excitement, Director Xiao exclaimed. This solution is brilliant. Using software-defined radio technology for modular encapsulation of the virtual signal layer, it runs a compatible protocol directly on top of the existing avionics system. This preserves the external Linksy signal characteristics while completely replacing the underlying computational logic. No hardware modifications, no changes to flight control interfaces. Adaptation testing can be completed in just 3 days. Moreover, this guy even thought to use AI to generate dynamic keys and frequency hopping sequences in real time. By the time the Indian comb-shaped jammers lock onto one frequency, the system has already jumped to 3 new bands. It can even inject false signals in reverse to confuse their receivers. Moreover, we encrypted the final algorithm package for delivery to the Pakistani side. They simply activated with a local authorization code, eliminating the need for us to send personnel on site to adjust the data link. This cross-border coordination time was slashed by 2/3. This 3-pronged approach compressed what would have been a 6-month reconstruction project into a 2-week implementation. This male model is undoubtedly a professional, otherwise, he couldn't have devised a solution that both preserves compatibility and boosts performance. Mayor Gua, the male model has something special. Mayor Gua, shock level, plus 88,888. Everyone present, shock level, plus 88,888. Unbelievably impressive. Mayor Gua's heart couldn't help but leap. What a model of the new era. Not only does he study mature women and young beauties, but he's also delving into military law. Mayor Gua exclaimed with delight. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. To find such a hidden gem among Dragon Nation's male models. How did you achieve this level of expertise? Why remain a model when you possess such profound knowledge? But then Mayor Gua turned his gaze to Mayor Liang and began to reproach him. Old Liang, with talent like this still working as a male model? You, as deputy mayor of Yunzhou City, bear responsibility too. Why didn't you promote him exceptionally? As a directly administered municipality, Mayor Gua held a higher rank than Liang Genoa. Thus, Liang could only nod in acknowledgement of his mistake. Mayor Gua is correct. Our Yunzhou leadership team has not shown Lin Feng sufficient care. We will conduct a thorough self-examination. Lin Feng smiled, coming to Liang Genoa's rescue. Mayor Gua, you've misunderstood. In truth, Mayor Liang and the Yunzhou leadership have shown tremendous care and support for me personally and for the male modeling industry. They've repeatedly proposed transferring me to a key position. However, Mayor Gua, it is my own passion for the male modeling industry and my commitment to supporting my family that has led me to maintain the status quo. Passion for the male modeling industry? After hearing this, Mayor Gua was mystified yet impressed. Was this what they meant by staying true to one's original aspirations? Chapter 184, A Male Model Gets Fired. Seeing Lin Feng so steadfast in his original aspirations, Mayor Gua grew increasingly impressed. Rare. Truly rare. In today's restless society, young people with such a craftsman's spirit are few and far between. Lin Feng, thank you for your encouragement, Mayor Gua. We'll keep striving. Mayor Gua nodded and turned to instruct President Xiao. All right, old Xiao. Since you have no objections regarding the technical aspects, commence work immediately according to Lin Feng's plan. This concerns the credibility of the Dragon Nation's military industry. There can be absolutely no delay. Director Xiao, understood, Mayor Gua. We guarantee the task will be completed. However, Li, the project team leader, raised a concern. Flipping through the project schedule, Director Li traced his finger over the critical milestones. Professor Lin's approach is highly innovative. The challenge now is that the original Linksy system uses a mature framework of fixed keys and preset frequency hopping. Overhauling it means building a dynamic encryption system from scratch. The new system must also be compatible with the existing communication protocol stack of the J-10 fighter jet. This means the encryption algorithm must be embedded within the original data frame structure without disrupting the transmission format while achieving millisecond-level key updates. The existing team is proficient in protocol parsing, but none have experience with the mathematical modeling and code implementation of dynamic encryption. After the new algorithm is written, it must first pass unit testing to verify that the key generation logic is flawless. Next comes standalone system integration testing to check for any data exchange issues with the flight control system and radar. Finally, an electromagnetic interference chamber must be set up to simulate the comb-shaped interference environment of the Indian side and test the system's anti-jamming capabilities. Each of these 3 testing phases requires at least 72 hours, and we must coordinate schedules across 3 departments: the Electromagnetic Environment Lab, the Flight Control Test Bench, and the Data Link Verification Team. From development to final testing, it will take a full 4 weeks at best. We simply won't make the deadline. At this revelation, a collective gasp rippled through the room. Every specialist wore a look of grim resignation. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered into life was about to be extinguished once more.
Yet Lin Feng showed no sign of panic. He asked directly, "Do you have a laptop? I can write a system right now. No need for complicated testing, it can be deployed directly onto the fighter jet. The entire room's shock level plus 99,999. What? A male model who can write new systems?" Liang Genoa harbored no doubt about Lin Feng's capabilities and immediately ordered, "Quick, go prepare a computer right now." In no time, a laptop was placed before Lin Feng. Without a word, Lin Feng began typing furiously. The moment the screen lit up, the first line of code was already typed. Hashtag include Linksy protocol.h, directly write the register mapping table for the Linksy protocol. Hashtag define dynamic key seed, use microsecond level hardware clock counting as the key seed. Lin Feng bypassed the operating system's application layer entirely, directly interfacing with the Xiaolong's communication DSP chip. Next, Lin Feng tackled protocol compatibility issues by inserting encrypted payload directly between the frame body and checksum of the original Linksy data frame. UNT AT payload equals frame plus 8. In under 15 minutes, Lin Feng completed the core module. He typed a command. Make J4. The screen instantly filled with dense test results, all red warnings vanished. Dynamic key rate, 1,200 times second, far exceeding the military requirement of 1,000 times second. Protocol compatibility, 100% pass rate, frame header address checksum fully consistent with original Linksy. Comb noise resistance test, bit error rate 0.0008% below military limit of 0.1%. Synchronization error, 5 microseconds DSP hardware clock synchronization, 0 latency. Director Li's glasses slid to the tip of his nose. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The tests that had previously required 3 weeks in coordination across 7 departments were now fully covered by Lin Feng's single test script. Director Li gasped in awe, a miracle. An unprecedented miracle. Professor Lin actually used the hardware clock as the key seed. This is 100 times more secure than software-generated random numbers. Moreover, this parasitic protocol requires no underlying modifications, no waiting for testing, it can be deployed directly onto fighter jets. It's a masterpiece of ingenuity. Director Li's reaction confirmed Lin Feng had accomplished the seemingly impossible. Mayor Gui was overjoyed. "Everyone, Professor Lin has given us a chance to redeem ourselves. Get moving. Work overtime to finalize the replacement plan. In 15 days, I want to see our JF-17 fighter jets roaring over the front lines in Chemi." "Yes, sir." After the Research Institute team departed, Mayor Gui kept Lin Feng behind. He declared on the spot, "Lin Feng, you are a rare talent, a treasure beyond compare for Dragon Nation. Without exaggeration, you may well be the peerless genius upon whom our nation will rely in the future. I must report this situation to the Chief Council in the Imperial Capital, so the Council's leaders may learn more about you. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them to me. I can draft a proposal to convey them to the Dragon Nation's Chief Council." Mayor Guo wasn't exaggerating. Leaders of his rank could directly report significant matters to the Chief Council. Truth be told, Lin Feng did have a small request. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng spoke frankly. "Thank you for your recognition, Mayor Guo. I am indeed facing some difficulties. It's like this." Lin Feng recounted his experience leading F3 on the show "I Want to Go to the Spring Festival Gala" to Mayor Guo. He then clearly stated his request. "Mayor Guo, I wish for F3 to appear on the Spring Festival Gala stage as male models, performing 'I Love You, Dragon Nation.' If possible, I humbly request you convey this request to Dragon Nation's Chief Council, hoping to secure their support." Mayor Guo. Bringing male models to the Spring Festival Gala. That idea certainly wasn't something ordinary people would come up with. Though he found Lin Feng's thinking rather unconventional, he had already made a promise. Therefore, he readily agreed on the spot. "Rest assured, Lin Feng. I will certainly convey your request to the highest authorities. The chief group will be made aware of your proposal, and I will do my utmost to advocate for it. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to seeing male models grace the Spring Festival Gala stage myself." "Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Guo." After bidding farewell to Mayor Guo, Mayor Liang, and other officials, Lin Feng hurried back to the Scarlet Stage Bar. Upon entering his office, Zhang Dai began reporting on company matters. "Mr. Lin, this month's total customer volume across all male model era locations reached 43,000, with revenue hitting 12.68 million yuan, exceeding our monthly target. We received 43 complaints, primarily regarding aggressive beverage sales, dismissive service scripts, and inadequate service emphasis. Performance bonuses have been deducted for corrective measures. Regarding security, 3 male models were detained for prostitution-related offenses. PR measures have been implemented to minimize impact. 5 incidents occurred where husbands of female clients caused disturbances. These were resolved through industry-specific methods, with all husbands expressing full acceptance and no intention to repeat such behavior. Additionally, 1 male model was dismissed this month." "Dismissed a male model?" Lin Feng brushed off the other matters, but the dismissal of a male model caught his attention. He considered all the male models as brothers, so he needed to understand the full story.
So Lin Feng asked seriously, Sister Jiang, what's going on?
We're all brothers and sisters fighting together.
Why did you fire him? Chapter 185, The Male Model Who Loves Delivering Takeout.
Upon hearing that Jiang Dai had fired one of the male model brothers, Lin Feng inquired about the reason. Jiang Dai immediately explained.
Mr. Lin, this male model is named Xia Yang.
The reason for his dismissal is that he frequently sneaked off to deliver takeout during work hours.
Last month alone, he skipped work 8 times.
Despite repeated warnings, he refused to change his ways, causing a very negative impact. Lin Feng was speechless.
A male model skipping work to deliver takeout?
What kind of twisted logic does this guy have?
Logically, it shouldn't make sense. Male modeling is a high-paying, lucrative industry.
Just by drinking and chatting with female clients in private rooms and booths, occasionally getting a little something extra, they can rake in big bucks.
Why would he choose to brave wind and rain delivering takeout? Why was this male model so down to earth?
Lin Feng couldn't figure it out, so he asked Jiang Dai for details.
Jiang Dai replied, I don't know either. It baffles me too.
I've reasoned with him several times, and he always agrees superficially, but he never changes.
He still sneaks off to deliver food. Something fishy was definitely going on. Curiosity drove Lin Feng to get to the bottom of this. Sis Jiang, you haven't fired him yet, right? He's still working here? Jiang Dai nodded. Mr. Lin, he's still here.
I was planning to have him pack his bags and leave tomorrow. Lin Feng waved him off.
Hold on. Call him over first. I want to hear his side of the story. Jiang Dai, yes, Mr. Lin. Soon, Xia Yang was summoned.
The guy had no idea he was about to be fired. Thinking Mr. Lin held him in high regard and intended to cultivate him, he greeted him with a broad smile.
Good morning, Mr. Lin. You asked for me? Lin Feng flipped through the attendance sheet while giving him a sidelong glance.
Xia Yang, you skipped work 8 times last month to deliver takeout. This severely violates male model discipline, tarnishes the male model's reputation, and has caused a very negative impact within the male model team. In accordance with company regulations, we have decided to terminate your employment.
Do you have anything to say? Xia Yang's panic level plus 99,999.
Xia Yang nearly dropped to his knees. Mr. Lin, please have mercy.
I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please give me another chance to be a male model.
Lin Feng slammed the attendance sheet onto the desk and coldly declared. I can give you a chance, but first, explain yourself.
Why the hell did you ditch your modeling job and skip out on your family to go deliver takeout? Are you trying to experience real life or what? This hit Xia Yang right where it hurt.
He stammered, clearly struggling to find the words.
Speak. Tell me the truth, or pack your bags and get out right now.
Lin Feng deliberately intimidated him to unravel the mystery. Xia Yang's legs trembled violently on the spot.
He dared not hold back anything.
Mr. Lin, no, I'll tell you.
Xia Yang confessed truthfully. Mr. Lin, the truth is, I've racked up huge gambling debts and borrowed from loan sharks.
So sometimes, I have no choice but to deliver takeout to make ends meet. Lin Feng grew more and more confused as he listened.
Are you out of your mind? Isn't being a male model more profitable than delivering takeout? No.
Mr. Lin, sometimes, delivery really does pay more.
Xia Yang spoke with his head bowed low.
Lin Feng's shock level plus 66,666. Delivering food actually pays more than being a male model.
Lin Feng racked his brain but couldn't wrap his head around it. Bull. Delivering food only pays a few bucks per order. How could it possibly make more money than being a male model? Explain yourself. Seeing he couldn't get out of it, Xia Yang decided to spill the beans. Mr. Lin, here's the thing. My dad's a delivery guy.
One time, he wasn't feeling well but had already taken an order. He couldn't make the delivery, and I happened to be off that day, so I helped him out. The delivery was to a lady at Li Feng Mansion. When I handed her the food, she seemed interested in me and asked me to come inside for a bit. I'm used to being a male model, so I have strong service awareness. I wouldn't go against her wishes, so I went inside. Then, after getting to know her better, I spent some time with her. Anyway, I provided her with a lot of emotional support, and she was very generous. I made more than I would have in 3 days as a male model. After that, I started delivering takeout to her place regularly. Lin Feng, shock level, plus 99,999.
You can play it like that? Bro, you're awesome. Lin Feng's interest surged instantly. Spill it. Do you have other takeout clients? Xia Yang stammered out. A few more. One's a well-connected second-generation lady.
She said her status makes it awkward to visit male model clubs, so she has me deliver to her every Friday. Then there's this lady who does green live streams from home every day. Sometimes, I wear a mask and join her for the green live streams too. Lin Feng's shock level plus 99,999.
Ha 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 ha.
Lin Feng laughed and cursed, your grandfather.
You're quite the playboy, aren't you? Seeing Lin Feng laugh, Xia Yang felt much more at ease. Haha, sorry for the laugh, Mr. Lin. You always tell us that our goal is to meet the needs of our sisters. Then, Xia Yang pledged on the spot. Mr. Lin, rest assured. If you give me another chance as a male model, I swear I'll never deliver takeout again. I'll focus solely on being a model in the store. No. Lin Feng immediately refused. Xia Yang, don't stop. Keep delivering takeout. Keep delivering takeout. Xia Yang, shock level, plus 99,999. Mr. Lin wants me to keep delivering food? Beyond his shock, Xia Yang was utterly baffled. Mr. Lin, why is that? Lin Feng smiled calmly. Xia Yang, you're doing great. You've pioneered a new path for the male modeling industry delivery model. Food delivery model. Xia Yang, shock level, plus 99,999. Lin Feng's ability to invent original concepts left Xia Yang utterly in awe. Not bad. Delivery models. Inspired by Xia Yang, Lin Feng finally discovered a groundbreaking new model to significantly expand the male modeling industry's influence, the delivery model. Although, through Lin Feng's relentless efforts, the public perception of the male modeling industry has improved, and the positive energy embodied by male models is increasingly recognized by mainstream values. However, not all female clients have mustered the courage to step into a male modeling agency. A vast majority of women, though deeply suppressed, still couldn't take that first step into a male model salon. Even if they can't take that step, the pent-up emotions inside them haven't been resolved. They still need companionship and emotional fulfillment. So, how can this market be tapped? The answer is delivery models. Indeed, we must vigorously develop delivery models to open up this market. By delivering male models to their doorsteps, we serve women who dare not visit male model shops, providing them with the emotional value they crave. Your delivery, delivered by male models. This is Lin Feng's new ambition. Chapter 186, Male Model Delivery and Delivery Male Models. Takeout models. We must vigorously develop the delivery model. Once Lin Feng conceived this idea, he immediately set about implementing it. Which delivery platform should the delivery models partner with first? That was the question. Should he partner with Huantuan Takeout? Or the Hungry or Not platform? Or perhaps Jingxi Takeout? Lin Feng weighed his options carefully. First, Huantuan Takeout was the most influential delivery platform in Manhwa, monopolizing nearly 80% of the market. Its significant clout meant it would dominate negotiations, making it difficult to persuade them to add a male model delivery option to their platform. Meanwhile, Jingxi Takeout is backed by the entire Jingxi Corporation, whose core business is e-commerce platforms. Takeout is merely an extension of their operations, so they might not prioritize it either. Only Hungry. Hungry is now practically on its last legs. Squeezed by Huantuan, its market share steadily shrinks while its stock price plummets. Without sweeping reforms, it risks a swift descent into delisting and bankruptcy. As the saying goes, desperation breeds cunning. Facing survival or extinction, Hungry is likely to resort to desperate measures. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Under these circumstances, adding a male model delivery option is entirely plausible. Lin Feng saw this opening and acted decisively. He began aggressively purchasing shares of Starving. Now, empowered by his financial shark skill, Lin Feng had amassed a colossal fortune through stock investments, fund purchases, and government bonds. Combined with dividends from Yi Shuyun and revenues from male model era, his net worth had soared to hundreds of billions. Therefore, acquiring Little Hungry was as easy as taking candy from a baby. After several days of acquisitions, Lin Feng had swept up every Hungry share on the market. Lin Feng had surged to become Little Hungry's second largest shareholder, holding 42% of the shares. Second only to Sun Zhangyuan, the actual controller of Hungry. Sun Zhangyuan witnessed this development. Shock level, plus 99,999. He immediately convened a board meeting and made arrangements to have Lin Feng attend. At the meeting, Sun Zhangyuan rose with palpable emotion, clasping Lin Feng's hands tightly as his voice trembled. Mr. Lin, your substantial investment is truly a life-saving timely reign for Hungry. To be frank, the company is currently at its most critical juncture. Our market share continues to shrink, stock prices keep hitting new lows, and cash flow is extremely tight. We're barely able to cover subsidies for maintaining core city delivery riders, let alone invest heavily in new ventures. What you bring is not just precious capital, but a powerful shot in the arm for restoring confidence in us from the capital markets and our merchant partners. Our management has formulated a detailed revival plan, with the top priority being to stabilize retention rates among core merchants and optimize our delivery algorithms to boost efficiency. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will fight back with all our might. The other board members also looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of gratitude. Without Lin Feng's investment, they would likely have suffered catastrophic losses. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to their flattery and cut straight to the chase. Mr. Sun, what are the company's development plans to turn this around? Sun Zhangyuan composed himself and replied earnestly. Mr. Lin, our strategy is highly pragmatic.
Our primary task is to concentrate resources on solidifying our market position in core first and second tier cities. By optimizing subsidy strategies, we aim to increase retention rates and order frequency among high-value users. Secondly, we will invest more technical resources into upgrading our smart delivery system, targeting further reductions in average delivery times to help restaurant partners improve operational efficiency. After listening, Lin Feng simply smiled faintly and shook his head. Seeing his expression, everyone tensed, fearing they had offended this money god.
Sun Zhengyuan quickly asked, "Mr. Lin, what are your expectations for the company's development? Or rather, what insights might you offer?"
Lin Feng no longer held back, stating his position directly. "Mr. Sun, fellow directors, my substantial stake in Ebuo comes with one condition: the Ebuo app must add a male model delivery option."
Male model delivery.
Everyone's shock level plus 99,999.
Just hearing the words male model delivery was enough to send shivers down their spines. Amidst the director's stunned silence, none grasped the deeper meaning behind male model delivery. Sun Zhengyuan, speaking for all directors, asked Lin Feng with a trembling voice. "Mr. Lin, what exactly do you mean by male model delivery?" Lin Feng explained in detail. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lin Feng, founder and controlling shareholder of Yunqing City Male Model Era Service Company, Limited.
Our platform specializes in premium male lifestyle services and has proven its mature operational model in the Yunqing market.
My proposed collaboration is straightforward: add a male model delivery option to the delivery choices on the Hungry app.
Users can select delivery by our professionally trained male models. This not only enhances the differentiated delivery experience but also attracts high-value customer segments to the platform.
Specifically, we recommend piloting this in Yunzhou by creating a dedicated entry point on ele.me's homepage. Male Model Era will provide full operational support, including staff training, service standards, and after-sales guarantees.
Delivery fees can be set higher than standard riders, with this premium fully covered by market demand.
This is a win-win solution. ele.me gains competitive differentiation, while Male Model Era secures a traffic gateway.
I trust you all recognize the incremental value this innovative venture will deliver."
Lin Feng's presentation was crystal clear, and every director present understood.
Precisely because they understood, the shock value spiked again, plus 99,999. What a business genius! To conceive of using a food delivery platform to drive traffic for male model services, truly a groundbreaking innovation.
This isn't just male model delivery, it's clearly deliver male models.
Mr. Lin's clever ploy of hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat was simply brilliant. Yet while he admired Lin Feng's wild imagination, hesitation lingered in his actions. Sun Zhengyuan murmured, "Mr. Lin, your development strategy is truly extraordinary. But our Hungry platform is just a simple food delivery service. Wouldn't adding a male model delivery service suddenly clash with our market positioning? And isn't this a bit borderline? Could it negatively impact our company's positive image?" Ha ha ha. Lin Feng gave a faint, cold laugh. "Mr. Sun, let me formally emphasize this: male models today are not what they used to be.
They are legitimate and honorable professionals in the service industry. As for your corporate image, let me be blunt, your company is ing on its last legs. Who gives it about some ing corporate image? The urgent priority now is survival. Better to scrape by than die with dignity, got it?"
Lin Feng had laid his cards on the table, his words striking a nerve with every director present. Sun Zhengyuan broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to put on airs. Finally, Lin Feng delivered his ultimatum: "Board members, if you support my male model delivery development plan, I will maintain my stake and inject additional investment.
Otherwise, I won't force the issue.
I'll sell off all my Hunger or Not shares immediately and seek another platform to partner with."
Dump all shares and seek another partner? Every director felt their sphincters tighten on the spot.
Sun Zhengyuan, as the chairman holding over half the shares, was so frightened he immediately agreed on the spot.
Mr. Lin, no. We agree. We agree to add the male model delivery option and fully support your male model delivery business." Chapter 187, Male Model Haoqi in Tianchang Grand Finale.
The Hungry platform completely capitulated. To secure Lin Feng's substantial capital injection, Hungry or Not complied fully with his demands, prominently adding the male model delivery option to a conspicuous location on their app. Once a female customer tapped male model delivery, models from Male Model Era would instantly compete for the order. They'd hop on their specially equipped delivery scooters and race straight to the customer's residence. Upon doorstep delivery, the male models would decide whether to enter the residence based on the female customer's request. If a female customer requested entry and desired emotional fulfillment or additional services beyond food delivery, the male model was obligated to comply. Once inside, a new app developed by Lin Feng tracks the male model's location, measures the duration of the visit, collects tips from the female customer, and integrates relevant information from the female customer's profile on the Hungry app. It then calculates the male model's earnings and takes a commission.
After a trial period, the entire operation was in the green, yielding substantial profits. For marginal male models struggling to meet booking quotas, this delivery service practically saved their careers. Moreover, it greatly satisfied female clients who felt physically and mentally stifled yet lacked the courage to enter male escort establishments. The market expanded further. The male modeling industry entered a new phase. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Deputy Mayor Gui of the Magic City suddenly arrived at the headquarters of Yunzhou's male model era to meet with Lin Feng, bringing shocking news.
Lin Feng? Prepare immediately. Tomorrow, the chief of the Imperial Capital's Elite Corps No. 3 will receive you. The third chief of the Chief Council is summoning you. Lin Feng's shock level plus 99,999.
What, Mayor Gui, the third chief wants to see me? Is this real? How would the third chief even know about me?
Mayor Gui smiled and explained. During my recent trip to the capital, I informed the Chief Council about your capture of the spy and your contributions to developing the new fighter jet radar system. Unbeknownst to me, your other achievements optimizing anti-tank missiles, rescuing miners at Dayo Mountain, developing antidepressants had already reached the Chief Council. In other words, the chiefs have been keeping tabs on you for quite some time. Lin Feng's shock value surged again by plus 99,999.
Amidst his astonishment, Lin Feng didn't forget to thank Mayor Gui.
Mayor Gui, thank you for your kind words and for the Chief Council's attention. Lin Feng, hold off on the thanks for now.
I have more good news to share.
Mayor Gui's voice grew excited as he spoke.
Mayor Gui, what is it? Mayor Gui announced on the spot. Lin Feng, congratulations.
Male model F3 has been selected for the Spring Festival Gala.
What?
Lin Feng's shock level plus 99,999. Before Mayor Gui traveled to the capital for his work report, Lin Feng had indeed entrusted him to convey his wish for male model F3 to appear on the Spring Festival Gala to the Presidium. He hadn't held out much hope, figuring it was worth a shot regardless of the outcome. To his surprise, the Presidium had agreed. Mayor Gui cheerfully announced, Lin Feng, have male model F3 get ready immediately.
There are less than 10 days left until the gala.
The director will likely receive instructions and call you within hours, so prepare everything in advance. Lin Feng, your male modeling career is truly about to take off.
Absolutely. Rest assured, Mayor Gui. We won't let you or the chief committee members down. Thank you once again.
The next day, Lin Feng boarded a private jet bound for the capital to meet with Chief No. 3. Chief No. 3 greeted Lin Feng with an approachable demeanor and a warm smile, embodying the grace and wisdom of an elder statesman.
Comrade Lin Feng, though this is our first meeting, your name has been discussed repeatedly at our Chief Council meetings.
With your passion and extraordinary intelligence, you've made remarkable contributions across multiple fields, from assisting national security agencies in dismantling spy networks to tackling critical defense technology challenges, from stepping into the front lines of a mining disaster to advancing research in essential medicines. These achievements demonstrate not only your capabilities but also a profound sense of patriotism rooted in the soil of Dragon Nation. Lin Feng responded modestly, Chief 3, thank you for your recognition, as well as that of the other chiefs. These are simply duties I should fulfill as a son of the Dragon Nation.
Chief No. 3 nodded approvingly, his tone growing more solemn.
Comrade Lin Feng, our meeting today serves two purposes: first, to express the nation's gratitude to you, and second, to entrust you with greater responsibilities.
The Dragon Nation think tank urgently needs young talents like you, those possessing international vision, technological acumen, and a spirit of practical application.
If you are willing, we sincerely invite you to join the think tank as a national talent, serving as a special advisor to provide intellectual support for Dragon Nation's rise. Lin Feng first expressed gratitude for the third chief's trust, then inquired, Third chief, if I join the Longwa think tank, would I need to be stationed in the capital?
It's just that.
I still have my male modeling business to manage in Yunzhou.
Ha ha ha. Chief No. 3 laughed heartily, Comrade Lin Feng, rest assured. Our Dragon Nation Chief Council fully supports your company's development.
It genuinely stimulates domestic demand in Dragon Nation's market and maintains social stability. Therefore, Comrade Lin Feng, you may continue your business without needing to be stationed in the imperial capital.
We only ask for your support when the nation requires it. Lin Feng solemnly pledged on the spot, Chief No. 3, serving the nation is my duty.
I, Lin Feng, will respond to the call without delay. When called, I will fight. When fighting, I will win.
Excellent.
Chief No. 3 beamed with satisfaction. Comrade Lin Feng, remember this, the Dragon Nation Chief Council stands as your most steadfast support. Whether you are tackling challenges at the forefront of technology or pursuing bold innovations in service industries, any endeavor that advances national development and national rejuvenation will receive our full backing. The third chief walked with Lin Feng to the window. Gazing out at the thriving metropolis below, he remarked meaningfully, We are now in an era of monumental change. The rise of Dragon Nation demands visionary leaders like you, those who dare to dream, dare to act, and shoulder great responsibilities to emerge in every field. Chief No. 3 turned, fixing Lin Feng with a gaze brimming with trust, Go forth boldly. Continue using your wisdom to break through technological barriers, your creativity to ignite market vitality, and your influence to unite the younger generation. The Chief Council looks forward to your future contributions on an even broader stage, achievements that will be more outstanding and more astonishing for the Dragon Nation. He extended both hands for a firm handshake with Lin Feng. This solemn entrustment transcended mere encouragement, it felt more like the handover of a weighty responsibility for the times. Lin Feng, rest assured, Chief. I will persevere and live up to this trust. On New Year's Eve, during this joyous night of family reunion, the Dragon Nation Spring Festival Gala accompanied all citizens in celebrating the Lunar New Year. As the evening reached its prime time slot at 10 p.m., host Neo Shufan stepped onto the center stage with a microphone in hand to announce the next segment. With a solemn yet warm smile, she announced in her captivating voice.
Dear audience, at this joyous moment when families reunite to celebrate the new year, our thoughts turn to those workers who remain steadfast at their posts.
Among them, the male modeling industry, an emerging service sector that has flourished over the past year, has not only injected fresh vitality into Longwa's service culture industry but also made unique contributions to expanding domestic demand, stimulating consumption, and showcasing the spirit of the new generation. Tonight, while we enjoy this gala in the warmth of our homes, many outstanding male models continue to serve on the front lines with professionalism and passion. To them and all workers steadfastly at their posts, we say, thank you for your hard work, and Happy New Year. The entire audience erupted in thunderous applause, extending New Year greetings to male models nationwide.
On stage, Niu Shufu continued.
Against this industry backdrop, we were delighted to see a group of skilled, dedicated professionals emerge as outstanding representatives over the past year. The male model trio F3, who will take the stage next, stand as a shining example among them. Their professional excellence has earned market recognition and embodies the positive energy of contemporary youth. Tonight, they will express their heartfelt blessings for our motherland through a soulful rendition of I Love You, Dragon Country.
Let's welcome male models F3 with thunderous applause.
May our great motherland prosper and thrive, and may the male modeling industry reach new heights in the coming year.
Male models F3 made their grand entrance in formal attire.
Lin Feng's original song I Love You, Dragon Nation ignited the entire venue, setting ablaze the New Year's Eve night of Dragon Nation.
Tomorrow marks the dawn of a new year.
Male modeling, this ancient yet hopeful profession, will surely soar like the Dragon Nation itself, reaching new heights of glory and enduring splendor.
The end.